A new day began in the city of the Ares Empire. In the main square, there was a golden statue of the hero on horseback, and people were wandering around while children were running around. The guard, who was patrolling the streets with his partner, asked if it was too quiet here. He sighed and replied that no one knew when the revolutionaries would start acting again. "They are just ordinary country bumpkins. What revolution?" The guard laughed and agreed with his words, saying that everything had been quiet lately. Maybe they realized that their little rebellion was pointless. His partner replied that he was right. The Imperial Knights had probably dealt with them. He hoped it would stay that way from now on. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries gathered in the basement and discussed the plan. The man leaned over the map and told his comrades that tonight they would kill the emperor and destroy the empire. This was the only way to restore the kingdom. The rest remained silent and nodded briefly, agreeing with his words, after which he turned his attention to one of them and said that he had the most important task. Logan McLean came closer to the table, and the man said that he was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at any cost. The protagonist nodded and said that he knew it. After that, he came out of the basement, and a knight ran after him. He caught up with him and said that he, of course, was quite a patriot. He asked why. The knight replied that he was talking about the secret manuscript. Many people sacrifice themselves to get it and protect it from the empire. Since the manuscript is under his responsibility, it means that the empire's army will target him first. He will be forced to take risks to fulfill his duty. Logan said that he spoke as if he voluntarily agreed. He replied that he understood that the matter was in his fluency in the ancient language. But he did not even complain, and this is an indicator of patriotism. Logan told him to shut up. His words were indirectly insulting their other comrades. The knight immediately froze and said that this wasn't about patriotism at all, but about revenge. He used to be a worthless person. The day he fought with his younger brother, he lost. Someone from the audience said, "Is it unbelievable? Young Master Logan lost to his younger brother Ronian, and he only picked up a sword 3 years ago, right? He's a genius. Young Master Logan has been training to become a knight for 10 years. Is this fool the eldest son?" The future of the McLean family is quite bleak. While the protagonist was lying on the ground and listening to this, he decided something for himself. After a while, he was called to his father's office. He slammed his hand on the table in rage and exclaimed, "He used paralyzing poison and poisoned his own brother. Has he completely lost his mind?" Logan remained silent and pursed his lips, and his father ground his teeth in anger. He told him to get out of there. He was no longer his son. Logan was going crazy with inferiority complex and had harmed his brother. For this sin, he was cast out of the family. That was who he was. After leaving home, he became a mercenary. It was only after 10 years of hard work that he realized what a terrible person he used to be. But then it was too late. One rainy day, as he walked through the streets of the city, he overheard a conversation between two girls. One of them whispered in the ear of her friend, "She heard it right. It seems that today there will be a public execution in the square, and the prisoner's name is McLean." Hearing his last name, the protagonist froze, and when the girl said his brother's name, he abruptly turned around and ran back. The girls said that they had heard that he was an aura user who fought against the empire on the front lines. The member of the royal family ran away in all directions. Right, everyone disowned him. Logan headed to the square, imagining his younger brother being taken away by the guards. He told him in his mind that he had something to tell him, so let him still be alive. But when he ran to the main square, it was too late. The guillotine worked, and his younger brother's blood was spilled, screaming loudly. The guard attracted attention to himself, and showing everyone Ronian's head, told them to look. Such an end met the fool who dared to rebel against the empire. People shouted joyfully, and the protagonist cried. That day he promised to take revenge on the empire for the murder of his family, and for the fact that it took away his chance to ask for forgiveness. While he was remembering this, he was already doing his job. The guards began to chase him and shouted, "It's him! The secret manuscript is with this red-haired guy." The protagonist ran forward along the corridor, and was already starting to get tired, but suddenly froze in place, noticing a dead end in front of him. One of the guards caught up with him and told his comrades that he was here. Logan cursed quietly and squeezed the hilt of his sword. The guard pulled his sword forward and lunged at him, and their blades crossed. When he blocked the blow, he pressed the sword harder and threw the guard's blade back, which made him step back and scream that he was worthless. His scream became even louder when the tip of Logan's sword pierced his neck. Seeing the death of his comrade, another guard cursed loudly, and the protagonist, without wasting a second, made a sharp lunge forward and got very close to him. after which he pierced his throat with his sword and began the count of the dead. As soon as he pulled the sword out of his body, another man pounced on him from behind and raised his sword over his head. But he quickly turned around and attacked, thinking that he needed to kill more imperial dogs. He looked away and froze in place. The guards surrounded him from all sides, and one of them asked how he dared to steal the treasure of the Empire. Let him surrender and give the manuscript. Looking around, Logan caught his breath and wondered if he was destined to die here. This thought made a grin appear on his face, and he threw the sword, saying that then he had no choice. He took out a blue sphere and then squeezed it in his hands. The color changed to red, after which streams of energy swirled around him. He said with a smile, "They will die here together." The bright light emanating from him made the guards freeze in place. They did not yet understand what would happen after that. The light burst out, and a loud bang was heard. Logan's life was filled with regrets. He existed for revenge. At least he was happy that he managed to beat up the Imperial dogs, but he couldn't get rid of his biggest regret. Even in death he had to ask for forgiveness. Luckily, if he managed to meet his family in the afterlife, he would be able to apologize to everyone. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Just a second ago he was in the void, and now he was lying on the bed, letting out a loud sigh. He abruptly stood up and winced, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then thought, "How is this possible? If I died?" The servant who heard his loud sigh from outside the room came inside and called out to him worriedly, asking if he was okay. Logan looked at him, confused, and asked if he was Rick. The man was slightly surprised and confirmed his words, saying that he was his main servant. "How is he feeling?" Thinking about the fact that he died 30 years ago, he pointed his finger at him and asked, "Why am I alive?" His main servant shuddered at these words and ran to the door, shouting that it looked like he had a bad head injury. "Let them call a doctor quickly." He grabbed some servant and told her to hurry. And the protagonist, meanwhile, turned his head towards the window and looked at the knight's training ground. He saw the emblems of his house on their shields and walls, and wondered if he was dreaming all this. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The door creaked open, and his younger brother entered the room, hesitantly asking if he was okay. Logan froze, hearing a familiar voice, and then turned his head towards him and questioningly said the name of his younger brother, Ronian. Guiltily, Ronian looked away. His cold sweat on his body and clenched fists indicated that he was very nervous. Logan thought he remembered this moment. It happened after their first duel. He lost to his brother, and when he came to visit him, he got very angry and drove him away, reminding him that he was just the offspring of a mistress. Despite all the insults, Ronian got used to following him everywhere, but after that day he stopped coming. Because of these memories, Logan suddenly grabbed his head and clenched his teeth. His younger brother called out to him worriedly, and Rick said that the young master needed rest. Let him go back to himself. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. His servant looked at him in surprise, and he, smiling tenderly, asked his younger brother to come up. Seeing the expression on his face, Ronian's fear disappeared, and he approached him. The main servant scratched his head in confusion, wondering what caused such a sharp change in his master's character. He left the room and left them alone. Ronian apologized to his brother and said that he should have been more careful. Logan swung his leg off the bed and replied with a smile that it was really okay. He shouldn't apologize. He didn't do anything wrong. "You should apologize." On the last word his voice trembled, and he suddenly lowered his head, covering his face with his hand. Seeing him trembling, Ronian became worried and said that he really should rest more. Logan at this time thought that such a kind boy's life was taken away. He fought on the front lines under the kingdom's orders and died. He pursed his lips and then put his hands on his little brother's shoulders and stood up, asking him for forgiveness. He burst into tears and said that he was very guilty before him. After these words he hugged his brother, and he asked why he was crying. But his older brother did not answer anymore, and continued to hug him tightly, which made him cry himself. They stood and hugged for a while, after which Ronian, with eyes swollen from crying, came to the door and said with a smile that he would visit him again. Logan, with the same swollen eyes, waved his hand and told him to have a good rest. He saw him off with a smile, then turned to the window and frowned, thinking that if this was not a dream, and he really returned to the past, then he needed to change everything. He was pulled out of his thoughts by an unexpected visit from the maid, who worriedly called out to him. He turned around and looked at her in bewilderment, and she bowed to him and asked for forgiveness. He did not understand what was going on and asked what she was apologizing for. Rick ran into the room and with an awkward smile said that Maria disturbed his rest because he forgot to warn her. It seems she mixed up the rooms. He and the maid apologized to the young master, and he covered his face in shame, remembering that he treated the servants badly. He replied that everything was fine, she had done nothing wrong. Let them bring him a pen and paper. They both looked at him in surprise, and already imagining all the horrors, Rick asked what he was going to do to Maria with a pen and paper. Logan exclaimed that he should just take her away and bring him what he asked for. After that, Rick brought him a pen and paper, and he sat down at the table and thanked him, saying that he could go. Let no one come to him. Rick was very surprised, and not believing his ears, asked, "Did he just thank him? Is he sure that everything is fine with him? Does his head hurt?" Logan was already starting to get tired of these questions, and he shouted that he was fine. "Let him go." Rick pressed his hand to his chest and sighed in relief, saying that he understood everything, and then left, wishing him a good rest. Finally left alone, Logan crossed his arms over his chest and sighed heavily. Rick's voice was heard behind the door. What Maria said that he yelled at him, therefore he is healthy. Let her go back to work. Hearing this, Logan covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily, thinking that he needs to be patient. These are all consequences of his own actions. Now it is much more important to write down what will happen in the future. A war against the Empire in 10 years. A disaster that will destroy not only his family but an entire nation. His goal is to prevent this, but first, there will be a vassal war, which will happen in a year. It will start suddenly and partially destroy his family, for which dark times will begin. He needs to prevent this, and for this he needs to talk to someone. After a while, he found himself at the door of his father's office, and a servant knocked, saying that the first young gentleman had come to see him. Patrick McLean, who was standing by the window, turned around and thought, "Is this Logan?" A few minutes ago, when the protagonist was just walking to his office, all the servants around were scared by his appearance and hurried to hide from his sight. One of the maids, who was carrying linen, staggered and fell right in front of his feet. She trembled with fear and thought, what should she do now? Why did she have to fall in front of the young gentleman? This is definitely the end. Logan extended his hand to her and asked if she was hurt. She accepted his help and looked up at him, thanking him with a smile. But suddenly her eyes widened in horror. Logan told her not to worry with a terrifying smile, and she screamed loudly in fear, then bowed her head and folded her hands in supplication, saying that she was very guilty and begging him to have mercy on her. He was very surprised and asked, "What was the matter? Why did you suddenly scream while you were collecting the laundry?" In horror, he scratched his head in confusion, and thought that the sudden change in his character seemed strange to them. It would take time for them to get used to it. He could only wait and show that he had become different. He turned his gaze to the mirror on the wall, and smiled with the thought that she could not have reacted like that because of his creepy smile, or could she? Finally, he reached the door of the office, and the servant told the Patrick about the visit of his first son. The protagonist at this time became nervous and remembered the events in the past. In his past life, he had resented his father for years after he had sent him away, and considered him a cold-hearted man who had given up hope for his son. He considered him a cruel father, heartlessly sending his own child away, and not even stopping by to visit after he had passed out from an injury in an official duel. How stupid had he been to ever think that way about him before? He clenched his hand into a fist and walked inside, thinking that having to send his own son away would break any parent's heart. Once inside the office, he called out to his father with a smile and greeted him, saying that it was him, Logan. His father, Patrick McLean, turned around and said his son's name. He looked at him with pitiful eyes and pursed his lips, thinking that he was truly sorry. His father said that he looked better than he expected, and then coldly asked why he had come. Logan was a little surprised and thought that he expected this, but he really was distant. After all, it had been 20 years for him, and his father saw his face every day. He replied that he came because he wanted to ask permission to do some private training near the family cemetery. His father was interested and wondered what it would take to win the regional war. The answer is simple. Prove all the forces of the territory, make the knights and guards more powerful, strengthen and create new weapons, and many other things to do. All this he needs money for. But in the Empire, McLean is known as a poor family. They simply do not have money. However, there is one way to instantly get it. Thanks to the events that will happen in 3 months, he will be able to get the amount of the family budget for a year. But for this, he needs to hone his fighting skills and gain the right to vote. Patrick asked if he wanted to run away because he lost to his younger brother. He answered that it is not like that at all. He realized how far behind he was, and he will be late. He drew conclusions. His father said that it seemed like a lack of perseverance was the only reason in his opinion. He still hadn't come to his senses. Logan thought it was only to be expected that he wouldn't believe him so easily. He replied that he understood that another problem was his behavior. Patrick shook his head and closed his eyes, saying that he was tired. All he ever did was talk. He turned back to the window and told him to leave. Logan raised his voice and said that all this time, instead of admitting his flaws, he took out his anger on others and was also incredibly stupid and childish. This training, among other things, will help him take control of himself. Let him give him his permission. After listening to him, Patrick said that this time his words didn't sound like a far-fetched truth. How long was he planning on training? He asked. He replied that about 3 months. His father asked if he thought that was enough to catch up with his younger brother. He replied that his goal was not to defeat him. He set a short time limit to simply get the most out of it. After saying these words, his father smiled slightly and said that he had indeed changed a little. He agreed and would allow him to train. The protagonist smiled and thanked him, and when he was about to leave, his father called out to him and said that it was already spring, but the ground was still too cold to sleep on. He should try not to freeze. Logan smiled and replied that he understood everything. A few days later, he came to the training ground and threw his backpack with the sword on the ground, saying that only immediate family members were allowed here, so no one would bother him. Moreover, there was enough space for solo training. Besides, he couldn't let others see his training methods yet. He took out a book from his backpack and looked at it with a smile, thinking that this was the secret of the divine sword. In his past life he memorized it and burned this manuscript so that it would not fall into the hands of the Empire. The book originally had a golden falcon on the cover, and the contents described the secrets passed down by an ancient hero who defeated an evil dragon that ruled the world. He read the book using the secret code of the Independent Army so that no one could read it. He can't believe that he has to rewrite everything again. If the book is not a lie, after he masters what it says, the aura masters of the Empire and even archmages will no longer be scary to him. In his past life, his advanced age and lack of talent prevented this. But now he had a chance. He clenched his hand into a fist and was enveloped in a golden aura. The life energy that changes the body is called strength. This is the basis of the secret of the divine sword. He must concentrate this power in the heart and create a core. This is not an easy task for a person with average abilities, and in the past he would have already broken at this stage. But as expected, after returning to the past, he felt as if his power was working to its fullest. Now, 3 days and nights of hard work would be enough to do it. But suddenly, something happened that he did not expect at all. Feeling the changes, he suddenly opened his eyes and thought, has the core already been created? He saw a bright clot of energy on his chest and felt it move into his heart. He thought that while the core was being formed, an extremely dense energy had dripped out, which the body had absorbed like rain in the earth after a long drought. He was very happy, and clenched his hand into a fist, then picked up the sword and decided to check the contents of the secret manuscript. Putting his foot on the ground, he split it, and then concentrated, making a light swing. He split the stone in front of him, and was very happy. His physique and feelings completely changed. They adapted to the need to master the sword. He had no idea why the core of power was created so quickly, but at this rate, in 3 months, he would become significantly stronger. He decided to continue training and began to hone his mastery of the sword. Day after day passed in this way. Returning to this place again in the morning, he stopped in front of a tall tree with the thought that today was the last day of training of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript. The one that transcends space and time is the space-time slash. He raised his sword above his head and took a stance, thinking that with a single 1-star core, he could reproduce the technique. His blade and body were enveloped in a golden aura, and he thought with a confident look that he would definitely succeed. He swung his sword from top to bottom, releasing a slashing wave forward which grew into a wavy split. When the shockwave collided with the tree trunk, a loud sound was heard. Dust rose, the leaves fell, and Logan caught his breath and fell to the ground. He raised his head and laughed loudly, seeing that the tree trunk was cut in half. He laughed even harder out of joy and thought that this power exceeded his expectations. A beginner would not be able to master such a technique. He looked at his shaking hands and thought that even though he had spent his strength after the first blow, it was nice to have an ace up his sleeve. He had achieved the goal of his training and could proudly report the results to his father. But before the visit, he would need to wash himself thoroughly. After a while, when he went to see his father, for some reason, he was not allowed in. The knight grinned and apologized to him, saying that the Lord could not see him, so let him go. Logan asked, why? Was his father unwell? He replied that the family law said that even direct relatives could not meet with the master of the house without prior notice. Had he forgotten? Rick worriedly whispered to the young master that these laws were already a couple of 100 years old. He replied that he had met with him 3 months ago without any problems. The knight smiled and said that this only meant that the guard had not done his job. The protagonist thought it was strange. This had not happened in his past life. At this moment the words of the other guards reached his ear, saying that this knight seemed to be losing his temper with him. He thought the sound was coming from the house. It seemed like the power had made his hearing sharper. The guard said that no matter what, he was still the first master. He was a coward who ran away after his younger brother lost. The knight realized that he couldn't even utter a peep in response. His comrade agreed and said that if anything went wrong, he would fix it. Hearing this, Logan thought that his reputation had hit rock bottom. While he was training, even the knights of his own family were making fun of him. The knight at this time said that next time he should come when he was given permission in advance. Logan sighed tiredly, thinking that this was unpleasant. Of course, he planned to show off how he had changed and gradually improve his reputation, but there was no other choice. He reached his hand under his vest and ordered the knight to say his name, and he thought, what is he reaching for? He replied that his name was Dominan, and Logan, closing his eyes and nodding slightly, said that he was preventing him from meeting his father, citing a family law that had practically outlived its usefulness. He had also humiliated him with his insolent behavior. Rick became agitated and called out to the young master, and the knight became nervous and thought, what the hell did he suddenly decide to use his authority? Logan said his name, and throwing his gloves in his face said discontentedly that for an unfair insult he was challenging him to a fight. They must have a duel. The other guards were very surprised by his words, and exclaimed, what was he saying? Logan at this time smirked and asked why he was silent. Was he really scared? The head servant became very agitated and began to nervously look around. His master asked if he really tucked his tail between his legs in fear at the sight of the coward that gossip called him. He guessed his best years were behind him. These words angered the knight, and he, removing the gloves from his face, clenched them in a fist and gritting his teeth replied that he accepted the fight. After that, they moved to the training ground and armed themselves with wooden swords. What if, the guards asked, will the young master fight the knight? His comrade answered with a smile that he would lose. It was not even up for discussion. He saw how his younger brother defeated him, right? They say that after that, he hid for 3 months so as not to catch their eye. How long can this coward last? The guard said that he bet 50 gold that he would not last 10 minutes. His comrade said that he bet on 5 minutes. Logan at this time heard all this perfectly well and thought, does no one believe in his victory? Dominion said that he looked relaxed. Let him take care of himself. Barely containing his rage, he gritted his teeth, and Logan smirked and thought he had the nerve to agree to fight him. But to say nasty things in front of other knights is too much. A coward, his servant at this time thought. In the end, the young master still went to the duel with him. From worries, he held his breath and smiled nervously, thinking that they were finished. The maid standing next to him exclaimed in fear that Rick had stopped breathing. The participants of the duel at this time approached each other, and the referee said that the official duel between Logan McLean and Sir Dominion began. For safety reasons, the fight will be conducted with wooden swords. Before continuing, he turned his gaze to the young master, and seeing that he nodded to him, he became nervous and thought, should he really continue? The young master is very stubborn. He has no choice. They were already given wooden weapons, but knights mainly use force, so even with this, they can kill a person. He raised his hand, thinking that whatever happened here, it was not his responsibility. For heaven's sake, let Sir Dominion go easy on him. After that, he waved his hand, announcing the start of the fight. The duelists increased the distance between them, and prepared to attack. Dominion took a stable position and enveloped his body in an aura which made one of the guards surprised and exclaimed, is he going to use force? His comrade smirked and asked, is he using this against a normal person? Is he really going to go all out? Rick, at this time, began to bite his nails and asked, is this not cheating? If the young master gets hit, it will be bad. The judge asked Sir Dominion to go easy on him, and Logan thought that this might scare someone who doesn't know any better, but he is clumsy with force. This comes from his lack of control. He told his opponent that he could see that he was on edge. Did something upset him? The knight gritted his teeth at these words and thought, did he say that his best years were behind him? Time goes by. Junior rise in ranks. At 40 years old, he was the weakest in the knight order and was planning to retire. He was just minding his own business while waiting for retirement. But then this kid showed up with these words. Why does someone like him dare to say such things? With these thoughts he rushed to attack, and Rick pounced on the knight standing next to him, terrified, asking him to stop. The young master would die. After all, the judge replied that he himself agreed. What can they do here? Dominan, at this time, pushed off the ground and jumped, thinking that he had already decided to retire anyway, so he would finish him off with a secret technique. He raised his sword over his head, and Logan, despite the rapid advance of his opponent, stood his ground confidently. As soon as the right moment came, he slightly stepped aside and used the great triple kill technique, quickly bringing down the opponent's sword with his weapon. From the outside it seemed like a light touch, but judging by Dominan's face, distorted from the effort, it was exactly the opposite. His wooden sword fell to the ground, and he himself knelt down. Logan, enveloped in an aura, calmed his energy and said that he called himself a knight. But is this really his maximum? The other knights and servants around were very surprised to see such an unexpected outcome of the fight. Dominan, at this time, continued to sit on his knees comprehending what happened, and his comrades exclaimed that this was unbelievable, and they did not even have time to follow his movements. The first young master to use force, Logan called out to the judge, and the knight ran up to him, after which he said that he wanted to give Dominan a second chance. What will he say to this? He agreed and walked up to the knight, asking if he was okay. Dominan didn't react to him at all, and looked at his shaking hand, wondering what the hell happened. Was he weaker than this kid? Not going to accept it, he used his strength again and raised his sword, yelling that this couldn't be happening. Logan thought he was angry and pushing himself too hard. He swung his sword, then countered his attack with a blow of his sword and replied that this could very well be happening. His blow caused the knight's nose to bleed and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. The protagonist grimaced in disgust and thought that he even gave him a second chance. But it was time for him to tuck his tail between his legs. The defeated knight grabbed his face and became very upset, then turned to the young master and said that he admitted defeat. But before he could say the last word, Logan slapped him across the face, causing him to fall again. He thought he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who tried to rebel against his lord. Now it was time for him to get what he deserved. Pursing his lips in anger, he glanced at the knight, then swung his sword and began to beat him while he writhed in pain and begged him to stop. The servant began to bite his fingers in horror and said that this was so cruel, and Rick asked if someone could stop him. The other knights were very surprised at this time, and one of them asked, "Is this really their young master? How could he change so much in 3 months? He was able to not only awaken the power but even completely change his sword technique. It was as if he had been a swordsman for several decades." Logan finally finished punishing the knight and lowered his hands, after which the judge announced that Logan McLean had won. After that he met with his father, who said that it was impressive. "It looks like he has awakened. What happened during training?" Logan thought. Was he watching them? He replied that he had gotten rid of self-interest, and was ready to let go of the past while working with his thinking. At some point he felt how power began to fill him. It was incredible. He thought that in his past life, this is exactly how he felt. It was only after he refused to take revenge on his family that he gained power. He barely managed to awaken after 40 years. Patrick said that he had come to understand he really had changed, but the first thing he did after gaining understanding was attack the knight. He turned around and gave his son a displeased look, and he replied that he deserved it. He had heard the whole story from the guards, right? He confirmed his words and said that he would still ask, was there any need to go so far? He answered with confidence that there was. His father sighed in surprise and asked, is this true? He replied that the man was trying to deceive his master's son and make a fool of him. If he had not stopped it, he would have undermined the discipline in their house. He thought that hierarchy was the pillar that kept the whole structure functioning. If it started to shake, the balance would be upset. Besides, after 10 years of living as a mercenary, he realized that when it came to armed men, willfulness had to be nipped in the bud. Today's incident would serve as a lesson to the other knights. Upon hearing his answer, his father said that the dominant had definitely made a big mistake. He had forgotten his duties and was trying to fool him, but he had overdone it, so he should try to control himself in the future. Logan was surprised that he had forgiven him so easily, and Patrick, noticing this, asked if he wanted to be punished. His son waved his hands excitedly, replying that this was not the case at all, after which Patrick said that he did not think what he had done was right, so he should not make such mistakes again. He was not allowed to do anything like that without his permission. He still had not officially received his rank. Logan replied that he had remembered that his father said that he should know something else. His fiancée, Rena, would be visiting them soon. Upon hearing this news, the protagonist was very surprised. and his jaw trembled with anticipation. He was delighted and thought with a smile that his milk cow would finally arrive soon. A carriage arrived at their estate, from which a girl got out. The guards reported that Lady Rena Wolves had arrived, and she entered the estate under the admiring glances of the servants and knights. One of them even said that the young gentleman was very lucky. Stopping at the stairs, she greeted Lord Maclean, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. A smile lit up her face, and she asked if he was doing well. Patrick laughed and said that she had become a real lady. Crick at this time looked at her with admiration, and thought that he had seen her in childhood. She had grown up to be a real beauty. He looked at the young gentleman, and seeing his gloomy face he thought, "What's wrong with this guy who should be the happiest of all?" Lady Rena took the scroll from the servant's hands and said that she would now read out the letter that the Count had entrusted to her. At the beginning of the letter, the Count addressed Lord Patrick Maclean as a dear friend, and then a long reading of pleasantries began. Half an hour later, the knights were already tired of listening to this, and she finally, moving on to the end of the letter, read out that due to unavoidable circumstances, he, Chiron Wolves, asked to dissolve the engagement. The lady handed the letter back to the servant and said that that was all. There was silence in the hall for a few minutes, and Logan thought that he was beating around the bush, but in fact he meant that he thought Patrick Maclean would become an aura user. But he has been at the level of a high-ranking knight for 20 years. To be honest, his son is even worse. Why would they lower their standards and team up with them? So they need to break up. That's what he really wanted to say. Finally his father spoke up and asked in a rage, by breaking off the engagement without a proper reason, was House Wolves trying to insult them? The knights became very nervous, noticing their lord's mood, and Rena said with an innocent look that it was not so. She guessed that he would take it that way, so she asked to be allowed to deliver the message personally to settle any misunderstandings. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she said that the memories of how she spent an entire year with them as a child still lingered in her mind. The moments created with young Lord Logan in this beautiful and serene place, her young mind kept them as treasures. She had no desire to forget them, but she was bound to her family, so she was obliged to follow the instructions. She thought it would be best to apologize to him and young Master Logan in person. The maids melted at her kindness and began to cry themselves, saying that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. Quiet sobs were heard in the hall, and Logan smiled nervously, cursing in his mind. The Patrick's wife, Marian Kairos, asked with displeasure, "So what was the reason?" She wanted to hear about these inevitable circumstances. Rena looked up at her with tear-stained eyes and remained silent. And Logan looked at his stepmother and thought that she was Ronian's biological mother. She had long considered him an enemy because of the issue of succession, and therefore, as he thought, she would not interfere. However, the honor of the family was a different matter. Rena lowered her gaze and apologized, saying that she could not tell her anything since she herself did not know the reason. Marian asked, did she not know the details regarding her marriage? She sadly replied that she was destined to marry and become part of another family. Her father does not discuss important decisions with her. Marian asked sternly, so she came to tell them about the breakup of the engagement without knowing the reason? She thinks that's how they should take it? Rena became nervous and said that in exchange, their house intends to pay 3 million gold as compensation. Hearing this, the financial manager of the Maclean house, named Dwayne Filsner, lit up with anticipation, and the protagonist smirked and thought that everything was going well now. If he could get this money, then suddenly his father asked loudly in rage, "How dare they?" His words made the estate shake, and one of the knights said that he was too strong. Rena was scared. Her knight asked her to stand behind him, and loudly said that he, Rockford, a knight of the Wolves' house, was summoning him. He asked him to calm down and continue the conversation. The Patrick asked, "So he is a high-ranking knight like him? That is impressive for his age. He believes that wounding the rising star of House Wolves will serve as a fair exchange for the humiliation of the dignity of House Maclean." These words made the knight nervous, and he closed his eyes, gathering courage, after which he said that the head of their house calls him a man of honor. He also said that he would not persecute the young lady and the younger knight. Rena said that they are not trying to buy honor with money. She asked to accept this money as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between their houses despite the upcoming public criticism due to the inevitable circumstances. Patrick gritted his teeth in rage, and thought that if he continued to press he would become a selfless man. Is this what Chiron wanted by sending 2 children here? He calmed down slightly and said that a guest is a guest, even if he brings bad news. House Maclean will not oppress them. Lady Rena breathed a sigh of relief, and the Patrick continued, saying that they would not accept Wolf's offer either and would ask for only one thing in exchange for breaking off the engagement: let Rina send wolves to politely apologize to his son. He would not accept any other compensation. The knights were delighted and said that this was to be expected from their master. That was what aristocrats should be. But Logan disagreed. He raised his hand and turned to his father, saying that as a man worried about the break in the engagement, he had one request to make. He smiled nervously and asked him to listen to him, and then thought that they needed money. He was going to let them just apologize. This was insane. 3 million was their house's annual budget. Besides, half of the amount came from his stepmother's family as aid. As soon as this aid was stopped, they would go bankrupt. What would happen then? He didn't understand what he was doing. They have to get that 3 million at any cost. He said that he would like to accept their offer. His father got angry and exclaimed, "Is he trying to make him go back on his word?" His shouting made the protagonist feel uneasy, and he felt a lot of pressure. Although he doesn't have an aura, he is a high-ranking knight. It's a pity that compared to others, it's a trifle. If he can't settle everything now, he won't be able to move forward any further. His father said that their house isn't so poor that they would give up their honor for money. Logan took a deep breath, then straightened up and retorted, saying that their house is indeed poor right now. They owe the bank 3 million, and the annual interest is 150,000. Without current support, they will go bankrupt. His father and stepmother were very surprised by his words, and he added that they will become a great house of the poor, and it will be the end for them. He wanted to say that, but since this is an official meeting, he will have to hold back. He told his father that the reason they should accept the 3 million was precisely because of honor. Patrick asked, was that why he wanted him to go back on his word? His son apologized to him, and said that House Wolves was superior to them, and the Earl ruled the East. Although his forces were located there, they did not serve him. He was afraid that a simple apology would lead to the spread of rumors that they were trying to please them. The servants began to whisper, and Rina intervened, saying that her family was reasonable. They had great respect for the honor of House McLean. Logan turned his gaze to her and said that she had come to break off an engagement, and yet she continued to talk about reasonableness. She should not make a fool of herself. These words curbed her, and she fell silent. In his past life, Logan believed that she was sincerely saddened by the inevitable breakup, but before that happened, she called him into the room for one last time together. She thanked him for coming and turned to him with a smile, saying that today they were parting, but she wanted to create one last memory with him. He had been too enchanted by her back then. His life as a young master had been ruined, and the decision to risk everything for the sake of the woman he loved by escaping seemed best to him. He was about to offer it to her, but she suddenly took out a knife and lifted the hem of her dress. He called out to her with concern and confusion, and then the knife cut the fabric. He was momentarily confused but quickly pulled himself together and took out his sword. Throwing the knife away, holding the torn dress to her chest, Rina asked with a smile, could someone like him own her? Let him finally understand where his place is and get away. He had lost to a boy. Why did he even need a sword? He himself had made her task easier, so she was grateful to him for that. He asked, what was she talking about? She did not answer and screamed loudly, after which a knight burst into the room, and she burst into tears, saying that young Master Logan began to behave aggressively. At that moment the protagonist realized that she had caught him. He was guilty of many offenses, and the family no longer trusted him. As a result, his family had to apologize to Wolves and pay a huge compensation. Because of this vow girl, he could no longer trust women. He is sure that this time she planned to profit from them and leave, having achieved a break in the engagement. What a pity that now she will not succeed. At first he planned to change his reputation in the family. It seemed to him that if he slowly showed himself from a new side, this would convince people about him, and one day the family would also reconsider their attitude towards him. These were his thoughts, but the fight with Dominan made him understand that the guards turned a blind eye to the fact that they clearly showed disrespect to him, and during his absence many rumors began to spread. Is it possible to influence your family by gaining recognition from people like you? There are 9 months left until the regional war. His reputation is not important now. Having made a decision, he squeezed the railing and thought that he must save his family. He turned to Lady Rina and said that he accepted her offer of compensation, despite the wishes of the family. She was very surprised by his answer, and his father called out to him in displeasure, asking how he dared to contradict his will. His son replied that empty apologies did not suit him. If their honor was worth only a few words that would dissolve in thin air, then her value was just as weightless. Lady Rena gritted her teeth, clearly not wanting such an outcome, and after a short pause said that they, House Wolves, would submit to the will of the Lord, the Master of House McLean. She turned to Lord Patrick McLean and asked what his final decision was. She turned an upset look to Logan, and he thought that she was saying this to save her father's reputation. She was probably bursting with the thought of having to pay $3 million. The Patrick said that as a representative of the McLean house, a sincere apology was enough for him. The guards became nervous, and he continued, saying that however, his son made the final decision. His wife called out to him indignantly, and after that, a hum of voices was heard in the hall, discussing their master's decision. Rena gritted her teeth, realizing that in the end the young master would choose compensation. His father, meanwhile, told him to be careful. If he sold his honor, then in the future, he would be more willing to agree to such an exchange. He looked at him with a serious look, and Logan mentally apologized to him. Unfortunately, he could not give in. After that, he said that as a person who suffered from a broken engagement, he would accept money from the Wolves' house as compensation. Marion grinned, and Rena's face turned red with anger after hearing his son's answer. Patrick was disappointed and said that he thought he had changed a little, but it turned out that it was for the worse. It was his own fault, since he had not explained to him the true value of honor. The protagonist hung his head guiltily, and told him, in his thoughts, that he was doing this for the good of their family. After a while, he received the money, and looking at the chest filled with gold, thought that he finally had these 3 million gold pieces. He needed to calm down. He couldn't be too excited. First, he would put this money in the bank. Someone knocked on the door, and thinking it was Rick, he told him to come in. But contrary to his expectations, Dwayne entered the room and asked him for forgiveness. Logan was slightly surprised by his visit and asked for his name. He smiled, put his hand to his chest, and greeted him. The protagonist thought that he was the financial manager and his father's most trusted person. In other words, he didn't just come to him with a smile. What does he need? He frowned slightly and looked at him suspiciously, and he, feeling that look, became nervous and thought that now he would face the greatest difficulty in his life. As the financial manager of McLean, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle. People constantly came to him with complaints about the servants running out of supplies for the winter, and the guards needed new weapons. Previously, he was forced to make up for the lack of money by begging his father-in-law for help. Is he the financial manager or the leader of the poor? If this were not his hometown, he would have quit long ago, but now he had a chance to settle the situation, at least for a couple of years. His opponent is a stupid child. From his perspective, Logan now looks like a little fool, sniveling, and he will take advantage of his immature mind to make him share the money. He went ahead with his plan and laughed, saying that he just dropped by to say hello. He really surprised him yesterday. Logan didn't react at all, and he said that he stood his ground. Don't pay any attention to the unreasonable pressure on him. He waved his hands, giving him a thumbs up, and said with a smile that he was literally shocked by what an air McLean was raising. He thought, how does he like his flattery? Before, he did nothing but stupid things. Surely he was the first one to praise him. Let him open his heart and wallet to him. Surprised by his behavior, Logan slightly tilted his head to the side and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Dwayne was clearly unprepared for this reaction and cleared his throat, saying that in their difficult times 3 million gold was like rain in a drought. His ingenuity would allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief. He asked why the money was his. Although the finance manager looked friendly, sparks were burning inside him. He expected this outcome, but it was worth a try. This brat got all the money into his own hands and was going to spend it all on himself. He clenched his fist in rage and mentally told himself to calm down. He needed to remember his 20 years as McLean's finance manager. Then he begged Viscount Kairos on his knees for help. He was used to humiliating himself. Now the situation was the same. His body trembled, and he burst into tears, covering his face with his hand. Logan, noticing this, asked, "Is it that bad?" Hearing this, Dwayne realized that this was his chance, and immediately stopped crying, saying that he did not know if he knew, but they owed Cooper Bank $3 million. The annual interest alone would amount to. Logan beat him to it and said that the interest would be $150,000 gold. Dwayne looked at him in surprise, asking, did he know? The protagonist put his hand on his belt and said that it was harvest time now. They would be able to pay the interest. The man was surprised and thought, how did he know so much? He laughed and nervously said that as a rule, running a barony requires money, and they were always short of it. If he could help a little, it would be wonderful. The young gentleman shook his head from side to side and apologized to him, answering with a refusal. He asked in surprise why he thought he had opposed his father for the good of the barony. He confirmed his words, and Dwayne, disappointed, wanted to say something else. But only now did he comprehend the young gentleman's answer and asked in surprise, did he agree? He replied that he would use the money for the good of the family, not to cover current expenses. He needed to think about the future. The chief financier got angry and thought that it was as if he already knew. Let him just give the money to him. The Logan asked, if he paid off the debts, how would that change the family's situation overall? The financier replied that their budget would increase, and it would be easier to manage the castle. For the next couple of years, they would have a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. The young master asked, and then Dwayne looked at him in surprise, not knowing how to answer. He asked, they would be stuck in debt again, right? They didn't even have any special items to sell. It was a vicious cycle that he wanted to break. The money would go toward his plan. Not knowing what to say, the financier looked at him in surprise, and wondered if this was really the bully he knew. He imagined him as a kid who didn't care about the family's problems. The protagonist said that he had a favor to ask. If he does him a favor, he can help cover some of the family expenses. Dwayne became interested and asked what the request was. Logan smirked and replied that he needed him to gather some mercenaries. After a while, he began to pack his backpack for the road, and Rick asked if he was really leaving. After adjusting his armor, Logan confirmed his words, and asked what was happening to him. After all, he had just returned from solo training. The protagonist thought for a second and replied that he had to earn money. The head servant exclaimed, doesn't he have enough money? The Logan took the backpack from the bed and replied that he needed much more. Rick became worried and said that he was sure the Lord would be against it. The atmosphere in the castle was too tense. The protagonist agreed with him, and said that that's why he would leave secretly. Hearing this, Rick became even more worried and exclaimed, what does this mean? Logan covered his ears and told him to shut up, thinking that if he couldn't influence his reputation now, then he wouldn't be able to change anything else. He needed to organize an army outside. Luckily, he knew what was going on there now, because that's when he was kicked out of the house. First, he needed to check on that man. Rick exclaimed, what the hell is he thinking? What other escape at his age? The protagonist put the backpack on his back and said that he was terribly persistent. The servant laid down on the floor in despair and exclaimed, what should he do? If he escapes, he will have to go through him. Logan sighed tiredly and raised his foot above his head, already going to step on him, but he got scared and asked him to wait. The protagonist smiled and told him not to worry. He left a letter for his father. No one would blame him. The chief servant calmed down a little and asked, what did he write? His master only answered him with a smile, and after a while, he himself learned the content of the letter. Sitting in the Patrick's office in this tense silence, he became very nervous and saw how his master was literally burning with rage. Patrick clutched the letter from his son in his hands, saying that the break in the engagement had broken his heart. He had decided to leave for a while and would be back soon. It seemed that such a short letter made him even angrier, and he shouted his son's name to the whole area. The chief servant began to cry and mentally asked this man to return quickly. 200 years ago, House McLean was not in the situation it was in now. A vast and extensive county stretching from the neighboring Viscounty of Tesrin to the Viscounties of Sylvan, Perena, and the plains of Bean, was revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the kingdom of Grandia. But the fruitless reign of 3 generations before the current Lord Patrick McLean led to his family's demotion in rank, and a significant reduction in the territory under its control. The vast grain holdings that were once called the McLean Plains were given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various farmers. The place where McLean ended up was hard, dry land near the southern mountains. There were no worthwhile regional products there, nor were there any copper mines typical of the mountainous terrain. In such conditions, even if they won the regional war, they would have to forever turn to Kairos for help. It would take a lot of money to break the vicious circle, much more than 3 million. Here, in the greatest trading city of the kingdom of Grandia, there was someone who could give that money. Walking through the streets of the city, the protagonist found himself on a shopping street where every seller was calling out to customers. The road here reminded him of how far away McLean was. If he was not mistaken, that man spent his youth in Kyle. Residents say that the gold beetle, Philip Cloud, lives somewhere around here. The Ares Empire is the strongest nation on the continent, a powerful centralized government that operates on a merit system, Regardless of gender or age, a person with talent can succeed here and enjoy power and wealth. Even foreigners have such rights. A great example of this is Philip Claude from the Kingdom of Granda. He is one of the richest merchants influencing the empire and the greatest military merchant, who is considered a traitor to the kingdom. However, in reality, despite his nickname, the Gold Bug, he supports his countrymen and uses money and power to make Grandia a sovereign state. Logan noticed a skinny man on the street, sitting on the ground with a dejected look. He thought, "Is this man that guy?" Philip was very upset. He looked at the floor and muttered, "How could those bastards deceive him like that? What is he supposed to live on now?" He grabbed his head, and the Logan thought that he heard his business failed because of deception. A sad sight. However, Philip asked, maybe he should just die? The Logan came closer to him and cleared his throat, smiling and asking, "Is he Philip Claude?" The guy looked up at him and confirmed his words, asking, "Who is he?" He looked closely at the stranger and noticed that he had red hair and eyes. A strong-willed look. The protagonist grinned and said that it was good that he found him. Will he have time to talk? Philip got nervous and stepped back, thinking, who is he? Do they know each other? In Logan's gaze, he immediately saw something that he had encountered many times as a businessman. Greed. Judging by the time he came and his old armor, he was probably a mercenary. He was very worried, and when Logan wanted to say something, he interrupted him, exclaiming that now was not the time to pay off the debt. He would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property in 3 days, so let him come then. Logan replied that he had not come to collect the debt, and Philip, like the most formidable chihuahua in the world, shouted that he had said that he had not received the proceeds yet, so let him go. He was out of breath from anger, and Logan remained silent. He mentally asked him to leave. Logan smiled and asked him to calm down. He did not come for the money, but he himself wanted to invest. These words surprised him, and he clarified, he wants to invest in him. Having heard the confirmation of his words, he looked at him in surprise, and thought that it turns out that he did not come for the debt. What a madman! He clenched his fist and thought that he really was crazy to invest in someone who had completely failed. But what if it was true? He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked how much he could give him. Logan asked how much he needed. He thought it would be enough to cover his debts and return to Kyle. Hearing this, Philip began to sweat with excitement, and was already drooling, thinking, is this true? But suddenly his admiring eyes fell on his armor, and he thought that he was really dirty. Did he really come from far away through the dirt? He noticed an emblem on the armor, and his face immediately became disappointed. Logan asked, so how much do you need? I will try to help. Philip got really angry and said that he was a little idiot. The protagonist froze in confusion, and the guy pointed his finger at him and said that if he wanted to deceive him, he should have prepared better. He was the same as the others. He was not an investor. He pointed at the emblem on his chest plate and asked, isn't that the symbol of the southeastern barony of McLean? There, a poor family asking their father-in-law for help? What other investment when his master can't pay his debts? If he gets caught posing as a nobleman, he'll lose his head. He's picked on the wrong guy. His body began to shake, and he grabbed Logan by the shoulders, began to shake him, and shouted that he was completely bankrupt. Did he get it? Logan thought that even at rock bottom he still had his wits about him. As expected from a future tycoon, Philip started crying again, saying that he didn't even have money for food, and Logan wondered how he could calm him down. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he asked him to look at it. Philip turned around and exclaimed, what, again? Is he trying to fool him again? But seeing the energy above his palm, he stopped mid-sentence and asked in surprise, was he imagining things? Did he think he had awakened the power at such a young age, and such a genius was trying to trick him? There was hardly an idiot who would decide to ruin his own bright future. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked him for forgiveness with a smile. So many troubles had happened to him that he began to react sharply to everything. Can you repeat what business you had with me? Logan sighed and, after a short pause, said that he wanted to hire him forever and would pay off his debt as a bonus. Philip didn't believe him and said that the McLean house didn't have that kind of money. Logan threw a bag of gold coins at his feet and asked how much he owed. He replied that it was about 250,000. Logan unzipped his backpack and said that he would give him the entire amount and pay the same amount for it. He would even add 50,000 as a bonus. Philip's face was illuminated by the light of gold coins, and Logan asked, would 300,000 suit you, a total of 550,000 zotes? He would pay everything at once. The guy was very surprised and looked at him with delight, thinking, was he really an angel? After that, he signed a contract with him, and blood and magical energy swirled around them. The girl magician clapped her hands and said that the contract was signed. Now, if a subordinate tries to deliberately harm the owner, he will feel terrible pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. If this does not suit him, then let him awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a magician of the fourth circle and above to remove the curse. Hearing about the terrible pain, Philip was horrified, and after that, he and Logan left the magic shop. The girl asked them to come again. Still not believing what had happened, he thought, did he sign his own death sentence? And he also thought that he was an angel. He was definitely crazy and made an expensive magic contract to make him his slave. But for the price of it, you could buy 30 slaves. Logan smiled and said that they first met, so they can't trust each other, right? Since he is investing, he needs a guarantee. Philip pursed his lips and tears appeared in his eyes. Logan looked at him with a smile and extended his hand, saying that when they got to know each other better, he would break the contract. They need to work hard. The guy thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He did not specify any terms or conditions, but he had no choice but to trust him. They shook hands, and he asked what he would have to do. Logan replied that he would first need to buy monster meat. Philip pulled his hand back and smirked, saying that he really was crazy. Logan said that he had said out loud what he thought. He looked away inside, thinking that he could understand his confusion. The monster's blood and meat contain poison, so they burn it. But in a couple of years, the situation will change dramatically when it becomes known that it is possible to neutralize the poison with ordinary ingredients. In some areas with a shortage of food, people will begin to eat monster meat, and already in winter, the number of those cured of incapacity will increase among them. Eating monster meat will lead to the appearance of kalak. Even those who have become sterile will see the effect. A year after the Imperial Magic Tower confirms this, kalak will disappear from the shelves across the continent, and all because it will have a good effect on male potency. So he will be able to make many times more money from 3 million. While he was anticipating this, Philip followed him, and suddenly wondered if maybe he should run away. After that, they stopped at a nearby tavern for a drink, and he exclaimed, 1 million, is he crazy? Who would spend a whole 1 million on monster meat? The other customers turned their attention to them, and Logan asked him to tone it down. They would make money even if he bought more. Philip replied that he was against it, but he was confident in his decision, right? He confirmed his words, and he asked what he thought the price range for the meat was. He replied that it wasn't really worth anything right now. Everyone was just burning it because there were no buyers. So if they just ordered corpses from someone, it would cost them around 200 gold, including the kingdom's transportation fees. And if they brought a lot of meat at once, it would be even cheaper due to transportation. His subordinate sighed and said that it was a bit expensive. He even took the transportation fee into account. He asked, displeased, "Is that a mistake?" He replied that it was not. He had estimated the price correctly. But with a budget of 1 million, he planned to hire a guild to hunt and then buy the prey. Logan confirmed his words and asked, what was wrong? Philip tapped his finger on the table and said that this was completely the wrong approach. Everyone throws away monster meat these days, right? So buying it out will be enough. There are plenty of mercenaries who are willing to bring and sell anything for a coin. If they see someone else trying to get rid of meat, they will simply buy it for him. He is sure that if he just asks, they will bring all the meat in the kingdom to his feet. He smirked and added, they will also cut it up. Logan liked this offer, and he was surprised to think that he had already recouped his costs for it. He is an amazing person. Philip's face darkened, and he said that from now on he would do financial planning since right now his fate depended on him. The protagonist was forced to agree and remained silent, and then suddenly remembered something. He told him to stay in Kale for now and buy this in large quantities. He handed him a list and asked for cartridges made from ironwood, growing in the southern mountains of the EMP Springs, and glue. He wants to create toys to sell. Logan replied with a smile, that's something better. He thought that he couldn't tell him yet that all this was raw material for weapons of war. In his past life, weapons made from these materials were used to invade the kingdom of Grandia. Even a pathetic soldier, with the help of it, was able to keep a knight under control. He entrusted Dwayne to recruit mercenaries to whom he would give these weapons so that they would gain an advantage in the regional war. But first, he needed to find a craftsman to make it, and an instructor to teach them how to use it. 2 days later, he arrived in the mercenary city of Harun, and met with an A-rank mercenary named Kaisalan with an offer to hire him as an instructor. Kaisalan apologized to him, and said he had never done anything like this before. Logan replied that it wouldn't be difficult. he just had to train the C-rank mercenaries he hired. The man scratched his head in confusion and said that he didn't know what they told him about him, but he only supervised a couple of kids. He should better turn to professional teachers. The protagonist looked at him with a smile, and thought that he worked with him in his past life, so he himself knows everything. He can master any weapon and has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, his value will increase after he starts working as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after he was seriously injured and his skills after retiring are unmatched. But right now it seems like he is not in the best mood. He should offer him money. He said that he will pay 4,000 gold for it. Hearing such an amount, Kaiselin was very surprised and pursed his lips, thinking that an A-rank mercenary can earn 2,000 in a month at most, and he is offering twice as much. But he can't fall for that. He shook his head and replied that he has really never worked as an instructor. Logan didn't let him finish, and asked, "Is that not enough? Then I offer 6,000. The mercenary turned away from him and said that he prefers missions where he has to fight. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked in confusion, "Is that true?" It seems like he has no choice. He looked at him with a confident look and offered him 7,000. Kaiselin's ear twitched, catching his words, and then he slammed his fist on the wall and exclaimed, "Didn't he hear him? He thinks he can buy anything." Logan didn't let him speak, and said that he would offer 8,000. Then the man immediately agreed and said with a smile that they had the same views. He knelt before him, calling him his employer, and thanked him in advance. Thus Logan successfully hired him, after which they went out into the streets of the city, and he told the mercenary about who he was. He asked if he was not curious why he took a mercenary from the feudal city of McLean. The man, in response, asked with a smile, what was the interest if he paid decently? The protagonist liked his answer, and said that he had a clear mind. At that moment, a man's voice was heard from the side who discontentedly called, "The people cattle?" and told them to move. The mercenary stopped and turned around, saw a man hitting the slaves with a whip, forcing them to walk faster and at the same time keeping a list. Their shackles rattled loudly with each step. Kaiselin told his employer that he must know that Harun is called the city of mercenaries and slaves. They will meet more of this up ahead because there is a slave market further on. His employer lowered his head in disappointment and replied that he knew it. He was going to go there to buy one slave. They entered the market, and one of the sellers paid attention to him, thinking that he was obviously a stupid country bumpkin. He asked the young master to come here for a second, and said that he could offer him slaves at the cheapest price. Noticing the mercenary walking next to him, he met his fierce gaze and immediately fell silent, thinking, "Why is he here?" This did not escape Logan's attention, and he thought with a smirk that now he felt calmer. It was not for nothing that he hired him. They approached a huge tent, and noticing that there were many more guards here, he thought that this seemed to be the very place. The slave trader approached him with a smile and said that he thought he knew where he had come from. The protagonist said that he wanted to buy a dwarf. The old man said that everything was right. He had come to the right place. Unusual races are very rare, so they take special care of them. He stepped aside and pointed his hand at the tent, asking him to go inside. Logan entered the tent and looked to the side, seeing two elves in cages. The old man said that it was extremely difficult to catch them. Had he ever seen them before, he would tell him about them now. Logan did not want to listen to him, and pointing his finger at the slave in the middle, ordered the old man to bring him to him. The merchant remembered that he had originally come for the dwarf and brought the slave to him. The dwarf's legs, like his hands, were shackled, and when he appeared in front of the potential owner, he looked at him with displeasure. The old man said that from what he saw it was immediately obvious what race he was from. He would be very useful to him. Even among the great dwarf masters, this one is one of the few with the rank of expert. Hearing his rank, Logan was very surprised and thought that by nature, dwarves are skillful with their hands. They create and repair objects. Seeing the meaning of life in this from childhood to old age, the rank of an expert is much higher than what he was looking for with him. He will not have to worry about anything. He smiled and asked how much it would cost. Noticing that the slave interested him, the old man laughed and said that, since he was an expert, then at least 200,000. The protagonist let out a dissatisfied sigh and clenched his teeth, asking, "Does he look like a simpleton?" The merchant immediately fell silent, looking at him with fear, and then said that he would give in to him and sell the slave for 50,000. After that they left, and Kaiselin thought that in just a couple of minutes he dropped the price by 150,000. A dwarf named Hamar turned around, looking at the old man, who was almost crying and throwing salt after them, and then told the man that he was ruthless. Logan replied with a smile that it was elementary. The dwarf asked where he was taking him. He replied that he was going to the McLean estate in the southwest. He would be making items for him. Hamar hung his head sadly and replied that he had thought so. Logan noticed that he was upset and thought that while dwarfs were skilled craftsmen, this did not apply to those who had been sold into slavery. After all, despite their natural talents, without passion, they could not create real works of art. To restore his enthusiasm, he said that he would work for 20 years. If he tried his best for 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. 20 years is nothing for his kind, right? The dwarf was very surprised, and looked at him with admiration, not believing his ears, and then wanted to ask something, but suddenly a man's voice was heard behind them, ordering the others to grab the escaping slave. The boy, who had his sister on his back, sped up and ran past Logan, who looked at him in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he continued to run with all his might to escape slavery. And the people, hearing his master's screams behind him, turned around in confusion. Despite the people in front of him, the boy ran past them deftly and headed down the street. But suddenly he heard footsteps very close and turned around in fear. The man kicked him, knocking him to the ground, and then turned to the slave trader and said that they were caught. Clutching the wound on his arm, the man walked up to the children and kicked the boy, exclaiming, "How dare he bite him?" Enduring the pain from his blows, the boy gritted his teeth but continued to cover his sister with himself, which made her cry and say that she was fine. Kaiselin told his employer that they were slaves, they should not stop. Logan replied that he knew it, but suddenly fell silent, paying attention to the boy's appearance. He had blue hair and eyes of different colors, red and blue. Where had he seen something like this before? He suddenly remembered who he was and exclaimed that this was Victor. Kaiselin was slightly surprised, and the protagonist asked him to give him a minute. He thought, how is this possible? He did not expect to meet an aristocratic killer here. In his past life, an extremely famous aura user lived in the kingdom. At first he was a slave who escaped after killing his master. He was wanted for killing both countless soldiers and knights, pursuers, and an aristocrat. He had to hide like a criminal. About 10 years later, when he reappeared, he was already using aura, thereby proving that he had risen above ordinary people. He killed the entire family that previously owned him, and since then he has been killing every noble he came across in Grandia, earning him the unusual nickname, the aura user who kills nobles. The incident with the disappearance of this slave happened a year after he became a mercenary, so now that person should not have been bought yet. If he saves the boy, then in the future, he will have an aura user on his side. At that moment, a loud cry was heard from the slave trader, asking someone to get this brat away from him. Victor bit his leg with his teeth, and Logan thought that the problem was that he was an unstoppable homicidal maniac. If he was a deadly weapon that killed his allies, he could just lock him up. The slave trader became very angry and gritted his teeth, about to hit him on the head, but the protagonist held out his sword in front of the boy in time, protecting him. The man immediately turned around and exclaimed, "Who dared to interfere with him?" He saw a guy in armor in front of him, and was a little confused, thinking who he was, and when he managed to approach, he noticed the emblem on his chest plate, and taking a step back, said that it turned out he was a customer. He was so embarrassed. When the goods did not obey, he educated them. "Should I suggest him something?" Logan replied that he wanted to buy a couple of slaves. The slave trader pointed to the children and asked, was he talking about them? "They have rare eye color, so they are expensive. Is he sure about buying them?" Logan asked him to name the price, and he said that he would take at least 10,000 for each. Hearing this, Logan frowned and thought that a strong young slave costs about 300 gold, and he raised the price a lot for children who are skin and bones. 10,000 for a killer aristocrat is cheap, but he does not know about it. He noticed a greedy smile on the slave trader's face and thought that besides he does not want to let him get rich off himself. He asked, did he raise the price 30 times for a child who is about to lose consciousness, and the second one looks like he already has 1 foot in the grave. Hearing this, the girl, Rhea, cried even harder and worriedly called out to her brother, and the man said that there was no one else to buy here. That's why the price. Logan, displeased, said that he would pay 500 for each. This price is higher than for a healthy slave. The man smiled nervously and said that this does not even cover their original price. The protagonist got angry and, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, asked if he thought he did not know how much slaves cost. Seeing his threatening gesture, the man became very nervous and thought that Victor was always nothing but trouble. He was sure that he would not become better in the future, fearing that no one would buy these slaves anymore. He agreed to the deal. After a while, Victor finally woke up and was very surprised to see that he was being carried on the back of a mercenary. His sister called out to him worriedly, and Kaiselin asked, was he awake already? But his wound should not have healed so quickly. Logan said with a smile that it was true. He quickly came to his senses. He thought that he secretly emitted a power that could barely be noticed while they were walking. It was better than the magic of most low-level priests. He turned his gaze to Rhea and noticed that she was looking directly at the energy streams, wondering if she could see it. Even Kaiselin hadn't noticed. He decided not to dwell on it, deciding that it was just a coincidence. Meanwhile, Victor gritted his teeth, and then abruptly pushed himself off the mercenary's back and pounced on Logan, intending to hit him. But Logan didn't even move from his place, and only slightly tilted his head to the side, avoiding the blow, after which he grabbed Victor's wrist and pulled him towards himself, grabbing his neck with his other hand. After that he said with displeasure, "I don't know if you are possessed or just stupid." Rhea was very scared and called out to her brother. Logan ordered her to run, exuding a threatening aura. The protagonist asked, "Do you still not understand what situation you are in? Do I look like a slave owner?" The boy looked at him in horror, and Logan said that it was good that he had a fighting spirit, but he should learn to choose his opponent wisely. He hoped that he would not have to warn him a second time. If he obeyed him, he assured that he and his sister would be safe. But if something like this happened again, he would get rid of him, and of course his sister. After these words, Logan let go of the boy's neck and he, taking a breath, fell to the ground. Logan sat down in front of him and watched him rub his neck, thinking that this was enough for him. He said that he planned to make a knight out of him. Victor looked at him in surprise and asked, was he talking about him? Logan confirmed his words, and said that he probably knew that a knight was an honorary aristocrat. He smiled and said that as a slave, Victor would be able to get around this condition. A second later, he added that his sister too. Rhea looked at him with interest. Then Victor noticed this and clenched his fist, shouting that he agreed. Logan was happy and thought that he knew it. His cruel nature could be controlled through his sister. Rhea burst into tears again and looked at her worried brother. The Logan stood up and said that this was great. They would start training when they got home. He called out to Hamar and said that they needed to step away for a minute. While Kaiselin was helping Victor get up, the protagonist told the dwarf that he would write a contract. Hamar stared at him in confusion, and then a scroll appeared in front of his face out of nowhere. Its owner said that the contract would be magical. It said that if Hamar served him for 20 years, then he would send him back to the mountains. Hamar asked in surprise, is he really going to return him to his people? The protagonist said that he understood that it was hard to trust simple words, so he did not want to sign the contract. Hamar replied that of course he wanted to. He would agree to anything. He was very happy and looked up at him, saying that he would do anything for him. After that, he started crying and said that he couldn't believe that he was telling the truth. He called him his master and said that he was very grateful to him. Logan looked at him with a smile and thought that if the contract was enough to bring Hamar back, his motivation, then it was a solid plus for him. Thanks to this, he would be able to get everything he wanted, although he gained even more, since he managed to get himself an aristocrat killer. Preparations for the war between the regions are going smoothly, while Logan doesn't know it. Rumors of his strange behavior have already spread throughout the McLean domain, and while he was away, his reputation sank to the very bottom. He also doesn't know that his faithful servant Rick is drowning in troubles, trying to change something. He cried every time and wondered what the young master was doing there at all. Soon, Logan returned home, and Rick was very happy about it, greeting him with a smile. The young gentleman asked how things were here. His servant laughed and came closer, then clasped his hands fiercely and asked with a crooked smile, did he really care? Logan said that he was glad to see him smiling. Rick exclaimed, what the hell was he doing there? Does he know what people are saying about him? They call him an idiot who spent 150,000 gold on monster meat a few days earlier. Philip made an advertisement for the purchase of meat, and people reacted to it with a mixture of surprise and shock, wondering what kind of idiot would buy it. Philip said that Mr. Logan McLean wanted to buy the meat, and someone from the crowd thoughtfully said that he had heard of him. Another man said with displeasure that he was the guy who broke up his engagement. The man standing next to him asked in surprise, is he talking about the guy who abused his fiancée? Hearing this, Philip thought that spreading rumors about the monster meat would increase his sales in the market, but he did not know the details of the master's past. He thought he was just crazy, and he turned out to be a scumbag. Despite such thoughts, his instinct screamed that he should not miss the opportunity. His eyes flashed, and he said that for 1 kilogram of meat he would give 1 gold coin. Hearing this, the people immediately became interested. No mercenary would refuse to sell trash, even to a scumbag, if he was willing to pay. Philip exclaimed that if they wanted to make money, then they should bring him all the monster meat they had. The aggressive selling move prompted the mercenaries to bring the meat, and the rumor about Logan spread to all the thieves near Kyle. When Rick told the young master about this, he laughed happily and said that Philip did his job just perfectly. His servant asked, "How can he laugh now? Let him just look at the people he brought and think about how much gossip they've heard to stand there with those faces." Logan told him not to worry about it. It would be over soon. Rick got worried and replied that he shouldn't be so calm. Even the head of the house was furious. After that, the protagonist met with his father and stepmother. Patrick, burning with rage, asked if Logan enjoyed running away from home. Logan replied that it had actually been a useful trip. His father said with displeasure that he had heard rumors about his crazy deeds, but he was glad that Logan had spent his time usefully. His son said that rumors were just rumors. He was not ashamed of what he had done. His stepmother let out a displeased laugh and told her husband that the first young master didn't even realize where his place was and how his actions could affect the honor and name of their house. Logan didn't let her finish, and said that it was unnecessary. He spent almost nothing of the money he had received for the cancellation of the wash. Marion got very angry and told him to repeat it, after which she asked her husband, did he hear, was he really going to stay on his side now? Patrick began to slowly rise from his chair and told her to stop, but she did not listen, and exclaimed that the first young gentleman was entirely to blame. Her husband did not let her finish, and started shouting, telling her to stop again. He calmed down and after a short pause said that he would like to talk to his son alone. Let her leave them, obviously not expecting him to yell at her. She pressed her trembling hand to her chest and asked how he could treat her like that. He threw a displeased look at his son and said that he would give him a final warning. This look made Logan feel unwell and nervously swallowed his saliva. After they were alone, his father asked what was wrong with him. He walked up to the window and suggested that they have a frank conversation about what was happening and why everything was the way it was. Logan thought that it looked like he wasn't going to back down this time. He replied that he wouldn't understand, even if he told him. His father turned to him and asked if he even understood. He was aware of how people spoke of him. They thought of him as cruel, mean, and money-obsessed, and lately even insane. How long would he have to cover for him? If this was just a phase that would end in the future, then he should let them know so that he could at least apologize to his late mother. He winced when he heard about his mother and then looked up at his father and thought that he couldn't believe he even mentioned her. This hadn't happened in his past life, even when he was kicked out of the house. Maybe he had lost hope for him yet. He asked for 1 year and said that after that time he would understand why he was acting this way now. Let him do him this favor. His father was slightly surprised by his words, and after his son left, he sat down at the table and thought that the word favor sounded so strange in a conversation between a parent and a child. If he did not answer for his words in a year, he would have to make a decision, because, first of all, he was the head of the house and only then a father. He opened the locket, looking at the portrait of his late wife Raina, apologized to her, and said that he had no idea what he was planning. He promised to protect him at any cost, so that he would grow up to be a good man, but it seems that he should have been more careful. Meanwhile, Logan met his younger brother and asked in surprise, has he already awakened the power? He knew that he could do it too. He put his hands on his shoulders and said with a smile that he was only 14. He thought that in his past life the power did not awaken until the very first region war. But now it happened faster. Ronian replied that it was all thanks to him. Logan was surprised and asked how so. He replied that the knights tried to prevent him from meeting him when he returned. Hearing this, the protagonist turned his gaze to the knights, who noticing this looked away, and he thought, did he awaken the power to see him? And when this happened, did he manage to break through 2 knights? Overjoyed, he laughed and praised his younger brother, thinking that if he taught him the secrets of the divine sword, then when the power stabilized, he could become much stronger than in his past life. After that, he went with the mercenary to the house in the south of the barony, and noticing Dwayne notified him of his arrival. Hearing his voice, the financier turned to him and said that he had gathered 350 CR rank mercenaries, whom he asked to hire. Logan turned his gaze to the side and saw a huge crowd of people sitting on the ground nearby. One of them asked, is it him who invited them here and then left them in this crumbling house for 10 days? They weren't fooled, were they? The Baron family would never get involved with a mercenary guild unless they were crazy. someone asked. "Who knows, maybe they really are crazy. There are already bad rumors about this guy. Let him look at the way he wears a sword and armor. Is he trying to act like a knight or something?" Logan gritted his teeth in displeasure, and thought that he needed to pacify these scumbags fighting for their lives right now, otherwise they would be impossible to control. He called out to one of the mercenaries in the crowd, and the man, confused, pointed his finger at himself and asked if he was talking to him. Logan asked if he thought he looked funny in armor and with a sword. The mercenary nervously replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, and then thought, how did he hear him? Logan chuckled and said that, of course, he didn't think so, though otherwise you would have to answer for your words. But a C-rank mercenary doesn't have the ability to look down on others. The mercenary flinched slightly and frowned, and the protagonist, noticing this, asked, did this offend him? It seems that even an insignificant person has pride. Let him step forward. If he can hit me even once, I will immediately pay him a year's wages and let him go. I will stake my honor as an aristocrat on this, and the others will witness my promise. The mercenary immediately stood up and walked out of the crowd, asking, he won't go back on his words, will he? He walked very close to Logan with a smirk and looked down at him. One of the mercenaries told him to look at how big he was. Maybe he is a B rank? Another one replied. He is not yet, but the rank will increase when he does the job. Hearing this, Logan realized why he was so confident in himself. His opponent said that he could start, and Logan said that he would regret it. The man replied that he had been using the sword much longer than him, so he should worry. Maybe I should give him an extra advantage. Before he could finish speaking, Logan's fist, engulfed in energy, collided with his face and delivered a powerful blow which greatly surprised everyone present. A couple of teeth fell out of the mercenary's mouth, and he fell to the ground. His colleagues were shocked by the strength of their employer without rushing to dissipate the energy. The protagonist stretched his shoulders, concentrated inside, and then confidently looked at the others and asked with a smile, who else wanted to discuss him? One of the mercenaries cursed and exclaimed that this was just ridiculous. Kaiselin at this time looked at his employer in surprise, and thought he was unusual but did not suspect that he was so good. Noticing that there were no volunteers, Logan said that then he would formally introduce himself. He is Logan McLean, the one who called them here. Many are probably curious as to why he would spend money on mercenaries. He paused and smiled, then said that he planned to make them cavalry crossbowmen. These words surprised Kaiselin greatly, and one of the mercenaries asked if anyone ever used a crossbow on a horse. It took a lot of time to reload, the mercenary said. He came closer to his employer and whispered that a crossbow was not a suitable weapon for cavalrymen. He replied that he knew this, and Kellen asked, then why does Logan think that a crossbow is more powerful than a bow, but inexperienced shooters needed more than a minute to reload? They put their foot on the stirrup for this. But on a horse a person would very quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he had 3 or 4 loaded crossbows with him. Their bewilderment was understandable. He replied that for now they could consider him throwing money away by pretending to be a soldier. Kaiselin shuddered, not understanding his employer at all, and he told him to train them thoroughly. He would understand later why this was necessary. He thought that the cavalry crossbowmen would be a powerful force for McLean even after the feudal war. Upon hearing of his assignment, Kaiselin remained silent and looked at him with concern, then closed his eyes and replied that he would do it. A few days later, Logan received the list. Upon reading it, he thought that out of 350 mercenaries, only 312 had passed the simple qualification test. A dwarf's voice was heard next to them, hesitantly calling out to him and clutching a drawing in his hands. What is this? Logan asked with a smile. Had he already read this? This was the diagram of the crossbow he was to make. Hamar looked down at the diagram in confusion, and Logan noticed it, and said that he understood it was a bit rough for a professional's eyes. He thought that he had used this weapon for several decades in his past life, and had roughly drawn its structure. He was an expert-ranked dwarf, so he should be able to handle it. Hamar thoughtfully touched his beard and asked if he needed to place the container that would hold the projectiles in the back of the crossbow and make it self-reloading, and should it also shoot 3 times in a row? He cursed and asked who came up with this stupidity. The protagonist calmly said that he had drawn it, and the dwarf's face turned pale. He realized that he had insulted his master in this way, but quickly got out of it by saying that it looked very innovative. Logan smiled brightly, and the dwarf said that the intertwined cables in such a mechanism would not hold up and would break, and the wooden box at the back would make it uncomfortable for the shooters. What should he do? Logan asked with a smile. How should he know? It's up to him. These words made the gnome very angry, and Logan, noticing this, said that he was joking. Let him not be angry and listen to him. He needs to reduce the size of the projectiles and where they are located. He is right, one shot will be enough. Instead, the container can be made detachable so that it can be reloaded with each shot for convenience. He will call it a magazine. Hamar looked at him with admiration and said that this is incredible. A crossbow, even in the hands of a professional, will not fire twice in a minute. This will be a weapon of the new era. Logan remained silent, and thought that this would be invented in the future. The gnome squeezed the diagram in his hands and said with admiration that all that is needed is a container, a spring, some wood glue, and a bowstring. This is a very motivating challenge. He will try to do it. His master asked how long he thinks it will take. He asked in response, is he asking him to create something he has never heard of in a certain amount of time? The protagonist said that this weapon was invented by people. Upon hearing this, the gnome said in surprise that this could not be, and asked who did it. Logan smiled and said it didn't matter. If he didn't think he could do it, then he should just give up. He replied that he could do it, and with a confident look he said that in a month he would create something much better. He would learn what it was like to deal with a dwarf ego. Time passed, and Victor started training. Already tired from running, he still continued running, but suddenly Logan shouted that he had slowed down again. He could do better, so let him push himself. The boy didn't give up and continued running forward, sweating profusely, and Logan thought that since they had arrived he had only fed them and let them sleep. He looked at the running boy and thought that food could change him beyond recognition. At one point he noticed that his legs were shaking and told him to rest, after which he immediately stopped and fell to the ground. Rhea called out to him worriedly and ran towards him, and the protagonist thought that a 14-year-old boy who was smaller than his peers ran 20 kilometers without a break. He was quite talented, but what he liked most about him was his perseverance and endurance. He worried in vain. It was obvious that he was not a killer from birth. It meant that his life had changed a lot because of someone. He looked at his sister, and various thoughts started spinning in his head, after which he said that the rest was over. Let him get up. It was time to move on to the next training. Victor stood up, and Logan threw a wooden sword into his hands, saying that he would learn the sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom. Every night, the student knows it. He rolled up his sleeves and took the sword himself, telling him to watch and learn. Standing in a fighting stance, he grabbed the hilt with both hands, then raised the sword above his head and swung it down, raising streams of wind around him. Victor was watching him closely at this time, and thought that he was tired. He wished he could pass out and sleep. He bit his lips until they bled and thought that if this was the price of good food and sleep he had to do it. He concentrated, reproducing the movements of the young master in his memory, raised the sword above his head, and then swung it down, raising the wind. Logan was slightly surprised by this, and thought that he repeated the movements exactly, and even the breaths, although it was the first time he showed it. Rainian was unlikely to be that good at his age. He smiled and said that if he developed endurance and perfectly performed the kingdom technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he could be called a knight. Little Victor's eyes sparkled with delight, and the young master asked, "Will he improve?" He answered with a confident look that he would do it, and the protagonist said that if he needs something for training, then let Rick know about it. Most likely he can get him anything. The boy replied that he does not need anything. Logan thoughtfully asked, "Is he sure?" He answered with a serious look that he just wants to continue looking after his sister. That's enough. Seeing the determination in the eyes of this child, he smiled and thought that it was excellent. Victor will not be able to go to war, but in the future, he will become a huge support for McLean. He began the next training with the thought that the mercenary troops and the new weapons will be a formidable force, but he should not rely on them too much. Hamar may not be able to get a good crossbow, and even if he does, there is a chance that the mercenaries will not master it, since he in fact puts everything in the hands of others. Then he needs to come up with a backup plan. After that he went to his father's office, and he asked, "So he says that he wants to join the Knights training?" He confidently confirmed his words. After this he received approval and soon began training. The Knights gathered on the training ground. Heinkel, the captain of the Knights' Order, told the others to listen to him carefully. From today on, the young master will join the training of their Knight Order. Confused, one of the knights asked, "Did they hear right?" Another knight did not like this news and asked, "Did he defeat the Dominion?" And now the knights seemed like some kind of joke to him. Heinkel knew that they would react this way, and became nervous, remembering the conversation with the Baron. He then asked, was he going to send the young master to train with the knights, but they would not be happy at all. he replied that he was not asking to treat him specially. Let him rather warm him up as a recruit. Not knowing what to do, Heinkel grabbed his head and thought that even if he said so, this was his master's son, it would be easier to treat him well. Noticing his mood, Logan told him not to worry. If he did not catch up with the others in academic performance within this week, he would pretend that nothing happened and leave them alone. The captain was very surprised, then nodded and agreed, thinking with a smile that this week the difficulty level of the training was tripled. Soon the training began. The knights carried each other on their backs through the forest and were already exhausted. One of them exclaimed, "What kind of training is this?" The captain shouted. "Are they preparing to die? He is cavalry. How can he not know what their horses have to go through? Let them feel how hard it is for them when they are fully equipped." The knights thought, "What kind of nonsense is this?" One of them said that he was surprised when he said that they would train in armor. "They have to go through hell because of this troublemaker, but he will not last long. Maybe 3 days, although he will not last even 1 day." But contrary to their expectations, Logan, although tired, carried his comrade on his back at a fast pace and did not complain. He quickly rushed past the other knights, and they looked after him in surprise, and the captain thought that this was incredible. He is in the lead. Moreover, he is also smiling. He looked at the knights who were already falling from fatigue and thought that at this rate, not he, but others would fall behind the program. Pursing his lips, he decided to interrupt the training and ordered everyone to stop. After which Logan suddenly froze in place, and Heinkel told them to rest for 10 minutes. The knights tiredly caught their breath, and Logan lowered his comrade to the ground, and the captain approached him, asking, "Is he coping? Is he tired yet?" He thought that of course he was tired. Let him just answer honestly, and then he could cancel this crazy training. But contrary to his expectations, Logan answered that it is bearable. Heinkel looked at the young master in surprise, and he said with a smile that it was good training. Knights go through this every day, so they are probably strong. He is looking forward to the next training. The knights quietly and the captain nervously clenched his teeth, and thought that this was not what he wanted. Not understanding their reaction, Logan looked at them with a puzzled look, and soon it was night. Finding himself alone in the forest, he looked around and thought, had all the knights left already? Training with them was his insurance in case all his plans failed. If all else failed, he would join the knights and fight on the front lines, so he needed to get close to them now and establish connections. And while his strength could be developed through meditation, it was also so important to train his body. That's what the training of the Knight Order would be useful for. He released a stream of energy from his hand and pressed it to his chest, smiling as he thought that he knew it would work. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, thinking that since the core of his power was growing, he wouldn't even feel tired before pulling the sword out of its sheath. He closed his eyes and concentrated, then abruptly pulled this out, raising a stream of wind. The energy transferred to his blade, and he thought, "Is this the power of a 1-star core? Maybe when he reaches the 2nd star he will gain the strength to match a high-ranking knight like his father." These thoughts made his body tremble with anticipation, and he smiled, and soon he saw the results of Hammer's work. Looking at the first 2 proposed options, he said that this was a complete failure. The second one too. On the third he asked, did he not think of anything else, and where is the carving he asked for? This thing only makes 1 shot, and the magazine, didn't he tell you where it should be implemented? The dwarf's face turned red with anger, and he wanted to object, but Logan suddenly slapped himself on the forehead, apologizing to him. He forgot he shouldn't have said that to him. Hammer agreed with him, and exclaimed that even if he was his master, he hurt the craftsman's pride. Logan did not let him finish, and said that if he was not capable, then nothing could be done. Several weeks of work in vain. He expected too much from him. It was his fault. He had misjudged his abilities and wasted so much money. While the dwarf was listening to this, his face darkened, and he, barely holding back his anger, said that he needed 1 month. He would create a new one in a month and come back. He broke the failed crossbow, after which he left, puffing under his breath in displeasure. Logan looked after him and thought, was he so angry that he would start over? He suddenly licked his lips and thought with a smile, if he pissed him off more, he would build something amazing, which was to be expected from a dwarf. A month later, Hammer presented his master with a new model of a crossbow that fired 2 bolts at once. Aiming, he fired, and the bolts flew at lightning speed toward the target, and hit almost in the center. The dwarf cleared his throat and asked what he thought of that. It fired 1 more shot, and it was easier to hold with 1 hand, and you could also change the magazine. Logan looked at the target in surprise, and thought that he had reloaded it in less than 5 seconds. The radius was not as large as the weapon from the past, and it was smaller, but it was better suited for a cavalryman. he even surpassed that. At this time the dwarf scratched his nose in embarrassment and said that, as he said, all that remained was to insert a pre-prepared magazine. He had worked hard for a whole month to create this. He was not going to put on airs, but let him mean it. Logan at this time smiled widely, and thought that he could not believe that they had already gone so far, although they had been searching for a whole month before the war. Noticing that he was not paying attention to him, the dwarf exclaimed with displeasure, "Was he even listening to him?" Suddenly his master grabbed him and lifted him off the ground, joyfully exclaiming that he had done a good job and tried hard. "Long live the dwarves, long live Hammer!" Hammer was very embarrassed and cursed, saying that they could be seen, he was not a child anymore. Logan looked at him with delighted eyes and gently said his name, and the dwarf's eyes sparkled and he asked, "What is it?" His master asked. "Can he make 400 of these in a month?" At this moment the smile in the dwarf's eyes became ominous. After a while the crossbows were ready, and Logan showed the new weapon to the mercenaries. Kaiselin clung on, then shot at the tree and lowered the crossbow. Looking at the 2 bolts in the barrel, the other mercenaries were very surprised, and one of them said that it was amazing. The projectiles flew far. The guy standing next to him said that this crossbow was shot several times in a row, quite an interesting thing. Kaiselin at this time looked with admiration at the weapon in his hands and thought, "How can a crossbow do such a thing? It is muzzle-loading and shoots at a long distance with such power and speed. Indeed, if you equip an army of more than 300 cavalrymen with these crossbows, he is afraid to even think about the consequences." He turned to his employer and said that he was truly an amazing person. Is this what he meant when he spoke about cavalry crossbowmen? He confirmed his words with a smile, and thought that Hamar had a hard time. He was assisted by other craftsmen, but it was impossible to predict that he would complete his order 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and even make an additional 100 crossbows. A dwarf with the rank of expert is something he would like to share with both the Knight Order and the soldiers, but he has financial problems. There is a risk of technology leakage, so he cannot rush yet. He told Kaiselin that from this day on, let the mercenaries take crossbows and go clean up the mountains outside their territories. The man was surprised and wanted to answer something, but his employer got ahead of him and asked with a smirk, "Does he mean to say that this is impossible?" Kaiselin hesitantly looked away, looking at 2 crossbow bolts in the tree, and replied that it could work out. Logan turned around and headed towards the mercenaries, sternly saying that he must make sure that everything works out for sure, otherwise everything would be in vain. The man watched him go and thought that he wouldn't develop a weapon like that to kill monsters. He watched him order the other mercenaries to each take a crossbow, and wondered if he was preparing for war. Spring soon arrived, and the knights were still training. One of them watched the young master run with 2 knights on his back and said that he had tremendous stamina. This was just ridiculous. Maybe it was in his genes, his comrade said. If he took after his father, he should be good with a sword. Still, they should remember the Dominion. The knight asked how he could compare to an old man. After all, he lost to his younger brother before he had even awakened. But despite this, it was quite surprising that he had been able to withstand all their training for a month now. The training that was originally designed to displace Logan had now become ingrained in the order. This training had unexpectedly become an incentive for the low-ranking knights who were usually done carelessly, and they also realized how their horses felt and began to empathize with them during training. The knight told his comrade who was carrying him on his back that he had overeaten the day before, so he was a bit heavy. His comrade replied that it didn't matter. He was one of them, so there was no need to worry about such things. The knight's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed in embarrassment that he was a fool. What should he answer to such a sudden statement? Strengthening the bonds between the knights was a bonus of the training. The captain of the order looked at his subordinates with a smile, and thought that he continued to train them like this because the first young master did not leave. But the result surprised him. He turned an enthusiastic and grateful look to the young master, from which he shuddered, and at that time the captain smiled and thought that his lucky talisman had come to him on foot. At this time Logan felt someone's gaze on him, and nervously rubbed the back of his head, wondering if he was tired. When day turned to night, Logan was already sitting in his room and meditating. Having exhausted his body with training, he begins to stimulate internal awareness through meditation. Repeating and coordinating this gives results. Recently he noticed signs of a change in strength. If he can improve this as he plans, then the superhuman or a master and supreme magician will no longer be a threat to him as in his past life. He took a deep breath, and a bright sphere appeared on his chest near his heart. His entire body was covered in aura, and he began to whisper words in an unknown language, strengthening the flow of energy. He clenched his hand into a fist, and there was a splash that filled the entire room with aura. The energy subsided, and the sphere acquired clear and smooth outlines. At this moment, Logan acquired a 2-star core. Now he has a base to learn the next secret sword technique, the Iron Slash. Considering the strength he gained from the first technique, he is confident that the second one will exceed his expectations in terms of its power. He looked out the window and noticed a huge moon in the sky, thinking that if he had managed to master this before the war, he would not be afraid of even high-ranking knights. Soon the snow melted completely, and greenery covered the ground again. The monsters walking on the field heard the loud clatter of hooves behind them, and turned around, then began to run away in terror. The cavalry was heading straight for them, and Kaiselin, who was leading the mercenaries, raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, ordering the others to reform the rows of horsemen. On either side of the center, they ran in opposite directions surrounding the monsters, and Kaiselin told them to load their crossbows, then gave the order to shoot. On command they fired the projectiles with a whistling sound and pierced the monsters' bodies, causing them to scream. Some managed to survive, but due to the fast reload, they did not have time to run far, and several crossbow bolts pierced their backs. Reloading and firing again, they easily killed the monsters. The last of them fell to the ground, and the cavalry stopped, listening to their dying groans. The mercenaries were delighted to see what the new weapon was capable of, and one of them said that these crossbows had almost no recoil. A rider nearby said that his shot pierced the monster's head and hit the head of another one standing behind. They laughed, rejoicing at the successful hunt, and Logan thought that a pack of over 100 monsters was destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Their old habits of using a regular crossbow made them feel a lot, but they began to reload faster. It was not in vain that they went so far to hunt. Noticing the smile on his face, Kaiselin asked if he was satisfied. He confirmed his words and said that during the first hunt they showed themselves terribly, but now they have become better. The mercenary was silent for a few seconds, thinking about his words, and then apologized for his curiosity, and asked why he needed this. He had never heard of an army of mercenaries with such power. He plans to kill all the monsters on the continent. Logan wanted to answer something, but suddenly he heard the clatter of hooves behind him, and the excited voice of a man calling him. He asked what was the matter. Seeing how hard he was breathing, Kaiselin became worried and asked if something was wrong. He excitedly replied that he was sent by a man named Rick. Logan looked at the messenger in surprise, and he continued, saying that yesterday Viscount Tezerin declared war on them. These words made the young gentleman very surprised and nervous. Yesterday, when the Viscount contacted Baron McLean, he declared war for insulting his ancestors by wrongfully taking his life. Patrick was confused by such a sudden announcement, and someone from his council asked, "This happened in the distant past, and he decided to get even now. Now there will be a war?" The captain of the Knight Order asked the Lord what they would do. Marion became very agitated and looked at her husband, and Heinkel said that the number of the Viscount's Knight Order alone exceeded theirs. Even with him, the chances of victory would be small. They could only ask for support and send knights to guard the city. Someone objected, saying that in this case, if the knights with power were driven out, the city would plunge into chaos. First, they needed to send an ambassador to negotiate a truce. The veins on Patrick's face bulged with rage, and he slammed his fist on the table, telling them to shut up. When the hall was finally silent, he said that although his family's power was not as great as it used to be, these people were constantly declaring war for no particular reason. It was obvious that this was planned on purpose. Did they even think before they even mentioned peace? He stood up from his seat and walked to the window, sternly ordering them to prepare for war and make a plan to win it. No objections would be accepted. Everyone in the room remained silent, not daring to say a word against it, and then one of them broke the silence by raising his hand and asking, "Will the young master also participate in the war?" Hearing this, Marion immediately turned her worried gaze to him, and then looked at her husband, and he replied that his sons would go to war along with the others. Ronian had awakened the power, and Logan was old enough to contribute. His wife hung her head dejectedly, and someone from the council said that he had heard that the first young master was training with the knights. Since they could both use the power, they would be of great support to them. Rick thought that this was bad. The young master was currently away. He quickly walked out of the council room and ran down the hallway, thinking that he had to report what had happened to him immediately. At this point, the man told the young master what had happened. Logan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth, thinking that according to his memories from his past life, the war was only supposed to start in 2 months. What could have affected this? The messenger became worried and asked him to hurry. They would undoubtedly ignore all customs and go straight to war. They needed to leave now to make it at least by the middle of the battle. Logan clenched his fist and thought that there was no time to think. Suddenly, Kaiselin hit his chest with his fist and said with a smile that their mercenary squad was always ready to take on the job. The joyful mercenaries lined up behind him, and Logan, looking at them and freezing in place for a second in surprise, told his subordinate that he was not very surprised by this news. He replied with a smile that they were in such a state now that they were ready to start a war themselves. His lord replied that it sounded terrible. Kaiselin said that they had excellent weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to use them. Logan looked at them again and thought that these guys were overly confident in themselves, but not out of nowhere. A grin appeared on his face, and he, remembering the field bloody with monster corpses, thought that they did not leave a chance for the pack of monsters that had increased since last winter. But what was the point if the war had begun? They just needed to win now. They had enough strength for this. The McLean house was shaking from the news of the unexpected war, but all 314 people were confident of their victory and were just waiting for the battle to begin. He ordered a squad of mercenaries to prepare to move out, and they joyfully shouted in chorus. The war began earlier than Logan had planned. The next day after the announcement, Tezran troops appeared on McLean territory. Their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. One of the knights burst into the Baron's office and reported that there were about 100 individual knights, about 1,000 regular soldiers, and about 10,000 cavalry. This was a full-scale war. Patrick jumped up from his chair at these words and exclaimed that Tezran had gone mad. He thought that they would have to face not only the forces of knights, who were like supermen to ordinary people, but also cavalry, and this was in a war between fiefs, not nations. His eyes flashed with anger, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, why go so far? But that was not all the news. The knight said that House Syros had announced that they would not send them reinforcements. These words fell on Marion like a bolt from the blue, and she asked in shock what he had said. She became worried and exclaimed that this could not be. He must have been mistaken. He replied that Dwayne had said that he had approached them several times, but they had refused. Marion trembled and looked down in horror, muttering that she had to see for herself. Patrick clenched his teeth in despair and ordered all the men who could hold a weapon to be gathered. They would answer them with all their might. The knight obeyed the order, and the lord fell into thought. The confidant house Kairos turned away from them, finding himself in a trap. McLean gathered as many men as he could to fight Tarson. Soon the hastily assembled army set out to meet the enemy. Among them were 53 knights, 552 soldiers in the regular army, and 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 people. But this is not even half the number of Tarson men. Seeing so many enemies in front of them, the knights trembled with fear, and their lord nervously clenched his teeth. One of the riders asked where the first young master was. The boy in front of him asked, "Did he not hear? He left a long time ago, and has not returned yet." His comrade said that he left at such a good time. Maybe they shouldn't wait for him. He ran away when he heard the news. These words reached Ronian's ear, and he turned around, exclaiming, "What are they talking about? His brother would never do something like this." He remembered how he decided to teach him a secret technique to save their family together, and exclaimed that his brother knew that the war would happen. He couldn't run away. Hearing that he knew about the war, the knights thought that he had run away, and one of them asked, "So are the rumors true? The lord's son ran away." Ronian became very nervous about this, and his father said that he would have to replace his brother. Let him remain determined. No matter what happens. His son only lowered his head in response, and he clutched the weapon in his hands, wondering why he couldn't believe it. However, something else is important now. They must win the war. His horse reared up, and he, raising his spear to the sky, ordered the soldiers to get ready. They will defeat these nobodies. After that, the cavalry and infantry rushed forward with a loud cry. And Tezran grinned at this time and said that Patrick finally took up his sword. He rushed to the attack and shouted that the knights were his swords. "Let him face them." Patrick did not answer and continued to confidently run forward, and red energy appeared around his horse and weapon. Noticing the enemy ahead, he thought that first he should break through the vanguard. He put all his strength and rushed forward, but suddenly a knight appeared in his path, who blocked his blow with his shield. The Baron was very surprised that he could not injure the enemy, and thought, did he block it? In response to his bewilderment, the knight only grinned, and Rick meanwhile was in the heat of battle, clutching the spear in his hands. He caught his breath and looked to the side, seeing that one of the servants had lost his arm and the other had been stabbed with a spear. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he looked to the other side, seeing a guy pinned to the ground by an enemy soldier, begging for help. Then his painful cry was heard, and Rick shook with fear. Thinking that things were bad, they were losing. Their army was so outnumbered that even servants like him were sent to fight. If they surrounded them, then that would be the end. At that moment someone hit him on the head with a stick, and he, groaning in pain, fell to the ground, after which the knight raised his spear over him and told him to die. The servant screamed in fear but did not lose his head and quickly rolled to the side, causing the spear to stick to the ground. The knight was very angry and wanted to say something, but at that moment a spear pierced his chest, and a soldier of the McLean army ordered the servant to get up and grab the spear. He extended his hand to help him get up, and Rick was glad that he was an ally and thanked him for his help. But a second later, the knight's blood splashed on his face. The corpse fell right in front of his feet, and he, seeing an arrow in the back of his head, abruptly got to his feet and ran in horror to the rear, as far from the enemy as possible. Arrows pierced the backs of the heads of the soldiers running past, and they all fell dead to the ground at once. Since the arrows were flying from the rear, Rick stopped and looked at the corpses. Listening through the groans of the dying soldiers, he heard the clatter of hooves, and his body trembled with fear. Enemy cavalry appeared from the rear, and Rick froze in horror, realizing that they were already there. His face turned pale, and the thought flashed through his head, "Are they all going to die?" Meanwhile, the Baron continued to fight the knight, his horse kicking, and he with his spear. The soldier's feet dug deeper into the ground and slid back, and blood flowed from his mouth. Despite this, he smiled and lowered his shield, telling the Baron that he lived up to his name. They had prepared so hard that he could not believe what was happening. Patrick gritted his teeth and frowned, and his hand trembled. And he thought that he had survived his blows containing power. He did not know that Tezzeret also had a high-ranking knight. His opponent reached for the sword behind his back with a smile, and he looked around the battlefield, noticing 4 more knights of at least mid-rank. He wondered why they were so confident. He asked them, so they were the ones who were preparing to deal with him. The knight grinned and confirmed his words and asked, "And how was their preparation?" At this point, the Baron stopped to think about his next steps. If he could get through, then the Knight Order wouldn't be able to either, and then they would be defeated. He threw his spear to the ground, then pulled his sword out of its sheath and charged, shouting that he wouldn't let that happen. He charged at the knight in front of him, who blocked his blow and staggered, but suddenly his eyes widened when he saw his opponent's sword engulfed in an aura. At that moment the Baron heard the clanking of armor behind him and turned around. One of the knights decided to attack him from behind and struck him forward with his spear, but he managed to move his head to the side in time, after which he blocked the next blow from the front and shouted that they were scoundrels. "Are they not familiar with knight honor?" One of the enemy soldiers smirked and asked what he was even talking about. His comrade told him to ignore him. These were his last words before he died. Their captain called them puppies and told them not to forget that he was a trained, high-ranking knight. At that moment Patrick pushed off from the saddle and jumped at one of them, raising his sword above his head, after which he struck with all his might, and his blade collided with the enemy's weapon, but suddenly he froze in place, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. The enemy knight attacked him from behind and pierced his stomach with a spear, causing the Baron's blood to immediately spill. The enemy grinned, rejoicing at his success, and then abruptly pulled out his spear, and Patrick felt a sharp pain, from which he cried out. Blood from the wound flowed down his leg onto the ground, and he cursed loudly, clutching the wound with his hand. He pulled his sword forward with the thought that while the high-ranking knight blocked his blows, the rest attacked. This is a trap, but he can't get around it. They even brought people from the rear. Because of the aching pain, he breathed heavily and clenched his teeth, thinking that Logan did the right thing by running away. He hoped that he could at least continue the family legacy. The knights attacked again, but the Baron did not give up so easily, and decided to continue the fight. The Viscount, meanwhile, watched everything from the sidelines and thought, with a grin, that he did the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. Now all that was left was to defeat Patrick and capture McLean Castle. As soon as he had it in his hands, then his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of hoofs. The smile disappeared from his face, and he turned around thinking, "Is that cavalry?" One of his soldiers ran up to him on a horse and said that they had found a detachment of cavalry in the rear. About 300 of them. The Viscount asked, in surprise, "Did McLean have an elite detachment?" The soldier replied that what was unusual was that they did not have spears. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Hearing this, Tezzeret burst out laughing and asked, was he talking about the crossbows that hunters use? Let him send rear soldiers and archers to get rid of them. They are not an elite squad but some worthless warriors. At that moment crossbow bolts hit the soldier closest to the Viscount, and when the knight was about to go to fulfill his order, a bolt pierced his head. His body fell to the ground, and the Viscount, watching this, was very scared, and then turned around and saw behind him cavalry led by the eldest son of Maclean, who was pointing a crossbow at the enemies. Frowning, he lowered his weapon, and examined the field full of corpses and still living soldiers screaming in pain. His eyes flashed with anger and came across one of the soldiers who received a blow to the back and could no longer move. He looked up at him and with tears in his eyes asked for help, but his life was immediately cut short by the enemy. Logan's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and in rage ordered his squad to shoot. His scream horrified the Viscount, and he froze in place, watching as thousands of crossbow bolts rained down on his army like hail. The Viscount's soldiers froze in place and wondered if Maclean had such a unit. After that, the crossbow bolts pierced their necks and pierced other parts of their bodies, accompanied by screams. The warriors fell to the ground, but some of them still survived. The soldier who managed to cover himself with a shield in time looked at the corpses of his comrades and shook with fear, thinking that those who did not have time to hide behind their shields were dead. If I had hesitated even a little, I would have died with them. The archers entered the battle at this time, and one of them shouted to the others to contract. They needed to shoot back. They concentrated and pulled the arrows, then fired. And when the arrows stuck in the ground a few meters before the cavalry, one of the archers thought that it did not reach them. How then did their arrows reach them? After that, the mercenaries raised their crossbows and again all at once. A second before his death, the frightened enemy knight saw the tip of the bolt in front of him, after which he died along with his comrades. Almost nothing remained on the battlefield from that huge army of the Viscount, and he, looking at the corpses, thought, why the entire rear was destroyed in a second. They did not even use magic, but simple crossbows. What kind of weapon did Patrick create? He turned to his subordinate and said that they should let the cavalry from the front move here. They needed to grab these idiots. The knight obeyed his order and raised the flag, showing the others to come here. Noticing this, the soldiers looked at each other and nodded to each other, then spurred their horses and ran after Tezrin, getting ready to fight the enemy cavalry. The mercenary squad at this time simply stood in place and waited for orders, and Logan with a smirk said that they were walking into their hands. Meanwhile, Ronan fought with one of the knights, and their blades collided with a loud clang. He clenched his teeth, trying to stay on his feet, and then his eyes widened, and he ducked, seeing that his opponent swung his sword. The soldier turned around and said discontentedly that he was dodging well, and then his comrade came up to him and said that they did not have time for him. The tide of the battle strangely changed. The knight asked, in his opinion, is he playing games here or something? This boy is no joke. The opponent asked him to look back, and he, clearly not wanting to leave Ronian, exclaimed, what is he doing? Ronian at this time caught his breath and thought that having been in a real battle, he realized that he was not a genius. He is just a boy who has recently awakened, but he cannot lose. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, and remembered his father's words that he would have to replace his older brother, and looked at the enemy with a confident look, with the thought that he could not die here. But what happened next made him very surprised. He saw that the enemies had left him, and thought, why the hell are they turning their backs on him and swinging their swords? Whatever the reason, this is his chance. He suddenly rushed forward, and swinging his sword in one blow, he cut his opponent's neck, and blood spurted in all directions. This made him surprised, and he wondered, did he hurt him so easily? The wounded knight staggered, and crossbow bolts fell in front of the boy's feet, after which his opponent fell to the ground with a crash, and he turned his gaze to him. Seeing several bolts sticking out of his body, he immediately turned his confused gaze to the side, and seeing cavalry ahead, turned his attention to the man at the head. Seeing his older brother, he joyfully called out to him with a relieved smile, after which the enemy cavalry rushed past him on horses, and their commander ordered to attack those with crossbows. Such is the order of their master. The horses, exhausted from the battle, lined up in a row, and their riders took out shields. Logan grinned and asked, is this the famous snake shield formation? He loudly ordered his squad to aim diagonally at the ground, and one of the mercenaries repeated the order, and then turned to the young master in confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. He responded with a sinister grin and said that their target was horses. The same smile appeared on the faces of the mercenaries, after which Logan gave the order, and they all fired together. The crossbolts pierced the bodies of the horses, and they began to say loudly and rear up, causing the formation to collapse. Due to the pain, the horses raged and threw off their riders, and Logan, watching this, said with a smile that they were fools. He turned his gaze to his younger brother and thought that fortunately, he arrived in time to help him, but his father was still left. He decided to save his family this time. There was no point in winning the glitch if he died. He spurred his horse and handed over command to Kaiselin, and he was very surprised by such a decision. Seeing that he was riding away, he tried to stop him, and exclaimed that they were planning to attack beyond the reach of their bows. He looked after him, and thought that victory was almost in their hands. Why didn't he try to earn it himself? He is stronger than him. But if they encounter a knight of average rank, it would be bad. He cursed loudly, and sending everything to hell, waved his hand and ordered the rest of the mercenaries to cover young Master Logan. At this time, Patrick continued to fight, and they both wounded each other, coughing up blood. The Baron cursed, and the knight said with a smile that he could not believe that he ran at him knowing that he would be stabbed. While the Baron was busy with him, the enemy knight pounced on him from the side and swung his sword from below upwards, which forced the two high-ranking knights to increase the distance between them. Because of this, Patrick's wound reopened, and he cried out loudly in pain and then covered it with his hand, and thought that this was strange. He concentrated and looked at his opponents more closely. Two knights rushed at him at once, putting their weapons forward, and he, noticing the aura around them, thought that they were rushing at him against their will. Where did all this despair come from if it was mostly on their side? He swung his sword, blocking the blows of two knights at once, but no matter how he parried, they attacked again and again. Feeling that they were pressing him, he clenched his teeth and cursed in his thoughts, and when he wanted to respond to the blow, the owner of the golden aura appeared on the battlefield. Noticing this, one of the knights froze in place and looked to the side, seeing the Baron's eldest son quickly approaching them. He rushed between them and his father like a hurricane raising a cloud of dust. A sharp gust of wind hit Patrick in the face, and he, slightly squinting, wondered what happened. Through the clouds of dust he noticed a man in front of him, and a smile on his face. Logan looked at the corpses of the enemies in front of his feet, and said that he barely made it. Hearing his voice, his father called out to him excitedly, and looked at his back in surprise, thinking that he had seen him in a squad of mercenaries approaching from the enemy's rear. But he was sure that he was far away. How did he manage to make such a journey through the enemies to him? He turned around, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a field littered with corpses. He walked up to his son and asked when he had become so strong. He stopped mid-sentence, saying that it didn't matter now. He didn't know what was going on, but since he was here, that meant he was mostly on their side. His son confirmed his words with a confident smile, and he, putting his hand on his shoulder, smiled and said that he had done well. A high-ranking knight who was standing to the side at this time and looking at Logan wondered if he had just knocked down two mid-ranking knights at the same time. He looked at his smiling face and thought, this pathetic 20-year-old country boy could do this? He worked his ass off to become a knight at his age. He gripped the hilt and gritted his teeth, thinking that now was not the time to think about it because he would kill him here and now. He was infuriated and pointed his sword forward and called out to his comrades, Rick and Trumbull, asking what they were doing. Let them quickly accept. They tried to get up and groaned in pain, and Patrick thought that this attack was enough for him to understand that even though Logan was not a high-ranking knight now, he was strong enough to deal with most of the mid-ranking knights. Then he should deal with the mid-ranking ones and he would take on the high-ranking ones. As if reading his mind, Logan extended his hand to the side and blocked his way, saying that he would fight him. His father became worried and objected, saying that he was too strong for him. He had advanced a lot but had not yet reached a high rank. Suddenly, Logan hit him right in the wound, and he, feeling severe pain, wheezed in pain and cowered. His son said that in such a state even he could defeat him. Let him trust him and let him fight him. Waiting for an answer, he looked at his father with a determined look, and he, having calmed down after the surging pain, agreed. They stood back to back, and Patrick, preparing for battle, told his son to be careful. He only smiled in response, and then they both rushed to the attack. He said that they needed to finish them off quickly. Seeing Logan running at him, the high-ranking knight was surprised and thought, was it he who was advancing on him, and not the Baron? Thinking that he was being underestimated, he became very angry and gritted his teeth, and the aura around his body flared up even brighter, and he, calling the enemy a puppy, exclaimed, "How dare he?" Logan did not answer, and continued to run forward resolutely despite the enemy. The aura from his body passed to the blade, and he, pushing off the ground with all his might, jumped up and raised the sword over his head, after which he attacked the enemy, and their blades collided. The knight blocked the blow with difficulty and stepped back, but his opponent continued to press on him confidently. Looking at him still, the knight could not withstand his pressure and stepped back, after which he exclaimed that this could not be. He thought that even though he was wounded he did not feel any remarkable high-level strength from him. However, since he was pressing him, it meant that he was giving it his all. He grinned at this thought, after which he rushed forward with the thought that it could not be otherwise. He swung his sword, wishing death on his opponent, and he, without showing any emotion, prepared for the blow. When their swords clashed again, they began to move quickly across the field, attacking each other again and again. The knight firmly stepped on the ground and struck again, which his opponent parried, but suddenly the wound on his stomach opened up, and he gritted his teeth in pain, cursing mentally. This momentary hesitation did not escape Logan's attention, and he decided to take advantage of it, inflicting a new wound. Blood spurted from a long cut on the knight's shoulder, and he cried out in pain, after which he retreated, clutching the wound with his hand, and thought that he had never exposed himself. He needed to wait for the moment to fall. Suddenly an idea came to him, and he smirked with the thought that he had another option. Logan, who stood still and waited for his next move, looked down at his blade and noticed that the aura from his sword was moving, looked up and realized that the power of his sword was being absorbed by his opponent's sword. The knight was glad that he fell for his trick, after which he took a more stable stance and gripped the hilt tighter, swinging his sword back with all his might. Because of this, Logan's sword was pulled towards him, and he was jerked forward, and he nervously clenched his teeth. His blade stopped right in front of the knight, and he, noticing that the enemy's center of gravity had shifted, smiled and gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, thinking that this was the perfect moment to attack. But when he rushed forward and was about to strike, a piece of cloth flashed behind him, and he nervously turned around. Logan at this time changed his position and found himself in front of the enemy, and he thought, "Is he that fast?" He looked at him with a frightened look and wondered if he was the slow one. Logan decided not to delay his death any longer, and used the divine sword's secret technique, causing his blade to blaze with bright energy. Seeing this, the knight became very scared and backed away, saying that he needed to get out of there quickly. Logan raised his sword above his head and, using the first form slashing wave, swung it from top to bottom and released an energy wave forward. A bright light blinded his opponent's face, and he stuttered that it was impossible. Then the energy reached him, and he burned in a bright flash. A bright beam of light hit the sky, and everyone else stopped fighting to look at it. Logan's punch created a shockwave that thundered throughout the area, after which he spat and looked at the depression in the ground left by his punch. He turned his gaze to his opponent and asked, "Does a high-ranking knight rely on cheap tricks?" After that, he raised his sword to the sky and loudly announced that he, Logan McLean, had killed the enemy general. Hearing this, the soldiers of Viscount Turson froze, and one of them asked in surprise, "A high-ranking knight has fallen." His comrade said that this could not be. "And what about the Viscount? Did they get him too?" The soldier replied that he no longer knew. He had not seen the flag for a long time. After that, one of them threw his sword on the ground, and his comrade grabbed him by the shoulder, asking what he was doing. "Is he crazy?" he responded by exclaiming that they needed to surrender to save themselves. He didn't want to die here. The knight asked how he could do that. After watching them, the other knights also threw down their weapons and said that they were surrendering. Rick, who managed to survive, began to praise Mr. Logan with tears in his eyes and shouted, "Long live the first young master!" With a joyful smile, his words were picked up by the other knights, and they all began to solemnly chant this. One of them called them idiots and said that the battle was not over yet. Meanwhile, Viscount had already managed to escape from the battlefield and was currently heading to his castle. He wondered at what point everything went wrong. He had been preparing for this fight for 3 years, and even asked other aristocrats for help and gathered 100 knights. "It's all because of that red devil. His cavalry and new weapons ruined everything." He hit the reins, speeding up his horse, and thought that first he needed to get back to his place. That way he would stay alive. In this way he reached the castle gate and dismounted from his horse, after which he approached the guards and ordered them to open the gates. The knight looked at him in surprise, and his comrade noticed something in the distance and told them to look. Someone was riding there. Seeing a large detachment of horses, he asked, "Is that the cavalry?" The Viscount turned around and, noticing Logan at the head of the detachment, became very nervous, after which he hurried to hide in the castle. Soon the cavalry reached the castle, and Logan, dismounting from his horse, said that this Viscount runs fast. Logan looked around the castle, and for a second there was silence, which was diluted by the noise of the wind. He looked at the soldiers on the walls and shouted that Turson had lost. "Let them open the gates and let the winner in." Hearing this, the archers became agitated, and one of them asked why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. Their commander called out to them with displeasure and asked if they had chickened out. After listening to the enemy's chatter, they replied that this was not the case, and the commander shouted that there were just over 300 of them. They would not be able to break through their blockade. Logan at this time bent his knees, preparing to jump, and gathered all the strength in his body. The guard noticed this and nervously asked what the hell he was doing. Logan's foot pressed into the ground, and he pushed off from it abruptly, disappearing into thin air. His movements were so fast that the guard did not even understand where he had gone, and then he looked up and saw that he was climbing the wall, notifying his comrades about it. But it was too late. Logan had already put his blade to the knight's neck and ordered him to open the gate if he did not want to die. Meanwhile, there was a tense atmosphere in the castle. The butler was standing in the Viscount's office, and Viscount himself was in the secret storage room, and was collecting all the treasures in a bag for escape. But suddenly, Logan's voice was heard behind him, saying that he was caught. He turned around abruptly, and exclaimed in fear, "How did he end up here?" He replied that his maid had shown the way, even before he began to threaten her. Such behavior speaks volumes about his reputation. Not finding what to answer, Turson remained silent and became nervous, and then noticed the butler's gaze on him, who immediately ran away. He clenched his fists in anger and thought, how dare they betray him? Noticing that his enemy was approaching, he backed away, and nervously asked him to wait. He surrendered. He was willing to pay both reparations and a share by the convention regarding feudal wars. Therefore he asks to spare him and his family. Logan repeated with a smirk, "By the convention, he declared war for no reason and invaded them the very next day, and now he mentions the convention." He came very close to him, and looking down at him threateningly asked, "Does he have no conscience at all?" Viscount became worried and said that he still had the honor of an aristocrat. Enemies captured during feudal wars were guaranteed to have their lives spared by the convention. Logan confirmed his words and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he respected the honor and traditions of his house MacLean, so he would spare his life, and he would also give him time and permission to take the gold and leave. The Viscount sighed with relief and thanked him with a smile, but he hurried. Logan said that his father would say so. After all, he is a man of honor to the core and will spare the surrendered without any conditions. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and Viscount screamed in fear before executing him. Logan's gaze fell on one of the treasures in the chest. It was a blade decorated with precious stones. He took it out and said that this blade was beautiful. The Viscount said that he could take it. It was forged by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Logan took the blade out of its sheath and refused, after which he put it in the hands of the Viscount, telling him to take it with him. Viscount looked at the weapon in surprise, not knowing how to react to this, and Logan smiled. He waited until he took the blade in his hands and suddenly leaned forward, plunging the tip into his chest. Feeling a sharp burning pain, he coughed up blood and said he would spare him. He replied that he said that his father would do so, but they are not alike. He continued to hold the Viscount's hands on the hilt of the dagger, and he asked, "What about the honor of an aristocrat?" Logan let out a chuckle and asked, "Should he talk about honor? Does he even realize how many people died because of him? His pathetic life will end here." He gave him an angry look and then stabbed him with the blade several times until his eyes rolled back, and he choked on blood. The Viscount's body fell, and Logan, watching his blood spread across the floor, told him to thank God for a quick death. He raised his hand, looking at his bloody palm, clenched it into a fist and put it to his chest, smiling as he said that they finally survived the disaster. Deciding that it was time to end it, he stood up and, taking a deep breath, shouted that Viscount Haemon Tesrin committed suicide. His screams spread throughout the castle, and a second later, Kaiselin entered the room to tell him something. Logan asked what was wrong. He replied that he thought he should look into the castle's underground dungeon. He became interested in it and headed there. A few days passed after their victory, and Patrick arrived at Tesrin Castle as soon as he recovered. He frowned and asked his son, "Did Viscount commit suicide?" He replied that he must have been in despair. His father raised an eyebrow and asked in disbelief, "Was it he who killed him?" Logan shuddered and decided to remain silent, and his father approached his face and began to peer at him suspiciously, which made him look away. After that, Logan sighed and confirmed his words, saying that he killed him on purpose. They must take his domain back under their control. He does not want his line to live on and cause them problems in the future. Patrick remained silent, thinking about it, and then sighed heavily and said that he was already an adult. He had his reasons for doing this. Hearing this, Logan realized that his father had changed, and Patrick looked into the distance and said that no matter what anyone said, he played a vital role in this battle. His voice quieted down slightly, and he thanked him. Logan smirked, and his father coughed into his fist in embarrassment and turned to him, saying that he would now be the official heir to the McLean house. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth slightly opened in surprise, and Patrick nodded to him. He smiled and lowered his head, and then suddenly apologized to him, saying that he had to refuse. Patrick asked in confusion. He was refusing the offer to become his successor, but why? Is he worried about his reputation? If so, his contribution to the battle completely changed it. The protagonist replied, "That's not the point." Patrick asked, "What was the point?" Logan looked at him and replied, "McLean is a family of knights. Ronian is more suited for this position." He put his hand on his heart and said he started using the power at 14, 5 years before him. Logan remembered the image of his brother and said, "It is impossible to predict what feats he will perform when he reaches his age." Patrick looked at him carefully and said nothing. He said, "Even if he is right, the head of the house is not for combat achievements." Logan smiled slightly and thought, perhaps judging by what is known today, but if Ronian, like in his past life, receives the title of the youngest user of the power, there will be no more problems, and more importantly, becoming the heir will not gain any advantage he does not have. He does not have time to learn from him how to be a baron. The protagonist said that as an older brother, he would like to give his younger brother a chance. He hopes that his father will wait until Ronian reaches the right age. Patrick exhaled and said he did not expect him to be so attentive to him. He would accept his request and postpone the choice of heir for 5 years when Ronian would become an adult. Logan thanked him. Patrick responded, but of course he would receive another reward when he returned home. They would count their income from the war. It would probably exceed 100,000 gold. Logan said, about the reward. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he could choose it himself. After a while, the servants shouted. The gate, the men of the McLean family and the knights rode into the city. There were enthusiastic citizens everywhere, and confetti was flying. The boy looked up and asked happily, "Did they return from the war after only a week?" The boy replied, "He heard the war lasted 1 day." The boy looked at him in surprise and asked, "But how is that possible? Were their knights always this strong?" The boy stretched out his hand and answered, "Hasn't he heard yet? It's all thanks to the first young master Logan." The boy looked at Logan riding a horse and asked in surprise, "Is he talking about that hooligan?" The boy raised his finger and said, "According to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries turned the tide of the battle. They went around the enemy from behind as if they knew in advance what was happening. He heard they defeated them with a mysterious weapon. The townspeople turned around, and the boy said he was even able to handle a high-ranking knight." The girl asked in surprise, "Is the first young master such a great person?" The boy replied, "He thought that he was only causing trouble." "Is it possible that he brought a lot of monster meat for a reason?" The boy replied. "He probably made something up. What if he was just pretending until now?" The girl said enthusiastically. "Wow, she got goosebumps." The townspeople looked ahead in admiration and said, "This is to be expected. Geniuses are different from ordinary people." Logan passed by them and thought, it is embarrassing for him to hear such a thing. Ronian rode behind him and happily asked, "What will he say?" "Logan, everyone praises him." Logan turned around and asked, "Praise? It only makes him blush." "Ronian, he should not overdo it either." Ronian smiled and asked, "How else if it is true?" "They are happy to see him. Let him smile at them." Logan asked, puzzled. "Smile?" He turned his head towards the townspeople and they opened their mouths in delight. Logan was embarrassed and blushed. The protagonist looked at the townspeople and smiled fiercely, which scared everyone. They began to talk in fear. What should he understand? This smile, is this a warning about murder? "He will cut off their heads with this finger." Logan asked, puzzled. "Did he do something wrong?" Ronian smiled and answered, "God, Logan, this is a failure." Patrick turned around and thought, what's the matter? He frowned and then looked ahead and shouted, "And now let them greet the winners of this war." Shouts began to be heard everywhere. "Long live McLean, long live young Master Logan." After a while, Logan walked through the palace and looked around. He closed his eyes and asked, "Will the greeting ceremony last until the morning? For people who just returned from the war, they have good stamina." Suddenly, a scream was heard. What was he planning anyway? The protagonist turned around and Ronian grabbed Marion by the hand and said, "Mother," she screamed in displeasure. She heard everything. He refused to become the heir. What is his plan? He can fool others, but not her. Ronian said in fear, "Mother, for God's sake, Logan, let him forgive." She was very hurt by the problem with the family. The protagonist smiled and replied, "Ronian, everything is fine." He looked at Marion's dissatisfied face and thought she was always unhappy with him. But after the betrayal of the House of Kiros, she lost all her strength, so he no longer needed to fear her. If he apologizes now, she can accept it. Logan said, "Mother, He realizes that his actions in recent months were not trustworthy, and he regrets that he was driven by envy and a sense of inferiority. Marion turned around and looked at her son and said, "He sees Ronan, he admitted it himself." "It's all his Ran," Ronan cried out pitifully. "Mother, for God's sake, let her stop." "Logan, she's in a bad mood right now," the protagonist said to just listen to him. "Ronan McLean, after all, it was he who he should apologize to," Ronan asked in surprise. "What?" Logan looked up and said, "He apologized to him after returning, but he never said what for." He frowned and said, "It seemed that regret and the cowardly nature that he had cultivated for several years were difficult to overcome." Ronan asked in confusion, "Logan, what was he talking about?" The protagonist looked at him and said, "But he knew it. He asked to forgive him for hating him all these years." Ronan froze in confusion and began to shake. Marion frowned and looked at him in surprise. Logan said, "He was trying to cover up his incompetence with hatred, and now he sincerely regrets his behavior. Let him at least officially apologize to him now." He lowered his head and said that he was truly sorry. Ronan raised his head and looked at him with sadness in his eyes. Logan thought, good deeds cannot cover up bad ones. He clenched his fist and thought, he is still naive. Ronan said, "Everything is fine, Logan." The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and froze. Ronan smiled and said he believed that as long as he was treated well, one day the brother he knows will return. He smiled and closed his eyes. Logan said, "Ronan?" He thought that he was wrong not to dare to do this earlier. The protagonist looked at Marion and said, "Mother, he sincerely cares about Ronan." He remembered how he taught him the technique and said, "And he hopes that he will become the successor. He understands that he cannot ask him to check for him right away. Please, so let her watch everything he does from now on." Marion lowered her head down, and Logan looked at her with a smile. He thought, that's enough for now. After a while, the dark, gloomy clouds parted, and the sun's rays appeared in the sky. Logan and Hammer were walking through the forest. Hammer asked, "Sir, where are you going right after returning from the war?" The protagonist answered, "He had rested enough. It's time to get to work." Hammer frowned with displeasure and said he was just worried, that's all, about how he would squeeze all the juices out of him again. Logan turned around and said not to worry. He would like this task. Hammer sighed with displeasure and thought that he knew what he liked. After a while, they stopped, and Logan put his hand to his head and said, "From now on," he stood in front of a large mountain and said, "They will develop this mine." Some time ago, Patrick asked as a reward he wanted the right to develop the mine. "He means the one in the mountain near the borders of Tezrin." Logan answered, "Yes, that's it." Patrick said that although it was a mountain, there was nothing there. Why did he choose that one? Logan smiled and asked, "Who knows, maybe there would be gold buried in it." The reason why House Tezrin started the feudal war became clear only a year after it ended. A large cart was driving along a forest road, leaving a trail of wheels behind it. Tezrin had been mining gold from the mountain in the captured McLean territory, and that alone had made him far more influential than any other average duke, until Ronnie and McLean destroyed his family out of revenge. Logan remembered the frightened look of Tezrin sitting on the floor. Currently, Kaiselin was walking forward and saying there was an underground prison of Tezrin Castle. There were unusual people in it, so he decided that he should take a look. Logan walked up to the bars and saw people there. The old man grabbed the bars and screamed, "They did nothing wrong. They just got gold from the mine, which is what they were hired for, and that evil Viscount locked them in there." Logan grabbed his face with his hand and said, "Oh, that Tezrin." He shook with anger and said he couldn't believe that he put 5 valuable mining experts in prison. The man asked in surprise, was he angry? Logan licked his lips, looked at him and said, "What an unexpected catch," the old man thought fearfully. What was going on? They won the war against Tezrin, but it was like overcoming a small wave. If the Empire's invasion, which led to the collapse of the country, is the last obstacle, then the event that will happen in a year will be the beginning of the death of the nation. The ship was sailing on the sea, which was suddenly grabbed by the tentacles of a huge kraken. The death of the current king Samuel von Grandia, his sudden death, will lead to a conflict between the 3 princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war, which will significantly weaken the fighting power of the kingdom. The Empire will invade just at the moment when the strength of the kingdom has not yet been restored. After some time, Logan stood in the forest and thought, in general, this was the first reason that led to the collapse of the kingdom. McLean is not a faction maintaining neutrality, which would allow them to remain simple observers. Logan frowned and thought, but he cannot miss such a chance. He will take advantage of the disorder to reclaim the lands that previously belonged to them, and they will again become the rulers of the Southwest. He put his hand to his chin and thought, And if possible, he will stop this civil war and move on. Suddenly he was called out, "Sir." Logan turned around and saw Hammer, who asked, puzzled, what was he thinking about in broad daylight? He doesn't even respond to his questions. Men were standing next to him who had previously been in prison. Logan looked at them and thought in surprise, oh, he didn't notice. He needs to pull himself together. He just got over the disaster. For the sake of the future, he needs to quickly build up his combat power. But right now, this proposal sounds like nonsense. He'll have to rely only on his own money. Logan looked around and thought, this mountain will become a cash cow to fund his endeavors. He said, there is gold in the middle of the mountain. He wants them to develop the mine. Logan folded his arms over his chest and asked, how much would it cost him approximately? The men looked at him in surprise, and Hammer frowned. He thought about it. Another ridiculous task. The old man raised his hand and thought, Tezrin promised to pay a lot. So he immediately agreed. But is he telling the truth? He asked the question. Is he sure there is gold there? Logan shook his head and answered, he is sure. The old man asked how he knew about it. Logan pointed his finger at himself and screamed, he saw it himself. The old man thought in fear, did he see? Logan pointed his finger at them and said, for their information, this task is secret, so they will work in 6. Hammer thought, does he want to kill them? The old man screamed in fear, how can only 6 people work in the mine? This is an exorbitant amount of work. He looked at Hammer and added, even with the dwarf. Hammer looked at him, puzzled. The old man got angry and with reddened eyes thought, for heaven's sake let him support him. Hammer looked at him carefully and said, well, they can just prepare for death in advance. Let them sleep less and give up normal human life. The old man thought in fear, he is finished. Logan smiled and thought, Hammer is a good man. He already thinks like a slave, or rather like a worker. He asked, are they ready to start, and he would like to hear about the payment? The old man replied that they needed to get to the gold first to determine the scale of the work. But 5 million gold would do as a contribution. Hammer added that it would take a long time to develop the mine safely. It would take 6 months just to prepare, and then another 6 months to work at full capacity. Logan looked down and thought, he knew it would take a lot of money and time, but this gold had made the Viscount richer than other dukes. He needed to get it at any cost. He grabbed his neck and thought, if only he could sell the monster meat now, he would invest the proceeds in the mine. However, the effect of this would only be known in 6 months. Logan was impatient and thought, wait, do you need to wait? If he removes the toxin, he can use it as a medicine now. He used a neutralizing agent for this when he was a mercenary. He could do the same now. If he does everything himself and sells it, he clenched his fist and smiled. A week later at McLean's house in the south, Rick said, it's ready. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, here's his cloudy medicine, made from nightgrass herbs from the plot, and leek his herbs. Logan looked at him displeased and said, he asked not to call it cloudy. It's a neutralizing agent. Rick let out air from his mouth and thought, yeah. Logan asked, where is the monster meat? Rick said, in the storage, as he asked. Logan said, great, they're going there. We need to use the prepared remedy on this. Rick screamed in fear. What does he want him to go with him? Logan said, of course. Rick covered his ears and screamed, he can't hear him, he can hear him. No, he doesn't want to. He's never been there, so he doesn't know anything. Logan got angry and thought, what an idiot, why is he suddenly fussing, and you can't even hit him? After a while, he grabbed his face and sighed in displeasure. Logan headed towards the storage facility and wondered what that stench was. He knew it would stink, and the smell was already making him feel sick. Rick was kneeling behind him, throwing up. Suddenly an energy wave appeared around him and he exhaled. Logan walked inside and said, okay, let's go. Rick asked him to wait. He asked why he felt bad and he didn't. Logan replied that he had paralyzed his sense of smell with force. Rick screamed he was selfish. Logan replied that if he felt bad he should awaken his power. After a while he handed Rick the powder and said, here, let him sprinkle this on the meat and don't feel sorry. Let it all be in this. The black spots are poisonous. Be careful. Rick stood with his nose covered with a cloth and said discontentedly, that smell, Logan said. Then let him make mince. He chopped the meat very finely, and Logan said to roll it into balls. He asked, well, does it look like medicine? Rick frowned and answered, probably. Logan said, okay, that's what they'll be selling. He'll be the one creating it, so let him remember how to do it. Rick cried out in displeasure. What? No, never. Logan said he'd pay 100 gold pieces for each pill. Rick folded his arms and said, in that case, Logan thought with confusion, he'd expect it to do without any expenses. He handed Rick a pill and said, now we need to test the effectiveness of this. Rick asked with confusion, what is this for? Logan answered, for men's health. Rick asked again, and what does that mean? Logan cried out in displeasure. Oh my God, let him not disappoint him. He'll explain it only once, so let him listen carefully. He imagined two hares creating pills. The hare drank it and got pumped up and quickly started working. Rick cried out loudly. Logan put his hand to his lips and asked, embarrassed, "Did he understand?" Rick laughed and answered, "Yes, I see. There is one person to test it on." Logan looked at him in surprise and asked, "Who?" Rick raised his finger, closed his eyes, and answered, "Master Dwayne." At that moment Dwayne was walking down the street with sheets of paper and wondering why his ears were burning. He went to the door and knocked and said, "First, young master, this is Dwayne." Logan said to come in. Dwayne opened the door slightly and asked for forgiveness and said that he was told that he wanted to see him. He went inside, looked around and asked, "First, young master, where did he go?" Suddenly Logan appeared behind Dwayne and said he was waiting for him. "Dwayne!" He screamed in fear and fell to the floor, pressing himself against the wall. He screamed, "You can't jump out from behind him so abruptly." Logan put his hand on his shoulder and said he just wanted to give him a shoulder massage. He's been very tired these days. After all, he has to settle things after the war, right? Dwayne blushed and replied, "No, he is fine. Unlike him, the Lord is doing worse," Logan said. "But he fell from helplessness." Dwayne replied, "No, he just scared him." Logan frowned, picked Dwayne up and slapped his back with his palm, said, "Let him quit. He knows how hard it is for him," he screamed. "Things are going badly for them because he spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights do not know about this, and ask for their pay. The management is going through hard times now," Dwayne said with tears in his eyes. "Young master," he wiped a tear from his eyes and said, all this time he seemed to have perceived him incorrectly. He did not expect that he was so caring and even thought about the manager. Logan smiled and asked, "Is that why he has problems in bed?" Suddenly Dwayne froze, and it was as if an electric shock struck his head. He widened his eyes and began to run away, asking for forgiveness. Logan turned around and shouted after him, "Let him wait. At least listen." He extended his palm with a pill and said he wanted to give him this. Dwayne asked, puzzled, "What is it?" Logan said, "It is a patented product from Merchant from Kyle. The result is guaranteed after the first pill." He grinned and said, "Although he has never tried it, what do you think?" He decided to give it to him first. Dwayne took it and looked puzzled. After a while, Logan, accompanied by Rick, walked down the corridor. Dwayne quickly began to run after them and shouted, "Young master." Rick turned around, puzzled, and asked, "Is Dwayne the manager?" Logan thought. Finally, Rick said, "Sir, he is the manager." "Is it possible to run down the corridor?" Dwayne asked. "How much?" he shouted, breathing heavily. "How much do the pills cost?" Logan grinned and thought, "This is a success." Rick looked at him with displeasure and asked, "Can he hear him?" Logan said. "Dwayne, let him give him his hand." Dwayne tried to catch his breath and knelt on one knee. He looked at him with delight and Rick asked, "Mr. Dwayne?" Logan looked like a hero in his eyes and Rick just froze in confusion, his eyes wide. Logan took out the box and handed it to Dwayne under the bright sunlight. After the first successful time, the men bowed their heads to Logan, and the experiments continued. After a while, Logan sat in the office and, folding his hands under his chin, asked Heinkel, "He heard rumors that he and his wife have been having a lot of quarrels lately. Is that true?" Heinkel screamed in fear. "What? Who is spreading such rumors?" Logan grabbed Heinkel's head and screamed, "Enough, let him just try to accept it. The second test subject is Heinkel." He took the pill and his body felt hot. He turned around and said, "Young master." Logan folded his arms across his chest and said, "Let him go to his wife. He would talk to his father himself." Heinkel smiled and thanked him. He asked for permission to take his leave. Logan nodded, and the knight heroically left his office. After a while, Patrick looked out the window, cleared his throat, and said, "Logan, about this, the third test subject, this is Patrick," he said sheepishly. "It was wonderful." Logan left the office and, closing the door, thought, "Forgive me, Ronian, but they will have another brother." Rick said discontentedly, "To wait?" He put his hand to his chest, standing with napkins in his nose, and shouted, "Why doesn't he offer him? He worked harder than anyone." Logan looked at him carefully, looked away and turned around and left. Rick crossed his legs and looked after him questioningly. He shouted, "What kind of look was that?" Logan stopped and said, "He has no one to test the effect of the pill with." Rick shouted indignantly, "Did he say everything, young master?" "Master?" Logan told him not to follow him. "He stinks." After a while, the purple sphere spoke, "It is clear. If the medicine works, there will be demand. What price does he want to set?" Logan looked at it and answered, 100 gold each, 1,000 for a set of 10. Philip looked at him and frowned and asked, "He does not think that the aristocrats in the capital are simpletons, does he? There is no need to ask for trouble." Logan raised his hand and said, "Of course not. He is just confident in his product." He thought about it. In his past life it was bought so often that the price has risen terribly. Philip said, "If he sells in limited quantities, he will be able to get more." He handed the coin to the magician and said, "Let him talk for another 10 minutes, please." The magician smiled and thanked him. Philip said, "That is logical if he is confident in the effect." Logan replied. He was convinced that the result would be excellent. It would be enough for someone famous to try the pill and express his opinion. It would have to be someone who needed such a medicine. Philip folded his arms and asked, "But what kind of aristocrat would spread the word that his impotence had passed?" Logan replied. "There was no need to spread it, and aristocrats' conversations are always overheard by many ears. Even if it is a secret, rumors will still spread, and other buyers will flock like bees to honey." Philip put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "In that case, maybe you will go to a banquet in the capital." Logan's eyes widened and he asked, "A banquet? Is he serious?" He thought about it. He only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary. His family did not have money for banquets. Philip said that it was easier to establish connections there, although to promote his business he would have to spend time. He would have gone if he were not a commoner. After all, it won't be possible to sell medicine at a banquet. Logan asked, puzzled. "Sell at a banquet?" Philip replied. "Just let him not say that he wants to do it. Their house will become an outcast if he does something like that in high society." Logan sat comfortably on a chair and said, "This won't happen if he's not the one selling." Philip remembers he told him about an informant in the capital. Let him go to him and find out everything they might need. Philip asked fearfully, "What, an informant? What is he up to?" Logan said happily. "He will arrive at the Grand soon. He will find out the details when they meet." Philip looked away fearfully and thought. He had a bad feeling about this. A week later, Logan got off his horse and said, "We've arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Grand." "Grand," Philip said. He did arrive. How did he manage to get permission? He means to sell an aphrodisiac. Logan glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said, "Of course he didn't tell him about it." He looked towards the cart and said, "Although it wasn't easy to bring 3,000 boxes without a servant." Logan smiled and thought, his father agreed faster than he thought, probably because of his success in the war. Philip looked at him and said, "By the way, when he came for the first time he didn't have any servants with him either. Does he think it's normal for the son of a noble house to move around like that?" Logan froze and said, "Well, when servants are around, it's hard to choose a route, not to mention that they have their work." Logan's eyes widened in thought. By the way, about work, he loaded Rick with a big task. Rick remembered his image and his words. Young master, Logan thought. Both in his past life and in this one he did everything for him. He remembered his sweet smile and words. Young master, can he return to his duties? What, he wants him to work on his day off too? Young master, the servants say he smells bad lately. They don't even come near him. Will he ever get married? Logan thought he was grateful to him. He pictured Rick with his pockets hugely stuffed and asked, "What?" He said, "A few pills missing? No way. What do you mean he's going to beat him for every one that falls out when he shakes him?" Logan thought, "Thank you, Rick." He spoke, "So he's decided everything." Philip thought, a familiar expression. Is he having a flashback? Logan threw a fist and said, "As a token of gratitude to Rick for doing such a job, he'll name the medicine Impo Rick." Philip turned blue with shame and thought, "No doubt about it, he's crazy." After a while, Philip spoke, "He must be tired after a long journey. Better to recuperate at the bar." Logan leaned his elbows on the table and asked, "So he shouldn't talk about aristocrats who have problems with this in a place where there are plenty of ears?" Philip replied, "Well, the room is a more appropriate place to discuss such a topic." He looked at him and said, "By the way, he went to the informant to find out what he asked for, but is he going to pay him 900 gold for each document?" Logan looked at him, looked away, and replied, "He charges a lot, but his work is high quality. If he conveyed his words correctly, they would get the information they need." Philip replied discontentedly. He retold him everything word for word. He held up one finger and said, "Firstly, they need the names of aristocrats who have been married for the last 10 years but have not had children. Secondly, the names of aristocrats who have remarried or have mistresses. Thirdly, the names of aristocrats who eat food that increases stamina." The protagonist looked at him and said, "Right, then everything will be as it should be." He did a great job, not just with his task, but with all the ones he gave him. Philip smiled and said, "Oh, no need, it wasn't hard. The real trouble happened the day he got the news of the war. He couldn't even imagine how worried he was until he found out it ended that evening." Logan smiled and thought, at least he was worried about his employer. Philip said, when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with, he lost all appetite. Who would buy this anyway? The protagonist frowned in displeasure, threw the paper at Philip and shouted, "Stop talking, let him read this." Philip asked fearfully, "Why did the paper hit so painfully?" Logan asked, "Who on this list in his opinion is suitable for them as the first client?" Philip took the sheet of paper, pressed his hand to his cheek, and began to read with tears in his eyes. He thoughtfully said, "What about him?" He pointed his finger at the piece of paper and showed it to Logan. The protagonist read it carefully and said, in surprise, the same. After a while, there were many guests in beautiful clothes at the gala banquet. Count Davis was standing near the young beauties when suddenly he was called Count Davis. He turned around and his eyes widened in fear. Logan walked up to him, put his hand on his chest and asked him to forgive him. He was Logan McLean, the eldest son of the McLean house from the southwestern region. Count Davis bit his lip and said mockingly, "My God, they have a new guest here. Welcome." The girls stood behind him and laughed. They said, "Horror, what bad taste. I wonder where it came from. Let them look at this, southwestern clothing." The protagonist smiled and thought. He put on what Philip recommended and as expected, no one liked it. Excellent choice. He did not have time to develop useless connections at a meaningless banquet like this. His only target is Count Davis. The girls laughed at him, covering their mouths with their hands. Count Davis, despite being an important figure in preserving the kingdom of Grandia and married at the age of 20, as a man, he is pathetic and still childless. He was surprised when Philip pointed out his name on the list because, in his past life, he became quite famous. The Count who committed suicide because of his wife. The main character remembered how the Count's wife started screaming at the banquet. Maybe he would shut up already. She pointed her finger at him and said, "He is a feeble idiot." After the incident between them, the insult his wife gave him at the banquet drove him to suicide. Logan thought reputation and other people's opinions were very important to him. He fits all 3 points that he told the informant. This is the ideal first customer of Impo Rick. The protagonist said that he came to the capital for business, and, having heard about his authority, decided to meet him in person. Count Davis smiled and asked, "Business?" He said, "But Grandia already has everything." He supposes that since he came from the outskirts, many of the capital's goods shocked him. The girls behind him were whispering. They would hear her. Logan smiled and answered, "Count Davis, of course, but he is sure that there is nothing like his product there. That's why he is going to sell it." He came closer and said, "This medicine is specially designed for men." He covered his mouth with his hand and said, "It will increase his desire." Count Davis's puzzled eyes widened, clenched his jaw, and cried out in displeasure. "The son of an aristocrat sells such things?" the girl asked. "What did he say?" The second girl covered her mouth and said, "What a disgrace." Count Davis smirked and thought, "How dare this provincial speak there? Now he will wallow in humiliation alone." The protagonist sighed and thought, "This is what can be read from his expression." "How obvious?" Count Davis asked, displeased. "Ly, did he have anything else to say?" Logan smiled and answered, "As a courtesy he brought a gift for an influential person in the capital. He asks that he accept this. This is his product and Impo Rick, which will be sold for 100 gold pieces each. He especially put 3 as a gift for him. This wonderful medicine has no side effects. He can swear to it on his honor as an aristocrat." Count Davis frowned with displeasure. A few days later, the door opened and a servant said, "The master instructed him to purchase the drug Impo Rick." He handed over a paper and said, "Here is his ID." The main character smiled and said, "Ah, Count Davis has sent him." He thought, right on target. After a while, Philip bowed and said, "Thank you, let them come again." He went back into the room and said, 10,000 gold for 10 boxes. "Not bad for the first sale," Logan said. "They would make even more." The rent for this tiny shop itself cost 10,000 gold. As expected, this was the center of the capital. He had barely managed to negotiate the rent. Philip said, "They needed a room. It would be more useful if people could come in and examine the goods themselves." The protagonist answered, he was right. Well, it was time for him to go to the banquet. Philip asked, puzzled, "Again?" He went there almost every day, sometimes even twice. Logan turned around and said, one customer was not enough for him. He needed to advertise the goods to as many people as possible. A week later, the assistant walked down the street and thought, he could not believe that the Count asked him to buy this medicine again. No healthy food had such an effect on him. He approached the shop and saw a huge line. The assistant wondered why the line was so long. Wait a minute, he knew these people. He began to look at the people and think, that one was the manager of Viscount Talon, and that one was the bearer of Count Hamel. The assistant adjusted his hat and thought, this could spread unnecessary rumors. He should quickly buy the medicine and leave. At that moment, Philip came out of the store and shouted, "They are so sorry. Unfortunately, they sold everything they had prepared for today." The servants turned blue with fright. One of them asked, "How is this possible? This has never happened before." Philip smiled and answered, "He is sorry. The Impo Rick is very popular, but there is not enough supply, so they set a limit of 50 boxes a day." The men asked to sell them some. The servant shouted, "If he returns empty-handed, the master will kill him." At that moment the Count and his assistant passed by. He asked, puzzled, "What is going on there?" "Let him go and find out," the assistant said. "Obey." Logan stood around the corner and thought happily, the introduction of a limit will stimulate buyers, and other people seeing the crowd will also be interested. Everything is going according to plan. After a while, Philip shouted, "There are no more goods for today." He asked them to come tomorrow. This went on for several days. "Today everything is sold," he shouted. "Sold, sold," the men with bags of gold were crying. The servant asked fearfully, "Which day in a row was this?" Philip said, "Amazing. They have been fulfilling the sales plan every day for a month. Today, everything was sold out immediately after the opening, so they will be able to get 4.5 million a month." The protagonist laughed and asked, "Who knew that there were so many incapacitated men in Grandia? They raised the price 3 times and there are still those willing to pay more. He will soon begin to worry about the future of their kingdom." Philip looked at him with a smile. And Logan laughed out loud. He grabbed Philip and began to ruffle his hair. He said, "He did it, Philip. He is great." Philip turned blue and thought he couldn't breathe. All thanks to his efforts. Logan let him go and said, "Great, from next month, he would get a percentage of the profits." Philip's eyes widened in surprise, and he shouted, "Mr. Logan, he will try his best." The protagonist shouted, "Oh, UG, no need for kisses." At that moment, a man in a robe was standing near their store. After a while, Logan shouted, "At least 10 tons of gold per year." He miscalculated his volume, and people turned around in confusion. At the door leading to the room, the protagonist grabbed his face and turned around in fear. He was standing in front of the magic ball and whispered, "Let him wait." "Is he serious?" Hammer replied. "Yes, judging by the miner's words, there is a good chance that gold nuggets are in deeper layers." Logan clenched his jaw and thought happily, 10 tons of gold, even with a rough calculation, is a 100 million gold jackpot. He won a lottery much bigger than he expected. Hammer said, "But the price of the mine is not a joke. Does he have the funds to pay? It will take 5 million gold." Logan asked again. "Funds? Of course," he said to wait, and his master would get all the money he and the workers needed in a moment. Hammer looked at him, puzzled, and thought it would be better if he was more gentle with them sometimes. Time later, when it was already dark, the protagonist was walking down the street and thinking, the initial investment costs for developing the mine would be about 5 million. If the sales of impor remain the same, he will be able to collect 4.5 million in a month. It is enough to sell it for 2 months to make a lot of money. Logan blushed with joy and thought, he had about 700 boxes of impo rick left, so he should go home and send more there, and then start developing the mine. Suddenly he stopped and saw the silhouette of a person in his room. Logan wondered, why does he feel like there is someone there? Although weakly, he rushed forward and thought, are they thieves? The protagonist opened the door and looked around and thought, have they left? He grabbed his sword and thought, no, there is only one way out. They are still here. Suddenly a silhouette appeared behind him, and he swung his sword in fear and screamed, who is there? He pulled his sword forward and saw a stream of energy. Logan thought, no one, but he felt that someone was there. At that moment he felt an ominous energy in the back of his head and turned around to see a man in a robe standing on the roof. The protagonist thought, is he on the roof? He pushed off the ground and bushed forward. He pulled his sword forward and tried to strike the man, but he dodged. Logan stood in front of him and asked, who is he? The man remained silent and disappeared into space. The protagonist froze in confusion and thought, there was no trace of his presence left, although he had just been in front of him. Suddenly, he looked down and saw a small piece of black cloth in his hand. He asked, what kind of nightmare is this? After a while, Philip screamed in fear. Did an aura user sneak in there? What? The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and replied, this is just a guess, but at the very least, he was an advanced user of the system. It was not just that he felt that he had a high rank, but he was significantly different from him. Philip looked down and asked, but how can an aura user be a thief? Someone who is this can go from a slave to an aristocrat. Would such a person stoop to robbery? What did he steal, really? Logan reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and answered, he thinks right. He took out a box and said, only 2 impo rick pills. Philip asked, puzzled, only 2, so he was not interested in the money. He took them for himself. He turned the box over, and the last pill fell out. Are there incapacitated aura users too? The protagonist widened his eyes and asked happily, right, there was an aura user on his list, right? Philip replied, no, he was asked for an extra fee because it was extremely sensitive information, and he refused. He looked up and said, oh, I remembered, there was that person, that childless aura user who lives in the capital. Happy children ran past Sword Duke, calling out to their parents. Felix frowned slightly and looked at them. The woman brushed her shoulder against him and asked what he was looking at. Felix spread his arms out to the sides and said he was just enjoying the view of the street. The woman looked at him carefully and said, "The children again?" Then Felix replied, "No, he was saying he liked the cityscape. There was no need to entertain stupid thoughts." He hugged his wife and suggested that they return home. The woman laid her head on his chest and said sadly, "Darling," she was so happy to have met him. "He knew that, right?" Felix looked at her with tears in his eyes and kissed her on the head, saying he did too. The best swordsman in the kingdom is Felix Esperanza. Sadness and regret were rooted in his heart. It all started with a simple wound received in his youth while fighting for his country. He was injured in the groin area. As a youth he did not care about another honorable wound received while performing his knightly duty. However, what is the point of being a duke and being the strongest on the entire continent without a child to inherit it? It will all be lost. His wife had said it a while ago. "I see." She held his hand and said, "This must be a torment for him." She cried and said, if he didn't mind, let her stay by his side. Felix cried and thought, is there no way he can repay her for the boundless love he receives? He was currently walking down the street and Louis was asking, the family meeting was about to start. Was he sure he shouldn't rush? Felix replied, what was the point of coming early? They would only pressure him with words about having an heir. Louis frowned and said he would try to express himself more carefully. A very effective medicine had recently appeared in the capital. Felix turned around and asked, is that true? Louis walked up to him and said, apparently it even heals physical wounds. Felix laughed in response. Louis said he doesn't know if he'll believe it, but there are a lot of reviews about its effectiveness. Felix closed his eyes and thought he'd already tried the medicine after he stole it. He never expected that he dared to rob it even if his wife's tears were bothering him. What a shame for all his students. He clenched his fists and thought not to mention that it had no effect. Felix said, Louis, rumors should be treated with distrust. Louis asked for forgiveness. He thought, yes, rumors are just rumors. Felix thought the medicine couldn't cure what the aura couldn't help with. It's time to give up. At that moment, the guard screamed. He said, he looked at the protagonist in fear and said he can't meet him without an appointment. How many times should he repeat it? Logan smiled and said, that's why he's asking, just to tell him his name. He'll want to meet after hearing it. A while ago, Philip asked if he was going to visit the Duke in person. The protagonist folded his arms and answered, of course. Philip put his hands on the table and said, just don't tell that he was planning to go to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask him if he was the one who robbed him and how are things with his wife. He screamed in fear. That's not what he was planning to do, is it? Logan asked a question. Was he imitating him? Philip frowned and said, he's asking for trouble. Let him just pretend like nothing happened. He thought if something goes wrong, they're done for. At this moment, the protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that Philip is right, but if that person was the Duke, then such a chance can't be missed. At that moment, a man came out of the office, waved his hand and said, he asked for him to pass. Logan stood up and entered the office. He looked at Felix standing with his back to him and thought a chance to create a strong bond with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. The protagonist bowed and said he welcomed him. He is Logan McLean, the eldest son of the McLean house. He opened his eyes and looked at Felix, who turned around. Logan thought he was about 70, but he looked much younger. Did he slow down his aging by using his strong aura? Felix asked. The McLean house is in the southwest region. Why did he come such a long way from there? Logan smiled and thought, it is too early to get down to business. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and said, he recently opened a business in the capital, so he decided to bring them his product as a gift. The protagonist took out a wooden box and put it on the table, saying, this is an amazing medicine for men's health. Its effectiveness has been proven by many aristocrats. Felix looked at it and asked, is it really? Logan smiled and thought no reaction. Now he is not sure if he was the thief. Then he will try to approach from another side. He looked at the wooden box and said, but such a thing would not work for a superhuman like that. That's why he brought something more special. Felix slightly opened his mouth, and Logan thought, reacted. He smiled and thought at first he was not interested because the impo rick did not work on him. The poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine was neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and to treat dysfunction, but this ordinary poison will not work on a superhuman. Therefore, having accumulated it and created a powerful concentrate, the protagonist opened the box with one pill and said, this is a limited edition of the impo rick. Felix looked at it and sighed. Logan thought he called the version limited because this concentrated the effect of 50 ordinary pills. He had experienced it himself, so it can be safely guaranteed that there will be an effect. He remembered kneeling and shaking. The protagonist thought, what a killing pain. If an ordinary person without a power core takes this, he will die. But the user of the aura, Logan put his hand on his heart, lowered his head, and said, if he likes the effect of the pill, he asks that he let him know. He will be very willing to send him more, and of course he will take all measures to maintain confidentiality. Felix picked up the box and said nothing. The next day Felix smiled and asked, what does he want? He was ready to do everything in his power for him. The protagonist triumphed inside, but on the outside he tried to maintain calm and thought it worked. He smiled and asked, let him forgive, he does not understand what he is talking about. Our master is a martial artist and a master of strength who uses life energy. It is safe to say that Felix appreciated the effect of the medicine. Felix looked up with eyes shining with joy. It worked. He clenched his fist and thought, after all, the medicine is not a one-time use. After 30 uses, the effect will accumulate, and he will be completely cured. His long-term melancholy and chest pain will end. He frowned and looked at Logan and thought, he couldn't believe that he brought him a gift and didn't even mention his misdeed. That day he saw his swordsmanship. Not bad for a young man. Felix believes that he is the owner of this miracle medicine. He laughed and said, it seems he was hasty. Thanks to his gift, he has found a chance to cure his lingering illness and is ready to repay them for it. Let the protagonist say what he wants, Logan answered. In that case, can he ask him for a useful book on swordsmanship? After a while, they were in the library, and Felix was looking for a book. He took this out and handed it to the protagonist and said, here. Logan looked at it in surprise, and Felix said, the training described in it will make your body hurt, but it is worth reading because it has some eccentric moments. Logan took the book and happily thanked it. He was a little embarrassed and asked, by the way, could he write a letter confirming that he gave it to him? Felix answered, of course, with ease. The protagonist grinned and thought, great, he got what he needed. It's a pity to take only a book from the Duke. Although he is ready to give him anything, his goal is completely different. Felix said, and yet it seems wrong to him, Logan asked in surprise. What? Felix closed his eyes and lowered his head and said, he will personally teach him sword techniques. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and thought, does he want to teach him, the greatest swordsman in the kingdom? Felix said, he understands that he is modest and does not need much, but he is embarrassed to repay him with only a book. Logan thought about it. This was the first time in his past and this life that he was said that modest, even if he had the secrets of the divine sword. There is no need to refuse the offer of the strongest man in the kingdom. The protagonist said sheepishly, thank you. He thought this was a jackpot. After a while Felix pulled out his sword and said, judging the talent of remarkable young warriors is one of the joys of an old man, he said. Let him concentrate. He will not give in. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of his sword, and Felix said to take out the sword. Suddenly, Logan felt terrible pressure. He began to breathe heavily and said, a huge force is pressing on him. He can't even grab the sword. This is what an aura user is like. He imagined Felix as a giant leaning over him. Logan shook and thought, but are all aura users able to restrain their entire body using power like magic, even if his rank is lower? But still, if this is true, all the battles on the continent will be finished by aura users finishing off the others. The protagonist frowned and thought, in his opinion, it is not just about power, it must be some kind of special ability. Logan activated his energy. Felix looked at him carefully, and a bright light illuminated him. The protagonist clenched his jaw and continued to accumulate his energy. He thought he would use power to enhance the perception of the senses, not the body, and then analyze what is restraining his body. The protagonist closed his eyes and grabbed the hilt of his sword. He thought every time he tried to move, the Duke's power stimulated its activation. It dissipates the power he puts into the movement. Logan exhaled and thought he did not know how this was possible, but he understood how to resist it. When he is just going to suppress its power, he must react a little faster. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword and swung it. Felix looked at him in surprise and said, as he thought, he is talented. Logan pulled the sword forward and covered his mouth with his hand. Felix lowered the sword and said, okay, now let him look carefully. Energy began to gather around the sword and spread everywhere. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and thought, he is concentrating the power that suppressed him on the tip of the sword. Is this the aura of the blade? The energy was approaching him, and he thought, no. Felix grinned and ordered, receive. Logan turned blue with fear and said, "This," a huge energy wave formed above him, and he said, "The power of the blade." The protagonist froze and thought, "The sword is moving very slowly." He sees it, but he clenched his jaw and thought, "He can't move." The Duke's power permeates his entire body and interferes with the functioning of his senses. The power of the red blade is growing, but what can he do, even after understanding the principle? Logan frowned, and then looked ahead in surprise and thought, his power itself, a stream of energy appeared in front of his body, and he thought, "This will neutralize the Duke's power." Felix stood with his hand raised, and the protagonist thought, "Intuition tells me that this blow cannot be dodged," but he frowned and pulled the sword forward, illuminating everything around with his energy. Felix's eyes widened in confusion, and asked, "Did he create a barrier of power?" He crouched and swung his sword. He pushed off the floor and rushed forward. The protagonist stood in one position with his sword extended. He frowned and clenched his jaws, trying to overcome his fear. Felix swung his sword and threw the protagonist into the wall with energy. He screamed and hit the wall. Logan fell and started shaking, and Felix put the tip of his sword on the floor. Logan looked up and said, "And or a blade, no." Felix frowned and asked, "Does he think he'll teach him something he can't master?" He saw the full version. The protagonist fell to the floor, and Felix said, "He unconsciously took the fight a little more seriously. In the end, he can't believe that he came face to face with him. Some people are just destined to succeed in this world." He looked at the unconscious Logan and said, "It would be fun to watch him after a while." The butler looked away and asked, "Is he leaving already?" The protagonist smiled, and the butler said, "The Duke said to let him rest until he's fully recovered. He can stay there." Logan smiled and said, "It's okay. Thanks to the potion he gave him, he was fully recovered." The butler pointed to the side and said, "I see, let him take him to the gate." After a while, when the sunset sky had already appeared, the gate opened, and the butler bowed and said, "Have a good trip." The protagonist turned around and said, "Thank you for taking me." He quickly started to leave, and his eyes widened. The butler looked at him in confusion, and Logan turned the corner and leaned against the wall, clutching his side. He shook and said, "The pain is terrible." He took out a potion and spoke, but he could not use such an expensive potion for such wounds. He could not believe that he gave him a potion of excellent quality, which was nowhere to be found as expected from the Duke. The protagonist thought he had developed strength recently, so he would be able to heal the wounds himself, although it would be difficult because it was the Duke who inflicted it. He looked closely at the potion and spoke, and yet he gained more than he lost. The protagonist untied the note from the potion and thought, "These are the coordinates of the communication channel of his estate. If he encounters difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he can contact him." Logan smiled and thought, who would have thought that his impression of him would be so good? He treated him almost like a student. Established contact with him would be very useful to him in the future. Suddenly, Philip appeared behind him and screamed, "Mr. Logan!" He was very scared and turned around, displeased. He asked Philip, "Why is he there?" Philip answered, "He was waiting nearby for him to come out." "Why is he so pale?" he screamed. "Does he hope he was not rude to the Duke?" the protagonist asked, displeased. "Rude? He only learned a little sword art from him." He coughed and blood spurted from his mouth. Philip screamed in fear. "He prepared everything for escape and would find the fastest horse," Logan answered. "No, he misunderstood." He started coughing heavily, and Philip screamed in fear, "Mr. Logan." A week later, there was a sign on the door of the room that said, "The Impo Rick is sold out. Please let them come later." The protagonist frowned and said seriously, "The total income from the sales of the Empo Rick was about 4,100,000 gold." Philip said confidently, "If the sales remain the same, then 4.5 million in a month will not be difficult to earn." Logan and Philip exchanged glances with a malicious smile. A loud and joyful cry came from the room, which swept throughout the city. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Is he so happy that he does not mind not getting a bonus this month?" Philip was kneeling and tearfully saying, "Please let him not interfere with his fantasies." He looked towards the protagonist and said, "All right." He established the process of purchasing monster meat in Kalia. Logan asked, "Is that true?" "He is a good man." Philip asked, "By the way, has he thought about buying a house in the capital? Considering the living expenses, it would be a good deal." The protagonist shook his head and said, "No, he would be there for a year and a half at most. Until then, they would focus on the Impo Rick. After that, they would have to move, even if they wanted to stay." Philip asked, puzzled, "What did that mean?" Logan replied that he had nothing to worry about. Philip closed his eyes and said, then he asked him to take care of his health so that the business could continue to flourish. His coughing up blood horrified him. Logan said that was why he had been locked in his room for a whole week. Philip asked, was he focused on recovery? When he came, he was always doing something at the table. He remembered how he had looked at the protagonist sitting at the table, puzzled. Logan answered thoughtfully, yes, but there was no need to worry about it. Philip sighed and asked, another secret? The protagonist smiled and thought. He liked that he didn't try to find out more, even though he grumbled. Vic would have gotten to the bottom of his dream for sure. Philip looked at him and asked, is he going home now? Logan said, yes, let him calm the customers until he sends a new batch of info, Rick. Oh, and one more thing, every month, food rations worth 100,000 gold need to be sent to Turson and McLean. Philip shouted in confusion, what does he plan to feed all the inhabitants of those regions? Logan said, enough, they will do this for a year, so let him find a supplier. Philip asked, is he serious? He did not know that he valued his people so much. The protagonist approached the door and thought, does he value his people? He does this because it is necessary. After all, only in a year will the chronic shortage of food supplies in the McLean end. Logan took the door handle and thought, even with the Turson Plains, because of the infertile lands of McLean, they will still go into the minus. He lowered his head and thought, the labor of people is important to his plan, so he can't let them starve. Logan opened the door and said, okay, he has a business, so he will go. Philip asked, what business? He does not have to answer, it is a secret anyway, the protagonist answered. He is a quick learner. After some time, men in tattered clothes were sitting in a dark room. Someone was sleeping on the floor, and someone was looking at the floor with a sad look. Logan was standing near the counter, and the man in the robe said, he wants them to find these people by names and a couple of external signs. And what do you mean he does not know where they live? They'll have to search the entire continent. The protagonist frowned and said, let him just say if they can handle it, he'll pay them handsomely. The man thought about it and looked at the piece of paper. He said, okay. Logan headed for the exit and thought, he knew it would be hard to find them, after all. Even the names he knew could be fake, but there was no other option. The protagonist looked ahead and thought, he had to gather all the independent superhumans at any cost. Those who had achieved such a level in their past lives and would not join any organization. Logan imagined images of people from different elements and thought, each of them would be of great help in the war against the Empire, especially the guy she hired. He stopped and thought, wait, why was he in such a hurry? He was too anxious, even though things were going well in the capital. Logan looked at the sky and said he needed to calm down, there was still time. At that moment the man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, if only. The guy asked the elder to calm down. Clayton hunched over and said, he keeps chasing his followers away. Doesn't he have any other workers? Tower leader, the guy said. Let him calm down, he only came to convey his words. Clayton exhaled and asked, so let him tell you why he called his followers this time too. The guy said, puzzled, well, they will be sent to the countryside in the southwest, to McLean territory, on a 6-month mission. A large black energy began to spread and frighten the guy. Clayton put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said, damn the head of the magic tower, he can't let this happen. It's time to settle the matter once and for all. He was extremely angry and looked ahead. After a while, the protagonist passed by in the large tower. He walked up to the counter where the guy was sleeping, knocked on the table and said, hey. The guy woke up and immediately jumped up. He said, welcome. This is a long-range earth magic spell for the 4th circle. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered what business he had. He thought he was an aristocrat, but his suit was too simple. Logan frowned and said he needed a couple of magic scrolls. The guy looked at him and thought, of course a man like that would never come to meet a high-ranking mage. He'll probably buy a bunch of scrolls now, none of which are particularly different from each other. It's all written on his face. The protagonist said, 150 magic scrolls of destruction. The guy asked, puzzled. What? The protagonist, with displeasure, took out a piece of paper, put it on the table, and said, here's his user certificate issued by Cooper Bank. Let him take a look. The guy took the certificate and said, they look 10234. He widened his eyes and shouted, for 1,000,000 gold? The guy lowered his head and started shaking slightly. He said, he'll escort him up. Logan let out a dissatisfied sigh and remained silent. Destruction magic is a long-range earth magic spell for the 4th circle. Depending on the mage's potential, this magic can even bring down a rock, but due to disadvantages such as the time it takes to activate and show signs of use and the fact that it only works on rocks and dirt, it is not used in combat at all. The protagonist imagined 2 men looking at a mountain and talking to each other. The first said, it is shaking. The second sighed and replied, it must be destruction magic. Logan grinned and thought, but it is perfect for construction. He will be able to speed up the development of the mind and at the same time solve other problems. Radios asked him, so he wants to buy 150 destruction scrolls. Logan replied, yes. Radios laughed and said, they haven't had such a generous buyer for a long time. He even began to worry. Radios, great, the head of the Earth Magic Tower, the protagonist thought. Who would have thought that the head of the tower himself would come running? He remembered Radios running and shouting, 150? Where is he? Logan thought. He was the 5th generation head of the tower, but he acted like that because of 1.5 million? Are they doing badly? Well, the weakness of his trading partner is an advantage for him, the protagonist said. His home, this is the McLean house. It is a small fiefdom in the southwest. He will understand if he has not heard about it. Radios laughed and said, it seems they, in turn, made a mistake. Let him forgive, he will give him a severe reprimand. Logan smiled and answered, no need, it's a trifle. Radios said, he is so good-natured. The guy sat on a chair and thought fearfully, he is finished. Radios frowned and thought, he almost missed this simpleton because of the intern. In peaceful times, earth magic is used only for farming or planting crops with trees. The protagonist looked at him questioningly, and Radios wondered, what kind of aristocrat would spend scrolls on such trivial things? It was precisely such ignorant fools who chattered about the magic tower becoming weaker after he became its leader. Well, although he had indeed spent the budget for this month a little earlier, in any case, it was great that this simpleton showed up. Now he needed to butter him up and shake more money out of him. Radios smiled and said, to be honest, there was one problem. Logan put his hands on the table, frowned, and asked, what was it? Radios said, he must know that to create a scroll of the 4th circle, at least a mage with the 5th circle is required. Nowadays, their tower does not have many such specialists. The protagonist asked discontentedly. So what? The old man widened his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking, this was not the reaction he expected. Still, it was worth checking the ground again, he said. He knows that each scroll is expensive to make. So they couldn't make it in advance. Logan stood up and said, it seems that nothing can be done, and he had planned to buy 150 a month. If they had trouble with that amount, he would just turn to the ruler family's magic tower. Radios stood up, threw himself at his foot and shouted, let him wait, sir, every month. The protagonist looked at him carefully and said, yes, 150 every month. In half a year, he would need 900 scrolls in total. Radios put his hands to his face and looked at him happily. Logan said, but since it is already difficult for them to make 150, they won't be able to handle it in half a year. He had miscalculated. Radios's happy fantasies disappeared in that second. The protagonist walked forward and Radios grabbed his leg and shouted, they can do it, Logan asked. Is that possible? Radios smiled and thought, God, how dirty his shoes are. He said, of course they can do it. Scrolls of the 4th circle cost 10,000 gold each. 150 would cost 1.5 million, and in 6 months the sum would be 9 million. The old man's eyes widened, and he made a face. Suddenly, he began to polish the protagonist's shoes, kissed one of them, and said, this is a very attractive price, but what about finding a mage instead of buying a scroll? Logan asked, what? A mage? He thought about it. Detached mages hate doing dirty work, so they usually sell scrolls. He polished his shoes perfectly, but he would lend him a mage who would cost even more. A mage with the 4th circle would be as effective as 300 scrolls. The protagonist asked, does he have a mage with the 4th circle who would be willing to go to a construction site in the countryside? Radios grinned and bowed his head and said, it seems they did not understand each other. Even he cannot order a mage of such a level. Let him forgive him. The protagonist thought, puzzled. Well, what did he expect? The old man looked at him and said, instead he can provide 9 mages with the 2nd circle and 1 with the 3rd. They are students who have been working as a team on various construction sites for a long time. In exchange, if he reduces the number of scrolls? Logan looked at him carefully and thought, that sounds good. The construction has been going on for a long time, so this will be even better. But what kind of mages specialize in construction? He frowned and thought, arrogant. He would like to see what kind of people they are. After a while, shabby guys with frightened faces stood in front of him. The guy stepped forward and said, he is Grick, a mage of the 3rd circle. They will be under his care. The protagonist looked at them fearfully and said, his name is Logan McLean. The old man smiled and said, so they said hello. Now they can go. The guys turned around and started to leave. They asked me to forgive them. Logan turned around and shouted at Radios, they look like they're about to die. The old man started waving his arms and said, regardless of appearance, they are young employees with a lot of experience in the construction industry. They are real professionals. Logan remembered the guys and thought, They seemed reliable when he looked at them superficially with his senses. Among them are magicians with the second circle, and one with the third. Also, they are in their 20s, and they are already considered talented. And yet, why did he agree to send his students to the countryside? Something was fishy here. The protagonist put his hand to his lips and wondered if he should be tested. He turned around and said, "Compared to the fourth circle scrolls, the proposal to reduce the number of these and provide second circle mages was an unfair exchange." Radios asked, puzzled. "What? But 10 mages should be enough. Besides, there was one with the third level among them." Logan smiled and said, "Then for 120 scrolls and 10 mages he would pay 1,200,000. The old man pursed his lips, and negative reactions were happening in his head. Logan smiled and thought, this is an awfully low price considering the talent of these mages. Although he would not mind if he agreed, no one would send normal mages for such a price. Radios replied, "Okay." The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he handed over a piece of paper and said, "Let's sign a contract." The veins on the old man's face swelled with anger. Logan looked at the contract and thought, did he seriously agree? And is he in a hurry? When did he have time to prepare the contract? The ink was not even dry on this one. He knew it. There was something fishy there. Suddenly, Clayton burst into the room and shouted. He heard everything. The head of the tower, he needed to talk to him immediately. His mages tried to restrain him, but to no avail. The guy grabbed him and screamed in fear, "No need, sir." The old man asked, puzzled, "Clayton?" Logan turned around and looked at him in fear. He checked him and thought, "The fifth circle?" Clayton asked discontentedly. "Does he want to send his followers away again?" Radios answered discontentedly. "It is necessary for the good of the tower. His followers are the most talented." Clayton answered eerily. "That is why he asks. Why are they the only ones doing the hard work? Not someone else, but children who have just returned from work." The children were standing outside the door and crying. Radios shouted, "Young people do not care about any work. It's for the good of the tower and them." Clayton frowned and asked. In his opinion, he didn't know that he was oppressing them ever since he got the fifth circle and became an elder last year. Radios asked with displeasure. Was he crazy? How was he acting in front of their guest? Logan looked at them and thought, that's the thing. This man got the fifth circle at a relatively young age and became an elder. He thought Clayton was about 50. The tower leader is scared of this, but without the ability to conflict with the elder, he takes it out on his followers. The internal conflict in the tower will play into his hands. The protagonist smiled and thought, he can't believe that he got such a lucrative contract. Radios closed his eyes and said that if he didn't want to obey the tower leader's orders, then he didn't care. He could get out with his followers. Clayton screamed, was he serious? He clenched his jaw and clenched his fists. Clayton began to spread his energy everywhere, and Radios shouted, if he wants to leave, let him leave. Clayton, everything around shook and small stones fell from the ceiling. The guy screamed, horror, this is bad, we need to stop them. Clayton turned red with anger and shouted, tower leader, let him get ready. Radios put his hands in front of him and frowned. At that moment, Logan put a seal on the contract, and the men stopped, looking at him puzzled. The guy's followers opened their mouths in surprise, and the main character said, now. He showed the contract and the seals from below and said the contract is signed. Logan turned around and said he asked 10 to follow him. He pointed his finger at the men and said, and they, well, let them figure it out themselves. The contract will remain valid even if the towering leader changes, right? Radios cleared his throat and said, they showed themselves from a terrible side to their guest. Okay, he will send them the scrolls as soon as they are ready. Clayton screamed, he hasn't finished speaking, Chief. The old man screamed in displeasure, what does he want? To terminate the contract with the Earth Magic Tower? Let him know his place. Clayton only clicked his tongue in response. He clenched his fists and said, okay, if he's acting like that, he'll leave with his followers. The old man looked at him, puzzled, and then screamed, he's an elder, how can he waste time in the countryside? Let him think about the tower's reputation. Logan screamed that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton closed his eyes and said, he won't ask for payment. He'll just help his guys get the job done faster. The protagonist bowed and said he's very grateful. Radios screamed, let them stop, they haven't finished speaking. Clayton said, he's only asking to postpone the trip for a day. His followers need to rest before leaving. The boys cried and said, sir, for them Logan answered, of course. Then they will meet tomorrow at lunchtime at the western gate. Radios screamed, they do not hear him at all. The next day, a carriage was leaving the gate. Logan stood near the wall, folded his arms across his chest, and thought, yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of luck. Hiring one mage with the fifth circle would cost $1 million, he smiled and thought, I wish he could get home soon. From there, he would immediately send to the Impo Rick store, and then, suddenly, a voice was heard from the side. God, young sir. The protagonist turned around and asked, Rena? She covered her face with a fan and said, they have not seen each other for a long time, but are they close enough to call each other by their names? Logan thought how awkward. He smiled and said, a long time ago, Miss Wolves. He thought, she is rude as always. Rena sat with her face covered by her fan and said, rumors are going around the capital. They say that a rather shameful business has opened. Is the McLean house in trouble or something? She thought, has his family finally come to an end? Isn't it shameful to walk around like that? The protagonist smiled and said, she knows how ambitious he is when it comes to money. Let him not worry about anything, he thought, it's none of his business. Let him stop thinking about his business and go where she was going. Rena folded her fan and said, the amount she gave them was not small. It seems difficult to implement it if he lives in the barren lands. Logan turned around and said, she's right, it's time for him to go. He walked forward and thought, God, she's disgusting, it's best to avoid her. Rena said, she heard about his great contribution during the feudal war. He used a special weapon. She has an offer. The protagonist turned around and Rena smiled and asked, does he want to sell it to her? Logan waved his hand and said, it's not special and not for sale. He felt awkward refusing her, but he had to. He rushed to run away, and Rena looked after him with displeasure and asked. The protagonists walked forward and thought, even after he became famous for selling Impo Rick, none of the aristocrats showed interest in the feudal war. However, Rena, he imagined her image and thought, rather her entire family became interested, and rather quickly. Crossbows are simple, so he hopes to be able to use it a couple more times. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, Mr. Logan. Rick jumped out from behind Clayton and waved his hand. Clayton frowned and said, he clearly remembers that they agreed to meet at the Western Gate, so why is he going there? Logan smiled, put his hands on the backpack and said, and that's where they are. He just ran away from someone annoying. Clayton asked, puzzled. What? The protagonist replied, nothing, it's time to hit the road. After a while, the carriage set off along a forest road. In one carriage was Clayton, turned to the window, and next to him sat Grick, looking at him with fear. Logan sat in front of them. Clayton turned around and thought, 3 large carriages were enough to carry 5 or 6 people in each. Besides, the coachman seemed to be experienced. He had spent a lot of money. Clayton turned to the window and said it was not worth the trouble. He had squandered a lot of money. Grick screamed in fear. Sir, Logan frowned and looked away. He thought, well, this was not the first time he had met a very proud magician. He had volunteered to go for free, so it would be easy to butter him up. The protagonist smiled and said, he had an excellent magician with him, so what he had done was quite natural. Clayton folded his arms across his chest and turned to the window. After a while, when it was already dark, he said, it was getting late. They would rest there before continuing on their way. He lit a fire and sat down near the fire, folding his hands in front of him. At that moment, a man with a blade appeared next to him and threw it toward the protagonist, who easily dodged it. Logan asked with his eyes closed, who was there? A guy came forward and said he couldn't believe he dodged it. Very impressive for a young man. He smiled and said he had heard rumors about him in the capital. He made a lot of money selling some medicine, right? The protagonist stood up and looked at the guys and thought, are they thieves? He exhaled, closed his eyes and said he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier, meditating in a calm environment. He took out his sword and said, since they interrupted him, he would practice the technique on them. The guy screamed in fear. What is he talking about? The protagonist swung his sword and pierced the guy's neck. The thief looked at it in confusion and said in fear, when did he? The other guy got angry and swung his blade and ordered him to die. Logan looked ahead carefully and prepared to attack. The thief opened his mouth wide and rushed forward. At that moment, Logan swung his sword and struck him. He used his energy and pushed the thief forward. The other guys widened their eyes in fear and looked at it. The guy fell and rolled his eyes. The thief frowned and said, horror, leave now. At that moment, the protagonist used his energy, and the thief thought in fear, his legs, he can't move. Logan squeezed the hilt of the sword and imagined that the image of Felix was standing behind him. He swung the burning sword and pushed off the ground, rushing forward. The protagonist struck the guys' bodies, and they screamed. He frowned and looked at them. Logan said, horror, it seems hard to hold on to this for a long time. He grinned and looked at the tearful faces of the thieves and said, it worked. Concentration and compression of power through a new source generates an aura. That day, along with the pressure blade, the Duke showed him a power blade that is at a weaker level of aura, but he thought it was too early for him to try to repeat it. Logan was delighted and said, he can't believe he managed to use the power blade, even for a moment. He frowned and turned around and thought, And also the thief rushed to run and thought, horror, what's holding him back? The protagonist put the sword on the floor and the thief sighed heavily. Using the power M from the sword to forcibly disperse and overpower the enemy is characteristic of the pressure blade. The guy fell to the ground and said, his body. Logan swung the blade and said, it's good enough to use it in a real fight. The thief screamed in fear, his mouth wide open. The protagonist looked around and asked, did he overdo it? Suddenly, Clayton appeared behind him and said, he saw everything, young master. He frowned and began to spread his energy. Logan asked in fear, Master Clayton? He wondered why he was so angry. Did he think his attitude toward Steves was too cruel? If he refused to cooperate, he would be in big trouble. Clayton came closer and said, he has amazing abilities, young master. Logan looked at him in surprise, and Clayton said, he knows little about power users, but what he saw was enough to understand how unusual it is that at such a young age he is capable of such a thing. The protagonist smiled and said, he asks, he makes him blush. He thought, despite his appearance he was not angry. After a while, they walked back together. Logan glanced at Clayton out of the corner of his eye and wondered if he had deliberately moved away from the camp to avoid being discovered by those who were not his allies. Had he come all this way to look for him? For what? Clayton began to speak. His followers were having a hard time because they had not gotten the best teacher, so while they were together, he wanted to train them. The protagonist had spoken, but he was already doing well, so what was the point of that? Clayton stopped, turned around and said, when they arrived and started working, he wanted them to have breaks between shifts to train. In exchange, he would work more himself. Would that do? Logan nodded his head and said, okay, no problem. He lowered his head and thought. He looked behind Clayton and wondered if the mana was coming from the ground. Where was it going? He saw the mana stretching towards the tent and wondered if the mages were sleeping in that tent. Logan looked at the sweaty Clayton and thought, why is he going so far? He even started to sweat. Clayton looked down and asked, young master? Logan smiled and said, it seems he values his followers very much. Clayton closed his eyes and said, since he called himself a teacher, he should at least teach them the basics. The protagonist followed him and asked, but isn't it too much to argue with the head of the tower for their sake? Clayton cleared his throat and said, well, that one behaved like that first. After a while, the flag of the McLean house and a large castle were visible. Patrick was sitting at the table in his office and talking. Obviously, he gained a lot of experience in the capital. The protagonist smiled and said, yes, the trip did him good. Patrick spoke, then everything is fine. He asked, is there anything else to report? Logan frowned and thought. Instead of getting straight to the point, he said, business is going well. The profit will come soon. Patrick cried out in confusion. Profit? He slammed his hands on the table and shouted, let him wait. Business? What business? The protagonist answered. He started selling the medicine he gave him. Patrick turned blue and pointed his finger forward, asking if he wanted to say that he had traveled a long way to the capital and started a business there selling a desire enhancer. Logan looked at him guiltily, and Patrick said, Logan, he remembers that he promised not to interfere in his affairs. He stroked his beard, closed his eyes, and said, but next time, let him at least think about the reputation and dignity of his house. The protagonist thought he accepted the news better than he expected. He said, okay. Patrick asked, did he just agree without thinking? Logan answered, that's right, he thought about it. He already feels how his reputation is being restored. The protagonist looked at his father and said, he also happened to meet the Duke of the Sword and established contact with him. Patrick looked at him in surprise and asked, with the Duke of the Sword? He was talking about Duke Felix Esperanza. Did he sell the medicine to him too? The protagonist happily replied, exactly. Patrick cried out in displeasure. How much did he want to ruin his house's reputation? Logan handed over the book and said, and in return he gave him a pretty good secret mid-level sword technique. Patrick was shocked and asked, what? The Sword Duke gave him a full-fledged iron blood sword technique? The protagonist grinned and thought, this is a lie. He wrote the book himself while he was at the Duke's estate. An imperial merchant discovered it in some ruins. It described a mid-level sword technique. At first, the merchant rewrote the book and sold a few copies, but their contents leaked to the masses and began to walk around the market. Soon the technique became public property, and all the knights of the continent could study it. Logan smiled and thought, but this event should happen in 10 years. If their knights learn the technique, the power of the house will increase. It would be necessary to add the sword energy and the secrets of the divine sword, so that Father and Ranon would have an ace in their hands. The protagonist frowned and thought, however, the iron blood sword technique accelerates the force, which may cause damage to the insides during training. Father would not allow this, so the involvement of the Sword Duke would make him change his mind. Patrick opened the book and said, I see. If they do this, he thought about it, these records are an order of magnitude better than what they have. The level of these is much higher. The reality is that it is difficult for nobles to obtain decent sword techniques. For a while he even thought that because of this he had not progressed for 10 years. Patrick looked at the book and said, once their knights master this, the average level of the entire order will increase by 30%. How can they repay the Duke for his kindness? The protagonist smiled and said, he also has a suggestion. Patrick said, he must master this to at least repay him in this way. Logan looked at him puzzled and asked, what? No, him. Patrick stood up from his chair and said, they don't have much time. Mastering this technique is his priority. Let him handle the business for now. The protagonist looked at the seal in his hands and asked, what is he talking about? He looked at the seal and wide-eyed thought, is the seal at home? Patrick ran out the door, waved his hand and shouted, let Dwayne help with solving the problems. He will come back as soon as he masters the technique. Thank you, Logan. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said, Father, he has something to tell him. He looked at the seal at home and said, stop. Since he has the seal, his father's permission is no longer required. Great, he will handle all the business while he trains. At that moment, Dwayne ran in and shouted, young master, he heard about his successes in the capital. He asked him to help his family with money. The matter is urgent. Logan asked the question, didn't they receive money after winning the war, and why is he barging in here as if it were his room? Dwayne screamed. That amount was not enough to maintain 2 fortresses. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands and said, how noisy, Dwayne continued to scream. Because of the war, their workforce decreased. This year there will be much less food. Even the Cairo stopped helping. He asks, let him give money. He heard that his journey was successful. He knelt and folded his hands, continued to ask. The protagonist smiled and said, to forgive he spent everything. Dwayne waved his hand and said, but he earned several million. How did he manage to spend so much in such a short time? Is he kidding? Logan continued to look at him with a smile. Dwayne raised his eyebrows and said, come on, this is not funny. He sweats in fear and asks, really? The protagonist nodded his head in response and smirked. Dwayne hung his head down and asked, what on earth did he spend it all on? Logan replied, 1,200,000 on scrolls and magicians. He also bought building materials and food to support their people. There was nothing left, Dwayne asked, puzzled. Magic scrolls, building materials, and food? A little food will not affect the well-being of the people. The protagonist smiled and said, 1 million gold. Dwayne asked, what? Logan replied, food worth 1 million will be sent to their people every month for a year. Dwayne shouted in irritation, young master, are you crazy? The protagonist thought about it and expected a reaction. His opinion of him did not change much after he became a war hero. He looked down at Dwayne and said, he's sane. That's enough to feed the people, right? Dwayne said, well, yeah. What about the building materials and the magic scrolls? Was he going to build something? Logan said, they built a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice was posted saying they were calling for labor. Those at McLean Keep at the East Gate, and those at Turson Keep at the West Gate. As Turson kept, the old man frowned and said, it's finally happened. The aristocrats are exploiting them to the fullest. As McLean kept, the man asked, puzzled, a call for labor after the busiest farming season? If he went, his children would starve to death, the man with the baby in his arms said. They barely made it out of the battlefield alive, and now the feudal lord is trying to finish them off himself. He clenched his jaw and asked, do they have a choice? Either die during the escape or work or die of hunger. Death will overtake them in any case. What will they say? The people grabbed their work tools and said, they have no other choice. It is better to take everything into their own hands. They went forward and thought and attacked the feudal lord. After some time, a voice sounded near the gate where the townspeople were crowded, which asked, is everyone here? The guy looked at the old man and asked, are they going to do this? The old man answered, they chase them like dogs, stuff them with grass for dinner while they live happily. Someone asked, with such several people, is it worth starting a fight, right? The guy looked at the old man and swallowed saliva, saying, he is right. It is better to take advantage of the opportunity. He squeezed the handle of the tool and shouted, and pull out all the terrible aristocrats from there. The gate began to open, and the townspeople shouted, the gate is opening. Knights were riding towards them on horseback. One of them ordered, prepare for the distribution. Each horse had a cart with boxes. The townspeople asked in surprise, what is this? Did he say distribution? The old man cried out in displeasure, nonsense. They know very well what these aristocrats are like. Suddenly, a knight's hand reached out to him with a large sack. The knight said, by order of young Master Logan, those who participate in forced labor receive a month's supply of grain for the whole family. They will begin distributing it now. Let them stand in line. the townspeople asked in confusion. Seriously, they rushed to the knights and shouted, "This is grain, praise God, they will not have to starve anymore." The old man held 2 large sacks in his hands and remained silent. He raised his head and with tears in his eyes cried out, "Long live Logan McLean, long live the young master." The townspeople looked at each other, raised their heads and shouted, "Long live Logan McLean, long live Logan McLean." Dwayne stood on the balcony and asked in surprise, was it worth giving a forced order to gather everyone there? And at that moment the townspeople continued to praise Logan. Dwayne said, "They could have just asked them to come." The protagonist looked down and said, "Then not even a fourth would have shown up. They don't trust aristocrats. Aristocrats consider their people property, and those who have feelings fulfill their duty to protect them." But having lived as a mercenary in his past life, he realized that for the common people, bad aristocrats differ from good ones only in who takes more from them. Logan said, "Even his father thinks more about knights than about people since he considers them the strength of the nation." He looked down and said, "Therefore, despite the lack of budget, he kept the knightly order of 50 people. Let him think for himself what people think of them." Dwayne cleared his throat and said thoughtfully, "Well," protagonist said, "he forced them to come and see for themselves how he treated them so that they could be sure." He turned to Dwayne and asked, "Why is he looking at him like that?" Dwayne smiled and said, "He was just surprised. He never ceased to amaze him. It was time to get used to it." Logan grinned and said, "Not to be stupid. As long as he trusted him, he would be able to move forward with the construction." Dwayne clenched his fist and shouted, "No, he was asking him to think it over again. Why would he spend 2 million gold on this venture? And is it even possible to complete it?" The protagonist frowned and said, "He sounds like those two." He remembered how Clayton and Hammer shouted in displeasure. "Is he going to drill a hole in the mountain?" Hammer asked. "Then let the water from the river go there," Clayton asked, "and even build a sluice." The protagonist sat at the table and took a bite and said, "It is possible. Let them do as he said. McLean's territory is surrounded by mountains and wastelands on all sides. They have barren lands. Even the low mountains to the north block the Luther River from flowing south." He cut off a piece of juicy steak from the meat and said, "So they will drill a huge hole in the northern wild mountains so that the river water can pass through them." Hammer frowned and said, "It would be more convincing to tell them to dig under the mountain." The protagonist ate a piece and asked, "God, let him listen to him." "Okay." He imagined a mountain and said, "They will make a tunnel 20 meters in diameter with an exit directly to the river at ground level, which will serve as a sluice. This method is used in the West and is called a reservoir." He frowned and thought, "In fact, this method of controlling the flow of water will become popular in history in 20 years. He does not know the principle of operation, but he has a dwarf master and a magician with the 5th circle with him." Logan wondered, if they succeeded, they would turn the wasteland in the west of their territory into an arable plain. Clayton folded his arms and said, "But even so," Hammer said, "you need to choose a place carefully. The condition of the land is important, and you also need to consider the water level and the canals." Clayton arched his eyebrows and looked at him questioningly, and Hammer said, "For the tunnel not to collapse, the structure must be in the form of an arch, and the help of magicians will also be needed." Clayton whispered, "Let him wait. Dwarf, is this possible to implement?" Hammer cried out in fear. "Oh," he spoke out loud. The protagonist raised his glass of wine and asked, "So it is possible?" Hammer looked around puzzled and said, "He already has a lot of work. Now they have just started digging." Logan said, "That's why he prepared magic scrolls and magicians." He crouched in Hammer and said, "Let him choose which mountain is suitable for them." "Okay," Hammer said. Oh my, he knew something was wrong since he treated him to delicious food for no reason. Clayton frowned and wondered if they could handle it. After a while he stood near the mountain and created his energy. The builder asked in surprise, "Wow, is this magic?" Another asked, "They will be safe, right? Since the young master is there, everything will go smoothly." The protagonist stood next to Hammer, who put his hand to his lips and shouted, "Hey, magician, if he is ready, let him begin." Clayton put his hand to the mountain and began to spread energy. At that moment a powerful wind stream appeared and he screamed. The guys began to run away and shouted, "Be careful, everything is falling." Large pieces of stone fell near Logan and he stood motionless. Hammer widened his eyes and shouted, "He asked to be careful, why show off your power there? God, so much dust." The protagonist thought, in addition to strength, people can master such supernatural energy as mana. He looked at the mage and thought, in his past life he could only barely feel it, but now he felt it. The power of the earth emanated from the mana circle in his heart, drawing the same intricate patterns over and over again, stimulating the stone wall. Logan smiled and thought, he can't believe he's seeing this with his own eyes. Did the core of power crush his senses? Clayton turned slightly and said, "Let him look carefully, sir. He isn't finished yet." The protagonist looked up in surprise. He looked at his palm and thought, "This is it, another spell." The mage extended his palm forward and then clenched his fist, and a huge pile of stones began to align. Logan's eyes widened in surprise, and said, he collected the fragments together. A huge stone block formed above him, and Hammer hid behind his back. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is this a golem?" A huge stone monster appeared in front of him. He looked at it with admiration and said, "It's amazing that you can create a golem of this size without tools." He thought, if he can make a couple more, they will not only complete the construction faster but also perhaps increase the combat power. The protagonist looked towards Clayton, behind whom stood the stone monster, and said, "Mr. Clayton," he asked. "What is it?" Logan grabbed his hands and asked, "How many more golems can he make, and can his students do this?" Clayton answered, "Yes, they can create golems. They have their school for creating golems in the magic tower of the earth." The protagonist happily asked. "Really?" Clayton answered, "but there is one problem. The spell formula for creating a golem core is only available from the 5th circle, so the students will need mana stones, but even so, their golems will be very small and weak." Logan thought discontentedly. Mana stones, the same mineral as orichalcum and mithril, imbued with natural mana energy, which makes it rare. It cannot be created artificially. It is quite expensive, as it is more often used to assist in spells or to create artifacts. The protagonist thought, mana stones are not economically viable, but in times of war, money is not important. If you can win this by spending a little money, then it will be good. Logan asked, "Will this golem become stronger with mana stones?" Clayton answered, "Yes, the speed and strength of this one will increase, and it will last longer." The protagonist imagined the stone golem running after the knights and striking them. Clayton said, "But of course, since he is the 5th circle, he will need a mana stone of the highest quality." Logan imagined himself in shabby clothes and thought, "Bad end." He was despondent, and Clayton said, "Even so, for the spell of the 2nd circle golem, a low-level stone is perfect." He wondered why it felt like he needed to explain everything to him. He said, "It could last 24 hours, being several times stronger than a normal person." Logan put his hand to his chin and thought, a low-level mana stone costs as much as a piece of gold. The cost-benefit ratio is too bad, but for a short war like the last one, it would be extremely useful. The protagonist imagined the golem destroying everything around it. Clayton looked at Logan's concentrated face with a puzzled look. He exhaled and said, "If he were not a member of the magic tower?" The protagonist asked. "Pardon," Clayton said. "To forget," after a while, Dwayne said in fear. "A monster." He looked at the golem breaking stones and trembled in fear. Dwayne screamed, "A monster is destroying their land." The protagonist frowned and said, "He already said it, not destroying but digging a tunnel," Byun said in fear. "Lord," he rushed to run away and said, "He must report everything to him." Logan turned around and said mockingly, "Oh my God." He looked at Hammer and said, "Hammer, let him take all the workers to the water channel. There is no point in leaving them to make a tunnel. The monster is enough." Hammer turned around and shouted, "Hey, them, stop being afraid like little children. Let them gather their tools and go there. They are making 3 structures. The first is a tunnel and a dam. The second is a water channel that will bring water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. The third is a cave. There have already been results, while he was in Grand since the workers did this first." The protagonist folded his arms and thought, after returning from the capital, he was busy building the dam, so he could not follow the development of the cave. "I should drop by tomorrow and take a look." The next day, Logan arrived at the cave and saw the workers. He was standing all dirty and unhappy. Logan asked, "Hammer, haven't they met before, about 6 frames ago?" Hammer asked, "What is he talking about?" He clenched his fists and asked irritably, whose fault was it that he had to run back and forth from the mine to the water channel? He threw the piece of paper on the floor and screamed, "Oh, he can't do this anymore. Let them just kill him." Hammer fell to the floor and started to beat his hands and feet. He asked, "Can he rest?" "Let them tell him the work will stop if he's not around. Why should he carry everything on his own?" Logan looked at this with bewilderment and opened his mouth. The guy screamed in fear. Hammer lost his temper. "Let them calm him down." The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Hammer." He looked at him a little shyly with tear-stained eyes. Logan smiled and said he understood him, every word of his. "He's doing great. That's why he'll be doing all the organizational work from now on. Let him use this opportunity to report to him on the progress of the work." Hammer asked discontentedly, "What?" He stood up and shouted in irritation. He was trying to dump all the responsibilities on him. The protagonist clicked his tongue and answered, "He saw through it. He held out his little finger and said, "But he promises when everything is ready, he can rest as much as he wants." Hammer put his hand in front of him and asked, "What?" he shouted. "No, let him get away from him." Logan grabbed his little finger and said, "Like this, a promise on little fingers." Hammer cried out in pain. "Oh, he'll break his finger." The protagonist went forward and happily said, how impudent he had been. At that moment the workers were standing near Hammer and laughing. Logan thought, now the mind will be developed faster than in his past life. He is not sure about the dam, but he smiled and thought, no, everything will work out, it must. After a while, the protagonist was sitting at the table in front of the purple ball and listening to what was being said to him. The building materials will be delivered without any problems. They also easily came to an agreement regarding lumber for 100,000 gold a month, Logan answered. I see, good. Philip happily said, when they develop the mine and clear the land, the territory will be completely transformed. I should visit him one day. The protagonist looked at him carefully and said, yes, let him come next year. Philip said, next year. Then I wonder why, but he won't answer right. The protagonist answered. There is a rumor that the ruling family has a problem. Philip asked, what kind? Logan answered. He heard about it in the house of the Duke of the Sword. He doesn't know the details, but it seems serious. Let him try to scout the situation while he is busy with business. Judging by the memories from the past life, the king will suddenly die next winter, and a civil war will begin. But the information that he, a low-grade mercenary, had may be irrelevant. If the death is sudden, then everything will happen as in the past life. Otherwise, the time frame will change, the protagonist thought. As in the feudal war, he cannot change the time of the civil war because he does not know the reason, but he can prepare in advance. House MacLean will take part in the war, which will turn the order in the kingdom upside down. At present he told Philip to put money in the reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he can. Enough to arm 1,500 people, Philip answered fearfully. This is not a trifling request. 1,500, he thought. MacLean had no more than 100 knights, Logan answered. This is not for knights but for soldiers, Philip screamed. Is he out of his mind? No one equips soldiers fully in war. This is a waste of money. Logan covered his ears with his hands and said, quiet. He thought, this may seem strange, but many of their people died in the last war because of this. The productivity of farmers has dropped dramatically. We need to minimize conscription and strengthen their knights and ordinary soldiers. The protagonist imagined the workers and knights and thought, arming vulnerable soldiers is part of his plan. He asked, has he ever been wrong? Philip looked away and said no. The protagonist smiled and asked, then how about they do it okay? Philip closed his eyes and said, okay, he will find out about that rumor. Logan clenched his fist and thought, great, their wealth will be supported by the mine, food by building a dam, and soldiers by the army. He grinned and thought, the main preparation for a breakthrough is slowly and surely progressing. After a while, a huge stack of papers lay on the table in front of the protagonist. Dwayne pointed his finger at a piece of paper and said, here, let him read these documents and sign them. Logan turned blue in shock seeing the huge amount of documents. The man said he will leave the next stack there. Dwayne screamed, my God. He signed without even delving into the contents. Young master, is it possible to be careless? The protagonist, with huge bruises under his eyes, asked how long he had been sitting at the documents. Dwayne put his hand to his chin and said, soon it would be a month. He pointed at him with his fingers and mockingly asked, did he think that a lord's work takes a day or two? Logan answered. He had never seen his father work so much, Dwayne answered. Of course, because he dealt with most of it. The protagonist stood up and shouted in displeasure. Then why did he dump everything on him now? Dwayne folded his arms and said, as the heir, he should fully understand what issues require attention. Logan screamed, he is not the heir, Dwayne asked. Does he think anyone will believe this? Suddenly, Kaiselin ran into the office and shouted, forgive me, urgent matter. Hammer is stuck in a collapsed shaft. Logan looked at him in fear. He asked, Hammer is stuck in a collapsed shaft? Kaiselin answered, yes, one of the tunnels collapsed. Dwayne asked, puzzled, a shaft, how did this come about on their territory? The protagonist asked, what is the extent of the damage? Did he find the location of Hammer? Dwayne continued asking, hey, where did they get a shaft from? No one paid attention to him. Kaiselin answered, well, about 50 meters of the tunnel collapsed, so it is impossible to determine exactly. Logan screamed, there is no time to waste, let's go there now. They ran out and slammed the door behind them. Dwayne stuck his hand out and said, hey, he shouted angrily, where did they even get a mine from? After a while, a horse galloped up to the cave, and someone shouted, the young master is here, he has arrived. Logan frowned and asked, where is the collapsed tunnel? The worker replied as he entered, it will be the middle of the three, the deepest. The protagonist passed by him, and the guy spoke. But it is quite dark inside. Logan went inside and used his energy. He looked ahead and, surprised, saw a huge pile of stones. The protagonist saw people trying to move the stones. The old man turned around and said, "Young master." Logan frowned and ordered, "Step aside." He touched the stone and closed his eyes, concentrating on creating energy. A large flow of energy passed over the stones, and Logan saw bodies lying underneath them. He said, "Hammer and about 10 workers escaped the worst but were hurt." The old man asked in surprise, "How did he know?" The protagonist replied, "It does not matter. Will it take long to save them?" The old man replied that it would take 3 days to clear the fallen rocks if all went well. Logan clenched his jaw and thought that even the strongest dwarf wouldn't survive the rubble with his injuries. The more time passed, the less chance they had of surviving. He stood near the rocks and thought that he needed to save everyone as soon as possible. The protagonist stamped his foot and said that he thought he was their only hope. The old man looked at him in surprise. After a while, Clayton stood in front of Logan and asked why he had called them. His students were standing behind him. The protagonist frowned and said that he would get straight to the point. He asked that they save Hammer and the workers who were stuck in the mine. He would compensate them generously. Clayton asked, confused, was there a mine, and were they stuck like that? The dwarf was busy because he was running between the cave and the dam. No wonder. Clayton said that it was okay. The people were in danger, so they would help. Logan bowed and said, "Thank you. He will repay the favor." Clayton frowned and thought, but he still could not understand why he brought the magical scrolls of destruction and did not use these, so it was in the mine. The protagonist pointed his hand forward and said, "It is there." Clayton thought, since he kept it a secret, it means that this is a rather valuable place, and yet he told them about it to save a slave and a couple of workers. After some time, Clayton was inside the cave, raised his hands and began to spread his energy. He said, "He will hold the tunnel. Guys, let them use golems to clear the stones." The guys answered, "Yes, sir." Logan stood behind and thought, "That's it, man of stones." The guys squeezed the stones in their hands and began to chant spells. The stones fell to the floor and began to form a golem. The guys screamed, fallen stones turned into golems. Logan looked ahead and thought, he can't believe they cleared a few meters just by creating golems. Clayton screamed, "They don't know what condition they're in, hurry up." The big golems got up and walked forward. The protagonist walked up to the stones and started dragging them. Clayton frowned and looked at him and thought, the aristocrat is dragging the stones himself to save those of lower rank. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. However, it's not surprising since it was him. After a while, the old man screamed, "They found it! They're there!" Hammer was lying under the stones and sighing heavily. The old man grabbed his head and screamed, "Hammer!" Logan crouched down next to him and extended his hand, thinking they passed out from shock. Luckily, their injuries are minimal. He looked at the dwarf and said, "Thank heavens." The golem started carrying out the bodies of the injured. After a while, Logan sat next to Hammer and asked, "Did he doze off while using the scroll of destruction?" Hammer replied, "Well, he's been working too much lately." The protagonist hung his head down, and Hammer stretched out his arms and said not to worry. Everything would be restored soon. Logan said to just rest, not to think about anything until he was completely recovered. Hammer replied, "The work is not difficult. He can return to this in a day." Suddenly, he froze and asked, puzzled, "Did he want him to rest?" The protagonist asked. "Otherwise, will he be okay?" Hammer put his hand on the pillow and screamed, "Then he will rest, whatever it takes." Logan walked out the door and thought, by the way, magic is an amazing thing. With it, they completed the rescue operation in 2 hours. He wondered. Suddenly, Clayton appeared next to him and said, "His mind is amazing, young master." Logan asked fearfully, "What?" Clayton frowned and looked at him, and he thought, puzzled, did he know about the golden this? It was quite possible. An earth mage after all. There would be a lot of trouble if he found out about it to others. Would Clayton keep the secret? Clayton asked. Why did he go so far as to reveal the existence of the hidden mine to him and ask for help? Logan looked at him, puzzled, and thought, why? Because no one could replace Hammer. It was better to take a risk and save him. Without Hammer, the development of the mines would slow down, which would affect plans. He imagined the knights and the little brother. The protagonist spoke, because if he was not able to protect his people himself, then there would be no one left by his side. Clayton looked at him carefully and said, "Young Master Logan, would you like to establish a magic tower on your territory?" Logan asked in surprise. "What?" Clayton replied. He thought it was time for him to open his own business. This place seemed to be able to support a small magic tower. What will he say? Logan realized he didn't seem to be joking. A magic tower on their territory. Logan shouted enthusiastically, "That would be amazing. Would his students move in? How much support would he need?" Clayton replied, Of course they would stay with him. As for support, let him just provide them with everything they need. He trusted him and his abilities, Master Logan. The protagonist looked at him happily. At that moment, Hammer came out and asked, "Did he hit his head to Master Mage trust him?" Logan said, "Hammer, let him go rest." A week later, when Hammer recovered, he said, "Now he is fully recovered and ready to restore the tunnel. He will try to compensate for the delay." Logan replied, "Okay, good luck." Hammer turned around and walked out the door. At that moment, Dwayne opened the door a little and said, "Young master, it's time for him to tell him about the mine." Logan told him to come in. He thought it was a ghost. Dwayne screamed when he secretly started developing it, and why didn't he tell him? Logan ruffled his hair and replied, "Forgive me, it slipped my mind," Dwayne asked, puzzled. "It slipped my mind, how is that possible? Why did he hide the mine so carefully? Is there iron or copper?" "A lot," Logan replied. "There's gold in it," Dwayne said. "Stop joking. People like them, a mine with gold, come on." Logan clenched his fist and asked, "Is it impossible for him? According to calculations, it will bring in a 100 million gold a year. Does he think he would lie about something like that?" Dwayne asked in surprise. "Is it true?" Logan folded his arms across his chest and sat down on the table. He pushed Dwayne and said, "Hey Dwayne, let him wake up." Dwayne was lost in his thoughts and thought, "A mine with gold, 100 million, Logan said. "He can't kick the bucket now." Not taking into account a small incident, the plan is moving forward successfully, faster than he expected. After a while, the old man walked forward and asked why they had held a meeting again. Was the dam completed? Of all places, they chose the mountain. The guy looked at the other and asked, "Is he sure? The construction was supposed to take 6 months, and they did it in 3 months." The townsman replied, "Yes, that was accurate information." He had heard that this meeting was needed for a final check. At that moment, Dwayne said, "Young master, the managers are there." Logan turned around and said, "Great, since everyone is here." The men were breathing heavily. Logan said, "He understands they have a lot of their own things to do, but let them stay until the end to see everything." The man looked ahead and said, "My God, what a useless and grandiose digging. As if bringing water from Luther and this influence on this wasteland will change anything. He would have been better off spending the money on repairing the southern wall." Another man asked why it was necessary to make it so long. The third answered he did not know. The man looked out and asked, "Did he know anything?" Dwayne stood with his mouth open in surprise and thought, "This dam will not only irrigate the wasteland with water, it is directly connected to the underground part of Luther. If they can constantly supply the channels with water, the wasteland can become," he pursed his lips happily and thought, "Rio fertile land." Logan turned and looked at Grick, who smiled at the old man and said, "Oh, Lord Magician, and he is there." He thought everyone participated in the construction, from the workers to the magicians, and even the managers, they came. Logan looked at Dwayne's satisfied face, and at the dissatisfied face of the other manager. He went to Clayton and asked, "Lord Clayton, will they start?" He answered, "Yes." Hammer folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Do they really need to do it like this? They have everything set up. The workers can open and close the dam themselves." Logan smiled and replied, "The first time should be majestic and memorable. They will show everyone in Milan what exactly they have created with their own hands." The large golems began to open the shields with their stone hands. The manager pointed his finger forward and cried out in fear, "What a horror! What is this? Let them see monsters." The old man looked at him, puzzled. The manager cleared his throat and said embarrassedly, he had seen such magic quite often. Clayton shouted, "Open the gate." The golems opened, leaned over, and began to open it. Logan stood in anticipation, pursing his lips. All the managers froze in anticipation, and the townspeople opened their mouths questioningly. Someone asked why they froze, what was going on. Clayton grinned and asked, discontentedly, what was he doing? Was this a joke? Hammer frowned and replied, he definitely ordered these to open it. He does not know what is going on. Logan turned around and thought, horror. In fact, the golem's power is needed for show. In fact, about 100 workers are needed to cope with these. He remembered the conversation with Clayton and thought, but this is not part of the plan. What should he do? Clayton said discontentedly, hey, dwarf, if the reputation of his golems is tarnished, then he promises he... Hammer sighed in confusion and said, but they really can't lift the gate. Logan said, Mr. Clayton, let him break these. The magician looked at him, puzzled, and asked, what? Logan shouted discontentedly. Then they will build new ones and let him break these. Clayton frowned and answered, as he orders. Suddenly, the golems began to break the gates, and the townspeople asked in surprise, are these seriously breaking the gates? The golems continued to hit the piles with their stone fists. They broke it and water poured out of the cracks. The townspeople and the managers were speechless at what they saw. Grick opened his mouth in joy. Clayton and Hammer looked up tiredly. and Logan watched the flow of water with pride. The townspeople began to cry and hug. They shouted, "This is water, they have water," the old man shouted. It worked, they brought water to these lands with their own hands, Logan thought. Now the food problem during the Civil War is solved. There is no need to rush with the restoration. Next spring they will take up farming. Suddenly a heavy hand fell on his shoulder and he was scared. Dwayne, in tears, hugged Logan tightly and he asked, "Dwayne," he cried and said, "Young master, he was very wrong. Let him forgive him." Logan smiled and answered, "Nonsense, why is such a big man like him crying?" Suddenly he turned to the side questioningly. Hammer asked, displeased, "How long will it take to rebuild the gate?" Clayton folded his arms and replied, "Don't worry, he'll help." Logan walked up to them and replied, with a smile on his face, "They don't need it urgently, so let them rest for a week. After that, they'll finish working in the mine and have another long weekend." Hammer looked at him happily and asked, "Really?" Logan smiled and answered, "Of course." He thought about it because after that, they'll have work to do again. Many farmers will come to cultivate the fertile lands, but it will be difficult for them to travel there every day from the city. So they will build a new village where they will settle. Logan said, "Hammer, he's great at building." He thought, "No, wait, that's not how to ask him." Logan said, "Hammer?" He turned around and asked, "What?" Logan asked. In his opinion, even he has trouble building, right? Which makes sense. He's never heard of Darf being good at it. Hammer got really angry and shouted loudly, "What is he talking about?" The creation of weapons was supposed to prove to him that gnomes are the best in this field, Logan thought. Got caught, he said. "Ah, really impressive. He respects Hammer." Hammer smiled and said, "He can praise him, but he will not give him anything." "And why did he suddenly start talking about construction?" Logan smiled and answered, "Well, he was just curious. Do not pay attention." He waved his hand and thought, "Let him rejoice, rejoice, Hammer." He turned around, and Logan looked at his back with anticipation. He thought, after all, soon he will have a frightening experience of building houses. After a while, Logan ordered to listen when they gathered to open the floodgates. He made 2 promises to the workers. First, anyone can own the flat lands of McLean. Secondly, they will receive tenant rights worthy of their employment. The tax will be only 30%. Logan looked at the happy faces of the townspeople and then looked away at the managers who asked, "Will their lands really change? If he announces this, even the vassals will not object." 4 weeks later, autumn has come, and Logan said, "Wow, what to expect from Hammer." He sat at the table and carefully studied the plan. He said, "Just think, he has already finished the layout of the city and modeling the houses." He knew that he chose the right gnome. Rick looked at him, and with a smile on his face said, "This is amazing." He did not expect him to take on the job when he came to him a couple of weeks ago. Logan remembered the conversation with Hammer and said, at first Hammer hesitated, but as soon as he started, he showed excellent results. The roads will intersect and the distance between the houses will remain the same. Each section will have common wells and toilets. Outside the city, there will be a sewer to get rid of garbage. Logan thought. He described the layout of the city he saw in his past life as accurately as possible, and now they will be able to successfully establish the largest settlement, the city of McLean. Suddenly he looked ahead and thought, now the goal is to have the inhabitants of their territory. He looked at the stretching dark energy and thought. Logan looked at Rick and asked, why he smelled bad. Let him go. Rick cried out in displeasure. All because of him. He frowned and said, why in general is the medicine in such high demand? If not for it, he would not have to suffer so much. Suddenly Dwayne ran into the office and shouted, young master. Logan asked the question, will he ever knock? Dwayne asked, is this his office? Something else is important now. Hammer, this gnome, he beamed and shouted. Just sent a message that you can start developing a mine with gold. After a while, Hammer showed small pieces of gold and said, these are rare gold nuggets from a cave. Usually you have to get it in small quantities from mineral, but they have already found such specimens. Logan and Dwayne looked at this with tears in their eyes. Logan gave a thumbs up and said, great job. Dwayne kissed Hammer on the cheek and asked, oh my God, how did they get this lucky guy? Hammer tried to push him away and said, thank you, can he rest now? Logan asked. But how much can they dig? Hammer said, puzzled. He thought about a ton a month. Even by a conservative estimate, the mine would last for 10 years. Can he go rest already? Logan spoke up. But they had just started building the city. They would need more crossbows, and the knights also needed new weapons. Will he be able to organize it? Hammer grabbed his head and fell to the ground. Dwayne leaned over him and screamed, oh my God, their treasure. Logan put his hand to his chin and thought, they still have a lot of work to do. Hammer really should rest. Maybe they should hire another dwarf. Later, he folded his arms and said, okay, as he promised he'll give him a break. But a whole month? That's not much, Hammer screamed loudly. He ran away and shouted, "Sir, don't let him look for him. He's going to sleep for a whole month," Logan asked, puzzled. "What's wrong with him?" As his strength awakened, Dwayne was on his knees and screaming loudly. He said how fast he was despite his short legs. Logan turned around and asked, displeased, "What again?" Dwayne was crying and screaming. 100 million gold, a ton of gold a month. That's 100 million gold a year. They're saved, no more worries. The Cyros can choke on their money. Logan thought about it. He was crying harder than when the dam was opened. He smiled and asked, "But he understands that the mine belongs to him, right? Not to his family?" Dwayne looked at him grimly. Logan replied, "Of course he would give 30% as a tax." Dwayne exhaled, then began to rise. He said he trusted him to handle it. After all, the dam project had been a success. All his decisions had been right so far. He trusted him. A stingy tear fell from Logan's eye, and he wondered if he had accepted his statement so readily. He said, but of course he would have to make sure the workers kept their mouths shut. If word got out about the mine, Befers, Kalia, and Margraves would be a pain in the ass. Dwayne bowed and replied, he would take care of that. Logan replied, okay, he thought. How unusual. His father would be a problem. He had done a lot of his own work while he was away training. A week later, Patrick was standing near the dam, watching the water flow. Logan came up behind him and thought, "Father." He turned around, and he thought he had become a professional knight. After all, this was what he expected when he passed on the iron blood sword technique to him. But he never thought that his skills would level up in 3 months. Although there had been no progress for more than 10 years before that, Patrick turned away and said, Logan, he had done a lot during his absence. Logan said, well, if he had heard of his plans. Patrick crouched down and put his hand in the water and said, just think, water had appeared in this wasteland. It was true. Patrick looked at the water in his palm and said, it was true. Both his level advancement and the transformation of this land, it was all thanks to him. Logan, he was much better than him. Logan was slightly embarrassed, and his cheeks turned pink. He said, these were just recent achievements. Patrick replied, no, what he had done in 3 months succeeded all his contributions in 30 years. He was blessed with a son like him. Thank him. Logan put his hand on his heart and said, Father, Patrick interrupted him and said, he supposes he can trust him with the affairs of their house now while he trains the knights himself. Logan asked, what, he didn't plan on becoming a lord? Patrick looked away and asked, he knows what he learned during his training. He's aged. Although he managed to master the basics of the iron blood sword technique, the secret technique is completely beyond him. If he had taken up learning it in his youth when his power had just awakened, everything would have worked out. Patrick remembered himself in his youth, but with his current strength, which had formed its own specific flow over so many years, he wouldn't even be able to create a core. Since he had given up, he thought that his and Ronian's time had come. Patrick put his hands on Logan's shoulders and said, but thanks to this he was finally able to break through the barrier that had hindered him for so many years. Now it's time for him to retreat and train those who will open the way for him. Logan looked down, nodded his head, and said, okay. He thought about it. Since he was saying that, he had no choice. Patrick turned around and said, it's his turn now. Let her help Logan fully fulfill his role. Marion began to approach them from afar. She lowered her head, and Patrick pushed Logan and told her to step. Logan approached her, and she said, his achievements are enough to see him as a reliable heir, the first young master. She previously wished success only for Ronian and therefore fought with him. Logan lowered his head and said, to forgive. Marion replied, he does not need to apologize. Rather, he needs it. He has already apologized before. Although she could not accept it, it is all her stubbornness to blame. She hopes that he will show generosity and understanding. She heard that he is teaching Ronian the art of the sword. Logan smiled and answered, yes, perhaps it is because of his genius, but in just a week he has created a core of power and has already mastered the first form. Marion smiled and answered, she has not seen him as happy as he has been recently, for many years. She asked him to continue to take care of him. He will always be his little brother, young master. She turns and says, well, it's time for her to go now. Logan looks after her and shouts, parents don't have to use honorifics when addressing their children. Marion stopped, and the main character said, from now on, he asks her, let her speak to him without formalities, like in childhood. Mother Tear runs down Marion's cheek and she goes to Patrick. He smiles and nods his head towards Logan, and he nods his head back. After a while, Logan says that when the city is finished, they will begin to clear the weeds and restore the land for plowing before the beginning of next spring. They hope that the harvest will greatly exceed that of their ancestral lands. Patrick looks at him and asks, but will the residents agree to move? Logan says, yes, since they plan to grant property rights to those who move. Besides, the new houses will be better than the straw houses that most people live in now. Oh, and he asked Dwayne to put out a recruitment notice for knights. If they agreed to join the regular army later, could he train them? Patrick said. Of course, they were future knight candidates. Patrick turned and frowned and said, Logan, he did a good job, but then again, he drew his sword and shouted, he was too hopeless. Since when did they have 2 knight orders? Logan thought. The McLean Knights and those who deserted from Tezzeret after losing the war between thieves had been in the same order for some time, but they still acted like enemies. Patrick frowned and said, he knew it was hard to get close to those with whom they had once fought to the death, but he believed that they would find their way. Realizing that a knight's duty was in, he stopped and said, they just didn't have the thirst, not at all. He trained himself to the point of exhaustion to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the benefit of their territory. While the so-called knights fought for their pride like little children, he clenched his fists and shouted in irritation. He was too indifferent to them and took full responsibility for this. Suddenly, Hinkle stepped forward and said, no, Lord. The knights looked at him and thought, Commander, please let him do something. Hinkle turned around and said, Lord, he thought he had an idea. He smiled and said happily, his condition had become much better. Was he an advanced knight now? The knights shouted. Commander, Patrick said, first he will discipline their behavior. He directed his energy forward and shouted, let them taste and know the power of sword art. The knights screamed in fear. Patrick thought, they will not have time for stupid thoughts if he drives them like dogs. He will discipline them and hand over an excellent knight order to Logan's hands. After a while, Dwayne signed the document and thought happily, in 20 years of management, he could not even imagine that signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him happy. At this point, one of the managers asked, what was going on with the young master these days? He almost monopolized the budget. Dwayne got angry and shouted loudly. He was sure he had his reasons. He sat down and asked, why they doubted him. Were they blinded by the shine of money? Dwayne unhooked the lock and asked, where he thought it came from. Let them just do what the young master says. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked closely at the piece of paper. He asked, what? Dwayne shouted loudly. Young master, where does he want to spend gold bars worth 10 million? Logan looked at him and answered, he is going to buy mithril, about 100 kilogram. Dwayne asked, what? Logan grabbed Dwayne and said, let him just sign the paper. You said yourself that you believe him. Dwayne said, he can't. What is he going to do with something that is 1,000 times more valuable than gold? Some time ago, Philip asked if he wanted to buy mithril to equip knights. It's impossible. Logan frowned and slammed his hands on the table and asked, why is it impossible? Philip replied, that mithril cannot be bought simply by borrowing money. This metal contains mana. It is 10 times stronger than steel and 3 times lighter. It is often called the silver of the gods. You can't buy it just because he is rich. Wealthy people cannot get it, especially 100 kilogram. For such an order, he will need not only money, but also influence. Logan asked, influence? He smiled and said, if so, then he has an idea. Suddenly, papers appeared on the large spheres, and the men looked at each other in confusion. One asked, what's the matter? The second guy frowned and answered, he just received a request from the countryside, from the McLean house. Where is it? The guy wiped his cheek and ordered, to report to the Duke, although he had too much to do to answer such calls. Half an hour later, Felix was running down the corridor. He opened the door and asked, did they get a call from McLean? The guy screamed in fear. His courage. The guy looked at him and thought, the Duke came so quickly, what could be so important in that backwater? Felix sat down at the table and said, long time no see, Logan. The main character appeared in the sphere. He asked, is he doing well, his lordship? Felix smiled and replied, of course, except for the lack of news from the one he personally trained, everything is fine. The guy ran out of the room and ordered the other one to leave. Logan laughed and asked, how could he send him personal messages? He knew perfectly well where his place was. Felix smiled and said, and he is still as good at flattery. Well, the call came just in time. He was just about to express his gratitude to him. Logan lowered his head and asked, gratitude? He thought, did he help him with something unknowingly, or was it sarcasm? Felix smiled and said, his wife is pregnant. Logan shouted happily, he congratulates his lordship. Felix replied, thank you, it's all thanks to him. Logan asked, how is it thanks to him? He did it himself. Ouch! He grabbed his mouth and cleared his throat and said, heaven bless him. Felix laughed and said, he is still as impudent as ever. Yes, both heaven and his efforts helped, but first of all, it was his merit. He was sincerely grateful to him. When the child is born, let him come to the capital. His wife also wanted to thank him personally. While he was there, he would teach him another technique. Logan asked in fear, what? Felix asked, he doesn't want it. Logan jumped up from his chair and bowed, shouting, thank you very much, sir. Felix replied, reliability is clearly his trait. He had no more news. Let him tell us why he called, Logan replied. Well, after a while he asked, Can he help me get some mithril, about 100 kilograms, to create night equipment? Felix asked in confusion. Not 100 gram, but a kilogram, he sighed and said. So he needs someone with strength, Logan nodded in response. Felix looked carefully at the ball and asked, Is there enough money? Is the medicine selling that well? Logan replied, Yes, that's right. Felix said, He didn't invest so much in his knights. He had underestimated his generosity. He was quite extraordinary, Logan smiled and thought. The misunderstanding was growing. Felix folded his arms and said, Fine, he would take care of it personally. Logan said, He thanks his lordship. Felix said, Well, it's not a difficult task, but let him come when the child is born. In the meantime, he wants him to call him mentor instead of his title. They'll be in touch. Well, let him know when everything is ready on his end. Logan looked at the sphere and pursed his lips and shook slightly. He cried out loudly in joy, which startled the maid. He raised his hands in the air and asked, Will he be the Sword Duke's apprentice? Amazing. He asked for only a small favor, and he was honored. He turned around and said he'll go talk to Hammer about the mithril equipment. Logan stopped and said, No, let him rest first. After all, he is driven by knowledge from the future, and it would be more useful if he rests. Logan smiled and thought, what a generous employer he was. He is blessed. Hammer, he imagined himself standing near Hammer and saying, Blessed, blessed. Hammer had been having nightmares for a long time. The outskirts of McLean's holdings, many peasant boys had gathered there. Logan said these boys were under 20 years old. They came to hire themselves out and passed a simple test. Dwayne asked, But do they need to hire so many? Usually it is enough for their number to be 10 times greater than the number of knights. He replied that he had already said so. He would figure it out himself. Dwayne understood him. Logan thought, no matter what anyone said, building up strength was necessary. He would personally make the selection, even if they went into a slight minus. The Order of Knights is a symbol of the power of the territory. The cavalry, well-equipped knights, and the rear of the territory is protected by an elite force called the Regular Army or Knights' Apprentices. In most, the physical abilities of boys are tested before they come of age. Some fall exhausted while others feel good. Only those whose physical abilities exceed a certain standard are accepted and trained. Talented people among the chosen ones undergo rigorous training, testing the limits of their human capabilities, after which they awaken their strength and become knights. But the Empire came up with a new theory. They decided to solve the problem differently. The wise people said that physical fitness and awakening of strength are two different things. Much more important are the senses. With this theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of 50,000 knights in the war. The knights fought to the maximum of their abilities. As a result, they crushed the neighboring countries in 9 years. They gathered all the soldiers and made a second selection from them to form a troop of knights' apprentices. Because of this, it will be difficult during the civil war in Grandia, which will occur in a year, but after 9 years, they will have a force capable of confronting the Empire. Logan thought, it would be good to take those over 20 years old, but then he would not have enough people for the upcoming construction of the city. Such a pity. One of the managers shouted at the young men to be quiet. Logan asked how they chose soldiers before. He apologized and said that they simply told them to run and turn from those who came first to the finish line. So a crude selection based on physical strength alone. No wonder the number of knights is hardly increasing. Then he ordered to accept those with excellent eyesight, hearing, and quick reactions. He asked in surprise, what should this be added to the test? Soon the first test began. The boys were ordered to walk forward until they saw the image on the canvas. The group stood quite far from the canvas, but soon the boys began to shout that the picture was strange. And the second said that the young master was very handsome. However, Logan replied that he did not need compliments from the very beginning. Dwayne looked at the canvas with confusion, and said that it turned out beautifully. One of the boys raised his hand and said, Judging by the comb, it is a rooster. He was shy, asked, Is that right? Logan and Dwayne were shocked. He saw the comb from such a distance. It was time for the second test. The super-strong one covered his ears and Dwayne shouted that he would repeat the same word. They should go forward until they heard it. Some sounds reached the boys. One said that he did not understand anything, and the second said that he spoke at different volumes. The third boy shouted, Sparrow, by the way. Dwayne called the gentleman a scoundrel a little earlier. Is this also part of the test? He covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He was talking to himself. How did he hear? Logan said that the boy passed the selection, and he put his hand on Dwayne's shoulder and said that he would scold him. Logan looked at the list. He was pleased and could not believe that 250 people with excellent results in the vision and hearing tests had passed. In total, He needed to get 500, so that together with Tezran he would have 1,000. But among them there were many obviously small and thin children. Probably the problem was the lack of food. Creating a semblance of Victor from them would take a lot of time, but they could fatten them up and train them until they were strong enough. By the way, he should visit Victor. He began to leave. Dwayne said that they would go too. Victor was training with a sword. He delivered beautiful, powerful blows. The wind flew from them, and the boy was serious. The knights were surprised. He was very diligent, but wasn't his style too aggressive? Victor was thinking about what Mr. Logan said. If he perfectly executed the technique of 1,000 swords, he could become a knight, but awakening the power was much more important. He took a stronger grip on the sword. He needed to become a knight faster. It was unknown how long Mr. Logan would wait for him. His sister brought him water and food, calling him excitedly. She turned around and then noticed Logan and shouted, but he asked her to be quiet. He watched Victor and thought that he definitely had talent. A 16-year-old boy who had only been studying sword art for a year maintained the correct basic stance, even when swinging his sword sharply. Moreover, the tempo of the sword during such a swing was actually faster than when using standard sword techniques. Did his martial arts still fit the nickname of a noble assassin, despite the fact that his personality did not match? He would not be able to train this style of swordsmanship by practicing alone. He would need to find a partner soon. He called him, and Victor immediately turned around, greeting him. Logan said that tomorrow he planned to leave the castle and go train soldiers with Tezran. Most likely this will last until winter. Victor did not understand why he was told this, but then Logan offered to go with him after he discussed everything with his sister. He was surprised, and then asked if they could take Ria with them. He wanted to bring a girl to a training camp where there were many men. Logan asked sternly, was Victor sure that this would be good for her? But he insisted that he wanted to take her with him. She said excitedly that he was about to be scolded. Logan thought that he usually acted like an adult but became a child when it came to his sister. He sighed and said that he agreed. Victor thanked him happily. However, Logan said sternly and displeased that if something happens his brother will be fully responsible. Victor said that he agrees and will take care of her. Logan looked at him in surprise and confusion. Is she so important to him? Does he have no other family? Is that the only reason? Victor was silent for a while, and said that his parents died because of him. Ria lost them because of him. Therefore he must protect her, his only family. Logan looked at him sadly and put his hand on his shoulder, said, okay, he must continue to work. A few days later, he arrived at Zon Castle. Kaiselan ordered everyone to run 5 laps around the castle wall. The last 100 finishers will run 2 more laps. The boys were already exhausted. They asked, what? But Kaiselan shouted furiously, did they come there to play? They must start running right now. They answered, yes, and immediately ran away from him. Logan said that he was happy to work with experienced people. The role of a training instructor suited him. Kaiselan coughed sheepishly. Since Logan treated him like a knight, he accepted the offer to renew his contract, and he also felt that this job was made for him. But he was surprised when he offered to renew the contracts of other mercenaries. The super strong replied, we can't miss the leak of information about the crossbows. Kaiselan quietly asked, he doesn't plan to start a war in 2 years, does he? Logan chuckled. He is not a warmonger, he thought. It's just that sometimes wars can't be avoided. Suddenly they turned to the side where they heard, he is a monster. Ahead of the group of boys who were running, Victor was much further away and resolutely continued running. The others were very tired. They tried to catch their breath and asked, what is he made of? He is too fast. The second boy said, he is a slave. The slave of the young master. What, he is a slave? Then the boy frowned and thought, if even a slave can do this, then he definitely is. He began to run forward much faster, shouting that he would not lose to him. The remaining boy said that he was going to vomit. Surprised, Kaiselan said that the effect of Victor's presence was as he had said. That guy still vomited. Logan was pleased. He did not expect that they already had outstanding physical abilities, and they also had the will to fight. That's enough. Victor continued to run. He was clearly absorbing the power. It wouldn't be long. If he awakened, he would become the strongest motivation for the soldiers, but contrary to Logan's hopes, in the near future he would see his hands in blood. Victor would sit on a man beating him mercilessly. He would commit murder soon. Everyone was in the barracks of Tezran Castle. There was wonderful food on their tables. All the tables were filled with boys. They ate and said that they were thankful for the treat. They were delighted and said that everything looked delicious. Honestly, they agreed to terrible training just for the sake of food. One of them said, "It seems I have gained a bit of weight after a few weeks of good nutrition. If I could always eat like this, I would have no other wishes." One of them looked away in surprise. Rhea handed him a mug and wished him a pleasant appetite. She was very sweet. All the boys were embarrassed but thanked her. When Rhea left, they said that she was beautiful as always. "She is an angel for sure," one of them added. The charming boy asked, "Maybe I should try to talk to her," but his friend began to turn around in fear and call him. They saw Victor looking at everyone angrily and spreading his dark, evil aura. Everyone was very afraid and sat quietly. Victor spoke terribly. "Turn away before I gouge out your eyes." He seemed to be burning with anger. The boys sadly turned away and said, "Okay." Rhea continued to walk between the tables and Victor watched her. Did she eat before work? But an older guy sat behind her. He also watched her and licked his lips terribly. Victor ran out of the barracks and ran with the food. He looked around and searched for Rhea. Before that, the girl had said, "Victor," and went out the back exit to take out the trash. He was worried. Where did she go so far at such a late hour? Suddenly, he heard something and stopped. The sounds were getting louder around the corner. He ran there and asked, "What is Rhea doing?" But he was horrified by what he saw. There was an adult guy beating a scared Rhea. She was crying and called him. Victor threw all the buns. The guy was worried and said Victor just did not understand. But he began to fly at him, aiming to hit him with his knee. Soon he hit the guy in the face, which was deformed, and blood flowed from his nose. The blow was powerful, and he flew back. He began to cough, but Victor continued to approach him. They were very close. The bully was shaking and said, "My nose, it hurts a lot. My face, it's broken." He angrily said, "Victor, you scoundrel, how dare you? You are a slave, so you should know your place." Victor hit him again, very hard. The guy asked, "Do you think if you beat me you will be safe?" Victor was terribly angry and began to swing his arms and legs. He hit the guy as brutal as possible. The bully's legs were bleeding. He was coughing and his face was soon unrecognizable from the injuries. Rhea was scared by Victor's behavior. The guy was breathing heavily. Victor grabbed him by the hair. He was crying and asking for help. However, Victor screamed for him to die and swung his fist. He continued to beat the guy, and at this time one of the boys was watching from around the corner. He got scared and started to run away, thinking this is bad. Victor had a bloody veil in front of his eyes. He heard the voices of his parents. He was crying. They were telling him and Rhea to run. "You must run away now, leave us and go." They repeated Victor's name while he continued to strangle and beat his opponent. His parents' voices told him, "Your sister, you must take care of your sister." Victor did not notice anything around him and mercilessly beat the guy. But suddenly he returned to his senses, surprised to hear his name being called. "Stop." The bloody Victor stopped and turned around. There was a tall figure. "Mr. Logan." He was also surprised and told Victor, "Calm down, look around." Then the boy himself looked around in fear. There was Kaiselin and also Rhea, who was shaking. He wanted to call her, but Logan said, "Let her rest." It seems she was very shocked. He agreed. The superpower ordered the others to take care of the body of the dead guy. The servants said, "Yes." Victor looked at what was happening in confusion. There were still buns lying around. They were left alone. He guiltily lowered his head, standing in front of Logan, and then apologized to his master. Logan sternly asked, "Do you regret this, Victor?" But suddenly, Victor raised his head and said, "Not at all." Logan asked, "Then why are you apologizing?" He frowned sadly and answered, "Because I killed one of the master's soldiers without permission." Logan said discontentedly, "That's almost true, but I think you regret something else." He looked at the almost crying boy. He regrets bringing his sister there. Victor imagined himself protecting his sister with a sword. The super-strong said, "Because of your stubbornness, she almost got hurt. Taking her with you everywhere and protecting her is not the best option. Well, will you take her to the battlefield too?" Victor lowered his head. He did not know what to say. Victor should think for a little while and realize that it is better not to bring her to potentially dangerous places where he would have to protect her. Logan continued. However, Logan thought that he did not expect exactly this, but he felt guilty in front of Victor. He asked, "Do you understand me, Victor?" Victor clenched his teeth and shook his head. Logan sighed, thinking maybe this will help him stop being overly caring. "How will the master punish him?" he asked. "That's strange. Is he afraid?" Victor replied. "No, I will accept any punishment. But Rhea is a victim, so I ask." Logan smiled. "Murder is a crime, but you worked hard today." The boy was surprised. Next time, Victor must ask the master for permission. "What?" Logan said with a smile. "I don't want your becoming a knight to be delayed because of a good-for-nothing guy obsessed with pleasure." Victor was happy and looked at him with admiration, saying, "Yes, I will remember this." A fireplace was burning in his room. Kaiselin asked, "Is this reasonable?" His slave just killed someone. Unnecessary talk will begin. But Logan replied, Victor is my slave, not my property. The protagonist remembered how one of the boys told other students that he is a bully and did bad things in his village. Even before coming, he made dirty comments towards Victoria. Kaiselin said dejectedly that this is bad. Logan asked, so his slave killed a vile criminal. What's the problem? Kaiselin said. They will say that Victor acted on Logan's orders. The master will publicly shame him for his crimes and hang him on the castle gate. The instructor must warn the soldiers. He replied that he understood everything. By the way, what is he marking on the map? The superpower said. And about this, he looked at the paper and smiled. There was a forest marked with monsters discovered, as well as a secret event for the soldiers. The news that Victor killed a man shocked. The soldiers looked at him in horror and asked, did he kill a soldier? But when the details of the soldiers' crimes were revealed, many changed. The boys became angry and asked, he did this to Victor, how dare he behave like this to the angel of their barracks? They were overheard by a pleased Logan. They said that they always felt it. That guy is strange. They knew that one day he would do something like this. The incident was quickly forgotten. Time passed quickly. 3 months later, winter came. Logan said that the new year had already come, and Kaiselin asked, time passed quickly, right? They had known each other for 2 years. Yes, it had been a long time. One night, loudly counted, and the boys trained and practiced sword techniques. Many boys had already trained for 90 days. The initial number of trainees was 1,000. 12 failed, 1 died, 987 completed basic training. They both smiled, looking at them. Kaiselin noticed that everyone was coping. Only those with a sufficient level of endurance and perseverance remained. The basic training is almost done. He asked Hammer to make 400 extra crossbows. It won't be enough for everyone, but it's enough. Logan asked to have a joint combat training. Right, father? He looked at them sternly and said that Logan was right. The forest at the foot of the mountains should be fine. It's time. Their knights will need practical training soon. He asked, father means have they mastered the iron blood sword? Patrick answered grimly. They have learned the basics, but the real mastery comes during real combat. Logan grinned creepily and said that he was right. Abilities improve when they are used in action. Kaiselin looked worried as the two creepy and crazy guys shook hands. He thought that they were in for a tough time. A few days later, in the forest at the foot of the southern mountain in McLean territory, Patrick shouted for everyone to raise their swords. They were training warriors in the winter forest. Logan told them to control their breathing. The warriors were tired, but they tried to concentrate. He ordered them to hit, and together they started hitting the tree trunks, using their strength. The trees fell loudly with a clean cut. The knights were tired but happy. They said, it worked. They really cut down a huge tree with one blow. All those months of grueling training paid off. Is this the true power of the Iron Blood sword? Logan and Patrick were also pleased. They saw that the boys were impressed by this. They said that they still have a lot of work to do before the knights. They can't believe that they managed to cut down a tree with one blow. However, Logan shouted for them not to relax, and the boys immediately became quiet. He reminded them that they are not in an ordinary forest. The breathing of the monster was heard. They began to approach closer. There were more and more of them. The knights shouted that monsters live there. These are goblins. They said that they came for the first time, and they were already there. At that moment they ran to meet the monsters. The knights killed them, cut them in half using force. Goblins' blood spurted. The warriors screamed, is that all the goblins can do? One of the knights cut off the monster's head and looked away. Screaming that the goblins began to run different directions. The monsters really began to run away from the battlefield so that there would be no pursuit. But Logan screamed for everyone to get their crossbows ready. All the knights stood in a row and prepared their crossbows for battle. The main character ordered to kill every goblin who was running away. Arrows began to whistle towards the goblins who did not have time to run away. One of the monsters got scared but did not have time to run away. An arrow pierced the monster's neck. He screamed and began to fall. The same thing happened with the rest of the monsters. They were pierced by arrows and they fell. The knight asked his partners with satisfaction, did they see this? He killed 2 monsters at once. The second one answered that they were easy to deal with. Why was he afraid of them before? But they stopped laughing when they heard a terrible and loud roar. A huge paw appeared. They prepared their swords and monsters began to run towards the knights. Now they were tense and scared, but the main character ordered them to group together. These were horned wolves. The monsters growled terribly and quickly approached. The knights became closer to each other. One of the knights was horrified when he saw a huge wolf in front of him biting his sword. The knights tried to fight back with force. They swung their swords and the wolves with their paws with claws. Kaiselin ordered the cavalry to prepare their crossbows and then shoot. The knights immediately listened to him, and fired arrows at the approaching monster. The wolf howled loudly. More arrows flew towards the monster, but the wolf continued to run forward. The knight said anxiously that the arrows were not working. Then Logan ordered the swordsman to stand in line, not to let any monster pass by. He himself was standing behind them, and Victor was running among the adult knights. He and the wolf were quickly approaching each other. Victor swung his sword and then hit the wolf with a powerful blow, causing it to fly back. The monster fell to the ground, but Victor heard a growl behind him. There, one of the wolves was gnawing at the warrior. He screamed that his leg hurt. All the guys were afraid to approach, but they saw a bright blade. Logan ran up and swung his sword, using his strength. He quickly defeated the monster, and the frightened knight called him. The main character sternly told him to concentrate. He must take the wounded and leave. He obeyed the order. Logan thought that he expected it. Most of the guys can't do anything when an unexpected fight happens. He looked at the other young guys who were fighting the wolves. Those who got into the top 100 during the sensory testing are different. One of the boys was fighting a wolf when the second one appeared behind him. He was scared, 2 monsters at once. However, they were already rushing to his aid. Victor was attacking the wolf with a terrible look. He swung and hit the wolf powerfully, cutting off its head. He stopped, and the second boy was able to fight on. Victor caught his breath and happily looked at his sword, but the other boys were watching him with apprehension. Logan was pleased. Victor had clearly already freed himself from his cocoon. It was noticeable that he was already using a force of great power. It seemed that very soon he would enter the realm of the orcs. Another monster was cut by a bright and wide blade. The monster fell, and Patrick exhaled and asked, "Was that the last monster?" Hinkle said that they had also managed on their side. It had been a month and a half since the start of training. It took a lot of time, Hinkle answered. After all, they had found 3 cities where there were thousands of monsters. There were many defeated monsters in front of them. The thought of them all uniting and attacking the castle made your spine go cold. It was good that they had found them in advance. Had the first young gentleman predicted this too, Patrick thought it was possible, but that was not the case. The main character was shouting at the guys to hold out a little longer. He and Hammer were watching the work. They just needed to cut down the trees. They had to carefully carry the trunks to the construction site in the city, just not to damage them. It was hard for the guys. One of them said they had been cutting down trees and monsters for a month and a half. It was killing him, the second knight replied. He had not mastered the iron blood sword for this. However, the super strong one was pleased and gloated. He could not believe that so many excellent trees had remained untouched because of the monsters. He had trained a soldier and gotten wood for the city. 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick looked at his creepy laugh and thought it seemed that trees were the most important thing to him. Logan of course did not expect that there would be so many monsters, so they were a little delayed, but they also obtained a lot of information. Some candidates who were in the top 200 to 500 in the sense test absorbed the power, but weakly. After dragging the trees, their strength increased, and there were those who fought, those who swung swords to survive in any situation, and those with a particularly strong survival instinct. Logan smirked like a villain. Maybe awakening the power requires excellent performance of the 6 senses, survival instinct, or even fighting spirit. If they achieve the expected results in the Grandia Civil War this winter, they will be able to rapidly increase their strength for the war with the Empire. Hammer looked at him blankly and asked why he was laughing. He coughed and said, "Just like that, okay, there is enough wood. We need to finish building McLean's city. There is 1 month left until spring. Will Hammer be able to handle it in time for the planting season?" He nodded and told the master, "Yes." However, Logan was surprised and asked if it was even possible. He just said it, hoping that there was at least a small chance. He still thought it would be hard for the dwarf. Hammer said that they were being helped by magicians and the workers were also very motivated. After building the dam, there would be enough food, and the typical construction would go faster over time. Logan was illuminated by a bright light. He was surprised to think that Hammer had always been so reliable. He began to glow even more. Logan was delighted with his condition after the vacation. He asked Hammer, "Wouldn't you forget to build a magic tower in the center of the city, would you?" Clayton was casting a spell. He used the stone wall spell. A magic circle and a glow appeared in front of him. There was a vibration, and soon the earth rose behind the frightened guy, and he screamed. A huge and long wall appeared. Logan told them to stop being surprised and quickly collect the earth. The peasants began to dig giant walls. The super-strong thanked Clayton for agreeing to additional conditions. He was probably not very pleased because the magic tower would be built in a small city, not a large one, But Clayton said that everything was fine. He promised him annual financial assistance in the amount of 10 million, so it did not matter what size the city was. In addition, the tower would be located in the center of the largest town in the kingdom, which is not very different from the city. This is impressive. If everything goes according to the master's plan, this city will become the center of the entire region and is larger than Tezzeret in general. On such a vast plain, the construction of a castle would be. But Logan asked, is a castle necessary? It is enough that people will have a place to grow food and live, Clayton said. However, since the city is large, the crowds also increase, which increases the risk of rebellion. Logan said with a sparkling expression, this will not happen if you do not exploit the residents. At the same time, the surprised and delighted mage blushed. In his mind, Logan was now the perfect guy, an aristocrat who does not exploit others. McLean is a city for the people. He is a reliable young master. They must vote for the young master, he coughed and said. In any case, he would give him a vote, Logan asked. What is he talking about? The mage asked. By the way, is he sure this earthen wall is good enough? What if they are invaded? Logan said that this is enough. After all, this place will never be a battlefield. He will not allow it, he thought. After all, they themselves are planning to invade others in advance. Clayton looked at him for a long time and said, after all, he is really worried about the well-being of other people. And Logan replied that this is not comparable to how a magician takes care of students. At night, only the moon shone in the forest. There was only the wind around, and Logan prepared his sword. He tried to concentrate for a long time. Soon he realized that it was time, then quickly and powerfully swung his sword. Even from afar, a huge flash was visible in that place. The glow was getting stronger. Finally, Logan began to peer ahead. There was a huge boulder with a hole in the middle. He said, it worked. Logan came closer. He noticed that he not only pierced the boulder but also the tree behind it. He looked at the sword with inspiration. This is the second form of the secrets of the divine sword, a cut that pierces iron. A small but powerful blow can pierce even steel. The range is also gradually increasing. Now you need to become stronger. Time passed quickly. 1 month they built a city. Logan was busy with the affairs of the estate. In the second month, the city of McLean already appeared. A woman with children looked at the construction with admiration. They received a large house in the city among the same and were happy. Soon after, summer came. Logan continued to work together with Dwayne. He said that the development of the city land was going well. The only drawback was that they did not have enough male labor for such a large amount of land. The overpowered said that refugees began to come when they heard rumors. They should take everyone in. By the way, is there any news about Hammer? Dwayne answered. No, still on vacation. This time he was gone for a long time. It will be a long time before he returns. Logan asked, displeased, is he not allowing him too much? With the construction of the city and the creation of additional crossbows, everything is going well, the financier said. However, he heard that Hammer received a lot of mithril before going on vacation. Is this true? He answered. Yes, so that he could study during his rest and make some weapons for the knights. Dwayne asked, so he is not resting. But Logan asked, what is he talking about? Getting a rare metal is a dwarf's dream. But Dwayne looked at him disappointedly. He tapped his finger and said, in any case, the construction of the city is finished. There are no problems with its development. There is only one thing left. The Viscount hit the table hard and shouted, McLean are developing the wasteland. Nothing grows in that harsh land. Max Peretta was incredibly angry. In front of him stood a servant who was giving a report. He said that he was interested. That's why he went to see. It seems they drilled a hole in the mountain to bring water from the Luther River, the Viscount asked. Did they go to such a madness to revive the wasteland? Did they have enough money? The servant answered. There are rumors that the young master made money on business, found a gold mine, or even money fell on him from the sky. Max indignantly said that he did not care about absurd rumors. He will focus on the facts. What does the manager think the harvest will be on those lands? He tensed up and said, according to his calculations, the harvest will exceed them twice. The Viscount wondered if the neighboring territory had suddenly become rich. They couldn't just watch this. Could the steward find an excuse? He tensed up, but then grinned eerily, saying that it wasn't necessary. Some of the residents from their lands had gone to their city. They were using this as an excuse to break in. They could take this land or the neighboring Tezzeret plains as compensation. But there was a problem, Max said discontentedly. That's right, it was too dangerous to do everything ourselves, he said angrily, gnashing his teeth. That Soto Sylvan would be a problem. He asked to contact Viscount Sylvan. They had the same high taxes, probably some residents had left there too, he said with glee. The two viscounts would unite and take over McLean. The steward down and bowed, saying that it was a wise decision. The heads, Dwayne and Hinkle, gathered to discuss. Logan said they had selected about 300 particularly talented recruits and were training them separately without burdening them with assignments. Patrick asked, "Does he mean that they are all worthy of becoming knights?" He nodded and said yes, he hoped so. Dwayne said that there were quite a lot of them. Shocked, Hinkle said that there were absurdly many of them. He was worried. Even if he trained soldiers like crazy for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken his power, and that was 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers. Dwayne was also shocked, but Logan said that out of 300, he said that they would maintain the current training system and continue to periodically bring more soldiers. Every year they would strengthen the horses and weapons. The three of them could not believe what was happening. But why waste money on this in such a peaceful time? Patrick said that their family was now at a stage of significant development. Excessive expansion of the army could provoke the neighboring territories, but Logan said they would be provoked even if McLean did not give a reason. Father frowned and asked, "What?" The overpowered one replied, "McLean City is fully operational. The wasteland has turned into plains, Sylvan and Peretta. Does Father think those greedy families will stay away?" He smirked. "They have too many excuses," Hinkle asked. "Excuses, but they haven't done anything wrong." Then Dwayne shouted, "Is it because of the refugees?" Logan smiled and told them to remember how many people they've taken in lately. How many of them left Sylvan and Peretta? If he were them, he would have used that as an excuse, the indignant manager said. If he'd foreseen this, it would have been worth preventing the disaster. Patrick tensed up and asked, "Was he planning on starting a war all along?" Logan replied. "They would have had to deal with those enemies eventually anyway." Dwayne and Hinkle said, "How can the young master say that?" Patrick sighed heavily and covered his face, wondering if he'd handed over power to him too early. Suddenly, Rick ran up to them and called, "Young master," excitedly. They turned around. The houses of Sylvan and Peretta sent ambassadors. All three were shocked, and Logan said, "It seems to have begun." He grinned and suggested discussing how to deal with them and move on. There were 2 flags with the family crest on the street, 2 columns with posies approaching the castle and inspecting the city of McLean. The managers were surprised. "This is interesting. They have not seen such cities. The houses are neatly located along a wide road. The city does not have the refined charm of large cities, but it feels fresh." He looked closely and thought. More importantly, the simple peasants look unusually clean and happy. Both ambassadors grinned eerily. "This city is worth capturing." He smiled and said that this is a good place. He does not know who came up with such an idea, but the attempt is wonderful. The knight heard this and smiled, saying that he was right. "All thanks to the first young master." The shocked manager asked, "What? But he was only 20 years old." The knight meant that the city was designed by the first young master. He answered, "Yes, their young master was more advanced than any other of his age. He always prioritized the land and people. He strictly trained the soldiers but protected them in times of danger, and he also rebuilt this wasteland magnificently." Both ambassadors were even tired of so much praise from Logan, but the knight continued to speak admiringly. He offered them to tell a joke that would amuse them on the way. During the war, their young master, they both felt awkward. They thought, "When will this man shut up?" The gentleman came forward. Logan and Patrick were standing on the balcony. The father greeted them and said he thanked them for coming so far. They looked tired. Was everything all right? The disgruntled ambassador said that everything was fine. The first young gentleman had truly excellent soldiers, he said, confused. "Yes, thank you." The steward said they could not keep them waiting, so they would get to the point. They demanded the return of the missing refugees, and to avoid another incident, they demanded control of the Tezeran Plains, as well as the southwestern part of the wasteland adjacent to the territory of the Pita House. Tension filled the air. Logan and Patrick glared at them. He thought, in other words, they should give up the castle and half of the developed lands. They clearly wanted war. He said so. Logan turned to his father and nodded, and he nodded back. Hinkle watched them and nodded too. Then the captain of the knights said, "Do the houses of Sylvan and Peretta wish to immediately declare war on them?" All the knights frowned with displeasure. They began to say that the viscounts were crazy. Had they gone mad, the ambassadors should leave there quickly. How dare they? The ambassadors began to be afraid of them. But then they bared their teeth with contempt. They cannot intimidate the ambassadors. If they do not wish to start a war, then McLean must recall the knights. Patrick sternly said that they are declaring war, and McLean is not afraid of it. Ambassador said, "Only a handful of dust will remain from McLean. Do they really want to be destroyed? Logan asked with displeasure. How can refugees who escape tyranny be a bargaining chip? He told his father that they forgot their obligations as aristocrats. The ambassadors were surrounded by knights, and their swords were pointed at them. Logan said that negotiations were not necessary. They looked around in fear. Is McLean really starting a war? Are they crazy? Do they want to die? This is going to be an all-out war. The super-strong one started to descend towards them and asked, Are McLean crazy? How impudent are they? How dare they point their fingers and use foul language towards the ruler of these lands? He started to take out his sword and said, It seems they are the ones who are out of their minds. Both men said in fear, No, it is them. He tensed up even more and shouted, What are the guards doing? They must stop the young master. Logan frowned and raised his sword up and then powerfully hit one of the knights, who began to cough up blood and fell in front of the others. Suddenly, one by one, the knights began to cough blood. Blood gushed out of them. Logan ran between them and cut them, killing them. He approached the ambassadors and said, If they dared to take out their swords on foreign territory, they should prepare to die. They told Logan not to approach them. Does he think McLean will remain unharmed if they are attacked? Logan did not listen to them and struck one of them with his sword. The man said that he was an ambassador, but soon his blood gushed out and he fell. The steward of Sylvan was horrified and then fell to his knees, saying, It is his will. He will convey all his words to his master. He asked the master to forgive his rudeness. Logan looked at him sternly and said that this was a wise decision, and the man trembled in fear. Logan turned around and looked at his father and he nodded. He shouted for the McLean knights to prepare for war, after which all the warriors raised their swords and shouted. On the very day that the ambassador was killed, McLean sent a magical message to the two viscounts. Soto slammed his fist on the table. Did they kill the ambassador? Are McLean crazy? The servant said. They insist on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence. What should they do? He asked. Insolence? Have these people become a little better and now act so fearlessly? It's not like they have the strength to fight the viscounts. They have to show mercy once, the servant replied. Yes, the Zak, Karma, and Tezrin. They also looked at the magic ball. In the end, Sylvan demands the return of the runaway peasants, 10 million gold in compensation, and the Tezrin plains to them. Right? And this is their answer after 2 days, and they went there immediately after sending the message. Patrick asked, Why were they in such a hurry? They may not know, but McLean has enough strength to crush the Viscounty. Logan said that they need to take Sylvan as soon as possible. The more strength they show, the less such mockery. They will hear in the future. They do not need to mobilize soldiers if they quickly take Sylvan with regular troops. Peretta will not dare to act rashly. The important thing is how quickly they manage, that's for sure. Kaiselin knocked on the door. Logan allowed him to enter. He stood in front of them and apologized and began to report 1,389 regular soldiers, including 100 stationed in the main fortress of McLean. 313 mercenaries are ready, as ordered. The super strong said that he did a good job. What is the state of the soldiers' weapons? They were given armor, spears, crossbows, and horses. He is sure that no force will surpass them. Logan thought the crossbowmen had become 5 times stronger compared to those who were in the war with Tezrin, and the level of father and knights has increased thanks to the mastered sword of Ironblood. Sylvan and Peretta, they are unlikely to lose even if the Viscounties unite, but it is not worth provoking both at the same time yet. After uniting the territories with them, McLean will have 5 fortresses. This will make their territory comparable to Margrave's. Then the first and second princes competing for the throne will want to lure McLean to their side. Now is not the time to attract the attention of these factions because he wants to make the third prince, who is currently in the shadows, king. In his past life, the first prince became king, but he took advantage of McLean and abandoned them. His repression greatly weakened the kingdom. The second prince is not much different from the first. Therefore, the only option is the third prince. Although he is the third, he is the son of the current queen. The family has a good relationship. Although the prince is young, the king considers him heir to the throne because of his outstanding talent. However, the prince is unlucky because the king suddenly died. Right now, he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy that happened in Logan's past life. That is why he will win the civil war and make the third prince king. To do this, he must remain inconspicuous, maintaining enough territory to hold 3 fortresses, making them similar in size to a large viscounty. Still, but worried, does Kaiselin have good news? He happily said, Yes, there is. Victor has awakened the power. He is waiting to personally tell you this. Logan was delighted and said, Finally, should the boy be called? Of course, soon Victor came to them and apologized. He was embarrassed but told the master that Logan said that he did not need a long explanation. It was better to let him show. Okay, Victor began to concentrate, and soon he was enveloped in a wind with a strange aura. They were surprised, and Patrick asked, "Is his power gray?" But Logan was still happy. Only 2 years, his talent as an aura user is the same as in his past life. He remembered the adult Victor with this aura. He said that Victor was great, and the boy immediately began to smile. But then he was surprised when Logan gave him the paper and said that this was his slave ID. From now on he was a knight. He would not need it anymore. Patrick asked, did he keep the ID with him all this time? Logan had a feeling that he would soon awaken, so he took it. However, his promotion to knight will be postponed until the end of this war. Victor was surprised and asked, but why? He replied sternly that he could not allow someone who had just been freed from the status of a slave to join the other knights. He would burn this document right away, so Victor should be patient for a while. He believed him, right? Victor said that this was not the problem at all. Logan grinned. He knew that this was not what upset him. He began to set the document on fire with a candle. Victor simply longed for battles and wanted to bare his sword in front of strong enemies. He had already prepared an opponent for him. It would be Ran. When the time came, he would fight as much as he wanted. Now he offered to send Sylvan a response. Kaiselin asked, okay, what did he want to tell them? He needed to question the legitimacy of their protest and inform them that their ambassador's behavior was unacceptably rude. Patrick called him and told him to cut the formalities and get straight to the point. Then he grinned, and they said that it was time to stop empty talk and begin the battle. Soon many horsemen were approaching the castle gates. A loud cry was heard among the knights for Soto Sylvan to come out and fight them. The knights on the wall asked excitedly, "Is that a burning flag? We must report this to the Lord immediately." He walked quickly towards them. There were knights behind him. Soto asked, "Did McLean attack them?" He looked at the large group. "These madmen are laughing at him." The knight asked to let him lead the attack. He will stop Patrick McLean. All 120 knights of the Sylvan Order are ready. 2,512 soldiers are also waiting for the order, since they heard about their outrageous demands. However, Soto was worried, thinking, right, although McLean has more people than he thought, they are still at an advantage. Kellyan has already become a high-ranking knight. Now Patrick McLean is not the only one with such strength. He still hesitated. No answer from Parietta. The guy replied that they were silent, still negotiating. Kellyan said, even if Par sent reinforcements, they would arrive in half a day. No need to wait. He trembled and said that it was not that. What if they defeated McLean and then Parietta betrayed them? Don't they think it's strange? They declared war immediately after Sylvan sent a message of protest and rushed there as if they were waiting for it, and Parietta remained silent. Kellyan thought this was normal. He replied, probably not. Soto, worried, said, right, those scoundrels have united, otherwise there would be no meaning to this. How dare those nasty people, Patrick suddenly screamed. Soto Sylvan was scared. He can continue to hide there like a cowardly dog. He will personally cut off his head. He looked at them with displeasure and ordered Kellyan to contact Bifrost. He was to inform them that once they had defeated McLean, they would offer them half of what they had captured as a token of their gratitude. What? Soto shouted angrily at him to do as he was asked in order to prevent the scoundrels from House Parath from making any moves. McLean must also be completely crushed before Parietta arrived. The knights in front of him replied, yes. Soto gritted his teeth. He dared to stab him in the back. After McLean, Parietta would be next in line. McLean's army waited. Hinkle asked if it would not be better to provide covering fire before heading into the castle. It was because of the ability of their soldiers. Patrick replied, not yet. They could not let Viscount Sylvan pass. Logan said that his father was right. They thought they were superior in strength, so they would be leaving soon. He knew Soto Sylvan. He would not survive such an insult, so they would wait a little. Hinkle thought in surprise. Master Logan had lived in McLean all his life. How would he know what Soto Sylvan was like? Soon the gates began to open. The ground began to shake from the clatter of horses' hooves. The horses screamed when they stopped, and a huge army of Sylvan appeared in front of McLean. Patrick and Hinkle said, 3,000 people in the regular army. This is 1.5 times more than McLean. Kellyan led the army. He shouted menacingly. McLean have no shame. Patrick interrupted him and shouted for the soldiers to begin the fight now. The ground began to vibrate under McLean's army. They began to advance. Kellyan was very annoyed. The knight said that they were ignorant. The captain asked, can't they read? Besides, you just need to look at them. They are just a collection of incomprehensible peasants in any armor. Although new in appearance, it seems that McLean made a tidy sum. Sylvan has knights at the head. Cavi supports them. Everyone stands in a standard position because it has proven its effectiveness. McLean will see for himself today. Kaiselin ordered everyone to get ready. The knights put forward crossbows. Callian asked, "Are there crossbows on the battlefield?" He was disappointed in Patrick. And then he shouted, "They are using arrows, you need to raise your shields at the same time." Kaiselin ordered them to shoot. The entire army released arrows and arrows flew at Sylvan. Callian covered himself with his shield. One of the arrows seemed especially powerful. His shield began to break. And then the arrow destroyed part of the shield and fell to the ground with a small explosion. He looked at the hole in the shield and began to use power, shouting that this is not an ordinary attack. They must group together and increase their strength, protect their bodies with it, and attack, the knights shouted. A huge number of arrows fell and pierced their shields. Callian looked at this angrily. How can crossbows be so powerful? Even the knights would have died if they had reacted later. The Sylvan knights enveloped themselves in an aura of power. The captain ordered them to move forward. He wondered if McLean had hidden this until now. He would kill them all. They were quickly advancing on McLean, threatening with force. Kaiselin shouted for them to spread out. Callian asked in surprise. What? The knights began to gallop quickly. Their large mass split into two parts. While the Sylvan army was formed narrowly, soon the enemy knights rushed past him. Kaiselin shouted for the crossbowmen to ignore the Viscount's knights and aim at the soldiers. The evil Callian frowned and said that they were scoundrels. Should he take this opportunity to turn back? Suddenly, Patrick turned to the Sylvan knights. They stopped and tensed up. He shouted, "If they have courage, then they must fight." After that, he quickly approached them, enveloping himself in an aura. Callian asked in surprise, "The blade of power?" He grabbed the sword and fell from his horse, dodging the sword's attack. He looked at the battlefield with displeasure. Patrick was running among his warriors and knocking everyone off their horses. They screamed and died. He thought with horror. Patrick had reached the advanced rank. He looked at Patrick's formidable figure. When did he manage to do so? At this time, he had already returned to his position and ordered the brave knights of McLean to destroy the enemy. Determined warriors began to run to Sylvan, preparing their swords. They almost immediately began to fight the Sylvan knights. One told them to die, while others called them scoundrels. Callian stood alone, asking how this was possible. On both sides the knights used force and fought, but more often than not, the McLean knights won, swinging their weapons powerfully. Blood stained them, but this did not interfere. Hinkle fought several warriors at once. He noticed that just 6 months ago the Sylvan knights were on the same level with them, but now they would easily overpower them. Moreover, some of them had reached a new level during the battle. Patrick fought with a bright aura. He ordered everyone to attack. Hinkle looked at him with satisfaction. The master's training was not in vain. Patrick and Logan were too strong now. He continued to fight and looked around. 2 knights were running towards him. He shouted, "They will find out how long Sylvan will laugh." Hinkle concentrated and began to attack, running between 2 warriors who began to writhe in pain. Their swords fell. When he stopped, their hands began to hurt. They set their wrists. "The commander is also a high rank, but he is not at all as fast." Hinkle grinned. Thanks to the iron bloodsword, he overcame the wall behind which he was stuck for a long time, and became a high-rank knight. Now the middle-rank knights are not a problem for him. He looked at the fighting. Callian, right now the only threat is him, a high-ranked knight. However, you cannot worry about him either. Logan's aura appeared next to him, and soon he began to run towards Callian, preparing his powerful attack. Callian began to worry, thinking, this is bad. Having completed the second style of the Divine Sword Secrets, he almost rose to the level of a high-ranking knight. But the wall that he expected to easily pass through, he had not given into. For the past few months, it was a period of anxiety when he thought he could look beyond the wall. This high-ranking knight from another thief did not learn the steel blood sword like his father or Hinkle. Logan said that he would be able to overcome this wall. He approached Callian menacingly, and Callian turned around with anxiety. Their swords crossed with sparks. Logan won quickly, ran a long distance after him, and attacked again. This time the blow was stronger and brighter. Callian was very dissatisfied, calling him a scoundrel. He attacks with pure strength, without any techniques and tricks. Logan's menacing face was impressive. He swung his sword wide. A huge amount of energy hit the captain. He thought in horror. Was he pushed back, this simple mid-rank knight? Logan pointed his sword at him. Then Callian said that he was too relaxed. He will not give in anymore. Logan looked at him with displeasure, realizing that he was lying. But then he looked up and was surprised. A sword appeared above Callion. No, 3 swords. 3 swords from the aura flew above the captain. He frowned and then began to run quickly, approaching Logan. Logan prepared his sword and thought, it does not matter, the real sword is the one in his hand. Then he thought, wait, isn't this too obvious? Callion was angry. One of the swords hit Logan, but he dodged. His ear began to bleed. All the swords are real. They became far apart. He said that he was lucky he aimed for the neck. Logan said, all these swords are real, an interesting trick. Then Callion created more swords and said to enjoy them while Logan is alive. He began to run towards him again to attack. Logan 1 noticed that another sword had appeared, but suddenly Callion was surprised. A sword flew over him, frightened. Logan said that he also had powerful techniques hidden. He thought, what is this strange aura? His swords tremble the more strongly the closer he gets, as if he confuses their directions. Logan just stood in front of him and used aura. Callion bared his teeth and screamed at him not to play with him. His aura became much larger and more powerful, but Logan 1 said he created more swords despite being under pressure from the blade of power. Callion hit him with a huge blade of power. The captain was happy. Great, his aura trembled. His blades dealt many blows, and he himself hit Logan in the thigh. Logan began to worry. He was covered in bruises, as if he was fighting 5 men at once. Callion was pressing him hard, and Logan was retreating. There were many sparks from the blows around them. Logan thought, if he held back the blade of force with at least 1 or 2 swords he could create a gap. He needed to take a few steps back. Slowly he grinned and asked, is that all? So weak that he got bored? Callion frowned. He became even more angry and swung his sword, pointing the other swords at Logan. His heart beat hard. He waited and looked at the swords. They were almost at his face. Then he closed his eyes. A core flashed in his chest. A third one appeared. After that he ran past Callion, incredibly fast, inflicting a huge wound on him with a bright blade and aura. He stopped very far away and waited. The captain looked at the bloody wound. He thought, how? He saw everything, but at that moment, his speed became much higher than his. Really, Logan said, he should thank the captain for giving him experience. Callion frowned angrily. He turned and saw that Logan 1 raised his sword up. A powerful stream of light surrounded him. He said in surprise, high rank. At the same moment, Logan jumped above Callion's head with a bright aura. Logan swung his sword and fell on the enemy. He told the wounded captain that he thanked him for playing with him. But the captain said that it was impossible. It was very noticeable. The morale of the troops increased. They looked at him happily, but the enemies fell into despair. They watched in fear. 3 bright cores glowed at Logan. The first style of the secrets of the divine sword. A burst of cleavage. He lowered the sword to the ground. A bright explosion appeared. Several waves of energy and power spread from it, which reached Callion. It was as if a hot wind was blowing him away. He tried to resist, but only flew back and exploded. The knights began to call him, and shouted that the commander lost. Logan stood in the middle of light and dust with a sword. The knights began to retreat, and then he inhaled and shouted that he killed the enemy commander. And at the same moment Patrick shouted that they captured Stowe Sylvan. He stood on the wall and held the Viscount. They will spare those who throw down their weapons, and kneel, they can surrender, Logan awkwardly asked. When did he have time? On the Sylvan side, Callion and 42 other knights were killed. 1223 soldiers were killed. On the McLean side, Fames and 5 more knights were killed. The rest of the soldiers are alive and rejoicing in victory. The battle that began in the afternoon ended in an overwhelming victory for McLean in a couple of hours, and this victory will provoke a big war. Patrick said that he was giving Stowe Sylvan 1 chance. He must apologize for his sins, take some property, and leave the land with his family. He stood threateningly with the sword over Stowe, who was sitting on his knees. The Viscount said that the government would not tolerate such an outrageous seizure of power. The ruler of the Southwest Bifrost would not allow this. Patrick frowned, and Logan thought nothing more terrible could be said to his father at that time. McLean's fall was due to the Earl's mismanagement, but the one who brought about the rebellion in order to profit from the chaos was Bifrost, one of McLean's vassals. McLean's former rich lands became Bifrost, making them the rulers of the southwestern region, of course, thanks to the government's intervention. The Bifrost forced McLean to serve them. They wouldn't have gained much from this since their lands were barren, but just the mention of this family was enough to anger his father. He angrily asked, "Does Stowe wish to die?" He tried to say something in fear, but Logan 1 did not listen and cut off his head with a strong blow. He fell, and Logan approached his father, saying that he fulfilled his father's wish to die with honor, making it painless. Patrick nodded and said that he did well. Logan thought that they were trying to give Sylvan a chance, so he hoped that the other nobles would not use this as an excuse to attack, especially Bifrost. They need to be careful. They can't defeat such an enemy yet. A few weeks later, they were in Sylvan Castle. Logan said they would continue to monitor, but Parita still did nothing. Patrick asked if they had a reason to do this. Logan asked what about Tezzeret Castle. Father said that Clayton was there. No matter what happened, he would be able to protect them. Logan frowned. Oh wait, they didn't defeat Sylvan with brute force alone. The Viscount underestimated them. They brought everyone they could with only one trump card. They wanted to remain out of reach. In Tezzeret there was a giant golem controlled by Clayton. But they can't hold 3 castles this way. They need to reorganize everything. Logan asked his father. Maybe they should move the center of their domain. If they build cities in the center, it will be easier to manage 3 castles. The manager said he was right. They cut down the forest with monsters, so it is enough to leave a minimum number of forces in the McLean. They will station the knights in the cities. Then they will be ready to go to Tezzeret and Sylvan at the first call. Patrick said, yes, it is a wise decision, and Logan sighed and thought, now he will not have to do it himself. Patrick asked, did he say that they captured 75 knights? Logan answered, yes, they are all in the dungeon. Among them, 8 are of middle rank. Will he be able to convince them to serve McLean? Logan smiled and said that this is no problem. No one swore absolute loyalty to Soto Sylvan. He was pleased. It is difficult to imagine that they got so many knights in one battle. It is more profitable than recruiting talented young men, but if Sylvan acted a little more carefully, there would be losses. They managed to capture only a quarter of his knights. In the future, this will not happen again. Do not relax because of the victory. He must tell his father to remain vigilant, Patrick said. With such forces, even the parrot do not seem scary. All thanks to Logan. He was embarrassed and blushed, thinking that he would let him enjoy the victory today. Suddenly, a servant ran in and loudly began to call the master. A letter from Bifrost had arrived. They immediately tensed up, and the servant opened the paper and began to read. As the ruler of the Southwest, he was experiencing great discomfort because of the wars organized by McLean. Indignant, Patrick stood up and shouted, "The ruler of the Southwest, how dare he call himself that?" The servant continued. At the request of Viscount Sylvan, Parita and McLean are obliged to immediately stop the conflict. Patrick asked, "They started this, and now they are asking to stop?" Soto Sylvan had no conscience. Logan said that they should listen. They listened in surprise, as Bifrost admitted the reason for the constant conflicts. It was all because he did not fulfill his duties as a ruler properly, and did not achieve peaceful coexistence of the houses in the region. Therefore he, Roger Bifrost, on his 50th birthday, which will take place in a month, invites the heirs of all the families in the Southwest to discuss the future of the region. McLean shouted that this is nonsense. From his voice Logan covered his ears, and the servant's clothes flew off. The shocked man could now cover himself with a small piece of paper. Patrick shouted, "He invites the heirs to discuss goals. He believes that McLean serves him." Logan watched in horror as his energy tore his clothes. The frightened servant said, "In the end, he writes that absence from the party will be a refusal to discuss." Father was indignant. What a soft way to threaten them. McLean will not bow to threats, however. Logan said that it sounds interesting. Everyone fell silent, surprised. Father asked, what did he say? Perhaps it would not be so bad to pay him a visit. Patrick was shocked. He said that he respected Logan's will. However, he hit the table hard and shouted again, "They will not bow down to Bifrost. He will not allow it, even if he has to die." The letter flew off the servant, and the second man jumped to cover his body, but not the letter. Logan was dissatisfied and took the flower, asking, "Does he want to be buried right now?" The servant grabbed him by the shoulders and said, "No, patricide." Patrick sighed and said that he would listen to him. What did he think? Logan looked at him seriously and shook off the dirt. No matter what they did, they would not defeat Bifrost now, Patrick agreed discontentedly. 2 knights of the highest rank and 15 high, a total of 300 knights, and this is only a part of their known skills, the messenger cried. The second servant said that he was well informed. The third said that he studied everything in detail. Logan said, "Exactly. They are doing well now, but it is all unreliable. Now that Sylvan and Tezzeret are defeated, Bifrost is watching them closely. If they act for show, being so close to him, it will end badly for them." Logan looked very serious and scary. They need time to lure the Sylvan knights, force Parita to serve them, reorganize the troops, and he needs to master the third style of the secrets of the divine sword. The other knights also need training. Patrick stood up. The Southwest is different from other regions. Unlike other rulers, Bifrost cannot rely on the loyalty of other nobles. The reason for this is difficult to explain, but it is so. If Bifrost tries to use their right as rulers, others will undoubtedly turn away. but the superpower power said no. When he was in the capital, Percival and Roofman north of Bifrost swore allegiance to them. Patrick was shocked. What, to be more precise, Logan knows this from a past life. Father asked, when did this happen? He sighed in disappointment. Logan has to feel ashamed because their family has little strength. He apologized to his son, but Logan smiled. Great, permission granted. Father knew what he was capable of. Everything would go well. He would take this as an opportunity to see how their ancestral lands had changed. After a while he was about to leave, but Hammer called him. He came up and asked, was it true that he had been sold to the enemy? Logan asked. He had just returned to the city. Where did these rumors come from? Hammer said. If he died, Logan chuckled, thinking it seemed they were close enough to worry about each other. But Hammer asked, what about his promise regarding the dwarf's freedom? Would he keep it? There was a blow. Annoyed, Logan said that he would not die and he had not been sold. Hammer should learn to ignore stupid gossip. Hammer, who had been hit, said, but most of the rumors about him turned out to be true. Good, he should take this wherever he went. The cloth fell to the ground. He didn't have time to decorate it properly, but it was made for the master still. Hammer can assure him of the excellent quality. This sword is made of pure mithril. Logan looked at the beautiful and shiny sword with the McLean crest in it in surprise. He said, the carriage arrived at the gate. The master was told that they had arrived at Bifrost's castle. They were told to wait for someone to come to meet him. Plone Perida, the heir of Perida, replied, okay. Suddenly, he noticed a man at the window. It was McLean. The guard asked, is he the master McLean? He asked him to pass. Plone was surprised. He couldn't believe that he actually captured Sylvan. It seems that he doesn't even have a guard with him. So that's how it is. His house suffered great losses in the war against Sylvan. That's probably true. If Bifrost hadn't intervened, it would have bowed their heads to Perida. He got out of the carriage and asked what was going on. Why was he being treated like someone who looked worthless? The guard called him excitedly, and Plone asked what he would hardly hear him, and if it weren't for the Count, his family would fall to their knees in front of him, begging for mercy. Plone thought that Logan couldn't even answer. He came up and extended his hand, saying his name. He also said that he had heard a lot about Logan. They say he killed 6 knights in a row. He examined him under his robe. Logan had a weapon, but the hilt of the sword was clean. Maybe the rumors about him were just gossip. Logan shook his hand and said his last name. Plone noticed that he was younger than expected. It seemed that the rumors about him were exaggerated. He squeezed his hand very hard. Logan was surprised, but then he grinned and squeezed his hand so hard that it clenched. Plone coughed, and his whole face tensed up. He was so strong. Logan let go of his red hand and apologized. He thought Plone was trying to conduct a test of strength. Plone held back tears and was angry. What a scoundrel he was. He said that Logan was impudent and nasty, and then took out his sword, pointing it at McLean in front of everyone. Plone shouted that he would teach him, the son of the despicable McLean family, a lesson in manners. The worried guard said that personal duels are forbidden in the territory of Bifrost. Logan said he continues to talk nonsense for which he will not be able to answer. How can the heir of the house not realize where his place is? Plone was surprised, and then his whole body trembled with anger. Logan dared to insult him. The knights must seize him. His guards ran to Logan, and the Bifrost warrior asked where his guards were. But Logan took out his sword, and all 3 guards felt pain from the bright blade of power that Logan attacked them with. He quickly ran and stopped, and the warriors, not understanding the situation, continued to stand in their places. Soon their swords cracked. Plone looked at this and was scared. Unbelievably, their swords were cut in 2. The guards also looked at the weapons in shock, and Logan put the sword to Plone, who did not feel any force. He did it with only a sword. Logan looked menacing to him, but now he sighed and grinned. Plone did not feel any magical power either, which means he did not use the artifact. The guard said that this was an amazing sword. He would not consider it rude to ask where he bought it. However, Logan said that this was rude. The angry guy threw away his sword. He thinks he was just lucky to find such a good sword. Footsteps were heard. The guard looked at the man in surprise and began to speak excitedly. Logan and Plone looked at them. The Moonlight Knight, Sir Plants, has arrived. There was a murmur in the crowd. Moonlight Knight Plants? Did he come in person? The highest-ranked knight came in person to greet someone? Logan and Plone looked at him in shock. He is one of the 2 highest-ranked knights of Bifrost. He has silver hair and eyes, just like the story. He really stands out. It is surprising that such a knight was sent to greet the village boys. This means that either Bifrost really cares about their families or something worse. Plone excitedly said that it is an honor to meet him. He is the heir of the Perida house. Plone said that he is glad to meet him. Then he turned to Logan. If he is Perida, then the one in front of him is McLean. His aura was menacing and serious. He thought the knight was trying to put pressure on him. He barely endured this and smiled, saying that he is Logan McLean. Plant said that this explains everything. He is surprised he is an average rank at such a young age. Plone and his guards were surprised. He is an average rank. They thought Logan was strong because of his good sword. Logan clenched his fists. He was satisfied. It worked. After obtaining a high rank, knights have a unique sharp energy that cannot be hidden and can only be detected by knights of the same rank or higher. Since he has reached a high rank and earned 3 stars for the power core, he can control the strength of this energy. It is better to show only this amount of strength while he is with Bifrost to lower their guard. The knights are already surprised. They do not understand. He is so strong. That is why he did not bring guards with him. He smiled and thanked Franz. He is working hard to become like him, Plants, in the near future. The knight said that he should not stop at just this. He has such talent that he can at least become a superhuman. He was glad to meet them and lead them into the castle. After that, the gates opened. They were standing in the square surrounded by servants. Franz said that this was a building for important people. The heirs of Roofman and Percival had already arrived, so he asked them to wait there and rest until the feast, which would take place in the evening. Logan said that he understood him. He had escorted them, and now he asked to let them go. Logan 1 thanked him and then looked away in surprise. Plone asked, was he embarrassed, huh? It was unlikely that someone who came without servants had clothes for the feast. Should he lend him his pajamas? He grinned eerily, and Logan looked at him like he was a clown. He turned away and began to walk on, asking the servant where his chambers were. The guy said that he asked him to follow him. Logan thought that when Plone allowed his knights to fight despite the ban, he already understood everything. But he did not realize what situation he found himself in. If this is the level of the heir of Parida and his knights, then it will not be difficult to capture them. Plone was angry, and the servant calmed him down. Logan is not going to take off his armor there. He looked carefully at the McLean. There are lands that his ancestors lost. You cannot relax your vigilance. He found himself in a large hall. Bifrost was sitting on the throne in front of him. He greeted Logan McLean. Logan grinned and told him to immediately take off his sword. Logan knew no one knew what could happen there. A beautiful hall filled with people sparkled. Logan introduced himself and said that he was from the McLean family. It was an honor for him to greet a representative of the Bifrost lands. He bowed and congratulated him on his birthday. Other nobles looked at him and mocked him. What's wrong with his armor? This country boy has no manners at all. The superpower frowned. He only looked at Roger Bifrost since he is a potential enemy. He may have to fight. A few days before arriving there, he looked around the neighboring castles and towns. He expected the people there to be as dissatisfied as in Sylvan and Tezzeret, but they turned out to be quite friendly. The peasants said that Roger was a good man. First of all, the taxes are low, so their wealth is so great that they do not need to extort from the people. Roger greeted him. If he came, then can you be sure that McLean agreed to follow his will? Logan replied. If this will maintain peace, McLean will follow his will. First, he laughed and said that he expected more resistance. He, a young man, understands everything. Logan thought, this is for peace in the country, and he is just an aging fool. Roger told him to enjoy the banquet. In any case, Bifrost really has the 5th circle. In his past life, there was a rumor that Count Bifrost demonstrated incredible strength in battle. The peasants talked about it everywhere. Bifrost was on the side of the second prince, who lost, so Logan did not pay attention to him. But the fact that he has the 5th circle is true. The 5th circle is equal in strength to the level of the advanced rank. These magicians are powerful. They can fly and explode, especially in war. When this power extends far beyond individual battles, it is considered even more destructive, and Bifrost also has 2 advanced knights. What to do? The Count was announced to give a speech. Everyone is asked to pay attention. He stood up and said, first he wanted to thank those who came to the birthday of such an ordinary person like him, and he himself did not come, but he must thank His Highness the Second Prince for giving him tears of the sun. He respects him endlessly. After these words the girls were delighted. The second prince himself, she knew that they were close but not that close. Bifrost continued for a long time. The aristocrats of the southwest were separated, unlike other regions. Logan thought, is he going to repeat the same thing as in the letter? Roger enthusiastically raised his fist and said, it is time to leave behind meaningless traditions and unite. His Highness the Second Prince, who is most likely to inherit the throne, wishes to support their region. Logan frowned. What a strange way to tell everyone to shut up and go serve the Second Prince. Bifrost smirked and said, "By the way, they started and will end the southwestern conflict that lasted 200 years in the presence of the heir of McLean." Everyone looked at Logan, surprised. He is a great youth who stood out when McLean won 2 victories recently. This genius is only 21 years old, and he is already a mid-rank knight. Even the advanced rank knights he knew were not such masters at his age. Logan was dissatisfied and forced himself to smile. Is this a compliment? What is he up to? Roger does not intend to force or oblige the talented guy, but only wants to make a proposal. He called him, and the superpower awkwardly asked, "What? Count Walter, the grandfather of the second prince, is looking for talented youths like him. If he does not mind, Bifrost would like to recommend Logan to him. What does he think?" He was shocked like the other guests. "That Superman, the sword of sweltering heat?" Logan concentrated and said with a smile, "His offer is an honor for him, but Logan already has a mentor." Roger asked, "Is it not his father, Patrick McLean?" He answered, "No, he was lucky enough to train with a great man, so he must refuse." Everyone fell silent. Roger looked at him gloomily. Roger quickly understood everything, but they will soon be visited by the sword of sweltering heat in person, so why not learn from him for a while? This offer is not only for him. He wants to offer it to all the heirs who came today and serve him. By the way, can he name his mentor? Logan thought discontentedly. Serving him? He said it imperceptibly, as if McLean really served him. He wants to tie them at any cost. That is his goal. In such a situation, it would be difficult to refuse him again. Fortunately, he prepared in advance. He said that he was grateful for the beautiful words. He could not refuse if his desire was so strong. He would wait. Bifrost thanked him for accepting the offer. The choice of McLean would be the first step to uniting the Southwest, but first of all, his old friends Percival and Roofman agreed to unite under the flag of Bifrost. As a token of gratitude, he would personally present gifts to these heirs. A large table was brought into the hall. Everyone began to ask, "Artifacts?" There lay a sword and a hammer. The shade of things so deep that they were at least class 3. Of course, given the status of the Count, he spent at least tens of millions of gold on gifts, as one would expect from a treasure collector. An artifact is a magical tool that holds or contains magical power, which almost always gives them magical properties. These artifacts, created by their magic department, are more versatile than what mages do with circles. Clayton can create scrolls or use magic on his own, but not artifacts. Because of this, artifacts are divided into classes based on the magic that imbues them, but the prices of these things are absurd. The cheapest material used to create them is mithril. In order not to waste resources, they are usually made with at least third circle magic. To create a third-class artifact, a fifth circle mage is required. A third-class artifact of rank D is ordinary, but a third-class artifact of rank S is beautiful, so it is no wonder that the prices are so high. He uses something like this as a gift. Bifrost asked Percival and Eric Roofman to come forward. Do they swear allegiance to him? Both boys bowed. And Ron said, yes, on behalf of his house he swears allegiance to Bifrost. The second heir also swears allegiance to him on behalf of the Elman house. The head replied, okay. He, Roger Bifrost, accepts their messages. He gives Percival the sword Lambton, and Roofman he gives the hammer T-Jarkson. They loudly said their thanks for this honor. Roger proudly said that he does not skimp on gifts. Those who serve him will receive appropriate gratitude. Logan gave the glass to the servant and noticed that Bifrost was looking at him. Suddenly, a drunk Plone appeared behind him. He asked if Logan's sword doesn't look better. They tried to stop him. Logan was also surprised. Is this the fool from the Parita house? The inadequate guy said that in his opinion, he, the Count, is exaggerating, as others think. It seems to him that Logan's sword looks better. Roger was dissatisfied and looked at him angrily. Plone said, considering that he cannot recognize real talent. At the same time, his mouth was covered by the servant and said that the young master drank too much. Logan tensed up. Plone is stupid. He dug his own grave. The sword forged by hammer is beautiful. It is called Lux, which means twilight in the ancient language. Its power is clearly comparable to most artifacts. The blacksmith master made it especially for him. Such a thing is filled with soul. It is not so difficult to get a good item from a dwarf, but greedy nobles will not understand. In the worst case, if his plan did not work and the Count forced him, he wanted to use the sword for negotiations or to buy time. Plone pushed the servant away rudely. This fool interfered and ruined everything. Roger asked, is it so great, the sword, Logan? He replied that he was lucky to get it from a dwarf. He asked curiously, what, from a dwarf? If so, is it comparable to artifacts? Can he examine the sword? Logan can bet his hand that he will never get the sword back, he said. Although he is young, but as a knight, it is difficult for him to hand over his companion to someone else, Roger said. The sword is his companion, he is so young but he speaks like an old man. Well then, what does he think of demonstrating his knightly skills in an exhibition match? It would be good to compare him with these gentlemen who received artifacts. Ramon, he is also a mid-rank knight, right? The guy answered. Yes, he became a mid-rank knight a few years ago, although he lacks skills. Roger said that a normal match would not be so interesting, so they could bet on something. If Ramon wins, Bifrost will take the dwarf's sword, and if Logan wins, he will reward him with a suitable artifact. Logan was surprised, and the smug Roger asked how he liked such an offer. Logan McLean, he ordered him to take out the sword. If Logan agreed, then he grinned, thinking everything turned out to be a big surprise, but he had no reason to refuse at that moment. He took out the sword and waved it, saying that he agreed with his offer. The two of them stood in the middle of the hall. Ramon said since he is older, he will leave the right to strike the first blow to Logan, but he said he didn't need it. He didn't want to hear later that he had the advantage. He was sure he would win. Ramon chuckled, said the recognition of his genius added to his arrogance. For his own good he would show that there are clouds above the sky. The guy gripped the sword tighter. A bright aura of power enveloped him. The admiring girls said that it looked cool. Do all artifacts emit such a beautiful glow? Logan thought discontentedly. Is he trying to attract more attention? Now he is the perfect target. Roger deliberately gave him an artifact that is more noticeable than truly useful. This is in Bifrost's style. In comparison, the light from Lux is quite modest, but it is perfectly balanced, well sharpened and durable. The sword is needed only for the direct purpose and not to be called beautiful. Ramon asked, will anyone of his pretty sword be able to withstand the artifact? He thought it seems that this fool is not smart enough to realize this. He is worse than that stupid Parita. The guy quickly jumped and approached Logan, swinging his sword. Logan noticed that Plants, the Knight of the Moonlight, was also present. He could hide his strength from him, but it was much more important to hide his confidence. It was worth partly matching him. Logan one made a surprised face when their blades clashed. He needed to stumble a couple of times, let himself be scratched, and then suddenly deliver a powerful counterattack which would throw the enemy back. He concentrated the aura in the sword to demonstrate his strength. And defeating Ramon, who dropped the sword, said that he was lucky. You need to boost your metabolism with your power core to make yourself sweat and look more convincing in a panic. Ramon said it was an accident. He was just not used to the sword. Roger said that was enough. Ramon had disappointed him. He wanted to say that his gift was to blame for his loss. Ramon said no, he was apologizing to his master. Bifrost apologized for such a shameful sight. His people had been unfair to him. He would open his treasury and let him choose any artifact. He thought, does he intend to keep it there at any cost? He is sure that whatever he chooses will come back, but he will not let him do as he pleases. A servant ran into the hall, saying that Roger had been contacted by the Duke of the Sword on the occasion of his birthday. He asked in surprise, what? Soon from the magic ball, Felix congratulated the Count, one of the most trusted pillars of the kingdom, on his birthday. He apologized for not being able to come, but he was sure that those who had arrived were enjoying his kindness. Bifrost laughed happily and thanked him. He did not expect the Duke to contact him personally. Logan realized that Bifrost was obviously flattering him. If he got down from his chair, Felix turned around and said, wasn't Logan there? Roger and the guests looked at him, and in surprise, Logan smiled, thinking that Felix was very timely. Although he was not the best actor, but if he asked for help, he should follow the plan. Roger looked at him with displeasure, and Logan said that they had not seen their mentor for a long time. Everyone was shocked. Did he just say mentor? The whole hall was discussing it loudly and looking at them. This country boy is studying with a sword master? That's why he refused the Earl. Felix said that he was confused, suddenly seeing his student who had never contacted him. When will he arrive in the capital? He did say that he would throw a banquet in his honor. People said that they were so close. Logan apologized. Because of the problems between the houses, he might need to stay in Bifrost's castle. The Count made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. He asked, is that so? Bifrost became nervous. That's not quite true. If he wants to meet Logan, he can postpone the plans. Logan was pleased. He did the right thing by asking for his help. Although he takes a new position, not choosing princes, he is a superman who has power over the ruling family. Even the Count cannot refuse to follow the orders of such a person. Felix winked and said, then he and Logan will see each other in the capital. He smiled and said, yes, he thanks the Lord. Really, Bifrost was very angry but said nothing. The next day, Logan looked at the treasury in surprise. The guard said that he had an hour to inspect it. The count would give him 1 jewel. He examined many shiny objects. There were about 30 of them. So, he removed the most important ones. So stingy, but any of these things are still worth at least 10 million gold. He will try to choose something good. His senses, strengthened after the development of the core, allow him to feel the differences in the energies contained in artifacts, by which one can judge their power. He will skip the weapon. Lux is enough for him. Even with a simple glance at the weapon, it is obvious that there is nothing better than what was at the banquet yesterday. Armor reinforced with fire and electricity magic. It will roast alive whoever puts it on. He said that the things there are all quite ordinary, but something attracted him. He extended his hand, shrouded in aura. All the power converges in one place. He approached the object and said in surprise, "Are these boots?" He looked at the shoes with suspicion. Magic emanates from them. Is this even an artifact? But they continue to absorb his power. If he continues to supply them with magic, he continued to glow brightly and directed into the boots. The shoes absorbed his flows, and Logan felt an unpleasant sensation. His power was flowing there. He continued to hold his hand but soon tried to stop it. He could take damage. This is bad. Then he said that he would find out who would win. He began to direct even more power, which flared up stronger. The boots absorbed everything, and then Logan saw something strange. The boots began to exude the same strong aura. He had to move away. He looked at his hand. His power returned. These boots, he was shocked by his guess. Roger asked, "Logan McLean has already left?" He took the artifact with him and really intended to make a fool of him. He clenched his fists angrily, told them to go after him and return the artifact along with his sword. They can do anything but not kill. A fire was burning in the dark forest. Logan was sitting alone, but suddenly he heard a sound to the side. Logan quickly stood up and took the sword. Does he feel the intent to kill? Bifrost sent pursuers after him. A man came out of the bushes and said that he had a heightened sense of smell. Logan realized that his voice was distorted. Was he trying to hide his identity? A man and his 3 assistants were walking towards him. Logan asked, "Isn't it stuffy to walk like this?" It must have been difficult to get to him from Bifrost. At the same moment the killers began to move quickly, and the man again ordered not to kill him altogether. They approached Logan with swords, but he only grinned. He quickly began to move and also prepared a sword to attack, swinging it. The killers were surprised. Logan one-hit the sword of one of them, and the guy coughed. Logan deftly ran among them and fought. The guys thought, how can he be a knight of the middle rank? Is he too fast? Logan attacked them with his sword and ran past 2 killers, attacking the third. A flash appeared from their swords. He was pleased because he made the right choice by taking the boots. When the boots released the power that was put into them, he thought it was an accident, but after putting on the boots, their true value was revealed to him. It lies in the speed of reaction, triple jump in the air and speed climbing. Moreover, the boots are repaired and adjusted to size by themselves. This is an artifact of at least the 4th class. Boots of the God of Wind is a suitable name for them. The killer tensed up. The guy asked to allow them to aim at vital organs, otherwise they will not win. The man said that it was a shame. He himself began to run and approach Logan from behind. He was surprised to feel his aura. A silver blade of Franz's power swung his sword and sent Logan a wave of sever blades that hit painfully, although Logan covered himself with a sword. A bright flash appeared from the blow. He moved back but held on, increasing his aura. He said he didn't know, but Sir Franz earned the title of Moonlight Knight by cunning. The man stopped and took off his hood. Logan wasn't the only one who hid his true power and the amazing artifact. He showed his face. Logan frowned. He decided to reveal his identity. Although after using the legendary silver power, there was no longer any point in hiding. He said he would take the artifacts as payment for the lesson. Logan asked indignantly, "What lesson?" He is not embarrassed by the presence of the title of Lord Moonlight Knight, but Plant replied that is why the lesson would be harsh. He thanks Logan for going so far. He thought that his posture was strange, as if he was holding a whip. Many streams gathered on Plant's sword. He swung the sword, and long streams in huge quantities and with destructive force fell on Logan. He was now very scared. His blade of power really moves like a whip. Plant surrounded himself with silver streams of power which were huge. Logan gritted his teeth. He enveloped himself in an aura and fought back with his sword. What merciless blows! His blade of power does not work against him. It can only reflect blows. His sword was constantly enveloped in streams of the enemy's sword power. If it came to this, he would have to use everything he had. At the same moment, Logan One lowered the sword to the ground. Long and bright streams began to diverge from, delivering powerful blows. All three warriors were surprised. What? Wait, sir, Fran's power is as strong as always. Logan was tired and breathing heavily. This is bad. He did not feel any effect, although he used the first and second forms. Logan was surprised and then quickly bent down. A blade flew right in front of his face. Logan hurried and jumped back. Plant said that it was close. If he relaxed, he would die. How did he do it? He doubts that it is the artifact. Are these the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword? Logan grinned, dissatisfied. He was still completely healthy. His blows did not help. If it were not for the enhanced boots of the God of Wind abilities, he would not have responded to that blow. He did not have enough strength to defeat Plant, but it is quite worthy that he holds his own against an advanced knight. Logan slapped himself in the face and said, "Of course not." "What?" Logan spat and said, "To give him time. Then he will show the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword. He still has not fully mastered them." Plant was surprised. "Well, of course he must show his abilities as a young heir." Logan thought if he is inspired, it will be easier for him. He just needs to believe in himself, his secret arts, which he had only just learned. Even after a month as a high-ranking knight, he needed to concentrate. He realized that if he lost, he would lose his lux and boots, and Franz would make sure that he could never hold the sword again. Logan began to glow with a bright aura. He told himself to concentrate. When he opened his eyes, he saw a knight in front of him, who was attacking him, aiming a sword. Franz screamed that he trusted his enemies too easily. His sword was almost at Logan's neck. A huge explosion occurred, which raised a lot of dust into the air. When the dirt and wind cleared, Franz was standing on his feet. After this, Logan would not remain unharmed. But suddenly he saw a bright blade. Logan stood in front of him with a giant aura blade. He was already injured, but he used the third form of the secrets of the divine sword. Franz saw a vortex of his sword energy swirl above him. He was shocked. A huge fire explosion appeared in its place, scattering stones around. The warriors began to call for Sir Franz. They must find him. He was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. He said with difficulty that he dodged. Franz was lying among the huge marks of the sword that dug into the ground. He said that it would be better to die together. At this time, Logan was riding a horse. He ran away and thought that he relaxed too much. When Franz attacked him, he saw a hole the size of a coin piercing the right side of his chest. It must have formed during the split. Franz's excited expression and all that talk were for the sake of distraction, but at that time he could not recognize it. But he knows for sure that with his abilities and treasures, he can definitely defeat a high-ranking knight. His leg trembled. That alone deserved. Suddenly he let go of the reins and then fell. His horse continued to run. Rick called loudly for the young master and Dwayne covered his ears. What happened to him? Logan awkwardly said that he fell asleep while riding a horse. Logan's return made a noise in the McLean house. After all, the heir who came from Bifrost 2 weeks later looked terrible. This was enough reason to officially complain to Bifrost, who could start a fight under the pretext of slander. So the incident was forgotten. Patrick said that he had to endure hardships because their family has little strength. He cannot look him in the eye, but Logan optimistically said that they will pay them soon for this. He needs to reorganize their forces. A bright blade cut through the air, chopped the logs in front of him into pieces. He breathed heavily, and remembered his brother's words that this war will end quickly. He does not need to be present. He must train. Ronian can't let him treat him like a child. He is also the sword of their house. His brother faced humiliation at Bifrost. Suddenly he heard him. "Ronian is working hard," he asked in surprise. "Brother?" Logan told him to rest. He asked to let him introduce him to the one he will train with from now on. In front of him stood a grown-up Vector, who introduced himself as the new knight. Logan asked, "Is the armor comfortable?" He answered shyly, "Yes." Ronian thought, "Are they the same age? And can he use the power too?" Logan said that Vector has recently awakened and has been getting used to the power. Until now, they are the same age. He can be a good motivation for him. Ran asked, "By training together, he means what?" Logan answered, "Sparring. What else? Do they want to try it right now?" Both boys were surprised, and tension appeared between them. Logan said, "Attention, here we go." At that moment, Vector used his power and jumped, attacking and holding his sword to Ronian's throat. He immediately realized that it was the Iron Blood sword. Did he really just awaken? The formidable Vector was in front of him. Ronian tensed up. He had to answer him right now. Ronian put his power into the sword, and it glowed. Then Vector was also surprised. Ronian swung the blade wide, which left a bright mark, but there was no one there. He raised his head. Vector was falling on him from above, which surprised Ronian. Vector frowned and drove the sword into the ground with full force, very close to Ronion, who jumped back. They again went their separate ways. Ronion frowned and said that Vector was a monster. He did not react at all, but Logan laughed loudly, asking who he called the monster. "It's so cute." Ronion was embarrassed. He concentrated because he had to try his best. Vector smiled, and then Ronion they began to fight again, and Logan watched with satisfaction as he thought they fought with good synergy. Vector not only perfectly mastered the Iron Blood sword, but also adapted it to his fighting style. And Ronion, who would surpass a mid-rank knight, even with his limited knowledge of sword styles, moves freely without restraining himself. A cruel free blade and a clean precise blade should reflect the qualities that they will mutually transmit to each other during the fight. Suddenly, someone said that you can't hit there, but the second one replied that during the fight, all techniques will do. He is a scoundrel. Logan smiled and asked not to fight too hard. Now the boys began to fight with fists. There are still 7 years until the war in the Empire. These two will be ready in 5 or 6 years. It would be good if Vector learned the secrets of the Divine Sword now. The problem is, can he trust it so much? If only he could get some kind of catalyst that would bind him to this place. In the mage's office, Clayton asked Logan, "Does Logan mean that this child has seen Mana?" He was with Rhea and said yes. Before that, he said that when she tries to study something, she will be able to find something that will help her. Rhea asked, "Then can she learn how to move the clay dolls with that yellow chain?" Logan asked. "Wait, what?" Victoria looked depressed. He wanted to cheer her up, but this was unexpected. The superpower was pleased. He had his suspicions when they first met, but he did not think that she really saw Mana. Clayton approached and said, "Now he is directing his Mana in a certain direction. Can she tell where exactly?" Rhea looked at his hand and followed the flow, saying, "Into that uncle." The guy enveloped in Mana asked, "Is he the uncle?" Clayton asked again. Then she answered, "Into the bottle of water and that uncle." The mage said admiringly that she was a beautiful child. Not all great mages can see Mana with their own eyes. Logan thought, is this such an amazing ability? It will be too noisy if it becomes known that he can see Mana too. He asked, "Is Victoria sure she wants to study magic?" She turned around and said, "If it helps to control huge dolls, then yes, why them?" Rhea confidently said, "If she has a doll, she will be able to do more things." Logan said that this is a good goal. Then he entrusts her to Clayton. However, no one listened to him anymore, and Rhea approached the mage. Clayton said that they do not have robes for children. They will need to contact the tailor. He ordered to bring him a measuring tape, and he was immediately answered, "Good." While she was being measured, Logan thought, she has the talent to become a great mage, which means that both twins are geniuses. Now he has even more questions about their parents. They are getting stronger. It's time for him to go to Grandia, he promised the master. He thinks that he can do it faster alone. Assistance will only slow him down. A few days later, the knight shouted that it was an honor for him to serve the young master. A group of knights shouted that they would serve him with all their hearts. They surrounded him tightly. Logan looked at it all with displeasure, thinking when they would leave. Commander Henderson of the 17th Squad of Knights McLean arrived to serve the master. It is an honor for him to serve Logan. He thought that if he can accompany the young master today, then he serves the future legend. He will do everything to become one of his confidants. Logan asked him to bring some wood, and Henderson was collecting sticks in confusion. Logan was annoyed. He wanted to go alone, but his father said to take at least a few assistants. It would be impolite to the Duke. Then he agreed to a couple of knights. But why is he there? Rick was feeding the horse and asked in surprise, "Why is that? What will people think of the heir to a noble house who goes without a personal servant?" Logan asked suspiciously, "Is he sure this is not a desire to visit someone?" Rick shouted, "Okay, that's right. No one in their fief wants to talk to him because they think he stinks. He also needs to get married, and the Lord should take on at least a little responsibility." Logan covered his ears in irritation. They were slowing him down. He was not just going to meet his mentor. His journey has 2 goals. First, he needs to determine potential changes in the future, and then he needs to meet the third prince to establish contact. The current ruler, Samuel von Granda, did not have heirs until he was 40, so he called 2 women from the Herfog families to be his concubines, and his 2 sons were born. But 10 years later, the queen gave birth to a son when she was 40. The third son, with a talent for fencing and good manners, surpassed his brothers and prospects for the throne. The king also had high hopes for him, but the families of the 2 princes did everything they could to stop the third prince from expanding his influence. He then described the events that would happen in the future. This winter, just before the third prince was to become an adult, a civil war would break out, and the king would suddenly die. The first prince, Huan Dublas, a magician with the sixth circle, would receive the support of his grandfather, as with the second prince, Jordan Valtermime, a young superhuman. Since the third prince did not have the political power of any faction, he would almost be executed. Duke said that this was the king's will. If they spared the third prince, he would become the blade of the new king. The noblest of the nobles who held a neutral position would save the third prince's life with this statement. After that, the first prince would gain an advantage, but would bring the country to ruins within 5 years until the empire attacked. That king would use Ronian as bait during the war with the empire. Logan decided that he would not let him become king. The second prince is the same. Logan must see with his own eyes if the third prince is worthy of being king. After Logan and his attendants are verified, they are led into the Sword Duke's residence. The supposed bodyguards, who have zero experience in being collected, start to marvel at the sight of the Duke's home. Rick, on the other hand, spots a fair maiden, and asks Logan to set him up with her, believing that it will be beneficial for the House of McLean. The young master, who is vexed due to their disturbances, knocks some sense into the servants' heads. As they walk towards the mansion, Logan spots a familiar face attending to the guests. He asks for the man's name and learns that he is Luis Hyan, the aide to the Sword Duke. This leaves the young master speechless, as he recalls Luis to be the leader of the mercenary troop in his past life. He was a man who harbored ideals, unlike past life's Logan, who was driven by revenge. The man notes the last day he saw him to be vivid in his memory, as if it were the day before. He recalls the captain handing him another item along with the secret technique. As the young lord tries to remember what it is, Luis sees him and asks what's wrong. Logan thanks Luis but calls him captain before correcting himself. He then blames it on a lack of sleep. The aide immediately cautions him to take care of his body, which makes Logan recall how Luis always said such things in his past life. The Duke notes that he has cleared his head as he follows the aide. He vows to make sure the mistakes of his past life do not repeat themselves. Inside the mansion, Luis escorts Logan, informing him that the Duke is present. He then leaves to go back to his position. Logan hears a familiar voice yelling, so he turns around and sees the Duke and his wife. She greets him, speaking of finally getting to meet him after all she's heard about him from her husband. She tells him that their family owes him a great debt. The young master smiles gently as he greets the lady, congratulating the family on their heir. Logan is directed to sit, and then is asked for a favor regarding the unborn heir. He replies, wanting to know in whichever way he can help. The Duchess suddenly asks him if he can give a name to the child that will be born soon. Shocked, out of the blue, Logan feels out of place. Felix explains better, calling it something he and his wife have discussed for a long time. Since it's thanks to Logan that they can have the child, they want him to pave the way for the child. Logan processes everything. He recalls naming ceremonies to be an old belief held by the people of Grandia Kingdom. The process involves the nobles seeking out a distinguished person to name their child as soon as they are born. Logan feels the weight of being entrusted with such a task. Even though they've only met twice, they've left a deep and significant impact on each other's lives. It's overwhelming, but there's no reason for Logan to refuse. He joyfully accepts the role, pleasing the couple. Immediately after, the Duke carefully takes his wife indoors as he dotes on her. They converse on the necessity of her being around when asking Logan for a favor. Felix points out that the role, being a request, is also beneficial to Logan. He takes a glance at the young master and sees him smiling from ear to ear. He doesn't need a genie to read Logan's thoughts and know that it's about elevating the man's status in social circles. After finally getting his wife to rest, Felix comes out to join his student. He then confesses not to be good with words. He asks that they speak with just their actions. The teacher looks at his student's aura and smiles proudly at how much Logan has improved in a short period. He takes the man to a sparring ground, saying he wants to see his skills first and foremost. Logan immediately sprints toward his master and makes a swipe with his force-coated sword, but he cuts an afterimage. He then sends a wide attack which is easily parried by his master. He notes how effortlessly the master parries any attack. He grins at the fact that sparring with the Sword Duke lets him test his limits without worries. Suddenly Felix tells him it's enough, asking him what he is currently doing. The kid doesn't get the question, so he stares in confusion. Felix asks him again, wondering if Logan is giving his best. He disagrees, and he is told to give it his all. Logan notes that this is their first master and disciple training, so he cannot afford to disappoint the Duke. He coats his body with an aura and passes it onto his sword. He then launches a move at the swordmaster. The Duke parries the move, and they are engulfed in a bright aura. Logan, noting the attack he used to be the Blue Dragon Strike, readily prepares himself and launches the Golden Sword Strike. The aftermath of the techniques covers the area. Suddenly, he hears his master's voice saying, How ridiculous. With the dust clearing slightly, Logan notices Felix behind him with his sword at his throat. The master then asks if he planned to fall after 2 attacks. The Duke hits Logan on the knee and orders him to get up again, saying that exerting his energy recklessly isn't the best the boy can do. Logan wonders what kind of monster his master is, since he called a powerful move that he used to take down the Moonlight Knights a reckless one. The child grips his sword tightly as Felix speaks down on him, demanding that he show his skills with all his might, saying he shouldn't disappoint him further. Logan grits his teeth as he says he'll show his master how serious he is. Immediately, he leaps a couple of feet into the air with his sword and prepares to perform the golden strike. Felix, in return, sighs as he sees that his student doesn't understand him. He vanishes as if sidestepping, up to the point that Logan cannot sense him. As the young master wonders where he went, Felix suddenly announces his presence behind the man and strikes him with the butt of his sword handle. The match goes on for a couple of seconds, but Logan is greatly outclassed, and he is dealt with to the point that he drops his weapon. The Sword Duke then asks him if what he has shown is swordsmanship, and if he was doing it right. Annoyed while gripping his hurting arm, the man wonders what exactly his master means. The Duke finally dumbs it down for him, saying that Logan's skill level may have improved since they first met, but his swordsmanship hasn't changed, it has gotten worse. The man's fundamentals are completely shattered. He continues by asking Logan if he thinks that pouring all his energy into a special technique makes strong swordsmanship. For the child to improve, he needs a strong foundation. Even if he manages to overcome obstacles through talent or luck, the next one will be higher. The realization finally sets in. Logan notes that he easily reached a higher level thanks to the talent and experience he gained from his previous life. After that, his focus was only on the divine sword, and it caused a baseless pride to take root in his heart. Logan picks up his sword as his monologue continues, confessing that he made a foolish mistake because things went according to plan after returning to the past. This time around he pleads that his master fights him once again. He is determined to start from the basics and refine his abilities. Moments later, the young master is bundled away by knights on a stretcher after being whooped into a coma. As he is carried out, Duke Felix notes to his attendant Luis that the art of swordsmanship is learned through the body, and the harder it is, the more deeply ingrained it becomes. The attendant then marvels that his master liked the way he disciplined Logan. Felix immediately calls his student a waste of talent, but surprisingly, he catches Luis's attention by confessing to Logan's perseverance. Seconds later, a voice interrupts them, and it happens to be Rick asking for permission to have a moment of the Duke's time. After formally introducing himself, he hands the Duke a letter addressed to him from Patrick McLean. Felix questions why the Baron didn't use the communication device. Rick then says that Baron Patrick doesn't want his son to know about it. Immediately, the Duke opens the letter and reads through it. In the paper, Patrick appreciates the Duke for his help regarding the guide that helped his knights rank higher, even overcoming a major crisis. The Count notes that Duke Felix cares deeply about his student, and even teaches him the divine sword. Finally, the letter's purpose is known as McLean's head asks the Duke to help him with something. After reading the piece of paper, the Duke acknowledges Baron Patrick's request. He asks Rick if the young master doesn't know of it, and the servant affirms, grinning like a devil. Felix wonders why a 20-some-year-old boy wouldn't like women. He then concludes that he'll do something about it immediately. Rick thanks the Duke profusely. A week later, after one of Logan's training sessions, Duke Felix tells Logan that they'll be hosting a party for him. He explains further, saying that it's a mess that an heir of the Baron doesn't have a fiancée at the age of 21. The swordmaster breaks it to the child that he'll be finding him a partner. The confused lad wonders why his relationship life was suddenly brought up since his main goal was to focus on training. Felix tells him that a good mind is essential for good training, concluding that he realized that after meeting his wife. In Logan's mind, he worries about the civil war that's about to break out in a few months and wonders what the point of his engagement is. Logan then asks why he is being told about it, since it came very suddenly. In return, his master says that someone asked him to pair him up, gaslighting the kid that he also cares about his future. Logan immediately asks if his family put his teacher on the task, and the Duke confesses. He explains that it's natural for parents to be worried when their grown heir is unmarried. Inwardly, Logan yells that it's meaningless, but he accepts it and asks that he meet his spouse-to-be since there's no harm in wasting a day. Later that day, a gorgeous red-haired female is led into the mansion quarters with her attendant. She introduces herself formally as Eileen Floyd. Upon spotting her, Rick stands aback, acknowledging inwardly how beautiful she is. Even Logan looks very surprised. The servant notes inwardly that the young lady looks too stunning for his master, referencing the indifferent Logan for reacting. Meanwhile, Logan notes that he never imagined his partner in an arranged marriage would be a power wielder. He looks at her closely and says that she's a wielder at the peak of the low level, almost reaching the mid-level. Still monitoring the 18-year-old, he recalls her name, remembering it to be one of the talented people from Grandia in his past life who tragically perished during the 3-year civil war. She was depicted as the woman who single-handedly closed the inner gates and cut down 100 knights. She was the steel rose that bloomed from a ruined family, Eileen Floyd. While Logan is lost in his thoughts, Rick signals to the other attendant to leave the vicinity with him. The young master ponders, wondering if their case was an arranged marriage. They could use it as an excuse to tie her to the McLean family. The issue is that he hasn't heard of a noble marriage happening within a few months after a single meeting. As he wonders what to do, Eileen studies him and confirms her suspicion about him not showing up voluntarily. She tells him that she's in the same boat and wouldn't like to waste time on meaningless things. As Logan apologizes to correct his weird behavior, Eileen moves closer to him, asking that they spend some productive time together. Flashback. Eileen's training is interrupted by her father. The Count informs her of a matchmaking meeting. The girl, being adamant, tells him that she isn't thinking about marriage. But her father, Roberts Floyd, mentions that it's a recommendation from none other than Duke Felix Esperanza. Upon hearing the name of the Sword Duke, Eileen seems more interested in the matter. So, Floyd goes on to explain that she'll be matching with the Duke's disciple, a boy said to be a rising talent, although not known by many yet. The girl awakened her force at the age of 12. Eileen's first fiancé got beaten up by her and called off the engagement. This led to her sword training being strictly forbidden, but 2 years after her engagement was broken off, she beat up a qualified knight at another matchmaking meeting, proving she was already stronger than most knights. She was known as the maiden who beat up knights. Her family, seeing a golden opportunity like the one on the ground, decides to take it, believing that the Sword Duke's disciple may be the man who can handle his daughter. Present. Eileen clasps her hands as she asks Logan to spend some meaningful time with her. She starts by saying that she heard he is the Sword Duke's disciple, so would he like to spar with her? Her expression while saying those words seems too earnest, as she looks like she's confessing to her crush. Moments later, Rick and Eileen's attendants start yelling at the turn of events. The maiden's attendant asks her mistress if she's planning to beat up another potential fiancé as she sees her folding her hair and preparing to spar with Logan. She warns her that her father told her not to do that. Eileen in response says it's different this time around because back then, the 2 men she sparred with looked down on her and behaved rudely, so she taught them a lesson. She recalls the words those losers said and regrets not beating them up more. Eileen turns around and looks at Logan saying it's different this time around. The young master warms up, shocking Rick. The attendant tries convincing Logan to back down, saying that he'll be killed if rumors spread that he hit a woman during the duel. Logan in return assures him that nothing of such will happen. He says that he requested to block access to the training grounds, meaning that only the 4 of them will know what happened. The 21-year-old looks at Eileen seriously as he notes that he is curious about her true skills. So it's the best opportunity to test if the rumors about her actions in the past were true. As the match is about to begin, Eileen's attendant cheers her mistress to win the match, infuriating Rick, who immediately starts gassing his master. Logans are not far from each other. Eileen introduces herself formally to Logan, saying that she trained in swordsmanship alone for 10 years. Hearing that she did that alone surprises the young master, but Eileen tells him that she has beaten knights before, so she shouldn't be underestimated. Logan immediately apologizes for being surprised and tells her that he has no intention of holding back, so she should understand if it gets a bit rough. That statement makes the lady blush, since it's the first time she's not being looked down upon. After a moment of silence, Eileen kicks off the match by dashing at Logan to take a swipe at him, which he easily parries before hitting her in her tummy with the back of his sword. The lady gasps for air as she's sent to the ground immediately. Her maid calls out for her in concern as she struggles to get up on her feet. Logan tells her that her sides are easy to target, so she should be careful. Fiercely gritting her teeth, Eileen vows to get back at him somehow. But moments later, she receives plenty of blows while being told what's wrong with her stance and how her grip on the sword is too loose. The young master doesn't pity her as he hits her head and encourages her to move faster. He hits her every which way until she's on the floor again, leaving her attendants sobbing for her. As for Rick, his mouth is left open at the scene. Logan, showing concern, says that she seems very tired, so he suggests that she wipe off the blood from her forehead. Before he can complete the sentence, Eileen launches a surprise attack straight at his face, but he easily dodges it. She gets up looking like a mad bull. In turn, her parry is complimented by Logan for her decision. While she wonders if she's being mocked because she thought she did something cowardly, Logan strikes her head very hard as he tells her to make her movements more concise. The lady holds her head with tears streaming down her face as she tries to endure the pain, calling him a jerk inwardly. From Logan's perspective, he notes that she has a lot of bad habits, and they must be because she trained alone. He admits that she has talent because she's improving just from a few corrections. He tells her that she's not fully using her talent, and wonders if that's how his master felt while watching him. Time passes and they reset their position again. This time around, Eileen moves in a zigzag pattern while dashing at him. He praises her footwork and goes to parry her attack. She growls because he stops her move again, but he immediately knocks her to the floor from her back. Logan acts like a teacher as he sees huge potential in her. The adamant lady asks that they go again, proving her fighting spirit to be high, but he pulls her up while saying that he'll give her another chance next time. He drags her close to him and says she has incredible talent. Logan asks her to come to McLean, not as a woman but as a knight, promising her freedom, training, duels, and a battlefield where she can make her name known. But for that to happen, they'll have to be engaged formally. He asks her what she thinks, and she smiles happily, saying that it sounds good. Smiling back at her, Logan compares her swordsmanship to that of Ronian and confirms the rumors of her past life to be true, believing that she could very well become a superhuman in the future. Noting that using engagement as a method to bring in such talent is a nice bargain, Eileen beams a smile like a child at her worried attendant despite being whooped. Logan gets suspicious as he wonders why his master specifically introduced him to the Floyd family. He meets up with the Duke later that day, and the man says it's for two reasons. The first is that the Floyd family isn't aligned with any prince's faction but has significant influence in the capital. They can represent McLean, which has no connections in the central political scene. Logan notes that Bost will have to endure even more due to being narrow-minded towards the upcoming civil war. He never thought of it from that point of view. The Duke puts down his pen as he is about to state the second reason, meaning it's of importance. Unfortunately, it was just his curiosity. He wanted to know what would happen if a sly guy like Logan was paired with a wild maiden. He admits that he didn't expect his student to be so interested. The young master notes that his master can be eccentric at times. It works out for him. Back to the matter, Felix says that Logan blushed, and it had him looking his age. The Sword Duke gets up from his seat as he says the boy's expression was always so stern, as if he's carrying the world on his face. He holds Logan's shoulder and says his expression doesn't look good and that he doesn't have to bear everything on his own. He advises him to broaden his heart, trust the people around him, and relax a bit. He says it may sound foolish, but from what he has heard, Eileen might be able to give him some peace. Logan, in return, smiles at his master, but he notes that it is something only he can do. Felix cuts off his thoughts with something more eccentric. He tells him that it's not good to have kids too late, clearly stating it from experience. The result makes the man shout in surprise. Weeks later, Logan spars with his attendants. He yells at one of them to come to his senses. Logan notes that so far, while he has been in the capital, he has trained every day, sparred with his attendants and attended meetings. He wonders why his guard's behavior has become more annoying since he arrived in the capital. The men look at him with hope in their eyes, and it infuriates him. It all started when the attendants, about 6 of them, said they'd like to train with the Duke's Knights. They get their asses kicked and are informed that the Duke's Knights are of the intermediate level, and based on their standards, the low-level knights are still learning swordsmanship. They advise the attendants to look for a trainee next time. As the Duke's men walk away, they hail Logan's crew's fighting spirit. The leader of the crew then finds it strange that the Duke's Knights are strong, but their level is lower than the Ironblood Sword Knights. It seems confusing to them because they were using swordsmanship that was directly from Logan. Unlike the Duke's Knights, who use a lower technique, this makes them conclude that their master has learned a technique that has surpassed the Duke's. This is the reason behind their googly-eyed behavior. Presently, Logan looks away as he notes that the men are not causing any trouble. He wonders if he should assign a task to them, and what it'll be. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind. In the streets of the capital, Philip sells products with huge discounts and bonuses. He spots a man walking by and ushers him to try out a potion that'll fix his face, which looks full of worries. He then spots another that looks like Logan, but when he realizes that it's the young master, he knows he'll be in for it. Immediately, the angry young lord punishes him elsewhere by making the boy act like a chair. The boy, in his defense, tells his master that competition has intensified, and that's why he had to stoop so low as to sell it around in the street. Logan promises to help him make money so he doesn't do something foolish. He gets up from the child and asks him to stand up, uttering the close of their current business and the start of another. Logan starts by assigning the attendants that he has been sparring with to Philip, naming them Unit 18 of the McLean Knights. They are to protect Philip as he carries out the new tasks. Confused, the boy asks what he needs the protection for, and Logan tells him that they'll be extending what they did the previous year. The goal is for the boy to provide the largest amount of horses, weapons, and wood. Upon hearing him, Philip yells at the young master, asking if he wants to start a new war. But Logan denies it, saying that he's merely preparing for an emergency. He freaks out, knowing fully well that whenever Logan mentions an emergency, it'll surely come to pass. Philip then cuts to the chase and asks about the budget required. Logan in turn tells him 30 million gold. Immediately, the boy asks to confirm if it's 30 or 40 million. As for Logan, he has an inner monologue where he concludes that after his battle with Sylvan, he needs more mounted archers. With that, they can easily defeat lower-tier knights. If they can succeed at that, it'll overturn the existing concepts on their continent. He lastly notes that if they do not reach the level of imperial archers he saw in his past life, they must build a force to match them. Philip does the math and starts by trying to discourage Logan since he doesn't understand how trading works. He explains by saying that horses do not just multiply overnight, so they'll eventually reach a point where they'll be scarce. The marketers, upon realizing what is happening, will triple their prices. Logan then wonders if it was too late when he mentioned the task to him, since he felt that they had time before the war. Upon hearing the master mention the war, Philip freaks out and starts pointing fingers at him, saying he was indeed planning to start one. The Lord denies doing that, but Philip continues with the trade argument, saying that the prices will triple at least if he wants to continue with his plan. As Philip tries to discourage his master, Logan notes that it'll be fine for him to buy the goods at twice their current price. With the child angry that his master won't back down, Logan makes a promise: if Philip can buy all the goods at less than twice their original rate, he'll throw him a bonus. Curiously, the child asks how much, and Logan mentions 3% of the difference. The amount sounds whopping huge, and the child gasps, immediately agreeing to it. As for the soldiers around, they wonder if 3% is considered a big amount. The young master in turn notes that nothing is unattainable with money. Since he managed to fool the kid into doing his bidding, he notes that by fighting with the Sword Duke he attained the key to swordsmanship, and also gained an unexpectedly talented person. Noting his progress to be going smoothly, he points out that there are still some mysteries that haven't been solved yet. First is King Samuel. The bad rumors about the Empire haven't stopped, but there's no sign of a major war. Based on the man's previous life, the king's death happened suddenly. Still hooked up on his thoughts, he is glad to be in his past and to gain his master's trust. What remains is meeting with the third prince, but it'll be too soon if he makes a move since it'll be suspicious. He plans to return with Eileen the day after his master's child is born. Days later, Duke Felix tells Logan that his majesty is calling for him, so he should follow him. Confused, Logan wonders why the king would make such a request. They reach the palace gate, and the duke's identity is verified, so they are led into the castle. As they walk toward the castle doors, Logan is troubled since he can't wrap his mind around why he has been summoned. After all, he's the heir of a rural baron. Felix sees the child's countenance and asks him if he's pressured. He tells him not to worry since his majesty just wants to see his student. The king likes talented people, and the audience will benefit Logan, not harm him. Logan finally calms down. He looks at the palace, known as Grandia, and calls it a beautiful palace. A masterpiece that cannot be destroyed, and was even turned into the governor's residence after the Empire's war. The castle became a symbol of a kingdom that was internally suffering as much as it was beautiful. He notes that he mustn't let such a future happen again. The two enter the palace and walk towards the seated king. They kneel before his majesty, and Felix greets his friend formally, even though the king has always told him not to be formal with him. The duke in response says that he must do what needs to be done so that others follow suit. King Samuel loves the response and tells them to raise their heads, stating that he wants to see Felix's student's face. Logan raises his head and finally sees the king face to face. Logan notes the old man seated before him to be King Samuel von Grandia, the man who will be known to upcoming generations as the incompetent king. He studies the king to be of good health, and if he had shown any sign of illness in his past life, a successor would have been chosen, and a civil war wouldn't have broken out. With the way things are going, it's fine. The king laughs as he indirectly says the child has enough balls to stare at him head-on since he hasn't met anybody capable of doing such. Immediately, the child apologizes and looks downwards, but the king tells him that it's fine. After all, his teacher was excessive in matters like these, so he didn't need to learn everything from him. The king says he likes ambitious young men. Felix, in response to that, starts mentioning Logan's feats for him. He says the child will be a pillar of their kingdom. The recommendation alone from the duke seems like a huge feat, as it has the king saying that he is worthy of being his student. King Samuel then asks how they met, leading to the duke narrating the whole ordeal to him. After the tale, the king laughs, confirms the name to be Logan, and thanks the boy. Confused, Logan asks why he is being thanked, and the king in return says that he feels indebted to his friendship with Felix. Since the wound caused such deep guilt in him that he couldn't dare talk about it, he simplifies it for the man by saying that he lifted a great burden from his heart by relieving Duke Felix of his pain. This is why he thanks him. The next thing that happens is the Duke thanking His Majesty, and the friend does the same. King Samuel calls Logan closer and offers to give him a royal bracelet. Felix couldn't help but speak up to stop the king from doing so since it was a relic. He says he'll personally reward Logan. From where Logan stands he can tell that the bracelet is filled with intense magic, and simply from a glance one can tell it's of the 5th level. King Samuel removes it and points it at the man, beckoning him to take it before he changes his mind. Logan takes the ornament without hesitation. Immediately, Felix scolds him not to accept the gift without hesitation, but the king asks Logan if he takes the gift as something excessive. Logan, in return, says that he will use the bracelet with the care it deserves. The king then laughs at the child's response, mouthing that the child is braver than his master. He hopes that the gift will lead their good relationship toward a bright future. King Samuel asks that the child continue to respect his teacher and work for their country as his teacher does. Logan quickly notes that he isn't sure if he'll be fighting for the country or himself in the future, but one thing he is certain of is that he'll stop the empire. He immediately answers the king, who surely does as he wants. After the party leaves the palace, Felix suspects His Majesty to have become softer since he wasn't a man of many words. He said that the king's desire to see Logan worried him so much that he thought he had another agenda. Logan calms his teacher down by saying that if anything were to worry His Majesty, he'd tell him first and foremost. Since he hasn't said anything, there's nothing to be worried about. This softens Felix's heart, and he confesses to having grown old. He says he worries too much, and one of his worries is the fact that the child has taken the family's treasure, the sword. The Duke calls the ornament the Bracelet of Renewal. It is an artifact that contains high-level healing magic. He continues saying that the artifact is very powerful because it holds only one spell and is likened to a holy spell from a high priest. Logan stares at the bracelet in awe, noting it to be capable of turning a mortal wound into a simple injury. Calling it the greatest healing power in magic, the teacher happily says that now that he has obtained the treasure, he feels at ease. The child starts to thank his teacher for granting him the opportunity, but the man cuts him short by smiling cynically like a demon and telling him that if he works himself to death, the bracelet will heal him. So he should prepare. At that moment the child is shocked as he realizes what it means, but he quickly recovers, accepting that it is time for growth. He then tells the Duke that he'll do his best to live up to his expectations. He believes that the more he suffers, the greater the results. Days later, Logan finds himself battered on the ground after having the Duke beat lessons into him. Felix shouts at him to get up immediately. A servant runs toward the lord of the house, calling his attention. It has almost been a week since they met the king. As soon as the servant whispers some words to the sword Duke, the lord's countenance changes as he smiles happily, with tears streaming down his eyes. The awaited time has arrived. Finally, the Duke has been blessed with a child. During the naming ceremony, many important figures are present, including our main character. The child is said to be a girl. Nevertheless, the ceremony is nothing short of splendid. The young master, who has now become an important figure, is being greeted by people from far and near. This is all thanks to the Duke. The new father looks so cheerful as his daughter tugs at his beard. Suddenly, a report comes in that the bishop from Grandia will be attending the event shortly. Bishop Crimson Matthew enters the event and congratulates Felix on his new child. The Duke thanks him for showing up, saying it's an honor. The bishop says he couldn't send anyone but himself. After all, the pillars of the country have been born. Logan notes that the nobles on the continent usually receive the blessing of the spirit when their children are born. Among the 9 gods, the blessing of Agna, the god of trees and life, is the blessing all parents hope their children receive for their health. Now that the blessing comes from a high priest like the bishop, the Duke cannot help but smile. Moments later, the family is with the bishop as he prepares to bless the child. He picks up the baby and chants the blessing, raising the child in the air. Logan confirms it to be holy power. It is closer to a blessing and fainter than mana. The priest concludes that in the name of Agna, the spirit of life, he blesses the new child of the Esperanza family. Suddenly, a bright light covers the baby, and the people start congratulating the Duke. They cheer that the child will be great since they witnessed a bright power. As for Logan and the priest, they notice the holy power bouncing off the child's body. The bishop is surprised due to the holy power that got repelled from the baby's body. Noting how troubled the high priest looked, Duke Felix asks in concern, but the priest shuns him down, saying it's due to overexerting himself blessing the child. After all, it's been a while since he tried something like that. He quickly excuses himself and leaves their presence. The Esperanza couple, in turn, wondered what happened. and Logan suspects the child to have a unique constitution that resists supernatural abilities. He still feels unsettled. Moments later, a familiar man calls out to the young master, and when he turns around, Logan sees that it's none other than Count Bifrost. The old man says that the man looks healthier than he expected. As if he had been expecting the comment, Logan responds that it's thanks to the Count that he looks so healthy. Noticing Logan as bold as ever, Bifrost gets mad and breaks the glass of wine he held while talking to him, startling the people nearby. The boy doesn't even budge an inch. Instead, Bifrost apologizes, blaming it on his age. A servant shows up and quickly offers him a handkerchief. As the Count wipes his fingers, he tells Logan to consider himself lucky to have become the Sword Saint's disciple by chance. He says it's thanks to the fact that the boy has attracted the attention of important people. Bifrost once again calls Logan a lucky guy while pushing the napkin on him. Logan doesn't deny the influence of Lady Luck in the course of his life, noting Bifrost to be childish. The Count then says that he hopes the child will keep up his insolent attitude even when meeting someone important. Surprised, Logan asks who, and Bifrost says the name Roman von Grandia. He says the second prince wishes to meet with Logan and hopes he accepts the invitation. While all this blabbering goes on, the young master uncovers the message to be a threat that'll claim his life if he doesn't take the second prince's side. He calmly says it'll be an honor to have an appointment with the prince, and that he'll consider the offer very carefully. Getting irritated by the man's mannerisms, Bifrost explodes, asking Logan if he'll be taking the prince's order as an offer. To his surprise, Logan walks close to him, saying it's still an offer. He leans towards the Count and asks him if he'd like him to go with his master to the opposing side. While saying this, he puts the napkin in Bifrost's breast pocket. The Count can only clench his fist and promises to arrange a meeting for the two parties. He turns around to leave, and lastly warns the McLean heir that he'll pay an unimaginable price if it is a trick. Logan smiles back to annoy him as he calmly says that he'll be waiting, noting that Bifrost and the second prince can't do anything. When the Civil War starts, no one will have time to care about someone like him. With Logan's plan to delay the meeting until just before the start of the Civil War, he watches as the Count angrily throws the napkin to one of the servants. While studying the Margrave, he finds it pathetic for a man of such a title to be reduced to the second prince's messenger. He then spots a huge man at the far back whom the Count walks up to and wonders if the person is the one Bifrost is acting under. He watches as the Count explains to the man and notes him to be the Blazing Sword, Jordan Valterman. He is one of the 3 dukes in the kingdom, and a superhuman aura user. The man happens to be the second prince's maternal grandfather. Duke Jordan spots Logan and immediately turns his head away, making Logan agree that he isn't important enough for the man. After all, who they want is his master. Suddenly, from behind, an older man speaks to Logan, telling him that it'll be wise to make a careful decision. Turning around, he sees that it is none other than the Count of Kairos. The man smiles slightly at him, noting that it has been a while, and refers to Logan as his nephew. He holds Logan's shoulder as he compliments him for growing so well and doing him proud. Immediately, Logan interjects by asking who he is, using the words family elder. The young master has an inner monologue explaining that the Baron in front of him is his mother's elder brother and the heir of Kairos, who is an ally of the McLean family. He denies the man ever being his uncle and remembers how the man rejected him when he was little, asking him to maintain some boundaries. Presently, the man familiarizes himself with the little lord, trying to establish their relationship, but Logan reminds him that their relationship has been severed ever since he abandoned the McLean family during the Territorial War. Despite Logan pushing the man away, Kairos still stands, ready to apologize and mend their broken relationship. He tries being manipulative by saying that Logan cannot just demolish their relationship after the support he provided for them for 10 years. Unfortunately, the young master doesn't buy it, and it raises a big issue, so his uncle is left with no choice but to look for a way to buy himself out. As the man notes Logan to be bold because of fame, he says the man's reckless nature is still the same, and feels like he can persuade him easily. Kairos accepts that it's a bit late to apologize, but he still does so. As for Logan, he nitpicks at the man, which has him asking Logan to name anything he desires. He brings out a check while asking if reconciliation isn't better than seeing family again. Logan, noting it to be a blank check, smiles smugly like a man who rigged the lottery for himself. He then pokes the Baron with a huge question, asking if he truly came to apologize and won't say anything else if he accepts the compensation. The uncle grits his teeth as he bows his head, saying he'll grant anything Logan wants and that he looks forward to their future. Noting that the Kairos head isn't remorseful in any way, Logan deduces that there must be pressure from higher up. He spots Duke Juan Douglas, the maternal father of the first prince, the man who happens to be the only six-circle mage in their kingdom, and an opposer of Duke Jordan. Noting how the dukes can toy with the wealthiest nobles, Logan plans a task for his uncle. He tells the man to raise his head, addressing him as a family elder. He then says he has a small favor to ask. The eager uncle quietly listens to what Logan has to say, and as soon as the nephew whispers some words into his ear, the old man starts sulking. The man laughs heartily, saying that if his uncle manages to pull it off, then meeting the first prince won't be troublesome. The man agrees sorrowfully. Suddenly an announcement rings out, informing the people that it's time for the main event. Lefman, who happens to be the vassal of Duke Felix, reads through the paper that he'll call the person who will name the child. Seeing the name, he doesn't believe his eyes, so he glances over at the Esperanza couple and gets a confirmation nod from them. Lefman calls out Logan McLean, the Sword Duke's disciple, as it is written. Seeing Logan walk to meet the Esperanza family, Lefman worriedly looks at him, wondering why he is conducting the naming ceremony. Logan holds the new member of the Esperanza family, and notes her to be full of vitality. The child happily wiggles in his arm, and, seeing such a cute thing, the man confesses to forgetting the names he prepared for her beforehand. On the spot, he bestows the name Stella on the baby girl, explaining to the audience that it is an ancient word for star. He believes that she'll become a brilliant light illuminating the night sky. The Esperanza household kindly accepts the name, and immediately everyone claps. Logan notes that he still feels uneasy about the burst of holy power, but seeing how cute the baby is, he smiles genuinely for the very first time and overlooks the situation. Days later, after the naming ceremony, Rick happily barges in, holding plenty of letters from nobles addressed to his master, who happens to be practicing. The invitation letters started arriving ever since Stella's naming ceremony. Shockingly, Logan tells the servant to leave them in his room and that he'll reject them. As the boy wipes his face with a towel, he tells Rick that it's time to return to their territory. Noting that the Civil War is around the corner, Logan thinks it's a shame he couldn't meet the third prince in the end, but he'll need to return and prepare quickly. He then recalls the message Dwayne gave him about their territory. The House of McLean seems to yield a profit over 20 times its annual budget. Their yield alone for the first year will cover for 3 to 4 more years. He quickly wants to confirm it with his eyes. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, asking if he plans to leave. Logan sees that it's his master, and the Duke tells him to stop with his training, claiming that he has one final technique to show him. Moments later, the two knights are standing, and Logan expresses his surprise at the Duke's decision to suddenly pass on a secret technique. While conversing, Logan learns that the secret technique happens to be an ancient one, and from the looks of it, it happens to be a technique Duke Felix once looked down upon. He tells Logan that once learned properly, the ancient technique might surpass his secret one. He asks the child what's more important, and Logan says, the basics. Liking the good response, Felix informs him that he'll be teaching him a technique to maximize the basics. The Duke continues, saying that the technique he developed all his life was a way for him to maximize his movements and minimize his enemies. He says the crushing sword is the first technique that embodies the concept. As for what he is about to teach Logan, it is the essence of martial arts that makes him an aura user. The master tells Logan to watch closely, and as if the old man teleported from his view, Logan loses sight of him instantly. Suddenly, from behind, a large hand reaches for Logan's neck and grabs him, lifting him into the air. Logan immediately notes the technique to be a mysterious one that the eye cannot follow. He remembers it to be the same one used during one of their sparring sessions. Logan finds the move to be impressive, but he wonders if it's enough to make someone become an aura user. Logan continues questioning the authenticity of the move. Seeing that, the Sword Duke tells him that he can see what he's thinking. The master asks him what the foundation of all martial arts is, and Logan says it's the lower body and footwork. He confirms the man's guess, adding that force users are exceptions to such martial art rules. Duke Felix lets the boy in on one secret. He says that the reason why he is rated higher than other aura users in their kingdom is because of the ancient skill known as Phantom Shadow. Although still skeptical, Logan agrees that it's worth learning. Seeing his student's behavior, the Sword Duke reminds him of his struggle against a knight called Flance. He says that if the child had known the technique, he wouldn't have had trouble. Logan, feeling triggered by his master's jab, agrees to learn the technique. Hours later, commands are being yelled at the poor boy, who happens to be doing fairly well for someone just trying out the technique on the very first day. Inwardly, Felix praises Logan for his improvement, and thanks the heavens for giving him a student after a couple of years of searching. Outwardly, he gives Logan an earful as he strictly barks commands at the man. Luckily, the boy doesn't complain, but instead tries his best to improve. The master notes that he doesn't want to praise the boy excessively since it's a poison to growth. He finally tells Logan to stop after a while, and praises him for internalizing the skill. After spotting the look on the man's face, he asks him about it. Logan in turn speaks of the move, praising it as a good move that has greatly enhanced his speed, but he feels like it isn't a technique made by a knight. As Logan tries to complete his sentence, the Sword Duke does it for him by mentioning assassins. Surprisingly, Felix doesn't get mad at him. Instead, he smiles and says that Logan's guess isn't far off. The Sword Duke then narrates how he used to be a fledgling knight who served the king when he was still a crown prince. During those times, His Highness had many political enemies before his ascension, and went through serious, horrendous, and unspeakable experiences. Back then, Felix ended up shedding more blood compared to those on the front lines, and the methods of attacking the crown prince kept changing. He was forced to constantly deploy and reimagine strategies more so than any assassin. From there on, he worked stealthily and faster, creating a technique where he could control the space with a single move. Felix concludes that only after achieving the Phantom's shadow did he feel that he had attained his goal to some extent, and he was able to awaken aura. He commands Logan not just to know and master it theoretically, but to train his entire life with his swordsmanship. Logan agrees and deeply bows to the Sword Duke. He smiles happily as he realizes that he's taking the path that led their kingdom's greatest swordsman to superhuman levels. The wise Duke then mentions that there was another reason why he stopped Logan from going home. He says that the third prince wishes to meet him. The surprised Meyer can only look bewildered. Later that night, two cloaked men move around the capital. They leap so high and travel at insane speeds, in motion. Logan asks his master if he was taught the Phantom Shadow for that exact mission, and the Duke replies haphazardly. They finally arrive at an abandoned house on the outskirts of the castle, and it is Logan worrying about the lifestyle the third prince lives. To his surprise, Felix opens up a door that leads to an underground staircase. As they descend, Logan wonders if they need to go through all these procedures because of him. The Sword Duke says that the prince has eyes watching him. He also mentions that it's not every day one can get to see his disciple. He then asks Logan if he has heard anything about the prince. Truthfully, he says that he heard a rumor about the prince being the only true heir to the throne. Immediately, Felix laughs and warns him not to go about saying it around since it could lead to trouble. They finally arrive at a door, and the Sword Duke knocks before announcing his name. Immediately, a voice tells him to come in. Felix then opens the door and he enters with Logan into the room. The Sword Duke greets His Highness, noting that it has been a long while. Likewise, the prince, upon spotting the man behind Felix, asks if he's the Duke's disciple. Logan immediately introduces himself as he kneels before the third prince. He notes that he can finally judge for himself whether the third prince is fit to be king. While being served tea, the third prince praises Logan for becoming a knight at a young age. In return, the boy humbly says his accomplishments were only possible thanks to his master. Teasing him, the prince praises Logan as being on a different level than him, and it causes Logan to spill his tea. Quickly, the man refutes how he downplayed his achievements, and the prince tells him that he's only messing with him. He starts by saying he has heard much of Logan's heroic deeds, not only his strength, but the prince mentions that Logan saved his family from a crisis and expanded its influence. The royal says Logan's talent deserves the hero title. Logan immediately thanks him and fears the extent of the third prince's connections since he's able to know about the affairs of a minor baron from the outskirts. Logan seems uneasy, but the prince clarifies that he did a little digging after the Duke spoke highly of him. He asks courteously if he was intrusive, and Logan affirms that he wasn't. The man notes that he only expected the third prince to be a bit better than the first and the second, but he might exceed his expectations. Moving the conversation forward, the prince informs Logan that the fate of their country is currently in grave danger. He continues, saying that the nobles have split the nation into two, with each side fighting to consume the other half. Although there hasn't been any direct use of force yet, he believes the situation is like a bomb waiting to go off at any moment. While speaking, the prince gets furious as he says the factions do not care about the lives of ordinary citizens, and that they are the poison that will ruin his country. For that reason, he needs talented individuals and allies who will grant him the power to drive out those eating away at their nation. He clasps his hands into fists while speaking energetically. The Duke, in response, calls out to the prince, but His Highness mistakes the concern of the sword's master to be that of a logical person. Wondering how a powerless prince like him can force such a decision on his disciple, he is proven wrong. But in that instant he calls out to Logan, calling him a once-in-a-generation genius and a treasure of the kingdom. Logan blushes due to being praised. The blonde prince stretches forth his hand as he continues addressing Logan, saying that he hopes a man like him will support him, and when the time comes he will stand with him. He asks Logan if he can do that for him, and Logan agrees wholeheartedly. After all, that's what he's always hoped for. He tells the prince that he has confirmed the rumors of him being the true royal talent to be true just by looking at him. making the prince happy. He then sours His Majesty's mood by saying that it would be difficult to follow his intentions immediately. The prince then gloomily asks if he doesn't have a chance, but Logan corrects him by saying the possibility is high. He then drops a bomb by saying it is recognized that the two older princes are not setting good examples. Surprised by the child's blasphemous comments, Duke Felix scolds him, but the third prince stops the new father. He then asks Logan to continue. Without hesitation, Logan explains his predicament to the prince, the one involving his territory currently conflicting with Count Bifrost, who is a formidable opponent and difficult to handle on his own. This is the main reason that he cannot respond to the prince's call right away. The blonde prince ponders as he remembers Bifrost aligning with the second prince's faction. Logan interjects as he asks for more time to take down the count. If that's granted to him, he reassures the prince that he'll have the support of his family. Inwardly, he notes that the prince too shall be by his side. Realizing the tenacity of Logan, the prince laughs and says the confidence befits the disciple of the swordmaster. He agrees with Logan's wish and says that he'll prepare a surprise gift for when the time comes, asking Logan to look forward to it. The two parties shake hands. Moments later, Felix and Logan leave the prince's hideout, and as soon as they step outside the door, the swordmaster asks his disciple what he's thinking by deciding to follow the third prince. Logan then jokingly says that he meant as soon as he overcomes Bifrost in the future. Still, the wordings fall in place with what he meant. The man then says that he chooses to follow the third prince since he trusts him. Surprised, Felix says that hasn't guaranteed him anything. The swordmaster touches his student's shoulder and says he should speak openly if he has any thoughts since he might even help him. Logan then looks up at the Duke and hesitates before asking him a question. He asks Felix who he thinks would make the best king among the three princes. Immediately, the swordsman sighs as he says it's left for the king to judge, not him. Level-headed, Logan says that he once heard a rumor that called the first prince a tyrant who would ruin the royal family, and the second prince a foolish king who would ruin the nation. Immediately, the Duke freaks out as he yells, "Who would say such a thing?" remembering that it was the Duke himself who said it in his previous life. Logan looks at him with a poker face. He then says he believes the rumor and asks his master for his point of view. The fence-sitter tries to remain neutral, but after being pestered by his ever-loving student, he admits that his choice aligns with Logan's. Smiling after the confirmation, the young master says that the seed has been sown in his heart, and when an unexpected crisis arises, only then will the seed begin to sprout. He smiles at the Duke and tells him to watch out for the third prince until he comes of age, although noting that chaos will break out before then. Duke Felix puts on his cloak after Logan and says that he always thought the kid to be a crafty one, but as it stands, he cannot read Logan's thoughts. The two then head back to base under the starry night sky. Logan notes that in just 2 months a lot has been accomplished. He managed to meet the king, assess his condition, establish a connection with the third prince, extract trade routes in a map through Kairos, and even secure cooperation. With all these in place, preparation for the upcoming war should go smoothly. He believes it's finally time for him to return home. As the young master's carriage heads back to his fief, his soldiers chat while they ride their horses. They speak of how they get to cross swords with the Duke's knights and train without holding back. Another of them mentions the highlight of their trip to the capital being their young master securing a bride-to-be. It seems so unnatural for Logan to find a woman since he happens to be a war fanatic. Fortunately, one of them clears the air, explaining like a narrator that the reason why he secured the woman was because of her combat prowess. Meanwhile, Logan listens to them and takes a peek at his fiancée. He remembers the extra effort needed to persuade her father since he said he wanted her to act as a knight, and didn't give proper time before getting ready to whisk her away. Suddenly, Eileen calls out to him, reminding him to keep his promise to her. She remembers her father advising her to stay healthy and mentions that she has already gone so far. She earnestly begs him to keep his promise. Reasoning from her perspective, Logan realizes that what she's going through is what it means for someone to leave the home they've spent all their life in. He agrees to her wish, and she smiles cheekily at him. Wishing to quickly arrive at his residence, he too feels the same. Finally, getting to the house of McLean, Logan greets his family while standing with Eileen. There he has brought a woman with him. Surprised, Patrick sees his son with a woman and then asks him who the lady with him is. The young master then responds that she is his fiancée, Lady Eileen Floyd. Upon hearing this, the household is amazed that their young master is ready to level up as a man. From the bottom of Patrick's heart, he smiles so brightly as he's happy that his son has gone an extra step beyond what he had in mind. He notes that it was worth asking the swordmaster. As soon as the McLean head starts greeting the lady and gets ready to introduce himself, Logan washes away the man's smile by informing them all that she will be joining them as a new knight recruit. Eileen introduces herself to the head as his daughter-in-law and a knight who will do her best. From that moment, she refers to him as father. Logan's brother marvels while his dad is shocked. The news causes mixed reactions among the people of the territory. Patrick especially couldn't stand his son's decision, hence he yells at him as if to pounce on him. Dwayne holds him back. The captain of the Knights, who has already accepted Logan's way of doing things, simply smiles bitterly as he asks, "Who can stop the young master if he puts his mind to things?" Meanwhile, the youngest redhead tries welcoming his sister-in-law, but his mom pinches him on the cheek, shushing him and dragging him away. From the corner of Eileen's eyes, Hammer shows up and tells her to run away. He says that he doesn't know what she's been told, but she has been deceived. The news spreads like wildfire among the household members. Some workers inform each other, and they do not take their young master's decision lightly. Later, Eileen puts on the McLean knight armor and shows up for training. Upon spotting her, Patrick can only sigh as he confirms what she said before to be true. With a stern face, Logan says he wouldn't joke about a situation like that to him. Patrick feels concerned since it hasn't happened in their kingdom's history for a woman to be a knight. Logan tells him that she has awakened force, and he feels that if anybody is talented they should be recruited as soon as possible based on the situation they are in. The McLean's head then speaks of the harsh training their household gives its knights compared to other places. He asks if the new girl can keep up with it, especially since she's a noblewoman. Yelling from the top of her lungs, Alien says she can. She plans to eradicate the thought of a woman not being able to be a knight from the McLean household. She says so while smiling with determination. Shortly after the night training, her bold claim is a complete 180 from her performance. Lying sprawled on the floor, Eileen struggles to catch her breath as she wonders if the knights of the house are crazy. She wonders if knights are usually trained the way these sets are, seeing as a knight carries 2 people on his back while being tasked to run uphill. It seems a little too much for her. Eileen doesn't understand how they can have little force compared to her if they happen to go through such training. She starts cursing at her weakness, and Logan, who stands nearby, asks her if she's regretting it. She immediately kneels upon seeing him. The young master notes that it remains 2 months for them to start and prepare for war with Bifrost. He intends to include Eileen in the battle, but if she doesn't want to adapt, then he can't wait any longer. Eileen then answers that she regrets it. This is because she hasn't trained properly until now, and that's what she regrets. While getting up, she reminds him that he promised her a battlefield to make her name known, and if she stays still without improving, then he won't be able to keep his promise. They both look up and spot an apple on a nearby tree. Eileen says that she'll earn her reputation as a knight with her hands. Logan in turn smiles at her and hits the tree with the side of his fist. He says he'll do his part to prepare a battle for her where she can shine. The action he did caused the apple to fall into his fiancée's hands. She then smiles as she looks at the apple. He gives her a command and asks her to push through to the finish line. 1 week later, a knight charges through a course to knock out another soldier, which is positioned atop a cliff. As he shortens the distance between them, the knight above strikes him down, but he is caught just in time from reaching the ground by McLean's head. The man calls out his name and notes that he has been disqualified. One of the knights on standby expresses to his colleague that the current training they're doing is more intense than the ones they've done so far. He wonders who came up with it. The other one mocks him, as he expects him to know the answer. It was their young master. Logan yells at the next person to prepare for their round. His father, who stands beside him, pats him on the back for coming up with good training like this. He notes it to be siege training and teaches how to attack and defend. Besides it being dangerous, it happens to be good. The next person happens to be Logan's fiancée. She is ordered to go for it and immediately leaps into action. She climbs the cliff and charges right at the soldier above her. The soldiers watching her note her speed to be top-notch, but they conclude that it's of no value, especially when the advantageous person is the knight on top of the cliff. They feel that the way to overcome such a disadvantage is to move in numbers. As soon as Eileen gets close to the knight above her, she does the legendary Hawk Thu on his face, blinding his vision, and quickly gets atop the cliff. She then strikes him by the plate, causing him to surrender. Logan happily announces that his bride-to-be has passed the challenge. Eileen rejoices immediately. Patrick looks at his son awkwardly as he asks to confirm if his fiancée is the daughter of a noble due to her underhanded means of winning. He then acknowledges her to be impressive. Logan, who wants to hear more, asks to confirm if his father is praising her, and the man admits it. After all, she has been keeping up with their intense training, and her swordsmanship sense is remarkable. The other knights wonder if it's allowed, and some of them plan on deploying the girl's tactic. She needs to be told not to deploy such tactics since it's a bad influence on others. Logan, who happens to be smiling at his father, notes inwardly their progress with the training and the supply preparation through his uncle is going smoothly. Currently, there's only one thing left. Logan calls his father's name, looking sternly at him. He says he has something to discuss. Days later, Philip is called into the McLean estate and starts doing his job. He calls out to a fellow admin called Lugal and tells him that he just checked the warehouse, discovering there's a lot of unused space. The fellow admin can only scratch his head as he is being advised by the boy that the unused space can be used to cut costs and extend storage time. Embarrassed, Lugal sincerely thanks the boy in glasses. As for Dwayne, who seems to be carrying a pile of papers, he is called by the nerd and told that there's a slight issue relating to town maintenance costs and paying the employees their wages. He is then called by Four Eyes to look at the calculations done on the paper being held. Without wasting time, Philip moves to meet a certain lord named Farron, who is in charge of weapon maintenance. He commends the man for making sure the weapons are in good condition, but then informs him that the oil used for maintenance can be gotten at half the price in Kalia compared to Kyle, where he usually gets them. That way they can save costs. The lord, in turn, praises the merchant for knowing his stuff and educating him. Lugal and Dwayne can only watch in admiration as the boy who was brought to them the day before performs his work diligently. The man in charge of the estate's finances, Dwayne, says he heard that Philip was entrusted with administrative work, and that his skills were exceptional. He notes that even the lumber and weapons that have recently been coming into their estate were arranged by the merchant. The inquisitive financial officer then wonders what their young master is planning to do with all the resources. He notes that whatever it is, it can only mean one thing. As if the two adults were in sync, Patrick, who is called to a separate place by his son, yells once he finds out that they are preparing for war. The man can only hold his head in agony as he wonders what kind of son he brought into the world. The son, who is taken aback by his father's behavior, can only watch in silence as his dad asks him if he is saying that Bifrost plans to invade them. He quickly refutes the argument by saying that they are the ones who will start the war. Shocked, Patrick's exasperated expression changes from having his mouth wide agape to his veins popping out on his forehead. He clenches his fist very tightly as he tries to speak calmly to his son, asking him to first tell him the reason they'll be attacking Bifrost. His already terrified son is surprised that McLean's head is letting the matter slide and that he hasn't been hit. Logan explains to his father, reminding him that the reason Bifrost hasn't invaded them so far is because of their master, Felix. He then asks the old man how long he thinks their patience will last. Looking stern, McLean's head says that they can strengthen themselves until then since they are still weaker than Bifrost. Logan, however, does not agree with him there. He says that if he were in their opponent's shoes he wouldn't wait until then. As he clenches his fist, he tells his dad that it has to be now. The wise old man, upon noticing the boy's impatience, asks him if he knows something. The heir's face remains serious, and it causes Patrick to ask his son to tell him what he knows. Logan then pauses and looks down shortly before asking his father a simple question. He says, if the king of their nation is about to die and he knows when it'll happen, would he believe him? Immediately, Patrick fearfully asks, pointing at his son, if he's involved in treason. The little redhead then yells in return, stating otherwise. Rather than defending himself and still on that topic, he decides to be hypothetical. Logan makes up a scenario whereby their king dies and asks his father what will happen. The geezer thinks about it and concludes that there will be problems with the succession to the throne. Logan agrees with him and says that the conflict between the first prince and the second prince will intensify. He states that Bifrost supports the second prince as one of his major backers. So he asks his father what will happen if they go to war with Bifrost after the succession power struggle has started. Immediately, the man concludes that it'll look like they are picking a fight with the second prince. Agreeing with his father, Logan says that if they want to fight without interference, the only time to do so will be before the king dies. He imagines a scale whereby Bifrost is tossed from one of the sides, noting that when Bifrost collapses and the balance between the two factions tips in one direction, he'll place the third prince at the center of the civil war. His father brings him back by saying he understands his reasoning. He then asks if it can't wait until the power struggle ends, believing that by then they could have grown stronger. The young master then remembers what happened in his past life and notes that just after the Civil War, the Empire will act, giving them no chance. So he'd like to prevent that. He closes his eyes and says to his father that by that time it would be too late. Logan notes that if the second prince wins, Bifrost, who is one of his key allies, will become part of the royal inner circle. And if the first prince wins, Bifrost's lands will no longer belong to them, meaning that in both cases they won't be able to reach their opponent and will never be able to recover the lands they took from them. The sharp intuitive father understands his son's reasoning as he can see the bigger picture, but he says he still has many questions. First is how his son knows that the king will die. Seeing his heir go quiet, Patrick doesn't push the matter further and says he'll trust him, surprising the adult. The man says that looking back on everything the boy had done, there have been several oddities, and it's almost as if he can see the future. They both look to their castle, and Patrick says Logan must have his reasons for not explaining everything. He looks back at his son and says he'll ask him one question and won't press him any further. As the father recalls the things his son has done so far, he then questions his son, "For what purpose are the things you have done and the others you plan to do for?" With the wind gently blowing the falling leaves, Logan earnestly tells his father that his only purpose is for their family to prosper. And that would be all. This makes the old man smile at him as he says he'll trust him. He then tells his son to leave the persuasion to him regarding the retainers. The confused boy wonders if the man will be all right on his own and offers to help, but his father cuts him off, calling him a fool. The man asks if he's already treating his father like some useless old man. Even though that's not what Logan meant, Patrick then reassures his son while beaming a smile, telling him to leave things to him. He says it's what he can do as his father. A few days later, the McLean had summoned all the retainers of the family for a table discussion. The oldest redhead slams his palm on the table as he says that on the last day of the year, they'll start a war. Logan stands behind his father formally and watches as the retainers start yelling in complaints about the shocking news. As for Dwayne, he has his hands on his head after realizing his guess was accurate. Their reaction was only natural since the estate had just begun to recover. However, Patrick did not yield to their worries and complaints. Instead, he reminds them of the humiliation of losing their lands and status. Then he finally informs them of the assassination attempts directed at him and his son. All the knights present can only grit their teeth as they try to control their anger toward the count. Some of the vassals look at the picture of their dearest as they accept the inevitable. Their blood boiled and cooled repeatedly as they began to feel the necessity of war. The young master, who keenly observes his father, notes that since he can't tell them of the king's death, which will happen soon, the household head persuades the vassals emotionally. Looking very stern, Logan notes that the message must be forced through. 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, the horses leave the estate. They are ridden by 152 knights, including knight trainees, also 1,000 crossbow cavalry, and 1,532 infantry. Patrick signals at them by yelling that they set out immediately. All the men obey his order and they dash. Alongside, the two relatives ride side by side and confirm with a stern gaze what must be done. Logan recalls his father asking him for a plan. After all, he must have thought of some tactics since he was the one who suggested the war. This was weeks ago when the young master had just broken the news to his dad. He confirmed back then that they couldn't win if they went against Bifrost directly, so he suggested that they wouldn't formally declare war against them. Surprised, Patrick wondered what the boy was up to, but it turned out that his sneaky child had set plans in place. Currently, a messenger runs to inform his master that the McLean forces have declared war on them. The servant explains while quivering that their household is being held accountable for insulting Logan 6 months ago on their Peretta lands. Max Peretta, the lord of these lands, is infuriated and at the same time terrified of what's to come, so he yells back at the servant asking him what the hell he is talking about. As for the McLean forces, they dash towards the castle. The news gets to Count Bifrost, and while in his seat his messenger tells him that Peretta has requested assistance. The man kneeling before his lord asks what the next step is for them to take. The smart lord at first ponders for a bit but then grins as he calls the McLean stupid fools. He states that he was barely holding back because of the Sword Duke, and now they've handed him the perfect excuse. The court notes that his forces are at least double their opposition. Even at a glance he feels a bit uneasy regarding the rumored crossbow. Without wasting time, Bifrost calls out to his 2 high-tier knights, Aslan and Franz, who stand not far behind him, asking if the preparations are complete. The men hiding in the shadows respond positively to his question. Upon hearing them, the count gets up from his chair and tells the messenger to prepare for departure. He says that once Peretta is trampled, while the McLean bask in their hollow victory, they'll drag them from heaven to hell. The lord clenches his fists tightly as he prepares to have his men pounce on the McLean after their first bout. As for the men to be attacked, the house of Peretta, their ruler trembles on his chair as he asks why the count's men aren't coming to help. Suddenly, a soldier runs in while yelling, and the ruler asks him where McLean is. To his surprise, his soldier tells him they've disappeared. The Bifrost men, who leave with the hopes of attacking the McLean after their battle, were told that their opponents didn't go to Peretta. Instead, they've appeared on Bifrost territory. Not at the main castle, but at the second castle called Tomodo. As for Logan and his men, they head towards Tomodo. They slow down upon sighting their target, and the young master confirms from the knight leader that the castle ahead of them is the great granary Tomodo. The knight head confirms that taking it will deal a long-lasting blow to the count. He then asks Logan if taking the place alone will secure their victory, and he affirms, noting it to be that way for the time being. Patrick looks at his son as he recalls the strategy they both discussed in the forest of the training grounds. The man had then told him that they would declare war on Paretta, but their main target would be Bifrost's second castle, Tomodo. Confused, the McLean head asked his son if that would be done to lure the Count to Paretta, and his child confirmed it. The heir noted that they must avoid the Count's main forces as much as possible, and in the meantime they would seize Tomodo Castle. The uneasy father then states that they would eventually clash in less than 2 days, so he wonders why his son wants them to go for the Granary Castle. Logan then explains that they only need to hold out until His Majesty passes away. That statement alone nearly knocks the air out of the McLean head, as he is surprised to know that much. The younger redhead continues, saying that when the king dies, the nobles of the kingdom are required to prioritize attending the state funeral. Since it's a royal decree with strong enforcement, even wars are halted for it. Patrick agrees with his logic, noting that even Bifrost wouldn't dare defy the order, and if they do, they would be instantly labeled as traitors. Patrick sighs as he says that he thinks like his son. He then asks Logan if he's sure about the date, and Logan confirms, noting that it's a date that can't possibly be mistaken. The king's death would be announced at midnight on New Year's Day. Currently, the young lord notes that they have only 2 days left, so they'll capture Tomodo Castle by then. On the castle walls, Jerome, the captain of the guards, yells as he spots the McLean troops heading toward them. He is instantly checked to be calmed by Jerix, his deputy. The man assures his senior that communications have already been sent to the main castle, so they just need to hold out for a day. Jerome, who is a senior knight, looks at his vice, and then at the incoming troops, analyzing them to be 3,000 men and roughly 200 knights at least. He then asks his vice how they can hold out against such foes. He believes that if they had the main force, surely it wouldn't be a problem, but with just their castle troops, it'd be a problem. Jerix cuts him short, as he seems composed despite their situation. The deputy tells Jerome that they should hold the walls for now, and if they work together, they can manage a day. He lists out 3 senior knights who are with them and says they'll pull their weight. The calm deputy did all that to calm his leader. To their surprise, Patrick yells at his men to charge ahead. His followers do as they are told, and the castle archers are also told to prepare to aim. The McLean head then tells his men to aim their crossbows and fire. The men do as they are told and release their arrows coated with force at the archers. Jerome notices the speed of the arrows to be unreal, but he calms down for a bit when he sees that the arrows are not breaching the walls. He smirks and yells at his archers to counterattack. The men suddenly rain down their arrows at the McLean forces, but it doesn't reach them as the arrows land in front of their horses. Kyle voices his thoughts that they are out of the range of longbows. Logan also says it's the same for their crossbows because using force only allowed the arrows to touch the walls. He then asks if they should cease fire since it's a waste of arrows, but the young master declines the offer. He says it's enough to keep their opponents in check. He then grins like a devil while giving a thumbs up to his assistant, telling him that Hannah supplied them with more than enough arrows. Kyle can only imagine the condition the poor dwarf was left in, and pleads on his behalf that the master give him a proper vacation. The light mood then becomes serious as the young master speaks to the mage leader, Clayton, who stands by his side, saying he leaves it to him. The wise man with a scar across his nose looks away as he says that he wouldn't have thought he and his disciples would end up participating in a war. He looks at his inexperienced students and beckons them to follow him. Meanwhile, Jerome and Jerix wonder what the McLeans are doing since they do not move closer and are simply releasing multiple crossbows at their walls. It seems idiotic since they are just wasting their arrows that cannot reach them. The Tomodo KN leader wonders what his opponents are scheming. Suddenly, they feel a tremor, and they ask what's causing the sound. The men instinctively squat so as not to be thrown off balance. They suddenly spot a humongous clump of rock moving and hitting the ground beneath it, and conclude it's a golem. Jerome continues with his rhetorical question, asking if their opponents also have mages. As for Jerix, his attention is driven elsewhere as he looks at what the golem is doing and wonders what the hell his opponents are up to. Before the commencement of the war, Logan met with Clayton to discuss the possibility of using golems to act as shields from incoming arrows and participate at the forefront by cutting through enemy soldiers with ease in the upcoming war. He quickly told the leader of the mages that the resources which he said were hard to get long ago were now available for him to use and that he would supply him generously. The message shocked Clayton, and he asked the young master if the war was that critical. He then informed Logan that using the golems in the pattern he discussed earlier would be impossible. Surprised, the boy asked the head mage what the issue was. After all, if it were magic stones, he would provide as much as possible without holding back. Clayton quickly stops him in his tracks, saying it's not a matter of resources. He educates him by saying that their lives are at stake. Surprised, Logan asks him what he means, and the veteran mage breaks it down for him, informing him that it isn't widely known that if golems sustain too much damage, then the backlash transfers to the mage controlling it. The man tries to calm the boy down by saying they've been trying to look for ways to improvise, but so far it has been a dangerous flaw. The mage holds out a paper containing the experimental results and points it to him to see, but Logan already has his head bowed in despair. He sheds tears because his dream of getting a golem battalion has been shattered. Clayton tries to bring him back, but considering the shock the boy must have been through, he sighs and introduces a different approach in which the moving stone could be used. To that, Logan raises his head and listens to the sage. Currently, the golems continue digging the ground, creating a tunnel. Jerax notes that the rocky monsters and the mages have gone underground. As for the leader, he is agitated now that his enemies no longer fire their crossbows at them, so he wonders what they are up to. He then asks if they are digging a tunnel to the base of the wall, but his brother calms him down and tells him to look at the sky. He says that the McLean has been digging since morning and it's already dusk. So going at that rate, the main army will arrive before the golems. The worried leader then asks his brother if he's sure, but his statement gets cut off by a violent tremor. All the soldiers and knights on the castle wall try to take cover due to the impact of the shaky ground. The moment the leader notices the wall has been affected, he starts sweating profusely and trembles, calling his brother's name and asking for the odds that the walls could collapse. Jerax tells him that it can't happen, but Jerome yells at his attitude, asking him if he can't feel the walls currently shaking. The deputy still adamantly tells his brother that they can't act rashly. Instead, Jerome yells at him, asking if the walls do collapse. He tells his brother to think because the McLean haven't attacked them yet, so he believes that they must have some kind of plan. Looking more uncomposed than ever, Jerome curses under his breath as he clenches his fist. He says they'll need to send a small elite group to take out the mages in secret, and he'll go himself. Left with no choice, Jerax sighs as he tells his brother that he's the commander, so he should be the one to handle it. He asks if he could be assigned a few knights. Surprised, Jerome looks at him, and then agrees. The deputy beside him notes that his leader is finally thinking clearly. He tells him straight to his face that he panics too easily in battle. Moments later, in the setting sun, Jerax moves with a couple of knights outside the castle walls. He notes that they have no choice but to circle the southern woods since the southern and western sides are covered by forests. That way, they won't be easily spotted by their opposition as they try to assassinate the mages. They finally get close to the entrance of the tunnel from the woods and spot 5 common knights. Jerax looks at one of the men with the knights and notes that he feels different. He states that the man is on the level of a great knight. Recalling that there aren't many knights in the McLean ranks, Jerax draws his sword as he notes that if he can take down such a powerful person, then it'll tip the entire battle in their favor. The knight behind him, who notices his action, asks if he's planning to attack. He says that it's an obvious trap, but the deputy, who knew beforehand, asks him if they'll turn back after getting this far. He tells them that they need to take out the men guarding the tunnel and return to the western wall. Even his knights signal to themselves that it's a bad idea, but they cannot refute an order. One of them notes that Jerax is worried about his brother, who has been in a panic ever since the attack began. With his guess right on the mark, Jerax thinks about his brother, noting him to be special. He recalled their training sessions and how it was so rare for 2 common brothers to both become knights. Because of that, they earned the prestigious post of guarding the second castle. He then wondered, maybe it's because of their humble background that Jerome always seemed terrified that his position would be taken from him. That level of anxiety had led him to make many mistakes, and he had a fragile psyche that crumbled under even minor crises. His reputation among other knights had already fallen. Jerax notes that even with his support, there's a limit to what he can do. So he believes that this battle might be his brother's last chance to redeem himself. Noting that they must win no matter what, he charges with his knights at the enemies guarding the tunnel. To their surprise, as soon as the McLean men spot the enemies, they alert the rest of their forces and run into the tunnel. Spotting his foes retreating into the hole, Jerax logically analyzes the situation, noting that they have a senior knight on their side. So for them to run without fighting back must mean it's a trap. The knight grits his teeth and tightens his grip on his sword while yelling at his men to keep pursuing their enemies. Like robots, the men do as they are told, and they all head toward the tunnel. Suddenly, an arrow flies in Jerax's direction, but he evades it just in time, causing it to graze his cheek. He asks himself if the reason they were led into the tunnel was to be riddled with arrows by enemies hiding in darkness. He coats his body with aura and asks rhetorically if McLean that arrows can kill great knights. Some arrows bounce off his body as he charges and notes that he and his men will press on and deflect their arrows as they go. Suddenly his horse stops moving and neighs loudly. It falls to the ground as if it has been struck by the enemies. Jerax instinctively gets off before the beast crashes to the ground, and he spots light ahead. Immediately, dozens of arrows rain on his men and horses, causing them to drop like flies. Their screams echo in the tunnel, and their leader can only curse as he deflects the arrows with his aura. He notes that he doesn't have the luxury to worry about knights who can't even block arrows. The man looks back and yells at his men, telling those who can shield themselves with their aura to keep going ahead. As they continue treading, Jerax notes that if he can handle the senior knight, the rest of his men who are with him can deal with the common troops and their mages, who are vulnerable to close combat. With that, he believes they still have a chance, or so he thought. Immediately, Clayton yells, "Earth wall," and huge lumps of rock fall behind them, blocking their path. The men look back, realizing that their exit has been closed. Clayton then yells, "Swamp," and the soldiers' feet start sinking on the spot. Panicking, Jerax yells, asking what magic is being used, saying the ground is turning into a swamp. The McLean Knight leader walks back on his horse, speaking to Clayton. He tells him that they've taken out their horses, grinning like a devil while speaking to the sinking men, telling them that their retreat has been blocked. Jerax notes that he's ready to play with them. Still grinning, the great knight looks at his opponent, who grits his teeth as he realizes their ambush has failed. The blonde knight says he and his men need to conserve their strength and return to the wall as quickly as possible. He plans to neutralize the swamp spell so that the others can break through the barrier and notify his brother. His heart sinks as soon as he hears a roar yelling at the troops to charge. With the sound of horses racing above, Jerax can't believe that he was lured into the tunnel just to have his brother's forces divided. Logan yells at his remaining men to charge at the castle gates, sinking the man into further despair. Jerome worries for his brother, who happens to grip the castle wall tightly. The man vibrates as he yells that it's absolute madness. Clayton tells the young master of another method by which the golems can be used. He suggests that they dig tunnels with them to collapse the enemy's wall. He believes that it's not very hard to undermine the wall's support from underground, and that it's quite doable. Considering what the mage has said, Logan suggests that they stay safe from arrows. For that, they'll need to start far from the wall. Doing so will assure the mage's safety, but it'll make the task more demanding since they'll need to dig far, and it'll take a long while to reach the base of the wall. He then comes up with an idea, saying that they'll lure the enemies into the tunnels. The mage concludes that the reason for doing so is to divide their forces. The priest then asks if the enemies would fall for it so easily, and Logan explains to him that the tunnels alone wouldn't suffice. For that, he'll need Clayton to shake the ground. Confused, the man asks if it's with earth magic. Clayton responds that while a full-scale earthquake would be difficult to cause, it isn't impossible. Logan, however, says it's fine. All he'll need is a single blow strong enough to cause fear in the hearts of their opposition. At the point when the enemy splits their forces to investigate, that's when the McLean will force their way in and attack the wall. Currently, the McLean forces dash toward the castle wall, and the captain of the knights can only curse as he realizes he's been tricked. He is frustrated that his brother isn't around to assist him. Jerome bites his glove, suspecting that the troops had planned for such a move. He starts confirming how right he is, but suddenly he recalls his brother telling him that he panics too easily. The memory triggers him, and he yells at his men to fire at the McLean forces, ordering them to prevent the troops from getting close. The men do as they are told and rain down arrows on Logan's soldiers. From the sky, dozens of arrows fall towards Logan's army, but the soldiers aren't hit. Among them are Eileen and Logan's younger brother. The knights dash through the dust, and as soon as they get close to the castle walls, they leap onto it and start heading vertically. Eileen, Logan's spouse-to-be, recalls the number of months they spent scaling the dreadful cliffs. At the top of her voice, the beautiful knight says the current height is nothing compared to the one at the training grounds. As she's several meters in the air, a guard dashes at her, but he's shocked when he sees that the knight before him is a woman. While descending on her prey, Eileen coats her sword with force, vowing to make her mark in the battle no matter what. She slashes the foe, and he ends up using his last words to curse her before dying. As she goes on to her very first victory, an opposition soldier appears from behind and nearly cleaves her in two. Ronian ends the man's life and shouts at his sister-in-law to get a hold of herself. Shocked, the girl realizes she is truly on a battlefield only after taking a life. Quickly, she punches her face, startling the boy, and apologizes for showing such weakness. Ronian, seeing his in-law's determination, tells her that he too wants to make his mark on the battlefield. He plans to get stronger so that he doesn't lose to Victor, another knight who is growing at an incredible speed. Suddenly, they are surrounded, and they yell as they charge at their foes. Logan, arriving at the foot of the walls, observes his family fight and notes that they are going overboard. Watching Ronian, he asks himself when his little brother became a mid-level knight. He even notices the teen's new sword. His first thought about the boy's fighting style is that it's impressive, but then he corrects himself and dashes toward the wall. The young heir notes that the two of them going wild in their current situation is too dangerous. It won't be long before the senior knights swarm them. He puts his aura on his left foot and leaps onto the wall. He pushes again and jumps into the castle, surprising the nearby knights. Coating himself with aura, Logan swings his sword, creating a slash that cuts multiple foes in half. A knight standing close to him trembles as he holds his sword. Logan doesn't even pay him any attention before swinging it to his left and offing the guy on impact. He plans for things to progress in the current manner, and to quickly bring down the castle guard captain before he can completely express how he feels. Patrick yells upon standing on the castle walls. He calls out to the Knights of Bifrost, declaring his name and raising his sword. The geezer, whose call lures lots of the knights to his side, beckons on them to dodge his attack if they can. With one swing of his sword, which is coated in aura, he cuts down most of them. Suddenly he sees someone approaching him from his left, so he quickly turns around and parries the incoming attack. The blonde who clashes with him yells at the McLean lord, saying he'll cut off his head. Surprised by the opponent's declaration, the McLean head realizes that he is up against the captain of the castle, Jerome. The castle's captain notes that there's not much of a difference between him and Patrick. After all, it's just a few months ago that the geezer became a top-ranked knight. He yells inwardly that he can do it. The men leap away from each other and prepare to attack once again. Jerome keeps reassuring himself that he can take down the McLean head. While at it, a slash, which looks like the extension of Logan's sword, is sent his way in a very fast manner, leaving him no room to react to it. Suddenly his words stop and his head falls after being separated from his shoulders cleanly. Unfortunately, it lands right in front of Jerax, his brother. The vice-captain, who just got to the castle wall, sees his brother's head on the floor. The knight who followed him first of all asks what the light he saw earlier was, but as soon as he sees the head he gulps. Jerax looks down in horror and asks how come. He then sees Patrick not far away and concludes what happened. He grits his teeth and then lies through it, yelling at his people that reinforcements are coming. The knight behind him tries to calm him down, signaling that he should stop, but the vice-captain who takes over his brother's post has lost it. Logan screams at them to fight to the very end, telling them not to let the death of their comrades be in vain. Not far from him, Logan leaps into the air. He prepares to launch an attack at the vice-captain. Upon seeing the blonde lose his composure, he asks if his vision has been clouded by rage. Spotting Logan to be close, Jerax yells at him, swearing that he'll kill him and all the McLean. Just before he can complete his sentence, the young McLean, whom he saw a moment ago, has reduced the distance between them instantly. Before the man can ask when and how he made such a move, the young master strikes him with an aura blade. Logan then looks back after having struck the man and says that the one who will die is him. Uncle and Clayton are talking to Logan and laughing, saying that thanks to Logan and Patrick, they were able to win without much effort, and that they didn't do much. Logan then places his hand on Clayton's shoulder, startling him. Clayton asks Logan why he is doing that, and Logan says that on that note, he's going to ask for one more favor from Clayton. Hearing this, Clayton is not sure what to expect. That is when Logan asks Clayton to create a large pool of water around the castle. That is, before the enemies manage to arrive, of course. Bro is jumping from madman to noble to a complete lunatic with these faces. Nonetheless, a couple of hours later, the deed seems to be done. Clayton and his disciples are standing dead on the ground with no vigor at all. Seeing that they've managed to finish, Logan praises them, saying that not only have they completed the moat, but they've also managed to fix the castle walls as well. Logan goes on to say that earth magic really is incomparable to other types of magic, and Clayton replies by telling Logan that he is praising him too much. Clayton starts crying and starts having the strange feeling that their magic is starting to specialize in construction, and hopes for this not to be true. Logan looks over the walls and smiles. They have a moat that is 5 meters deep and wide, thinking that if you fall in with armor, even a knight would have a hard time walking out of it. Logan then turns to his soldiers and tells them not to spare any oil and to pour so much that they slip the moment they step on it. As Bifrost and his soldiers approach, Logan thinks that the defensive preparations are done, and that it will soon be noon, which is well into their expected time frame of the arrival of the Bifrost army. Seeing the gloat, Logan thinks that it's perfect timing. As they rush towards the castle, Logan states the presence of the enemy and prompts his men to be ready for a fight. Logan, Heinkel, and Patrick look over the rampart, prepared to take on Bifrost. Bifrost and Sir Franz are also looking towards the castle, preparing to start their attack. Seeing this, Logan looks over at the army and thinks that the king will die at midnight, so they only have to stake it out there until then. Before, however, he sees something that gets him mad. It appears that Logan has planted his house's flag in Bifrost's castle, which makes him ask how they dare to do something like that. and also dirty the surroundings of the castle so much. Bifrost then asks Sir Franz about Jerome and Jerix, and Sir Franz informs him that they appear to have been slain. Hearing this, Bifrost realizes that this must be the reason for which the MacLean were able to make a moat, and thinks that those damn fools weren't even able to hold the fort. Bifrost then shouts for Aslan, and Aslan reports to duty. Bifrost asks Aslan, also named the Super Speed Knight, Aslan liar, the Bifrost or a knight, what are the numbers of the enemy forces, and he replies that by what they've confirmed from their men that managed to get away, the MacLean have under 150 knights and less than 2,500 soldiers. Bifrost asks if there are any variables, and Aslan reports that their lord seems to be an advanced knight, and around 10 people that appear to be earth mages. Hearing this, Bifrost thinks that Logan has prepared his sacred weapon. Bifrost then asks for the expected results, and Aslan starts thinking for a second. He then puts on a big smirk and starts laughing, saying that the only possible result is their overwhelming victory. Looking over the rampart, Patrick states that the enemy has over 300 knights and their number of soldiers easily exceeds 5,000. Logan acknowledges that and says that they also have mages of the Wind Magic Tower, and that Roger Bifrost himself is a mage. Even though he is publicly known as a 4th Circle mage, in reality, he is in the 5th Circle, so caution must be taken. Patrick then looks at the crowd and he doesn't seem happy at all. He says that on top of that, they also have Aslan Liar and Franz, the Moonlight Knight. Seeing this, Logan thinks that Patrick must be getting nervous from the difference in forces. This is when Bifrost starts talking and startles Logan, saying that in the lands that belong to their lord. He announces this to the filth that invaded without knowing their place. This is when Logan realizes that Bifrost has amplified his voice using magic, and tells everyone to be ready to fire. Bifrost then shouts for everyone to hear that he will personally uproot the MacLeans. Then he prompts his men to charge forward. Seeing this, Heinkel realizes that they are charging without shields and asks Logan if they are really that confident. Seeing this, Logan says that they will have to find out. He then tells his cavalrymen to fire their crossbows. The arrows fly towards the enemy, however they seem to be stopped by some kind of shield or force field. Seeing this, both Logan and Heinkel are stunned. The enemy soldiers, however, gain even more confidence. The mages next to Bifrost seem to be the ones responsible for that magic defense. Bifrost even states that no matter how good their peculiar weapons are, they are nothing compared to magic. Logan, mad, looks down at the scene and realizes that the crossbows have been weakened by magic, and that aiming at the knights with this will have no effect. Patrick shouts for the cavalry to aim towards the soldiers, and for the knights to take their designated spots and prepare to fight. Logan then also screams for his soldiers to bash their heads in before they reach the top of the castle, and thinks that war has long been a fight decided by force users. As Aslan and Franz are approaching, Logan says that if his crossbows are not working, then he will just take them on himself. He prepares his sword and asks himself how those two will proceed to attack him. It seems that the first one to attack is Aslan, who leaps from his horse and tries to climb the rampart, just like Logan and his knights have done. An image from the past appears. At a banquet where some nobles ask how could that ever become a knight, and ask if he could even pick up a sword. With a short stance, the looks of a monkey, long arms and a peculiar face, Aslan was always disregarded. He reminisces about the past, saying that his appearance has always caused him to be preyed upon wherever he went. But things are different now. He did not listen to those idiots, and with bone-breaking effort, he has become an advanced knight. As he approaches the top of the rampart, he thinks that now everyone else is the prey. Just as he is about to reach his destination though, something happens. He realizes that Logan and his men have done something to the walls. However, he is not going to let that stop him. Eileen looks down and sees Aslan with a poker face. She asks herself if that thing climbing is a monkey. Hearing this, Aslan is stunned, especially since it's coming from a woman knight. That is when he loses his composure and slips. He falls violently to the ground, and a knight announces his fall. Looking down, Eileen almost appears to be concerned about him. As Aslan is rising from the ground, a knight shouts for everyone to be aware of the walls. He says that not even an advanced knight was able to climb it, and hearing this, Aslan tells him to shut his worthless mouth. He then looks back towards the rampart. He is looking at Eileen, who is now preparing her sword. Aslan gets mad, and tells Eileen that he will enjoy her thoroughly on the rampart. Sir Franz has managed to climb to the top and is now standing before Patrick, who is acknowledging his feats, saying he has heard tales about the Moonlight Knight. Sir Franz is also unhinged, prepared to fight, yet Patrick seems mad to the bone, stating that he has heard of how Logan owes him a grudge. Next, on the rampart, the knights of the MacLean are clashing with those of the attackers. On the same rampart, Eileen also seems to be fighting with someone and not doing too well against them. As she rises from the ground, the person she is fighting even acknowledges her skill, saying she is not bad. This person is Aslan, who now asks if all in the women in McLean family are this daring. Seeing this, Eileen realizes that Aslan doesn't really care about the others, and instead is just focusing on her. More specifically, she realizes the fact that Aslan is just having fun with her. Aslan then mocks Eileen, asking her what is wrong and if she is pissed because she is being toyed with by a monkey. Hearing that, Eileen realizes she was right and says that this is actually a relief. By Aslan giving her all his attention while toying with her, she is keeping an advanced night busy. Aslan then laughs and tells Eileen that he will take his time playing with her. At the same time, Logan is fighting with 3 of the Bifrost knights. One of them even tries to irritate Logan, asking him what is wrong, as he has heard that the eldest son is a high-ranking knight, so there should be no problem for him. However, it looks like this mocking is only meant to be a distraction, as they haven't managed to push Logan back even an inch. The knights start discussing among themselves, and the one with the silver hair asks if the rumors about Logan wounding Sir Franz might be true after all. However, Logan interrupts him, asking what he is mumbling about. He goes on to say that the Knights of Bifrost must be fighting with their mouths instead of their swords, making fun of the attackers. Hearing this, the silver-haired knight calls Logan an arrogant bastard and says that he shall see how long he can hold out. The 3 of them then charge at Logan with full power. Logan doesn't even flinch and keeps his feet steady and his blade pointing towards the enemy. He then closes his eyes and prepares his counterattack. In an instant, he manages to get behind his enemies and also wound all of them at once, and these wounds seem to take a toll on the Bifrost knights. Looking at Logan over his shoulder, the silver-haired knight can't believe his speed. As Logan also looks towards them, he wonders when he managed to move behind them, as he couldn't even see Logan lift his feet off the ground. The man thinks that Logan had used his force to move faster, yet Logan closes his eyes and tells the man that what he is thinking is obvious for him. Seeing this, the knights get annoyed. Logan turns his head and once again mocks the attackers, asking if they can't move because their legs are trembling in fear. One of the other 2 knights tries to calm down his silver-haired companion, saying that Logan is an amazing foe and that they have to be careful. Seeing this, Logan thinks that the high-ranking knights have this title for a reason, so they won't fall to the same shallow mockery twice. On top of that, all of them have also done something remarkable. As Logan was attacking, they've managed to protect their vitals with precise and minimal force usage. Logan then sheds a sweat. He clings harder to his sword, saying that he should forget the Knight of the Moonlight for now. As he is more worried about Aslan, the swift knight, he decides that he cannot waste any time fooling around with these guys, so he leaps in to attack and get it over as fast as possible. Seeing this, the knights prepare to withstand Logan's attack. However, they might be no match for Logan, as in the same instant, he uses the spirit shadow taught by Felix and gets right behind the silver-haired knight, prepared to strike him down. The knight quickly realizes what is happening but doesn't have the time to react. Thankfully for him though, his green-haired comrade sees through Logan's movement and attacks him in order to save his friend. In the same second, Logan places his foot on the silver-haired knight's head and prepares to move once again. He leaps through the air, aiming directly for the green-haired knight. The man he attacked seems to disappear after blocking Logan's attack, and the mustache knight calls Logan a bastard. Logan hears this and turns towards his mustached opponent. He then slams his sword into the ground and imbues it with force. He does that in order to release a powerful wave of force, going from the ground up and towards the silver-haired knight. Seeing this, the mustache knight remains stunned. After Logan does this, he rushes towards the place where the explosion caused by force left behind a cloud of dirt. Just as he does this, the green-haired knight appears behind Logan and prepares to slash him from behind. As he unleashes his power, he clenches his teeth and puts everything he has into this power. He then smirks, full of sweat and with some blood in the corner of his mouth. He thinks this is it, that he's got Logan. Unfortunately for him, this is not the case, as Logan once again moves quickly behind his back and prepares to strike him down. Logan easily takes down his green-haired opponent and then lets out a sound of relief. Seeing the power and precision Logan has, the silver-haired knight asks Logan just who he is, barely standing on his feet, trembling and bleeding. He asks Logan what is up with those movements of his. He means to continue the sentence, saying that Logan moves like a ghost when all of a sudden the tip of a sword drives right through his chest. Even Logan is stunned to see this. It appears that this is Ronian's doing, who is happy to see his brother is unharmed. Seeing his brother, Logan places his hand on his shoulder, and Ronian says that as soon as he saw Logan fighting 3 high-ranking knights, he came running to help. He then says that it seems he had managed to stab the enemy in the heart just in time. Victor appears behind Ronian and argues that he was the one to cut their heads off first. Hearing this, Ronian gets annoyed and turns around to contradict, saying that he was the one to stab them in the heart first. Victor then continues, saying that he was the one to cut off their heads first. These two act more like brothers than Logan and Ronian do. They start fighting in front of Logan, with Ronian telling Victor to stop spouting lies, as this is very unlike a knight, and Victor replying by telling Ronian to listen to his own advice and stating that with the way Ronian is acting, Rhea is twice the knight Victor is. They then both turn towards Logan, with Ronian asking his brother if he hasn't seen him killing the knight and saying he asks for a proper judgment. Seeing this, Logan smirks and starts laughing. He then bumps both of them in the head. Logan then says that there is no judgment to be done, as from what he's seen they've both done what they've said they've done at the same time, and instructs them to maintain their sense of tension on the battlefield. After hearing this, they both quiet down and apologize to Logan. He then turns his feet and says that thanks to that, he now has more freedom, and says that he has to hurry. Next, Eileen is still fighting Aslan, and she seems to be trembling, losing hard. However, she does not give up, sticking her sword deep into the ground and using it to keep herself standing. Seeing this, Aslan is impressed, telling Eileen that at least her spirit matches up to a good man's, as she didn't even let out a single cry of pain. He then goes on to say that this is good, as this is what makes it fun. Eileen, however, is not that thrilled, as she thinks that she is losing strength in her sword arm. She then asks herself if it was arrogant of her to think she could stand against an advanced knight. If Aslan had intended to kill Eileen outright, she would have been dead a long time ago. In the next instant, Aslan leaps towards Eileen, aiming to grab her by the neck, and his speed is incredible. He grabs Eileen by the neck and lifts her up into the air. As she gasps for air, he even mockingly tells her how she looks terrified. Aslan then smirks and tells Eileen to resolve herself, as he is going to take good care of her. He clenches Eileen's neck tighter, and she tries to hold onto his arm with her trembling hands. Then she spits right in the middle of Aslan's face. As Aslan raises Eileen even higher into the air, she tells him to go screw himself, as she'd rather kill herself than do what he is saying. Hearing this, Aslan laughs and puts on a creepy smirk. His facial expression then completely changes to one of seriousness, and he asks Eileen if she thinks she has any choice in the matter. He then tightens his grip, hurting Eileen and telling her that he will take his time showing her hell. He then laughs, enjoying Eileen grunting and gasping for air. This moment doesn't last long though, as something seems to bother him. That is when he turns his head over his shoulder in order to see Logan prowling at his back with a swift smile on his face, prepared to strike him down in the next instant. Seeing Logan's blade approaching, Aslan doesn't even flinch, and instead asks Logan why he doesn't want to play with him. Just as Logan hits Aslan with his attack, everything is engulfed by an explosion. Aslan managed to parry the attack. However, he was sent back several meters. Seeing this, Aslan is intrigued. Logan then goes on to help Eileen rise from the ground in order to take her to safety. Logan asks her if she can stand, and Eileen tells him that she is fine. Seeing this, Logan tells her to go to the military doctor, and Eileen agrees. Aslan looks at the scene and tells Logan that he is getting in the way of his fun and places his sword on his left shoulder. He then puts up a scary look on his face and says that since Logan is taking away Eileen, it means he wants to be the one to replace her. Logan looks at Aslan, and a sweat breaks from his forehead. He looks down at his hand and says that even though he was the one to ambush Aslan, it's his hand that is feeling sore. That's when Logan realizes that this won't play out the way he fought with the high-ranking knights. Aslan and Logan are fighting, and their speed is so incredible they can't even be seen by the other soldiers standing around. They only have one question. They knew Aslan was fast, but they wonder how Logan is keeping up with him. Aslan then tells Logan that his speed is not bad, and it seems like he has a good artifact in his hands. Hearing this, Logan thinks that his master is the one that gave it to him. They both then clench swords, letting out a whirl of wind. They are both pushed back by their strength and prepare to strike again. Looking towards Aslan, he realizes that he must have an artifact as well. It was only after fighting him, but those quick movements are made with the power of an artifact. Seeing the way Logan looks at him, Aslan says that he can hear Logan's thoughts. He says that all of them, the noble young masters, are the same, that even though their enemy is standing right in front of them, they all space out, hesitate, lost in thought, and when they can't keep up with his speed, that is when they all fall. He then tells Logan that he will be no different and jumps to attack him. He wields his sword forward, striking Logan with all his force. He then lets his sword fall down with a look of disgrace on his face. However, what he sees surprises him. Logan countered his attack, injuring his right shoulder. Unfortunately, Logan is not in a good spot either, as he coughs blood after his attack. Seeing Logan's force, Aslan says that Franz was right and Logan is really using a strange secret technique. Aslan then jumps once again to attack Logan, and their waves of force clash with each other. Aslan looks frightened as he can't get to Logan anymore. Logan, on the other hand, is smiling. Logan thinks that he already knew Aslan would hear about his secret technique from Franz, so it will be impossible for him to land something unexpected. That's when Logan thinks that he must defeat Aslan as quickly as possible. Looking at his situation, Aslan realizes that Logan is trying to corner him. This being said, Aslan gets mad, as no one should be able to corner him, the highest-ranking knight. Logan looks at Aslan with a murderous intent in his eyes, preparing to destroy everything that stays in his way. Things don't appear his way though, as in the next second, Aslan has his sword millimeters away from his eye. Lucky for Logan, his attack misses. Logan looks behind him and notices the hole left in the ground by the attack. He looks towards Aslan and asks himself if it was really luck. That is when he realizes it wasn't luck, rather it was Aslan slipping up. The ambush on Castle Tomodo, the injury he sustained from an opponent he underestimated, and the persistent McLean soldier whom he's fighting with in Bifrost, Logan concludes that Aslan has become impatient because of his unexpected situation. Logan calms down and thinks that he can use all of this against Aslan. He then leaps forward with all his speed and strength, prepared to attack Aslan once again. Seeing this, Aslan prepares to counter, asking Logan if he's going to use another trick. They face each other and Aslan has a strange look on his face. Seeing Logan's stance, he must have realized something. He thinks that Logan is not going to dodge his next attack, and it seems to be true as Logan seems to be heading right towards the tip of Aslan's sword. Even Aslan calls Logan a crazy bastard for this, asking Logan if he wants for them to die together, while Logan mockingly asks him if there is something wrong. He asks Aslan if he is scared, which makes him even more angry, and he looks like he is losing control. Aslan points his sword forward and asks Logan if he really thinks that he will just stay there and take it. From their silhouettes it looks like they managed to impale one another. In reality, this might not be the case. Logan seems to fall to the ground while Aslan is still standing. Aslan is hurt but alive. Seeing what just happened, Aslan starts laughing. He has managed to defeat Logan, calling him an idiot as he came at him ready to die, yet they merely scratched his rib. Aslan screams that this is his win against McLean. Then Aslan is disturbed by a sound coming from behind him. This is Eileen, who has come to help Logan. Seeing this, Aslan calls it good timing. He tells Eileen that he's going to also take care of her now, as she puts on a look of terror and disbelief seeing Logan's body. Aslan even goes as far as saying that he's going to take the sword out of Logan's stomach and use it on Eileen. Things don't seem to go as per his plan though, as next a light shining from behind catches his eye. This is the bracelet of resurrection at work. Seeing this, Aslan wonders why is that bracelet glowing, thinking that only priests are able to emit a light such as that, and then he realizes that there is no way this is happening. He tries to once again attack Logan, saying that he must destroy that bracelet right then. Thankfully to Logan, Eileen stops him, pointing her sword at his neck. Aslan, however, manages to parry it. Eileen then shouts that she has no idea what is going on, but there is no way that she's letting him get into Logan's way. Aslan doesn't seem to care much about this though, only thinking that if it weren't for the state he is in, that attack of Eileen's wouldn't have done much damage. Aslan then pushes Eileen away using only one arm, and as he turns back he remains stunned. Logan calls him a monkey and tells him that it's now time for round 2, but this time with different weapons, as Logan also took Aslan's blade. Seeing this, Aslan realizes that he is in trouble now that Logan has his sword. He then sees Lux on the ground and goes to pick it up. This is when Logan really sees how Aslan's artifact works. He looks at Aslan and says that when he injected force into his sword, the mana within heightens his senses, and it makes him feel like everything around him is slowing down. Logan then says that this must be what allowed Aslan to become the super speed knight. He then licks the sword just like Aslan used to do, and tells him that now the sword is his. Seeing this, Aslan is stunned. He shouts at Logan that that is his weapon, and asks him if he truly believes that he can handle it like he used to. He doesn't get to finish his sentence though, as Logan seems to be on track with using the sword and coming for Aslan fast. In one swift strike he manages to break through his side armor and injure his ribs even further. However, Logan says that this was not his intention, as he actually aimed for the heart. He then smiles looking back and says that this is unfortunate. As the blood falls to the ground, Aslan tells Logan to go to hell himself and asks him how he managed to recover from that hole in his stomach. He looks towards Logan and asks him how a kid like him has managed to get an artifact like that bracelet. The bracelet of regeneration he has received from the king has a magic that can change any mortal wound to a mere light scratch. As long as Logan is not instantly killed, he can still recover. That being said, Logan does admit it was a gamble to bet on it, as he almost died. In any case, Logan says that now is the time to remove one of Bifrost's key men. He says that he will end things there, and prepares to cut Aslan's head off. Seeing this, the Bifrost knights attack Logan from behind in order to save their advanced knight. Logan looks back and realizes he must do something about it before he kills Aslan. He then manages to parry all their attacks at once with his sword. He even struggles, saying that now is not the time for something like this to happen. Aslan looks at Logan's uncovered back and thinks about what he has to do next. He thinks that whatever happens, Logan must die here. Unfortunately for Aslan, Eileen is not going to let that happen, as she also jumps to attack him once again. He manages to parry her attack with ease, yet Eileen remains just as confident. She shouts for Aslan to not even dare think about striking Logan behind his back. That is when Aslan's wound from earlier opens and blood spills all around. As Logan battles the other knights, something catches his attention. A voice from behind ordering someone not to move. When Logan turns back, Aslan is being helped by some other knight away from the wall. Aslan jumps and runs away from the battle. Seeing this, Eileen asks Logan if they shouldn't follow him, yet Logan tells her that Bifrost and his Wind Tower mages are waiting down here, and that following him would only cost them more than it would be worth. That is when Logan gets annoyed and grips his sword hard. He then raises it high into the air and shouts for everyone to hear that he, Logan McLean, has defeated the super speed knight. He does that by holding Aslan's sword, which the Bifrost soldiers and knights immediately recognize. Seeing this, Bifrost calls it a sorry sight. A mage then asks him if they should join in, but he states that even if they strike now, Logan would still manage to defend the castle. On top of that, his shout has destroyed their troops' morale. He then asks a knight how Aslan is doing, and he tells Bifrost that reports indicate his life is not at risk. That being said, they didn't bring advanced potions for this war, so he won't be able to participate any further. Hearing this, Bifrost calls it nonsense and acknowledges that the McLean have really prepared themselves for this war. The longer this goes, the more it troubles them. That is when Bifrost says that they should see how long the McLean can last. That is when Bifrost shouts for all his troops to retreat, and they do so. Seeing this, the McLeans wonder, why are they doing this, asking themselves if they win. While this is happening, Franz seems to have been fighting Patrick, who doesn't seem to be in good shape. Hearing that they should retreat, Franz is not happy about it. He tells Patrick that he is in luck and then turns to leave. He tells Patrick that the fight was going to come to a close soon, and he doesn't seem to be wrong about it. He then mocks Patrick, saying that he has figured it out now, and that even the McLean's advanced knight isn't much. He then leaps off, leaving Patrick alone. That is when Logan steps in to check on his father. Patrick asks Logan if he is all right, and he replies affirmatively. Patrick then apologizes, saying that he was only able to hold Franz there, but not to defeat him. Hearing this, Logan thinks that even though they are both advanced knights, there was bound to be a difference, as Patrick only rose to that level recently. Logan places his hand on his father's shoulder, asking him to rest, as the enemy is tired, so they have some time before they invade again. Patrick agrees, telling Logan that he should do the same, and they fall down, leaning against the wall next to each other. While this is happening, Eileen is patching up Victor and talking to Heinkel. Logan and Patrick are standing still, waiting for the enemy to attack, saying that they hope they will wait until midnight. Unfortunately for them, this is not going to be the case, as one of the soldiers looking out notices something strange. A different flag rising over, with an eagle over a flame. That is the army of Parita that has come to help Bifrost in taking down McLean. Seeing this, both Logan and Patrick are left speechless, as they could have never anticipated this. Bifrost and Parita are talking, with Bifrost asking if Max bringing his army there himself means that they are joining his war effort. Parita says that he knows this is not much for the Lord of the Southwest, but he rushed there as fast as he could, hoping to be of some help. Saying this, Parita thinks that with his army and Bifrost combined, McLean's defeat is guaranteed. On the wall, looking at the scene, Logan realizes that the reason for which Parita is doing this is only to get on Bifrost's good side, and Patrick calls them filthy bastards for this. Seeing what is happening, Patrick tells Logan that they have no other choice than to do it, referring to some backup plan, and Logan agrees. Logan says that they've got everything ready. Inside the castle's town, a family is hiding inside their house. At the corner of a room, the kid asks his mother how long they have to stay there for, and his mother says that it will only be a little longer, and that it's still dangerous to go outside. The kid nods, and the mother looks down at him. The father then says that they should pray together, and they all gather and hug. They pray that when the new year dawns tomorrow, this war ends. Outside the walls, Bifrost shouts for his men. He tells his men to attack and bring him the heads of the McLean. On the walls, the McLean shoot arrows towards their enemies. However, only some of the soldiers are affected by the arrows. Kaizellan sees this and tells Logan that only the Paritas are being taken down by the attacks. Yet Logan says that it doesn't matter, and that they should keep firing. Franz is deflecting everything with his ship sword and calls the McLean pesky suckers. He then screams for his men to hear that the McLeans are prepared for a siege, so they shouldn't relax until their feet touch the walls themselves. Franz and his knights then jump in order to claim the walls. Seeing this, Logan tells his soldiers that the enemy is climbing and instructs everyone to drop them into the moat. Franz sees this and thinks of something clever. He uses his whip sword to strike the wall. He clenches to the wall and uses his sword as a rope. As he is above everyone, he sees Logan and aims to take him down first. As he lands before him, he tells Logan that he will end him for good this time. However, an attack is coming for him from the side. He notices and realizes he has to do something. A big explosion engulfs everything to the point where you can't even see the fighters anymore. However, it seems like Franz has managed to parry Patrick's attack with ease. He even acknowledges that Patrick was much faster than before, and also that he has a great sword now. Hearing this, Patrick tells Franz that the sword had the name Velocidus inscribed on it, and goes on to polish it with his glove. This is when Patrick remembers Logan's words as he gave him the sword, with Logan stating that it didn't suit him well, and that Patrick would use it better. However, Patrick thinks that Logan was just being kind. He then tells Logan to go. He may be weaker than the Moon Knight, but with the sword Logan has given him, he is confident he can handle him now. Logan nods his head and leaves. Franz looks at Patrick and realizes that he has taken Aslan's sword. He then leaps forward, going head-to-head with Patrick, saying that he will take the sword back in no time. Logan then uses his force to move faster. As he goes away, he thinks that he can trust his father with this. He then notices something with the corner of his eye. Victor is battling with some knights all by himself. He is ambushed from the back and he prepares to defend himself. That is when Logan lands from the air and takes one of them down. As he does, Victor is stunned to see Logan like this. Logan then defeats another knight without even looking at him, and he asks Victor if he can still fight. Victor says that he is good and that he could have taken those guys down himself. Logan is glad to hear that, and then tells him to drop as many people climbing the walls as he can. He then tells him that if that doesn't work, he has a plan B, which catches Victor's attention. Logan looks him dead in the eye and then tells him that if that doesn't work, to just let them climb the walls. From a distance, Parita and Bifrost, with his mages, assess the situation. Bifrost states that there's something strange going on, and Parita asks what seems to be the matter. Bifrost continues to explain that their people are climbing the walls much easier than earlier, and that they aren't putting that much effort into defending as they did before. And Parita says that maybe they are getting tired. However, Bifrost isn't satisfied with this, and knows that something is afoot. As he looks at Logan and the fighting, he states that if that is not the case, they must be plotting something. Logan then looks over the edge of the walls and realizes that there's almost no enemies below anymore. He then uses his mana to amplify his voice and prepares to shout for every single one of his soldiers to hear. He tells everyone to retreat. Hearing this, everyone from Ronian to Eileen and Patrick are stunned. And before is looking at the scene, unsure of what is going to happen next. He then looks down and he feels an earthquake and says that this is impossible. That is when he realizes that this must be Logan's doing. Clayton and his disciples are the ones creating this earthquake, and it only has one purpose. Clayton pushes through with everything he has and says that Logan is really asking for something ridiculous. As this is happening, the troops of the McLean are retreating and telling the knights to guard the normal soldiers and let them descend. Looking at the scene, the Bifrost's knights don't know what to make of it, asking themselves if the McLean perhaps got scared of the earthquake. That is when Clayton's magic can be seen taking its toll on the walls, tearing them all around. In the next instant, the walls are falling down, burying everyone that was still near them. Seeing this, Bifrost is blind with fury. Parita, however, simply doesn't understand what is happening. With the walls down, Bifrost calls the McLean's rats for how they are fighting this war. Amidst the rubble, Clayton is kneeling with all his energy depleted. Logan comes running to check on him, shouting his name as he is running. Clayton then looks up and tells Logan that just as he has ordered, he and his disciples have used the last of their energy to toppen all the walls. Logan tells them that they've done an amazing job, as a significant portion of their enemies must have been buried together with the walls. Clayton then says that with the physical capabilities of the knights, they should be okay, and Logan agrees. Logan then looks over to Bifrost and says that this will all be over soon. Bifrost comes near the collapsed walls and says that what Logan had done is complete nonsense, as he has destroyed his last line of defense with his own hands. He then goes to conjure up a spell, telling Logan that all he has done is to speed up his demise. He then prepares to unleash a powerful attack over Logan and his people. Seeing this, Logan tells Clayton to take his men and back off. Victor, Ronian, Patrick and Logan seem to be in the first line of defense, and Patrick wishes to ask Logan one more time if he is sure his plan will work. Logan looks at Bifrost and tells his father not to worry, and just as Bifrost is prepared to unleash his attack, something happens that disturbs him. A great red light appears above the city which makes everyone stop. Everybody looks up in disbelief, not sure what is happening. That is when a memory from Logan's past appears, and he states that he remembers it clearly. That day when on every tower of the nation, a red light appeared, notifying people of the news flashed brightly. Seeing this, Bifrost looks up with a crazy look of fury and terror, saying that this is really bad for him. Two laser-like beams shot forth from the highest towers of the palace. Ronian, witnessing this spectacle, wondered at their meaning while Patrick inquired if some calamity had befallen the royal family. He then turned his gaze toward Logan. Logan, glancing over his shoulder, offered a smile and a nod to Patrick, who returned the gesture. Logan then attempted to reason with Bifrost, insisting he must grasp the significance of the light, that something had clearly transpired at the palace. Logan shouted at Bifrost to cease the war and establish communication with the king, but Bifrost, sweating profusely, remained indecisive and hesitant. Clutching the reins tightly, he lamented the unfortunate timing of this event occurring at what seemed a perfect opportunity to utterly crush the MacLean once and for all. Sir France observed his commander inquiring as to their next course of action, awaiting his command with anticipation. Bifrost, however, remained lost in thought, his head bowed in contemplation. Then, to Sir Franz's utter surprise, Bifrost prepared to launch his attack anew, urging his men to ready themselves for battle with renewed vigor. Franz, incredulous, hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to draw his sword and join the fray. He ultimately did so, and they once again prepared to attack, intent on finally and decisively destroying the MacLeans. Patrick, witnessing this madness, cried out, calling him a madman, while Heinkel questioned whether he would truly continue this folly even after witnessing the signal from the palace. Patrick demanded to know if Bifrost would dare defy a royal order, but Bifrost retorted that he didn't understand their nonsensical ramblings. Preparing his final assault, a crazed look gleaming in his eyes, Bifrost declared that all he saw were them, the imbeciles foolish enough to attack his seemingly impregnable castle. Observing the unfolding situation, Logan realized that Bifrost had completely and utterly lost his senses. He remarked that he hadn't believed Bifrost would attack despite the immense risk of being branded a traitor, and concluded that their only viable option now might be to fight for their very survival. Bifrost again issued commands to his soldiers, rallying his men to fight with a singular, unified purpose. As his drool splattered and the veins on his forehead bulged menacingly, he exclaimed that his sole objective was to execute the red-headed filth that dared oppose him. Just then, a voice, one he recognized, interrupted him, cutting through his rage. Bifrost stopped, trembling slightly. Looking behind him, Logan saw someone running towards them with urgency. It was Clayton, carrying a communication orb, its light flickering. Reaching Bifrost, Clayton, panting heavily, informed the person on the other end of the communication channel, the Minister of Defense, that they were at Castle Tomoto, and that Bifrost was refusing to halt the ongoing war. The Minister of Defense, his tone almost nonchalant and unconcerned, inquired of Bifrost if he intended to commit high treason against the crown. At that moment, Bifrost realized he was truly and utterly cornered, with no escape. The minister then announced for all present to hear, his voice ringing out across the battlefield, that the king had passed away and that all nobles of the empire were required to attend the funeral, as this solemn occasion took precedence over all other obligations. He then fixed his gaze on Bifrost and stated, his voice unwavering, that this of course included any ongoing wars. Count Bifrost looked away, his gaze falling to the ground in defeat, leaving Franz once again wondering what his next move would be. Logan and Patrick watched him intently, prepared to fight if necessary. However, the conflict appeared to have reached a temporary cessation, as Bifrost bowed from his horse, declaring that his house would abide by the royal will. The minister smiled, a hint of mockery in his tone, remarking that he had better, implying he had no other choice in the matter. Even Clayton seemed surprised by this sudden and unexpected capitulation. As Bifrost turned to leave, he addressed the MacLean, calling them rats and warning them not to think for a moment that this was truly over for them. He then commanded his men to retreat and departed from the scene. Patrick was stunned into silence, while Logan remained uneasy and apprehensive. Clayton and Heinkel were also in shock, watching Bifrost ride into the distance. Only Ronian and Victor seemed genuinely pleased with this turn of events. The other soldiers erupted in cheers, overjoyed to be alive, and to have avoided further bloodshed. One even fell onto his back in relief, exclaiming his joy. While his friend admitted he had feared the worst, Patrick approached his son, acknowledging their victory with a broad smile. Logan, however, pondered what might have transpired, had events unfolded differently, a sense of unease lingering within him. If Clayton wouldn't have brought the communication orb, Roger Bifrost would have attempted to wipe them out with his magic. He clenches his sword hard and says that he would have never thought that human anger could be such a variable, and that he shouldn't be relying solely on the past from now on. He then realizes something. Logan turns towards Clayton and asks him how he knew the orb would come in handy, and Clayton states that he was actually taking shelter in the tents, but he brought it because the palace contacted the orb there. Clayton continues by saying he didn't know the situation was that urgent yet. Logan simply places his hand on his neck and thanks Clayton, telling him that his tower truly had the largest contribution in this war. Hearing this, Clayton asks if it would be okay for him to ask for additional funding, considering Logan's thoughts, and Logan tells him that this is all right and that he will let Dwayne know. As Logan turns away, thinking that he should also check on the others, Clayton signals an okay to his disciple, who calls him the best. Eileen stood alone amidst the jubilant soldiers, a look of disbelief etched on her face. A prominent bruise or smudge of dirt marred her cheek. She struggled to comprehend that the battle was truly over. Just then, Logan broke her reverie, walking towards her and calling her name. Eileen's face instantly lit up at the sight of him, her cheeks flushing crimson, her beautiful blue eyes widening. Logan, taken aback by her reaction, admitted he had expected her to be angry, not happy. Eileen, confused, asked him why she would be angry. Logan questioned her about her fear, pointing out that she had nearly died facing an advanced knight in her first real battle. Eileen simply crossed her arms, closed her eyes, looked away and nonchalantly told Logan that such experiences were simply part of a knight's training. However, her bravado seemed to falter as Logan noticed a slight tremor in her hands. Eileen, attempting to conceal it, brushed off her shoulder as if dismissing the matter, but her trembling was evident. Seeing through her facade, Logan smiled and let it go. He then praised Eileen, telling her she was amazing, confessing that in his own first battle, he had barely managed to avoid fleeing in terror. Eileen, hearing this, protested that it was nonsense and apologized, saying she hadn't intended to insult him. Logan continued, a memory from his past surfacing, an image of himself trembling before an enemy, frozen in fear on the verge of tears. He confided in Eileen that few knew of this, but that was the reality of his first real fight. He had been paralyzed, rooted to the spot. He then explained that this was why he had been so worried for her. But she had far exceeded his expectations, accomplishing more than he could have ever imagined. His words filled Eileen with joy. He reached for her hand, intending to address her as lady, but then rephrased, calling her sir and expressing his hope to witness many more great feats from her in the future. Eileen, completely captivated, her entire face now a vibrant shade of red, was left utterly speechless. Moments later, her familiar broad smile returned, her eyes shining like glass. She clasped hands with Logan and earnestly assured him that she would always strive to do her best. The following day at sunrise, Patrick commanded the troops fit for duty to announce to the populace that Castle Tomoto now belonged to the McLean family. Discussions then arose regarding the necessity of an immediate return to the capital for the king's funeral. Logan, however, suggested that no one would particularly notice if some obscure baron was slightly delayed. Heinkel concurred with Logan's assessment, but Patrick appeared less certain. Patrick emphasized the importance of recouping the losses incurred during the war, adding that while it was wise not to be excessively late, they should expedite matters and depart as soon as possible. For the moment, their priority was rebuilding the castle walls, a task that Logan promptly delegated to Clayton. Much to Clayton's apparent displeasure, while overseeing the golems, Clayton's disciples expressed uncertainty about their roles, questioning whether they were mages or laborers, with one disciple even doubting his ability to survive the arduous work. Witnessing their distress, Clayton turned towards his disciple Grick and encouraged him to persevere a little longer, reminding him of the promised extended vacation awaiting them afterward. Just then, an extraordinary event occurred with the mana within Grick's heart. His core appeared to be evolving. He had ascended to a fourth circle mage. Clayton was overjoyed at his student's progress, musing that perhaps the arduous labor had somehow contributed to this advancement. This fortuitous incident later became the foundation for the McLean's golem mages to embark on the path of war engineering. The narrative then shifts to Grand, the capital city, where Logan's teacher, Duke Felix, stood gazing out through the glass doors of his balcony. A servant approached him, informing him of the arrival of Logan and Patrick McLean. With a menacing look crossing his face, Duke Felix instructed the servant to admit them. In the hallway, the servant inquired of Logan and Patrick whether they had come directly to see the Duke upon arriving in the capital, suggesting they might be weary from their journey. Patrick, however, asserted that no knight worthy of the name would succumb to fatigue from such travel. Both Logan and Patrick, dressed in their respective attire, followed the servant toward the Duke's chambers. Logan then asked the servant how his master fared. The servant replied that the Duke seemed deeply affected by the news of the king's death, noting that no one had anticipated His Majesty's sudden demise. As they continued walking, Logan inquired if the servant knew the cause of the king's death. The servant explained that His Majesty had collapsed while attending to national affairs, with the temple attributing it to a cerebral hemorrhage brought on by overwork. Upon hearing this, Logan stopped abruptly, incredulous. In his previous life, the king had died of sudden cardiac arrest due to old age, yet now the cause of death had changed. While he acknowledged that a cerebral hemorrhage was a common cause of death in old age, something about the situation felt amiss. Inside the room, the men were seated around a table. Logan stood directly before Felix, who appeared deeply troubled. Observing him, Logan reflected on how only a few months had passed since their last meeting, yet Felix seemed to have aged considerably in that short span. Felix then looked at Logan, commenting that he didn't look well, which Logan denied. Felix then admitted that his aging body was finally catching up with him. At this point, Luis, his servant, interjected, stating that his lordship had overexerted himself due to his investigations into His Majesty's death. Felix, however, cut him off with a sharp word. Observing the interaction, Logan realized the king's death had affected Felix profoundly. Felix then seemed to remember something. He turned to Patrick and apologized for the delay, explaining that Logan had already told him much about Patrick. Patrick responded by placing a hand on his chest and saying that he had heard his incompetent son was indebted to him, and that it was an honor to meet this esteemed grace whom he had long admired. Felix looked away, apologizing that he couldn't greet Patrick in a better frame of mind given the circumstances. Gazing at his hands, Felix lamented that during the past week his aging bones had never felt so powerless. Hearing this, Logan asked if the situation in the capital was truly so dire. Felix lowered his head and confirmed that it was indeed grave. He then became visibly angry, denouncing Juan and Jordan, calling them bastards. Both Logan and Patrick were taken aback by this outburst. Logan's thoughts raced, recalling what Felix had said about Juan Douglas, an influential figure in the First Prince's faction, and Jordan Walterine, a similarly influential figure in the Second Prince's faction. Felix placed a hand on his forehead, lamenting that at this rate the nation might fracture, as the two dukes had abandoned any pretense of balance between their factions and had descended into open hostility. They had even dared to pressure him regarding the Third Prince's safety. Patrick, unable to contain himself, exclaimed that it was a shameless act. Logan acknowledged that this was all because Felix was the patron of a prince yet to come of age. Felix confirmed this, adding that if he wished to safeguard the prince's life, he had to align himself with one of the factions. Logan then realized that if Felix continued to resist their demands, something terrible would happen. The Third Prince's life would be in danger. However, Logan reasoned that in reality, no faction would risk drawing unwanted attention by having the prince die suddenly at this juncture, though it could happen in the future. In his past life, there had been numerous assassination attempts on the Third Prince, and Logan was determined to prevent those incidents from recurring. As Logan pondered these matters, Felix declared that he could not comply with their demands. He then turned to Luis, instructing him to escort the Third Prince to his estate. Logan, however, interjected, stating that Felix could not do that. He argued that no matter how much Felix desired to keep the prince by his side, he could not remain with him constantly. Instead, Felix should publicly declare that he would not involve himself in the factional struggles. He explained that what they truly feared was not his refusal to join their side, but the possibility of him joining the opposing faction. Witnessing Logan's actions, Patrick whispered to him to wait, reminding him that they had come to request aid from the Sword Duke because of the incident with Bifrost. Logan replied that they could resolve their family's problems independently. Hearing this, Patrick fell silent, refraining from further comment. He then apologized to Felix for his shameful outburst, saying that Logan was right. Felix, however, seemed unconcerned by the interruption. He simply stated that he had been too stubborn and had failed to see the bigger picture. Felix then rose from his seat, thanking Logan and stating that since he could fulfill his duty with a single word, there was nothing more to add. He then walked towards the window in his study and declared that the fate of their nation would unfold as heaven decreed. Observing his teacher, Logan reflected that unlike in his previous life, Felix, instead of being pressured into neutrality, had proactively chosen his own path. This was a definite practical advantage for Logan. As Logan was departing Felix's study, Felix called out to him, saying that he couldn't assist his family at that moment, but if Logan feared things might go awry, he should seek him out. Hearing this, Logan's characteristic smirk appeared, recognizing this as an opportunity too good to pass up. He inquired of the Duke if he was implying he was willing to grant any request Logan might make. Glancing at Logan over his shoulder, Felix realized the trap he had inadvertently set for himself, but merely laughed it off, telling Logan that if he was capable he would fulfill whatever Logan asked. Logan, astonished, couldn't believe his luck. He had been half joking, never expecting such a boon. He then surprised Felix by saying that he had no immediate request. He continued, placing his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect and telling Felix that if he ever did have a request, he would ask him to deeply and carefully consider it. Thinking it would be best to save this favor as insurance for something more significant, Felix agreed with Logan's prudence and nodded. He really does look so much older. I almost feel sorry for him." A man burst into the room, breathless with urgent news for the Duke. Apologizing for the intrusion, he relayed his message to Felix. Two superhumans had entered the estate. One from the first prince's faction, known as the Tempest Blade. Wiccan Kalia addressed the other, calling him Musclehead and expressing surprise at meeting him there. The other, Marquis Luther Kyle from the second prince's faction, known as the Half-Giant, retorted that Kalia had stolen his line and called him Bones. Wiccan then taunted Marcus, asking if he was there to receive a beating from the Sword Duke, as he doubted Felix had any interest in factional politics. This provoked the Marquis, who told him to mind his own business. They then stood face to face, poised to fight. The servants present trembled in fear at the escalating tension. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, demanding to know why they were carelessly displaying murderous intent within his house. As the speaker rose, he questioned them if they were looking for a beating, addressing them by their familiar names, Luther and Wiccan. It was, of course, Felix. Upon realizing this, the two men immediately bowed before him, stammering that they had no such intention. Still bowed before Felix, Luther stated it had been a long time since their last meeting. Felix, however, dispensed with pleasantries, asking them if they dared to show him respect, while neglecting their duties to engage in factional squabbles. Luther placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, asserting that he would never do such a thing, as the lessons Felix had imparted were things his dull body had yet to forget. Moreover, he clarified that he had not come to see Felix but rather his guests, the McLean family. The Duke inquired as to their purpose, a question that seemed to discomfort Luther. Wiccan also interjected, stating that he had come for the same reason, and that he had no desire whatsoever to displease Felix. Felix, turning his back, relayed Wiccan and Luther's words to Logan, asking if he wished to meet them. Stepping forward, Logan replied that it would be an honor. He then placed his hand over his heart and courteously greeted the two men, saying it was an honor to meet two individuals he had long admired. Seeing Logan, the two men reacted strangely, showing no interest and appearing to have no idea who he was. They exchanged glances, clearly thinking the same thing. They addressed Logan, their tone dismissive, saying they had heard much about the Sword Duke's disciple and that it was a pleasure to meet such a talented man. However, they clarified that this was not their reason for visiting the McLeans. They had actually come to see Logan's father, Patrick McLean, leaving both Logan and Patrick stunned. Patrick, stepping forward, coughed to announce his presence, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He greeted the two men, acknowledging them as superhumans of the kingdom. He then explained that Logan was currently managing the family affairs and that they could continue their conversation with him. Luther and Wiccan refocused their attention on Logan, their initial disinterest replaced by a calculating glint. Luther remarked that since he was managing the estate at such a young age, he was clearly not only strong but also intelligent. Wiccan added with a touch of insincerity that it was always a pleasure to converse with a young talent. Logan, maintaining a polite facade, thanked them for their compliments and asked what business they had with his family. The two men exchanged another look, a silent communication passing between them, and proceeded. Luther expressed admiration for Logan's straightforwardness, saying it suited his youth. Wiccan suggested that since they were all rather busy, it would be best to avoid beating around the bush. Wiccan then stated that since Logan had recently fought against Bifrost of the Second Prince's faction, he should seize this opportunity to pledge his loyalty to His Highness Rooter. He asserted that if Logan did so, the Second Prince would support his family, adding that his uncle-in-law Kairos was also part of the faction. Logan, however, remained unconvinced, his expression carefully neutral. Luther then addressed Logan, arguing that there was no point in hostility between neighboring territories. He suggested that if Logan swore his loyalty to His Highness Roman instead, he would achieve a favorable outcome in his arbitration with Bifrost. Luther placed a hand on Logan's shoulder, a gesture that felt more like a claim than a friendly touch, and urged him to make his choice, asking if it wouldn't be preferable for neighbors to live in peace. Logan's expression changed subtly, recognizing this as a veiled threat. He knew there was some truth to it, as the Tomodo castle they had taken bordered Luther Kale's trade city of Kale. Thus, Luther could easily exert his influence if he chose, disrupting trade, inciting unrest, or even fabricating a reason for open conflict. However, Logan had no intention of joining any faction, at least not yet. He realized that with a little consideration, joining the First Prince's faction could inadvertently pave the way for the Second Prince to conceal the war against Bifrost and ignite a civil war. And even if he joined the Second Prince's faction, although Bifrost and he would be forced to reconcile, Marquis Kalia might subsequently invade, claiming to have been slighted, using the situation as a convenient excuse for expansion. Either way, it was the perfect scenario to create a pretext for conflict, a carefully orchestrated trap. Therefore, refusing both offers was the best option, a delicate dance of diplomacy and strategic patience. Logan lowered his head, placed his hand in front of the two men, and apologized, saying it would be difficult for him to make a hasty decision given the complexities of the situation and the need for careful deliberation. At this point, Felix, his patience clearly at an end, intervened, demanding to know what they thought they were doing, his voice resonating with barely restrained anger. The two men appeared visibly shaken, their earlier arrogance replaced by nervous apprehension. Felix called their behavior pathetic, acknowledging that Wiccan and Luther had dropped all pretense and chosen to issue an outright ultimatum, attempting to bully his ward into compliance. Moreover, they had dared to involve his disciple, a line they should not have crossed. Wiccan stammered that it wasn't because Logan was his disciple, but rather that they were simply making a proposal to the McLean household, a business proposition. Luther added that they had no intention of disregarding his wishes but simply wished to discuss the future with the McLean, their voices now subdued and respectful. Felix asked if they were absolutely certain this wouldn't involve him in any way, his gaze piercing. Both Wiccan and Luther stood at attention like soldiers receiving a direct order and swore that it would not. Felix observed them silently for a moment, his expression unreadable, then turned his back, saying that this was as it should be. As he was leaving for his study, he added that he had no business involving himself in factional disputes. Wiccan, sensing an opening, asked him what he meant by that. Felix then informed them of his decision. From that day forward he would no longer participate in the factional war. Therefore, whether through Logan or anyone else, they should abandon all thoughts of involving Felix. The two men exchanged another look, their minds racing considering their response to this unexpected development. They then stated that they would convey His Grace's intentions to their Highnesses as they were. Logan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wiccan, before leaving, turned to Logan and told him to think carefully and make a decision, adding that he would see him soon. A hint of menace in his voice. Logan nodded, acknowledging the veiled threat. Luther also addressed Logan, saying that in a way, this could be good luck for the McLean, which piqued Logan's interest. He explained that if they had attacked Bifrost after the funeral, His Highness wouldn't have even bothered with negotiations, implying that the timing of the attack had forced their hand. Hearing this, Logan realized why he had attacked Bifrost before the funeral and replied to Luther that this was truly a relief, feigning gratitude. As they departed, Logan watched them from a distance, his eyes narrowed. He lowered his head, genuinely relieved that they were finally gone, admitting to himself that simply talking to them had been draining, their presence a suffocating weight. Felix then asked Logan if he planned to involve himself in the faction war, as he hadn't refused them outright. Logan replied that this was a choice he might consider if necessary. A carefully crafted ambiguity. He apologized to Felix, saying that they didn't have the strength to adhere to their ideals in the face of such pressure. However, regardless of the path he chose, he intended to do whatever he could to retain his honor. Felix was left speechless by this display of pragmatism and resolve. He then nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes, and told Logan that this was enough. Felix then turned away from Logan and told him to return and rest for now, as the funeral would begin soon. Outside the palace, the king's coffin was carried through the gardens toward the grand entrance. As the pallbearers carefully maneuvered the casket inside, a somber voice announced the arrival of His Majesty's remains. The coffin was then solemnly carried toward the altar, where the 8 pallbearers gently placed it down. The archbishop, clad in his ceremonial robes, ascended the steps toward the podium, his disciples flanking him. They were prepared to begin the funeral rites. The archbishop raised his head to address the assembled crowd, but his facial expression instantly shifted from solemnity to dismay. The scene before him was one of blatant disrespect. Instead of mourning the deceased king, the attendees whispered amongst themselves, their conversations filled with political machinations and veiled threats. The 2 princes, their faces etched with boredom and barely concealed contempt, glanced at the coffin with undisguised disinterest, making it clear they would rather be anywhere else. Their grandfathers mirrored their expressions of disgust, some even openly yawning. The only 2 individuals who seemed genuinely affected by the king's death, their faces etched with grief, were the sword Duke Felix Esperanza and the 3rd prince, whose youthful face was a mask of sorrow. Observing this disgraceful spectacle, Logan sat beside his father, a mixture of disbelief and disgust churning within him. He couldn't fathom how everyone had chosen to engage in political maneuvering and power plays instead of paying their respects to the departed king. As the archbishop announced his intention to begin the prayer, Logan noticed that even the archbishop seemed shaken by the blatant disrespect displayed by the attendees. The archbishop began his eulogy, recounting the king's life from 40 years ago until the present day, a chronological account that seemed excessively long given the circumstances. Suddenly a voice startled Logan, whispering in his ear, "You only have 1 week." It was Bifrost, his face a mask of smug satisfaction. "Enjoy yourself while you still can," he hissed. "It won't do you any good to despair in your final moments after all." Logan, taken aback by Bifrost's presence, wondered about the seating arrangements, incredulous that he had been placed next to such an unprincipled man. As the Archbishop continued his lengthy eulogy, Logan leaned toward Bifrost and casually dropped a bombshell. "I haven't told you yet, but I've been approached by their faction," he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "We might end up on the same side, so it would be best for you to watch your words." Bifrost's initial reaction was disbelief, sputtering in indignation. Logan then added, "If you don't believe me, ask Marquis Luther Cale himself." Bifrost's anger intensified at the mention of Cale's name. Logan then chuckled, "Just kidding." Bifrost's face contorted with rage, trembling as he barely restrained himself. "How dare you do this?" he seethed, clenching his fists. He reminded himself that he had to maintain composure until the funeral was over, after which he would immediately go to see Duke Felix. He glared at Logan, calling him an arrogant boy and vowing that no one touched what was his and escaped unscathed, a threat veiled in a promise of retribution. Around the room, the reactions of the attendees remained divided. The first and second princes, though outwardly composed, were clearly bored, their attention wandering. Their grandfathers continued to yawn, completely unconcerned with the proceedings. Only the third prince and Felix seemed genuinely distressed, refraining from tears but radiating an aura of suppressed anger at the disrespectful behavior of the others. Finally, the Archbishop concluded his extensive eulogy, announcing that the first day of the national funeral rites was complete. Inside Logan's house in the Grandia Kingdom capital, Logan says that the first day of the national funeral rites has concluded. Logan and Patrick seem to be wiping themselves out of sweat. While he is doing this, Logan thinks how he cannot believe that the rites would start in the morning and end in the evening. Besides, even though he expected something like it to happen, as soon as it was over, vassals from both factions started gathering around them, bothering them till the bitter end. Logan even says that turning them down every time even started feeling like a chore, while Patrick is looking at him from behind. That is when he speaks up and asks his son if he intends to make use of either of the factions. Hearing this, Logan turns to his father and remains silent for a second. Then he asks Patrick if he is worried, and Patrick replies by telling him that honestly, if things continue as they are, their family will be at risk. Regardless of which faction they use, the strength of either one is needed in order to stop the Bifrost invasion, their top priority at the moment. Logan replies that if need be, they have the option of relying on his master to resolve things. That won't be necessary though, as Logan says that they will resolve themselves before then, which leaves Patrick speechless. Hearing this, Patrick asks Logan what he has planned, and Logan tells him to go inside a certain room. Door opens and a voice greets Logan, saying that it's been a long time. This is no other than Philip, who's sweating like a pig. Seeing this, Patrick is not sure what to think, and he asks Philip what he's doing there, while Logan just smiles behind him, telling his father that he will now see what he has prepared for the national funeral. The next 4 days of the national funeral seem to have concluded, the fourth giving Logan a neck pain and being so boring that he cannot even tell if it was the fourth or the fifth. As Logan is massaging his neck, a guy passes him by, and as he does he murmurs something, calling Logan a politic bat, someone that takes to whichever side was winning. The man then turns towards Logan and says that Count Bifrost was right. Looking at the man leaving, Logan thinks about Count Bifrost. He then huffs and says that he has been wondering why the envoys from the factions weren't coming, saying that it looks like Bifrost has been working hard, running his mouth left and right. Even so, Logan has no intentions of joining every faction. While all of this is happening, someone disturbs Logan, calling him son-in-law. That is none other than Eileen's father. He looks around, asking Logan why he is alone and inquiring about his relatives, asking if they didn't come. Logan replies by telling him that his father had to return to their lodgings first. Hearing this, Eileen's father sends Patrick his regards. Then he pops the one question no man wants to hear from his in-laws. He asks Logan if he has decided on a wedding date. Logan tries to escape the question, telling his in-law that, as he must know, his territory is in crisis right now. But Eileen's father replies by saying that publicizing the bond between their families would help keep Bifrost in check. Hearing this, Logan tells his father-in-law that he cannot make that decision now, as Eileen would scold him again for it. Eileen's father then asks Logan if this is his first time, and Logan asks if he refers to this being his first wedding. His father-in-law responds as genius, telling Logan that if it weren't, he wouldn't be seeing him sit by quietly. What Eileen's father really meant to ask is if this is Logan's first assembly of nobles, the Grand Noblesse. While they are discussing this, some other guys are talking, with one asking how long has it been since the last assembly. His pal replies by telling him that they, referring to the officials, have said that even those below the Viscount title are allowed entry, and that it has been a long time since he was last there. Hearing this, someone else says that this only shows how taken aback even the royal family was by His Majesty's passing. This is when someone smacks the guy's shoulder. This someone is Logan, who doesn't seem to have done it on purpose but still made the guy fall to the ground. Logan apologizes to the man while he screams from his ass, telling Logan to watch where he is going. Logan offers his hand, telling the man it wasn't on purpose, yet the guy rejects it, hitting Logan's palm away. As he leaves, he calls Logan so full of himself. Present at the scene, Patrick calls the guy irrational and tells Logan not to worry about him. And Logan says that Patrick is right. Even so, he still looks at the guy, thinking about something. As they prepare to enter the assembly, Logan thinks how, in his past life, the event happened 2 weeks after the funeral. Thanks to Felix's declaration of neutrality, neither faction no longer has anything to hide. This is when Logan says that the Grand Noblesse in his past life ended in chaos. The trigger was a Viscount from the First Prince's faction. He was swept up in the rising tension during the assembly. He started cursing at Jordan Valderine. As a result, the middling aristocrats ended up fighting, which went out of control, and led to even the superhumans clashing outright. It was called the split of the tongue that failed the country. That incident became the starting point of the Civil War, and the Viscount that started it all would be criticized for a long time. And it seems that everything is also on track in this timeline, as one Viscount is fighting with another, asking who should be king if not His Highness Roman. And the other says that this cannot happen, as His Highness the First Prince is well and alive. The Viscount supporting the First Prince asks the other if he has no honor for a superior, but he replies that there is no such thing, as he is only older by mere months. And the first Viscount tells the other to curb his tongue. While this is happening, the two princes just seem to be annoyed by the whole situation, not even looking at each other. Hearing the debate, a judge lets his head down, unsure of what to say. Logan even thinks that at this rate it wouldn't be odd for anyone to pull the trigger. In his past life, after the fighting during the assembly, there was a period of preparation, and a month or two later, the first battle of the Civil War had begun. However, this is too long for Logan, as Bifrost would be able to crush them during that period of preparation. Logan then clenches his fist and says that the Civil War must begin sooner, without any time to prepare. While Logan thinks that, he looks at the Viscount he hit on his way to the assembly, who is arguing for the second prince, saying that it's been so long since they've done away with the tradition of prioritizing the eldest son. He then asks what decides the right to the throne. Its ability. As such, given how he has resolved the issue of trade with the Empire, His Highness the Great Prince Roman is most suited for the throne. Hearing this, Prince Roman smiles while the others praise him, acknowledging what the Count said is true. Hearing this, the other Count asks Count Klett what nonsense this is, and the Count replies that there is no one as invested in state affairs as His Highness, that is, His Highness Prince Roman, and as he says that, he starts bleeding from his nose. Seeing this, he gets scared. His debate opponent is also left speechless, asking him what is wrong. The Count then places his hand on his head and his eyes start to change their color. Suddenly he seems to faint. He starts going from left to right, losing his balance. Eventually he stumbles and ends up on the ground. Everyone then gets up and his supporters ask for a priest to cure the man. Logan and Patrick cannot believe what is happening. Or actually, it seems that way, as Logan only thinks that he is not breathing. So the poison he injected into him is really effective. Levy grass, after injecting it with force and drying it out for 3 days to concentrate it, its medical properties will be greatly enhanced, and it becomes a deadly poison that triggers cerebrovascular hemorrhaging. This truth will be revealed 15 years into the future, and it's something that the Grandia Liberation Front will discover for the purpose of assassinating the upper echelon controlling the Empire. Logan asked Philip to bring him the necessary herbs several days in advance, and by attaching a small needle to his ring, Logan was able to inject the poison into the Count before the meeting began. Although neither a knight nor a magician would be fazed by it against a normal aristocrat like the Count in question, it is incredibly effective. This guy was also the 9th assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, codename Parasite, and Logan says that in this life he will cut that tenacious life short before he can sell out the country. Logan then looks at the princes, thinking about the only question that stands now: what will they do now, especially since Roman finds what happened infuriating. Next, 2 men come prepared to take away the lifeless body of the poisoned Viscount. Seeing this, the first prince is unsure of what is happening, while the second one is furious. Everything being done, Roman turns to his brother and asks him if he really dares poison his subordinate. Hearing this, Reuter says that there was nothing for him to gain by killing his traitor, so it wasn't him. He then accuses Roman of the same thing, asking who he thinks would fall for a farce like this. Roman remains stunned by this, unsure of Reuter's choice, or worse, a farce. Suddenly, another Viscount raises, saying that Romain's accusation is an unreasonable one, as they aren't even aware of the reason behind Count Clet falling unconscious. Another person then interrupts the men, asking why he is angry. In the end, it was His Highness Roman who initially accused His Highness Reuter of poisoning the victim. Or perhaps the man was provoked upon hearing the word traitor. Hearing this, the man remains stunned. He tells the other guy to shut up, asking him where he thinks he is right now. It seems like chattering is being heard all around and people are talking. Logan thinks that those two in particular are butting heads first. After all, just like Logan and Bifrost, the two of them are famously hostile northern families. And another similarity is the fact that the family heads are a knight and a mage. The blonde guy asks Count Roxina if he is courting death, and the guy tells the count that this is exactly what he wants. Overseeing the scene, the judge bangs his hammer as if it holds any power at the time, telling the man that they would be mad for fighting in the assembly. That is when he sees the bigger picture. Everyone is rising up their aura, prepared for a fight. Seeing this, the judge asks what is happening and drops his gavel. Suddenly, someone yells for everyone to halt. This voice makes everyone turn around, wondering what is happening. As the man enters the room, he tells everyone to calm down, as they must properly investigate this situation to unveil what truly happened. This man is no other than Felix himself, and he says that this is not a matter to be dealt with through emotions alone. Seeing this, Logan thinks that Felix barged in with good timing. However, it won't be easy this time, as the princes themselves start screaming, with Roman saying that the situation is clear as day, asking Felix what other proper procedures he wants. The first prince, however, says that he strongly agrees with the Duke's words, as Roman had no real justification for it, so he decided to get rid of a useless puppet by staging this farce. Hearing this, Roman asks if Reuter really dares say that after such an underhanded assassination, and Reuter says that Roman shouldn't be opposed to an investigation if he is so forthright. Felix then steps forward and asks both of the princes to calm down, yet as he does, two people are blocking his path. These are Jordan and Huan, who seem to have taken Felix by surprise. Jordan tells Felix not to intervene and Huan continues, saying that even he won't have an easy time against the two of them. Felix turns to them and asks if they even understand the situation they are letting unfold, yet both of them remain unfazed by this question. Seeing what unfolds, Patrick asks how this could be. The three sole dukes of their kingdom are in conflict. Huan then tells Felix that he must also be acutely aware of just how pointless an assembly like this is, and Jordan says that simply coming to a conclusion like this wouldn't be so bad. Looking at the two princes fighting, Felix says that everyone has gone mad. Suddenly, Roman clenches his teeth. He then points his finger at Reuter and tells him that he is no longer his brother. With his finger in his brother's face, he says that there is but one way for them to prove their right to the throne. This is, of course, by force, as Roman says. Hearing this, Reuter starts laughing. He raises his hand and tells all those who follow him to call forth their men. Roman does the same, saying that they will be patient no longer, and prompts his men to take up their arms and prepare for war. As this is happening, Huan and Jordan are kneeling to their distinct lords, and Felix is standing behind them. And I'm not even sure what his expression and little tremble says about this. You can tell me in the comments. After the assembly is over, a carriage waits outside the palace. Inside is Jordan, talking to someone. That someone is Bifrost, who seems to be asking Jordan for time to finish with the MacLean. As he acknowledges this, Jordan is hardening his grip on his own arm. He tells Bros that war could break out at any moment, and he is asking for time. Hearing this, Bifrost realizes the mistake he has made and gets into an upright position. He thinks that Jordan's name, the Blazing Heat Sword, truly signifies only his strength. In reality, he is an exceptionally cold and calculating man. So if he gets one wrong answer, it might mean the end for everything. Bro puts his head down and tells Jordan that it wouldn't take long, as he would only need 10 days. But Jordan tells Bifrost he is inefficient, leaving him unsure of what to say. Jordan then explains that the most efficient solution would be to bring the MacLean under their faction. Then their forces would be added to their intact, and upon hearing this, Bifrost is left speechless. Jordan then says that he even sent Luther to do that, but someone warned that the MacLean were too rotten to take in. Hearing this, Bifrost starts asking for forgiveness from Jordan, saying that he lost himself in his greed and did something unforgivable. Seeing this, Jordan remains silent for a second. He then tells Bifrost to wrap up his greed just for now, as after he wins the war, he will wrap up the MacLean and deliver them to his doorstep. Jordan turns around his head, saying that he will give the MacLeans a light warning so he shouldn't worry, but go summon his best troops instead. Right now, that is. They must look at the bigger picture. Several days later at Castle Tomoto, things seem to be going afoot. Logan and Patrick are talking to someone through the communication orb who tells them that he will respect Logan's desire to maintain neutrality. However, if he goes back on his word and takes any provocative action, he will prioritize imposing a severe punishment, says a servant, informing Patrick of his Grace's words and asking Patrick if he understands. Patrick bows slightly and tells the servant that he has taken his Grace's words to heart. As he truly terminates the communication, he tells Patrick that he hopes to continue seeing him keeping up this attitude. Patrick seems annoyed, saying that the man didn't even say goodbye and wonders, what's a messenger doing behaving so arrogantly? Logan says that he is the Valterman Duke after all. Logan then says that even with the situation as it is, they won't have anything to worry about and that they won't have to depend on Felix for anything either. Patrick, however, starts stroking his beard and thinks that if it's as that man said rather than attacking them, Bifrost is gathering forces and heading to the capital. He then states that with the current state of affairs, they will be able to rest for a while. Logan agrees and says that they should focus on what they can do for now. The civil war that arose because of Larry Klett's death resulted in physical confrontation just 1 week later. At the beginning, both sides were thinking of taking action to assassinate the other prince, but an unexpected incident arose. While the conscripted forces of both factions were in motion, they just happened to cross paths. In the end, a long line was drawn from the initial point of contact in the north to the territory under the direct control of the crown, and all armies began to battle spontaneously all across the kingdom, a sign that the war would end up being prolonged. As things progressed, the leaders of both factions began to draw out every last bit of strength they could muster. As a result, Bifrost, of course, had no choice but to move to the central front. In the end, he left behind only a minimal number of men at his main castle. Going towards the war, Bifrost thinks that it's fine. As long as they haven't lost their minds, they won't ignore the Duke's warning. He then restates, as long as they haven't lost their minds, not being so sure about Logan's sanity, I wouldn't be either. After all, back at Castle Tomato, Logan bangs his hand on the table. He tells everyone that they must take this chance and occupy Bifrost. Hearing this, Hankel, Dwayne, and Patrick say that undoubtedly Logan has lost his mind. Dwayne asks if Valtermine didn't just warn him not to do that. He asks Logan if he is going to ignore a warning from a superhuman, and Logan tells him that this is exactly what he is going to do. Dwayne proceeds to faint, and as Heinkel catches him, he tells Logan that even if Bifrost doesn't have the luxury of fighting back because of the Civil War, this may be taken as a challenge to the second prince. As a result, they might be made an example of in order to keep the other neutral forces in check. Logan then bursts out of Hanka's imaginary coffin, scaring the imaginary people, and tells Heinkel that he is wrong. Logan says that they were at war before the Civil War began, so this is merely a fight between families. Taking it as a challenge to the second prince would be too broad an interpretation, and both the second prince and Duke Valterman are aware of this. Heinkel asks Logan if he predicted this and took Castle Tomoto for that very reason. He then leaves the idea aside, saying that there is no way Logan could see in the future, and Logan laughs it off. Patrick then intervenes, saying that even if Logan is right, Valterman is the kind of man that will hold him accountable later, if not now, and asks Logan if he thought about that possibility. Logan says that he didn't, letting his head down and surprising Heinkel. He then says that he didn't because there is no way that Valterman would hold them accountable. Of course, that is assuming they will take over Castle Bifrost and become strong enough to be a bargaining chip for both factions, become strong enough for both factions to want them. An idea that leaves everyone astounded. Patrick then turns to Dwayne and Heinkel and tells them to leave him and Logan alone for a second. As they leave, Dwayne wonders if they are going to fight, tightly clenching some sheets of paper. Patrick then turns to his son, addressing him. He asks Logan if he realizes that there is a fatal flaw in his reasoning, which leaves Logan speechless. For this plan to end, the Civil War must not end before they occupy Bifrost and grow stronger. For it to work, Patrick then says that Logan seems to be absolutely certain that the Civil War will be prolonged, which Logan didn't expect for Patrick to figure out. As Patrick looks at Logan, Logan thinks that if you look through history, there are very rarely any cases where a civil war lasts longer than a year. And the fact that the Grandia Civil War lasted 3 years is what made it a special case, a detail that Logan overlooked. Patrick then lets out a sigh of relief and closes his eyes. He tells Logan that he said this before the attack on Castle Tomato, and that he will say it again, but he has no intention of prying into his mind. Patrick says that he believes that everything Logan does is for the sake of the family. However, it would be best for Logan to make up for these kinds of blind spots, and Logan says that he will keep this in mind. Looking towards the massive glass windows, Patrick says that the only thing left now is occupying Bifrost, or rather taking back the land of their forefathers. At the gate of the main castle Bifrost, 2 guards are looking in the distance as they've spotted something, and the one holding a binocular is left speechless. A whole army is storming the castle, and not just any army, but the men of McLean. One guy from the walls tells people to hold out, while another says that they've sent a message to Peretta, so forces will be arriving soon, so they only need to hold out until then. Looking at the scene, Logan says that they do not seem to have any intention of surrendering peacefully, and Patrick says that there is no need to draw this out. As someone steps forth on the walls, Logan says that they will capture the castle at once, and everyone says that they understand. Logan is then disturbed by a voice telling him that his lordship has left this land for the same reason as the war that will decide the fate of the nation. He has left it unto him the honorable duty of standing there as the last line of defense. The man says that he has heard many things about Logan, and that he will repay him for the disgrace of having Castle Tomoto stolen. This is Lentur, a high-ranking knight, and as he swings down with his sword, he challenges Logan to a duel among knights. He tells Logan that if he is a knight himself he will answer his call, otherwise shame himself. But Logan thinks that Lentur is the one shaming himself. Next, a punch seems to connect on Lentur's purple-haired face. His nose bleeds everywhere, and Logan seems to be the one that threw that punch. Seeing what just happened, Logan says that he ended the guy using his fist without even knowing it. Standing behind Lentur is Heinkel, whom Logan asks how Lentur is doing, and Heinkel tells Logan that he has fainted, pushing his face with his boot. Logan cannot believe that guy fainted just from that and asks himself if Lentur is really a high-ranking knight. Heinkel says that it seems like he has really lost himself, asking how he could leave a man that's all talk to command his defenses. Logan then turns towards his father, telling him that they are finished, but he doesn't seem to be paying attention. Once again, he tries to get a hold of Patrick, but he seems mesmerized. Patrick says that this is it, the land of their forefathers, from which they were chased out of 200 years ago. Looking down on it, Patrick asks, who would have thought that they would reclaim it so easily? Logan looks at his father and smiles. He then turns away and says that it wasn't easy. They both look behind at their people. Heinkel, Ronian, Victor, and every other soldier is smiling under the radiant sky. Looking at Ronian and Heinkel, Patrick realizes something. He takes in a big breath and says that he now understands. He tells everyone that they've done a great job. They, the McLean, have reclaimed the land of their forefathers, and all of this is thanks to everyone's hard work. He tells everyone that he is blessed to have them as his vassals. He continues by saying that this place is here to recognize their efforts, but it is also to cherish the men that have fallen in the process. Patrick then bows his head and says that he will never forget the knights that brought them there. He then starts reciting names: Caleb, Nil, Ethan, Curtis, and Rariner, Andreas, Piero. The list goes on, and Logan cannot believe Patrick remembers every single one. He then sees Patrick clenching his sword harder with emotion as he speaks the names. Logan smiles as the sun sets down. Patrick says that he will engrave these names onto his heart to remember them forevermore. He then turns towards Logan, saying that regarding the events that are to come it would be best to ask the future of the McLean. Logan turns to Patrick wanting to say something, but he waits. Patrick nods at Logan and Logan sheds a sweat, unsure of what he should say. Logan then steps next to his father. He starts speaking, telling the man that he is sure they've all surmised as much, but they've descended to an era of chaos. This being said, the McLean will ride the winds of chaos to soar even higher. He then rises Lux to the sky, asking the man to become the wings of McLean. One man hails, and everyone else salutes as Logan stays with his word pointed towards the sky. Everyone has placed their hands on their hearts, hailing glory to McLean in the war camp. Bifrost cannot believe that his castle has been taken, asking what Peretta and Lentur were doing. The man informs him that the castle had already fallen before the forces of Peretta could be dispatched. Smacking the air, Bifrost calls Lentur a fool. Bifrost, infuriated, says that they will return at once and crush the McLeans limb for limb. That is when Jordan Velterman comes and tells Bro that he won't. Bifrost starts defending his cause, saying that his land, his very home, was attacked by those savages, and he asks Velterman why he insists on Bifrost not going. Velterman tells Bifrost that the forces deployed to the central front on both sides are currently nearly equal, and asks Bifrost what will happen if he removes his forces at this time. He then asks Bifrost if he is saying that his lands are above their mission. Bifrost says that this is not what he means, and starts to sweat out of fear. He then tells Velterman that these crazed men ignored his warning, and Jordan says that he will tear them apart himself after their mission is over. That is, which Bifrost cannot seem to understand. However, before that he will send a notice that they must join their faction. Bifrost asks why Jordan would do that. He replies that he will drag the McLean to the front lines and use them as meat shields, as they won't have the right to refuse after the notice has been given. Logan starts laughing it off. Through the communication channel, he tells the two men that if they threaten the McLean, they will have no choice but to support the first prince, which makes Jordan clench the cup in his fist so hard that he turns into a cup holder. Bifrost seems to wet his pants hearing what just transpired. Bifrost thinks that Logan is insane. No matter how bold he is, Logan shouldn't dare make such threats in front of His Excellency. Jordan also seems to be infuriated, saying that not only Logan disregarded his warning but now is also rejecting his offer as well. He then looks right into Logan's eyes and asks him if he realizes that this means rejecting Prince Romaine's will. Jordan then starts releasing his aura. Bifrost cannot believe what a fierce presence Valterman has. Logan then says that he is well aware that he is overstepping his bounds. However, he tells Jordan that this grudge between them and Bifrost began long ago. Logan says that it's not because he disrespects His Excellency or the Velterman Highness, and Jordan tells Logan to prove it. He tells Logan to lead his troops to the front lines and achieve military success. Then the prince and himself will spare Logan from their wrath. However, Logan says that regrettably he cannot do that. Jordan breaks the ground underneath him, and Logan says that he has heard a strange noise asking him if he is all right. Logan tells Jordan that he intends to remain neutral as per his master's wishes, yet his loyalty to the royal family remains unchanged, so he asks that Jordan not doubt his intentions. Jordan then calls Logan an arrogant fool, asking if he even hears himself. Suddenly, a soldier comes telling Jordan that the first prince's faction is making a move. Turning around, a look on Jordan's face makes the poor soldier rethink his whole existence. Logan also hears the soldier and tells Jordan that it seems like he is busy and tells him to tend to his affairs. Jordan then goes to pick up the communication globe. He holds the globe in his palm and tells Logan that even at the cost of some losses, he should end their lives there, and that it would serve as a morale booster. Logan asks Jordan if he is sure that this is a loss he can afford, saying that he's heard the front lines are quite evenly matched as Velterman's face once again turns into one of pure anger. Logan tells him that he believes His Excellency is not one to be blinded by petty anger, and Jordan calls Logan a thunderous fool, saying that he will soon realize what he has done. He then throws the communication globe to Bifrost and calls for his lieutenant. Jordan tells his subordinate to take a few men and keep watch on Logan, calling him the arrogant brat from earlier. Bifrost thinks that those foolish McLean are hastening their own demise, and that this actually works out well for him, as it wouldn't be bad if they were crushed by His Excellency's hands. Somewhere else a blonde man is laughing his ass off. This is Juan, who tells Logan that it's been a while since he's heard good news and thanks him for that. Logan says that just as his communication with Valterrain ended, Juan Douglas contacted him personally, and Logan thanks Juan, saying it is an honor for him to reach him directly. Juan then says that since Logan attacked Bifrost he must intend to join his faction. However, Logan just pauses and smiles for a second. He tells Juan that this was merely an old grudge of their family. He tells Juan that he is sorry, but they are not yet ready to pledge support to anyone. Thinking that that's quite a headache waiting to happen, Juan then tells Logan that with Jordan's ruthless nature, he will likely try to swallow his entire family whole. That is when Juan asks Logan what he intends on doing then, but Logan remains silent. Logan tells Juan that he just received word from Jordan as he begged and managed to smooth things over, leaving Juan to ask if this is all. Logan then tells Juan that his family doesn't have the resources to do anything but maintain a firm neutral stance. However, he will be supporting His Excellency in spirit. He then asks Juan to make sure that the remaining Bifrost forces are crushed. Juan laughs, saying that Logan really does speak his mind. He then tells Logan that he will give him some advice just in case. He tells Logan that if he deceives him, he won't let it slide so easily. Logan thinks that everyone is threatening him from all sides, but with this, McLean's neutrality has been officially recognized, so there's only one thing left to do. At the Peretta estate, Max Peretta seems to have just been informed that the Bifrost castle has been occupied. Peta goes crazy, saying that they didn't even dispatch reinforcements yet, and asks his vassal what is happening now. His vassal tells him to calm down. His vassal tells Peretta that McLean has gone this far acting recklessly, and that the Count will not sit idly by. That is when his vassal tells Peretta that he is sure the Count will punish them harshly. A soldier then informs them through the communication channel that there will be no retaliation, and that the McLean's neutrality is approved. This leaves both Peretta and his vassal speechless. His vassal tells Peretta that they shouldn't worry. As if they are neutral, they at least won't touch them, and Peretta asks if they can really trust that. A servant then rushes to the room, saying that a notice has arrived from the McLean, making the vassal jump from his feet. The vassal reads the letter as Peter is asking him what they are saying. It looks like the McLeans have sent over some sort of demand list that needs to be carried out in order for them not to attack Peretta. Those demands are a monthly tribute of food and supplies worth 100,000 gold, monthly internal inspections by the McLean, the right for McLean to conscript troops freely whenever needed, and a tenant tax reduced to 30%. The letter also reads that given the current situation, they can attack directly, and no matter who becomes king, they will still be the lords of that land. That being said, if the Paretta don't want to die, they will kneel to the McLean. Back at the Bifrost main castle, even the flag has been changed to one of McLean's. Inside the castle, Dwayne informs everyone that, as expected, the Paretta family has requested to become vassals. Logan says that this is good and that now all they have to do is to slowly strangle them dry and absorb their entire military power. Logan says that it's a shame they cannot touch Percival and Roofman yet, but Dwayne tells him that they've achieved more than enough. Logan says that for now all immediate threats are gone, so there is but one thing to do. That is to party, and he does seem to have a party inside the castle. Logan tells everyone that the war is over, so everyone should eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, and people really seem to do that in small groups, like Dwayne, Heinkel, and Kaisalon, or Hamar, Philip, and Clayton, laughing and having a drink. Even Rick with another female servant and Patrick with Marion seem to enjoy themselves. Victor, however, seems to be really furious about something. Patrick then goes to Logan, asking him if it isn't about time they do it, and Logan says that he is right. Logan asks Heinkel to come forward, addressing him as Sir, which means that something formal is about to happen. Patrick, drunk, goes to scold Heinkel for not saluting the call of his next lord, but Marianne seems to keep him in check. Logan then goes on to say that for leading the Night Order and bringing victory in the war, Heinkel deserves a reward. Thus Sir Heinkel will be rewarded with 1 million gold and land of equal value, which leaves Heinkel stunned. Everyone in the room is astounded, with one guy asking if they are sure their territory wasn't broke just a while ago. They say that the young master completely emptied the castle's treasury, and that there is no wonder he was pouring wine like water. Logan, however, thinks of how good it would have been if the Bifrost forces wouldn't have looted the entire artifact vault. Logan then turns to Clayton, addressing him as Lord. He tells him that the greatest achievement in the defense of Tomoto Castle was by the Golem Tower, therefore he also deserves a fitting reward. The Magic Tower will be granted permanent ownership of its land within McLean Town, with no taxes imposed. Additionally, a reward of 10 million gold will be granted. Bro turned into the Great Gatsby real quick. Clayton falls to his knees with his head bowed. He starts crying and he thanks Logan again and again and again. He calls Logan his benefactor, or actually his Logan, while Victor notices the fact that Clayton is smiling and crying at the same time as Patrick and Marianne enjoy the party. Logan says that rewards will also be given to others separately, so they should relax and enjoy themselves. After this, Logan says that using someone else's money to play the generous lord feels amazing. Logan then looks at Eileen, who is dressed in a beautiful cherry red dress next to him. Logan turns to her, asking if she really loves the rewards so much, and saying that the Floyd family isn't exactly poor. Eileen turns to Logan and tells him that it's not just the money, but the fact that this is the first money she has earned on her own. She then asks if women in this country even have the chance to make this kind of money, and says that just this much makes her feel like she's accomplished part of his dream. Ronian then goes to catch Logan's attention. Ronian asks if Logan is not also going to take care of their blacksmith, and Hamar seems to be waiting for a reward. Logan laughs, thinking that ever since he got a sword from Hamar, he's been really looking out for him, and says that of course he will. He says that he has already got the perfect gift for Hamar, making Hamar wonder what that is. Outside the castle, a carriage stops. A soldier of McLean tells a dwarf to get off as they have arrived. The dwarf, having instead a left hand, says that he cannot believe a human is cramming up slaves into a carriage like cargo. He gets out of the carriage and says that it looks like this time the master is a real twisted pervert. Inside the city, people are cheering, walking kids are playing, and overall, people seem to be having a good time and to be happy. The dwarf wonders if this is the place where they will be working from now on, and it seems he is not the only one, as more dwarves are getting down from the carriage, acknowledging the high number of humans around which they don't seem to like so much. Then they start talking among themselves, saying that this time the master is really strange, as they didn't expect sending such fine carriages to transport them. One even says how nobles only perceive them as livestock to be hauled around, while his friends say not to expect much, as in the end all nobles are alike, and some just love flaunting their wealth around, as they have enough luxury to even provide carriages for slaves. The dwarf with red hair, who seems to be going by the name of Temar, tells his pal to shut his mouth as someone might hear them, yet his friend asks Temar if a proud dwarf like he is plans to grovel down before humans. He then looks at his left hand and asks if losing it also made him lose his pride. A guard then shouts towards the dwarves, telling them that if they're all off the carriage, they should move, startling Temar. Turning his head around, Temar thinks about what his pal said, calling him a fool and asking himself if they don't realize that clinging to pride only makes things worse. Looking at the hook acting as his hand, he says he indeed lost his pride when he lost his hand. The single thing keeping a dwarf like him, who can't even forge properly, is his lack of pride. The dwarves then follow the McLean guard, Tamar seems to be the first one before the soldier strolling through the city. However, he keeps his head down, unsure of what's to come. Looking at the ground, he asks himself if life is even worth living anymore and if he shouldn't just die and end all the suffering. A cheery man with gray hair and a beard then greets them, happy that they've arrived. He starts counting the dwarves and realizes that there's 10 of them, a perfect count. The man then shouts for someone to inform Lord Hamar that the kin he has requested have arrived. The other dwarves can't grasp the idea. One of them, a dwarf being a lord, Tamar, even goes to ask the man if he's really just said Lord Hamar. The man asks Tamar if he knows Lord Hamar. The man then goes on to boast about Hamar, calling him the greatest craftsman in their territory, saying that the things he's created transformed this land. He then tells Tamar that because of this they also have high expectations from them as well, and this makes his face light up. Hearing the way the human talked about Hamar makes him wonder how remarkable of a dwarf and craftsman must he be for a human territory to respect dwarves. Hamar then gets to the scene and says that finally the long wait has concluded and that his kin has arrived. Hamar tells his people that he is glad to see them all in good health, and Tamar seems happy to see the situation unfold, finally having a caring and nice master. As Hamar speaks, the man starts drawing a smirk in the corner of his mouth, and Hamar says that since they're all in such good shape they can start working. In fact, he says that he can start working them like dogs right away, since they are all so healthy and prone for labor. The expectations on Tamar's face and the other dwarves seem to have shattered, as this is not at all what they have expected. As Hamar tells them to get inside as fast as they can, since they have mountains of orders to fulfill, Tamar's mental image of his new master then shatters before his eyes. A few days later, Logan appears out of nowhere and asks Hamar if he has received his gift. Hamar greets Logan and tells him that he has received it indeed, and that thanks to him, the crossbow production has sped up, all while Logan looks around asking where are the dwarves. Hamar then points his finger to the left and says that they are all working diligently as the gears of this workshop. Even so, looking inside at Tamar and all the others, in fact, they look tired and completely unhappy. Seeing them work, Logan says that Hamar's system is certainly efficient for mass production, with every person making a single part, but he is sure that the dwarf's pride didn't take that lightly, and it seems like he was correct, as an image of the dwarves shouting at Hamar is then shown, with them complaining that they can't even make the whole product, and another says that this diminishes their craftsmanship pride. However, once Hamar told them how much they needed to deliver, they all shut up. He then says that there even was one troublemaker aiming for a leadership role, referring of course to Tamar. That being said, Hamar put him in his place peacefully enough, and by that he means he literally made him stay face down on the ground while acknowledging he is just a gear in the workshop, while asking Tamar if he plans a mutiny or something. Logan laughs, saying that this is Hamar for everyone, handling things so efficiently. Hamar says that Ease of course learned everything from his master, while the dwarves watching the scene call them both devils. Still, Tamar thinks about something. It seems that Hamar has made them the same deal Logan made with him. If they work their hardest for us for 20 years, he will grant them their freedom. Looking down at the part he is making, Tamar acknowledges that this is the deal his master made to all of them, and that it's a chance they will never get again. Hamar then looks at the dwarves as they work diligently. He then turns to Logan and asks him why they need so many crossbows, as what Logan asked is enough for 10,000 people to use and still have leftovers. Logan tells him that this is because 10,000 people will use them. Hamar is stunned and tells Logan that they are making a 10-year supply in advance, telling Logan that this is some excessive preparation. Logan, however, starts laughing, telling Hamar that he's wrong, and that he's in fact creating a militia of about 10,000 which is already being recruited. After hearing this information, Hamar screams so loud he can be heard from outside the workshop. His body language suggests his anxiety and astonishment for what Logan has said, while thinking that he is preparing yet another war. Logan says that he can see exactly what Hamar thinks, while Hamar places his forehead between his fingers. Logan thinks that the Civil War had just begun. Most people don't realize this war could last 3 years, not that an imperial invasion awaits at the end of it. The war once fought by elite soldiers will soon turn into a war fought by mercenaries paid with whatever wealth can be gathered, and in the end it will become a war fought by desperate peasants forced to take up arms. Logan thinks that it will be a horrific sight, nothing short of hell descending upon this world, and so they need to prepare for that moment. Hamar then asks, knowing that he shouldn't be the one asking, if it's really okay to arm that many commoners. Logan replies, telling Hamar to just make sure the people live well. Then, even if you give them bombs, they won't rebel. Speaking of bombs, Logan tells Hamar that there is something he would like for Hamar and Lord Clayton to secretly develop, and Hamar has a bad feeling about this. At the Magic Tower, Logan seems to have shared the same information with Clayton as well. He wants them to develop a bomb that detonates with a time delay. Logan says that Clayton is correct, but that this is not all. as it should also detonate upon receiving a certain level of impact and that the force gripping it tightly should be enough. As Clayton writes everything down, Logan tells him that it should also give a light vibration as a warning before it explodes. Otherwise, some might forget to throw it. It would also be good if it would change color upon detonation. The detonation should happen about 5 seconds later, and the explosion should be the equivalent of a second circle explosion spell. All of that while maintaining the production costs at a maximum of 50 gold. Logan then asks Clayton if he thinks it's doable. Hearing all of this, Clayton asks Logan if he is sure something like this even exists, and Logan says that of course it does, as he has used it before. Hearing the same thing, Hamar asks where the hell he got something like this and that it feels like déjà vu. Logan goes on to say that he's even roughly told them what materials go into it, yet Clayton is not convinced, saying that even Logan wasn't 100% certain. Besides, Clayton says that chemical compounds can behave completely differently depending on the mixing ratio. Plus, something that produces a second circle effect at 1/10 the price of a first circle spell scroll? If something like that would have existed, their industry would have exploded with excitement. Clayton then tells Logan that if he's actually used one, it would be faster to find the person who made it. So, he prepares to use the communication channel to do just that. He calls Felix's advisor and the general from his former life, who also asks him if there is someone around him that knows how to make such strange items. The man tells Logan that he doesn't have any close ties with a mage, and Logan can't believe it, that he really doesn't know what he's trying to create is Liberatio, a bomb named after the ancient word for liberation. It was a weapon that dealt a significant blow to the Empire during the Grandia Liberation Front. However, only a handful of people knew how to create it, and unfortunately, Logan wasn't among them. Even so, he thought that if anyone had a clue, it would be Commander Lewis. At the time, the creator of Liberation supposedly was an Earth mage who drew inspiration from the ancient dwarven weapons. So, if anyone can figure it out, it is sure to be those two, Hamar and Clayton. Hamar tells Logan that at first he thought Logan just dreamed all this up, but the vivid way he describes it makes him doubt himself. Even Logan thinks that strangely his memories of Liberatio are strangely clear, almost unnaturally clear, which makes him behave strangely. He lets the thought go, saying that in the end it's normal since he died because of it in the end, so it all makes sense in a way. Then he proceeds to once again explain everything to Hamar and Clayton, as they ask if Logan hasn't yet given up on it. Inside a bar, a man strikes down on the table with his fist, and a pint of beer spills it everywhere, while asking what did this country end up being. Another 2 men in the bar curse the war, saying that now it's spread all the way to the south. One man starts shouting, saying that if they want to fight they should do it among themselves, and asking why are they dragging small territories like ours into it and getting them killed, while his friend calls him a drunk and tells him to lower his voice. The guy at the table from across raises his head and says that he is right. If they want to fight, they should do so among themselves. He then says that just because his great-grandmother was the second daughter of Marquis Kalia, this shouldn't mean they have to be dragged into this faction war. He then continues saying that this is why small provincial nobles like them end up completely ruined. He laments, saying that their family is probably the first one to be destroyed in the Civil War. He was forced to run away without even being able to retrieve his family's bodies, calling himself a pathetic man. A man wearing a long cape and a hood then comes behind the speaker asking him if he is Mr. Damien Nathel. Hearing his name spoken by an unknown person, Nathel gets up, clenching his sword and preparing for a fight. He asks the man who he is and how he knows him, as the man pulls out a letter saying he is from the Information Guild and that a client of theirs asked him to deliver this letter to Nathel. Looking at it, Nathel wonders who could have sent that letter. The seal on the crest seems to resemble a red flame emblem. Inside the castle, our most beloved and loyal servant Rick talks to Logan, asking him what all of those papers are. Looking at Logan writing, he asks him if he plans to throw a party or something, and Logan asks him if he is crazy and why would he be throwing a party in times like this. He then tells Rick that those are letters to be sent to talented people who lost their masters in the Civil War. He asks Logan if he plans on recruiting them, and Logan asks him how he knew that. Rick tells Logan that he has been watching him for years and then proceeds to ask if there are any famous knights in this ruined territory, as he hasn't really heard of any, to which Logan replies by telling Rick that right now they are just heirs of small lands or ordinary soldiers, and if left alone they'll probably become wandering mercenaries. Rick asks him why he would recruit those kinds of people and if they are really that short on troops. That is when Logan tells Rick a saying, a pearl in the mud, yet he knows that this is just information from his past life. Most of them will eventually become Force users, but the one receiving this letter will never awaken Force. Even so, Logan says he's one of the most important ones, therefore he hopes he will accept. He then starts addressing the letter to Mr. Damien Nathel. He starts writing that he, the eldest son of the McLean family, was deeply moved by his poem of the drunken moon left at the academy. He tells Nathal how he thinks he has an exceptional talent, and he's heard that recently Nathal went through misfortune, so he reached out. Damien reads the lines written by Logan, saying that his family continues to grow even in these hard times and that he needs someone like him. At last he courtly asks Damien to consider the McLean estate and family if he needs a new place to reside. However, reading it, Damien asks, "What kind of nonsense is this?" 2 months later at the McLean estate, a crowd of people seem to have gathered at the gates. One of the guards standing at the gates asks his colleague, "Where did all these people come from?" But he does not know the answer. The guard then reveals that they are all saying they got letters from the young master, and as Damien stands behind a guard, he confirms the crest on the letter is the McLean seal. So he tells the men to follow the guard inside. Damien then steps forward and shows the guard his own letter bearing the same seal, and says that he has received it from Logan. The guard takes a look and says that the seal is definitely McLean. He then takes a look at Damien, who looks shy and anxious about the whole situation. He tells Damien that it's been verified and that he should follow him, while wondering why would the young master send a letter to a vagrant like him. They then proceed through the pathways of the city and the castle. Looking around, Damien starts to wonder. He asks himself if McLean is trying to grow their territory by taking in war refugees. Even so, he wonders why he would get a letter. Looking around the city, Damien finds it peaceful and wonders if Logan didn't perhaps send the letter to the wrong person. Inside the castle, Logan and Damien seem to have met, with Logan taking Damien's hand, introducing himself and saying that Damien must be tired from such a long journey. Damien says, "It's nice to meet you," wondering once again if Logan got the wrong person. While he tells Damien to take a seat and talk, he gives Damien a cup of tea, saying that it's still chill. Damien thanks him. Damien starts sipping from the cup while at the same time looking at Logan. He assesses Logan's appearance, wondering if he knew him before, but then quickly saying there is no way he would have forgotten red hair and red eyes like his. However, looking at Logan's face, he cannot understand why he is so happy to see him. Looking back at Damien, Logan thinks that even the genius of the Liberation Front had a clueless side. It appears that, in reality, or in Logan's past life actually, Nathal was a master of encryption systems and a genius of information management. For more than 20 years he thoroughly protected the identities of the Liberation Front members. Logan thinks that without saying, his talent goes beyond impressive. But above all, it's his upright character that makes him most desirable as an ally. Even after losing his whole family in the Civil War, he fought for decades for the future of this struggling country. Logan thinks that if he can win Damien's heart, he is someone he can trust unconditionally. Logan then proceeds to strike a conversation with Damien, saying how he has heard that Damien has graduated from the Academy's Public Administration Department. He then asks Damien if he would like to start as an assistant to their chief administrator, telling him that if he proves his ability, he might oversee an entire city someday, which shocks Damien. Damien asks Logan why he'd go so far for someone like him, and Logan asks him if he is not already aware of it, to which Damien replies that he isn't. Logan tells Damien that, just as he had mentioned in the letter, he was truly moved by his poem. He tells Damien that having talent in poetry, he can understand context and express things concisely, which is a great skill that could help in management and administration as well. Yet once again, Damien thinks that this is nonsense, while Logan gracefully drinks from his cup of tea with his little finger raised as English royalties usually used to do. Logan himself then goes to also acknowledge that what he said is nonsense, but he had to secure him no matter what. He thinks that maybe not now when they're just a small house, but someday, when McLean becomes more than just a noble family, Damien will be a great asset as an information manager. Even if it's not his specialty right now, he will have to endure the role of an administrator for now. 1 week later, Dwayne and Logan are talking, and with his face all lit up, he tells Logan that this kid is amazing. He points his finger to Philip, grabbing him by the shoulder, and tells Logan that he and Damien together managed to do the work of over 10 people on their own, and asks Logan where he has managed to dig these kinds of people out from. Logan cannot believe that this was actually a good fit for Damien. Logan tells Dwayne that this is great and to make sure to help Damien adjust smoothly. Dwayne tells him that there is no other choice but to treat talents like them with the utmost care. Dwayne then goes on to bring a separate matter to Logan's attention. It seems that because of the Civil War, a flood of refugees is coming in and that the town will reach its population limit much sooner than expected. Logan asks if they should speed up the plans for a second town and asks Dwayne if the budget will be okay if they do that, to which Dwayne says that he has made some early calculations. It seems like the price of lumber has skyrocketed due to the Civil War, so once town construction is done, the budget will be very tight until the yearly harvest. Philip asks why they would need to be short on money, as there's more than enough to sell in the territory. Both Logan and Dwayne are stunned, asking what they could possibly sell. This is when Philip comes with the idea of selling food. Logan seems to be mesmerized by Philip's idea, but Dwayne goes mad, asking why they would sell food and if they even have that kind of surplus. Philip says that they should be doing it to prepare for the war with Bifrost, as they didn't sell the surplus food back then. That being said, their war ended quickly, and once the Civil War started, food prices skyrocketed. Philip says that even selling just half would solve their financial problems. Then, he says with the remaining money, they could even build ranches, which Logan seems to consider. He thinks that in the long term, in order to mass-produce thousands of crossbow cavalry, it's something they will definitely be needing. He thinks that right now they are relying entirely on imports, but to sustain the army, they'll eventually need their own supply. So he tells Philip and Dwayne that this is a good idea. Dwayne once again gets mad, while Philip cheerfully smiles, saying he already knew Logan would be on par with him. He tells Dwayne to let Philip handle that matter, and he tells Philip to squeeze out as much profit as possible and use the leftover money to buy lumber as well. He then tells Dwayne to start preparing for the construction of the second town, and Dwayne abides. Dwayne then reaches into his inner breast pocket to give something to Logan. He hands him a letter claiming it came for him but was sent to Dwayne's office by mistake, and Logan thanks Dwayne for the care of giving it to him. The letter bears a black seal with no crest, and that's how Logan knows it's from the Information Guild. Philip and Dwayne bow as they leave, telling Logan that they will be on their way out, and Logan wishes them farewell, telling them to go on with their work. He then starts reading the letter he opened earlier. The letter informs Logan in the matter of the whereabouts of one matching description in the search request he has made, yet Logan doesn't seem to remember any person searching. Eventually, he recalls the event as he had made that request the day he first learned the heavy pressure sword from his master. He asked them to find the unaffiliated superhumans who were active during the Imperial War. It looks like it took them some time, but they found one. The letter reads that his name is Churn Crow, not exactly the name Crow Logan has mentioned, but there's a high chance it's the same person. Hearing this name, Logan cannot believe that from all the people, it had to be that guy. A developer who succeeded in mass supplying low-grade artifacts and one of the top 10 merchants in the Empire. He covered his entire body with artifacts he made himself, and unlike a typical mage, fought on the front lines, a sorcerer who slaughtered Grandia's forces. He was called the Massacre Sorcerer Crow. Logan clenches the paper tightly, remembering that because of the low-grade artifacts he supplied to the Empire, they say Grandia's downfall came nearly twice as fast. As an enemy, he is an extremely dangerous opponent, so Logan's best option is to recruit him. If that fails, his only remaining option is to kill him instead. Next, it seems we are at the Imperial Border Outpost. At the entrance, a soldier stands guard as a hooded figure approaches. Before entering the Empire, the guard tells the figure to halt for a moment. He asks the guy if he is a merchant, and he says that he is indeed a merchant from Grandia. The guard says how he has heard that things are a bit chaotic there these days. He then turns his head around and reaches towards the figure with his hand, saying that it must be tough for him. Logan, who seems to be the hooded figure, doesn't say anything at first. He then lets a gold coin fall into the guard's hand as he agrees with him. The soldier looks at the coin and tells Logan that there is no need to worry anymore. He grants Logan entrance into the kingdom, and tells him that their empire is peaceful. Seeing the plains, Logan says that it's been a while since he's last been in the Empire. Logan says that according to a report from the Formational Guild, the person he is looking for isn't living in a major city, but in a border territory. Thinking that he doesn't know why a future superhuman would huddle up in a place like that, but the fewer people around, the better for him. In order not to stand out, Logan has intentionally used magic to disguise himself and change the color of his eyes, as having red hair and red eyes makes him stand out to the rest of the people too much. Looking at the horizon, Logan thinks he might be lost. Suddenly, a man shouts at him from behind, grabbing his attention as he clearly approaches Logan with the intent of sparking a conflict. He tells him that he is moving way too fast, calling him a redhead. 3 men appearing to be bandits surround Logan and mock him, saying that his head looks like a blood clot. One of the men then points his sword at Logan and tells him to put his bag down. He threatens Logan, saying that if he resists he will make him bleed just as red as his hair. Yet Logan remains unimpressed by this display. Sometime later, it looks like Logan has arrived at an estate that bears the crest of a dragon or lion. The bandits, all beaten up, tell Logan that they've arrived at the destination. The bandit that was threatening Logan earlier now places his hands together, begging him to let them leave, and Logan thanks them for their guidance and lets them go. They thank Logan as they leave, and Logan simply huffs, thinking about their stupidity. Logan steps inside the city, looking around at the people on the street. It seems that it is full of merchants, as some are trading materials like leather imported from Russelheim, which is of excellent quality. He then sees a nobleman with his servant. The servant tells his master that they should be resting there for a while, and the master agrees, telling him to find a quiet tavern or something. A boy is eager to sell his newspapers, while a woman is talking to her friend about a trendy dress she has seen in the city the other day. Looking around, Logan cannot believe it, as he has heard this was a border castle, but it's just as clean and lively as most cities in the kingdom of Grandia. Logan then pulls out a map and says that the place where the man he is looking for lives is supposedly isolated, even within the castle. He then says that even so, he must be at the right place. He then looks up with his now blue eyes, knowing he came to the right place. It seems that he ended up at a Gothic-looking castle. Grim and witty, he looks up at the manor without saying a thing, and placing the map back in his bag, he goes to knock on the door when he realizes something. What if the man is already a superhuman? Logan thinks that the man was infamous for his nasty temper, so there's a good chance this ends in a fight if recruitment fails, and that the man is probably a slow cast type mage. If this is so, Logan thinks that he might just be able to kill him. He then slaps himself on the face. He wonders what the hell he is thinking, as he must do everything in his power to recruit him, not kill him. So he will put aside his past life's grudge for now. He then knocks on the door, asking if there's anyone inside. The door opens and someone asks who the hell is knocking so loudly outside. A man with a thick beard and mustache appears, saying that he's even told the Lord not to make noise around there, which makes Logan shed a sweat. Looking at the man in front of him, he thinks that he's never seen him before, so he asks if he is Churn Crow. He tells Logan that he is Churn Crow, asking him what business he has there while Logan assesses his level as a 5th-class mage. Logan then tells Crow that he has traveled to meet him and asks if he could spare a moment of his time, yet Crow simply calls Logan a random punk and tells him to get lost. He then slaps the door in his face, leaving Logan to talk with himself. Logan is not sure what to say or do, so he thinks that he should just revert to his old plan of killing the guy, yet he restrains himself, saying that he must recruit him, as there's no better ally than this. So he just needs to hold on and endure while once again knocking on the door. He asks Crow to at least hear him out when what appears to be lightning magic surrounds Logan all around at a voltage which Logan says could kill a normal person. Logan calls the guy a son of a bad word and gets mad. He then thinks that if he doesn't want to talk, he will force him to, and so he breaks down the door. He steps in, telling Crow that they have to talk, and Crow realizes that Logan is not a normal guy. While he seems to prepare an attack, Logan is left speechless. It looks like the weapon Crow is preparing to use is the Orb of Massacre, exactly the one he feared. The spell constantly protects Crow's surroundings and automatically repels enemies, an offense-defense type of artifact. Logan remembers that Crow was weaker in direct combat compared to other superhumans, but with the orb he unleashed unmatched firepower in civilian massacres. However, looking at him, Logan says that he is probably not at that level since he's only a 5th circle mage at the moment. Logan asks Crow if what he is doing isn't perhaps a bit harsh for a guest from far away, but Crow asks Logan what kind of guest breaks down the door to enter. Logan calms down and tells Crow that he wasn't seeing visitors, so he left him no other choice. He then throws something at Crow, reaching his feet. Logan says that this must fully compensate for the door. It is, of course, a bag full of gold. Seeing the money, Crow starts sweating intensely and then tells Logan that he could spare a moment to talk. They sit inside the parlor on the couch, with Logan having his sword by his side and Crow having his orbs of massacre behind him while he asks Logan what he wanted to talk about. Logan tells Crow that he has heard rumors about him, saying that he came to offer him a recruitment proposal. He also thinks that he has no manners whatsoever by the way he is talking. The word rumors in particular seems to grab Crow's attention, and he asks Logan what kind of rumors he's been hearing, which Logan finds interesting. He then realizes that this is the sound and appearance of a man who certainly has something to hide. Logan tells Crow how he has heard that he is a master of artifacts, and that just by looking at the things behind him, it makes it obvious that the rumor was true. It seems that Crow's short fuse started burning as he shouts at Logan, asking him where he's heard that. Logan tells Crow that he has been looking for a skilled mage, and that the Information Guild pointed him out. Crow's eyes light up, asking Logan what Information Guild he is talking about. Yet Logan looks directly into his eyes with no emotion whatsoever and tells him that this is a detail he cannot share. He tells Crow that he's only come after hearing his reputation, and that it sounds like he's got quite a few sins stacked up, making Crow shout to defend himself as he swears that he's lived an honest life. Logan looks at his sword, thinking that maybe it's because he's been holding a grudge from his past life, but to him what Crow is saying sounds like someone who's lived a filthy life would say. Even if he's capable, his personality is a problem, so Logan will have to deal with him there and then, since he cannot let Crow stabbing him in the back. To Logan, the Orb of Massacre looks weaker than in his past life, at best a 3rd-class artifact. So if he decides to kill Crow, it wouldn't be hard. He then thinks that he should put it to the test. So he looks at him, addressing him as Sir Mage, and posing an impertinent and sparking question. that being if he's ever heard of the name Cronet, which instantly makes him change his facial expression. Hearing the name, Crow realizes that Logan is not who he says he is. The orb of massacre then begins to change color from blue to red, a sign that the man might be through with talking. He lets out a psychotic smile and goes directly for Logan's neck, saying that this is where Logan is going to shake hands with death. From outside, it looks like a big explosion has shattered the back wall of the mansion as rubble splatters all around. Crow has left a giant hole in the wall in front of which Logan stood, and he is nowhere to be seen. Crow, however, seems weakened after the attack since he probably used quite some stamina on it. Suddenly, his facial expression changes into one of wonder. A wave of force throws Crow and his balls away. Crow cannot believe Logan has dodged his attack. He then says that Logan is quite lucky, but this is as far as he will get. He then riles up his own aura, preparing another attack, and asks Logan if he thinks he is a match for his orbs. In response, Logan raises his own sword prepared to counter Crow's attack, yet Crow calls it a pathetic attempt. Crow attack, leaving behind a big explosion and flames. Seeing the aftermath of his own attack, Crow wants to say that Logan's efforts are praiseworthy, yet not enough. Even so, he might have spoken too soon, as once again he's left speechless by what's unfolding. The whole room is lit up by Logan's aura, and the flames seem to reach the ceiling. Even Crow's orbs seem to suffer from its effects, as next it looks like they split right through the middle. Crow is also thrown into the wall behind him, and what remains of the orbs falls to the ground. Looking at the floor, Crow cannot believe it. He starts screaming that his artifacts are destroyed. Logan then steps forward and asks Crow how guilty of a conscience must he have for him to react like this. Addressing him by the name everyone knows yet no one dares to speak, Mr. Cronet with his back plunged into the wall broken behind him. Crow speaks now words in front of Logan, yet you can see the disbelief and anger on his face. Shivering, he asks Logan how he dares speak that name as he went to extreme lengths to destroy all traces of himself. It looks like there are almost no record of Cronet before he became a superhuman. Logan says as Crow asks him just who he is, but looking at him now, he looks like nothing more than a runaway fugitive. While debating if he should try to dig up his past, Logan menacingly asks Crow where he thinks he is from. Crow gets annoyed. He then grabs one of the rocks near him and tells Logan not to play around with him. Logan notices that, but it might be too late to react. It looks like Crow had one more orb prepared and hidden. He uses the orb and creates a giant explosion which seems to engulf him and everything else in front of Logan. It looks like Logan managed to surround himself with mana, blocking Crow's attack, and is now looking towards the floor. It looks like Crow has used the explosion to create a hole in the ground towards the basement. This is when Logan realizes that Crow has been hiding another artifact. Then he takes his sword and jumps in the hole after Crow. Logan lands in the basement, which seems more like a library of sorts with books everywhere. Logan looks around and concludes that this must be Crow's laboratory. Suddenly, a voice disturbs Logan from behind, calling him one sticky bastard. It looks like Crow is now using some sort of staff artifact, which allows him to fly. He shouts at Logan to die as he prepares yet another attack. Crow then seems to cast two different spells at the same time, lightning and air magic. Logan cannot believe the speed of Crow's casting. As the spells approach him, Logan can only wonder if Crow is indeed simply a class mage. Even so, as Logan prepares Lux, he says that Crow's power is merely average. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy hits Crow, leaving him to wonder just what this is. Logan holds up his sword and Crow says that all his magic is being dispersed, and it's clear that this is Logan's doing. Logan then uses his sword to send a powerful slash of aura towards Crow, which he tries to block using his artifact. Seeing the sheer force Logan has, Crow asks himself just who this man is. Logan, composed, prepares one last attack, pointing the tip of his sword forward like he is prepared to stab Crow. Logan strikes, missing Crow's head and neck by inches. But that wasn't his primary target anyway. He went for Crow's hand, making him drop the artifact he was using. Crow screams. It looks like Logan might have cut his hand altogether. Crow starts shivering, and Logan tells him that he brought this upon himself. Once again, Crow is filled and led by anger. So he screams at Logan that he will kill him, and prepares yet again a powerful spell. He conjures an orb of mana, preparing to throw it at Logan with all his might, yet Logan doesn't seem to show the slightest bit of worry. Crow throws the attack at Logan, but he doesn't seem to move 1 inch. Within the next second though, he goes to close the distance between himself and Crow, preparing his own attack. He hits Crow right in the gut and tells him that his attack was too slow to catch him. His attack is so powerful that it makes the rubble all around splatter and fly once again. Crow spits up blood. He falls to the ground and Logan remains straight. He looks down at Crow and huffs, signaling that the battle is over. Logan then looks up at the ceiling from which bits have started to fall and realizes that it's about to collapse altogether. Crow's laboratory, the laboratory of a man who would have been known as a master of artifacts, is going to turn into nothing. Looking around, Logan says that he would have liked to take a closer look around, but it's too dangerous. Even so, he cannot help it. He will take a close look and leave. That's when he notices a bunch of books and paper left on one of the tables. It looks like a notebook of Coronet's research. And Logan says that in his past life Crow had invented a method to imbue magic, not just onto precious metals as rare as mithril, but also on normal metals. And that is what allowed for the mass production of low-grade artifacts. Looking at it, Logan sheds a sweat and thinks that the method might be in that book. He then starts taking all the stacked notebooks, saying it won't hurt if he will use them. He looks around wondering if there might be anything else of value. When he sees a piece of armor on another table, he seems to remain speechless when he realizes what he sees. A necklace, a ring, and a pair of armor gloves, which Logan believes to be artifacts. He takes the necklace in his hand and says that he doesn't feel any special energy from them, so it must be around a Class 3 artifact. He places his hand on the gloves saying that it's a shame, but even so he will gratefully take them. Suddenly though, as he approaches the gauntlet, he notices something. The gauntlets seem to be absorbing his force. Logan remembers that this is just like when he took the artifacts from Bifrost. He then places one of the gauntlets on his hand and says that he should test it out. He starts infusing them with force and the gauntlet seems to take it all in. The gauntlet looks like it easily took in every ounce of force that Logan gave it. Then a bright light shines from inside Logan's fist. This is when the true power of the gauntlet shines through. Logan says that it feels like his strength is multiplied. Even his body's durability and force have been greatly enhanced. Logan thinks that the effects are similar to the Wind God's boots, and says that he didn't think he would ever again see something like that. He wonders if they were made by the same person who made the Wind God's boots, and says that in any case this isn't something the current Crow would have been able to make. So he wonders just who could have been behind this. This is when it occurs to him. People might be gathering there. So he must take what he can and leave before anyone sees him. With this, Logan has achieved what he came here to do. Although Crow died, he wasn't worthy of life anyway. Logan took as many of his belongings as he could carry and said that now it's time to return to his territory, struggling to carry everything. As he goes upstairs, he hopes his bag is still intact. He then thinks of his home and hopes that nothing bad is happening there at the moment. At the same time, at the estate, Ronian seems to be talking to some knights, asking them if they came to join the order. 3 knights stay before him, and they say that indeed this is why they came and tell Ronian how they've heard that the young master there is recruiting talents. Ronian says that he understands while moving his feet into a stance. Together with Victor and Eileen tell the 3 men to draw their swords and fight to prove themselves. The knights, however, seem a little reluctant to fight. It looks like before this event the one to greet the knights at the estate was Dwayne, who informs the men that Logan is away at the moment. One of the knights starts making a fuss, saying that the only reason they came all the way here was because they've heard that the Grand Young Lord was recruiting knights, and now he hears that he is not even there. They start screaming at Dwayne that this is disrespectful and that they've gone through a lot of trouble to get there. Yet it seems like Dwayne is annoyed by this and wonders if this is really how someone looking to get recruited should act. As this is happening, Heinkel seems to be noticing the scene as he passes by. He sees this and wonders if they are guests while also seeing they are wearing knight uniforms. As Heinkel approaches, Dwayne introduces him and says that he came just at the right time. He explains to Heinkel that these men are knights that came from the front lines and they want to meet the young master in order to negotiate terms. And Heinkel thinks that they must have lost their lord in the Civil War. Dwayne then tells the man that Sir Heinkel is the Clane Knight's commander, and the man that was screaming earlier now says that you can see Heinkel has a commanding presence. One of the other men then places his hand on his chest and introduces himself as Dylan from Geffield. He then goes on to boast about himself, saying that for Heinkel's information in his hometown he was being called Swiftblade Dylan. Heinkel, however, remains unimpressed by this, and Dwayne goes on to mock him, asking what blade he said he was. Another one then goes on to introduce himself, saying he is Tenon from Tynan and that his nickname was Steelblade Tenon, and the other says he is Jacob from Tahinan, also known as Mighty Jacob. Hearing this, Heinkel places his hand forward and says that he understands. He then says that they must have plenty of skills in order to receive such titles, as even he doesn't have one yet, calling the men lucky. The man laughs it off, saying that Heinkel is flattering them, and that they are just nicknames from Blackwood's villages, and Dylan wants to say that enemies feared him. But here things are different, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. Heinkel gets serious and tells the man that this was enough talking. He tells the man that he only has one thing to say. He tells the man that their young master is someone who rewards ability fairly. If they want to get good treatment they must prove themselves. Therefore they have spoken enough words, so they have to now show Heinkel their actions. He asks the men if they can do that, and they look at each other. They start smiling and tell Heinkel that of course they can. Next it looks like one of the knights is lying face up with one eye open. He opens his other eye as well, and with his tongue on the side of his cheek he looks towards the sky. He wonders why he is lying down while his sword lies next to him, and some knights seem to look at him from behind. It looks like Heinkel set up a sparring match between them and some kids. Looks like Dylan was going to take it easy on the little lord among them, and earn a few points, but things didn't go as planned. Looks like Ronion was too much for the men to handle. As he stands on the ground, remembering what was happening, a voice calls for him to wake up. This was Ronion, and it seems like his voice made the men stand up in an instant. Ronion tells the man that they've barely exchanged a few blows and asks him if he is giving up already. He then menacingly stays above the men and asks if he was perhaps planning to go easy on him. The man denies it, saying that this was not at all his intent. Then he hears some knights from behind talking, saying that they would never do that. Rather, they would wish the young lord would go easy on them. Dylan wonders why they are acting like this and asks himself if McLean people get trained to kiss up the lord's ass or something. In response, Ronion says that this is not it, and that these men were going to go easy on him because they thought he looked weak. Ronion then says that he is still weak. If he looks weak, he becomes a burden to his brother, and he cannot have that. The two men on the side realize that what's about to happen is going to be bad for the rookie. They scream at him, asking him what he is doing and urging him to pick up his sword. But Dylan doesn't seem to get it. He cannot understand why everyone is freaking out. And the knight shouts again, saying that when the young lord pronounces the word brother, the ones fighting him at that moment have no escape. This is when Dylan turns around and sees that Ronion has imbued his sword with aura. He remains stunned and starts to sweat intensely while Ronion simply tells him to come at him with everything he's got, having a murderous intent in his eyes. Ronion then hits the man, making rubble splatter all around. The two men on the side think that Dylan might be dead, and the other says that he might be coming their way next, so they must prepare. From behind, Heinkel seems to be enjoying the show. Bro simply smiles and lets out a sigh of relief. Looking at the scene, Eileen says that this Dylan fellow, or whatever he was called, at least had quick footwork. And Victor corrects her, saying that he was calling himself the Swift Blade, which Heinkel notices. Heinkel asks Eileen what they've thought about the other two guys, and Eileen says that they weren't that bad either, but they were a bit cheeky. Victor intervenes, saying he agrees with Eileen, and he doesn't know if the man deserves the Steelblade name, but he seemed useful enough. Heinkel says that if this is so, then this rookie also passes the test. He then looks at Victor and Eileen and tells them that he knew entrusting them with these rookie matches was a good idea. Then something grabs his attention from behind, and the light seems to change. It looks like Ronion is using his aura, putting everyone down left and right, as Eileen says that he looked kind of stressed lately, and Victor says that this might be because he hasn't grown much yet. Heinkel tells them that this might be something a little bit more sensitive than that. He then once again looks at Eileen and says that Logan has been gone for 10 days now, and asks her if they know where he actually is. Eileen replies that she's not sure, as she didn't hear anything either, and Victor nods his head in agreement. That being said, Eileen thinks that knowing him, he will probably return after doing something incredible, as always. At the Magic Tower, it looks like Logan has come to see Clayton, and has also dumped everything he has found in Crow's laboratory that was related to magic on Clayton's desk. Clayton is not sure what to say. As Logan lets the last bits of sand fall from his backpack, Clayton asks him what exactly is all of this. Logan smiles and prepares to tell Clayton. He tells Clayton that he has found this in some mage's lab and they look like research materials, so he thought he would bring them to Clayton just in case. Clayton then asks if Logan wants him to check them for him, and then realizes something. He asks Logan if these are some other Magic Tower's classified materials because Clayton would want nothing to do with those, but Logan assures him that this is not the case. He tells him that they are just slime things that belong to some guy who picked a fight and died, but doesn't mention the fact that he was the one that went looking for the guy first. Clayton looks at the book for a second without saying anything. Then he tells Logan that if this is the case then it won't be any problem, and Logan thanks him, saying that he will leave it to Clayton. It's capable hands. Clayton says that this is okay and that Logan can go. Clayton proceeds to leave, but Logan doesn't seem to move from his spot on the other side of the desk. Clayton notices this and wonders what's up. He wonders why Logan is still there and asks him if he perhaps has other business he must attend. But Logan just stands there and smiles. Logan then places his hand on his neck and tries to tell Clayton something. It looks like Logan is asking Clayton if he could look through them faster, as in right then and there. This seems to get Clayton a little annoyed, and Logan can see that. He tells Logan that he's kind of busy at the moment with work that Logan has given him. Nonetheless, that being the bomb development, if he works on this at the same time, it will take even longer. Clayton looks at Logan, asking why he is still there. And Logan thinks that this is the first time he has seen Sir Clayton this mad since the Earth Tower incident. Even so, he cannot back down either. Logan tells Clayton that the least he can do now is at least see if there's anything useful among the materials. Clayton looks down at the pile of books in his hands and wonders if this is really that important in order to make Logan push aside everything else. He places the books down and thinks about it. He then tells Logan that he will do it, and Logan starts smiling like he is 10 again. Clayton opens one of the books and tells Logan that lightly skimming them will take a few hours at most, so he should go bathe or something down in the guest quarters and rest while he does the job, but he doesn't finish his sentence. It looks like Clayton has found something interesting in the books and Logan asks him what's wrong. Clayton wonders what on earth he sees there, and once again Logan asks him what he has found. Clayton then raises his gaze from the books and tells Logan to be honest with him, and Logan says that he shall do so. Clayton asks Logan if he is absolutely sure if these didn't come from another magic tower, and Logan says that he is absolutely sure, thinking that Crow wasn't affiliated with any tower. Clayton then goes back to reading through the books, and Logan asks him why is he acting so weird and if he has found anything useful in there. Clayton once again raises his gaze, telling Logan that the contents of those books are beyond useful. He tells Logan that this is research on permanently imbuing magic into regular items, and Logan realizes that he has hit the jackpot with this. Clayton says that there are still gaps, but the foundation is fully built. If this gets completed, the academic world, or rather, the whole world, will be turned upside down, and Logan can only try to keep a straight face while hearing all of this. Besides, Clayton has something of a bonus. This research allows Clayton to also make the bomb Logan wanted, which once again upon hearing makes Logan turn into a child that looks like he's just seen candy for the first time. Inside a bar, two men are talking, with one of them asking the other when the operation is going to happen, to which the man replies that they're going to do it tonight at the Northern Estate. The first man asks if they are going to do it this soon, to which the other guy says that there is no need to hesitate, as only one top-ranked lord could stop them. The other men ask him if they shouldn't perhaps take more caution and verify things a bit more. That is because he has heard that this so-called grand young lord of the place made even Bifrost's twin blades suffer a loss. So it looks like they are talking about Logan. To this, the other guy says that he shouldn't believe all these rumors as he is only a 21-year-old kid, and the other guy says that this guy reached high-rank title at 21. The rumors say that he fights like his level increases during battle. To this, the guy with long hair says that Logan sounds just like a protagonist from some novel, only if he'd known. Still, he says if those rumors are true, he would like to test them himself. In the night at the estate, things look quiet and peaceful. Logan is in his study with his artifacts behind him, looking over some documents. Someone disturbs Logan, saying that the town's gotten pretty big lately. This is Rick, who tells Logan that there is a market who opened there recently, near the Tomodo Fallen Warrior Memorial, and Logan asks what is up with that. As Rick arranges some books, he tells Logan that there are plenty of interesting goods coming in that you could take a look at. Rick tells Logan that he is planning to visit that market during his vacation, to which Logan replies that he thought Rick would just sleep his whole break. Rick turns around with blushing cheeks, prepared to tell something to Logan. He says that he cannot do that as his girlfriend would be upset if he did that. Logan replies by wishing Rick a fun time without even raising his eyes from the paper he is reading, and Rick asks if Logan could at least look at him with a little warmth. He then turns around to his books and says that he wasn't even expecting anything from Logan, and that is when Logan tells him that he is kidding. Then he startles Rick by throwing a bag towards Rick, telling him to get Isla a nice outfit with that and also get himself something tasty. Rick is moved, unsure of what to say or do to thank Logan. He jumps over to hug Logan, saying he loves him, but Logan shouts at him to get away from him with his face looking like the one of a murderer. Rick then tells Logan that he should also take a break and go on a date with Lady Eileen or something, but Logan doesn't say anything to this. He then tells Rick that he should give him those money back in order to be able to take Eileen out, but he did like Flash, and left so fast you couldn't even see him. Logan then thinks about the idea of a date. He thinks of him and Eileen together while wondering how can anyone do something so carefree in a time like these. In the end, as the picture of Eileen smiling is brought into perspective, Logan thinks that he's got way more important things piled up. Even so, his eyes seem to have been lit up by this thought. His whole mind is clouded thinking about this idea. He then slaps himself, saying that this isn't the time for that. Anyway, after the war with Bifrost, Sir Eileen seems to have realized something and she's been devoting herself to training every single day. Besides that, the Civil Wars movement isn't looking good either. According to the Information Guild's report, the balance of power between the two factions is tilting faster than Logan has expected. It is true that he wanted to end the Civil War quickly to avoid national exhaustion, but their side isn't fully ready yet. Of course, thanks to the formation of the Vigilante Corps and recruiting knights from outside, their current military power has already surpassed what they had before the campaign. That alone gives Logan the power to rival a border marquis, but that also means it's still only on that level. He cannot be satisfied with this yet. He needs a bit more time. He thinks that he needs to finish this quickly. Someone lands on the roof just above his room window. It seems like Logan notices this. He instantly grabs his sword and turns towards the window. Looking towards the window, he said that just now he had felt a killing intent. He puts on his gloves and thinks that it wasn't too far from there, and thinks that an intruder might be around. He takes his stance and looks at the window. Even so, nothing seems to happen, but Logan doesn't move an inch. Still, Logan remains composed with no unnecessary movement or sound to be made at this moment. A red glare then reflects from both the window and Logan's eye. The window breaks and someone tries to use a sneak attack and kill Logan in one strike, but he manages to dodge it. Logan cannot believe it. The attacker is using a force blade and Logan counters it with the same technique. The attacker is being pushed back. The both stand face to face, as the attacker was sent a couple meters after Logan parried an attack. He cannot believe that he had been pushed back. Logan asks him if it doesn't feel electric, as he prepares his next attack and grabs his attacker's attention. Logan goes in for an attack on the assassin, but he manages to block it. Logan finds it laughable for a snake attacker to let his guard down. This being said, Logan will try and finish him while he has the momentum, but he might be in some trouble as he notices something behind. Another attacker was prepared to take Logan down coming from behind him. Logan was taken by surprise, not expecting there to be another one. The attacker strikes and rubble flies all around. Even so, it looks like he didn't manage to touch Logan. It appears like they are the guys from the bar, and the hooded man tells his man that they must take this seriously. Taking a better stance, Logan looks over at his attackers and says that by the looks of it, they are both high-ranking knights. Standing before them, Logan asks them if they really have no pride ganging up on someone like him while wearing masks. To this, one of the men replies by saying that this is the price for defying that person. They then go on to attack Logan at the same time, shouting at him to die quietly. Logan thinks about the term that men used that person. He uses his boots artifact and jumps over the two men in order to avoid their attacks. One of them looks at Logan and says that he is quick on his feet. Logan then prepares his attack, diving down with his sword forward towards the men. As he approaches the men, he infuses his sword with aura. The guy with long hair pushes his comrade away. He blocks Logan's attack and huffs in relief. He then pushes Logan away and says that his attacks are dull. They look at each other and it looks like the long-haired man might be stronger than he appears. Logan jumps back and the guy that was pushed away tells his friend not to jump out of nowhere like that. And his pal says that Logan's technique is just a cheap imitation of a force blade, as in the end they're all high-ranking level. Unless some miracle like in the rumors happens, the mission will be completed as they've planned. Logan thinks about his situation. As for someone capable of commanding more than 2 high ranks and with enough grudge to attempt an assassination on him, it can only logically be one person. That is, of course, Jordan Valterman. This being said, those intruders are surely not the only ones. If others are attacking the entire estate and even one more high rank is there, things might be bad for him. And it seems like this really is the case, as inside another room, someone's blade is dripping blood on the floor. Marion realizes that he has been hit. He is Patrick, placing a hand over his hurt shoulder. As he looks towards his attacker, he curses the name of Valterman, asking how he could dare something like this. Through Logan's broken window, the attackers preparing their next strike. One of them plants his feet behind and prepares to jump. He leaps high into the air and places his sword behind his back. He then unleashes a powerful attack towards Logan, a long-range aura blade. Logan realizes that his opponent can extend his attacks. In the last second, Logan manages to react as the attack comes close to his face. He gets down with the blade passing mere inches above his head. With this, the attackers might have given him a new haircut. The impact of the attack then makes Logan fall on his back. He gets back up and looking at his attacker, he says that his swordsmanship and techniques are quite textbook. But for his ability to freely change the reach of the force, Bald is a nuisance. Logan then wants to speak about the other attacker, but he should be quick as a blade is approaching him from above. Logan notices this and needs to come up with a strategy fast. Even in the last second, Logan once again barely manages to dodge the attack. But this time, with the cost of a shoulder injury, the attacker falls back. As Logan barely manages to stand upwards, the silver-haired attacker smiles. Looking at him, Logan thinks that he appears from the darkness like a ghost and disappears again as if melting back into the dark, which Logan finds to be a bizarre attack. This top-tier force user with an assassin's background reminds him of the ghosts from the Empire, of which he has only heard of in his past life. Once again, Logan feels a sharp pain. It seems that his leg has also been wounded. It looks like the other attacker is just as fast as his comrade, and Logan thinks that this is no time to be distracted. As the fully masked figure jumps for another attack, which Logan manages to block, he thinks that this is a clear crisis. Realistically, he's just a high rank, so there's no way he can handle 2 top ranks. Even so, Logan does not feel like he is going to lose. Seeing his perseverance, the 2 attackers are stunned and speechless, unsure of what to say or do. The silver-haired guy even gets annoyed, calling Logan a stubborn bastard. He then clenches his sword harder and once again jumps towards Logan with murderous intent, screaming at him to die. Logan uses his wind boots, leaping away from the attackers. In an instant he gets behind his assassins. As he does, he manages to wound them both, saying that whether it's an artifact or a secret technique, he must use whatever he can and focus solely on defense. If he does that, the opportunity to strike back will surely arise. He then takes a look back at his attacker and says that it will be an opportunity just like the one that stands to come now. It appears that his opponents are overheating. They're forcing out power beyond their limits, not thinking of the aftermath. As the man attacks Logan with a powerful technique which engulfs the entire room, Logan says that they are also desperate. Logan, however, manages to parry most of his opponent's attacks. As he does so, he thinks that with just one clean hit he would be dead. His feet are clearly being pushed back, clenching his sword harder. Logan says that each blow is overwhelming, and that if he keeps blocking them directly his body won't hold up. It also appears that his attacker might be aware of this as the lingot in his eyes come back. As he prepares to strike again with full force, he leaps towards Logan once again, screaming at him to die. Fully composed and approaching Logan, the attacker states that this is the end. Even so, his composure seems to be broken within the next second, with veins popping up everywhere around his face. Once again, Logan has managed to block his powerful attack, this time holding his sword handle with both hands and pointing it towards the ground while still holding it in the air. An amazing display of strength as he doesn't budge 1 inch in doing so. Logan smiles from behind the sword as it appears he might be taking the control of this fight. Attacker calls Logan a persistent bastard, having a sweat break from his forehead. He then hits Logan, throwing him towards the wall behind him. Logan is pushed back with blood splattering from both his stomach and leg. As he tries to regain his momentum, the silver-haired man prepares to strike from above, informing Logan that his insolence ends there. As he prepares to lend his attack, the silver-haired man mocks Logan, saying there is now someone like him has managed to defeat Bifrost's twin blades. He has seen plenty of brats crushed by their own inflated reputations. The man says that Logan has held out well, but there is no way he can withstand the next blow. In the end, he is just one of those brats, or so he thinks. As next Logan opens his eyes and something feels different in his aura and in his eyes. Even the attacker seems stunned. Logan's sword is moving. It's moving beyond conscious thought. Logan is not fighting with his head anymore, but with his body. That is when Logan unleashes an attack so powerful and fast none of the attackers expected. The silver-haired man can only think of the rumors he has heard about beforehand. According to them, Logan was someone that seemed to rise and level as he fought, but he didn't believe those rumors. This is what brought upon him his demise as Logan lets go of his conscious thought and unnecessary movements, preparing to fight solely with his spirit. The next day it seems that a council has been made to discuss the events of the night. A council formed of Heinkel, Philip, Dwayne and Clayton. It seems that their investigation of the events that took place last night revealed there were 13 intruders in total, and that all of them have been killed. Heinkel then asks, what are the casualties? And Logan says that on their side they have 5 dead soldiers, 12 injured, and to Logan's distress, 1 more. That one being Patrick. It seems that he was gravely wounded protecting Logan's mother, and she seems to only stay by his side as he is being treated by doctors. Heinkel says that considering the level of the intruders, that's still relatively low damage. Logan says that Heinkel is right as they were made up of top and mid-tier attackers. Even so, none of them had a known face. Heinkel then asks who would pull something like this off. Logan then gets up from the table and says that he believes this was the work of Jordan Valterman. Both Dwayne and Philip start shouting that he cannot do it. There is no way they can stand against the Duke's house. Even worse, they might have to face the entire Second Prince's faction. Logan smirks. He asked Dwayne why he assumes he would pick a fight with the Duke's house, leaving Dwayne to wonder. Logan says that he has some common sense and is aware that if they touch the Duke's house now, they are dead. If he were the Duke he would wipe himself out first as well. From this, Juan Douglas would be the only one benefiting. That is why they have to endure. No matter what filth is done to them, whether it's the lord of their soldiers dying, they have to bear it. Dwayne asks why that is, and Logan screams that this is because they are weak, because they have no power. He looks at Heinkel and Clayton, asking if this isn't pathetic. He then asks if he is the only one angry about this. Logan then looks at Heinkel and asks him how the night's training is coming. That is when Heinkel tells Logan that they are fully prepared. Logan is happy, saying that this is good. He then says that still thanks to all of the ones present, he feels hope that one day they will properly repay this humiliation, hope that they will have the strength to do so. Logan then bows down to his subordinates. Everyone jumps to their feet, with Heinkel even screaming at Logan not to do that. Logan keeps his head down as he prepares to speak to everyone. He asks everyone to keep pushing just a little harder, and soon enough all of McLean's glory will belong to them as well. Everyone is touched, with Heinkel almost dropping a tear and Clayton and Philip smiling. They all agree with Logan, saying that they do everything in their power to help him. After Jordan's midnight assault, Logan and his close aides steeled their resolve to develop the territory. And as a result, everyone started working harder. Dwayne was writing and finishing stacks of documents within a day while being helped by Philip and Damien, as they are thinking they will be working overtime. Heinkel is pushing all of his knights further in training as they are carrying whole boulders on their back, and Heinkel telling them that if they are Force users, they don't just give up because they've hit a wall, but they take one more step when they feel they've hit their limit. That spirit also reached all the citizens of Milan. 2 lumberjacks see this, and they ask themselves if this extra harsh training is due to something happening. The other informs his friend of the attack that took place last night, and tells him that Patrick has almost died and that a war could break out. The man calls it insane, saying that no one else would take in refugees like them. They then look at the knights and say that this really isn't the time to hesitate. They cannot lose their home again, and the other says that he has also heard that Logan is recruiting for the Vigilante Corps. In the end, it looks like Valterman's assault led to an increase in volunteer applicants for McLean's Vigilante Corps. And just like that, 3 months have passed. Thankfully, Logan says, it looks like the Duke isn't going to pull anything else, at least for now. It's already been half a year since the Civil War began, and now it has come to the elite factions clashing head-on. Therefore, Logan says that they probably don't even have the capacity to send assassins anymore. Patrick says that this makes sense as people are looking at them from the street wondering if they came out on a patrol. Patrick then says that right now the Second Prince's faction is being pushed back. As he looks at some kids playing in sand, Logan says that they kept losing ground on the Central Front and now they've been driven all the way west to Valterman's territory, the border between Valterman and the Royal Domain, and they also lost one of the twin castles there. On top of that, Logan thinks about his own contribution to this. Bifrost, one of the Second Prince's faction's core powers, lost their territory to them, cutting off their supply lines. So now in order to maintain their power, they're probably shouldering the supplies too. That made a losing faction collapse even faster. So that aligns perfectly with his plan. After hearing everything, Patrick goes on to speak, saying that he probably shouldn't even think about such a thing as a knight. But thanks to the Civil War, their house has grown tremendously. Just like Patrick said, by recruiting knights from families ruined by the war, the number of knights is now 170, which surpassed the force they had before the Tomodo Castle campaign. Besides, they also seem to be loyal knights as they all turn to salute Logan and Patrick with smiles on their faces when they see them. If they also include crossbow cavalry, trainees, and the regular troops, Logan says that they now have 3,500 troops as one knight tells a trainee to salute the Lord. If they add to that the 5 castles they took from Bifrost, plus the Sylvan and Tezzeret and the Vigilantes recruited from the 2 other towns, the number goes even higher. Logan says that the total amounts to around 10,000, and Patrick tells everyone they're doing a good job. Seeing Logan and Patrick, 2 other knights wonder if they should also go and greet them. Most importantly, it looks like Logan's training has been fruitful. He is now able to fully use the Force Blade, a power where force itself becomes both weapon and armor, the hallmark of the high rankers. Patrick says that it looks like Logan has already surpassed him, but Logan says he is not quite there yet. He places his hand near his mouth and says that he still can't grasp the 4th form of the divine sword, manual blazing flame slash. Even so, everything is progressing faster than he has been expecting. Therefore, Logan tells his father that he thinks it's about time they put it to use. Patrick asks him what he means by that, and then suddenly he realizes something, asking Logan if he is really going to do what Patrick thinks he is about to do. Logan then looks up to the sky and says that he is going to end the Civil War. Towards the southern mountains, it seems like goblins are rumbling within a forest. All of a sudden they get distracted by some sound. It's an earth golem holding a blue marble. The goblins jump on him, preparing to eat him whole. The golem crumbles even before being touched by the goblins, and they are left to look down at the rubble. They start laughing at his weakness. However, they do not expect what is coming next. A huge explosion kills all the golems in an instant. The golem once again stands tall, as there is nothing left of the goblins but the rubble and fire caused by the explosion. Logan then comes behind the golem and says that this is nice. He's happy with the power output held by the marble. He then tells Clayton that the only thing left to do is to shorten the activation time by about half a second, and Clayton says that he will keep this in mind. Hamar then comes and tells Logan that they've used up all the prototypes they have brought, and asks if they shouldn't head back soon. Logan cannot believe it, as he told Hamar to make more, but Hamar thought 1 crate would be enough. Logan thinks about it, and he's happy with the results, as clearing out a whole goblin village only took them about an hour. He then says that this is quite encouraging. Logan then looks back and they all seem to be affected by some kind of shaking. They hear a scream that is so powerful it hurts their ears, and Clayton says that it's coming from the distillation zone. However, Logan doesn't really seem to care where it's coming first, and he leaps away, saying that first they have to run somewhere safe. All three of them catch their breath in the shade of some trees. Clayton asks what that thing was, and Logan says that he has no idea but that the sound of the bomb must have awakened the local predator. Logan then takes a look towards the place where they fled from. He says that the deep regions of the southern mountains are famous across the continent for being a demonic zone. Clayton and Hamar seem to still be on guard, as Logan huffs and tells them that they've done a great job. He says that they've had very little intel, but the product turned out much better than he expected. Logan even thinks that it might have even felt better than the one from his previous life. Clayton then explains that the bomb Liberatio has firepower on par with a second-ass spell, yet it only has the cost of a 20th of a first-class scroll, which is a revolutionary efficiency. All thanks to the research Logan has brought, says Clayton. As Logan also gives credit to Clayton for it, and Hamar raises his hand saying that he has also helped. Logan says that this is fair, as without the blueprint it would be impossible to replicate. Therefore, the method for making Liberatio must be strictly protected. Clayton then says that only he and Hamar know the complete process, and Hamar continues by saying that without knowing the ratio and monotuning formula, no one could copy it even if they saw it. Logan says that this is really good work. Logan says that as thanks he will increase the Magic Tower's support fund by 30%, which makes Clayton shiver in happiness. Also, for Hamar he will reduce his contract term by 3 years, which Hamar cannot believe. However, Logan also continues by saying that if the formula leaks, all of this will be void, and Clayton and Hamar seem to be okay with this. Hamar even swearing on his life that he will keep it a secret. Clayton then says that since the mood's right, this is a good time to show Logan something else. As they were developing Liberatio, they also tried making something else as well. Clayton and Hammer are calling it Rapid Fire Crossbow Artifact Edition. Logan is left speechless. He cannot believe they've developed an artifact version of the crossbow. Clayton has conjured a much bigger golem for Logan to try his new weapon. He points his new crossbow towards the golem and prepares to shoot. The crossbow releases several shots one after another within a second. The firepower is so great that the golem is brought down and engulfed by flames instantly. Logan is amazed by what the crossbow can do, and Hamar asks if it's okay for the golem to be shut down like that, and Clayton says that he is just a clay doll, so he doesn't feel anything. Clayton then asks Logan what he thinks. Clayton tells him that each shot has the same firepower as Liberation, and Logan asks if the range was doubled as well. Clayton tells Logan that he is correct and that they've applied mono-resonance to the string, and the range increased dramatically. Clayton explains that it fires 2 bolts at a time, 5 times. So after 10 bolts it breaks because it's a single-use item. Besides, Clayton and Hamar needed a full day to make one, and the production cost was high. Looking at it, Logan thinks that even if they make one per day, that's only 365 per year. Still, this level of power is hard to pass up. Logan instructs Hamar to prioritize issuing them to the leadership first and asks them to produce as many as possible over the next 2 months. Hearing this, Clayton says he understands, but Hamar also seems to have something he wants to say. He asks Logan why only 2 months, and Logan puts on his characteristic smirk, telling Hamar that they will need them around. Then an information letter is taped on one of the castle's walls, which is being read by a ton of farmers and people. The letter informs them that Tomodo Castle's McLean Territory's second town has been finished, and that anyone who wants can move in. Reading this, one of the farmers says that he is living fine there and wonders what he would move, and someone else says that those who move will be given a new house in the farmland. Hearing this, people are somewhat skeptical. One person from the Sylvan Castle McLean Territory even says that he is not feeling it. Ever since the Lord changed, Sylvan's been way more livable. He says, so who would go through the trouble of leaving their home? All of a sudden, a man from the back of the crowd leaps high and says that he will do so. He and another couple of men say that they will take on that hardship. They say that their hometown is already destroyed and that they are giving out free homes and farmland, asking when else are they going to get a chance like this. The man from before looks at them, not sure what they are about, and someone explains to him that they are war refugees. So the man who leapt forward tells all the refugees to go, and they leave towards the new town. Logan places a totem on the map symbolizing the place where the new town is. He then says that the second town was built between Sylvan and Tomodo, right in the middle. He then asks Dwayne why he thinks he did that. Hearing this, Dwayne thinks that maybe Logan did it because the two castles are far apart. That is when Logan tells Dwayne that it is perfectly right. The distance between Tomodo and Sylvan is about 3 days on foot. So if someone invades through this gate, defending it becomes a real headache. Hearing this, Dwayne asks Logan if he thinks someone might invade. Logan says that he does and says that this is why the residents of this town are required to train with the vigilantes. Dwayne agrees and says that he will make sure this will happen, but asks Logan who he thinks will be invading, as the new McLean's town is on the Bifrost Plains. Logan says that the town is guarding the old McLean's plains, so it will be a great line of defense, but that still doesn't answer Dwayne's question, as he is still wondering who will be invading and falling into doubts. Even so, his doubts will be answered as midsummer begins. It appears that Logan has made up his mind to join the Civil War. Hearing this, no one can believe what Logan is saying. Dwayne puts his hands on Logan's table and shouts that he hoped he was wrong, but asks if he is serious. Why the hell would Logan do that? Dwayne asks, as their territory is thriving right now. They are guaranteed prosperity just by staying out of it. Hearing this, Logan thinks that if he only cared about protecting this land, he wouldn't be wrong. But this is now what Logan wants, and it mustn't be that way. Logan tells everyone that if they stay like this, no matter which side wins, the McLeans will fall. After hearing this, both Philip and Dwayne are left speechless. Dwayne says that this is a bit extreme, and Philip says that Dwayne is right. At this rate, the First Prince's faction will win, and they haven't opposed them. Patrick then intervenes, slamming his hand on the table, scaring both Dwayne and Philip. Even Marianne seems to be frightened by this display. Patrick then asks Logan what his reason is for this. Logan looks at his father and thinks of a response. He averts his gaze down, introspecting and wondering if the First Prince's faction will stop after devouring the Second Prince's faction. In short, Logan says that the answer is no. In his previous life, after winning the Civil War, the First Prince's faction wasn't satisfied and consumed even those who had stayed neutral. But this kind of talk probably won't hit home right now, so he needs to bring it closer to something they can feel directly. Logan says that the First Prince's faction includes two families that they are very familiar with. One is his father's in-laws. During a sudden land conflict in the past when they were in trouble, the Kairos coldly cut off support. Hearing this, Marianne let her gaze down in shame, and Patrick didn't say anything. And then there is the one that unilaterally and rudely demanded a broken engagement, the Wolves. Both families are major financial backers of the First Prince's faction. Logan says if the war ends like this, Logan asks if they think they'll leave them alone after gaining power. But Logan says that this is something no one can predict. How those two families view them is unknown until they simply ask them. But that is not what matters for Logan. What matters is that they have feelings towards them. And Philip asks if they shouldn't just side with the First Prince's faction for now. Hearing this, Logan thinks that he has gotten Philip right where he wanted him, and he replies that they shouldn't. Logan then tells them that they will be joining the Second Prince's faction. Hearing this, Heinkel, Philip, and Dwayne go completely out of their minds. No one understands why they would want that, as they're losing right now. Logan says that he understands how everyone is feeling, but asks them to think about it. If they join the winning side, how grateful will they be? It's better to side with the losing faction and turn the tide. There's more to gain that way. Heinkel is not sure what to say, and Philip asks if he thinks there is a way to turn the tide. Dwayne then asks what if they're just boarding a sinking ship. Logan says that for sure the ship's already lost a few sails and the hull's about to get a hole in it, but Logan says there is a way. It still has enough power to sail. Hearing this, Philip and Dwayne are not sure what to say, as Logan is about to say something everyone knows but also dislikes. Not even Patrick or Heinkel wants to hear that line. However, Logan smirks and says it anyway. Has anything ever gone wrong when he acted on something? Hearing this, everyone is at a loss for words as they cannot say it has. Even so, Dwayne is not convinced and goes to talk to Logan. He gets close and remembers Logan of the assault from a few months ago, which Logan said was Valterman's doing. Therefore, why side with the Second Prince's faction? Hearing this once again, Logan starts smiling and tells Dwayne not to worry, with his expression changing towards revenge. A vein on Logan's cheek pops up and Logan says that he will make them pay dearly for that in due time. Next, it appears that Logan has contacted Valterman and told him he wants to join them. Hearing this, Jordan Valterman screams at Logan, asking if he is out of his mind. Logan smiles and says he figured it might sound that way. Logan then says that if Valterman is against it, they have no issue joining the First Princess faction instead. Valterman goes mad with his eyes starting to open wide and his veins popping up as Logan asks him if he is going to turn them down, addressing him as Excellency. Sitting in his chair, Jordan Valterman reiterates Logan's last words, how he does not mind joining the First Prince's faction. He then grabs the armrests of his chair, making it crumble under his force. Seeing this, the two servants in his study start sweating as Valterman asks Logan how he even dares to say something like that. Valterman then throws the whole table across the room and asks Logan if he is toying with him. Valterman starts sweating and his veins are popping up all over. This has infuriated him greatly. Picking up the communication orb, one of the servants kneels before Valterman with his head bowed, trembling as he holds the orb for his lord to continue his talk. Seeing the way he reacted, Logan thinks about what must be going on Valterman's side. Seeing him get this worked up, Logan guesses things are going badly for him right now. Logan then continues to speak, saying that he wouldn't dream of being rude to His Excellency, especially after recently receiving such a frightening gift, referring to the assassination attempt. Hearing this, Valterman is left speechless as he realizes that Logan knows it was he. Even so, Valterman negates everything, telling Logan he knows nothing of any gifts. Even so, he then tells Logan that he is not reaching out to join him out of his own good heart. Rather, Logan must want something else. Valterman then directly asks Logan what his goal is. To this, Logan says that it's not an unreasonable request. He tells Valterman that after they win, he wants formal recognition of the Bifrost lands the McLean has taken, half of the Marquis Kalia territory adjacent to McLean, and the township their ancestor lost. To join their side, Logan will need guarantees of all three. Logan asks Valterman what he thinks, and Valterman asks Logan if he is serious. Logan goes on to reply that considering the risk they will be taking, he doesn't think those are excessive demands. Hearing this, Valterman starts laughing, putting on a big smile. He tells Logan that these requests are not even worth negotiating. Even so, there's something else Valterman wants to bring into discussion. He tells Logan that if he can say that same thing to his face, he will acknowledge it. Logan stays silent for a few seconds and then speaks. To Valterman's surprise, Logan agrees to come and speak with Jordan Valterman face to face. He then smiles and tells him that he will be visiting him very soon. Next, we are at Bifrost Castle. It seems like a unit of knights has been assembled to take Logan towards Valterman's camp, having prepared 2 to 3 weeks' worth of supplies. Before leaving, somebody calls Logan by name. This was Patrick, who is concerned, asking Logan if he does not think that those demands were a bit too much, saying that they'll probably use cannon fodder. Logan turns to his father and with a smile, he replies that right now even cannon fodder is something desperately needed by the Second Prince's faction. Besides, Logan tells Patrick that he even gave his approval after witnessing Liberatio's power, and Patrick says that indeed, that was certainly one hell of a weapon. The image turns to Heinkel smiling at Eileen, and Patrick continues saying that even the retainers acknowledged it could turn the tide of the war. Even so, Patrick's concern seems to be somewhere else, telling Logan that he wonders if they can truly protect it. Besides, Patrick asks Logan if he intends to make the Second Prince king. Patrick then sheds a sweat and lets his head down. Thinking back on the Grand Noblesse, that incident which fully ignited the Civil War, it seems that Patrick has noticed something. Then as he watched Larry Klett die, Logan was smiling. Patrick thinks that he might know the meaning behind that smile, but maybe this intervention is the continuation of that event. Logan then speaks and tells Patrick that these are troubled times. Today's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, and today's ally could be tomorrow's foe. Logan says that it's between all that where they must secure as much gain for their house as possible. Hearing this, Patrick once again sheds a sweat. He then thinks that he must be getting old with all these unfounded worries troubling him. He then leaves along with Logan and his knights, praying that only glory may await at the end of this path. He then orders his people to open the gates. They all proceed through the gates. Patrick then continues his monologue, saying that if any darkness stands in that path, may at least one thing happen. He looks at Logan and prays to his God, that in the end, at least over him, may God's light shine brightly on his son's future. As they leave, Logan's eyes light up and a big smile brightens his face. Logan orders his followers to march. On the walls of the twin castle alone, a man stands with a telescope in his hands. The man takes a look as he notices something in the distance. Through his lens, he sees a banner with the flame emblem. He then turns around and screams that he can confirm the presence of McLean. Hearing this, Valterman steps up, saying that Logan has shown up, placing his hand on the wall and looking over it. He then takes a look at Logan's troops. Analyzing them, he sees the knights, which Valterman says are completely normal. Then he notices Logan's rumored crossbow cavalry. Altogether, Valterman says that Logan seems to have brought over 4,000 troops. Besides, he also brought mages. Behind Valterman is Bifrost, who says that they must only be rebels. Bifrost tells Valterman that they wouldn't have had time to recover from being crushed by his troops and from sweating. He says that Logan must have only been filling up numbers. Even so, it seems like someone else tells Bifrost he might be wrong. A man with a monocle tells Valterman and Bifrost that their formation looks disciplined, and their gear isn't ordinary. He then asks Roger if he's not perhaps letting his bias cloud his judgment. Hearing this, Bifrost gets mad and also states the name of this man, Lucien Talos. Bifrost then asks Lucien if he isn't the one overestimating people with unclear intentions and giving them too much credit. This being said, Valterman doesn't really seem to care about Bifrost's opinion, so he just turns his head around and asks Lucien what his view on this is. Lucien then tells Valterman, much to Bifrost's annoyance, that if Logan is serious, then they will be a major force. But there is something even more important than this. He says that at the end of the day, they've managed to humiliate the account, didn't they? Referring to Bifrost. Hearing this, Bifrost cannot believe what he is hearing, getting more nervous with each passing second. Bifrost then looks at Lucien, stating his full name, Lucien Talos, calling him a lazy good for nothing, always getting in the way without doing anything himself. But Bifrost thinks if he weren't Valterman's nephew-in-law, that sly bastard would have gone neutral long ago. After listening to everything Luchin has to say, Valterman agrees to let Logan meet with His Highness the Prince. He says that they will accept them, but Bifrost starts shouting in disagreement. Seeing this, Jordan turns towards Roger with a menacing look on his face and doesn't say a word. Even so, Bifrost understands that it would be best for him to shut the hell up before ending up in some unmarked grave somewhere. Valterman then places his hand on Bifrost's shoulder. He turns towards him and tells him to think about the bigger picture. They will use them to damage the First Prince's faction and seize the opportunity for a turnaround. But Bifrost should just keep that in mind. Roger clenches his teeth and lets his head down. He says he understands, and Luchin smirks in the background. Valterman then turns towards the guards, ordering the gates of the castle to be opened, letting Logan and his troops through. What Logan sees when entering the castle leaves him astounded. Valterman and Luther Kyle, holding a giant hammer with troops behind, seem to be expecting Logan. Seeing this, Logan calls it a grand welcome. As they stay in the middle of the court, a voice is heard acknowledging the coming of McLean and Valterman, and the others seem to let their heads down. It seems like some people are carrying this person towards Logan, as he says that Logan refused him when he offered him to join his faction. And so does Logan think that now he will be welcome just for coming in with a few troops? Seeing this man, Patrick and Logan are wondering who the hell this idiot is. Looking towards the second prince, Logan says that honestly he doesn't know that much about him. What he does know for sure is that compared to the tyrant first prince who ruined the country in his past life, the second prince was even more poorly regarded. Logan kneels before the prince and says that even at a glance his personality is obvious enough. As Logan does this, he can hear other people screaming that Logan and his army shouldn't be allowed to join the faction, calling them two-faced bastards, and Logan wonders if they even realize their situation. Even so, taking a look behind the second prince and the others, Logan realizes something. The leadership isn't as brainless as the prince to not feel even a shred of shame for the words the prince is calling them. After this formality, the second prince takes a look at Valterman, making him understand that it's his turn to take the tides. Valterman understands and says that he will be taking the word, and the second prince says that he will turn in as he is tired. Valterman then goes forward addressing Patrick. He shakes hands with Patrick, welcoming him aboard. He then tells Patrick that he is more polite than Logan, but Patrick defends Logan, saying that his son is also polite. Valterman asks if that is so. He then turns his head towards Logan, seeing him with Roger Bifrost, and says that he doesn't see it that way. In reality, it seems like Logan has gone to greet Roger, saying that it's been a while. He then smiles and asks Bifrost if he has been well. Seeing this, Bifrost is visibly annoyed but refrains from any words. He slaps Logan's hand and says that this is ridiculous. Logan takes his hand away and asks Bifrost if this isn't a good situation. He then tells Bifrost that the southern unification he's always wanted has finally happened, annoying him even further. Bifrost frowns with bulging veins appearing everywhere. Roger starts trembling in fury, asking Logan if he has the nerve to speak with him right now. And Logan thinks that he only wanted to tease him a bit, but that his reaction was priceless. Looking towards, Logan thinks that if he pushes him a little further, the Count might attack him right there. If that happens, Logan thinks that he could just kill him in self-defense. This, however, will not happen, as the Moon Knight appears and asks Bifrost to restrain himself, addressing him as Your Excellency. He then insults Logan, saying that if you get too close to them, you will just end up stinking. Yet Logan only continues smiling, thinking that this was all a waste. Roger takes his knight's advice and leaves the matter as it is, but at the same time tells Logan that he will be closely watching him. He then leaves, turning his back on Logan. Currently, the Arlen Castle, together with its neighbor, Arlun Castle, are the twin castles that once belonged to the Duke of Valterman. Their names come from 1,000 years ago, named after two moons lost in the mythical age. Back then, the orc hordes had taken root in the southern plains, and these castles were fortresses to protect human lands. Unfortunately, however, with the beauty of their ancestral legacy lost, the twin castles have become battlegrounds for a horrible civil war. In the war room, it seems that Valterman and everyone else are preparing an attack. Logan thinks that this war is a war not for land, but for the throne, so no matter how it's done, if they defeat the rival prince, it all ends. Yet Logan thinks neither heir to the throne is the kind to sacrifice himself to end the war. If left alone, like in Logan's past, the civil war will rip the nation out by its roots. These strategy meetings are pointless. Thus, Logan thinks that the only thing they must do is kill the ones who need to die and end the war. As Logan wants to say what will come next, Jordan Valterman interrupts his thoughts and says what their strategy will be. It looks like Valterman wants the McLean forces to strike the enemy from behind, a decision which Logan doesn't seem to like. Logan turns his head towards Valterman in disbelief. It might be pointless, however, as by their looks it's clear that everyone is also against him. Logan, however, sees something strange. One soldier stares at him with a strangely unreadable face, which Logan thinks might be hostility, or rather curiosity. This is, of course, Luchin. Seeing this guy, Logan wonders what has happened to him in his past life. While Logan thinks about this, Volterman notes the fact that Logan didn't respond and asks him if he refuses to abide by his plan. Volterman then asks Logan if he should summon his father, Baron McLean, who gave him full authority in the matter, and Logan says that this will be unnecessary. Logan reiterates what Volterman has said, posing it as a question if he wants for Logan and his troops to strike the rear, and Volterman says that he is correct. Volterman then tells Logan that the enemy already knows each other's elites, so the only variable left is the McLean house. Therefore Logan's side must create the opening. But it seems like Logan thinks about something else, that being the fact that Volterman is sending the McLean house to die with this order. How on earth is Volterman expecting to flank a battlefield with over 50,000 troops when he only has 5,000 troops? Logan then thinks that Bifrost will be grinning ear to ear after hearing this, which he already is. Logan opens his mouth thinking about Volterman's proposal and preparing to reply to him. It appears, much to Volterman's surprise and ours after what he's just said, that he will comply. No one in the room can believe this. Luchin seems to be the only one expecting this. Logan then asks if he should plan the operation himself, and Volterman prepares to make a fist. He does so and tells Logan that he permits him to do so. Standing at the head of the war table with Bifrost next to him, Volterman is thinking that if the McLean had refused, he was planning to split up their forces and strip them of command and legally seize those infamous crossbows. If they refused even that, he would have had them lead the charge at the front lines. This being said, Volterman thinks that Logan has something up his sleeve. He then asks Bifrost what he thinks that is. Bifrost doesn't know what to answer, but thinks that these are the same guys who kept defying expectations and even took his land. So you cannot assume anything when it comes to them. Seeing this lack of reply, Volterman, while preparing to drink from a glass, says that there is no need to overthink it. He says that if someone accepts a suicide mission without protest or hesitation, then unless he is an idiot, there must be something else. Luchin, who was the one placing the glass in front of Volterman, says that it's confidence. Volterman looks at the glass and says that even his knights would struggle, but Logan says he can do it. Luchin then says that if Jordan leads the charge, then the enemy will also fight with everything they've got, then asks if they would do the same against McLean, and Volterman thinks. Luchin then says that it's simple. If Logan is not a fool, then he will bring results. If he is a fool, then he'll just get himself killed fighting the enemy. Either way, they lose nothing. Somewhere else it looks like someone has heard that Logan and his house have joined the second prince's faction. This is Duke Huan Douglas of the first prince's faction, who asks himself if the McLean are crazy or if it's just Jordan that has lost it. A man with white hair and a goatee says that it doesn't matter. Either way, for him it's just more dead men walking. Huan laughs and asks the man if what he said isn't a bit cold, addressing him as Chiron. It means that this man must be Lord Chiron. Huan even asks him if his child and Logan weren't once betrothed. Hearing this, Chiron changes the look on his face and says that it was a bond that ended long ago. Next, the castle's gates are opening. Soldiers on horses are rushing through them. For a time, both factions focused on a serration rather than full-scale war. The war, which had seemed to enter a ceasefire, was reignited by the struggling Second Prince's faction. On the battlefield, it looks like Logan, Patrick and others are advancing with their troops. Patrick says that seeing it like this, it is a massive army. Even after months of battle, they still have nearly 1,000 knights and are maintaining a force of 50,000 in total. This being said, Logan says that the enemy won't be easy either. Under the command of the Frost Sorcerer, Huan Douglas, there's a mage corps 100 strong. Hearing this, Patrick breaks a sweat. He takes a look around and says that they are against foes like that, but the Second Prince's army is still keeping its distance from them. Patrick then says that if anything goes wrong, they could all die out there, and Logan says that it would be only natural. Logan says that this current maneuver is likely because they don't trust them, so they acted first. He then refers back to his own words, kill the ones who need to die as quickly as possible to end the war. Logan says that this is the first step towards that goal. At their distinct ends of the front, Jordan stays tall on his horse, and the Second Prince looks like he's just awakened. At the other end, Huan Douglas does the same while the First Prince eats something in his chair. This is when Jordan gives the command for his troops to charge forward. The soldier sounds his horn and the horses start to rile up. The battle begins with thousands of soldiers marching up. Seeing this, Patrick realizes that he also must command his troops. He turns his head and tells everyone to move. The McLean's banner stands tall as they are advancing. Fast and steady, they are approaching the battlefield. Looking over the troops, the Second Prince tells Jordan that they've humiliated them at their first meeting and dumped a ridiculous mission on them. So he asks Jordan if he thinks that they will mobilize. Hearing this, Jordan is not sure how to reply, yet as Logan strolls through the battlefield, he simply says that they'll have to wait and see, as they will soon find out if they are serious or not. Luchin, however, seems to be sure of it, much to Bifrost's displeasure. It seems like Huan also got the word that the McLean forces are circling. Hearing this, he says that those lunatics really must have lost their minds. A soldier says that they must think that war is just a game of toy soldiers. A flag is then raised with a blue kind of cross. One of the knights informs Huan that the house of Taran Jahid offered to intercept them, but Huan tells him to leave this one to the house wolves. He says that they've made some bold claims before, so he had better show results. And indeed, it seems like Chiron and his troops are prepared to face Logan. It seems like Chiron is remembering something. A man asks him if he doesn't regret breaking the engagement, as if he wouldn't have. Logan would have had no choice but to join the first prince. Looking at the man, who was Huan Douglas, Chiron says that shining platinum hair and bright blue eyes must certainly be proof of royal blood. Even so, he thinks that this mage, referring to Jordan, who inherited more from his maternal side than paternal, seeks to break through the limits of unreachable status and sit in a place he never should have reached. Chiron thinks that McLean, having once strayed from his path, must already be considered a target for elimination. And so, Chiron tells Huan that if that were the case he would have lost his connection to Huan. Therefore, in breaking the bond he has gained something far greater. So why should he cling to something small? But Huan says that even so he feels a bit regretful. Chiron then says that he will be taking care of that regret in the next battle. Hearing this, Huan tells Chiron that he sounds confident, and says that Logan and his house are the ones who humiliated Bifrost. To this, Chiron says that it was just a trick, and that the trump card is already where it's supposed to be in the hands of his family. It looks like Chiron has got a crossbow. Suddenly, he is disturbed by a noise. A soldier with a telescope informs him that Logan and his troops are approximately 800 meters away. They can see the McLean banner and Logan at the head of his army. Seeing them, Chiron thinks that if only they had faced a different border count instead, maybe Logan would have also had a fighting chance. Chiron then gives his troops the order to charge. He tells his people to use the new weapons and wipe them out. Chiron's people are charging for the battlefield. With this, Chiron tries to time his attack. Thinking of when to give the order, he waits and waits as he gets closer to Logan. He needs to close just a little more distance before the crossbows are in range. Chiron thinks that he is going to ruin Logan with his creation. He smirks, mocking Patrick inside, apologizing to him. However, Chiron might be the one taken by surprise, as he hears Logan shout for his people to load their weapons. Hearing this, Chiron is not sure what to expect. Chiron wonders why Logan is loading them at this range. He does not know that Logan has improved his weapons. Logan shoots, and the arrow, imbued with mana, flies across the battlefield with immense power. It lands on the ground, scaring some horses. It looks like its reach is just behind the enemy line. Seeing this, one soldier says that they are still way out of range. This concern, however, is nothing compared to what's about to happen with the arrow. A giant explosion unleashes, engulfing everything around it. Seeing this, the soldiers realize that it must be magic as they were thrown down from their horses. Chiron and the others came to a halt, watching what happened. Seeing the attack, Chiron cannot believe it. Having no idea what to do, he clenches his teeth and asks what kind of trick Logan has pulled this time. Logan, however, seems to be looking towards his enemies, and says that the front line is shaken. He then turns to Clayton and prepares to give him a command. The words don't even have to be spoken, though. As Clayton nods and turns to his disciples, he tells his disciples that now is the time to act. They seem to be impeding rocks with mana. Clayton takes a look at his disciples, particularly at one with blue hair. This is none other than Victoria, and Clayton asks her if he is sure about this, and Victoria says that she is fine and that she can do it on her own. Victoria, now a trained apprentice of Clayton, is determined to show the enemy her strength and composure, fighting with all her wits and might. Just a little while ago, it looks like Kaiselin has seen the weapon his enemies use, realizing they also have automatic crossbows. Seeing this, Logan places his hand above his eyes to block the sunlight and says that as long as they aren't holding weapons that just happen to look the same, that's likely what it is. However, Kaiselin wonders how Logan can even see them from this far away. While Logan thinks that it was a weapon that would have eventually been leaked anyway, he didn't think Chiron would be the one to do it. Then he realizes that it must have been Rena when they saw each other for the first time after she broke the engagement. Logan then turns around and orders everyone who has explosive crossbows to move to the front. He says that before their enemies can use their automatic crossbows, they will permanently destroy them. Then a golem's hand can be seen rising from the ground. Clayton and his disciples are creating a ton of these guys. Right next to them in a crate, there's a ton of blue marbles. The golem goes and grabs a handful of these. These are, of course, the explosives Clayton and Hamar have developed, called Liberatio. Clayton tell everyone that they have plenty, so they can throw as many as they need. Everyone says they understand and are prepared to fight. Victoria clenches her hands and thinks that she has already mastered the first circle magic, so she is sure she can do it by herself. Or actually, she will make sure to show everyone that she is capable enough to do it all by herself. She is doing it all for one reason. She is doing it for her brother's sake, and as she thinks that, she gives her golem the order to throw, and so the golem prepares. The bombs fly like bullets towards the enemies. As they fall, they turn red. Seeing them, one of the enemy soldiers asks what that is. Unfortunately for him, after that, everything explodes, being engulfed by flames. Seeing this, Chiron is left speechless, unsure of what to do or even say. One of the soldiers informs Chiron that Logan is using magic, and tells him that their forces are 1,000 strong and that a mage is powerful enough to take down such numbers. Hearing this, Chiron gets mad and realizes he must do something at once. He then orders his cavalry to attack, making them march forward. Chiron's reason is that if Logan's forces and his are mixed, he won't be able to use large-scale magic. Chiron then tells his soldiers to reload their crossbows. After that, he tells everyone to fire, and so they do. Arrows are raining from the sky, approaching the enemy at unbelievable speeds. Even so, the enemy blocks the arrows with ease using their shields. Seeing this, Chiron says that this is normal, as once you reach the level of a knight, you won't fall to mere arrows. So the most they can do is knock them off their horses. Chiron then looks at Victor. Looking back, Victor nods in understanding. He then turns his head and orders the crossbow cavalry to split. He tells everyone to maintain their distance and attack the enemy's broken formation from the sides. Soldiers on the battlefield seem to struggle to block the incoming arrows. One of them even says that if they hadn't been thrown off their horses, this barrage of arrows wouldn't do anything to them. The arrows are coming from his side. The soldier notices this but is not sure what to do. They all seem to fall like leaves in the wind after being struck by arrows. Victor can also be seen riding into battle. His blue and red eyes look majestic as he prepares to lead the soldiers, an order that was given by Logan. A memory is shown where Logan tells Victor that he is sure Victor wonders why he'd have to do such a thing after having become a knight and wants to continue, but Victor cuts him off, saying that he will do it. Hearing this, both Clayton and Logan are stunned. He seems to only have one request towards Clayton, that he protect his sister at all costs. With a menacing expression on his face, Victor says that he doesn't know what he would do if anything were to happen to her. Hearing this, Logan smacks him on the head, telling him to chill down. He tells Victor that Sir Clayton will take good care of Rhea, so he has nothing to worry about. He just needs to focus on taking care of himself, even if it's just for his sister's sake. Victor then bows and says that he understands. Victor then says that the fact he can have such concerns as well as dreams for the future is all thanks to Lord Logan. While riding into battle, Victor thinks that Rhea still needs Logan's protection. He thinks about Rhea and Logan and says that his safety and comfort come after theirs. After that, he stops and orders his troops to attack from the rear and raze their enemies to the ground. Logan can then be seen looking at the battlefield. It appears that he is using mana to see further. Logan tells Patrick that it looks like Victor and his crossbow cavalry are heading to the rear, and Patrick says that this is their cue to go. Patrick turns his head around and orders his knights to come and assist him. Max Peretta and his soldiers also seem to be there, and he even asks why he is there when he is commanded to go. He obeys the order and runs towards the battlefields. Looking to the side, Kaiselin notices something. He raises his fist high into the air and tells everyone to hold their fire in the middle of the battleground, and a man in armor huffs. This is the Wolf's Knight, Captain Nick Marcel, also called the Swordbreaker, holding a giant long blade. Looking up, Nick seems to be left speechless by what he sees. He notices that the attacks have stopped and wonders if Logan's soldiers might be left with no ammunition. This is not it, of course, and when he realizes, his expression changes to dread. Logan and the other knights are approaching the battlefield. Seeing this, Nick realizes that they are attacking head-on and wonders why in hell they would do that, as they are just mere backwater knights led by a single high-ranking Night Lord. Nick then plants his feet steadily on the ground. He grabs his sword tightly and prepares, taking his stance. Nick says that a war is controlled by knights and mages anyway. Regardless of what arms a soldier bears, as long as they manage to push back their opposing order of knights, they can regain their chances at victory. Like Logan and the other, Nick imbues his sword with mana. He goes to attack Logan while he shouts at him to die. Suddenly his sword crumbles under the pressure of the force, turning into bits. He swings his sword and the shards from the blade are all flying towards Logan and his crew. Seeing this, Logan wonders if Nick has purposefully broken his sword and used force on the fragments, saying that this must be the reason why he was being so careful with it, as it was only a one-time use. Suddenly, Logan slams his leg forward on his footrest. He leaps high into the air while gripping Lux in his right hand. He imbues his sword with mana and says that crossbows aren't his only ace. Then he slams the ground with every inch of his power, making earth shatter beneath his feet. Seeing this, it looks like Nick was carrying more swords, and he manages to pull one out before Logan's attack hits. He blocks Logan's attack while he is being pushed back. Nick smiles and thinks he has managed to block it and that he is out of danger. Unfortunately for him, it looks like he was wrong, and Logan's attack is concentrated in a single spot on his sword, like the tip of a drill on a wall. Logan breaks Nick's sword, and Nick can only look at the sword coming towards his eyes. He tries to dodge the attack, but it ends up piercing through his chest entirely. Logan then comes in for the kill as Nick's guard is broken for good. Logan attacks, and this time there is no way Nick can do anything against this powerful swing. Blood splatters on Logan's cheek coming from Nick's neck. Nick's body is left on the ground and his head seems to be rolling away from it. Logan stands tall and shouts for everyone to hear that he has taken down the enemy knight captain. Hearing this, Chiron is scared shitless, wondering how this could even be possible. Looking around the battlefield, Chiron thinks that in such a brief clash, they have suffered more losses than in half a year of civil war. Seeing the situation he is in, Chiron wonders what he should do next. He turns towards his troops and tells everyone to retreat and fall back. With this, the soldiers turn their flag around. They run as fast as they can away from the battlefield. Chiron the coward seems to be the first one in line. As he runs away, he thinks that he won't bleed his forces today just to slow the enemy down. He then looks at his crossbow. He throws it. The weapon he has fought so much to obtain is now useless. Logan is left standing in the middle of the battlefield. He shouts for his troops not to pursue Chiron, but to regroup and reorganize. Logan looks at Chiron running away, thinking that they fell back the moment their front collapsed. Looking around, he thinks that they still have their knight commander and that they won't be able to stop them now. And it looks like Patrick has also taken down 2 or 3 advanced knights as well. Hankel comes to Logan, and he tells him that among their knights they have 5 seriously wounded and 2 dead. And as for the soldiers, only around 100 were injured. He starts smiling and says that this is an overwhelming victory. Hearing Hankel's praises, saying that it's amazing to pull off something like this against a border duke. Logan blushes and thinks that they should calm down and not get ahead of themselves. Hankel then notices something. He looks towards the army and wonders if they've also seen it clearly on their end. He thinks of Duke Jordan Valterman and says that he will show him even more material might. Therefore, he should think carefully about how he plans on treating them. And in reality, it looks like Valterman is amazed. Jordan thinks that this battlefield may look fierce on the surface, but the ones being ground down are just the weak, lesser nobles. They who have nothing to lose need only watch safely from the sidelines, watch those pretending to be obedient as they turn into traitors. Jordan thinks that this skirmish was planned for exactly this purpose and tells the nobles behind him that, by judging by the clear outcome, they're at least on par with the Marquis Callia. With this, the nobles standing behind him cannot believe what Jordan has said. Seeing the fright on their faces, Jordan asks what the problem is, as the power they have is effectively theirs now. Hearing this, the 2 nobles think that this is an invalid point. The nobles say that if Logan were to betray them, they would be in trouble. And Jordan thinks that it would be even more serious, as they wouldn't just be in trouble but crippled. Jordan then looks up at the sky. He looks at the flags and thinks back to the demands Logan had recognition for occupying the Bifrost territory, half of the Callia Marquisate, and the Count title. Looking at the banners, Jordan thinks that they were confident enough to make such arrogant demands. He grabs the reins tighter and thinks he will let it slide for now. But the price for that arrogance, he will make sure Logan will pay that price one day. Jordan turns around to his conscripts, telling them to signal to all units that McLean will soon strike the enemy's rear. Jordan then looks back at the battlefield and says that this is a full-scale war now. On the other side of the battlefield, it looks like the first prince has heard of wolves retreating, and he is not at all happy about it, asking if they are pulling some sort of trick behind his back or if they were all just a bunch of ragtag fools all along. Juan Douglas, who brought this information to the first prince, says that it looks like those bat bastards were hiding more venom than they'd thought. Hearing this, the first prince starts screaming, asking if he is going to stand there and watch. Juan keeps his cool and tells the first prince that it is not the time to fortify their defenses. Juan then turns his gaze around. He tells the first prince that once the McLean who moved to the rear starts attacking, the main front will charge in as well. Therefore, the first prince should stay close to Juan. Seeing this, the first prince wonders what the hell this is, and Juan has no reply. Juan gets mad thinking about Logan, calling him and his people bat-like bastards. He looks towards the battleground and wishes for them to just come a little closer. As Logan and his people are coming closer and closer, Juan thinks that even if he takes some losses, he will tear them to shreds. At this point, it looks like everyone is looking at what Logan is going to do. Luchan seems to be the only one who thinks that this situation is completely ridiculous. The most noble men of the country are ignoring the battlefield before them. They only have eyes for that faraway barony and say that this makes you wonder who this war is even for. The McLean troops are approaching faster and faster. Seeing what is happening, Juan can't even believe it. Jordan also wonders what in the hell Logan and his people are doing. It looks like Logan has decided to move away from the rear. Patrick asks Logan if they are just going to keep going, asking him what they are even going to say when they get back. Logan turns to his father and says that they probably never expected them to hit the rear in the first place, and that they've just wanted them to stir up some chaos and die off. Logan then takes a little piece of cloth and says that instead of joining that pointless death, they're going to do something that matters. He shows Patrick the piece of paper and Patrick asks Logan what he is planning. Logan smiles and tells Patrick that they are going to start looting empty houses. A week later, it looks like Huan and the first prince are staying inside a room, with the first prince eating some grapes. The first prince tells Huan that they've heard nothing about the McLean ever since that incident, and asks if they have vanished into thin air. As Huan is reading something from a piece of paper, suddenly a soldier rushes into the room. He smacks the door open and shouts that there is an emergency. Huan, annoyed, shouts at the soldier, asking what is all this ruckus is in front of His Highness, and the soldier apologizes but says that the matter is truly urgent. He goes near Huan and whispers something to him. Hearing this, Huan Douglas is completely stunned. Seeing his expression, the first prince asks what the matter is. Huan turns towards the prince and speaks the name of Terrain Castle. This name seems like it's stirring up fear in the first prince's eyes, and Huan continues and says that actually it's not just Terrain Castle but also Alston and Firenze. Huan, sweating, tells the first prince something that no sovereign would ever want to hear in a war. All their supply bases have been burned down, and the first prince is left speechless. Next, Logan is standing in front of one of these castles. Looking at the flames, he says that it burns well as he holds a piece of paper in his hand. He looks down at it and says that it's a good thing they followed this route. Logan thinks back to Felix's child naming ceremony and thinks that he squeezed it out of Kairos Bastard, Kairos's trade route. He is the biggest grain merchant in the country, so it was obvious the first prince's faction would be handling the supplies now. Logan huffs and it looks like not even he can believe it, as 3 castles in 1 week is truly impressive. He lets go of the piece of paper and says that the first prince's faction must have let their guard down. As the paper burns in flames, Logan takes one last look at the castle and tells his people that now it's time to withdraw. He smiles and thanks his uncle for this delicious meal. Next, it seems we are back at Arlune Castle. Inside, a huge banquet is being held. People are chatting, and one guy says that they are giving McLean quite a grand welcome upon his return, and that it was all by the prince's order. One of the knights remarks that since they are at war, everyone's in full gear and there's only juice instead of alcohol. Besides, all the key figures of the factions are in attendance. Therefore, the knights present are asking themselves if the prince plans on treating McLean as at least a border count. One of them asks where Count Bifrost is, and his friend, sipping from the juice, replies that Bifrost said he was tired and went to rest. Hearing this, the other one turns away his head and prepares to suck from his glass as he thinks about something. Right now, it looks like another key power has joined the faction. Logan can then be seen talking to Jordan, and he starts by addressing his broken promise of attacking the rear, offering his utmost sincere apologies. Hearing this, Valterman tells Logan not to worry about it, as frankly, it was an unreasonable situation. He then looks at Logan and asks him if he didn't achieve another kind of military feat. Looking up at Jordan, Logan thinks that the more he sees him, the less fitting his nickname feels. He wonders if a blazing sword can suit such a cold serpent. Logan thanks Jordan for understanding, and Jordan says that it is only natural. He then says that to those who achieve merit, proper rewards must be given. This is one of his core principles. Hearing this, Logan thinks that this would be the time for him to bring something else into the discussion. He asks Jordan if he can consider his terms accepted, and it looks like everyone is now looking at them. Jordan remains silent for a second. He then smiles and tells Logan that he will give them positive consideration. Jordan wants to say something else, but Logan cuts him off. He once again starts enumerating the things he wants: the recognition of Bifrost's territory, half of the Kalia Marquis, last but not least, the Count title. Logan smiles and he asks Valterman if he can take those as a green light. Seeing this, Jordan remains silent. Jordan looks at Logan and asks if he didn't just say that he would give those positive considerations. He tells Logan that this isn't something that he can decide on by himself. As he places his hand on his shoulder at this point, it looks like something is happening with Logan. With Jordan's hand on his shoulder, he feels a strange aura. Jordan smiles and tells Logan that youthful boldness is nice and all, but Logan should also consider his elder circumstances. It looks like Logan is struggling to answer. As this happens, Jordan tightens his grip and Logan understands. Jordan is suppressing his opponent's aura and makes them psychologically shrink away in a way so subtle that the enemy doesn't even notice. And Logan says that this is a very fine skill to have. Logan bows and says that he might have overstepped and apologizes to Valterman. With his hand still on Logan's shoulder, he says that there is no need for that, as it happens when you are young. All while Logan seems to be trembling under Jordan's aura. Seeing this, Logan thinks that it's fine. In the end, he already got what he wanted anyway. Jordan then continues, saying that if he stops to think about it, the weapons Logan has used this time are quite impressive. He then poses the question to Logan, asking him if he would consider sharing them with him. As with those, they could easily win this war, and Logan gets irritated, saying that Jordan is advertising freely. Logan says that he is sorry, but they don't have any spares left, so it will be a bit difficult. Once again, Jordan uses his ability and asks Logan if that is so. Once again, it looks like Logan is pressured into saying that he is really, truly sorry. But this is not what he thinks. Even so, Jordan smiles. He lets go of Logan's shoulder and says that he has been holding on to him too tightly. He tells Logan to go and enjoy himself a bit and get some rest. He turns his head around towards Logan and says that it looks like the next battle is coming soon. Looking back at him, Logan thinks what a bastard Volterman is. Thanks to his force core protecting his spirit, Logan has managed to fight Jordan's ability. If it had not been for that, Logan would have been completely manipulated. Logan turns around to leave and wonders if this is something a superhuman should be doing. As he does so, someone asks Logan if there is no quantity available. This is Luchin, who tells Logan that he could at least provide a sample or a blueprint. Logan turns around, trying to remember Luchin's name, and he thinks that the members of the faction are all causing a stir after another one. Logan tells Luchin that the blueprint isn't particularly difficult, but even if they start producing now, it will take quite some time, so he doubts it would be of much use. Luchin points his finger at Logan and says that if they use all their capabilities, they might be able to make it in a short time. Hearing this, Logan says that if Luchin puts it that way, he cannot say no, which seems to take Luchin by surprise. Luchin and Logan join hands, and Logan thinks that of course the crossbows will be made weaker, like the ones the wolves used, and the liberatio will be given as a complete fake. But still, he tells Luchin that after all they are all in the same boat now. In the end, they won't have time to verify it anyway. A few days later, it seems like they are all once again on the battlefield. One man, sweating like a pig, prepares to say something. Logan and Patrick's expressions seem to be surprising, and the man states that he will kill all of the second prince's idiotic bastards, completely crushing them. Looking at their enemy, the second prince even asks Jordan if they had a night order like that, and Jordan says that he is not sure. Jordan even wonders what they were thinking putting those guys in the vanguard. It looks like the man talking was the Kairos Knight Captain, Intermediate Knight Allen. Looking at the enemy charging ahead, the Volterman army wonders if their entire army is made up of mercenaries, and that they are pretty sure even the captain is only intermediate level, but at least their equipment looks solid. Seeing this, the second prince's knights smile. One of them goes forward and says that he will take down the captain himself. As he charges forward, the captain says that to prove their innocence, their knight order has to take the lead. It looks like that has already been discussed in closed chambers. It looks like they did that because of what Douglas and His Highness think. They suspect that their Kairos leaked the supply base location to McLean. Kairos gets up from his seat and says that if they want to avoid suspicions, this is the only option. The man hands the captain a piece of paper and tells him that he will take care of his family for the rest of his life. He screams and tells him not to worry about this, and begs him to give his life for this. So this is what the man will do. He charges into battle and says that he is ready for it. As he approaches, he can see the second prince's knight smiling. The knight imbues his weapon with an aura, and he shouts at the Kairos captain to die. He then starts spearing the man away. As this happens, the captain activates the scroll he got from the man, which emits a blue spell. It looks like everyone and everything around it is being sucked into a black hole. The spell is quite powerful indeed. There is nothing that remains of the Wolf's Knight Captain. Seeing this, Logan and Patrick are stunned. Not even Jordan or the second prince can believe it. In reality, it looks like the enemy has used a cold scroll and the knights are all freezing in an instant. This guy right here kind of looks like a White Walker. Looking at what just happened, Jordan and second prince and everyone around have their mouths wide open in disbelief. But Jordan's expression changes in the next second to one of fury as all the knights that were close enough are imprisoned in a giant block of ice. Jordan can only curse Huan's name. On the battlefield, soldiers screamed in pain, thinking there were chain explosions, but they soon realized with fear that it was magic. Logan, riding a horse, guessed that a powerful weapon had been used, the Blizzard Scroll, the same one that had defeated the second prince's side in his past life. He believed it was likely made by Huan Douglas, a rare and powerful Sixth Circle mage, and knew such magical items were incredibly valuable. He saw that the blast had killed 3 knights from the Viscount's family. Judging from Volterman's shocked reaction, Logan figured this was the first time such magic had been used in the Civil War. Volterman, alarmed, yelled at the soldiers and ordered a full charge. Patrick told Logan they needed to move, and Logan agreed. Someone shouted at the crowd to move, calling them brats. The soldiers were stunned as someone whispered that the half-giant was coming. Luther Kyle, one enemy soldier, panicked and warned everyone to move or die. Then someone stepped forward and told everyone to back off. As the group looked, they recognized Wiccan Kalia, the Tempest Blade. Luther and Wiccan rushed at each other. Luther shouted that he would destroy Wiccan, calling him a bastard, while Wiccan said he'd end it, mocking Luther as a musclehead. Their hammer and sword clashed, and one soldier said their auras had collided. Logan told his troops to look away if they lacked skill. warning that facing such power directly could break their minds. Even with his sharp senses, Logan struggled to follow their movements and saw the fight as one between a superhuman with extreme strength and another with strong elemental magic. He thought just watching was valuable. Patrick called his name, pulling him from his thoughts, and Logan answered nervously. He then called Victor, who ordered the crossbow cavalry to charge. Count Jahid's troops believed that once they blocked the crossbows they would only face regular soldiers. Captain Rommel told his men to raise their shields, confident they were ready. But instead of attacking, Victor's men passed them, surrounding them. Rommel was confused and thought they were passing, but before he could act, arrows rained down. He raised his aura-covered shield to defend himself and realized the threat was far greater than expected. Kaiselin shouted to fire, and one of Rommel's men was hit and cried out. Rommel cursed their bad luck, and was angry that soldiers he thought were weak were killing his men. He scolded them for being careless and told them to wrap their shields in an aura like in training. Kaiselin reminded the troops of the battle at Tomodo Castle, and told them not to panic, saying they were strong enough to pierce a knight's helmet with one bolt. The arrows kept flying. Rommel, while blocking, wondered how they could be so strong. Suddenly a huge blast happened behind them. A soldier shouted that it wasn't bombs but magic. A mage was attacking. Clayton said they had enough liberatios and told his men to keep throwing them. His student responded respectfully. Another of Rommel's men cursed in frustration and asked what to do. Then Victor and the flanking unit appeared behind them. Rommel thought they were finishing off survivors and wondered how arrows and bombs from ordinary soldiers could do so much damage. He also questioned what McLean's knights were doing. Before he could finish thinking, Heinkel appeared and struck him down easily. Heinkel said they were just finishing the weakened enemy, and asked if anyone couldn't handle such a simple task. The soldiers replied they could. Logan, watching, said this was the best way to keep their side safe, though some might call it cowardly. The knights had already retreated. Patrick said that no one in their unit would be foolish enough to think otherwise, and pointed out that since Count Jahid had fallen, one part of the First Prince's army had collapsed. Logan agreed, saying that if the First Prince's army noticed this they would likely start pulling back too. He thought they had already done enough and didn't need to waste more energy since this wasn't even their war. As the McLean flag waved, Kaiselin announced the order to retreat and told them to signal Victor at the front. Victor saw the signal and finished off the last enemy with his crossbow. Logan noticed that Victor's unit was already moving back and guessed that the First Prince's side was retreating as expected. He turned to Patrick and said they should regroup once everyone was gathered. Then suddenly, explosions rocked the battlefield. Soldiers screamed, shouting about the blasts and recognizing the same magic being used again. Logan looked toward the explosion and wondered if it was blizzard magic, and if the enemy had more scrolls. He asked Heinkel if the frontline troops were safe. Heinkel said that even Victor was unharmed, and it was only luck that they had pulled back early. Logan felt relieved. On the other side, Volterman yelled at the fleeing enemies, accusing Huan of using dirty tricks, and ordered his men to chase them. But another commander shouted that they shouldn't chase and should run away from the explosion. A wounded soldier questioned why they were being told to chase, thinking it would get them all killed. Panic spread as everyone shouted to retreat and avoid the blasts. Logan smiled to himself, thinking that while the enemy was strong, they were also messy and disorganized, and he remembered that this had been the Second Prince's side in his past life. Then he suddenly felt something strange and wondered what the energy was. Victor, while retreating, looked back and saw a huge glowing orb, shocked. Heinkel saw it too and called out to Logan. Logan jumped off his horse, feeling the powerful energy from the orb. He knew it was dangerous and had to be stopped. He faced the orb, filled his sword with energy and slashed it with full force. The orb broke apart and exploded, sending out an endless wave of freezing energy. Heinkel shouted in fear for Logan. When he saw Logan on the ground, he asked if he was okay. Logan, shivering, said it was cold and cursed. Heinkel didn't understand, so Logan explained he was talking about Juan Douglas. Looking at his frozen sword, Logan said the ice mage was holding a grudge. He wondered why the ice wouldn't melt even when he used force, realizing Douglas not only had rare scrolls but also incredibly dangerous magic. Logan swallowed hard and questioned if Douglas was a superhuman. Suddenly his sword began glowing gold and the ice started to crack. This happened after a tough night battle. Nearby some soldiers sat by a fire. One joked about how fast the First Prince's army had run away and said things had gone well since the McLeans arrived. Another said Logan had quickly reacted to Douglas's magic, and the McLeans were doing great for a Baron family, so their demands would likely be met. A third soldier agreed, saying Duke Volterman always gave fair rewards and that Bifrost was finished now. Roger Bifrost, who had been listening, was angry and told himself the Civil War couldn't end like this. The next day at the McLean estate, Tamar was working on a weapon and said he was exhausted. Hamar came up and told him to hurry. Tamar asked for a short break, but Hamar said there was no time since someone would arrive any minute. Tamar groaned again. Hamar muttered that the man visited every day and was worse than his brother. Just then that person appeared. He apologized, saying Hamar wasn't ready. Ronnie said he only came to cheer them on. Hamar nervously called him Little Master. Ronnie said he knew it was awkward but asked for patience, explaining that their success in battle was thanks to the blacksmiths, especially Hamar, who was key to production. Hamar quickly calmed himself and laughed nervously, saying they weren't uncomfortable and were just trying to help the thief. Ronnie laughed too and thanked them. Still, Hamar and Temar silently wondered how much work Ronnie would give them this time. Seeing their expressions, Ronnie said that since the war had slowed down he'd give them a break. The blacksmiths were shocked and repeated the word break, hardly believing it. Ronnie then suggested they visit the market, mentioning there were new things to buy and eat, though they'd be escorted by knights. The two looked at Ronnie in awe, wondering if he was an angel. Ronnie said it would be a nice change. He remembered what Logan had told him earlier when Ronnie asked if he was being left behind. Logan confirmed it, saying the Civil War wasn't their fight, so the whole family didn't need to join. Ronnie added that if the worst happened it would be up to him to carry on the family name. Logan agreed, though he didn't think it would come to that. Still, there were more castles to defend now, and someone needed to train the vigilantes. Ronnie told Logan he wasn't a kid anymore and asked him to return safely, promising to protect the thief. Logan was reassured and said he trusted Ronnie with that duty. Before leaving, Logan also told Ronnie to keep an eye on Hamar, explaining that with the attention they were getting, Hamar could become a target, so no matter what he had to be protected. Back in the present, Ronnie called out to Hamar respectfully as Sir Hamar. Many girls at the market admired Ronnie, whispering that he was the young master. Looking around, Ronnie suggested heading back. Hamar protested, saying he'd only had fun for 4 days and still wanted to try the tasty-looking skewers nearby, and that he'd buy Ronnie's share too. Just then, Ronnie sensed something strange. A force user nearby. He looked around and felt that someone might be hiding their presence, and it wasn't just one person. He told Hamar they should stop there, but before finishing he saw a man pushing a hay cart. Hamar looked confused, and the man suddenly pulled out a knife and charged at him. Ronnie quickly knocked the man down, calmly saying he must be exhausted, and told the guards to take him away. The guards obeyed and addressed Ronnie with respect. Ronnie thought the man might have been an assassin and that Logan had been right. He believed he'd caught one, but hoped to catch more. After that, Hamar casually walked to a food stall and the shopkeeper said the skewers were ready. Hamar eagerly asked for them, saying they looked delicious. Ronnie said they should head back once Hamar got the food, but just then a large man stepped in Ronnie's way. Ronnie felt uneasy and couldn't see clearly. Suddenly, the shopkeeper tried to stab Hamar. Ronnie suspected they were working together and quickly used killer iron slash, cutting the shopkeeper's hand. The shopkeeper screamed and the big man was killed too. A bystander shouted that someone had been murdered, but Ronnie believed no one had died yet. Hamar looked at him in shock and asked what was happening, but before Ronnie could answer, the shopkeeper grabbed another knife. Ronnie jumped and knocked him out, then called the knights to tie them up and search the area. Just then an explosion went off and Ronnie's heart sank. It came from the workshop. He remembered how Logan had once told him that while the automatic crossbow might spread, the liberatio must never be allowed to. People around shouted about the blast, and Ronnie saw the fire rising into the sky. Wondering if it was the workshop, he told Sir Hamar they needed to go there at once. A soldier ran up and called him young master. Ronnie, in a rush, said to report it later, but the soldier said an urgent message had just arrived at the military base. Ronnie wondered out loud if the message had come from headquarters, from his older brother. A guard then reported that the First Prince faction's local troops were heading toward Castle McLean. Shocked, Ronnie repeated the faction's name in disbelief and ordered the guard to alert all knights in the Vigilante Corps to prepare and stay ready. The guard followed the order. Ronnie then told Sir Hamar to go to the workshop for now. Hamar looked confused and hesitated, but Ronnie grabbed his sword and thought the enemy might be attacking from both outside and inside. He cursed them in his mind and swore to kill them all. Meanwhile, Logan was feeling worried on the battlefield. Ronnie contacted him using a communication orb and called him brother. Logan said he had been concerned because Ronnie hadn't contacted him in days, then asked how things were going. Ronnie reported that they had destroyed the enemy forces from the First Prince faction. Logan sighed with relief. Ronnie explained that luckily the enemy had only been a Viscount's army, so even with few knights they had won thanks to their automatic crossbows and the liberatio. Logan praised him for the victory, but Ronnie added that the workshop had also been attacked and 3 dwarves were kidnapped, which shocked Logan. Ronnie admitted it was his fault and apologized, but Logan said it was okay. He said it would have been worse if Hamar or Sir Clayton had been taken, but the workshop staff didn't know the full liberatio production process. He also said they could still catch the attackers and get information from them. Ronnie hesitated and said the prisoners had all killed themselves, but based on what the kidnappers and some knights had said, Ronnie asked a soldier if it was true. The soldier replied that it had happened so quickly he wasn't sure, but he remembered the face of one man who escaped. Logan asked if the kidnapper looked familiar. Ronnie said yes, it was a small, quick man who seemed to be a high-level knight. Logan wondered if it could have been a short, skilled knight. Ronnie agreed it would be hard to identify him just based on that and apologized again. Logan thought Ronnie looked crushed and told him to focus on training the vigilante corps. Ronnie asked if Logan thought another attack might happen. Logan said he was only guessing, but they should be ready. Ronnie, surprised, asked if that was possible, and Logan explained he just meant it could happen. Logan thought leaving Ronnie behind had been the right choice since his presence helped keep damage low. He believed both the attack on their new weapons and the First Prince faction's assault on their main castle might be part of Huan's plan. Ronnie muttered that the war was dragging on too long. Logan agreed silently, realizing the war had slowed down because the First Prince faction remained strong despite all attacks. They were hiding behind strong castle walls like a thorny rose bush. After the McLeans destroyed all supply routes nearby, the enemy had pulled back to Harun Castle and made it their base. Since they couldn't retreat further, they put all their forces into defending that castle. Logan wondered what might happen if someone dared to risk their life for an attack. He thought that if the heavily guarded castle ever showed a weakness, the war might end quickly. But no one wanted to make such a sacrifice, not even Valterman. A few days later, at a command meeting, Bifrost claimed the McLeans had given false explosive blueprints to his grace. He said he had tested all the versions, but none had worked, and demanded the real method and weapons for the whole faction. Logan wondered how they could waste time on things like this in such a crisis. He asked how Bifrost got materials for the tests when there were no suppliers at this time. Bifrost said he had gathered the materials himself, but all the experiments failed. Logan then asked if maybe the failures were due to Bifrost's own mistakes. Angrily, Bifrost told Logan to be careful with his words and asked if Logan thought he was some useless Circle 1 mage, saying he was a Circle 5 mage. But before he could continue, Valterman stepped in and reminded him to keep proper manners in the meeting. Bifrost apologized. Valterman said that while the Count was passionate, he wasn't someone who made up stories without reason. He then asked Logan if he could prove the weapon-making method was real. Logan, surprised, asked what he meant. Valterman explained that since Liberatio was still being made, Logan should have enough materials to show how it worked. Logan didn't respond. Bifrost grew suspicious and demanded to know why Logan was silent, asking if he had lied to his grace and the whole faction. Valterman stepped in again and firmly told Roger to calm down and behave properly. Roger fell quiet but muttered that he didn't understand why someone of Logan's low rank acted so confidently. Just then, Logan remembered what Ronnie had said about the kidnappers and the knights who stopped them. One of them had a small build and looked familiar. Looking at Roger, Logan realized he was the one behind the kidnappings. If the small knight had been Aslan, then it made sense that the others recognized him since they had fought before. Logan guessed that Roger and his group had questioned the kidnapped dwarves and figured out that the fake method was flawed. Clenching his fist, Logan thought that no matter how bad things got, such betrayal was unforgivable. Still, he saw a chance to use the situation to his advantage. He stood up and said that proving the method wouldn't be a problem, and that he'd prepare a place for a demonstration soon. Privately, he planned to tell a small lie. He suggested they stop wasting time questioning the method and focus on solving their current crisis. He reminded himself that the real problem wasn't the weapons, it was the fact that the First Prince's faction had attacked their land. Thankfully, no one had died, but it was likely that other areas would be attacked too. Valterman agreed but warned that attacking the First Prince's side now would be too risky, since they were well defended and a careless move could cost them greatly. Logan felt that everyone knew what had to be done, but no one wanted to take responsibility. So he said the McLeans would attack Castle Harun. Inside, he decided to carry the burden himself, believing that doing so could finally end the long war. After hearing what Logan said, Jordan asked if he was really serious about it. Logan thought that Jordan must be wondering why he would go to such lengths. For now, the Second Prince's faction had the upper hand, but if the war continued for years, the situation would change. The war was already dragging on, and once everyone silently accepted that fact, the entire nature of the war would shift. It would stop being about assassinations, killing kings, and showing strength side by side, and turn into a war that drained every last bit of power from both sides, a total war meant to destroy the enemy's lands. Until that war ended, commoners would be forced into service, which would ruin the harvests. With ruined crops, lords would resort to taking food and supplies by force. That would create refugees, and those refugees would become wandering farmers or bandits, causing more chaos. A kingdom destroyed like this would end up being absorbed by the Empire. That was why they had to finish the Civil War before it reached that point. Logan explained to Valterman that he wasn't saying all this without reason. The McLean family was ready to face every risk and make sacrifices for this battle. Jordan wondered why Logan would take such a risk. With everything he had already done, he was the top contributor, so why would he want to sacrifice even more? Logan could tell that Jordan did not believe him easily, so he decided to take a different approach. He told Jordan that of course they would not do this for free. In addition to the rewards already promised, they wanted something extra. Jordan wondered what kind of reward Logan could possibly ask for, but played along and asked him directly. Logan smirked and made his demand. He wanted a marquee title for the McLean family and all the lands of the Kalia Marquisate. He also wanted Jordan and the king to guarantee everything in writing. If that happened, he promised he would see the mission through. Logan thought that his demand was excessive, a bold request sweet enough to justify the risks. Even if he had to stake everything, including his family and himself, it might just succeed. Everyone looked at Jordan, who said that the request was far too much, too excessive. He clenched his fist and asked Logan if he truly wanted a written guarantee. He asked if Logan didn't trust his word. Logan replied that it wasn't about mistrust but that he needed something in writing to convince his family. He asked Jordan to understand. Jordan thought that Logan had offered to make this sacrifice only to satisfy his greed, but after thinking for a moment he said it was fine on one condition. Logan would have to leave 3 wagons of Regressor behind so the main forces would not lack firepower during the attack on Harun Castle. Hearing this, Logan thought that Valterman was suspicious to the very end, but it was still acceptable, so he agreed. Whatever Valterman planned to do with the Regressor wouldn't matter, since Logan and his troops wouldn't be there by then anyway. Bifrost then showed a strange expression, clearly struggling with something he didn't want to do. He stood up and announced that his forces would also attack Harun Castle. Logan was stunned. Jordan asked Bifrost if he was overextending himself, but Bifrost replied that he wasn't. He said he wouldn't ask for any grand reward, and that he would sacrifice himself out of loyalty to the cause. Watching him, Logan thought that Bifrost would never do that sincerely. Unless he had gone insane, there had to be another motive, and there was no doubt that there was one. Meanwhile, at Harun Castle, the atmosphere was tense. The prince, holding a glass of wine, couldn't believe the news he had received. The army they had sent to McLean Castle had been completely destroyed. He said that they had sent Baron-class forces, so how could they have lost to a mere barony? He asked Huan whether the McLean main forces weren't supposed to be away from their land. Huan told the first prince that even the commoners there had been trained with crossbows, and based on their growth it was clear they had been preparing for this for a long time. Huan believed that they had planned for this war far in advance. Furious, the first prince threw his glass and said they couldn't just sit back while those pests invaded his territory. He told Huan to send a superhuman or anything necessary to end the fight and demanded to know if he could do it or not. Huan stayed silent, and at that moment it became clear who really held the power. When Huan spoke, the prince seemed terrified. Huan reached out his hand and asked the prince if he had forgotten the lessons he had been taught as a child. The frightened prince said that wasn't what he meant. As Huan's hand approached his face, he told the prince to do as he had been taught, to trust his grandfather as always and wait. His hand landed heavily on the prince's shoulder, gripping it tightly. The prince lowered his gaze and said he understood. Huan sighed, picked up the fallen glass and said that not all the news was bad. Their forces were also producing repeating crossbows, and once completed, they would mount them on the walls. After that, they could even use bombs, which made the prince smile. Unfortunately, they couldn't figure out how that thing was made. On top of that, because of someone's actions, there was even a kidnapping inside McLean's territory. As a result, security there became tighter, making it hard for anyone to approach. The prince angrily shouted, demanding to know who dared to do such a thing before anyone even reported it to him. Huan then said they had received some interesting news about the matter, which caught the prince's attention. When the prince asked what it was, Huan looked down at the last sip of wine in his glass and said that things were about to get quite entertaining. Meanwhile, McLean's soldiers were marching. One of them complained about all the hills in the area, saying he would be exhausted before reaching Harun Castle. Another soldier replied that the terrain was terrible but still better than the Bifrost route. He said the Bifrost forces would have to cross a mountain to reach their destination, which would be extremely tiring. They also noticed that today's formation was strange because the crossbow cavalry, who were usually at the front, were now coming from the rear. Seeing the high-ranking officers, Kaisalon, Victor, Heinkel and Eileen, looking toward the back, the soldiers wondered if there was something they should be cautious about. They thought about it for a moment but then dismissed it, saying their commander must have planned it carefully. Just then, someone shouted that troops were emerging from the mountains behind them. The banner showed a rose burning in flames. It was the Bifrost army. The soldiers realized that Bifrost was supposed to head to the south gate, so they were confused about why they were there. Logan quickly gave the order for all troops to guard the rear, signaling that a battle was coming. The two soldiers were puzzled and wondered if Logan had known about this in advance. Patrick, standing near Logan, said that everything was just as his reports had warned. He had suspected Roger of acting suspiciously and had someone follow him. He discovered that Roger had been trailing them. Logan thought Roger would only leak information to the enemy to cause them trouble, but it now seemed Roger had decided to attack them directly. Logan remarked that this was actually better, and Patrick asked how. Drawing his sword, Logan said there was only one thing left to do. They would defeat Bifrost here and then withdraw from the war. As the grass swayed and the Bifrost army approached, Logan stood tall on his horse with his sword drawn beside Heinkel and Eileen. When Bifrost came close, Logan called out, asking why he was on this road. Logan reminded him that they had agreed for Bifrost to attack through the south gate while McLean would take the east. Bifrost replied that the route should be up to the field commander's choice. The Moon Knight and Aslan glared at Logan and his group as Bifrost explained that they chose this path to avoid the enemy's watch. Logan argued that this change would make coordination difficult. To everyone's surprise, Bifrost did not back down. Instead, he said he had his own methods and once again boasted that he was a fifth circle mage, especially with their grand mission approaching. Logan grew suspicious and asked Roger if he wanted to be on the front lines. Bifrost replied that he would be happy to as long as Logan didn't mind. It was clear that Roger was hiding something, and Logan could sense it, but instead of confronting him, Logan smiled and told him to go ahead. Roger thanked him and ordered his troops to march past McLean's forces. However, when his horse started moving, the McLean soldiers didn't budge. They stood ready for battle. Victor aimed his crossbow at Roger, staring him down. Just like before, they faced each other, only this time much closer. Seeing this, Roger realized that Logan had no intention of letting him pass. Logan then spoke up, reminding Roger that he had said the route was up to the field commander, and told him that McLean's forces were also changing their direction. Roger and his knights were shocked when Logan suddenly announced that they would fall back. Roger was speechless and wanted to ask what Logan was planning. Then Logan shouted for everyone to hear that they were returning to base, and his troops responded immediately. Roger demanded to know what Logan was doing. That's when Logan told Roger to stop pretending. Staring him in the eye, Logan asked if he should call the Duke right now and whether Roger really thought this could be dismissed as the commander's discretion. Roger's anger flared. Finally, he dropped his act and ordered his men to begin the attack as planned. Logan immediately responded by commanding all his units to prepare for battle. Holding his sword Lux tightly, Logan declared that this was where they would end Bifrost. Roger raised his staff, likely a magical artifact, and told his mages to gather. Then he struck the ground like Moses parting the Red Sea, signaling a massive spell. As they began to channel wind magic, Logan wondered if it was a defensive spell that Bifrost was preparing to protect themselves. This is when Logan finally understands what Bifrost is really doing. Bifrost isn't just wrapping his body around Mana. He's creating a massive barrier that covers thousands of soldiers. Seeing this, Logan turns to Clayton and asks if such a thing is even possible. Clayton replies that maybe a Grand Mage could do it, but Roger is only a 5th Circle Mage. He then says the only explanation is that Roger's staff must be an extremely powerful artifact. Still, Clayton concludes that the spell is wasteful and dangerous. Even if they manage to maintain it, they'll only last for an hour or two at most. When Logan hears the words, "hold out," he suddenly realizes something. He starts wondering why Bifrost would think he could win just by delaying for a few hours. That idea doesn't make sense. There must be something more to it. As Bifrost completes the barrier, Logan notices Roger smirking and begins to wonder what Bifrost is planning. Logan decides that they should defend for now and carefully observe. Then something shocking happens. Logan sees projectiles flying toward them, their color shifting from blue to red. It looks like Bifrost has created his own version of Liberatio. As the attack closes in, Bifrost smiles and taunts Logan, asking if he really thought they would just stand by and watch. Seeing the glowing projectiles, Eileen screams out the weapon's name. She realizes their only chance is to strike them down, though even that seems hopeless since there are so many and she might be the first one hit. Suddenly a bright yellow flash tears through the sky, leaving Eileen stunned. In the next moment, all the Liberatio projectiles explode at once, lighting up the sky brighter than before. Eileen says it must have been some kind of net. Heinkel is also shocked. All the projectiles detonate before reaching any of the McLean soldiers. Eileen notices that the Liberatio blasts were caught in that golden light, a glow she recognizes. Then Logan lands on the ground in a superhero pose, panting heavily. He looks up at the sky and smiles, amazed that what he tried actually worked. His body had moved on instinct before his mind could even process it. He says it was just one powerful strike, not enough to stop every Liberatio, but enough to destroy the bombs with wide coverage. What he used was a technique born in a desperate moment, a perfect mix of logic and instinct that created a new variation of the divine sword technique. Even Logan can't fully understand how he managed to do it. Seeing his attack fail, Roger orders his men to throw more bombs, but one of them reports they have none left. Those were smuggled in with great difficulty. Logan realizes the same thing. They've run out and must have stolen those weapons from Volterman. But Roger refuses to give up. Trembling, he says they must hold the McLean army there and orders his knights to charge. Logan sees this and says that they are finally making their last move. He tells his own knights to prepare for a counterattack and activates his Wind Boots artifact. As he charges forward, he says this is the moment to crush Bifrost head-on. Suddenly a red light flashes before him. An attack that forces Logan back, though he manages to block it. Seeing this, Logan remarks that the Bifrost twin swords have finally appeared. It's clear that both Aslan and the Moon Knight are ready to fight and kill him. A flashback follows. Frank struggles to block an attack from Aslan, who declares that the victory is his. Frank looks irritated, and Aslan tells him that while his whip-like blade has great reach and flexibility, it lacks killing power. Frank admits this, saying that while it's effective, it loses to anyone of equal strength. Aslan advises him to come up with a way to counter that weakness if he doesn't want to lose again. Frank responds that he should forget it. Even if he trained his whole life after awakening his Force Blade, it still wouldn't work. That's just how his sword is. Then Frank adds that he alone isn't the twin swords of Bifrost, which catches Aslan's interest. Aslan acknowledges this, while Frank smiles and wonders why these memories are suddenly coming back to him. He realizes it's because his life is flashing before his eyes. Frank couldn't block Logan's attack and is now coughing up blood. Logan tells him it's time to say goodbye and cuts through him effortlessly. Seeing this, Aslan rushes to his friend, screaming his name, but it's already too late. Enraged, Aslan leaps at Logan, calling him a bastard and shouting that he'll kill him. Logan doesn't move, he calmly waits for the attack. Blinded by rage, Aslan strikes, but Logan easily dodges and slashes his back in return. Aslan coughs up blood and collapses. Looking down at him, Logan says that without an artifact, Aslan can't truly be called the Swift Knight. Seeing this, Aslan gets up and calls Logan a brat, but before he can say anything else he notices something. Logan has launched another powerful attack, striking the ground and sending a wave of mana toward Aslan. It looks like this might be the end for the not-so-quick knight. Luckily for him, Roger steps in and saves Aslan by casting a spell that blocks the attack. Seeing this, Logan realizes what happened and thinks about what to do next. He grabs his sword and cuts through the magic with mana, but it's too late. Aslan has already escaped. Then Logan hears a noise that catches his attention. The shield seems like it's about to collapse, leaving the Bifrost soldiers exposed. Suddenly, an arrow hits one of the enemy soldiers behind Logan. Seeing this, Logan wonders if the shield is weakening and if that means Roger Bifrost is getting tired. But that's not the case because a powerful wind slash comes flying toward him. Logan barely manages to block it and admits that the force is incredible. He then realizes that Roger isn't tired at all. He has simply weakened their shield to focus more mana on attacks. As Logan struggles to block all the incoming blows, he calls Roger a bastard. It looks like Roger is willing to sacrifice his own soldiers just to defeat him. Roger yells at Logan, calling him and his family cursed. He says they stole his castles and cut off his right hand. Hearing this, Logan reminds Roger that he's the real traitor who lost because of his greed for Logan's land. Just then, Logan notices Aslan trying to strike him from behind. Logan blocks the attack and the sound of their clashing swords echoes across the battlefield. He tries to counter, but Aslan dodges and leaps back as one of Roger's wind blades flies toward Logan. Blocking Roger's attack, Logan thinks that both Roger and this monkey are attacking him non-stop to break his defense. He realizes it would be easier to clear them away with long-range attacks, but he needs to save his strength. Still, he knows Roger is hiding something. Then Logan looks at his sword and gets an idea. He grips it tightly, preparing a new technique, and the blade begins to warp. Bringing it close to his head, he unleashes the attack. The sword turns into a whip-like blade, striking in one swift motion that counters all of Bifrost's attacks. Logan smiles, pleased that it worked. He has managed to use the Moonlight's flexible whip-like force blade. With this, he can save energy while attacking from a distance. Looking at his sword, Logan thinks that stopping all those earlier bombs helped him figure this out. He also senses that he's close to mastering the fourth form of the divine sword secrets. But before he can finish his thought, Aslan screams at him, demanding how he dares to use Fran's technique. In truth, Aslan can't understand how Logan even figured it out. It's not just about Fran's skill, he wonders how Logan could have grown so strong so quickly. Charging forward, Aslan tells himself it can't just be effort. If it were about effort, he would have ground his bones to dust long ago just to stand above those who look down on him. He believes his willpower is unmatched, that no one's resolve can compare to his. As Logan prepares to strike again, Aslan's mind is full of rage. Like a demon ready to devour a soul, he screams, his body overflowing with mana. He yells at Logan, demanding if he truly thinks he's more dedicated than him. After all that Aslan has endured, he can't accept that. As he rushes toward Logan, Logan notices Aslan's body overheating. He realizes Aslan has gone beyond his limits and is now burning his very life force. Readying his whip blade, Logan says that Aslan has staked his life on this battle. He lashes out, aiming to end it. Even with blood spilling from his mouth, Aslan pushes forward and shouts that he saw through that technique's weakness long ago. Logan's body starts to feel heavy and the air itself seems to slow him down. He wonders if this is Roger's doing. As if reading his thoughts, Aslan clenches his sword tighter, veins bulging across his face, and says that the fatal weakness in his brother-in-arms Fran's style, one even Fran could never overcome, combined with Bifrost's power, will be Logan's downfall. He prepares his strongest attack yet, declaring that this will be the end of Logan. He screams that Logan should curse his own genius as he dies, but Logan doesn't seem shaken. Opening his eyes, he tells Aslan that he too has put his life on the line for this fight. That's when Aslan realizes he's made a terrible mistake. He remembers his battle with Fran, who once told him his attack lacked decisive power. His technique had great range and flexibility, but against someone of equal strength it would always fail. Aslan's sword breaks in two. In his final moments he wonders how this could happen, even though the answer is right before him. Just before his end, Aslan finally realizes that Logan was never his equal. Logan was far stronger than he could ever be, and with that, Logan defeats Aslan as well. Seeing the scene, Roger freezes in shock for a moment. Rage fills him, and it feels like his humanity is slipping away, leaving only his wild instincts. He screams Logan's name, declaring that this won't be the end. Once again, flashes of the past appear, showing Bifrost wondering how things turned out like this. Not long ago, the McLeans were weak, barely worth his attention, yet now they have stolen his land and defeated his loyal followers. Grinding his teeth, Roger vows that he will not let things end here. The mages behind him suddenly sense a change in his mana. One of them suddenly looks lifeless, collapsing to the ground, while Bifrost still stands tall before them. Seeing this, Logan realizes that Roger is absorbing the mana of others. As he prepares to launch a powerful attack, Roger shouts that he will kill Logan with his own hands. At the same time, Logan notices something strange. Roger's spell is also affecting Eileen and Victor, leaving them gasping for breath. Eileen says the air feels suffocating. Patrick wonders what this strange pressure is, and Heinkel exclaims that it feels like his body is being ripped apart. Logan feels as though all the air around them is under Roger's control. He realizes that although it's a wind-based trick, it's different from Wiccan Kalia's aura, and it isn't mana either. It can only be pure magic power, the power Roger calls the authority of the Sixth Circle. Seeing what Roger can do, Logan says that Roger must have broken his limits for a short time by using that artifact. but Roger doesn't care about anything Logan says. He simply launches an attack, shouting for Logan to die. Roger releases several tornadoes made of magical energy, all rushing toward Logan at once. It looks like Logan is in serious danger. He knows he needs to dodge, but his sword isn't working properly. Then the light lux shines, reminding Logan of an old tale, a masterpiece forged with the soul of a master dwarf that resonates with its wielder's soul over time. When it's completely mastered, it reveals a unique trait. Its exact class is unknown, but its power awakens in a form that best suits its master. For Logan, that power is time acceleration. Logan realizes this technique is like Veloka's, but instead of just his mind, his whole body speeds up. When he opens his eyes, immense power flows through him. As the magic tornadoes cover the battlefield, Logan disappears from sight. Then, suddenly, his mana bursts out of the magical storm. Roger freezes in fear when he sees that Logan not only dodged the attack but is now standing just a few feet away. Approaching Roger, Logan says this is a pitiful end. Because of his last spells, Roger now looks old, frail, and hopeless. Gripping his sword tightly, Logan says he'll finish it here and unleashes a beam of mana at Bifrost. The powerful blast heads toward Roger, who is too weak to stop it. Watching it come closer, Roger can only stare in disbelief, wondering if there's anything he can do. Finally, he closes his eyes and waits for the impact. The attack hits, the area explodes, and Roger vanishes from sight. But when the smoke clears, Logan is stunned. Bifrost managed to cast one last spell, a barrier strong enough to protect him from the blast. He starts coughing blood, lifts his gaze, and screams Logan's name. His twisted face looks horrifying, one that might haunt Logan's dreams later. Logan doesn't know what to do next. Kneeling on the ground, Bifrost admits he can't go on like this. Once again, he uses his artifact to cast a spell. A massive ball of mana forms above his head. Like a vampire craving blood, Roger looks toward his death, telling Logan they should die together. Seeing this, Eileen and Victor cry out for Logan to retreat, worried for his safety, but Logan rushes toward Roger instead. This time his strike doesn't miss. He appears behind Roger in an instant and cuts through his flesh. Logan tells Count Bifrost that he can die alone, and Roger screams in agony. His arm falls to the ground. Logan turns around and looks back at Roger's broken body. Roger trembles as blood soaks the ground. He can hardly believe what has happened. The magic continues to eat away at him. His fingers look like those of a corpse, and he can only think about the strength he once had but has now lost. Logan looks at him with pity. The once great Count is now just a pitiful monster. Bald, with patches of missing skin, Roger tries to speak, but instead of tears, blood flows from his empty eye socket. Lowering his head, barely able to stand, he faces Logan and blames him for everything. Without showing any remorse, Logan asks Roger if those are his last words. Roger tells him not to think this is the end, as his hand is literally disappearing on the ground. In fact, his whole body is fading away like ash in the wind as he speaks, while he starts talking about Logan's family. With his body fully disintegrated, Roger's final words warn Logan that he and his entire family will eventually follow him. Logan looks down at Roger but says nothing. Eileen and Victor can only look around, taking in the aftermath of the battle. Standing next to Heinkel, Patrick is amazed and says that Roger's magic still lingers in the air. Clayton, a witness, adds that because the magic was fueled by Roger's life, the after effects are massive. Kaiselin comments that Roger was annoying right to the very end. A hawk flies above them, and Clayton notes that this effect won't last long. For some reason, he feels that the hawk might actually be Bifrost. The battlefield shows signs of heavy collateral damage, but finally people can rest. Logan, however, looks dissatisfied. He glares at the hawk with murderous intent, realizing this is not over. He shouts to his comrades that the fight isn't finished, and that they should prepare for battle. It seems Logan finally understands what Roger had been hiding. The hawk, which is actually Roger in another form, dives toward the ground and lands on the shoulder of a man whose crest features a hawk. This man is none other than Wiccan Kalia, who has come to confront Logan on behalf of Bifrost along with the Storm Sword army. There were always suspicious aspects of Bifrost, so his presence in this campaign made sense. He wanted to strike at the McLeans during the Harun Castle operation. Since Roger Bifrost deliberately stalled for time, his allies may already be on the move. Still, Logan did not expect those enemies to be a full army of transcendent warriors. Logan stares at Kalia in disbelief, wondering if Huan even cares that one of his main camps might be destroyed. Seeing the approaching army, Heinkel quickly orders the troops to form ranks as fast as possible. Once the squad is ready, he commands them to attack the Transcendent in the rear. Wiccan Kalia. Kaiselon and Heinkel both look visibly scared. The rain of arrows falls upon Kalia and his army. Kalia, unfazed, jokes that so many arrows make for a perfect sitting target, but he doesn't even need to see that. Using his wind technique, he blocks and destroys all the arrows effortlessly. Without his army raising shields or moving, the arrows fall to the ground like dead flies, most broken in two. Logan is amazed, realizing that the barrier Bifrost created by pouring his life force into the artifact was nothing. Kalia destroys it with a single gesture, calling it too easy, and announces that now it's his turn. Drawing his sword, he declares it's time to play. Kalia leaps high into the air and prepares to show Logan and the others his specialty. He reflects that since the first time he picked up a sword, he has practiced thrust millions of times. After becoming transcendent and infusing it with wind, his sword now creates a vortex that can sweep across the battlefield. Kalia points his sword at Logan and his troops, readying his technique. He shouts the name, Vortex, and launches the attack. Suddenly, something catches his attention. Logan has unleashed a slash to counter Kalia. The two attacks collide, even reshaping the battlefield. Logan falls to his knees feeling a sharp pain. His attack is shattered and his force core is under immense pressure. In the next moment Kalia closes in on Logan preparing to strike, shouting at him to focus. Kalia's sword is just inches from Logan's chest, leaving Logan no time to react. Just as Kalia is about to strike, Patrick leaps in to help, intervening at the last second. The explosion from their clash engulfs everything, obscuring everyone's view. Logan looks furious. Patrick has protected him, but at a cost. He coughs up blood. Logan doesn't get a moment to rest. Kalia strikes again from nowhere, but Logan refuses to be helpless, thinking that even though Kalia is a transcendent, he won't just give up. Using his mana, Logan points his sword at Kalia's and unleashes his technique. Damn. From what it seemed, Logan couldn't even touch Kalia with his technique as his sword passed straight through him. Seeing this, Logan called it after images. Then, Kalia stepped back and started praising Logan, saying it was even better than what he had heard. He looked Logan in the eyes and called him a very impressive young man. Logan didn't know what to say. Only then did he realize that Kalia had actually hit him, and badly. Seeing this, Logan jumped back to defend himself. He thought about how Kalia had been mocking him since the attack was just a single gust of wind. Looking at Lux, Logan realized the acceleration could only be used once a day. That meant they had to defeat the Transcended using force alone and block another of Kalia's attacks. Unfortunately for Logan, Kalia kept cutting him. He couldn't match Kalia's speed. Still, Kalia kept praising Logan, saying that even in this state he protected his vital points and was impressive. From the back, Patrick screamed for his son, catching Kalia's attention. Seeing Patrick, Kalia thought he might try to escape. Kalia turned and asked where Patrick thought he was going, then attacked him. Logan became scared for his father. Patrick began coughing up blood. Hearing Logan scream, Heinkel got distracted. He turned his head and realized something was terribly wrong. Kalia had badly wounded Patrick, blood flowing like a river. Seeing this, Logan knew it wasn't the time to hesitate. He decided to use the resurrection bracelet he had received from the former king. Instantly, the wound on his shoulder healed. Kalia noticed and realized Logan must have a healing artifact. Logan then attacked Kalia, but Kalia seemed unbothered and blocked it, saying the attack was similar to one of Bifrost's knight's techniques. Kalia wrapped wind around his sword, pulling Logan's force blade with it. The technique was so strong it tore Logan's blade apart. Seeing Kalia's power, Logan remembered that Kalia was famous for speed rather than strength, yet the difference between them was enormous. Kalia pushed Logan forward, breaking his stance. Heinkel screamed Logan's name from the back. Logan turned and saw Heinkel holding a crossbow. Startled, Heinkel told Logan to remember his very first training, then pointed to the 2 arrows in the crossbow. That's when Logan realized what he had to do. Using the wind boots to stop Kalia, Logan leapt behind him to dodge an attack. In the next moment he picked up Patrick, planning to retreat. Kalia turned and shouted, asking if Logan thought running away would accomplish anything. Then an explosion erupted in Kalia's face. It came from the crossbows, and Kalia couldn't believe Logan had such firepower. Immediately, Heinkel fired another round of arrows, followed by Victor and Eileen trying to keep Kalia in check. Eileen told everyone to fire everything they had. Logan landed safely on the ground. Seeing this, Heinkel lowered his weapon and turned to Logan, who said he finally understood the first training. The famous McLean Knight's drill, carrying a comrade and running, was actually teaching them how to evacuate the Lord. Heinkel, proud that Logan understood, nodded. Logan said he would never forget that drill because it was special, the one Heinkel had introduced to get rid of him. Logan smiled and huffed. He set Patrick down and prepared to leave, but not before telling Heinkel something. Drawing his sword, Logan said he would entrust his father to Heinkel. Heinkel nodded, telling Logan to leave it to him. Logan used the wind boots to leap back to the battlefield. Looking at the battlefield, Eileen said that between Sir Heinkel and the others, nearly 30 shots had been fired. Not even a transcendent should survive that unscathed. She turned to Victor, asking his thoughts. Victor replied that he had overpowered Lord Logan easily, but doubted Kalia would fall so easily. Eileen told Victor she was just speaking and asked if he didn't understand fighting spirit and battle morale. Victor's expression remained calm and unshaken, showing he did understand. As Eileen thought Victor was difficult, someone called to them from behind. It was Rhea and Lord Clayton. Seeing Rhea, Victor's whole attitude changed. He drew his sword as if something was already attacking her. Victor and Eileen were stunned by what they saw. Rhea said explanations would come later and told them to protect Clayton, who was facing some fire creature or spell. Logan's sharp blue gaze cut through the dust as Kalia tensed, fist ready to strike. Kalia moved to defend against a huge golden slash, the impact forcing his head back as energy burst outward, glowing with golden energy. Logan dropped from above with his sword, aiming a heavy blow at Kalia, who braced himself. Staring intently, Logan suddenly said he saw something. As Kalia stood there surrounded by swirling energy, Logan explained that Kalia's aura briefly turned into raw force under his feet, like the energy was running in reverse. Logan admitted he couldn't tell if he was seeing this because his mind was extremely sharp from the fight or if Kalia's power had weakened after the last explosion. A sudden intensity flashed in Logan's eyes. He realized he still had a chance and decided to take it. When the group led by Clayton and his disciples emerged from the dust, they saw the approaching enemy. Someone shouted that it was the Storm Sword Army. Clayton, looking grim, stared at the approaching forces, unsure if it was them. Then in shock he realized that a transcendent had actually appeared. Logan quickly called out Lord Clayton's name. Clayton urgently reached out to catch an artifact Logan threw to him, shouting for him to use it immediately. Clayton stared in shock at the powerful item in his hands. He wondered if it was Bifrost's artifact and asked Logan why he had given it away. Looking down at the priceless object, Clayton admitted to Logan that although he had taken the artifact instantly, he normally would not have dared to accept such a thing. Clayton immediately used the artifact Logan had given him, clutching it as he felt its immense power. The scene erupted into a chaotic storm of fire and light as the full power of the artifact burst from the ground. Kneeling amid the swirling flames, the frantic Victoria shouted a warning to her group, desperately telling her master that the young lord was fighting the transcendent again. Her brother Victor and Eileen watched the chaos unfold. With a deeply stressed look, Clayton yelled that he understood the problem, but quickly added that this situation was completely different from anything they had faced before. Clutching the glowing artifact tightly amid the surging fire, Clayton explained that it held immense power. He declared it had enough energy for someone like Bifrost to cast terrifying, enormous spells of magic. As the artifact glowed, Clayton said that even the specific magic they had feared should now be possible. Amid the terrifying storm of fire, Clayton dramatically declared that for Earth Element mages, what they were seeing was essentially the gateway spell to becoming a transcendent. Logan's focused expression broke as a new person suddenly stepped onto the battlefield, forcing him to glance sharply over his shoulder at the unexpected interruption of his fight with Kalia. With a strained roar, Clayton slammed his fist down and shouted, "Gravity control," unleashing the artifact's power to manipulate the forces around them. Kalia's face, grim and strained from effort, was violently slammed downward by the sudden attack. The force shattered the ground all around him. Kalia cried out in shock, realizing the immense pressure crushing the battlefield, struggling against it. He lifted his sword to fight back. Frustrated to see the gravity effect didn't vanish even with his aura, he shouted in disbelief, questioning how this could be sixth circle magic. Still struggling, he glared at Clayton and demanded to know if the McLean family actually had a mage. With an angry shout of "Damn it!" Kalia turned back toward Logan, thinking that even trapped by the magic he wouldn't lose to that brat. His expression shifted to genuine fear as he worried that his knights and soldiers could suffer massive casualties from the gravity magic. Gritting his teeth in regret, Kalia angrily realized he shouldn't have rushed here at Bifrost's request and bitterly concluded he should have brought the entire main force. Logan maintained a focused, solemn expression, his eyes fixed on the battle as he silently absorbed the situation. With determination, he told his opponent to withdraw his troops, stating plainly that he didn't want to fight anymore. Kalia looked utterly confused. Sweat and fury etched on his face. Kalia gritted his teeth, showing the immense physical and emotional strain the battle had caused. Straining under the gravity, he shouted at Logan, warning him not to be tricked. At the same time, a swirling blue aura bounded his body, and his sword was ready for an immediate attack. Logan, also strained and sweating, shouted, "Damn it!" As his sword, glowing with a bright orange aura, moved into the unseen attack. He unleashed a massive arc of orange fire, but it was blocked by Kalia's overwhelming wave of blue aura. Logan's frustrated voice said he didn't want to fight, but Kalia's relentless attack continued without pause. Kalia's face twisted in pain and effort as he shouted while his sword clashed with the opposing force. He angrily complained that Logan only relied on brute force attacks, then was shocked to realize Logan could deflect the aura with sheer strength. Logan, with an angry, strained expression, shouted at Kalia to stop and questioned whether Kalia even expected to survive if the fight continued. Given the destructive power they were both using, with an angry, wide-eyed glare, Kalia shouted at Logan, telling him not to make him laugh, and said that as soon as Logan's mage was found, the fight would end. Logan then shouted at the top of his lungs in frustration, desperately trying to explain that this was exactly the point he was making. With a determined look, Logan confronted Kalia, firmly declaring that they had no intention of waging the war itself. Kalia was left stunned and speechless by Logan's strong statement. As Kalia swung his weapon amid the clashing auras, he asked Logan what he meant. Logan immediately replied, forcefully telling him to think about it. Standing above his opponent, Logan declared that they had been betrayed by the Second Prince's faction. He questioned why they should continue fighting in the war after that, and concluded that they no longer wanted to take part in faction struggles. With a sharp gaze and a slight smirk, Logan asked the stunned Kalia if he planned to let only the Second Prince's army benefit from their conflict. Kalia tightened his grip on his weapon, thinking to himself. He immediately dismissed Logan's suggestion as nonsense, but also suspected he might be tricked into lowering his guard. With his face showing strain and determination, Kalia admitted to himself that if the battle continued like this, there was a chance Logan's shocking words might be true. A close-up of Logan's intense eyes showed him weighing a serious decision. Suddenly realizing something, Logan shouted a clear command to his forces, ordering the knights to stop fighting. His voice rang out with wide-eyed fury, emphasizing that despite any damage, their main goal was to attack Marquis Kalia. The knights responded with a unified, obedient roar. Kalia looked up, shocked and furious, his wide eyes disbelieving as he thought Logan was a lunatic for giving such a suicidal order. As enemy figures charged from all directions, Kalia wondered if they were insane to follow such a reckless command. With a desperate, almost crazed expression, he shouted at the approaching enemies, demanding to know if they were trying to kill themselves. The full weight of the attack slammed into him, forcing a cry of intense pain and strain as his face contorted. Clayton then shouted a forceful command for everyone to attack, his face twisted in effort as he declared that Kalia would be held down by renewed gravity magic. With a furious snarl, Kalia raised his weapon defensively, cursing the traitors. His face remained a mask of angry, disbelieving rage as he glared at the advancing troops, even as Logan's voice ordered the knights to charge. As Logan's forces attacked, Kalia's own troops shouted desperate commands to stop them and urgently called to protect their lord. A close-up of Kalia's strained eyes showed him making a critical, painful decision. As more enemies charged, Kalia reluctantly shouted that he would accept Logan's proposal for a ceasefire. Logan met his declaration with a silent, focused gaze. Kalia then shouted at Logan to call off the attack first, and Logan obeyed, hearing Logan's order. Clayton lowered his artifact, stopping the assault. He shielded his face and cried out in strain while his disciple Victoria urgently called his title. Logan pressed his hand to his mouth, a massive cough shaking him as blood poured onto his armor. Still standing, he gripped his sword and muttered, "Thank goodness." Exhausted but relieved to have survived, Logan realized his opponent had held back. If Kalia had truly fought to the death, the damage would have been catastrophic. Logan was completely wrecked, on the verge of collapse. Kalia stepped up to the battered warrior and said his full name, Logan McLean, immediately snapping Logan's focus. Startled, Logan looked back at Kalia with weary eyes. Against a vast mountain landscape, the two powerful figures faced an inevitable confrontation. The armored knight stood ready to defend his convictions against Kalia, whose long robes flowed behind him. As dark leaves swirled in bright light, Kalia made a pivotal declaration, his gaze unwavering under the swirling sky. He agreed to trust the promise to withdraw from the war, sealing an uneasy truce. Logan, clad in reflective armor, issued a dire warning. Any betrayal of the truce would restart the war instantly. Exhausted, he demanded no empty oaths, only an end to the exhausting conflict. The powerful warrior Kalia, looking stern and focused under the bright light, gave a cold ultimatum, his eyes fixed on his counterpart as he said that someone of their rank must have the strength to keep promises and uphold the ceasefire. Logan, with a slight, confident smirk, responded with a sharp final instruction. Wearing shining armor, he warned his counterpart to return quickly, sending an intense and spoken threat that highlighted how fragile their new agreement was. Logan then revealed a shocking intelligence report to his stunned opponent. The Second Prince's faction was planning a swift attack. A warrior with a mischievous grin and a visible injury disclosed a surprising deception. He admitted he had waited until the attack began to send his critical message, then quickly corrected himself, saying he would send it now. Filled with fury and betrayal, the figure in the mantle shouted a defiant vow to remember McLean. He then gave a desperate command for all troops to retreat at full speed to the main camp. In shining white and burgundy armor, the confident warrior saluted calmly as his opponent fled, confirming his tactical victory. On the sunlit hillside, Logan stood victorious with a faint smile, his manipulation having turned the situation in his favor, gaining a crucial temporary advantage in the complex political conflict. Aline, hair blowing in the wind and eyes wide with surprise, stood beside Kaisalon. Sensing a deeper, unsettling strategic plan behind Logan's triumphant stance and the sudden enemy retreat, the shocking truth appeared as Logan collapsed, covered in dirt and gravely injured from the earlier fight. His subordinates screamed, "Young master!" Lord Logan, realizing the huge personal cost of his tactical victory, injured and exhausted, Logan's mind focused on one urgent task. He had to send word to Valterman quickly. Even in pain, his eyes burned with resolve. His final thought was to ensure his enemies, the bastards, would be decisively countered by his last transmission. Cradled by Eileen in the dim forest, Logan's final conscious thought confirmed his desperate plan. His enemies would turn on each other and fight to the death. After the intense duel, the battlefield was silent. Two swords were planted in the ground beside a fallen figure, marking the absolute defeat of a warrior whose armor glinted in the sunlight. The perspective revealed double betrayal. The collapse was caused first by Bifrost's ambush and immediately after by the First Prince's army, sealing the warrior's downfall. Bandaged, the injured warrior spoke into a magic sphere, challenging Valterman. He demanded to know how he could continue fighting after suffering such overwhelming setbacks. Valterman glared into the sphere, his jaw tight, hands gripping the desk, showing the immense pressure he felt and confirming the gravity of Logan's report. Sitting in an ornate room, Valterman admitted his shocking miscalculation. He had never expected Bifrost to use the powerful bombs directly against Logan. He angrily accepted the defeat as his own fault. Bandaged Logan, standing over a grand landscape while a knight held the sphere, revealed the deeper betrayal. Bifrost had been Valterman's trusted confidant. Logan demanded to know how Valterman could claim ignorance of Bifrost's devastating scheme. Suppressing his rage and clenching his fist, Valterman restrained himself, knowing that if even the McLeans left, the temporary advantage they gained after Bifrost's fall would vanish instantly. Across the sphere, Valterman instructed Logan to calm down and think. He argued that if he had truly wanted to strike Logan, he would not have sent only Roger as an emissary. Beneath the sunset sky, Logan closed his eyes in painful thought, accepting Valterman's cold logic. He acknowledged that sending Roger was his own choice and reluctantly admitted that Valterman's strategic argument was correct. Recovering his composure, Valterman smiled knowingly. Using Logan's concession, he claimed that the massive damages would be fully compensated once the devastating war ended. A red background emphasized Logan's violent reaction. His intense gaze and controlled fury challenged the offer, demanding to know if Valterman seriously meant compensation would come only after the war. Facing Logan's anger, a visibly annoyed Valterman gave a reluctant concession. He turned slightly, commanding his subordinate to immediately relay Logan's demands, stating he would at least listen despite his irritation. Bandaged and solemn, Logan stood against the bright landscape. After absorbing Valterman's reluctant response, he paused, gathering his thoughts. Then he delivered his critical ultimatum. He and his family would return to their territory immediately. A thunderclap struck, and Valterman leapt from his chair, shaken by this sudden and decisive turn of events. Completely stunned by the massive shift in power, he stared in disbelief at the communication sphere, frantically demanding an explanation. He needed to know why his crucial subordinate would abandon the entire war effort so suddenly. Among the dust and debris, Logan confirmed the grim reality of the ambush. They had suffered devastating losses and could no longer continue fighting. Moreover, the betrayal meant they could trust no faction in the war anymore. Under the striking sunset, the injured Logan delivered his final, irreversible decision. Because of the treachery and catastrophic losses, he firmly announced that the entire McLean family intended to withdraw completely from the war, leaving his distant superior in shock. In his ornate chamber, pale and desperate, Valterman leaned heavily on his desk, defeated by the news. He begged for a pause in the negotiations, shouting, "Wait a moment," to reconsider the disastrous withdrawal. Stern-faced, he listened as Logan prepared to deliver a final strategic blow. Framed by the bright window, the injured warrior said he would offer one piece of information as a chilling final courtesy before leaving. In a terrifying climax, Logan revealed the truth. The force that attacked them at Bifroz's request was none other than Wiccan Kalia. Valterman's eyes widened in horror, unable to process the scale of this betrayal. Across the swirling magic sphere, his mind raced. He questioned Kalia's unexpected presence, but his terror centered on the true shock. Logan had survived a direct confrontation with such a formidable enemy. Having made his demands and delivered the crushing information, Logan ended the communication with an ice-cold courtesy. Looking into the sphere, he coolly wished Valterman good health before abruptly cutting the connection, leaving his superior stunned. In the tense aftermath, Valterman fought back a scream, his jaw clenched and muscles twitching. His face, bathed in harsh red light, betrayed his impotent rage at Logan's betrayal. With the loss of his key ally confirmed, he unleashed his full fury. The impact of his fist against the ornate desk sent a shockwave through the room, shattering both wood and air, a testament to his devastating rage. In a frantic state, Valterman issued two earth-shaking commands. He demanded an immediate call for Talos and ordered a massive deployment, preparing the army for sudden, large-scale military action. His world collapsing, he clutched his head, screaming, "Damn it!" He thrashed in agony, unable to comprehend how things had turned out this way. Holding the now silent, shimmering magic orb, he lowered it to the grass, ending the desperate, crucial communication. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, showing the stark contrast between Logan's victory and the injuries he had concealed. Logan tore away a false bandage, revealing the ruse that had deceived Valterman. Standing tall, he raised his hand and declared the play finished, ending the charade with ruthless confidence and authority. As his command echoed, soldiers disguised as corpses stirred to life across the battlefield. They marveled at their successful deception, astonished they had truly fooled Duke Valterman. Two armored soldiers approached Logan, voices filled with awe and disbelief. They admitted their amazement at having tricked Duke Valterman, recognizing the brilliance of the strategy that turned near defeat into a cunning victory. In the final skirmishes, the first prince's faction had suffered serious losses, and the second prince's faction had lost Bifroz. A wounded Patrick, his muscular frame strained, was firmly supported by the broad-shouldered Heinkel. Patrick grimly observed that the recent events had left both warring factions anxious and tense. Logan, with a slight, confident smile, confirmed that these military setbacks were the prelude to an inevitable siege that would soon escalate the war. He added that Valterman needed to end the war quickly before their withdrawal became known, especially since their powerful weapon, Liberatio, was now lost. Patrick, leaning heavily on Heinkel, confirmed the plan to let their enemies self-destruct, while Logan silently agreed, securing their advantage from the forefront. With a fresh bandage on his face, Logan offered a confident smile beneath the warm twilight, promising he would explain everything in time, cementing his central role in the unfolding strategy. Hearing this, Patrick lowered his head and agreed. A relieved Lord Logan turned to the towering Lord Clayton, who held his magical staff, and to Victoria, acknowledging their crucial presence after the conflicts. In a high-impact emotional close-up, Logan clasped Clayton's hand firmly, expressing heartfelt gratitude with an emphatic "thank you so much." After surviving the ordeal, the younger Logan sincerely thanked Clayton for his magic. Clayton humbly credited the victory to his powerful staff, but Logan insisted that a staff is only as good as the one who wields it. Hearing this, Clayton bows his head and thanks Logan for acknowledging him. Logan then turns to Victoria and tells her that she also worked hard on her first campaign, which makes her blush. Hearing this, Victoria feels a bit embarrassed, but her face lights up, showing she is very happy to hear those words. Logan then starts thinking, noting that unlike force, which can appear through training, though rarely, mana is more like a natural gift. Most mages can sense or use mana from a young age, and many develop an arrogance from feeling chosen. But this is not the case for Victoria. Looking at Clayton and Victoria, Logan thinks they don't seem to have that problem. Still, he decides he should ask the tower to watch Victoria's character training closely. This tendency is stronger in high-ranking mages, and at the extreme is Huan Douglas. His mother was a royal princess, and he was born the heir of a ducal house. As a child, he was repeatedly praised as a magical genius and became a sixth circle mage by barely 40. Logan reasons that Huan's noble birth really shows in his character, but even that advantage won't last forever. A few days later, it seems we are back at Harun Castle. Right in front of the main gate, a giant explosion occurs. Huan appears to be fighting, trying to stop bombs thrown by the enemy, but he is struggling. He shouts at his troops to stop the bombs, but the soldiers shiver from the extreme cold and cannot do much. Valterman can be seen giving orders for his forces to advance. He tells everyone to detonate every bomb they have. It seems he had planned to save a few for research, but now his goal might have changed. Suddenly, Valterman notices something. Luther and the weakened Kalia are fighting each other. Watching them, Valterman thinks that if they had died in the fight against the McLeans, this war would have been much easier. Next, something catches Kalia's attention. The wall behind him starts collapsing. Seeing this, Huan screams, asking if Valterman thinks he will just let that happen. He casts a powerful spell, creating a wall of ice. Valterman realizes Huan has used the Blizzard Scroll and comments that Huan still had one left, calling him a sly bastard. Huan thinks the second prince's army hoped to secure victory with the McLeans gone, but they had to use one of their trump cards here. Meanwhile, the first prince's army faces uncertainty if its momentum fades. Since the Civil War began, this was the fiercest battle yet, and it ends in a standoff once again. A figure sipping coffee addresses the Sword Duke, saying this fight has a different meaning now. The direct factions have finally clashed. The Sword Duke agrees. He notes that factions that suffered losses are now taking peasants and grain, preparing for total war. Lately, the capital is flooded with refugees fleeing conscriptions, turning it into chaos. The Duke concludes that the reason the person came to him in disguise must be connected to this. This person is, of course, Logan. Logan removes his hood and asks Felix not to be angry and to consider what he is about to say carefully. Felix asks why Logan needs such a long preface. Logan looks down and tells Felix he may not realize it, but he was the one who forced the two factions' main forces to clash. Felix is shocked. Logan then says he now plans to rally the neutral powers and attack the weakened factions from behind. Logan sets down his cup and explains the reason for coming. He wants Felix to become the central figure of this plan. Felix grows visibly angry, clenching his fist behind his back, and asks Logan if he means for him to get involved in the war. Felix recalls that during the late king's state funeral, Logan suggested he declare neutrality and asks if Logan has forgotten. Logan says he remembers and recalls that Felix made him a promise. Felix lowers his head, clearly disturbed. Logan reminds him that Felix promised to carefully consider any request he brought in the future. Felix nods, admitting he did promise. Felix then asks what Logan is thinking and what he wants. Logan prepares to speak. The third prince appears, looking at a picture of his late father, the former king. Seeing the picture, the third prince feels only sadness as Logan finally reveals his final step to make the third prince king. Logan said he would make sure the third prince ascended the throne whether his master helped him or not. Hearing that, Duke Felix Esperanza was shocked. Filled with anger, the Duke stared at Logan and said it was disrespectful of him to speak that way, asking if he even understood what he was saying. Logan replied that he did understand and that was why he was saying it to his master. He explained that neither faction would leave the McLeans alone, but if his master helped him, things would be easier and less blood would be spilled. The Duke sighed at Logan's words. Logan went on, saying that if he succeeded, then since both princes' children were very young, the royal decree would grant the crown to the third prince. He added that when the time came, his master would have to fight the other factions to protect the third prince. Hearing that, the Duke grew angry and asked if Logan was threatening him. Logan calmly replied that he was only stating the truth of their situation. Duke Felix then asked Logan what he thought honor was. The question caught Logan by surprise. The Duke said that throughout his life he had always lived by his word. No matter how small a promise or remark was, he would never go against it, even if it cost him his life. For 70 years he had lived that way, and because of that, people had come to trust and respect his word even if they followed different paths. That, the Duke said, was his strength and his honor. He told Logan that was what honor meant and the kind of life he had lived. He asked if Logan thought he wanted to simply stand by and watch the nation destroy itself. If putting his honor on the line could save it, then there should be no hesitation. But in anger, the Duke asked if Logan truly thought such an act was acceptable. He said he could not see a clear path forward and did not understand what gave Logan such confidence. Logan saw the anger, frustration, and sadness in his master's eyes and told him that it was not a matter of certainty, it was something that simply had to be done. The Duke was surprised by those words and asked why. Logan said the Civil War was only the beginning and that if things continued as they were, the Empire would eventually consume their nation. The Duke was deeply shocked. In a serious tone, Logan asked if his master had never found the late Majesty's death suspicious. He said there were many doubtful points about it, and that after his last trip to the Empire, he had become certain the Empire was preparing for war. Hearing this, the Duke was stunned. Logan thought to himself that his words had no solid proof, neither in his current life nor his past one. What he was saying was a mix of manipulation and truth. If his master's honor lay in living a life without lies, then he himself was a man without honor, one who lived through lies. Yet the one truth he knew was that if he could prevent what was coming, he would gladly abandon all honor for it. A heavy silence followed between master and disciple. The Duke then admitted that there were indeed many suspicious details, but Logan's suspicions were still too wild to believe easily. He said that if things truly happened as Logan claimed, then, just like Jordan and Huan, Logan now intended to make the third prince dance in the palm of his hand. Hearing that, Logan was shocked and speechless. Flustered, he tried to explain that it was not his intention, but his master stopped him, saying not to pretend otherwise. The Duke said he had seen this before, with Huan. He explained that was simply the kind of person Huan had been, but Jordan had been different, more like Logan was now. Logan was surprised to hear that. The Duke continued, saying Jordan had once been a bright young man who worked hard for the nation's future. As far as the Duke knew, Jordan had not hidden anything back then. Logan could hardly believe that Jordan Valterman had ever been like that. The Duke then said that after Jordan became a Duke and his daughter gave birth to a prince, he changed. He asked Logan if he thought he was any different. Logan saw his master's clenched fist and realized how heavy his master's heart must have been. Thinking of his own past life, Logan said he had seen many people like that and hated them. He begged his master to believe him. The Duke told Logan to prove it. He reminded him that Logan had said he would achieve his goal with or without help, and at the very least the Duke would not stand in his way. He told Logan to prove that his plan was worth going against his master's word for. Logan was surprised by his master's response. The Duke then told him that before leaving he should meet the third prince. When Logan asked how he could meet him, the Duke explained that the third prince was currently taking refuge at the estate. The Duke asked if Logan planned to make the prince king without even hearing his thoughts. Flustered, Logan said no, it was just unexpected, and he thanked his master sincerely. The Duke said nothing and only sighed. Logan then approached the third prince and said it had been a while since they last met. The third prince laughed softly and agreed that it had indeed been a long time. Logan asked if he had been well, saying he had come to fulfill the promise he once made. The third prince looked surprised upon hearing about the promise. Then Logan knelt down and repeated what he had once said to his highness, saying that the third prince had already taken care of Roger Bifrost and that it was time for him to ascend the throne. The third prince was shocked by Logan's words. He said that Roger was not under the protection of the royal palace but was seeking refuge at a duke's estate. Even though Logan was hiding his noble bloodline to meet the third prince, the prince wondered if what Logan said was even possible now. Logan respectfully replied that it was possible. The third prince was again surprised to hear this. Logan explained that because of the civil war, the forces of the first and second princes were weakening. He also said he had enough men to destroy their remaining troops in one strike. In surprise, the third prince asked how that could be possible, but then admitted that if anyone could do it, it would be Logan, since he had heard about Logan's victories in battle, including his fight against the Tempest Blade. Hearing this made Logan pleased, realizing the prince had been following the war closely. Logan added that they currently had more than twice that same firepower ready in his territory. The third prince asked if that was true, and Logan replied that if the neutral forces simply took action, it would be easy to wipe out the weakened armies of both factions. Nervously, the third prince asked if those forces would actually listen to him. Logan reminded him that he knew how nobles were. There was no way they would pass up the chance to gain higher status. The third prince then asked if Logan could still do it even without his master's help. Logan said that the McLeans already had enough strength on their own, and with time their advantage would only grow. The third prince laughed awkwardly and said he would trust Logan. Logan thought convincing the prince was easier than expected, but it had to be done. Otherwise, death was the only other option. The two joined hands, agreeing that their next step was to find more allies for their cause. When Logan's father-in-law received the faction invitation, he was surprised and said that it had finally reached him too. Reading the invitation, he saw that the terms were incredibly favorable and wondered if they really planned to keep their promises. Calling Logan his son-in-law, he asked what Logan thought about it. Smiling, Logan said that words alone meant nothing, and his father-in-law surely knew that. His father-in-law asked if those were just empty promises, and Logan replied that they were desperate to recruit even one more family. His father-in-law agreed, saying it made sense because of the recent conflict at Harren Castle, where both sides had suffered heavy losses. He then asked if that was why Logan had come to him, to take advantage of their weakness and make the neutral forces take a stand. Logan even wanted the Floyd family to be the foundation of that neutral power. Scratching his head, his father-in-law said this was a matter involving the family's honor and not a decision he could take lightly. He also said that if he were to take such a central position, it must mean Duke Felix had refused. Logan stayed quiet for a while before saying that his master seemed to need more time. His father-in-law wondered if the Sword Duke would change his mind, noting that some nobles had already gone to the front lines after accepting offers from other factions. Logan said he knew that. In his previous life, certain neutral families had also been swayed by faction offers, and he had confirmed that those same families had now mobilized again, so those who would accept offers had already done so. The ones who remained were not likely to be tempted, which was why Logan trusted them. Logan told his father-in-law there was something else he did not know. When asked what it was, Logan passionately explained how strong their family was. During the faction war, they had fought against 3 marquises. This shocked his father-in-law. Logan continued, saying that they had also recently forced the Tempest Blade's army to retreat. His father-in-law was stunned and asked if Logan meant Wick and Kalia. Logan said that if he found it hard to believe, he could ask his daughter, since she had witnessed the battle herself. Hearing that, his father-in-law called Logan a crazy man and angrily threw the invitation letter at him using aura. Seeing his anger, Logan told him to calm down, adding that Lady Eileen had been very proud of that achievement. That made his father-in-law relax. He then said that if the McLeans, the Sword Duke, and the remaining neutral nobles united, they actually had a chance. It was better than risking the destruction of his family in a 50-50 gamble. Logan waited eagerly for his father-in-law's decision. His father-in-law finally said he would gladly join Logan's side as long as the Sword Duke also decided to act. Hearing that, Logan was overjoyed and they sealed the agreement with a handshake. 8 months after the Civil War began, the neutral forces finally started to move. A few days later at Castle McLean, Logan's younger brother Ronian came running when he saw him. Although he was excited, he said he was very happy that Logan had returned safely. Everyone else had come back days earlier, but Logan had not been with them, so Ronian had been worried. When Logan heard that, he became embarrassed and thought Ronian must have guessed that he had secretly gone off to meet the rest of the neutral forces. Logan then asked his younger brother if everything had been fine and whether there had been any trouble. Ronian replied that everything had been fine. As Logan had instructed before leaving, they had focused on increasing the production of the Liberatio and automatic crossbows after their withdrawal from the faction. Logan praised his brother, saying he had done a good job, and asked if there was any news from the central front line. Ronian said there had been no movement since the confrontation a week earlier. Hearing that, Logan was shocked and thought that even if the losses were serious, that was no reason for both sides to remain inactive. Seeing Logan's worried expression, Ronian asked if something was wrong, but Logan said there was nothing to worry about. He added that what mattered more was that Ronian had done an excellent job in his absence. Logan then took the sword from his back and handed it to his brother, saying it was his reward. Ronian was astonished when he saw it and recognized it as Fregus, the sword once used by Frank, the Knight of Moonlight. Logan explained that it was an artifact estimated to be of Class 4. Shocked, Ronian said it would be better if Logan used it instead. Logan then told him that Lux had awakened to nature magic. Ronian was surprised again and congratulated Logan, saying it was amazing that such a thing was possible. Still, Ronian said he did not need the sword. Logan, surprised by this, asked why. Ronian explained that he was already satisfied with Mene, and that there was a chance Mene might awaken to nature magic as well. Therefore, he suggested Logan give the sword to his sister-in-law instead. Hearing that, Logan was speechless. Ronian added that since she would one day become the lady of the house, it was only right to prioritize her safety. Logan thought it was strange that even though his younger brother was likely to become the head of the family, he still said such things. He also remembered that Eileen had recently gotten new armor, as she had none that fit her before. He found it unbelievable that she had spent her bonus to buy a full set of mithril alloy armor, which had left her broke. While Logan admired her dedication, he doubted she had enough money left for a proper sword. He then decided that giving this sword to Dame Eileen would be perfect. When Logan went to give the sword to his fiancée, she refused it, saying it was too much and that she could not accept it. Logan was confused and asked why, wondering if a gift could really be too much. Eileen asked what she had done in the last battle to deserve such a valuable gift and said it might lower the morale of the other knights. Seeing the looks of the knights around her, Logan realized that was what she was worried about. He told her it was fine, but when she tried to refuse again, Logan clarified that the sword was not for Dame Eileen but for his fiancée Lady Eileen as a wedding gift. At first, Eileen did not understand what he meant, then blushed slightly and asked what he was saying. Logan explained that because of the current situation they could not even hold an engagement party, and he had not been able to do anything for her. Therefore he wanted Lady Eileen to accept the sword as a symbol that he would eventually fulfill his promise. Hearing this, Eileen accidentally dropped her sword. Logan thought to himself that it was not originally meant as a wedding gift, he had only wanted her to become even stronger by using it. Blushing, Eileen asked if he was proposing to her at that very moment. Logan became embarrassed and said he supposed he was. Seeing her blush, he wondered if they were not already engaged. Eileen then took the sword from him, thanked him and said that a sword as a wedding gift was more than she could have ever asked for. Seeing her so happy, Logan became nervous and decided he would never tell her that he had first intended to give the sword to Ronian. Then Eileen took his hand, surprising him, and said she would also do her best. Logan wondered if she was talking about swordsmanship. Then she said they should have their first duel in a long time. Meanwhile elsewhere, some nobles from the Second Prince's faction were talking among themselves, saying that it had already been a month since the Battle of Harun Castle. They noted how things had been quiet since then, that the damage had been severe but the recovery was taking too long. For a time it had seemed that their faction would win, but everything had changed after that troublesome McLean got involved. Just then, someone rushed into the room and announced that they had received a message from Duke Valterman. One of the nobles asked what it said and the messenger replied that it was rather strange. The scene then shifted to Duke Valterman himself, who declared that all nobles supporting Prince Roman should listen carefully. From that point on they would put their war with the First Prince's faction on hold and join forces with them to destroy the treacherous McLeans. Logan's father-in-law later informed him that this information had leaked among the neutral faction. It was said that the McLeans were influencing the neutral forces and planning to attack the rightful heirs from behind. As a result, the two rival factions had now formed an alliance for their own benefit. Logan asked his father-in-law if they were already marching toward their territory, and his father-in-law replied that they had not departed yet, but they were currently gathering their troops. When Logan heard the news, he thought the invasion could happen as soon as next week. There was very little time left, and every moment mattered. He realized he had been careless and too relaxed. In his previous life that nation had stayed neutral until the very end, so he had assumed they would do the same again. But history had already changed. His actions had caused a butterfly effect that could not be undone. That was why the opposing side had paused their civil war for a month after the incident at Harun Castle. using treason as an excuse to remove their own throne. If they managed to get the recipe for Liberatio first, they would gain an advantage in the war. It was not a bad deal for them, in fact it was highly beneficial. Logan sat deep in thought, his expression firm and serious. His father-in-law asked if he was all right. Logan replied that he was fine and asked for forgiveness, saying he would end the call. Before he could, his father-in-law asked if he had a plan. Logan responded with a sly laugh that it was not entirely unexpected. He had considered this possibility before and knew the nobles' greedy nature well. Their thirst for power always drove them to betrayal, so he had expected something like this sooner or later. The scene then moved to a large field in the McLean territory. Victoria shouted for everyone to clear the way and told the people to move aside because the golems were coming through. Seeing the golems, the farmers were shocked and froze. Looking at Victoria, one of them wondered if that young girl was really controlling the golems. Another said she looked about the same age as his daughter and was amazed that someone so young could have such power. The people quickly guided the golems along their path. When the golems reached their destination, they dropped large chunks of mud on the ground, forming tall, thick walls. The farmers called for the next group of golems and asked Sir Clayton to use his magic again. Sir Clayton was trembling from exhaustion, sweat dripping from his forehead. Hammer told him they only needed about a dozen more rounds to finish. Sir Clayton, still shaking, said he thought he had heard that same line at least 20 times already. Hammer then asked what the point of having a fine staff was if he did not use it. After that, Sir Clayton stayed quiet, trying to save what strength he had left. Logan's father observed that they were shaping golems from the soil of the northern mountains and using them as material to build the rampart. At first he thought it was a rough and brute force method, but now he could see that the earthworks were becoming something strong and impressive. Looking at Sir Clayton, he first commented that they seemed like experts at grunt work, but then corrected himself, saying it made sense since they came from the Earth Magic Tower. He told Logan to make sure they received proper pay and rest for their efforts. Studying the map, Logan thought the rampart would stand on the eastern side of the new McLean Plains. Since the McLean town was already known as their center, he reasoned that if the enemies united, they would not waste their strength attacking castles on the Bifrost Plains. Instead, they would head straight for the town. That was why the rampart needed to be built there for defense. Worried, Logan's father asked him whether his master, the Sword Duke, had said anything. Logan looked away and said not yet. Since the entire country knew the factions were targeting the McLeans, his master must have already been aware. But Logan remembered his master's sense of honor and dedication. He decided he could not use his master's honor for his own safety. This was a challenge he had to face on his own. Meanwhile, the Sword Duke, bound by his own sense of honor, was filled with frustration and helplessness, striking the wall in anger. The Duchess, seeing his state and unable to approach him, grew deeply worried and quietly fell into despair. A week later, in the McLean territory, Sir Clayton reported to Logan that the rampart had been completed in less than half a month. Though its design was simple, it was made as large and strong as possible. Logan told him to also prepare a moat and praised the fine work. Sir Clayton hesitated, then said that as the creator of the rampart, he would like to name it Aegis. Logan said that meant the shield of the gods and that it would be good if the gods truly protected them as the name suggested. Helene then ordered the soldiers with crossbows to aim at the enemies approaching from the east but to stay alert for any who might come from the north. The soldiers followed her orders with discipline. The Knight Commander instructed vigilante units 1 through 5 to follow him. Victor warned his sister not to dare stray from him and from the brothers. Victoria told her brother not to worry about her and to watch himself. Then one of the soldiers blew the horn and reported that enemies had been spotted ahead coming from the east. Logan focused his aura around his eyes to look at the enemies. Looking at the flag, one soldier announced that it was the Lion's flag, the Volterman army. More announcements followed, saying that an enemy banner had been seen in the south as well, the crossed swords meaning Douglas's army. From the rampart, Wiccan Callia ground his teeth and thought in shock that they claimed they did not want war, yet they had built this massive rampart behind them and had lied to their faces. Wiccan Callia began to doubt whether Logan was truly the Sword Duke's disciple. Speaking to Juan Douglas as Your Grace, Wiccan Callia told him that if he had not placed someone to watch the Sword Duke, they might never have found out. Juan Douglas replied that he had never imagined they were plotting such tricks behind the scenes, but they had always been first on the list to be eliminated once the war ended anyway, so this outcome suited him. With an evil laugh, Juan Douglas said they would turn that mound of dirt into the McLean's grave. Volterman ground his teeth and called the McLean's people damn bat-like traitors, saying they had been deceiving him for a long time. Volterman's strategist reminded him that he must not forget the true goal of this war. Through it, they had to steal the McLean's new weapon formula. Volterman said he remembered, and that they would seize it without fail before that bastard Juan did. Looking at the size of the enemy troops, Logan's father told him their plan did not seem likely to work. Logan smiled and insisted it would. He added that they were nothing more than a temporary alliance and that besides they had ways to counter the enemy's aura. Logan then raised his sword high and declared that they could win. He ordered all troops to prepare for battle. Logan's fiancé, his little brother Victor, the Earth Magic Tower mages, Sir Clayton, one of Logan's trusted men, Logan's father and the Knight Commander all waited for Logan's orders with determination. In an angry tone, Logan shouted that those who threatened the McLean would be cut down, and he commanded that the invaders be driven out with all their might. Before the attack on the McLean territory, Juan Douglas was speaking with Duke Jordan Volterman. Huan said that even though they were in a civil war over the succession, this was the time to unite and punish the traitor. His voice was heavy as he tried to sound confident, but there was desperation hidden in his words. He asked Walterman if he knew anything about the McLeans, saying it would be better if they shared information openly. His words sounded like a request wrapped in pride, a plea pretending to be a plan. Walterman listened without speaking for a long time, his sharp eyes narrowed as he studied Douglas. Inside, he thought that Douglas had come begging for information because he had none, yet still dared to act arrogant. The thought disgusted him. When Walterman finally spoke, his voice was calm but full of mockery. He said he had not heard anything about the McLeans' military strength changing much, and that it was probably still similar to when they defeated the elves. Hearing this, Huan Douglas became visibly happy. His face brightened and he lightly clenched his fist as if reassured. He nodded and said that must be right. Only a few months had passed since then, so the McLeans had likely only increased their conscripts. He added that the main things to watch out for were the red-haired brat of the McLean family and those annoying weapons. Walterman suddenly cut him off and said that was not the real problem. His serious tone made Douglas stiffen. There was clearly more Walterman had not shared. Huan Douglas grew uneasy and quickly asked what he meant. His eyes twitched and his voice cracked slightly. Walterman leaned back and laughed arrogantly, telling Douglas not to pretend. The last people to fight the McLeans were Douglas's own men, especially Wiccan. Walterman's cold gaze pierced him as he asked how a transcendent could have allowed the McLeans to escape. Douglas was shocked by the question. His eyes widened and sweat ran down his cheek. He stammered that he did not know, saying Wiccan could be careless at times. He tried to dismiss it lightly, but his heart was pounding. Now in the present, the forces of the first and second princes had surrounded the McLeans. Soldiers covered the land like a sea, banners waving and war drums shaking the air. Luther moved forward, his massive body like a moving mountain, shouting that he would break through the McLeans' defenses. His deep voice echoed across the battlefield. Wiccan Kalia also advanced, his aura surging as he told his soldiers to trust the wind and move forward. The soldiers cheered, though fear could be seen in their eyes. On the eastern side of the rampart, the McLean army commander saw the Transcendents moving to the front to block arrows and bombs. He immediately understood the danger and ordered all units to prepare to fire. Laughing arrogantly, Luther said that repeating crossbows might work against normal soldiers but not against a Transcendent. His confidence remained strong, but then he noticed something. His laughter stopped and his expression changed. Seeing the endless rain of arrows, he wondered if there had ever been this many before. Luther swung his weapon to block the arrows, but he could not stop them all. Many arrows struck the soldiers behind him. Screams filled the battlefield as shields shattered and men fell one after another. On the northeast side of the rampart, Ronian ordered the Vigilante Corps to prepare to shoot. His eyes shone with determination as he thought the enemy would not have expected this. Giving crossbows to more than 10,000 civilians and training them had been his brother's idea. Thinking of this, Ronian felt proud, his chest swelling with admiration. Luther grew furious when he realized he could not block all the arrows. His blood boiled as he shouted that the wall could not stop him. He charged toward the moat by the wall. A McLean soldier shouted that a Transcendent was coming, and panic spread among the troops. Sir Clayton, holding his staff, stood firm and said this must not happen. His calm voice steadied the soldiers. The wall in front of Luther suddenly shook and transformed into a massive golem. Luther froze in shock, his eyes wide and his jaw tight as he stared in disbelief. The golem swung its arm and struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the water with a massive splash that shook the moat. Luther raged as he realized the McLeans were using the rampart itself to create golems. He cursed and said it was not over. Before he could rise, Sir Clayton cast gravity magic on him. An overwhelming weight pressed down like an invisible mountain, forcing Luther deeper into the water. Luther clenched his teeth as his lungs burned and he struggled to breathe. He realized that with this pressure he could not rise to the surface. His vision blurred as the gravity crushed him. Then Sir Clayton ordered the soldiers to fire at the half-giant in the moat, and arrows and bolts poured down, piercing the water around Luther. On the other side, when Wiccan Kalia sees Luther's condition, he narrows his eyes and says that Luther has fallen into a trap. Wiccan thinks that because of Luther's large body, gravity magic will affect him twice as strongly. Now that the second in command is forced on the defensive, Duke Walterman will have no choice but to step in personally to save him. Wiccan gives a cold smirk as he understands the situation clearly. As he walks toward the golem, Wiccan Kalia says that there cannot be many six-circle mages, and that this will be easy for him. His confidence spreads like a violent storm. One of the golems throws bombs at him. Laughing with confidence, Wiccan says that they really think this trick will work again. He releases his aura and creates a spinning vortex of wind that stops the bombs before they reach him. The bombs explode in midair, sending harmless sparks everywhere. Wiccan looks down with contempt, his aura roaring around him. He then calls out for Logan to come forward, his voice echoing like a challenge. Logan jumps down from the rampart, his sword shining as he strikes Wiccan with all his strength. Wiccan strikes back at the same time. Their weapons crash together with a loud thunder-like sound, forcing Logan to step back. Grinding his teeth in anger, Wiccan tells Logan that he fooled him well in the past. His voice is full of bitterness. Logan calmly replies that if they had not started this fight, the promise would have been kept. His voice is steady but sharp. Wiccan angrily tells Logan to stop repeating the same lies. As his anger grows, he suddenly notices something strange about Logan. Logan just collided directly with Aura. Wiccan wonders how Logan is unharmed. Aura is the power of destruction itself, and weaker forces should crumble before it. This is a matter of essence, not strength. Wiccan's thoughts race. He wonders if Logan is using a defensive artifact, but if that were the case, blocking aura again and again should be impossible. Deciding to finish Logan in this exchange, Wiccan charges forward and strikes with killing intent. To his shock, Logan blocks the sword strike once more. Even though it is filled with aura, sparks fly, the ground shakes, and Logan does not move. At that moment, Wiccan realizes the truth. It is not an artifact. Logan McClane is facing aura with sheer strength alone. Wiccan's eyes narrow in disbelief. The fight between Logan and Wiccan continues as their blades clash again and again. Aura rages and the battlefield trembles. Logan struggles to block Wiccan's aura-filled attacks. His arms shake, but his gaze stays firm. Logan thinks that facing aura with pure strength does put great strain on his body, just as he expected. Since seeing Wiccan Kalia's aura in the last battle, Logan has learned how to avoid it, but that is all he can do. His own attacks cannot deal a fatal blow to Wiccan. Clenching his jaw, Logan realizes that he will have to go through with the plan after all. Seeing how desperate the battlefield has become and noticing Sir Clayton suppressing Luther with gravity magic, Duke Volterman finally moves. His cold eyes sweep across the field. In a deep voice he says that if one lives long enough one will eventually see anything. A small rural barony, barely known until recently, is now mocking the great powers of the nation. In the end, even he is forced to draw his sword. With a firm expression, Duke Jordan Volterman unsheathes his blade. The air trembles, as if the battlefield itself senses his will. With icy resolve he says that playtime is over. As the battle between the McClane family and the combined forces of the first and second princes continues, Huon Douglas watches the field with sharp, calculating eyes. He notices something very strange that immediately draws his attention. At first glance it seems that the second prince's army has suffered heavier losses. But in truth their soldiers are dying in even greater numbers. Huon quietly thinks that their situation is not so different from the first prince's forces. He wonders what Logan McClane is really thinking in the middle of all this chaos. When the two sides first declared war, their retainers were thrown into confusion, unsure of what actions to take. However, as often happens in times of crisis, they quickly calmed down and began searching for practical solutions. Among the many ideas suggested, two stood out. One was to strengthen the massive rampart on the new McClane Plains, which could offer a strong strategic advantage. The other was a far more cunning plan, to create division between the two factions by taking advantage of their hidden ambitions. When the McClane strategist first proposed this idea, Logan and the others were taken aback by how bold it was. Speaking calmly and carefully, the strategist explained that he knew the wording might sound harsh. However, even if the forces of the first and second princes appeared united now, there was only one throne in the end. No matter how much the two princes' forces hated the McClanes, was that hatred truly more important than claiming the crown itself? The strategist went on, explaining that while removing this thorn from their side was important, it would also be useful to take control of the bombs and crossbows. If they could cause heavy damage to the enemy at the same time, that would be even better. The McClanes needed to carefully stir these feelings in the enemy, scratching at their hidden ambitions just enough to control them without seeming too aggressive. Logan looked confused and asked the strategist what he meant by that. With a sly smile, the strategist replied that for now they should focus on eliminating just one important person. It would be a decisive action that could change the course of the battle. Back on the battlefield, the intense fight between Logan and Wiccan Kalia continued. After trading several blows, Wiccan Kalia realized that no matter how he thought about it, Logan was not using any artifact. He found it hard to believe that Logan was facing his aura using only raw strength. By all logic, Logan's body and inner power should have been crushed by now. At that moment, Logan mocked Wiccan Kalia, saying he looked nervous because things were not going the way he expected. Suddenly Logan leapt into the air and released an enormous amount of force as if he were attacking with everything he had. Wiccan Kalia sneered at first, thinking Logan was being reckless. What could such a huge but careless attack really do, he wondered. However, his expression changed instantly when he sensed something was wrong. A massive force was rushing straight toward him. Logan seized that moment and threw a bomb, smashing Wiccan Kalia into the ground with devastating accuracy. Seeing their commander attacked, the soldiers rushed forward to help, but Logan had already predicted this. He threw bombs at them as well, shouting for them not to lose focus while skillfully moving across the battlefield. Logan noticed with satisfaction that Wiccan Kalia was climbing out of the moat without serious injury, just as he had expected. With contempt on his face, Wiccan Kalia stared at Logan. Logan, completely calm, mocked him again, saying he looked like a drowned rat. At the same time, just as Philip had predicted earlier, the McClane's forces launched a non-stop rain of bombs and arrows at the First Prince's army. If Huon Douglas had been watching the battle more carefully, he would have realized much earlier that his side was taking heavier losses. The momentum of the First Prince's forces had clearly slowed. With a little more pressure, Logan thought, the results would be truly satisfying. He ordered his soldiers to hold nothing back, telling them to use all their bombs and arrows and drive the enemy away without mercy. Just as the order was given, a terrifying fiery aura rushed toward the rampart. Huon Douglas and the others turned to look at the eastern wall and saw Jordan Volterman, the blazing sword, arriving on the battlefield. The moment he appeared, fear spread among the McClane's leaders. They immediately ordered the crossbow units to fire, hoping to slow him down. Jordan Volterman did not take the crossbows seriously at all. As he clenched his fist, a huge amount of aura gathered around him. It burst outward with overwhelming force, burning the arrows in midair and destroying the crossbow units from afar. Patrick McLean watched in shock as the arrows that hit the blazing sword's aura were swallowed by flames. He could hardly understand what he was seeing. His aura, it's like red meteors, Patrick whispered in disbelief. Sir Clayton sensed the danger and ordered a retreat, using gravity magic in a desperate attempt to slow the blazing sword. Instead of being troubled, Jordan Valterman looked even more excited, clearly pleased to face a true mage among the McLeans. He spoke to Sir Clayton, asking provocatively, "Liberatio, you've reached it, haven't you?" Sir Clayton was startled by the question and by the pressure of Jordan's aura, and fear flickered in his heart. Seeing the soldiers frozen in shock, Patrick McLean shouted for them to throw bombs. But every attack was easily blocked by a massive hammer. The half-giant Luther had entered the battlefield, shielding the blazing sword from the bombardment. Calling him Your Grace, Luther asked Duke Valterman if he was all right. Valterman replied casually, asking whether Luther had really come because he thought the blazing sword might lose to these brutes. "I alone am enough here," he said confidently. He then ordered Luther to sweep through the other ramparts with the first prince's soldiers. Luther hesitated, stuttering nervously. That's not it. Something is wrong," he said, clearly worried. Valterman, curious, asked what was wrong. Luther scanned the battlefield and spoke in a tense voice. "I don't see the first prince's main forces. They're not here. It looks like they're retreating." Hearing this, Valterman's eyes widened in shock. Outside the rampart area, Juan Douglas and the first prince's forces were truly retreating. While laughing and mocking, Juan Douglas warned Jordan Valterman not to misunderstand the true purpose of this war. Through this conflict, their goals were to seize the McLean family's new weapon, drain the strength of the second prince's faction, and finally place His Highness the first prince on the throne. Jordan himself had volunteered to face the arrow barrage, and Juan Douglas remarked, "So let's not waste this chance." On the battlefield, Jordan Valterman, betrayed by the first prince's faction, clenched his teeth in anger. Alone, he faced the McLean Foss's endless attacks. The half-giant moved without mercy as his blazing sword clashed fiercely with the McLean troops, the battle continuing without pause. The very air seemed to shake under the weight of their power. The battlefield was swallowed by chaos, colliding strength, burning auras, and the thunderous roar of combat. From afar, Duke Valterman's troops raised an emergency flag. When Valterman noticed it, he was stunned. For a brief moment, his sharp eyes narrowed in disbelief, and then understanding struck him. He realized that Juan Douglas had already withdrawn, leaving his own troops in a dangerous situation. His jaw tightened as anger rose within him. He understood then that Juan, that crafty fox, would never suggest an alliance without hidden motives. He should have known from the beginning. Filled with rage, Valterman growled, "How dare Juan Douglas use me as an arrow shield?" His voice boomed across the battlefield like thunder. In fury, he slammed his giant sword into the ground. A violent flame-like aura burned outward, overwhelming the nearby McLean forces. The impact shook the earth, and the shockwave and intense heat spread rapidly. Sir Clayton's gravity magic was instantly disrupted. The air quivered, and dust and embers swirled like a storm. As the smoke slowly cleared, Luther's eyes fixed on Sir Clayton. Through the haze, he saw Clayton clearly, struggling to steady himself. Without hesitation, Luther charged forward, raising his massive hammer high. Each of his steps made the ground tremble, and the air shook from his strength and rage. Sir Clayton, exhausted from maintaining a sixth circle spell for so long, could barely stand. His breathing was heavy, and sweat soaked his face. When he saw the half-giant Luther rushing toward him with killing intent, fear flashed in his eyes. He knew he could not survive that blow. At that moment, a brilliant golden force suddenly appeared and stopped Luther's attack in mid-swing. The golden light shone intensely, lighting up the battlefield for an instant. Seeing this, Luther's eyes widened in shock, and his hammer shook under the opposing power. Then, through the blinding glow, Logan appeared, standing firmly as he protected Sir Clayton. When Valterman saw Logan, he scoffed. "You again," he said irritably. "How did you get here so fast? Weren't you fighting the storm sword, Wiccan-Kalia?" Logan calmly met Valterman's blazing gaze. "I don't know," he replied simply. Wiccan-Kalia suddenly ran off without looking back. Maybe something urgent came up. Hearing this, Valterman glared fiercely, his lips twisting into a dark frown, but he said nothing. In his heart, he admitted unwillingly that Logan McLean was indeed a troublesome opponent. However, his thoughts soon shifted to something far more serious. More worrying than Logan was Prince Roman, who was still in the barracks. If Valterman remained tied down fighting the McLean forces for too long, Juan Douglas would surely target the prince. This thought filled him with helpless anger. Grinding his teeth, Valterman raised his voice and ordered Luther to fall back. Then he firmly commanded all his troops to retreat at once. Seeing the sudden withdrawal, Logan shouted after them, "Do you think I'll just let you go?" His voice rang across the battlefield. He raised his sword and ordered his troops to focus their fire on the two transcendents. Explosions and flashes of light filled the air as countless attacks rained down. Valterman scoffed, calling them worthless. With a single powerful swing of his blazing sword, a wave of fiery aura erupted outward, swallowing the entire area and wiping out all incoming attacks. The flames burned fiercely, destroying every magical projectile before it could reach him. He then shouted for Luther to move ahead, his voice sounding like a divine command. Sir Clayton, still recovering, muttered in the face of that flame-like aura, "All projectiles are meaningless." Logan narrowed his eyes and replied, "I expected that to some extent, but not this much. As I thought, the blazing sword truly lives up to its name." Valterman turned toward Logan and said, "Before I leave, I want to ask you one thing. When you fought Wiccan-Kalia, did you also use sixth circle magic?" The question startled both Logan and Sir Clayton. Their expressions stiffened as they quickly understood what Valterman had realized. With an annoyed look, Logan asked, "Surely you're not asking because you really didn't know? Didn't Douglas tell you?" Hearing this, Valterman's face darkened as if the sky had collapsed on him. The truth struck him like a blade through the chest. Huan Douglas had been deceiving them from the very beginning, and Valterman's anger deepened. "Don't feel safe just because you managed to push back 2 factions," Valterman said coldly. "Your deaths have only been delayed." With those words, Duke Jordan Valterman turned and left the rampart. His blazing aura slowly faded as he retreated with his troops. Logan's father watched from nearby and spoke in a low voice filled with admiration. He said that the blazing sword faced every attack on its own and was the last one to retreat. Enemy or ally, he was truly impressive. Logan nodded in agreement. "Our plan is going well," Logan said. As expected, since Douglas's army suffered heavier losses, they gave up on the alliance and pulled back. From Valterman's earlier question, it seems the existence of Sixth Circle magic was kept hidden. The commander of the McLean Knights stepped forward and said, "The distrust between the two sides has finally come to the surface. It would be best if they fought each other and wiped themselves out." Logan gave a faint smile. "Then we'll make sure that happens," he said. His father glanced at him and asked, "So you're really going through with it?" With a calculating smile, Logan replied, "Yes, we'll move once night falls." The scene then shifted to the northern mountain outskirts near the second prince's camp. Inside a dim tent, someone asked a soldier, "Is the Duke stationed in the central barracks?" "Yes," the soldier replied. "To protect Prince Roman, the Duke is staying close to him." The tent flap swayed slightly in the cold mountain wind as the conversation continued. Soon after, Count Pamil Cherno of the second prince's army was introduced. His face was red from drinking and his movements were slow and unsteady. "Drunk," the count muttered. "The Duke must be feeling uneasy. After all, the first prince's forces had betrayed them without warning." He poured himself another drink, spilling some of it over the rim. "This was doomed from the beginning," he said bitterly. "We never should have made such a foolish alliance." Seeing how much the count was drinking, a nearby soldier hesitated and tried to stop him. "Count, please," he said. "We're at war. You should drink less." The count's eyes narrowed in drunken anger. Without warning, he threw the mug at the soldier's head and shouted, "Be quiet, who are you to give me orders?" The mug struck the soldier hard and he cried out in pain. "Your job is to make sure the enemy never breaks through the perimeter," the count shouted. "Defend this outer wall no matter what." Suddenly the soldier collapsed to the ground completely lifeless. The count's drunken haze cleared slightly as shock set in. "What?" he muttered. "I didn't throw it that hard. How could a knight fall from that?" Confusion and fear filled his eyes. "Someone," he called out, his voice trembling. There was no reply from outside the tent. The silence felt overwhelming. His heart began to race. "Why is no one answering?" he whispered as he stepped outside. What he saw made his blood freeze. All the soldiers guarding the tent were lying dead on the ground, their bodies still, their eyes staring blankly. It was a horrifying sight. "An assassination," the count whispered, shaking. "But these were elite knights. Who could have done this?" Before he could react, a dark figure appeared silently behind him. Before the count could even turn around, a cold blade pierced through his back. His body stiffened and blood spilled from his mouth. The assassin leaned close and muttered, "Drinking while on guard duty. No awareness at all." The count collapsed to the ground dead as the assassin disappeared quietly into the night. Some time later, the second prince was informed that an intruder had appeared outside the barracks. A pale and trembling soldier reported, "Count Cherno and 5 elite knights have been killed." Hearing that even elite knights had been slain, the second prince was filled with shock and fear. "What is happening?" he asked unsteadily as he looked at the Duke. Valterman's expression grew cold. He asked the soldier, "Were there any witnesses?" The soldier hesitated, then answered, "They say the intruder escaped incredibly fast, as if riding on the wind itself." The moment Valterman heard the word wind and realized that someone capable of killing 5 elite knights alone existed, his expression changed completely. Every instinct in him warned of grave danger. The second prince, filled with fear, asked, "Duke, do you have any idea who it could be?" Valterman's thoughts moved quickly. "Wiccan Kalia or Logan McLean. For now there are 2 men," he muttered softly. Then he remembered Douglas's betrayal, and his eyes grew colder. "No, there is only one man. It must be the Storm Sword, Wiccan Kalia." When the second prince heard the name of the transcendent warrior, his body trembled, but Valterman spoke in a steady voice. "Do not worry, your highness," he turned to a soldier and ordered. "Send for the top-tier knights immediately. Choose those who are fast and agile." "Yes, my lord," the soldier replied and rushed away, still shaken. The second prince asked, "What do you plan to do, Duke?" Valterman's eyes were calm and calculating. "If we do nothing," he said, "it will hurt your highness's reputation and lower the soldiers' morale." The prince clenched his fists. Then he added angrily that hiding a mage and deceiving them after knowing the truth must be punished. Traitors must be shown the consequences. Valterman smiled, sharp and cold. "The prince's order will be carried out," he said. Outside the tent, the second prince's strategist stood quietly, listening to everything. His face was dark. "Things are moving in a strange way," he whispered to himself, far away. Under the moonlight, a shadowy figure ran swiftly across the dark plains. The wind howled around him. As he disappeared into the night, a faint smile appeared on his face, full of satisfaction. As if everything had gone exactly as planned at the western wall of Aegis Fortress, Logan arrived and thought this should be enough to shake off any pursuers. Eileen spoke stiffly. "You did well," Logan replied. "There's no one chasing us. You can speak normally." Eileen became flustered, her rigid military posture relaxing at once. She quickly explained that she was afraid of being discovered and worried that acting too familiar would reveal how deeply she cared about him. Logan then said, "But you're on duty very early," noticing the unusual timing. Before Eileen could think of an excuse, the soldier behind her, a large and friendly man who clearly understood the situation, spoke up with a grin. "She didn't wake up early. She stayed up all night waiting." Eileen's face turned bright red, the blush spreading up her neck. Without thinking, she kicked the soldier's leg hard, a quick and trained movement from long sparring sessions. I just happened to wake up early today, she insisted, trying to regain her calm and professional tone. Then she turned to Logan and asked seriously, "More importantly, how did the operation go?" Logan replied. "There were no problems with the attack itself. If this causes deeper conflict among the enemy and breaks their alliance completely, that would be the best result." Without thinking, Eileen said, "Though I doubt it will be that easy." She immediately realized her mistake, became flustered again, and quickly apologized. "That was too pessimistic of me," she said, bowing her head slightly. Logan looked at her kindly and said, "It's fine, we can't afford to be overly optimistic right now." He paused and looked out over the quiet, cold fields around the fortress, thinking carefully. "For now, we should watch their movements." The scene then shifted to the southern McLean Plains, inside the central barracks of the First Prince's army. Wiccan Callie asked, "It's been 2 days since the last retreat. Shouldn't they have moved by now?" His voice showed his impatience as the delay was wearing on everyone. Huan Douglas sighed and replied, "Not yet. The Second Prince's forces are refusing all communication. That confirms how serious the breakdown is." Wiccan asked again, "Could the rumor be true that their barracks were attacked last night?" The thought of such a bold attack spread unease through the room. The First Prince slammed his hand on the campaign table, the loud sound echoing in the tense silence. "They abandoned the war because of that, pathetic fools," he shouted with contempt. "I'd rather attack them myself and become king." His ambition burned fiercely, blinding him to the need for cooperation. Hearing this outburst, Huan Douglas could only sigh. He was used to royal tempers, but his sigh carried clear frustration at the short-sighted pride of his commander. Suddenly a soldier rushed into the tent out of breath and said, "The outer area of the barracks has been attacked." The sudden news shocked the First Prince and made him gasp. Stopping his angry speech at once, Douglas immediately asked in a firm, controlled voice, thinking only about the situation, "What about the casualties?" The soldier struggled to calm himself and replied, "The count who led the outer defenses and 5 senior knights were killed." The seriousness of the loss was clear right away. These were not ordinary soldiers but important and experienced leaders. Hearing this, Wiccan's face filled with real concern, and he quietly said, "That's a huge loss." Recognizing the damage to their strength, filled with fresh anger, Huan Douglas slammed his fist on the table. Unlike the prince's earlier outburst, his movement was controlled and threatening, showing his deep frustration as a commander. He said, "I understand what happened," and then bluntly called Jordan Valterman an idiot, blaming him for the recent failures. Douglas then told Wiccan that they would move out together at first light. If Valterman kept refusing to communicate, Douglas would go there himself and settle the matter, making it clear that he would force unity with his authority. The next morning, when Valterman saw Huan Douglas arrive in person at his camp, he could hardly believe it. His pride was hurt by the public visit. He came himself, Valterman thought. Duke Douglas must be losing face. He mistook Douglas's action for desperation instead of determination. Angrily, Valterman confronted him in a rough, accusing voice. "What nerve do you have?" Douglas answered with a dark, unsettling smile that carried no warmth. "It seems your communication channel isn't working, so I came to fix it like a friend should." He then pushed further, speaking deliberately. "Isn't refusing to talk and sulking like a child just because you're angry going a bit too far?" These mocking words made Valterman explode with rage. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "How dare you say that?" Is he afraid of being exposed? He betrayed them and ran away. His accusations came out harsh and uncontrolled, showing how deeply he suspected betrayal. Suddenly, Valterman's large sword was covered in a fiery aura. Heat shimmered in the air, clearly showing his overwhelming combat power. He charged at Douglas with a wild, furious strike. The attack was stopped instantly. Wiccan Kalia stepped in front of Douglas, showing fierce loyalty as he took the blow. Valterman shouted at him, straining with effort, "Move aside. Do you want to die?" The power of the fiery strike was too strong. Wiccan could not hold on and coughed up blood, stumbling back from the force and heat. At that critical moment, Douglas spoke coldly, his voice sharp and icy. "Put your sword away if you don't want to lose a valuable subordinate." As he spoke, Douglas released a surge of ice magic, freezing Valterman's massive half-giant subordinate in place almost instantly, showing an equally terrifying level of power. Seeing his subordinate in danger, Valterman grew deeply worried. He realized the balance of power had suddenly changed. A tense and dangerous standoff formed between the two dukes, each holding the other's key person in a deadly situation. Neither side was willing to retreat or show weakness. Then a calm and steady voice broke the tension from behind them. "Calm down." A man stepped forward. It was Luchin, the strategist of the Second Prince's forces. As he entered the open space, his presence brought a sense of clear thinking and control. He said firmly, "This is not the time for you to fight among yourselves." Valterman was shocked to see him. "Why did you follow us here?" he demanded. Luchin answered simply, "This didn't seem like an ordinary matter, and it looks like coming here was the right decision." Seeing Luchin made Huan Douglas uneasy, and suspicion quickly rose in his eyes. "If this isn't ordinary, what can you do about it?" he snapped. "Are you going to side with Valterman and attack us?" Luchin replied in a calm and steady voice. "Of course not. I only want everyone to look at the situation calmly." His composed presence spread a sense of control, forcing both dukes to lower their emotions if only for a moment. After hearing Luchin's reasoning, Valterman slowly let go of his fiery grip and allowed Wiccan to stumble away. He then turned to Luchin and asked, "What is he trying to say?" Luchin appealed to their common sense and reminded them why they had formed this temporary and fragile alliance in the first place. "Isn't it all because of Logan McLean?" he said. The name seemed to hang in the air, instantly becoming a shared threat that overshadowed their personal conflicts. When Douglas heard the name Logan McLean, he also fell silent for a long moment of thought. Then he released the half-giant and the ice binding him cracked and fell apart. Lucien continued, his voice growing firmer as the importance of his words increased. He explained that Logan McLean had turned a small rural manor into a power that could rival a count's household. With skills like that, and with the Sword Duke supporting him, Logan had gathered neutral forces and was secretly planning a rebellion. That was why they had to stop him before he grew any stronger. That had always been their original goal. Lucien paused, letting the weight of Logan's achievements sink in, pointing directly at Douglas and Wiccan. Walterman objected. However, I can't trust these people. His long-held resentment was still clear. Lucien then revealed the real strategy behind everything that had happened. The betrayals and raids, he explained, were meant to create conflict inside the Alliance. That was McLean's plan. He clearly described how the enemy had been manipulating them all along. After hearing this explanation, Walterman was deeply shocked. The truth struck him painfully, and he finally understood that the problem was not a real internal conflict, but Logan McLean's schemes. Looking straight at Wiccan Kalia, Lucien concluded, Logan McLean has played with people many times before. He is despicable and must not be underestimated. Then he added, please think calmly. The first enemy we must defeat is the McLean family. His clear logic and sharp strategy calmed the tense situation, reminding the Dukes of the much greater and more dangerous enemy they faced and restoring the fragile unity of the Alliance. The next day, the scene shifted to the McLean rampart. A soldier blew a horn and its deep sound echoed across the plains and into the fortress as a warning. He reported that a large army was approaching from the east, urgency clear in his voice. Hearing this, Logan and his father rushed to the rampart to look out. Logan was shocked when he saw that Walterman's and Douglas's forces were advancing together. It showed how effective Lucien's counter-strategy had been. Logan wondered aloud if they were trying to prove that their alliance was unbreakable. His father, worry written on his face, asked if their operation had failed. The sight of the united army suggested that their attempt to create conflict had not fully succeeded. Logan, however, looked ahead with a slight calculating smile and answered no. After a short pause, he added that Wiccan Kalia and Luther Kyle were in terrible condition. Their injuries were severe, especially the internal ones. His intelligence network had been accurate once again. Hearing this, the McLean Knight commander felt relieved. If superhuman fighters had suffered such serious internal injuries, then the two factions must have truly clashed. He asked if that was really the case. Smiling, Logan confirmed that it was. Even he was amazed, thinking that it was strange how they could fight so fiercely and still reconcile afterward, but that it made the effort worthwhile. Logan then turned to his father and the Knight commander and asked a crucial question. Could they hold out against a superhuman? Both were startled by how directly he asked, knowing how terrifying such enemies were. Logan continued, his voice firm and determined. If they could buy him enough time with everything they had, he would personally cut down the two princes. It was a bold and dangerous plan that depended entirely on the McLean forces holding the line long enough for Logan to carry out his decisive strike and remove the royal claimants from the war. On the battlefield, Walterman ordered all troops to charge. He dismounted from his horse and told Douglas that he would lead the attack himself. He warned Douglas that he hoped there would be no foolish betrayals this time. Douglas mocked him, saying Walterman looked troubled and had grown old. With a fierce glare, Walterman dismissed the remark as nonsense. Then without hesitation he charged straight toward the McLean rampart, his armor clashing loudly with each step. Logan, his father, and the Knight commander were all stunned when they saw the flaming sword approaching, its fire flickering like a vengeful spirit as it drew closer. Logan's father urgently tells him to go at once, his voice shaking with both authority and worry. Logan nods, agreeing that there is no time to waste. Using his force, he leaps from the rampart and speeds away, moving as if he were riding the wind itself, a blur of resolve cutting through the tension of the battlefield. The Knight commander, standing beside Logan's father, respectfully asks his lord not to worry. He says the young lord is the fastest among them, and it is only right for him to go and strike the princes while there is still a chance. With a troubled expression, Logan's father replies that his son's absence will be deeply felt in this battle, and that they will have to endure with all their strength. Understanding the truth of these words, the Knight commander silently nods. As the enemy forces rush forward like a violent tide, one of the soldiers shouts a warning. They are entering McLean's attack range. Almost immediately, McLean's soldiers begin firing their crossbows, bolts slicing through the smoke-filled air toward the advancing enemies. Calling Victoria, his junior sister, Greek, the eldest disciple of Sir Clayton, tells her that it is time to begin part 2. Victoria agrees without hesitation. As they start casting their spell, huge golems begin to rise from the rampart wall, stone grinding loudly against stone. The enemy soldiers freeze in shock and disbelief at the sight of the towering stone figures. When the golems start hurling bombs with thunderous force, one soldier screams for everyone to take cover. The enemy troops try to push forward, but suddenly a wide stretch of green land turns into a thick, muddy swamp. It traps the soldiers' legs and drags them down. Shouts of confusion and panic spread across the battlefield. Every student of Sir Clayton stares in amazement as their senior brother Greek successfully casts Swamp, a spell most believed he could never use. Greek himself is overwhelmed, nearly in tears, as he struggles to control his emotions. He has truly cast earth magic, powerful and alive, right before their eyes. Seeing this, the commander of the McLean crossbow unit smiles slightly and tells Sir Clayton that Greek must have been holding that spell back for a long time. Sir Clayton feels deep pride and happiness at his student's success. However, Victoria quickly reminds Sir Clayton and the Knight commander to save their praise for later. The battle is not over yet. Pulling himself together, Greek shouts to his fellow brothers, "Let's feed those bombs to the enemies who can't move." At once the golems throw more bombs at the helpless soldiers stuck in the mud. One enemy soldier looks up in terror as a bomb flies toward him. His eyes go wide as he screams no, knowing death is only moments away. Just before the bombs hit, they all freeze in midair, hanging like shining orbs of death. The soldiers stare in disbelief. It is Huon Douglas's ice magic. The temperature drops sharply, and Douglas's cold voice echoes across the battlefield, warning the soldiers not to fall for such simple tricks again. Victoria watches in shock. The ice barrier is strong enough to withstand even Liberatio's power. Greek panics and clutches his head in frustration. That artifact had been crafted with great effort, and now it is useless. Addressing Huon Douglas as Your Excellency, Wiccan says they cannot rely entirely on the Second Prince's army, so he will go out himself. Douglas, his face tense with concern, asks what Wiccan thinks he can do in his current state. Jordan's aura, he warns, is extremely violent. If Wiccan were not an aura master, he would never be able to use force again. Wiccan lowers his head and apologizes for acting without thinking. Douglas sighs deeply and tells him that since he has better eyesight for scouting, he should use it now. He asks where Logan McLean is. Wiccan narrows his eyes and scans the smoke-covered battlefield with his wind aura. After a moment he shakes his head and says he cannot find Logan anywhere. Douglas frowns and mutters to himself. Jordan is charging straight ahead, yet Logan McLean has completely disappeared. Grinding his teeth, Douglas growls that Logan must be planning something. He then orders Wiccan to support him while he draws Logan out. Meanwhile, the McLean Night Order commander keeps firing crossbows at the enemies. Suddenly his lord Patrick McLean speaks in a low and heavy voice, saying that he feels ashamed. The Knight Commander looks at him in shock and asks what he means. Patrick turns to him and says that because they served a foolish man they suffered more than they should have. Now in that man's later years he has challenged the strongest force in the kingdom. Ignoring his lord's bitter words, the Knight Commander shouts and asks if this is really the time to say such things. He tells Patrick to focus on bringing down even one more enemy. Patrick is startled by Henkel's sudden outburst and tries to reply, but Henkel refuses to listen. From the rampart wall, as he looks at Volterman's blazing aura, Henkel quietly wonders if his lord truly believes what he just said. In the next instant, the flaming sword leaps onto the rampart. Volterman charges straight toward Patrick McLean and Sir Henkel, his massive blade wrapped in roaring flames. Both Patrick and Henkel freeze in terror as the inferno rushes at them. When Volterman strikes, a deafening explosion swallows the rampart and shakes the wall to its core. From a distance, Logan sees the explosion and feels a wave of dread. Has Volterman already reached the wall, he wonders. He's faster than I expected. If they fight him now, there will be unavoidable sacrifices. With a grim resolve, Logan clenches his fists and decides he must hurry. He has to strike down the princes and end the war before more lives are lost. Suddenly, a cold and frightening aura stops him. Ahead of him, a huge orb of ice shines with a deadly glow. Logan recognizes it at once. It is the same giant ice orb as before. If it explodes, the entire area will be completely destroyed. Grinding his teeth in anger, Logan sees Huon Douglas standing in his way, his freezing aura spreading like the death of winter. Without hesitation, Logan charges toward the giant ice orb, ready to destroy it before it is too late. But then he notices something strange. A swirling wind aura surrounds the orb. When he looks closer, he realizes it is Wiccan Kalia's magic. Wiccan's wind aura is tightly fused with the Frost Mage's ice orb. Logan understands that this combination will not be easy to cut through like last time. Even so, he cannot retreat. Not now. If he used the same method that stopped Wiccan's aura before, then maybe, just maybe, he can do it again. Suddenly, Wiccan appears in front of the ice orb. His cloak flutters like storm clouds as he speaks calmly. He tells Logan to give up and asks if he heard the sounds behind him. Behind Logan, the screams of dying soldiers echo across the battlefield. Jordan Volterman, the flaming sword, swings his massive blade without mercy, cutting down McLean's soldiers as if they were paper. Screams, dying cries, and desperate shouts fill the air. Blood and ash are carried by the wind. As Volterman continues his slaughter, Wiccan coldly tells Logan that he is already defeated. Logan's eyes widen as he slightly turns his head. He sees his younger brother, his fiancée, Victor, his sister, and Sir Clayton's students all fighting desperately. None of them can stop the advance of the flaming sword. Even his father, the proud Patrick McLean, is unable to hold Volterman back. Despair creeps into Logan's heart, but he forces himself to stand firm. Nearby, Sir Clayton trembles, his eyes wide with disbelief. He mutters in a broken voice, asking how this could be happening. At that moment, Sir Henkel approaches them. His armor is burned and blackened, but his eyes remain steady. With a serious look, he turns to Sir Clayton and says that he has a request. The scene shifts to events from the past, seen through the memories of Sir Henkel, the Night Order commander. Two soldiers speak quietly, one asking how many hours have passed. The other replies that it has been maybe 2 or 3 hours. Young Lord Patrick is shown to be strict and ruthless. He is sitting on the back of a young Sir Henkel while calmly cleaning his sword. Patrick asks Henkel to tell him what his fault was. Clenching his teeth, Henkel answers that he scolded a knight from another viscount's house. Patrick sighs and asks what he means by that. He asks if Henkel is proud of ignoring his lord and acting on his own. Henkel does not back down and says that they insulted his lord first. He asks how he could stand there and listen while his lord was being insulted. As Patrick gets off Henkel's back, he says that he, a mere baron's son, became a senior knight, and that such envy and jealousy are almost cute. With a warm smile, Patrick reaches out his hand and thanks Henkel. Later, Henkel learns that his lord went to the viscount, who was furious and wanted to punish Henkel personally. and that Patrick bowed his head and knelt before the Viscount. At that moment, Henkel decides that his lord should never be treated that way. He swears to help Patrick restore McLean's former glory and rise even higher. He decides that he will see his lord reach that place. Years pass and Henkel becomes the commander of the Knight Order. Still, McLean remains a small royal barony, and Patrick is only a senior knight. Everything seems unchanged. Then things begin to shift when Logan McLean approaches Henkel and greets him, saying that from that day on he will join the Knight Order's training. From that moment, everything starts to change. The story returns to the present at the McLean Rampart. The half-giant Luther declares that he will stop the bombardment and orders the soldiers to climb up while their commander Duke Volterman attacks the wall. Logan's younger brother Ronian charges with a flaming sword, but Volterman swings his blade. The impact sends Ronian flying and he crashes into the rampart wall. Seeing this, Patrick is filled with worry. Patrick tells Eileen that he warned them not to clash directly with Enora. Eileen asks how they are supposed to bring down the flaming sword without clashing with it, especially when the young lord is tied down by the first prince's army. Wiccan tells Logan to admit defeat while there is still time. He says the prince might kindly end things by cutting down the McLean house's line, or Logan can choose to die here with his men. Logan remains silent for a moment. Then he finally speaks and says no, he cannot give up because he has a promise to keep. Logan's words clearly surprise Wiccan Kalia. The scene goes back to the moment when Logan asked his father and the Knight Commander to hold off the superhumans while he cut down the two princes during the opening they created. Logan's father said, "Isn't he the only one among us who can fight a superhuman? This is asking too much." At that moment Henkel said, "Let's try to hold them back." His words surprised Patrick. Before Patrick could respond, Henkel asked, "Is it wrong just because the young lord asked us to do it?" Sir Henkel's words caught Logan off guard. In his heart, Sir Henkel thought, "I believe in the changes the young lord has brought." Back in the present, as they face the flaming sword, Patrick McLean and Sir Henkel charge forward together. Patrick orders the soldiers not to stop firing the crossbows and throwing bombs. Suddenly, Patrick notices something. He sees Sir Henkel rushing alone toward the flaming sword and tries to stop him. Meanwhile, in the battle between Logan and Wiccan Kalia, Logan says, "The people of my domain believe in me without doubt. It wasn't always like this. I made it that way." Wiccan asks, "What are you trying to say?" Logan tightens his grip on his sword and replies, "Even now, my people believe I will bring victory, and they are holding on with their lives." Wiccan says, "You created a meaningless death. Do you feel no guilt?" Logan answers, "No," which shocks Wiccan. Logan charges forward and says, "I don't have time to be held back by that." Logan thinks to himself that he promised everyone in McLean a future different from his past life. Because of that, he must grow stronger and faster than anyone else, without stopping. There is no time to rest. He swings his sword, flames covering his body, and uses the divine sword secret technique, the fourth form scorching heat strike. He strikes Wiccan. Wiccan barely manages to block and thinks that this is the end. It is the same skill that blocked his aura many times before. At that moment, Wiccan's internal injuries from Volterman suddenly flare up. Logan's strike cuts the giant ice orb in half and seriously injures Wiccan Kalia. Determination shines clearly in Logan's eyes. Sir Henkel once thought the young master of McLean was nothing but a walking disaster who caused endless trouble, but his thoughts changed when he saw the young lord endure impossible training. Logan then gathered mercenaries and armed them with outrageous weapons. He even brought in a group of mages from somewhere. He picked up a slave child, made him a knight, and later even took him in his family, and now there was even a fiancé. Such a strange group could not be found anywhere else on the continent. Sir Henkel used to worry about what would happen to McLean and how far it could rise. Sir Henkel snaps out of his memories as he coughs up blood. The flaming sword drives its blade into him, and fiery aura spreads everywhere. Patrick McLean looks on in horror, unable to do anything, unable to save his friend and comrade. Sir Henkel groans in pain. Seeing this, Eileen and Ronian rush forward to save him. However, Volterman releases his blazing aura, stopping them in their tracks. The heat is so intense that Eileen and Ronian cannot move even an inch forward. Defeated and waiting for death, Sir Henkel thinks that it is strange. His body is in terrible pain and the core of his power is completely destroyed, yet his senses feel sharper than ever. He can clearly feel his lord's helplessness. At that moment, Sir Henkel says, "Right now," surprising Volterman. He shouts again, "Right now, Sir Clayton." Sir Clayton instantly casts a spell and many golems appear and surround the flaming sword. They restrain him, leaving him unable to move. Volterman becomes terrified when he sees Sir Henkel aiming a crossbow at his face. As Sir Henkel prepares to fire, Volterman's eyes widen as he sees death approaching. Sir Henkel releases the arrow and it pierces Volterman's head. A massive explosion shakes the rampart, which Logan notices from afar. He immediately understands what has happened and his eyes fill with tears. Sir Henkel has sacrificed his life for McLean. Patrick McLean calls out to his old friend, Sir Henkel. His voice, filled with urgency and deep worry, echoes across the broken rampart. At the same moment, Ronian notices a shadowy, desperate figure, Jordan Volterman, trying to escape through the thinning smoke and swirling dust left by the battle. A familiar wave of anger and frustration burns inside Ronian. Driven by instinct and the sacrifices they had just made, he rushes forward, determined to stop Volterman, prevent his escape, and finally end his presence here. But just as he commits to the charge, Ronian is suddenly stopped mid-step. An icy, overwhelming aura spreads from a figure standing directly in his path. The chilling presence freezes Ronian in place, leaving him unable to take even a single step forward. Juan Douglas had blocked him. Calm even in the chaos, Douglas speaks with open disdain, saying that Volterman looks completely pathetic as he runs away, only a weak shadow of the Duke he was meant to be. Ronion's frustration only grows. Meanwhile, Logan finally reaches the badly damaged rampart, carefully moving through the debris and remaining smoke. Ronion quickly tells him what has happened, his voice tense as he confirms that Jordan Volterman has escaped. He declares that he will immediately gather the knights and chase after Volterman and his flaming sword, determined to make up for the earlier failure. Logan, his older brother, stops him and says there is no need. The response shocks Ronion, who did not expect Logan to cancel such an important pursuit. Logan then explains that he will chase Volterman himself. This has become personal, a responsibility he feels only he can carry. He does not say it out loud, but he knows that sending all the knights would leave their defenses dangerously weak. Before he can leave, another urgent concern rises. Logan asks, his voice filled with fear, about Sir Henkel. Then Logan sees the truth. Sir Henkel lies on the ground completely still, covered in blood and badly injured. The sight of his father's lifelong friend in such a state is almost unbearable. Logan nearly breaks down as his usual composure starts to crack. He rushes to his side and whispers, "What happened here?" Patrick McLean, looking helpless, is already sitting beside his old friend. Staring at Sir Henkel's pale face, he tells Logan that he does not fully understand what happened either. He is still trying to process the sudden violent turn of events. He wonders aloud why Henkel suddenly charged forward into the line of fire without warning, going completely against their plan. Sir Clayton hesitates, clearly struggling with what he is about to say, but finally speaks. He explains that at the height of the battle, Sir Henkel made a terrifying request. He told them that when he gave the signal, they must hold Duke Volterman with all their strength, even if only for a brief moment. The reason was grim. Sir Henkel planned to use the bomb on himself as a last desperate act to ensure Volterman's destruction. Logan absorbs this horrifying truth and responds with cold logic mixed with growing dread. He points out the terrible consequence. If Sir Henkel had detonated the bomb at such close range, the entire area would have been destroyed. At that silent, frightening moment, Sir Henkel begins to cough. The weak, rough sound breaks the silence and proves that he is still alive. Seeing him breathe, Patrick McLean feels a surge of relief and hope. He immediately orders the strongest healing potion to be brought at once. But the relief does not last long, as the seriousness of Sir Henkel's injuries is impossible to ignore. Logan gently stops his father. Thinking fast, he uses a resource he had been saving. He offers a better option, the Bracelet of Regeneration, an extremely rare and powerful artifact to be used on Sir Henkel. Logan explains in a firm, confident voice that if they use this now, they might even be able to save Sir Henkel's badly damaged right arm. Losing a limb would be a terrible fate, especially for a knight of his skill, and Logan is determined to stop that from happening. Just as Logan is about to place the bracelet on the knight's wound, Sir Henkel weakly raises his hand and stops him. This sudden refusal shocks Logan. Survival and full recovery should have been the clear priority. Sir Henkel, speaking softly but with strong resolve, says that his battle ends here, his part in the fighting is over. But the fight of the McLean family is not finished. He tells Logan to take the bracelet, reclaim it, and use its power to open a future for McLean. It is a passing of responsibility, a final act of trust placed in the hands of the young lord. Logan nearly breaks down, tears burning behind his eyes. The meaning of Sir Henkel's final words and his selfless sacrifice cut deeply into him. Still, Logan quickly regains his composure, knowing that a true leader cannot fall apart in a moment like this. With steady emotion and determination, Logan promises Sir Henkel that he will see it through. He swears to fulfill the duty given to him, but adds one desperate request: Sir Henkel must stay alive. Understanding the weight of Logan's promise and the sincerity of his concern, Henkel nods weakly. It is a silent agreement. With his path now clear and the knight's sacrifice echoing in his heart, Logan finally turns and leaves to chase Volterman, urgency burning in every step. At the same time, a soldier arrives out of breath, carrying the highest-grade healing potion Patrick had ordered moments earlier. Watching Logan depart and then looking toward his friend, Sir Henkel apologizes to his lord, saying that he acted on his own again. He knows he has often taken matters into his own hands out of loyalty, and this was the final and greatest example of that. As Patrick gives him the powerful potion, he tells Henkel to be quiet and rest. There is no more time for discussion. In a rough voice hiding deep emotion, Patrick adds that he will not thank him this time. We see Logan moving forward with fierce focus, completely set on capturing Volterman. The urgency of the chase is clear in every stride. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind, a voice he recognizes immediately. Victor comes running after him, breathing hard from the sprint. Trying to catch his breath, Victor asks if Logan is chasing Volterman, then quickly offers to go with him. He feels it is his duty to help his leader at such a critical moment. Logan firmly refuses and tells Victor to stay. The situation demands it. One of the enemy leaders has escaped, which means the enemy forces are now unstable. Logan reasons that Huan must be anxious as well. To regain control, the enemy will likely attack more fiercely. He predicts that Douglas, who usually focuses on defense, will be forced to move to the front line to hold things together. Logan gives clear orders. Victor, Ronion, and Eileen must stay on the rampart, no matter what. Victor accepts the order immediately. Still confused and concerned about Logan going alone, he asks how Logan plans to chase Volterman. Logan explains that he has a theory, a careful guess based on Volterman's desperation and current weakness. In this situation, there is only one place Volterman would run to. Logan tells Victor with quiet confidence that even if he is wrong, it is not a place where he would be at a disadvantage. He trusts his judgment and his ability to handle whatever happens. Placing a firm hand on Victor's shoulder, Logan looks at him with complete trust and says, "I will leave it to you." It is a heavy responsibility and a true test of Victor's leadership. As Logan turns and surges forward again, Victor calls out after him with unwavering loyalty, "We will wait." As Logan runs, those simple words sink in. He had always believed Victor would never leave Victoria's side. Hearing "we will wait" meant more than just Victor, it meant the others, and perhaps even Victoria herself. The realization weighs heavily on him. His burden has grown not because of the chase, but because he now carries their hope and trust. He must succeed. While running, Logan begins to think intensely, playing out the situation in his mind. If he were Jordan Valterman, where would he go? He carefully considers the state of the battle. The war is no longer turning out as well as the Duke had expected. The allied forces Valterman depended on could not be fully trusted. Their loyalty was weak and based on conditions, not belief. On top of that, they were suffering from unexpected injuries and serious setbacks. Because of this, Valterman's main goal had to be winning as quickly as possible, ending the war before his fragile support completely fell apart. Just as he focused on a possible destination, Logan suddenly heard a sound behind him. It was a small but disturbing thud that instantly put him on edge. Right after that, something rolled across the ground and stopped near his feet. Valterman had thrown the severed head of the first prince toward him. It was a horrifying and deliberate act meant to break Logan's mind as much as shock him. Valterman's voice echoed through the darkness, filled with twisted amusement as he asked Logan, "Could you pick that up?" He then added mockingly, as if talking about a misplaced object, that it was a gift for a close friend, but he had dropped it. Logan stood frozen, staring at the prince's head. There was no denying the truth of the murder. The Duke's sudden and open cruelty was overwhelming. Valterman slowly stepped out of the shadows and into the light, his presence deeply unsettling. He laughed wildly, clearly unstable and manic. Staring at Logan with sharp, triumphant eyes, he said, "I knew you would come here." He had expected Logan to chase him, seeing it as proof that their fates were tied together. In the harsh light, Valterman's face was clearly visible, badly scarred and twisted, showing signs of recent pain and growing madness. He continued to mock Logan, saying that Logan was no different from anyone else. He suggested that Logan was predictable, guided by the same old sense of honor that could easily be used against him. Logan answered the mockery with cold calm, smiling darkly, without a trace of fear. He congratulated Valterman. He returned the Duke's hateful stare and reminded him of the neck he had failed to cut before. Even after sending a highly skilled assassin in the past, Valterman had still failed, and only now had he taken the prince's life with his own hands. Logan kept going, turning the moment into a psychological attack of his own. He said he also knew a skilled assassin. Then he asked a question meant only to provoke. Should he introduce that assassin to the flaming sword? He followed it with the detail he knew would hurt the most. That same assassin had once killed the border count who served the second prince's faction. The meaning of Logan's words hit Valterman all at once. He completely lost control and burst into mad laughter, the sound rising into a frightening high-pitched scream. Then a terrible realization struck him. It had never been some unknown figure weakening him through assassinations. It had been the man standing in front of him the entire time, Logan. With the same calm tone, Logan asked, "Surely you knew, didn't you?" It was both a challenge and a claim that Valterman had already suspected the truth deep down. Valterman forced himself to stop laughing and admitted it reluctantly. He said no, he hadn't known for sure, but he had always had his suspicions. He then explained his cold political thinking. Instead of questioning McLean, who was already seen as an enemy by the public, it was more useful to let things continue and use the situation as an excuse to destroy Huan. At that moment, Logan finally understood the true political game Valterman had been playing. He realized how carefully planned the Duke's actions had been. That was why Valterman had deliberately pushed the first prince's army into battle. It was a calculated move meant to weaken his enemies while placing the blame on Huan Douglas. It was a clever, ruthless, and completely immoral strategy. Holding the flaming sword, Valterman spoke with a tired sense of finality. He said that he and Huan had a long, exhausting history, a connection that always stood in the way of total victory. Then, kicking the first prince's head aside with contempt, Valterman declared that it ended here. The prince's death marked a clear line, closing that chapter of politics for good. Logan took the chance and asked a direct question, pulling the focus back to the two of them. Why not deliver the gift yourself and finish everything once and for all? He said this was the best path for the kingdom. He framed their coming fight as the final step needed for the future of the entire realm. Hearing Logan speak with such a serious, almost patriotic tone genuinely surprised Valterman. He remarked that Logan did not look like a patriot at all, and that made it even more unexpected, especially coming from someone known as a public enemy. Speaking about the kingdom's future, Valterman continues, his face twisted by a dark obsession. He says he cannot wait to see Huan's expression when he receives it. He openly admits that he wants to witness his rival's ruin with his own eyes. Then the Duke falls into a brief moment of self-pity, complaining that fate is truly cruel, always placing new obstacles in his path whenever he tries to rise higher. Logan, having allowed the exchange to finish, finally makes his move. He prepares to fight Valterman, his sword already drawn, the polished steel shining faintly in the dim light. With a final taunting and wicked laugh, Logan replies, matching Valterman's dark tone, saying that they are both the same in this regard. Both men see themselves as constantly struggling against a harsh and unfair fate. A deep, heavy silence settles between them. The tension grows almost unbearable, thick and suffocating. A sudden cool breeze blows between the two warriors, stirring dust and debris like the calm before an approaching storm. When Valterman sees Logan's completely determined face, free of fear or doubt, he grinds his teeth in anger. He can no longer endure Logan's presence, his mockery, or the fact that he stands in his way. Letting out a harsh guttural sound, Valterman charges forward, his flaming sword lighting up the darkness as he shouts for Logan to disappear. Logan, driven by his promises and the sacrifices already made, charges toward him as well. The final confrontation begins, not just a chase but a collision of two opposing fates. Their swords crash together instantly, metal screaming as it meets metal. The impact sends powerful shockwaves through the air, throwing up a violent storm of dust and noise. In that single explosive moment, both Logan and Valterman are completely focused. This time, they intend to end everything. The fierce battle continues as their blades collide again and again, shaking the air around them. Sparks burst out each time steel strikes steel, and the sound of their blows rolls across the ruined clearing like thunder. In a sudden and savage attack, Valterman forces Logan backward, sending him skidding across the torn ground. The force of the strike rattles Logan's bones, but he quickly regains his balance. After clashing swords once more, Valterman speaks in a sharp, mocking voice. He says that he once believed Logan only defeated Wiccan because Wiccan was already injured, but now he sees that was not the only reason. Narrowing his eyes, Valterman studies Logan with cold curiosity and asks how he managed to block that earlier aura. His voice carries both disbelief and irritation, as if Logan has broken rules Valterman thought could never be challenged. Logan answers with a cruel smile that fails to fully hide the pain of his injuries. He mocks Valterman, pointing out that he looks badly hurt himself. Then, with dangerous confidence, Logan asks if Valterman is not afraid of ending up like Wiccan Kalia, broken and defeated. Valterman ignores the taunts, dismissing them like the buzz of an annoying fly. His blazing aura flares like wildfire as he coldly asks why he should be afraid at all. Once he shows Huan the prince's head, he says, everything will be finished. His voice is filled with certainty and the arrogance of someone who has climbed too high to imagine falling. He asks Logan if he truly believes someone like him could inspire fear. Logan tilts his head slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. In a calm yet unsettling tone, he asks Valterman if he is truly certain it will end there. Logan's voice grows heavier as he speaks of what he has seen on the battlefield. He says that when this war ends, another will simply begin. Countless refugees have already been created, and countless talented people have died or been forced to wander. With a sudden burst of overwhelming force, Logan lunges forward and slashes at Valterman, asking if he has any way to undo the human cost of this endless destruction. Valterman scoffs, unable to believe Logan is trying to lecture him about war. His face twists with anger and contempt as he presses forward. As he advances, his flaming sword wrapped in a terrifying aura seems to speak for him. In a booming voice, he demands to know whether Logan even understands how to fight and still gain something from it. Who must be convinced and how? How would Logan ever make a prince give up his crown? Even the Sword Duke failed to do that. Does Logan truly believe he can succeed where others could not? With a furious roar, Valterman swings his sword, sending a massive flame-like aura crashing toward Logan. Logan struggles to block the attack, his muscles shaking under its fiery weight. Each strike feels stronger than the last. The battle's intensity keeps rising, the ground cracking beneath them as trees burn or collapse under stray waves of aura. The world itself seems to tremble, as if afraid of what is about to happen next. From the McLean Rampart, Logan's younger brother Ronian sees a massive explosion rise from the distant forest. Red and orange light flash across the sky, forming an unnatural storm of power. Victor also turns to look, immediately knowing where it came from. The southern forest. That is where his lord went. His lord is fighting Jordan Valterman, the flaming sword himself. Worry and fear swirl through Victor's mind, but before he can think further, Luther the half-giant charges at him from behind. Without any warning, Luther swings his huge hammer and yells at Victor for looking away in the middle of battle. Victor reacts too slowly. He never notices the half-giant approaching. The massive hammer crashes into him with crushing force, throwing Victor hard to the ground. Seeing this, Ronian and Dame Eileen rush forward to protect Victor. But Luther roars and slams his hammer into the ground before they can reach him. The earth splits apart beneath them, collapsing suddenly. Ronian and Dame Eileen lose their footing and barely avoid falling to their deaths. Sir Clayton arrives at that moment. His eyes widen as he sees the ground breaking apart. Staying calm, he quickly casts a fifth circle spell, sealing the shattered earth in seconds. The broken ground stabilizes instantly under his magic. Luther blinks in surprise. He did not expect anyone to counter his attack so fast. He admits out loud that the spell is troublesome. Before Sir Clayton can reply, something feels wrong. A cold sensation crawls up his body. He turns his head slightly, but it is already too late. His hand and half of his body suddenly freeze solid. Ronian and Dame Eileen freeze as well, shocked that a 6th-class mage like Sir Clayton could be caught so easily. From far away, Sir Clayton's trembling eyes focus on a distant figure. He cannot believe it. Huan Douglas. Huan Douglas is aiming directly at him from that distance. The precision and timing are terrifying. At the same moment, Huan Douglas also notices the huge explosion in the southern forest. His expression changes. Though no one can tell what thoughts are moving through his calculating mind, the scene shifts back to Logan and Valterman. The flaming sword is slowly but clearly gaining the advantage. Logan feels his strength draining away. He cannot believe Valterman still has so much power despite being badly wounded. Valterman swings his sword with overwhelming force, each strike stronger than the last. With a smirk he says that Logan's earlier attack was impressive, but only because Logan had to use everything he had just to block Valterman's strike. Time is not on Logan's side. The longer the fight continues, the clearer it becomes that he is struggling. His arm trembles. Each block makes his breathing rougher and heavier. The flaming sword's relentless attacks are wearing him down. Valterman laughs and says the explosion earlier must have told Huan that the first prince is already dead. In a cruel voice he asks Logan what he thinks Huan Douglas will do next. Logan answers through clenched teeth. Huan Douglas will go after the second prince's head, just like Valterman. Valterman laughs even harder, his voice echoing wildly through the burning forest. He agrees, saying that even if defeat were certain, Douglas would never sit back and let Valterman win. They were always like that, always trying to climb higher than the other, always reaching further upward. Then Valterman asks Logan if he is not the same. The question catches Logan off guard. He stares at Valterman in shock. The flaming sword keeps talking, as if ripping open his own chest full of memories. He says that at first everything he did was for his house and for the kingdom. He ran forward thinking only of that, and before he realized it, he had climbed very high. Valterman's voice trembles as madness slowly rises to the surface. When his daughter gave birth to a prince, he realized there was still more above him. Still more to climb, more to take. His expression twists as he loses control. Like a madman, he shouts that he can climb even higher. So why should he stop? Why should he ever stop? With wild fury, Valterman charges at Logan again, screaming for him to answer. Logan barely blocks the flaming strike. His blade shakes and his entire arm trembles. Then something feels wrong. Sharp pain shoots through his body. He realizes that an earlier blow has broken his left arm. The bone has cracked under the strain of battle. Valterman laughs like a madman when he sees Logan's pain. He calls Logan arrogant, saying Logan talks as if he has no greed of his own. Yet behind the scenes, Logan gathered neutral forces and planned to place the third prince on the throne. Logan responds that the third prince is better than the two fake princes above him. This truth breaks something inside Valterman. His calm shatters and he attacks Logan with even greater fury. One strike comes so close that it almost pierces Logan's neck. Calling Logan an arrogant brat, Valterman demands to know if Logan has seen the future or something like that. He closes the gap again and delivers another crushing blow. Logan barely manages to block it. Valterman admits that he cannot deny the two princes are frauds, but the king, he says, is only a symbol. It is people like them, like Valterman and Logan, who truly shake the throne and control it from the shadows. Logan grits his teeth in rage and tells Valterman to stop talking nonsense. His voice cracks, not from fear, but from deep frustration. Valterman snarls and with burning anger asks Logan why the Sword Duke, Logan's master, is not helping him. That single question strikes Logan to the core. For a brief moment, doubt cuts into his heart like a blade. Valterman notices this crack and does not waste the chance. He slams a brutal kick into Logan's side. The force sends Logan flying, his body smashing hard into the ground. Logan struggles to get up, coughing and shaking. Valterman laughs loudly, almost drunk with joy. He says the Sword Duke was different, a truly noble man. The moment the Sword Duke sensed Valterman's ambition, he cast him aside without hesitation. Then Valterman mocks Logan, saying that from the looks of things, Logan too has been abandoned by the Sword Duke. Logan's thoughts drift back to his master. He remembers his words, his harsh lessons, and his warnings. He recalls his master once saying that Jordan Valterman was once very close to how Logan is now. But how can Logan be sure he will not end up the same way? His teeth clench as his mind fills with memories and doubt. He thinks of all the men he has seen, greedy, arrogant, and obsessed with themselves, men who lost their humanity while chasing power. Logan hates people like that. The fight snaps back into focus. Valterman raises his sword, ready to finish Logan. Suddenly he stops. He senses that something is wrong. The ground begins to shake, growing stronger with every second. Logan steadies himself. Something on his wrist starts to glow. The healing bracelet activates. A bright radiant light surrounds Logan and flows over his battered body. His wounds close, his bones heal, the pain fades away, fresh strength fills him. In his heart, he quietly asks his master to trust him. Across the battlefield, Huan Douglas, Wiccan Kalia, Luther Kyle, Ronian, Victor, Eileen, and Logan's father all freeze. In the distance, a white flag rises, bearing a majestic eagle crest. The Sword Duke has arrived. Even the battlefield itself seems to bow to his presence. The strongest warrior of the kingdom, the most honorable and transcendent figure, the Sword Duke, Logan's master, steps onto the field with his soldiers. His presence alone brings silence. His aura crushes despair. He declares that just this once he will trust his disciple. Now Logan must prove that he is worth his master breaking his vow for. A grand and awe-inspiring moment unfolds. The Sword Duke, a living legend and unshakable pillar of the kingdom, enters the battlefield. Huan Douglas and Wiccan Kalia stand frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they stare toward the horizon. The impossible has happened. When they look behind them, they see the banners of the Sword Duke and the famous Esperanza Knight Order. They emerge like a dark storm cloud promising destruction. Both terrifying forces are moving straight toward McLean. The realization hits them like a physical blow. Their flank is exposed and the most dangerous man on the continent has arrived. Before the Sword Duke came to this chaotic battlefield, an important conversation took place safely within his territory. His knight commander stood before him, bowing with respect as he reported the current situation. He explained that both fighting sides had left behind only enough troops to hold each other in check while their elite forces gathered to attack McLean directly. Hearing this, the Sword Duke covered his face with his hand and rubbed his temples in frustration. He let out a deep sigh and said, "They've finally caused trouble, those idiots, how can they act so recklessly?" Seeing the stress and anger on his face, his wife, who stood nearby, grew worried. She stepped closer, her eyes filled with concern for the heavy burden he carried. At that exact moment, a small and cheerful presence broke the tension. His little daughter peeked out from behind her mother's dress, her eyes shining with curiosity. Stella, the Sword Duke's daughter, walked toward him with unsteady but determined steps. She reached out with her tiny hands, grabbed his leg, and looked up at him, calling him Abba. In an instant, the Sword Duke's frustration vanished. He looked down at her, his expression softening from anger to pure affection. The Sword Duke lifts his daughter into his arms with ease. He is amazed at how much she has grown and says that she only just learned to walk, and now she is already running so well. Stella giggles, feeling safe and warm in his embrace. She stretches her arms up happily, smiles at him, and calls the Sword Duke Daddy. As he holds Stella close to his chest, a deep thought comes to his mind. He thinks about his disciple. He admits to himself that Logan is foolish, reckless, and always getting into trouble. But without Logan, he would never have been blessed with such a wonderful daughter. It was Logan's actions that led to this life and this family. The Sword Duke's eyes soften, and a rare gentleness replaces the sharp gaze of a warrior. But the peaceful moment does not last. The duties of a duke call him back to reality. He looks up and his expression hardens into that of a commander once again. He orders his knight commander Lewis to gather the knights and cavalry immediately. The sudden command shocks both Lewis and his wife, as they did not expect him to act so quickly. The Sword Duke looks at his wife with regret and determination mixed together and apologizes, saying that he will be gone for some time. His wife meets his gaze and sees his resolve. She forces a warm smile to hide her worry and tells him that she understands. She promises that she will wait right there with their precious daughter. Back in the present, the battlefield is thick with tension. When Luther the half-giant sees the Sword Duke, excitement fills him. His blood boils as he senses a true challenge. He grins wildly and says that this is far better than dealing with worthless opponents. Abandoning his current enemy, Luther charges straight toward the Sword Duke, completely ignoring his fight with Ronian. To him, the other soldiers are no more than ants compared to the prey that has just appeared. Seeing Luther leave in the middle of their duel, Ronian shouts in confusion and anger, demanding to know where he is going. Ronian moves forward, trying to stop him, but a heavy hand grips his shoulder. His father stops him and slowly shakes his head. Looking over the chaotic battlefield, his father speaks with grim certainty, saying that from this point on, the superhumans on the battlefield will be handled by the Sword Duke alone. Ronian stares at his father, unable to fully grasp the power his words suggest. He asks if such a thing is truly possible, his voice unsteady. The battlefield grows louder and more violent as the Sword Duke charges forward with his troops. The ground shakes beneath the hooves of the warhorses. With a simple wave of his hand, he commands the knight order to attack. Both Juan Douglas and Wiccan Kalia notice the change in tactics immediately. Instead of attacking head-on, the Esperanza Knight Order moves in from multiple directions. They are being surrounded. Realizing the danger, Douglas urgently orders his soldiers to form a defensive formation, shouting for shields and barriers to be raised. But ordinary tactics mean nothing against absolute power. As the Sword Duke draws his blade, the sound of it leaving the scabbard echoes like a death bell. Enemy soldiers freeze in terror, their hearts seized by raw fear. Just the sight of the Sword Duke standing alone before them is enough to make them tremble. They stare at him, wondering what he is about to do. The answer comes instantly. His sword becomes wrapped in aura, and a blinding light bursts from the blade. The immense energy pouring out of him twists the air, and even gravity seems to bend. Enemy soldiers are lifted into the air, unable to resist the crushing pressure. Their feet leave the ground, and panic fills their faces. Before they can understand what is happening, the Sword Duke's horrifying sword intent sweeps through them. It is not a slash, but complete destruction. His intent tears them apart in midair, erasing them without mercy. It is a brutal display of overwhelming power. The Duke does not even flinch after slaughtering them. His face remains cold and distant, as if he has done nothing more than brush away insects. Yet in the middle of the carnage, he suddenly senses that something is wrong. The air shifts. Juan Douglas takes advantage of the moment and launches an ice spell at the Sword Duke, a powerful spell meant to stop all movement. The temperature drops sharply as ice spreads over the Duke's limbs, freezing him in place. Seeing this opening, the enemies surge forward. Both Luther and Wiccan Kalia charge at the Sword Duke at the same time, sensing blood and opportunity. Both the half-giant and Wiccan scream as they rush at the Sword Duke, putting all their strength into one combined attack meant to kill him in a single blow. The Duke, however, remains calm as they close in. There is no fear in his eyes, only boredom. At the final moment, just before their weapons strike, the ice breaks apart. The Sword Duke easily cancels both Wiccan's and Luther's attacks. His sword moves faster than they can even see. With a smooth counterattack that flows like water, he badly injures them. Blood sprays into the air as they are thrown back by the force, smashing into the ground with bone-breaking impact. The Sword Duke then dismounts from his horse, his boots landing in the mud with a heavy thud. He looks down at the three powerful warriors struggling to stand and says mockingly, "If the three of them can't handle this, maybe they should call Jordan too." Luther, holding his wound, spits out blood. Enraged, he turns on his ally and shouts at Douglas, asking, "Is he even using his magic properly?" The Sword Duke does not look restrained at all. The ice magic did nothing except annoy him. Douglas, breathing heavily and covered in sweat from casting the spell, asks Luther, if the Sword Duke were restrained, would he even be able to fight him? Douglas understands the frightening truth. Magic barely works on a monster like this. He tells Luther to stop fooling around and focus. Fear starts to creep into Douglas's voice, staring at the Sword Duke, who stands like an unmoving mountain, untouched and unaffected. Douglas asks him what happened to his vow of neutrality. Did that brat Logan enchant him, or was his vow always this weak? A question lingers in the air. The Sword Duke lets out a deep sigh heavy with exhaustion. He looks at them with pity and determination and says that if he lost that disciple while doing nothing, he would never be able to face his daughter. Hearing this, Douglas grows even more frustrated. He tells the Duke that breaking a vow for a disciple means he is truly grown old, desperate to survive. All of them charge at the Sword Duke again, shouting at him to just retire. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the fight between Logan and Valterman continues. Logan is battered, his armor dented, but something is different. Because of the healing bracelet he wears, Logan's wounds begin to heal quickly. Cuts close, bruises fade, and strength returns to his limbs within seconds. Valterman watches in shock as both Logan's outer and inner injuries heal right in front of him. It makes no sense. Valterman immediately rushes at Logan, swinging his weapon wildly and demanding to know what trick he used. Their weapons clash again, steel striking steel. This time, however, Logan is not being pushed back. His stance is steady and his attacks are heavier. Valterman grits his teeth in anger and disbelief. He cannot accept that someone he thought was weaker is now overpowering him. Worse still, all of Logan's injuries are gone, wiping away everything Valterman fought for. Then Valterman notices his own condition. He realizes that he is the one who is exhausted. His breathing is rough, his arms feel heavy, and his mana is draining fast. In desperation, sensing the battle slipping away, Valterman releases all of his fiery aura. Flames burst from his body, burning the ground around them. Sensing a change, Logan retreats and creates distance. He feels the air grow heavy, pressing down on his shoulders. The presence is far away, coming from another part of the battlefield, but he can clearly feel it. It is the Swordmaster's weighted blade. Logan's eyes widen as he understands. A smile spreads across his face. Seeing Logan suddenly smile, Valterman grinds his teeth in rage. He swings his massive sword at Logan with enough power to split a building, shouting, "What are you laughing at?" Logan instantly blocks the attack, knocking the giant sword aside. He keeps laughing, a deep and genuine laugh in the middle of a deadly battle. Logan realizes his master was right, just as he always said and feared. Those who taste power will always seek more power. It is the curse of the strong, but Logan also understands something else. People chose to believe in him. He is not chasing power for its own sake. In the chaos of the battlefield, a deep realization fills Logan's mind. Once he was a brute who only understood violence. Now he needs to prove himself. He must honor the trust others placed in him. Every choice weighs heavily on his shoulders, but that weight now gives him strength. Logan's sword becomes wrapped in aura as he drives Valterman back with a burst of new power. At last he reaches the weighted blade, the same state of mind and strength that his master possesses. At that moment Logan screams, his voice cutting through the chaos of war, saying that he cannot abandon his responsibilities. No matter what happens, he cannot run from them. Hearing this, Valterman completely loses control. The pressure finally breaks his sanity. He shouts at Logan to stop talking and releases all of his fierce flame-like aura. His body becomes like a living fire, and he tells Logan to burn away. Valterman rushes toward Logan with clear killing intent, but suddenly the air around him grows heavy and thick as if it is pressing down on everything. Breathing becomes difficult. It feels as though time itself has stopped. Logan is fully absorbed in his sword. He sees nothing except the blade and feels only the flow of energy within it. As Valterman closes in, Logan remains completely focused, reaching a state of perfect concentration. When Valterman strikes, bringing down his blazing weapon, Logan avoids it with a movement so small and precise that it looks like he teleported. In that instant, time freezes. The flames, the flying debris, and the sounds of battle all stop. Valterman notices this and is filled with terror. True fear grips his soul as he realizes the world has halted around him. Logan descends from the sky like a shining star, his entire body glowing with brilliant light. His sword shines with a radiant aura, lighting up the dark battlefield. He has reached the realm of a swordmaster. Logan finally unleashes the technique he has been striving for, the fourth form of the divine sword, Blazing Heat Slash. He strikes Valterman and the attack connects with overwhelming heat born from the divine technique. Valterman begins to burn away, his armor melts, his aura is consumed, and his body breaks apart under the holy flames. A massive explosion follows, lighting up the battlefield and announcing the rise of a new master. The world is swallowed by a blinding inferno as Valterman is struck by the divine sword. The heat is so intense that it feels less like fire and more like the wrath of a god. As his flesh burns and his vision dissolves into a blur of orange and white, confusion tears at Valterman's mind. What just happened? The events refuse to make sense. When did Logan get above him? One moment, Valterman was in control, and in the blink of an eye, the boy was somehow above him, raining down destruction. Then a horrifying realization hits him. Why is his aura being overwhelmed by the power of someone he thought was weak? Valterman, the master swordsman, feels his own strength collapse as it is devoured by the sheer density and violence of the strike. The explosion is so devastating that it can be seen from the McLean rampart. A towering mushroom cloud of mana and debris rises into the sky, shaking the earth itself. From afar, Logan's younger brother Ronian stares at the distant blast with wide, shaking eyes, deeply worried. He grips the stone of the rampart so tightly that his knuckles turn white. Logan's fiancée Eileen feels the same fear. She watches the smoke rise, her heart pounding, silently praying that the man she loves has not burned himself away along with his enemy. At the center of the crater, the dust slowly settles. When the terrifying flames from the divine skill fade, Logan stands among the embers, breathing heavily. He quickly reviews what happened and realizes it activated at the perfect moment. He is thinking about Lux, his sword's special ability, time acceleration. It is a skill he cannot use repeatedly because it puts an enormous strain on both his body and the blade. That is why he saved it for the very end of the duel. He combined it with the fourth form of the divine sword, Scorching Slash, a technique that lets him move at 3 times his normal speed and cut through aura as easily as paper. With this overwhelming combination, even Jordan Valterman, the legendary blazing sword, could not avoid it. As the smoke fully clears, Valterman is revealed to be on his final breath. His armor is shattered and his body is broken. Logan walks toward him, his long shadow falling over the defeated warrior, creating a cold and terrifying image of victory. Looking down, Logan tells him simply that he lost. Valterman stares back with empty eyes. The fire that once burned in his gaze is gone, replaced by the dull darkness of approaching death. Even so, his pride remains. With a dying blood-filled cough, he speaks in a final taunt. He says that Logan took down the first prince and that the second prince will soon fall without him. He acknowledges Logan's terrifying efficiency and admits that Logan truly succeeded in placing the third prince on the throne, something no one believed was possible. He admits that Logan truly is the Sword Duke's student, as the similarity in their power cannot be denied. Still, he whispers that things will not go entirely as Logan hopes. With a bitter cough, Valterman asks who will listen to such a young prince, hinting that political chaos is far from over. Despite his bold words, deep down he is afraid of Logan. He has seen the monster hidden beneath the skin of the young lord. Logan remains silent for a moment, thinking over the dying man's words. He does not comfort him, nor does he argue. Tightening his grip on his sword as the leather creaks in his hand, Logan finally asks Valterman, "Are those your last words?" Valterman is now at the edge of death. His breathing is weak, only a faint rattle in his throat. He looks up at Logan, who is standing above him and blocking the light of the sky. With his last strength, Valterman curses Logan, calling him a bastard, and tells him to move aside because he cannot see the sun. He wants the light to be the final thing he sees, not the face of the man who killed him. In a tragic moment, Logan grants him that mercy. He strikes one final time, and his blade cuts away the last trace of life, ending Jordan Valterman, the wielder of the blazing sword, on the rampart. The battle continues without pause. The sound of clashing steel and screaming men fills the air. A massive golem moves through the battlefield, unstoppable, slaughtering enemy soldiers. Its stone arms swing with terrible power, crushing armor and breaking bones. One soldier, watching his comrades die, cannot believe the golem defeated 3 knights at the same time. It goes against everything he knows about war. Another soldier tries to raise their broken morale, shouting at him not to be afraid. He says the golem's weakness must be its mana stone and that destroying the core will stop it. But a third soldier, his voice shaking in terror, says that this golem does not have a mana stone at all. The truth horrifies them. A golem without a core has no weakness. Before the soldier can even react, the golem turns its huge body and smashes him, sending his corpse flying across the battlefield. From a higher position, Sir Clayton watches in excitement and asks the nearby troops if they saw that. His eyes shine with pride as he explains that this is not a constructed golem, but a summoned one. It is the power of a 6-circle mage. He raises his staff and releases all of his summoned golems at once. The ground shakes as more stone giants rise from the earth. At this point, the enemy soldiers are filled with fear towards Sir Clayton and his golems. They realize they are not fighting men but a force of nature. Overwhelmed by this power, they hesitate and freeze in place. Amid the chaos, Eileen moves through the battlefield with deadly skill. She approaches an enemy soldier from behind, and in one swift motion, her blade flashes. The man dies before he even realizes she is there. Eileen senses that their enemies are shaken by the arrival of the Sword Duke and that the tide of battle is turning. Still, her thoughts drift away from the blood and death around her. She hopes that if the young Master Logan can return safely, that would be the best possible outcome. Her heart aches with worry as she thinks about his duel. While Eileen is lost in these thoughts, an enemy soldier begins to sneak up behind her. He moves carefully, gripping his weapon tightly. His greedy eyes look over her armor and her sword. He thinks she must be an elite of McLean, wearing fine gear. Greed overcomes his caution. He decides to take her head and earn a great reward for killing a high-ranking officer. He licks his lips, already imagining the gold. Just as he prepares to strike, confident it will be an easy kill, a shadow falls over him. Suddenly, Logan appears and steps down on the soldier with crushing force. The man is slammed face first into the ground and pinned instantly. Logan stands on top of him, carrying a terrible trophy. The head of the blazing sword, sealed inside a bag. After crushing the soldier like a simple stepping stone, Logan looks down at the movement under his boot and asks in confusion, "What was that?" When Dame Eileen sees Logan emerge from the smoke, her face brightens at once. All her worry disappears, replaced by pure relief, and she rushes toward him. Seeing that Logan is safe, her shoulders relax as the tension drains from her body. Logan looks back at her, his expression soft, and says he is glad she is safe as well. In the background, beneath Logan's boot, the face of the enemy soldier who dreamed of a great reward is now flattened and forgotten in the dirt. Dame Eileen lets out a long sigh, releasing all the stress she had been holding in. She says she could see the forest exploding from where she stood, and the blast was so huge that she feared the worst. She admits that just watching, unable to help, made her feel like she was losing her mind. Realizing how exposed her feelings sound, she grows a little embarrassed and tries to steady herself. She begins to ask Logan if he had fallen again like last time, referring to the battle with Wiccan Kalia when he was badly injured. But before she can finish, Logan gently interrupts her. He looks at her and tells her that she must have been very worried about him. When Logan suddenly speaks and hits the truth directly, Dame Eileen's face turns bright red. She blushes so hard that her face looks almost as red as the blood on the battlefield. She panics and starts stammering, trying to take her words back. She says that it's not like she didn't worry about him, just not enough to say it that way. She is clearly trying to protect her dignity. After that, she starts mumbling nonsense, saying that everyone was worried back then, and that she was no different from the other soldiers. Logan cuts through her rambling with a gentle smile that reaches his eyes. He thanks her for believing in him. Hearing that, Eileen feels like she might cry. The tension of the battle and the relief afterward hit her all at once. She sniffs, holding back her tears, and complains that he can't say something like that so casually. She says it isn't fair to her heart. Logan nods and says he will arrange something for them later, maybe a date or at least a proper talk once everything is over. But then his expression turns serious again. The war is not finished yet. Logan turns away from her and walks to the edge of the fortification. He stands on the rampart wall and looks down at the chaotic battlefield below. Taking a deep breath, he shouts, his voice strengthened by his aura. He declares, "All who stand on McLean's soil, listen carefully. I, Logan McLean, have taken the heads of Reuter von Grandia, the first prince, and the blazing sword, Jordan Valterman." He lifts a bloody bag for everyone to see. At this announcement, the enemy leaders, Huon, Douglas, Luther, and Wiccan, are stunned. Their faces go pale, especially when Douglas sees blood dripping from the bag. Fear grips him as the truth sinks in. Logan continues shouting, declaring that their coalition has failed and ordering them to stop fighting. The soldiers are in disbelief. The news spreads through their ranks like a shockwave. One soldier completely loses control. His hands shake as he grips his weapon, his teeth clenched in anger. He says there is no way a kid like Logan could defeat an aura user like their lord. He refuses to believe that the legendary blazing sword fell to a boy. Suddenly, a terrifying sword pressure crashes down on them. The air becomes heavy, making it hard to breathe. The Sword Duke steps forward, his presence towering over the battlefield like a giant. He announces that anyone who refuses to accept defeat can come to him. He will deal with them personally. The soldiers cannot endure the overwhelming pressure coming from the Duke. Their will breaks. One by one, weapons fall to the ground. Voices begin to shout their surrender. Someone declares that House Fractal will fight no more. Then House Rowan follows. After that, House Anthony announces it will also lay down its arms. The coalition collapses in moments. Huon Douglas stands frozen in the middle of the battlefield, looking foolish and alone among surrendering troops. He lets out a nervous, almost hysterical laugh. Everything has been ruined because of Logan McLean. He cannot understand how a single boy destroyed their entire plan. The Sword Duke looks at the mage and asks, "What about him? Will he keep fighting?" Douglas thinks it over, quickly calculating his chances. He realizes they are 0. He drops his staff, the wood clattering against the stone, and says that he surrenders. Wiccan and Luther stare in disbelief. Their leader has given up. Luther angrily asks if Douglas has no shame. As the spell Douglas had placed on the Sword Duke finally fades, the Duke looks at him and says calmly, "A wise choice." Without any warning, the Sword Duke suddenly attacks Wiccan and Luther. He moves so fast it is hard to follow, releasing a frightening blade force. In an instant, both of them are knocked unconscious either by the flat of his blade or the crushing pressure alone. Standing over their fallen bodies, the Duke casually remarks that the two youngsters needed a nap. Huon Douglas is horrified by what he just saw. His eyes are wide as he realizes that the old man knocked out 2 aura users the moment the spell was gone. The gap in power is impossible to bridge. Douglas begins backing away from the battlefield. He plans to retreat for now and live another day, promising himself that he will someday get revenge on Logan McLean. Before he can finish the thought, the Sword Duke stops him. His voice is cold as ice as he says surrender. Douglas freezes. He doesn't understand. He already surrendered. He should be spared. The Sword Duke steps closer and says he can read Douglas's thoughts clearly from his face. The betrayal, the lack of regret, and the intent to harm Logan in the future are all obvious. The Duke raises his sword, the blade shining coldly. He tells Douglas that he never intended to let him or Jordan live in the first place. Douglas tries to beg for mercy, opening his mouth to plead, but the Sword Duke cuts off his head in one smooth motion. As the head falls, the Duke says he will see him in hell. With that brutal act, the battle finally ends. Silence falls over the McLean lands, heavy with victory. Logan runs toward his master and calls out, "Master." His eyes are nearly filled with tears as he says, "Master, you came." In that moment, he is just a boy again, seeking his mentor's approval. The Sword Duke is also relieved to see his disciple alive and well. A small smile appears on his face, but true to his nature, he suddenly smacks Logan on the head. He grumbles that Logan is going to give him a hernia with all this trouble. Rubbing his chin, the Sword Duke asks, "What now?" Still rubbing the sore spot on his head, Logan straightens up. His expression changes from that of a student to that of a leader. He says he will mobilize their forces and search for the second prince. After that, he plans to march on the capital. The Sword Duke is slightly surprised by such a bold plan. Logan looks toward the horizon with a serious expression and says that this civil war must be ended once and for all.
The scene at Grand, the capital, was exceedingly peaceful. A long line of people had gathered before the gates to welcome the returning cavalry. Roberts, filled with joy, spread his arms wide as he greeted Logan, saying that they had already heard of his victory 4 days earlier. Upon seeing him, Logan promptly dismounted from his horse. With great pride, he expressed his gratitude to Roberts for coming out to meet him and addressed him respectfully as his father-in-law. Hearing this, Roberts was clearly pleased and responded with a warm smile and a nod. At that moment, Eileen, still seated on her horse, grew shy and cleared her throat a few times, which caused Ronian to burst into laughter, while Victor reacted with mild surprise. Roberts then continued, remarking that the story had already spread throughout the capital, to the extent that even the royal guards would not dare to stop Logan here. Logan readily agreed and stated that they should set off at once. His expression suddenly turned serious as he planted his sword firmly into the ground, declaring his resolve to take care of whatever remnants remained. Not long after, Logan made his way inside. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, reflecting inwardly that this place had once been the kingdom's civil war, the greatest hurdle he had been forced to overcome since his regression. Turning his head with tension, he acknowledged to himself that now, at last, McLean had overcome that obstacle. As he looked toward Ronian, Eileen, and Victor strolling around nearby, he cheerfully realized that a great deal had changed over the past 3 years. Those around him could not help but react with amazement, and Logan himself felt his heart grow lighter, allowing a faint smile to appear. However, he suddenly stopped, hesitation creeping in, as he reminded himself that he could not afford to become complacent over this victory. He wrestled internally with the thought that, after all, there was still another hurdle to surpass: the Empire's conquest wars. He recognized them as the final nail in the coffin needed to completely destroy the kingdom that had been ravaged by civil war, as well as the very battles he had once fought until his death. Painful memories surged through his mind as he recalled that his father had passed away early during the war against the Empire, and that Ronian, an aura user, had been captured and killed by the Empire on the front lines. Logan's face darkened with rage as he remembered how, back then, the king had used Ronian as a distraction in order to escape. Gazing at Ronian, who was now smiling brightly, Logan silently vowed that such a thing would never be allowed to happen again. Meanwhile, Ronian himself was cheerfully admiring the surroundings, expressing his awe at the beauty of the place and marveling that this was Grandia. Logan, however, remained lost in his memories, recalling that according to what he remembered, the war against the Empire should begin in 6 to 7 years, yet the kingdom's future had already been altered. His thoughts grew uncertain as he admitted to himself that he could no longer predict what kind of effects these changes would have on the future. At that moment, the commander-in-chief approached with enthusiasm and introduced himself as the commander of the Royal Knights, adding that he had heard many stories about Logan. Faced with this, Logan understood that he needed to make decisions of his own, concluding that he had to be prepared. With a solemn expression, he stated that before meeting His Majesty Rogers, he wished to search for any remaining traitors and expressed his hope for the other party's cooperation. His firm declaration left the man momentarily speechless. In stark contrast to the calm within the estate, the area outside was filled with the angry shouts of the citizens. Those who had been tightly bound struggled as they screamed to be released, hurling curses and demanding whether their captors had any idea who they were, insisting that they should recognize the crest of House Douglas displayed upon them. Roran shouted furiously, introducing himself as Roran Valtermine and declaring that he was the third grandson of Lord Jordan Valtermine. He continued screaming without pause, ordering them to release him at once. His hysterical outburst made Logan frown in deep irritation. Logan remarked that news of the battle had reached the capital 3 days ago, and he had assumed that those involved would have fled long before now. As he looked at the people crying uncontrollably, he felt a moment of confusion and wondered whether they truly believed themselves to be immune from punishment. Roran, still enraged, shouted that they were being far too noisy. At that moment, the commander stepped forward to report that all the people present were those involved in the incident. With a trace of regret, he added that the residences of Counts Talos and Wolves had been completely empty, leading them to suspect that the two had already escaped. Hearing this, Logan fell into silent contemplation, thinking that Rena, such a cunning fox, would never have stayed behind. Letting out a weary sigh, he issued a cold command to execute everyone. As soon as the order was given, Roran's face twisted in shock. He screamed in despair, refusing to accept it. The people around him also broke down, crying and begging desperately for mercy, pleading with their lord to spare their lives. The soldiers could only exchange uneasy glances as the condemned continued to scream that they did not want to die like this. Even Roran lowered his head and begged, promising that he would give anything they wanted. He cried until he had no tears left, swearing that he would do absolutely anything if only they would show mercy. However, their pleas were ignored. They were slaughtered regardless, their anguished screams echoing through the air as blood splattered everywhere. After everything was over, Logan stepped forward and calmly asked whether it had been confirmed. Victor straightened his posture and reported that all blood relatives of the traitors had been eliminated. Hearing this, Logan hesitated briefly before acknowledging that he understood. Then he suddenly stated that the royal palace would be next. This declaration caused visible shock among those present. They raised their heads in disbelief as Logan continued issuing orders, instructing them to bring the first and second princes, along with their children, as well as the old aristocrats who had taken refuge within the royal palace. Robert stepped forward anxiously and asked whether this was truly acceptable and whether the matter had been discussed with the Sword Duke. Logan, however, firmly insisted that it was necessary and declared that he would bear all responsibility himself. Standing behind him, the commander's face darkened as he inwardly questioned the situation, thinking that even so, the royal family was involved and that Logan truly acted entirely according to his own will. Meanwhile, Logan lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. He acknowledged to himself that with this, all royal bloodlines unrelated to Rogers von Grandia, the third prince, had now been erased. His brows knit tightly in concern as he reflected that the second prince, who was still at large, troubled him, but he believed it was only a matter of time before they found him. Looking around, Logan resolved inwardly that the preparations to stop the Empire would begin now. The next day, the sun rose again, casting warm rays of light. The commander approached to report that the prince was being escorted by the Sword Duke and would arrive soon. Logan responded politely, expressing his thanks. At the same time, the commander found himself puzzled, wondering why Lord Logan, who was a student of the Sword Duke, had asked him to guide the prince instead. He continued overthinking, feeling that at this point it almost seemed as though the Royal Knights were working for Logan. Just then, the massive doors were opened. Soldiers lined up in perfect formation and marched outward. Rogers emerged from within. He slightly parted his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Below, Logan lifted his gaze to look up at him. Rogers silently lowered himself, meeting Logan's gaze. A moment later, Logan stepped forward, causing Rogers to panic slightly and bow his head. It was then that he realized Logan was kneeling before him. With utmost reverence, Logan formally greeted him, stating that Logan McLean paid his respects to His Highness, Rogers von Grandia. Everyone standing behind Logan immediately followed suit, kneeling down as well, and collectively proclaimed their respect by hailing Rogers as the prince. From behind them, Lewis finally let out a breath of relief. Rogers, still somewhat stunned, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as he addressed Logan. Logan merely curled his lips into a faint smile and calmly remarked that he had finally fulfilled the promise he had once made to Rogers, apologizing for arriving so late. Rogers froze briefly upon hearing this, repeating the word promise in disbelief. Suddenly, he threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, admitting that he had never imagined Logan would keep that promise in such a manner. He then smiled warmly and praised Logan, telling him that he had done well. Logan accepted the recognition with genuine delight. The commander standing behind them silently assessed the scene, thinking to himself that the prince was showing Logan an extraordinary level of respect. At that moment, Logan rose to his feet and suggested that they should depart, addressing Rogers directly as prince. Before leaving, he confidently extended his hand and declared that he would personally escort Rogers to the palace. Those words left Rogers momentarily dazed. He quietly watched Logan's retreating figure as Logan and the others walked away. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, rain poured heavily over a forest. Exhausted, Romain shouted for them to stop, then panicked as he questioned whether this was truly the road to the palace. Lucien halted upon hearing this and turned back, calmly addressing Romain by name, while asking when he had ever said they were heading to the palace. He subtly revealed the sword hidden within his sleeve and coldly stated that Romain had merely followed him of his own accord. Terrified, Romain screamed in disbelief and stumbled backward repeatedly, shouting for him to stop and demanding to know what he was doing, desperately begging him not to do this. With eyes wide and mouth agape, Romain cried out both Lucien's name and Sir Talos's title. However, Lucien showed no concern and simply raised his sword as he advanced. After dealing with Romain, Lucien let out a reluctant sigh, muttering that things had truly spiraled out of control. As he wiped the blood from his slender blade, he complained that he had only anticipated the fall of the second prince. Everything had gone far beyond his calculations, especially Logan McLean's actions, which he admitted had been completely unexpected. Casting away the blood-soaked cloth, Lucien steeled himself and concluded that his mission ended there. He then left the forest coldly, telling himself that he looked forward to receiving his reward. Outside the palace, carriages arrived one after another, while inside, nobles had already taken their seats, scattered throughout the hall. The gathered crowd began whispering among themselves, criticizing McLean for growing arrogant and questioning his audacity in summoning all the nobles of the capital for a meeting. Others quickly warned them to watch their words, reminding them that McLean had already eliminated nobles and even royals on charges of treason. Some expressed concern, admitting that although Logan was trusted by the future king, they felt he might be pushing matters too far. However, the man beside them responded calmly that for those who had remained neutral, the situation was not necessarily unfavorable. He pointed out that they had always stayed neutral, just as McLean himself had done. Laughing openly, he added that they had all suffered for years, caught between the two opposing sides, and that there was surely something to be gained for them now. Despite this, many around him felt helpless, privately acknowledging that they had done nothing to support Logan in the past. At that moment, the guard suddenly snapped to attention and loudly announced the arrival of Lord Logan McLean. The doors swung open, and Logan strode into the hall. The previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent while Roberts quietly observed him. Logan stepped forward and expressed his gratitude for everyone's presence despite the short notice. With unwavering confidence, he announced that the reason he had summoned them all was to establish a new government. This declaration sent waves of shock through the hall as the nobles murmured in disbelief about a new government and the prospect of high-ranking positions. Just then, Roberts cleared his throat and smiled approvingly. He praised Logan for driving out the traitors and forging a new nation, stating that all of it was thanks to Lord Logan. He assured everyone that they trusted Logan to do what was right and asserted that there was no reason for anyone to even consider opposing or surpassing him. At that moment, others also began to chime in, voicing their agreement with Count Floyd and repeatedly expressing that they had no doubts about Logan's recommendations and would follow his wishes, urging him to speak freely. Logan could not help but find the situation amusing, privately thinking that they were blatantly currying favor with him. He then lowered his head, smiled, and remarked that this had been his intention all along, adding that he would speak his mind first. He asked someone to distribute the information to everyone and then explained that these were the candidates he had selected within the limited time available, instructing anyone with objections to speak up. A silver-haired man picked up the documents, reading them while pondering, before reacting with surprise at the selection. Meanwhile, Logan, standing below, remained confident in his decisions and smiled calmly. The situation at present was somewhat complicated. It was explained that the Civil War was over, but not everything had been fully resolved. More than a week had been required just to clean up the battlefield, and the Sword Duke, who had overseen everything, had taken another week to return to the capital, Grand. Not long after his return, the coronation, the culmination of all their efforts, had taken place. When the people saw the man standing above, they could not help but murmur in awe, recognizing him as Archbishop Crimson Matthew. Matthew lowered his head and read out the decree, announcing that the coronation ceremony of the 42nd King of Grandia, the 1,000-year kingdom, was beginning. Below the platform, a young boy excitedly called out to his father that the coronation was truly starting. His father carefully reminded him that, as the heir of their house, he needed to watch closely. He calmly instructed him to look particularly to the right of the throne, pointing out the two figures standing there. Looking toward Logan and Felix, the father introduced them as the key figures of the Civil War. The boy quickly responded that he already knew, identifying them as the Sword Duke and his student, Logan McLean, and remarking that even someone without training like himself could feel their power. Without hesitation, the father affirmed that those two were the new centers of power and that it was important to leave a good impression on them. He then pointed to the other side and told his son to look there as well. Indicating Roberts, he explained that those were the newly appointed ministers. With evident familiarity, he added that Logan McLean's father-in-law, Count Floyd, had become the new prime minister and that all the other ministers were aligned with him. The boy asked in surprise whether that arrangement was truly acceptable, remarking that he was certain the nobles would have spoken out against it. The father let out a reluctant sigh and asked who would dare to do so. In his eyes, Logan was an extremely dangerous figure, and he noted that these had been the orders of the so-called Knight of Blood. Sitting some distance away, Felix keenly noticed the conversation and asked Logan whether he had heard that remark. He calmly repeated that they were calling him the Knight of Blood. This caused Logan to flush with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat, remarking that Felix did not need to listen in on everything people said. Felix cheerfully teased him in response, questioning why he should not, since it was a name Logan had earned for himself. Left helpless, Logan could only call out to his master. At this moment, Logan showed visible sorrow and admitted that he had thought he should not have stained Felix's hands with blood. Felix frowned and turned away slightly, dismissing it as mere excuses, saying that it was fine and that at least Logan was aware of what he had done. Speaking somewhat awkwardly, Felix remarked that people always changed, just as he himself had changed in order to protect Logan. However, that did little to ease Logan's feelings. He lowered his head and sincerely apologized for it. Felix replied calmly that there was nothing to be sorry about, as it had been his choice as well. Then, adopting the posture of a senior imparting wisdom, Felix warned him that he must always be conscious of the man he had become, because if he ever forgot that, the path toward becoming a monster would open before him. Without any hesitation, Felix cited Jordan as an example, the man who had died by Logan's own hands. Logan nodded seriously and affirmed that he would keep that in mind. On the other side, Matthew was still reading out the decree when Logan hesitated before speaking again, explaining that he was only asking just in case. Noticing the fiery look in Felix's eyes, Logan timidly wondered whether something had happened between him and the Archbishop, pointing out that Felix was glaring at the man as if he were stabbing him with his eyes. Felix let out a sigh and explained that it was nothing more than the Archbishop being an annoying man. Logan, slightly confused, asked if he meant the Archbishop. Felix then clarified that the Archbishop wished for Stella to be sent to the church. Logan quickly grasped the situation and concluded that it was because of what had happened during the naming ceremony. Felix scratched his head helplessly and sighed, telling Logan that it was nothing for him to worry about. He explained that while the Archbishop belonged to the church, he could not force a duke to do anything, and that the coronation taking place here was what mattered most at the moment. At that time, Rogers entered from outside with an extremely solemn expression. He approached Matthew, preparing to undergo the coronation ritual. As the crown was brought forth, its light illuminated Rogers' face, shining brilliantly and dazzling everyone present. Those seated below could not suppress their astonishment. Logan calmly assessed it, noting that it was the crown of a regent, a fifth-class artifact bestowed only upon the descendants of Grandia. Rogers knelt down low in anticipation. Matthew then placed the crown upon his head, and a blinding light burst forth like a miracle. Energy surged outward from Rogers's chest. Witnessing this, Logan was so shocked that his mouth fell open as he realized that the light of the crown had transformed into mana and found its way into the prince. He then recalled that he had seen something similar when meeting the previous king, but had been unable to recognize it at the time because he was not sufficiently trained. With that realization, he concluded that there was high-ranking protective magic embedded within the crown. This led Logan to question matters internally. He reasoned that with such power residing in the crown, it should have been extremely difficult for the king to be assassinated so easily, making him wonder whether the assassination had truly been the work of the Empire. After taking his seat upon the throne, Rogers began to speak, declaring that for the glory of Grandia's new chapter, he would reward the servants who had faithfully served the king. He then called for Sir Logan MacLean to step forward. Upon hearing his name, Logan immediately rose and moved to the center, kneeling before Rogers. Rogers smiled gently as he introduced Logan as a hero who had slain the traitor Jordan Baltermine and praised him as a pillar of the kingdom who followed the path of Lord Felix Esperanza. Hearing such commendation, Logan felt immense happiness and nodded with a smile. Rogers then continued, stating that he valued Logan's tactical abilities far more than his physical strength. This left Logan so startled that he nearly choked in surprise, inwardly questioning what tactics he was referring to. Rogers promptly explained that Logan had foreseen the misfortune that would befall the nation years in advance. Those around them were left utterly stunned as Rogers further revealed that Logan had brought down the corrupt nobles and had promised him the crown. Logan silently reflected to himself that he had almost made countless mistakes despite knowing the future. Meanwhile, Rogers continued his proclamation, stating that, as demonstrated, Logan had served the nation dutifully and that he would therefore reward Sir Logan MacLean and House MacLean accordingly. Seated below, Roberts listened with undisguised pride as Rogers announced that, first, half of the territories seized from Marquis Kalia would be granted. Felix, no less satisfied, noted that half of the territories taken from Marquis Kail would also be included and that all of these lands were to be awarded to House MacLean. After a brief pause, Rogers resumed and declared his final decision. He would restore the former titles and honors of House MacLean and order its promotion to the rank of Marquis. Logan bowed deeply as he accepted these rewards. Rogers then added that furthermore, Logan MacLean would be granted the title of Count separately from the promotion of House MacLean itself. Smiling generously, Rogers remarked that Logan stood there thanks to his contributions, and thus decreed that all subjects of the land were to treat Logan with the same respect they would show to the king himself. Hearing this, Logan could not help but lift his head in shock, inwardly wondering whether Rogers truly intended to go this far. Inside the royal palace, the atmosphere quickly descended into turmoil. One person boldly questioned what such a declaration was supposed to mean, while a woman beside them expressed her confusion, trying to summarize the situation. The crowd soon realized in astonishment that Logan would be receiving half of both Kalia's and Kale's territories, and on top of that, a promotion at the same time. Many voiced their disbelief at the unprecedented scale of the reward. Unmoved by the surrounding reactions, Rogers calmly continued, stating that this was not all, and announced that Logan MacLean would also receive a separate county of his own. Another individual frowned in displeasure and complained that, more importantly, Rogers had ordered Logan MacLean to be treated as though he were the king himself, remarking that such a reward was immense beyond measure. Logan, still kneeling before Rogers, grew increasingly unsettled, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then turned to look at Felix, who was sweating and whispered in confusion, asking what exactly was happening. Logan shook his head repeatedly and replied that he had not expected to receive such overwhelming rewards either. From above, Rogers spoke again with a composed expression, stating that he would have liked to do even more if he had the means, but apologized that this was all he could offer. He then asked whether Logan had anything else he wished to request. The people around them were left stunned by the implication that even more could be granted. Logan lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating, he raised his head and stated that he did have a small wish. Rogers reacted with surprise and encouraged him to speak freely. Logan then quickly expressed that even if his house had now risen to the rank of Marquis, receiving the territories of both Kalia and Kale was excessive. He explained thoughtfully that he worried such an arrangement would set a poor precedent for future generations of his house. Rogers nodded in acknowledgement of Logan's concern, yet rejected the notion, asserting that rewarding the nation's greatest contributor with nothing more than a title would set an even worse precedent. Logan appeared to have anticipated this response. He smiled faintly and conceded that, if Rogers said so, then he accepted it. Logan then presented his true request, stating that he wished to receive the Terran lands, located in the central region of the kingdom. This caused Rogers to exclaim in surprise, questioning whether he truly meant the Terran region. Those around them murmured in confusion, recalling that Terran was a barren land with its mines long since sealed, and wondering what Logan could possibly be thinking. Rogers then informed Logan that the region had once been the heart of the kingdom's mining industry, though that had been 200 years ago. He proceeded to ask whether Logan truly desired those lands, which were not even close to his existing territory. Logan nodded without the slightest hesitation, affirming that it was indeed the case. Rogers let out a long sigh and questioned whether Logan intended to make him look bad. Forced to lift his head, Logan explained that he was merely worried that such excessive rewards might damage Rogers' public image. Beneath his earnest gaze, Logan harbored private thoughts of his own, reasoning that there was, of course, a reason behind his request, and that leaving a good impression through humility was never a bad thing. After some deliberation, Rogers sighed again and said that he understood Logan's wishes, but admitted that he did not feel entirely comfortable stopping at that. He then proposed an alternative arrangement, stating that he would also bestow upon House McLean the upper lands of Kalia, the region connecting Terran and McLean. A geographical map unfolded in Logan's mind, tracing the names Grandia, Terran, Kalia, and McLean. He carefully calculated the implications and concluded that it would not be a bad source of additional income. Immediately afterward, Logan expressed his gratitude and respectfully accepted the Emperor's kindness, addressing him as His Majesty. He was genuinely excited by the outcome and thought that his people would surely be pleased with this reward. The remaining rewards were then distributed swiftly. As Felix knelt before him, Rogers formally announced that he was granting Duke Felix Esperanza the title of Archduke, along with the lands of Dukes Talos and Cherno, which were to be incorporated into the new Archduke's territory. The people around them appeared satisfied with the decision. Felix bowed his head and expressed his thanks to His Majesty. However, Logan keenly noticed that Felix did not look particularly happy, recalling how difficult it had been to persuade him to accept the honor. Logan remembered Felix turning away in irritation and insisting that he did not want it, and how he himself had tried to coax him out of that refusal. Logan forced a bitter smile as he reflected that Felix was truly far from being greedy, yet he could not help himself. Logan had his own calculations, believing that with all the Marquises stripped of power, the Empire would be defenseless if war were declared without Felix guarding the western border. In his heart, Logan silently apologized, thinking that Felix was the only person he could truly trust. On the other side, Rogers smiled again and added that, since he himself was still quite inexperienced, he needed assistance. He therefore declared that he was appointing Felix as a royal advisor to the court. This announcement left Felix utterly stunned. He immediately shot Logan a pointed look filled with restrained intent. With an icy expression, Felix questioned whether this had been Logan's doing. Sensing the implicit threat, Logan avoided meeting his gaze and thought to himself that there was no one else he could trust with such a position. Noticing Felix's momentary distraction, Rogers called out to him by his new title. Felix jolted, cleared his throat awkwardly, and despite clenching his fists in anger, expressed his appreciation. Seeing the situation unfold, Logan felt helpless and told himself that he should leave as soon as possible. The rewards continued and were even extended to nobles who had contributed nothing. Those who received them reacted in disbelief, questioning whether they too were included, before abruptly falling silent upon sensing something amiss. Logan fixed them with an unfriendly gaze, warning them to consider this reward as an advance payment for their future services. The noble in question hurriedly put on a polite smile and declared that he only wished to serve the kingdom. Others around him quickly echoed the same sentiment, claiming that they too were eager to get to work. After the bestowal of rewards concluded, Rogers enthusiastically raised his glass and called for everyone to do the same. With a radiant expression, he proclaimed a blessing for the beginning of the new Grandia. Beneath the warm sunlight, countless arms were lifted in response, goblets clashing together as laughter and cheer filled the air. Completely satisfied with the present state of affairs, the crowd reveled boisterously, shouting praises for the Emperor and for Grandia itself. As Ronion strolled around, he could not help but feel astonished and deeply moved, remarking inwardly that everyone there seemed genuinely happy. He even let out a quiet expression of awe. Soon after, he opened up emotionally, noting that although his brother had appeared truly exhausted after the war, he had been nothing but smiles while speaking with their father, which greatly relieved him. Walking beside him, Victor promptly reaffirmed his confidence, reminding Ronion that he had already said his brother was strong. Hearing this, Ronion became slightly flustered and explained that, regardless of everything, he was still family, and that was why he could not help but worry. He then pointed at Victor with mild dissatisfaction, reminding him that he was still speaking far too formally to him and insisting that Victor act more casually when they were alone. Victor awkwardly cleared his throat and explained that, since Ronion was the brother of his master, such formality was only natural. Ronion could only plead with him once again not to concern himself with such things, before suggesting that they go and see the festival for themselves. At that moment, a vendor enthusiastically raised a skewer of meat, calling out to attract customers to try the grilled meat, but Victor coldly told Ronion to go by himself. Suddenly, Ronion's gaze halted, his expression turning contemplative. He looked down at the jewelry on display and observed that there were many items for sale because of the war, things that girls would truly like. His words caused Victor to freeze momentarily. Ronion then spoke again with renewed enthusiasm, saying that if Victor was not going, he should at least tell him what Victoria would like, as he intended to give her a gift. This suggestion caused Victor's mood to darken, and he reluctantly agreed that he would go after all. Satisfied, Ronion patted Victor on the back approvingly. Growing curious, Ronion scanned the surroundings and wondered where they should go first, only to pause in surprise. His eyes happened to land on Logan and Eileen walking together, and he realized that they were his brother and his fiancée. Excited, Ronion raised his voice to call out to his brother, but Victor immediately turned and covered his mouth, lowering his head and shaking it seriously. Only then did Ronion realize his mistake, and he hurriedly fled the scene, hesitantly wondering whether they should go over there. Logan, having faintly heard the call, looked around in confusion and asked Eileen if she had also heard Ronion's voice. Eileen laughed lightly and replied that she was not sure. She then suggested that, since it was their first outing in quite a while, they should forget about work and take a break. Logan readily agreed, sighing as he admitted that he could not remember the last time he had been able to rest like this. Eileen wholeheartedly agreed, laughing as she did so. She then suddenly turned to look at him and noticed the sword by his side, recalling the words Logan had once said, that the sword was not a gift to Knight Eileen, but a gift to his fiancée, Lady Eileen. Remembering this made her extremely embarrassed, as she realized that he had proposed to her so simply that day. She reflected that, at first, the engagement had merely been for her to become a knight, but when he referred to her as his fiancée rather than a knight, those words had inexplicably filled her with happiness. After a moment, she realized she had been lost in thought and hurriedly patted her cheeks, telling herself that it was not like that. Her behavior left Logan somewhat bewildered. Eileen continued reflecting inwardly, concluding that since she had accepted his proposal, they would probably need to get married soon, especially since it seemed their father wanted it to happen as well. She remembered how Roberts had once asked her when the two of them would be getting married, and how she had only been able to stammer in response. Returning to the present, Eileen glanced at Logan with slight awkwardness and thought that she had been surprised by the sudden bodyguard mission, but seeing the festival now made things feel different. Observing Logan's relaxed smile, she felt herself ease up as well, thinking that he looked like someone who trained diligently. A sudden thought struck her, that perhaps this was not truly a mission, and that he might actually feel the same way she did. Yet despite her rising excitement, there remained a lingering unease within her, accompanied by the quiet doubt that someone had once expressed, that he might not be a good match for her after all. Logan and Eileen walked side by side through the bustling atmosphere of the festival. After a moment, Logan casually called out and then expressed his concern, asking whether it was uncomfortable for her to remain in armor all the time. His question caught Eileen slightly off guard, and she replied that it was not uncomfortable at all, explaining that such a thing was simply expected of a knight. However, in her heart, she could not help but think that perhaps she should have worn a dress instead. Feeling a little conflicted, Eileen held her head and let out a small sigh. Logan then reflected that her words made sense, and his face brightened as he sincerely praised her armor, remarking that it was an excellent suit. The moment his compliment ended, Eileen froze in place, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Logan continued enthusiastically, explaining that the armor was made of mithril, which guaranteed its superior quality, and that it had been crafted perfectly for her, making it comfortable to wear. He went on to say that it was only fitting for Eileen and declared that she truly was a model knight. Eileen burst into cheerful laughter, scratching the back of her neck in embarrassment as she modestly told him that he did not need to go that far. Despite her smile, confusion swirled in her mind as she wondered whether this kind of conversation was normal for a date. Nearby, the blacksmith joyfully exclaimed about how great a certain sword was, which only added to Eileen's growing sense of confusion. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Logan bought some cotton candy and approached her, inviting her to try it as well. That small gesture immediately lifted Eileen's mood, filling her with happiness. Not long after, she even managed to chase off a thief and proudly stepped on him while announcing that there was an assassin, laughing triumphantly. Logan responded with excitement, praising her good job. That reaction left Eileen feeling extremely satisfied, and she laughed loudly, thinking about how much fun she was having. Before she realized it, time had slipped away and the sky had begun to darken. Walking beside her, Logan informed her that they were back already. Hearing this, Eileen blurted out her disappointment, asking if it was truly already over. She then hurriedly glanced around and tried to retract her words, awkwardly explaining that she had not meant it that way, which left Logan utterly confused. Regaining her composure, Eileen straightened her posture, cleared her throat several times, and seriously addressed Logan, asking whether he had, by any chance, forgotten something. Her question made Logan pause in confusion as he wondered aloud if she meant something like money. Eileen denied it helplessly, insisting that was not what she meant. Looking flustered, she tried to hint that there was something he had forgotten to tell her. Instead of understanding, Logan became even more puzzled, repeating her words to himself. Suddenly, he cried out, drawing Eileen's attention, and then solemnly apologized for his lack of manners, explaining that he was sorry for making her stand guard during the festival. His words caused Eileen to stiffen in disbelief as she questioned the idea of standing guard. Seeing her reaction, Logan clarified that he would make sure she received some days off later and told her to head back and get some rest for now. Upon hearing this, Eileen's entire expression darkened with disappointment. Logan, however, completely failed to notice her reaction and continued talking, suggesting that it would probably be best for her to enjoy the festival with friends or family instead. That was the final straw. Eileen turned away in anger and began to walk off. Still unaware of what he had done wrong, Logan called after her, asking where she was going. Her steps halted. Without turning around at first, Eileen coldly echoed his question. Then she spun back, fixing Logan with a murderous glare as she told him that she was clocking out. The incident left Logan deeply frightened, and he staggered back several steps in confusion. Leaving him standing there in a daze, Eileen hurried inside. This only deepened Logan's bewilderment, causing him to wonder anxiously whether he had done something wrong. At the same moment, Ronian, standing behind him, was utterly shocked and cried out to his brother in alarm. And just like that, everything came to an end as the sun once again rose high in the sky the next day. Logan later went to seek Felix to ask about the matter. Felix reacted with visible confusion at first, then crossed his arms in frustration and questioned Logan, asking whether he was seriously claiming that he had no idea what he had done wrong. Logan, still looking innocent, scratched his head and replied that he truly did not know, explaining that he had thought about it all night but still could not figure it out. Hearing this, Felix let out a helpless sigh and remarked bitterly that even he had not been this obtuse in his youth. Raising his head, Felix pointed directly at Logan and shouted that Logan needed to remember that Eileen was still his fiancée. Dismissing the matter abruptly, Felix declared that it was enough of that discussion. Immediately afterward, Felix drew his sword and ordered Logan to raise his own. He stated that he would help Logan overcome his weaknesses. Logan instantly became energized and shouted his agreement. At the same time, thoughts flooded Logan's mind as he reflected on how, during the Civil War, he had encountered many powerful opponents and fought countless fierce battles. Through that process, he had seen what lay beyond the mere use of aura, yet he understood that seeing it was different from surpassing it himself, and that he needed the help of another to do so. Standing opposite him, Felix proudly assessed that Logan could now withstand aura and acknowledged that he had grown stronger. Felix praised him openly, telling him that he had done well. Suddenly, however, Felix released an overwhelming surge of power and announced that he would now make Logan truly put in the work. This left Logan stunned, his mouth hanging open in confusion. Stammering, Logan asked whether it was time to begin, addressing Felix as his master and raising his sword to confirm whether they were still training. Felix did not answer at all and instead launched a direct attack, causing Logan to cry out in fear as he called for his master. Felix's eyes burned with fervent intensity as he charged forward, and a loud scream echoed through the air. Outside, Lewis was struggling to restrain a curious Stella. When she reacted in confusion, Lewis pulled her back and told her not to go there. Sometime later, Logan finally collapsed, dropping to his knees before falling face down onto the ground. After catching his breath, Logan addressed Felix, apologizing for all the trouble he had caused during the coronation. Felix responded coldly that he had no idea what Logan was talking about and ordered him to get up. Gripping his sword tightly, Logan explained that he had only wanted someone he could trust by the king's side. This explanation only made Felix angrier. He demanded to know whether Logan had dragged him out of retirement without even discussing it with him first. Aware that he was in the wrong, Logan could only lower his head in silence. Felix stared at him without speaking for a long moment before finally letting out a weary sigh. He admitted that, at the very least, it had been better than a mere excuse, and declared that they would stop for the day. Overjoyed, Logan shouted his thanks. Felix then asked when Logan planned to return to McLean. Sitting up, Logan answered that he would leave as soon as the festival ended. This came as a surprise to Felix, who remarked that it seemed quite soon and asked whether Logan intended to leave his men behind. Logan lifted his head and replied that he would not, stating that he planned to bring them with him. Felix's expression darkened slightly as he murmured that the king had placed his faith in Logan and that it might be wise to leave a few knights behind to help guard him. Logan merely smiled in response and told Felix to stop scrutinizing him like that, warning playfully that he might actually do it if Felix kept pushing him. Lifting his head with a radiant expression, Logan added that he had been hoping the Knights of Esperanza would take on that role. Felix lowered his head and replied that it was fine, reminding Logan that he had already warned him not to be greedy and stating that he could not suggest anything more. Suddenly, Logan spoke again, saying that there was one thing he wished to ask of Felix. Felix readily agreed and asked what it was. Logan then grew serious and urged that preparations for the Empire's invasion be started immediately. His words made Felix widen his eyes slightly in surprise as he voiced his astonishment at the mention of the Empire. Felix questioned Logan's urgency, recalling that Logan had suspected the Empire in the previous king's death, yet was now insisting on immediate action. He soon grasped the core of the issue and realized that Logan truly believed the Empire would attack. Logan lifted his head and affirmed this with absolute certainty. Felix frowned at the response and pointed out that the Empire was currently embroiled in its own internal power struggle. He briefly explained that it was said such turmoil would take at least 5 years to settle, and that during similar periods in the past, the Empire had not attacked any other nation. However, Logan firmly countered this, stating that the Empire had countless records of invading other countries after the rise of a new emperor. Felix fell silent, his brows knitted in hesitation. After a moment of thought, he spoke calmly to reassure Logan, telling him that there was no need to worry excessively, and that as long as he himself was in charge of half of the western border, they would be prepared. Hearing this, Logan recalled inwardly that Felix had held the same position even in his past life, yet still failed. Nevertheless, Logan acknowledged internally that their current situation was better than before, that they now had a different king, and that there was no need to press the matter further. Looking at Felix, Logan felt confident, believing that since they shared the same goals, Felix's sword would inevitably be pointed in the same direction as his own. At that moment, Felix turned to Logan and suggested that he should come to the capital more often. Although Felix served as the king's advisor, he admitted that he did not wish to remain overly busy at his age. Logan was momentarily taken aback and expressed his surprise, admitting that he had thought Felix wanted him to keep some distance from power. Felix lowered his head gently and explained that he simply did not want Logan to change, adding that if Logan remained as he was, he would surely become a good servant to the king. Logan bit his lip, feeling conflicted. He questioned inwardly whether that was truly possible, awkwardly admitting to himself that he was currently more powerful than even the king. He then wondered how many kings could truly tolerate a subject stronger than themselves. In his mind, Logan concluded that King Rogers, who had been foretold to become a great king, would soon come to realize his own potential. While Logan was still lost in thought, Felix suddenly announced that they should continue their training. Logan reacted in shock, exclaiming in disbelief that he had thought they were already finished. Felix merely laughed, releasing his pressure as he explained that although the session had technically ended, Logan was leaving so soon that Felix needed to draw as much progress from him as possible. Logan's face froze in confusion upon hearing this. Even so, he listened as Felix earnestly advised him to continue training even after returning home, assuring him that if he did so, he would certainly keep improving. Logan immediately broke into a cheerful smile, his shout echoing through the space as he eagerly agreed, adding that he had already planned to do so, albeit with some hesitation. When Logan eventually returned home, Patrick called out to him in a solemn tone, addressing him by name before issuing a blunt order that there would be no work and no training. The sudden command left Logan utterly bewildered, his face twisting in confusion as he reacted aloud. Inside, his thoughts churned violently as he tried to understand what such an order could possibly mean. The sudden ban imposed by his father left Logan utterly stunned, and he could only react in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. The origin of the matter, he learned, had begun a few days earlier. Rumors had started spreading everywhere, with people whispering that McLean was leaving the capital. Questions followed one after another, as many doubted whether it was true that he would depart without taking even a single knight with him. They could not understand why he would abandon the power he had worked so hard to secure, especially when his father-in-law was the chancellor and his master a grand duke. Someone eventually voiced a realization, suggesting that this decision might mean the bond between the king and Logan McLean was far deeper than anyone had previously thought. The scene then shifted to a forest dotted with crude huts. Logan sat beside a campfire, holding a piece of paper in his hand. He read its contents aloud to himself, noting that it spoke of how stopping briefly by their domain would be considered the greatest honor of their lives. As he reflected on the message, he questioned in disbelief whether they were truly suggesting bringing more than 1,000 troops into the domain, wondering if they had lost their minds. Afterward, he absent-mindedly asked whether someone nearby was not sleeping. The paper slipped from his hand and fell directly into the blazing fire. Elsewhere, the guards exchanged similar words, asking one another whether anyone was not resting. One of them straightened his posture and firmly stated that he was on night watch. Sitting alone, Logan sank into quiet regret, thinking that perhaps he should have stopped at one or two places along the way and allowed everyone to rest properly. At that moment, Eileen approached him and remarked that he looked troubled. She studied him anxiously and asked whether something was bothering him. Logan glanced at her in confusion, wondering what was going on. Internally, he questioned how her mood could have improved already when they had barely been able to meet each other's eyes not long ago. He told himself that no matter what, he should reassure her first. Awkwardly, he responded that it was nothing serious and not something he needed to burden her with. This only made Eileen sigh in irritation. She turned away sharply and stated that he was right and that he did not need to. Logan watched her retreating figure, utterly confused, and wondered whether he had said something wrong yet again. While he was still troubled, Eileen spoke once more, pointing out that when the young lord looked so stern, even the knights became tense. Growing serious, she advised him that although she did not know how far ahead he was looking, perhaps it would be better for him to look to his side right now. Her gaze was solemn as it met Logan's directly. After saying this, she turned and announced that she would take her leave. In a rush, Logan chased after her and grabbed her hand. Eileen froze in embarrassment, her eyes widening in shock. Turning back in confusion, she addressed him, calling him the young lord. She then saw Logan kneeling before her. He hesitated as he spoke, saying that he thought he might have some regrets. With his head lowered, he admitted that perhaps he should have pushed himself to enjoy the festival or toured some famous places in the capital, describing them as nothing more than small, lingering regrets. After saying that, he stood up and faced Eileen, firmly stating that he would prefer it to be with her. The moment the words left his mouth, Logan froze. His face flushed red as he covered his nose, silently wondering what on earth he was even saying. Eileen immediately burst into innocent laughter, teasing him about what that had just been. Deeply moved, to the point of tearing up, she replied that he could have simply said it outright and lightly called him silly. Leaning closer to Logan, she told him that when they returned, they should do many things together, no matter what those things might be. She rose onto her tiptoes and moved extremely close to his face. Logan, flustered and blushing, lowered his gaze, then instinctively leaned toward her as well. The two of them drew incredibly close, but suddenly, Logan accidentally bumped into Eileen, causing them both to stop short. Embarrassed beyond measure, Logan stammered awkwardly that her armor was really nice, before hurriedly turning his face away. At that moment, Eileen took the initiative and lightly kissed his cheek. She slowly let go of him, then stepped back and with shy hesitation, wished him good night. She quickly ran off, flustered. Left behind in the quiet night, Logan stood there in a daze, gently raising his hand to touch his cheek. He let out a soft, happy laugh. The scene then shifted to a tavern. Dwayne, extremely excited, raised his glass high and proclaimed that it was a toast to welcome back their heroes. Everyone echoed the cheer together. Rick loudly called out for everyone to make way, announcing that the pride of House McLean, Count Logan McLean, was entering. Feeling embarrassed, Logan told Rick to stop fooling around. Dwayne immediately raised a finger and retorted that Logan was no better himself, then pointed to the side and urged everyone to greet the Marquis first. Patrick, clearly flustered, told Dwayne that he was drunk, then turned to put an end to it, asking whether there wasn't someone else who truly deserved the greetings. He cautiously suggested that this was especially true for Viscount Heinkel. On the other side, Heinkel, his head wrapped in bandages, smiled gently and nodded in appreciation, humbly remarking that Patrick flattered him. Seeing this, Logan smiled as well. After the banquet ended, Logan walked alongside Heinkel and mentioned that he had heard from his father that while he had been in the capital, Heinkel had regained consciousness and had retired from knighthood. Now having lost one of his arms, Heinkel nodded and said thankfully that, using the authority to grant titles that Logan's father had gained upon becoming a marquis, he had even been granted a viscountcy. Hearing this, Logan remarked that his father was also planning to grant him a domain. However, Heinkel shook his head and said it was more than he deserved. He honestly recalled that back then, even if only by a little, if he could help secure McLean's victory, he had been prepared to die. With satisfaction, he added that by luck he had survived and McLean had won, and that there was nothing more he could ask for. Logan firmly countered that it had been no small contribution at all, stating that if Sir Heinkel had not gravely injured Jordan Valtermain, it would have been impossible for him to defeat him. Hearing this, Heinkel laughed heartily and said that he was glad. Under the clear blue sky as they continued walking, Heinkel asked whether the young lord knew of his father's dream. Logan responded with curiosity, asking if he meant his father's dream. Heinkel then recounted that Logan's father had always said, when he was younger, that one day he would restore McLean's former glory, and that this had been Heinkel's dream as well. As the atmosphere grew quiet, Logan turned and called out to him. Heinkel paused, straightened himself, and said that thanks to Logan, that dream had now come true, and that he wished to see an even greater dream realized. These words deeply shook Logan. Heinkel clasped his hands behind his back and stated that with one arm gone and his strength diminished, knighthood was no longer possible for him, but that he was confident in his ability to train soldiers. He then respectfully requested to be appointed as an advisor in charge of military training. Heinkel sincerely extended what remained of his lost arm and made a heartfelt request, saying that he wished to continue dreaming together with the Lord and the young Lord for a little while longer. Logan, visibly pleased, nodded and agreed without hesitation, assuring him that no matter what kind of dream he pursued, he would make sure Heinkel could see beyond it. The next day, an exclamation echoed inside Patrick's office as he acknowledged the situation. With his arms crossed, Patrick firmly remarked that Heinkel was a fool who was stubborn to a fault. Logan replied bluntly that it was true, but that very stubbornness had also opened his own eyes. Bowing slightly with a faint smile, Logan explained that he planned to head down to town as early as that very day in order to deal with the backlog of work and continue his training. However, Patrick suddenly fell silent, which left Logan uneasy. After calling out to his father in confusion, Patrick finally spoke after a pause, saying that he would ask just in case and questioning whether Logan did not trust him or the other retainers. Logan, taken aback, asked why Patrick was suddenly saying such a thing. Patrick frowned and stated that the others were more than capable of handling the aftermath of the war. Logan insisted that while that was true, he still felt better handling it personally, and added that he also had a plan in mind. Patrick, his expression tense, pressed him by asking whether that plan was truly so urgent. Urgent enough to make everyone worry because Logan never rested. The question left Logan momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Patrick could only sigh before issuing a firm order. Starting that day, for an entire week, Logan was forbidden from both work and training. He warned sternly that if Logan attempted to do anything at all, he would be excluded from family affairs for a while. Logan was so shocked that he could only gape in disbelief. As he was pushed toward the outside, he protested in confusion, but Patrick continued pushing him while explaining that it was all because he was worried about him and ordered him to go inside and rest. Logan still tried to resist, asking his father to wait. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from afar, and someone rushed over, calling out urgently to his lord. It turned out to be Dwayne, who was carrying a stack of documents. Upon seeing Logan, Dwayne remarked that the young lord was present as well and commented that the timing was perfect. Patrick immediately cut him off, telling Dwayne not to say it. This left Dwayne flustered as he pointed out that the matter was urgent. Logan stepped in and instructed him to go ahead and speak anyway. Patrick shot Logan a sharp glance. Unaware of the underlying tension, Dwayne helplessly stated that he did not know what was going on, but insisted that they should hear the report first, explaining that it was a message from Kalia. This stunned Logan, while Patrick hurriedly asked whether he meant weaken Kalia. Dwayne quickly confirmed that he did, reporting that at present, including the Knight Commander, a total of 201 Knights of Kalia had requested to transfer to McLean. Waken Kalia himself was waiting outside, arms crossed and head lowered. The background of the matter was then explained. On the day King Rogers was crowned, the punishments for the defeated factions had also been decided. Most factions received minor fines and restrictions on their military forces, and everyone had expected that the two marquises would not survive. Wiccan and Luther had been imprisoned. However, the king had defied expectations. Acknowledging that he too could not ignore the duke's demands, Rogers spared them from the harshest punishment, demoted their titles to counts, and forced them to return half of their lands to the state. This decision caused dissatisfaction among some, who questioned whether the core members of the faction were truly being forgiven. Nevertheless, Rogers remained resolute and further ordered that the two individuals serve 10 years in the Esperanza Knight Order. Logan, feeling uneasy, turned and addressed his master. Felix seemed to understand immediately and nodded gently, explaining that those two had merely been swept along by the greed of Jordan and Juan and were not particularly greedy themselves. He added that transcendent warriors were a form of national power and were far too valuable to be lost in such a manner. Those words gave Logan pause. He reflected that when facing the Empire, one could never have too many transcendent fighters. Still, he worriedly noted that he never would have expected even Kalia's top-tier knights to come, speculating that Wiccan Kalia must be furious. Patrick, still processing the information, asked how many knights were transferring. Dwayne hesitated briefly before reporting that the number was 201. The figure left both father and son stunned. Logan exclaimed in shock that it was nearly twice the size of their own knight order. Patrick, unable to remain calm, remarked that this was a serious matter, adding that if the number included top-tier knights, maintaining the existing order would not be easy at all. Suddenly, Logan's eyes lit up. With clear excitement, he remarked that the problem might not be as difficult as they thought. Hearing this, Patrick immediately turned to him and asked whether he had a plan. Logan confidently responded that he did and began outlining the first steps. Sometime later, he stepped outside. Standing proudly atop a raised platform, Logan formally introduced himself, stating that it was a pleasure to meet everyone and that he was Logan McLean. Wearing a confident smile, he asked whether there was anyone present who did not know who he was. In response, everyone shouted in unison that there was not. Seeing Logan, Jorge finally let out a relieved sigh. He lifted his head and exclaimed that it was finally official training for the Knight Order. He then introduced himself as Jorge, the former commander of the Kalia Knight Order and a top-tier knight. However, his eyes lowered slightly as pain surfaced within them, and he silently addressed his former lord in his heart. Jorge recalled that moment in the past when Wiccan had laughed and asked whether he was really going to McLean. Wiccan had sighed and looked up, letting out a dry chuckle, before suddenly laughing again and remarking that it was a good choice. With visible bitterness, Wiccan had told him to go, urging him not to continue following an unworthy lord. That memory left Jorge feeling deeply distressed. In his heart, Jorge swore that in order to repay his former lord's kindness and grace, and to avoid disgracing the name of the former commander of the Kalia Knights, he would proudly become a core member of McLean. At the same time, Logan spoke up once more, announcing that this marked the first regular training of the newly reborn McLean Knight Order. Looking down at those below, he asked whether they should begin with a light McLean Knight Order greeting. As a result, everyone was sent off for a run. Exhausted to the point of barely being able to breathe, Jorge questioned internally how that could possibly be considered a light greeting. Carrying two other knights on his shoulders, he clenched his teeth and continued forward, muttering bitterly about how light it supposedly was. Meanwhile, the two knights on his shoulders laughed excitedly, praising him as expected of a top-tier knight and marveling at his strength while encouraging him to keep going. After some time, they were ordered to dig the ground. Everyone complained silently to themselves, once again questioning how this could be considered a greeting. Completely drained, Jorge collapsed face first onto the ground. When he finally struggled back up, a knight was already standing there waiting. That knight suddenly spat directly onto Jorge's face. Startled and confused, Jorge wondered what in the world was happening. Feeling as though he might collapse entirely, he slumped back onto the floor, his face turning pale as he questioned whether this was some kind of hazing. However, he quickly learned that it was not. He realized that the training was the same for the existing knights as well, and that the knight had spat on everyone indiscriminately. This made Jorge question in disbelief whether these people really trained like this every single day. The members of the McLean faction laughed enthusiastically, casually remarking that today's training was actually quite light, and even asked whether he wanted to climb the cliff one more time. Looking at them, Jorge could not help but feel admiration. He reflected that people often said even McLean's intermediate knights could threaten advanced knights, and now he finally understood why. As time passed, Logan appeared once more with a welcoming expression. He announced that the greetings were finished, and that they would now begin teaching the McLean Knight Order's intermediate sword art, known as the Iron Blood Sword. Jorge was momentarily confused, wondering how they were already moving on to an intermediate sword art. Logan then proceeded to explain in detail that for this training, one McLean Knight would be assigned as an instructor for every 2 trainees. He added that while learning, they were to treat their assigned knight as their master and serve them humbly. Hearing this, Jorge thought to himself that as a top-tier knight, surely either the young lord or the lord himself would be his instructor. He believed this would be a valuable learning opportunity. When he turned around and asked whether the instructor had arrived, the man standing before him introduced himself as Advanced Knight Henderson and politely asked for his guidance. This instantly caused Jorge to freeze in shock as he fixated on the word advanced. At that moment, Henderson's expression stiffened. Just earlier, he had been summoned and had asked the young lord whether he had called for him. Logan had smiled in response and addressed him respectfully as Sir Henderson, calmly stating that he should have arranged this much sooner. That statement left Henderson confused, prompting him to ask what Logan meant by that. Logan continued smiling as he asked whether Henderson had reached the advanced rank during the last war. Henderson scratched his head a little awkwardly and admitted that Logan was right, explaining that he had simply been lucky. Logan then apologized and said honestly that he had found the outcome quite unexpected, as he had thought that those 3 would reach the advanced rank first. Henderson replied in confusion that he had thought so too. Thinking of Eileen, Victor, and Ronian, he sighed in amazement, remarking that they had caught up to his 15 years of training in just a few years, and that all of them would reach the advanced rank before long. After hearing this, Logan looked at him seriously and praised him, saying that even so, Henderson had still been the one to reach it first, and that he should be proud. Logan added that, on top of that, Henderson seemed to be well liked, since everyone had chosen him as the next knight commander. Henderson hurriedly waved his hands in denial, flustered by the compliment and saying that it was far too much praise. Logan then said that he would like to ask Henderson something. Bowing his head slightly with a knowing smile, Logan asked who Henderson thought should become commander between himself and Sir Jorge. Those words struck deeply into Henderson's heart. Returning to the present, Jorge was raising the sword in his hand and then slashing decisively through the air. In just a short moment, he became utterly exhausted, gasping for breath repeatedly. On the opposite side, Henderson smiled and praised him, saying that to improve that much in just 10 days was excellent. Jorge slowly turned to look at him, tightening his grip on the sword, and frankly expressed his gratitude, saying that it was all thanks to Henderson's teaching. Henderson waved his hand shyly and replied that it was not the case at all, insisting that it was thanks to Sir Jorge's own hard work. Jorge, unable to hide his confusion, asked why Henderson was being so kind to him. A large question mark seemed to appear on Henderson's face as he answered honestly that he had only been following orders from above. Jorge then admitted awkwardly that until recently, he had been Henderson's enemy. Hearing this, Henderson responded that only about 30 people there were originally from McLean, and that the rest had transferred there just like Jorge. Jorge stopped, feeling downcast, then lowered his head and said that it was embarrassing, but perhaps he was getting ahead of himself and thinking that he might take on an important role there. Henderson frankly affirmed that as a top-tier knight, Jorge certainly had a chance, adding that the young lord valued ability. Hearing this, Jorge became irritated and snapped that what he really wanted to ask about was Henderson's true feelings. Henderson asked blankly what he meant by his feelings, so Jorge explained in detail, asking whether Henderson truly had no complaints. Henderson then calmly expressed that a knight only followed their lord's orders and that his personal feelings did not matter. Looking around, he added that as long as their knight order grew stronger, any direction was fine. He then reminded Jorge frankly that if Jorge were to take on an important role, he should keep that in mind. Henderson stood proudly with his hands on his hips and smiled. Seeing this, Jorge gradually let go of his inner burden. He nodded firmly, then bent deeply at the waist and declared at the top of his voice that, by his lord's command, he, Jorge, swore to follow Sir Henderson as his senior knight. This action left Henderson stunned. He looked around in confusion and shouted, asking what Jorge thought he was doing. From above, Logan looked down and silently evaluated the situation, thinking that the Kalia Knights seemed to be adapting without any issues. Folding his arms, he felt very satisfied and concluded that the future knight commander also seemed to have been decided. From behind, Patrick also voiced his praise, remarking that Henderson was indeed a good knight. However, his expression soon grew tense as he added that he had originally thought the future commander would be Ronian instead. Confused, he questioned Logan, saying that if Logan were to inherit the family, it would surely be more reassuring for his talented brother to take on an important post. Logan felt a trace of embarrassment as he admitted to himself that he did not plan on becoming the head of the family. Turning around, he then expressed to Patrick that he intended to hand this domain over to Ronian. This declaration immediately provoked Patrick, who reacted in agitation, exclaiming in disbelief and angrily demanding to know what kind of nonsense Logan was talking about. Logan explained solemnly that Ronian was more than qualified. However, Patrick remained dissatisfied and began to retort that after everything Logan had done for the domain, only to be abruptly interrupted. Logan firmly stated that he was aiming for something bigger. Patrick froze, stunned and bewildered, and asked what Logan was planning now. Logan responded evasively, saying that he could not reveal it yet, but assured Patrick that even he would eventually understand. With unwavering confidence, Logan added that it would be just like always. Patrick continued to scold him, angrily questioning what he was even thinking, before firmly declaring that he would not accept this decision. Logan calmly reassured him that he would, eventually. Outside, Ronian had heard everything. He clenched his fists tightly, sorrow filling his heart as he silently wondered whether he was standing in his brother's way. Back inside the warm room, Patrick spoke with concern, telling Logan that the urgent crisis within the Night Order had been temporarily resolved and that Logan should now go and truly rest. Logan reacted in confusion, prompting Patrick to clarify that he meant a vacation, and teasingly asked whether Logan had been thinking of slipping past it. Logan laughed awkwardly and waved his hands, insisting that he had remembered. He then deliberately looked away, avoiding Patrick's gaze, before hesitantly adding that there was still something else. Patrick immediately pressed him for clarification. Logan smiled tensely and explained that there were still many unresolved issues within the domain, and proposed holding a grand council once. He assured Patrick that once the meeting was over, he would truly rest. Completely helpless in the face of his son's persistence, Patrick could only lower his head in resignation. Sometime later, the two stepped outside together and stood before the assembled nobles. Patrick suddenly slammed his hand against the railing and announced in a solemn tone that they would begin the first regular council of House McLean, now elevated to a marquis family. Standing beside him, Logan continued, stating that after the war and the family's rise in rank, there had been many major and minor changes, and suggested that they discuss the issues one by one and find solutions. From below, a hand was suddenly raised. It belonged to Clayton, who cleared his throat and stated that they had found a direction for the research previously commissioned by the young lord, but that they would require funds to proceed. Beside him, Hamar also raised his hand and pointed out that the workshop was severely understaffed, explaining that to increase production of the repeating crossbows, they would need 3 times the current number of craftsmen. Dwayne then enthusiastically proposed that the top priority at the moment should be recruiting administrative staff, urging them to hire more officials. After listening to the series of opinions, Logan fell into deep thought. Patrick frowned and remarked that all of these were undoubtedly important matters. Logan, feeling a headache coming on, narrowed his eyes and resolved to address them one by one. Logan already had plans laid out in his mind. He first considered the research funds requested by Sir Clayton, recalling that it was the study on Crown they had previously ordered to be completed, specifically, research on infusing ordinary metal with mana. He confidently anticipated that once the research was complete, they would be able to mass-produce low-grade artifacts. His thoughts then shifted to the next issue, Hamar's workshop. Logan reflected that no one in the kingdom was now unaware of the repeating crossbow, and that it was time to prepare for nationwide distribution. However, he also acknowledged the limitation that with their current manpower, they would not be able to handle such volume, and concluded that they would need to expand personnel, particularly by recruiting more dwarves. Logan carefully weighed the pros and cons of the situation before him as he reviewed the administrative rankings. He stated that, due to their recent consecutive victories and the rewards granted by the king, the Terran region had been placed at the top, followed by the northern territory of Kalia, then the Bifrost territory, with Sylvan and Teslon ranked at the bottom. With a sense of pride, he reflected that their lands had expanded at an astonishing pace. However, Logan's expression soon turned thoughtful as he calculated the details more carefully. He remarked that, just counting the castles alone, there were roughly 20 in total, and concluded that they would need to recruit more administrators. After finishing his assessment, he asked whether there were any other matters to address. At that moment, Logan noticed a hesitant hand beginning to rise. He perceptively called out Ronian, asking whether he had something to say. Standing among the crowd, Ronian appeared extremely tense, pressing his lips together and avoiding Logan's gaze. He stammered as he admitted that he did have something to report. Hearing this, Logan smiled encouragingly and urged him to speak freely. Even so, Ronian remained silent for a while, deep in thought. After a moment, he finally lifted his head and spoke firmly, explaining that as the family's status had risen, merchants and refugees had begun flooding in all at once. As a result, crimes such as theft and robbery were becoming increasingly frequent. The surrounding nobles, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation and acknowledged that it was indeed a public security issue, mentioning that they had also heard the soldiers were struggling to cope. Ronian then confidently proposed a solution, suggesting that the entire system be changed. This immediately startled both Logan and Patrick, and Logan reacted in surprise, questioning whether Ronian truly meant changing the system. Undeterred, Ronian continued to present his idea with confidence, proposing that instead of assigning security duties to regular soldiers, they should establish a dedicated security unit and manage it on a continuous basis. His words resonated strongly with those present. Many nodded and smiled in approval as Ronian further explained that veteran soldiers or retired knights could form the core of this unit, which would also allow for a clear separation between security forces and frontline combat troops. The more Logan listened, the more intrigued he became, exclaiming in admiration. Smiling proudly, Logan looked at his younger brother and thought to himself that Ronian had managed to conceive a system normally used only in major imperial cities, entirely on his own. Without hesitation, Logan openly acknowledged the proposal as a good idea and declared that they would proceed with it. He publicly entrusted Ronian with full responsibility, instructing him to run the system himself and noting that it should function well if centered around the major castles. Receiving this trust from Logan filled Ronian with happiness. He smiled brightly and assured him that he would do his best. However, immediately afterward, Ronian lowered his head again. In a subdued murmur, he repeated that he truly would do his best. Logan keenly sensed the shift in Ronian's emotions and wondered why he looked so discouraged today, despite having made such a valuable suggestion. Ronian's face had darkened, and his eyes revealed a sadness he could not conceal. After observing him for a moment, Logan decided that he should ask him about it later. The meeting then continued according to Logan's direction. He proposed that they first discuss administrative personnel and directly asked how many officials they should hire, noting that posting recruitment notices would not be difficult. Dwayne raised his hand and reported that they would need about 30 people. From behind, Philip energetically added that these officials should be capable of being deployed immediately. At that point, Dwayne raised one finger again, indicating that there was one more matter to consider. He seriously explained that, as Logan was aware, all the retainers present in the hall were individuals who had already earned a certain level of trust. Logan fully agreed with this assessment. After a brief pause, Dwayne proposed that, within this trusted group, they select individuals who would be responsible for managing and overseeing each castle. The surrounding people, upon overhearing this, immediately perked up and listened in with interest. Patrick reacted in surprise, remarking that this meant something significant, before quickly realizing Dwayne's intention and stating that they would be choosing a castellan for each castle there. His words instantly stirred excitement among the nobles nearby. Patrick then warmly bowed his head and suggested that Dwayne begin by recommending candidates. Deeply moved, Dwayne asked whether volunteers were also allowed. Without the slightest hesitation, Patrick agreed, though he added that Dwayne himself was excluded, since he would need to oversee everything there. This realization left Dwayne utterly dejected, to the point that he felt as though he had cried himself dry, acknowledging that Patrick was right. At that moment, someone else raised a hand to speak, stating that they had an opinion. Damien stepped forward with a serious expression and proposed that even if recommendations were accepted, there should be a standard. Hearing this, Patrick responded with curiosity, calling Damien by name and inviting him to continue. Damien then laid out his idea, suggesting that for the newly acquired castles in Kalia and Terran, current senior knights should be assigned. Patrick looked up in surprise, repeating the word knights in disbelief. Damien proceeded to explain in greater detail, affirming that newly annexed lands always faced local resistance, especially regions that had once been enemies, and that soldiers in such areas might become lax in their duties. At this point, Patrick began to understand and acknowledge the reasoning, prompting Damien to continue. Damien concluded that if the Castellan were a knight of at least intermediate rank or higher, they would be capable of maintaining proper control. Patrick happily admitted that it was a good idea and stated that it would be taken into consideration. This response filled Damien with excitement, and he gratefully expressed his thanks. Logan, who had been observing everything unfold, let out a quiet sigh of relief. He reflected on how remarkable it was for the former life strategist of the Resistance to be so happy over a single idea being accepted. Remembering the grim experiences of his past life, Logan could not help but feel that the gap between then and now was immense, and he resolved that he should start giving Damien work that truly made use of his talent. Patrick, now in high spirits, announced that they would decide the Castellans based on Damien's suggestion and encouraged everyone to recommend whoever came to mind. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous hands shot up, accompanied by enthusiastic nominations for various lords and knights. The lively atmosphere delighted Patrick, who remarked with a smile that everyone was extremely enthusiastic. Logan replied with a sense of happiness, noting that it was because the position was practically a semi-noble one. However, his gaze suddenly lowered, filled with contemplation. Noticing this change, Patrick spoke emotionally, reflecting that just 3 years ago they had only possessed a single shabby castle, yet now they had grown to this extent. He gently patted his son's shoulder and acknowledged that it was all thanks to Logan. Logan smiled faintly as he turned to look at Patrick, then lifted his gaze toward a future brimming with hope. High above, the sky was a deep blue, and warm sunlight poured down, enveloping a vast palace. Felix walked steadily through its halls. When he reached the guard post, the sentries nodded lightly in greeting, then turned to announce that Grand Duke Felix Esperanza, the Sword Duke, had arrived. From inside, Rogers spoke in a calm, subdued tone, instructing them to let Felix in. The doors were opened, and Felix entered at an unhurried pace. Before him was the sight of Rogers, sitting with his head lowered over the desk. Slightly worried, Felix frowned and wondered whether Rogers had been in the middle of work. Yet as he took a closer look, he was taken aback. Rogers's face was flushed, and he greeted Felix in a somewhat slurred manner, welcoming the Sword Duke. Felix quickly noticed the wine glass placed beside him and questioned whether it was alcohol. Stepping closer in confusion, he addressed Rogers formally and questioned how he could be drinking in the middle of the day. Upon hearing that, Rogers could only laugh lightly, remarking with amusement that their stiff royal tutor was about to start nagging again. He then raised his wine glass, gently swirling it as he said that Felix should not be so strict, explaining that it was merely a kind of consolation drink. Felix, visibly confused, asked what he meant by a consolation drink. Rogers' expression suddenly turned somber as he explained that it was a memorial for the brothers who had died in vain, as well as a ritual drink dedicated to his suffocating past. Lowering his head, he gazed at his own reflection through the shimmering surface of the wine, unable to hide his sense of helplessness, and reflected that all his life he had been trapped in his brother's shadows, struggling merely to survive. After that, Rogers lifted the glass and drank it down in one go, then questioned whether, now that he had finally obtained freedom, it was not acceptable for him to enjoy it just a little. This left Felix at a loss, unsure of how to respond, and he hesitantly addressed him as Your Majesty. Rogers then spoke again, casually asking what had brought the royal tutor to seek him out first. Felix could only reply hesitantly, beginning to say that it was, yet before he could finish, a knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. A voice from beyond announced loudly that what His Majesty had ordered had been brought. Felix cast a wary glance toward the entrance, while Rogers, in contrast, excitedly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, calling for them to come in. The door opened, and a large group of people filed inside. A dance troupe composed entirely of beautiful women entered, each carrying exquisitely arranged plates of delicious food, their clothing noticeably revealing. Felix frowned in confusion and questioned what all of this was. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and cut in, explaining that it was the liquor he had mentioned earlier. As he spoke, he continuously poured wine into Rogers' glass. Felix could only stare in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Accepting the rippling liquid as it filled his cup, Rogers commented that it must be the royal tutor's first time seeing this man. He smiled faintly as he introduced him, explaining that the man had originally been a clerk of the inner palace, but because he possessed a talent for reading people's hearts, Rogers had appointed him as the chief attendant this time. Hearing himself mentioned, the man bowed respectfully and stated that this lowly one greeted the Grand Duke. A false smile was fixed on his face as he introduced himself by saying that his name was Cleo. Felix could only stand there, stunned into silence, feeling both confused and faintly disappointed as he questioned in his heart what His Majesty was truly thinking. Inside the McLean administrative office, the atmosphere was extremely tense, with every gaze focused on the man seated at the center. Fabian carefully presented his report, informing Sir Dwayne that he had brought the documents requested. Dwayne expressed his satisfaction and praised Fabian for his good work. Fabian then continued by explaining that he had also prepared the papers regarding the harvest in Castle Tezron and the construction of the wall surrounding the town. Dwayne responded appreciatively and thanked Fabian once again. As the exchange dragged on, the people around them grew increasingly impatient and frowned. Suddenly, Lockman spoke up and asked Dwayne for a moment. Dwayne turned back in confusion, reacting with surprise. Lockman then explained that there had been a small mistake in the budget and suggested that Rowhider's cross-checking method could be used to prevent such issues. Dwayne, clearly astonished, turned back and asked what method Lockman was referring to. Lockman smiled and said that he should teach Dwayne that method. Feeling embarrassed, Dwayne scratched his head and laughed awkwardly while thanking Lockman. He then added, with a nervous laugh, that although the two of them were new, they had already helped him a great deal. Lockman cheerfully replied that it was only natural for them to be of help to their lord, since he had hired them. Fabian followed up seriously by saying that Dwayne should simply tell them if he needed anything. The two were introduced as Fabian from the Douglas administrator and Lockman from the Valtermine administrator, both of whom came from demi-baron families. Their laughter echoed throughout the room, which only made the others present feel increasingly irritated. After the meeting ended, one man angrily slammed his beer mug onto the table and cursed under his breath. The group began to complain, questioning why nobles had to be hired to help them. All three of them were commoners, grumbling together and wondering whether they would now have to bow down to those insignificant nobles. One of them sighed heavily and recalled that just a month ago, during the meeting where they learned more people would be hired, they had been genuinely happy. He reminisced about the time when there had been hundreds of applicants, noting that although they had been exhausted, they had also been satisfied. Returning to reality, he angrily slammed his mug down again and questioned why all the applicants had turned out to be nobles. The man beside him irritably remarked that it was because the nobles' own lands had been ruined by the war, sarcastically asking whether that fact was really unknown. The first man snapped back in anger, adding that what made matters worse was having to watch Dwayne struggle so much while dealing with them. He tightened his grip on the mug and complained that although they were nobles, they were still new and worked under Dwayne. The man across from him let out a weary sigh and remarked that Dwayne did not talk much, but it was obvious that he was having a hard time. At the same time, Dwayne was standing before Logan to give his report. He appeared thoughtful as he gazed off into the distance, and after a moment, he stated that the new people they had hired were fulfilling their responsibilities. He then frankly admitted that Fabian and Lockman were, in fact, more capable than he was. Logan reacted with mild surprise upon hearing this. Dwayne lowered his eyes, his brows knitting together as if he were engaged in intense inner conflict, before calmly and firmly affirming that it was definitely true. Logan continued looking at the documents in front of him and replied that this was good news and that the meeting was over. Dwayne seemed confused by what Logan meant by that, and he then spoke again, saying that there was something else he wished to add. Logan finally raised his head and looked at Dwayne expectantly. Dwayne hesitated, struggling to find his words, until Logan directly urged him to speak up and say what was on his mind. Dwayne lowered his head in deep sorrow. After a long pause, he slowly proposed that he wished to retire. The words struck Logan like a bolt of lightning, causing him to look up in shock. Logan hurriedly stood up, slammed the table, and demanded to know what Dwayne meant and why he would say such a thing. At that moment, Dwayne gathered his courage, raised his head, and explained that he had been thinking about retirement ever since Sir Heinkel had done so. He frankly stated that he believed it was about time for him to step back. Logan, growing extremely anxious, pointed out that Sir Heinkel was currently in charge of training the new soldiers and asked whether Dwayne understood that. Dwayne gently nodded, sighed, and replied that the matter was irrelevant. He admitted that lately he had felt that he was no longer useful. Logan's face darkened as he became utterly confused, silently wondering what Dwayne truly meant. Still avoiding Logan's gaze, Dwayne recalled the actions of Fabian and Lockman and sorrowfully confessed that the new men were all better than he was. He added awkwardly that, from an organizational perspective, it would be unpleasant for a commoner like himself to stand above them. Lowering his head sincerely, he apologized to Logan. Logan helplessly held his head and let out a sigh, saying that it was his own fault for failing to understand how Dwayne had been feeling and that they should think the matter over carefully. Deeply moved by this response, Dwayne called out to Logan emotionally. Silence soon filled the room once more, and Dwayne remained standing with his head bowed as he waited. After some time, Logan suddenly shouted in a way that startled Dwayne, declaring that everything was settled. Smiling warmly, Logan pointed at Dwayne and announced that Dwayne was now a noble as well, insisting that this solution resolved all problems. Dwayne froze in confusion and expressed his bewilderment. Logan left his seat, walked closer, and explained that both he and his father had been too careless. He admitted that the workers who had stood by them throughout the war deserved proper rewards, and that failing to grant them such recognition had been an oversight. As Logan casually draped an arm around his shoulder, Dwayne, flustered, questioned whether Logan truly meant this, mentioning that he believed all the noble positions granted by the king had already been used. Logan confidently assured him that the king could surely provide a few additional baronial titles if asked, adding that the king would not refuse such a request. Still overwhelmed, Dwayne voiced his concern that this might constitute an abuse of power. Logan firmly reiterated that it was fine and stated that he would take responsibility and bear the blame for the sake of their loyal workers. At the same time, within the royal palace, Felix stood anxiously before the gates. Bowing his head, he pondered in silence what the king was truly doing. He recalled how Rogers had casually declared earlier that it was a ceremony and that this occasion marked the final part of the 27-fold ceremony, asking Felix to allow him this indulgence. Felix had frowned in discomfort, reminding Rogers that the ceremony was dedicated to the 9 gods of heaven, with 3 days devoted to each god to honor the dead, and had questioned how Rogers could be drinking in the middle of such a solemn rite. Ignoring Felix's objections, Rogers had merely sighed, raised his glass, and muttered that Felix worried too much and that he could control himself. Those words had left Felix speechless. Disappointed, he had pressed his lips together and chosen not to speak further. Clenching his fist slightly, he eventually apologized to the king. Rogers frowned in mild confusion, acknowledged that perhaps they had gotten a little sidetracked, and asked what had brought Felix all the way there. Felix raised his head and explained that he had come to ask what their next move would be regarding house wolves. Rogers reacted with surprise and remarked that he had been planning to address the matter shortly, adding that, although house wolves had wronged him, demoting them and stripping them of half their lands would suffice. Standing nearby, Cleo listened to this and displayed a sly, sinister smile. Felix stood in the center of the room with his head lowered, thinking quietly. He reflected that the king had endured so much and surely needed time to grieve. Deeply worried, he thought to himself that once the king was done, he would surely take further action. Letting out a weary sigh, Felix felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, a report sounded from behind, informing them that a communique for the crown had arrived. Felix turned around in confusion and asked why this information was being directed to him. The messenger hesitated and replied that His Majesty was currently unavailable. Recalling Rogers's careless demeanor, Felix sighed once again and reluctantly instructed the messenger to bring the matter to him. The messenger immediately complied. Soon, the crystal orb on the table lit up, signaling an incoming call. Logan, somewhat surprised, greeted the caller and began to address the owner of the device before abruptly realizing that Felix was the one answering instead of the king. Felix's expression darkened as he calmly noted that it had been a long time since they last spoke. He proceeded to explain that His Majesty was occupied with other matters and instructed Logan to speak with him instead. Logan asked anxiously what was going on. Felix, looking exhausted, held his head and replied that it was nothing, at least not yet. Those words only made Logan even more confused, as he wondered what Felix meant by not yet. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, Felix told Logan not to worry and asked what Logan had called him for. Logan returned to the main topic, saying that it was nothing significant, and then began explaining the matter. Felix quickly grasped the issue and confirmed that Logan only wished for the title and did not want any lands or other rewards. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Logan replied that this was indeed the case. Felix lowered his head and let out a sorrowful sigh before agreeing to speak to the king. However, in a gentler tone, he reminded Logan to remember that this would be the last title Logan would ever be allowed to bestow. Logan immediately sat up straight and shouted that he would remember it. After that, the call was abruptly cut off. Logan leaned back in his chair with a tired sigh. Feeling uneasy, he thought to himself that he had known Felix would scold him, but this time Felix seemed different from usual. He also noticed that Felix had hung up without saying goodbye, which made him wonder whether something serious had truly happened. While Logan was still lost in thought, the door suddenly opened. Dwayne rushed in, having cried his eyes out, and called out to Logan desperately. Startled, Logan cried out in shock. Dwayne then threw himself at Logan, hugging him tightly and sobbing as he questioned why all of this had been done for him, someone as insignificant as himself. Still confused about the situation, Logan shouted and demanded to know what was going on, telling Dwayne to get off him. Completely overwhelmed by emotion, Dwayne continued crying and swore that he would serve McLean until the day he died. Left with no choice, Logan angrily shouted that he understood and told Dwayne to get off him, adding in disgust that it was gross. As the sky outside gradually darkened, a young woman was seen running forward in great haste. A knight chased after her and called out, asking her to wait. Worried, he asked whether she truly intended to leave and what would happen if something went wrong. However, the woman decisively stepped onto a carriage and replied that it could not be helped. With deep pain, she expressed that her family had lost everything after the war, even though her father had knelt in the royal palace for 4 days straight. Stamping her foot firmly, she declared that this was not the end. That woman was Rena. Her face was filled with determination and anger as she steeled her resolve, declaring that she still had a lifeline. Inside the office, everything was extremely quiet. Logan McLean picked up a scroll and read it aloud in a cheerful voice, announcing that, in recognition of his great contributions, the commoner Dwayne Filsner was hereby granted the title of Baron by proclamation of King Rogers von Grandia. When he finished reading, everyone working nearby was utterly astonished. Logan continued explaining the royal proclamation, while the commoners standing below grew increasingly excited at the decision, their faces clearly filled with joy. At the same moment, 3 people rushed forward and tightly embraced Dwayne Filsner, who was standing dumbfounded in the middle of the room. They were so overwhelmed with happiness that tears streamed down their faces as they cried out that their brother had become a noble and that no one would ever look down on them again. Dwayne Filsner sobbed as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, repeatedly thanking the young lord. At the same time, Lockman stepped forward to offer his congratulations, formally addressing him as Baron Dwayne. Dwayne then turned back in a dazed manner and greeted Sir Fabian and Sir Lockman. With a sincere smile, he once again expressed his thanks. Everyone in the room joined in happily congratulating him and cheering for the long life of Baron Dwayne Filsner. Watching their joyful, retreating figures, Fabian could not help but remark with emotion that even a commoner could receive a title if they proved their loyalty and ability. His eyes were filled with admiration as he then turned to Logan McLean and stated that he was glad they had come to the McLean domain. Lockman voiced his complete agreement. The scene then shifted to a forest under clear skies. A powerful voice rang out, announcing the beginning of the perception test. The participants below immediately stood at attention, pointing toward where the soldiers were standing as they carried out the test. From a distance, Heinkel McLean, standing beside Logan McLean, reported that there were many applicants, not only administrators, but soldiers as well. One of the test participants frowned anxiously and said that they could not see very well. Logan responded cheerfully that, at Sir Eileen's suggestion, female soldiers were also being accepted, which had made the area far more crowded. Heinkel smiled with great satisfaction as he explained that ever since the perception test devised by the young lord, the number of soldiers who had awakened force had increased, and he expressed hope that they would gain a great deal from this test as well. Another participant became confused by the vision test, uncertainly wondering whether what they saw was an apple or not. Logan pointed ahead with a bright smile and noted that there was already someone whose force was visible, albeit faint. Heinkel made the same gesture and asked whether Logan was referring to that particular individual. The two of them were pointing at the same participant below. Logan was deeply astonished, realizing that Heinkel could sense force, specifically a faint, internal force that had not yet been released outward. At that moment, Eileen Floyd stepped forward and praised the participant's physique. The girl reacted in surprise before awkwardly thanking her. Logan then reflected with some pride that he had thought he was the only one capable of sensing that. Heinkel let his arms fall to his sides and remarked that it seemed that after losing his own force, he had become more sensitive to the force of others. Facing forward, he added that this was precisely why the experience felt even more rewarding, because he could clearly see their potential to become knights. Hearing this, Logan's expression froze in confusion as he questioned inwardly whether it was truly possible to become more sensitive to force after losing it, noting that he had never heard of anything like that in his past life. Suddenly, Logan McLean realized something. He recognized that it was extremely rare for a knight to survive after losing their force, and as he thought about it, his eyes widened when he recalled that he himself had once had a similar experience. He tensely reflected that in his past life he had died once, and at that time his force must have been completely destroyed. He silently evaluated the situation, reasoning that the transcendent senses he had gained after regression might hold the key, and that if he could understand this principle, even an aura awakening might be possible. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly struck him, causing him visible discomfort. He lowered his head with a darkened expression. Heinkel McLean quickly noticed something was wrong and turned to check on him, asking whether the young lord was feeling unwell. Logan merely covered his ear and replied that he was fine and that it had only been a brief moment of dizziness. Shortly afterward, Logan turned around and stated that he would be leaving now, emphasizing that it was more important for him to go. Although slightly flustered, Heinkel responded that he would report the test results later. As soon as he finished speaking, Logan ran off at full speed. Heinkel watched him leave and wondered to himself that although Logan had claimed not to feel well, his force was actually surging actively. Heinkel could clearly see the area of power enveloping Logan's body. Above them, the warm sunlight continued to blanket the surroundings. Logan was still running at full speed, panicking internally as he told himself that he needed to go somewhere without people because he had to wield his force immediately. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He politely greeted his father. Patrick McLean, slightly confused, asked where Logan was rushing off to. Logan stopped, scratched his head awkwardly, and explained that he was just going to train for a bit. Patrick grew more curious and asked whether he was planning to do so alone. Before Logan could answer, Eileen Floyd ran over and called out to him. She then turned to Patrick McLean and greeted him, noting that he was there as well. Logan asked Eileen what the matter was. Smiling excitedly, Eileen reported that among the female soldiers who had applied this time, there were some quite promising talents. Without waiting for her to specify, Logan guessed that she might be referring to the tall one. Eileen cheerfully confirmed that this was correct and added that there was another one as well. Patrick McLean, standing to the side, asked in confusion whether the two of them were always like this. Logan, full of question marks, asked what his father meant by that. Patrick frowned tensely and questioned whether young men and women only talked about work whenever they met, then bluntly asked when they were going to get married. His words struck both of them like a bolt from the blue, leaving their faces completely blank and rendering them speechless. As time passed, the sky gradually turned a pale red. Sunlight reflected off the surface of the river, making everything seem to glow. Logan, exhausted, sat down on the grass. His face darkened as dissatisfaction filled his heart, and he reflected that, flustered, he had run away on the spot. Lowering his head dejectedly, he thought that Eileen would be really angry again. While he was still lost in thought, Eileen approached him from behind and remarked that he was there after all. Startled, Logan turned around and shouted her name in surprise. Hesitantly and awkwardly, he apologized, saying that he had shown her an ugly side of himself. Eileen merely smiled gently and frankly teased him about running away, saying that it was fine and that she herself had also been flustered, though she had not thought of running away like he did. Logan could only mutter another apology. However, Eileen then stated that she was not looking to hear an apology, which caused Logan to widen his eyes in confusion. She sat down beside him, turned to look at him, and asked when they should get married, suggesting that they should at least set a date so that such a situation would not happen again. Logan's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Eileen then tentatively questioned whether it could be that he did not want to marry her. Upon hearing this, Logan abruptly turned to her and shouted emphatically that it was absolutely not the case. His outburst caused the atmosphere to freeze. Realizing his lapse, he lowered his voice and apologized again, admitting that he had been startled. Eileen suddenly laughed and said that it was a relief, explaining that she had been worried about being rejected by the person she was supposed to marry. She then shyly brushed her hair aside. Logan stared at her blankly for a long while before turning away in self-doubt and murmuring that she was far too good for him and that this was exactly why it would not work. Curious, Eileen asked why. Logan fidgeted nervously with his hands and explained that there was a lot he had to do and that it would only continue to increase. He added that for at least 5 to 6 years he would be far busier and that he would probably end up being the worst husband imaginable. Eileen Floyd fully understood the situation, so she did not say anything further. Logan McLean lowered his head with a hint of regret and apologized to Sir Eileen. Eileen Floyd remained silent for a long while, then turned to look at Logan McLean's flustered appearance and said that this simply meant an even more stable household was needed. Her words left him stunned, and he raised his head with widened eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. Calmly, Eileen Floyd repeated that with all the work about to become much busier, he would surely need a stable family in order to handle it better. Logan McLean anxiously expressed his concern, saying that it would mean she was taking on too great a loss. Before he could finish, Eileen Floyd interrupted him, asking why she would be the one losing out. She gently reached out and touched Logan McLean's face. Under the warm and gentle sunlight, the two were able to express their feelings to one another. Eileen Floyd remarked that such thoughts sounded like those of a good husband, someone who recognized his own flaws and reflected upon them, and added that all the demanding work he was doing was for them and for their territory. Blushing, she firmly stated that it was only natural that she would also be busy, because she was both his knight and his wife. Deeply moved by her words, Logan McLean found himself unable to speak. He lightly touched Eileen Floyd's hand in response and admitted that he had been wrong in the way he had thought about the matter. Acknowledging that what he had said earlier had been foolish, he then straightforwardly proposed that they should get married, and just like that, the two shared a passionate kiss. Elsewhere, the wheels of a carriage had already begun to roll. Rena Wolves remained resolute in her journey. Stepping down from the carriage and gazing at the towering castle before her, she could not help but marvel at how much McLean had changed. The knight hurried after her and urged her to return, saying that after breaking off the engagement with that man in such a manner, it would be better to turn back. Rena Wolves paid no attention to his words and questioned whether Rockfern was still dwelling on that matter. She smiled faintly, turned to look at him, and reassured him that she had already told him not to worry, confidently asserting that the man would never be able to forget her. Contrary to Rena Wolves' confidence, Logan McLean and Eileen Floyd were now living a happy life together. While McLean was taking care of its interior, it was said that a new rumor had begun circulating around the capital of Grand. People were reportedly buzzing with gossip and passing stories from mouth to mouth, and the information seemed so shocking that everyone who heard it was left stunned. One person was said to have blurted out in disbelief that the runaway count, Karen Wolves, had returned. It was described that Karen Wolves had knelt in the middle of an empty road, and passers-by who saw him were said to have pointed and scolded him, remarking that he was the one who had disappeared during the battle and had shamelessly returned, bowing in front of the crown, calling it disgraceful. It was then said that Karen Wolves suddenly raised his head and shouted toward the king, pleading for his majesty to hear his plea. He was described as pressing his hands hard against the ground while offering all of House Wolves' properties and expressing his wish to repent for his past mistakes. At that moment, he reportedly appeared extremely panicked and was said to have continued shouting, begging for his life to be spared. It was stated that 4 days after Count Wolves began kneeling, the king finally spoke. The royal messenger was said to have read Rogers von Grandia's decree announcing that the proposal of House Wolves was accepted. This reportedly filled Chiron Wolves with joy. However, he was said to have frozen upon hearing the rest of the decree, which declared that his house would be demoted to a viscountcy. He was described as lowering his head in despair while hearing that he would be restricted to a single town and would have to surrender all other lands to the crown. It was then narrated that, in the end, House Wolves was allowed to continue existing in that diminished state. Inside a luxurious mansion, the atmosphere was described as extremely quiet. Rena Wolves was said to have stood up gently and asked Rockfern what he thought, further asking whether she looked like she was going through a hard time. Rockfern was reported to have respectfully replied that she looked perfect. He then honestly questioned whether the plan would truly work since Logan now had a fiancé. Rena Wolves was said to have hesitated briefly before scoffing and confidently stating that being engaged would not make him blind. She reportedly began recounting that Logan had followed her around since they were children, recalling how he used to call out for her to wait up. She was described as maintaining pride in her own charm, claiming that Logan had appeared prideful when he broke off the engagement. She recalled that he had once frowned and declared that he would take the money regardless of his family's intentions, leading her to believe that he had not truly been able to hide his sorrow. Rena Wolves was said to have smiled confidently and suggested that otherwise he would not have fought so hard just to receive 3 million gold. Meanwhile, Rockfern was described as silently evaluating the situation, thinking that they were desperately in need of that 3 million at the moment. Rena Wolves, however, was said to remain unaware, carrying deep resentment. She was described as frowning and muttering that her father had already done everything he could to allow their family to continue existing. She then reportedly stepped forward and declared that she would do what she could to raise the family again. After saying that, she was described as sitting down in the chair and waiting silently. The moment she heard movement, she was said to have turned slightly and thought that he had arrived. As the door slowly opened, she was described as tightening her grip on the edge of her dress to calm herself, telling herself to act just as she had practiced. She then attempted to appear charming and turned with a gentle smile, beginning to greet Logan, saying that it had been a while. However, it was reported that her expression froze before she could finish speaking. She was described as calling out in confusion when she noticed that Logan McLean was focused only on the paper in his hand, uncertainly addressing him as Lord Logan. Logan was said to have finally raised his eyebrow and responded indifferently, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while. He reportedly sat down while apologizing and explaining that he was quite busy at the moment and had many things to review. Logan's cold attitude was described as causing Rena Wolves to become flustered, and she was said to have responded awkwardly that she understood. When she remained silent, Logan was reported to have spoken first to save time, asking what had brought her there. Rena Wolves was described as quickly getting to the point, stating that she wished to apologize for her previous mistakes and to build a new bond between their families. Upon hearing this, Logan was said to have looked down at the paper in his hand and replied indifferently that if she wished to do that, he questioned whether Viscount Wolves himself should be present instead. Rena Wolves helplessly closed her eyes and sighed, saying that her father was currently indisposed after fighting for their family. Logan McLean replied indifferently that it was unfortunate. He then sighed inwardly, thinking that surely that was not the real reason and that her father probably did not want to bow his head to an old friend and his son. Logan McLean then bluntly stated that they had no need of her family's help. Rena Wolves awkwardly responded that they were aware of that. Upon hearing this, Logan McLean lost patience and attempted to stand up to leave, stating that the discussion was over and coldly instructing her to return. This caused Rena Wolves' complexion to turn pale, and she hurriedly tried to stop him, saying that there was still more to discuss. Logan McLean then urged her to hurry, adding that he had a lot to do. Although Rena Wolves was angry, she forced herself to remain composed, clenching her fist as she thought that he was more combative than she had expected. Biting her lip, she thought that she needed to put some emotion into this. She then lowered her head and expressed that she had come to ask for his help. This was somewhat unexpected for Logan McLean. Tears streamed down Rena Wolves' face as she sobbed and begged him, asking him to think of their past and to help her family. Her flushed face would have moved any ordinary person to pity. Logan McLean was extremely shocked and left gaping. Rena Wolves then believed that he had taken the bait. She lowered her head and sobbed even louder, apologizing and claiming that she could not hold her emotions in. Her entire body trembled, yet behind that pitiful appearance she wore a satisfied smile, thinking that this settled it and that the man had not forgotten her. Behind her, Rockfern felt confused and hesitantly remarked about her expression. Logan McLean's face turned pale as he muttered that it had surprised him, thinking that flashbacks of his past nightmares were returning. At that moment, in those memories, Rena Wolves had firmly refused and had said that he had suddenly become violent, shouting in denial. Returning to reality, she continued acting, raising her hand to wipe her tears and adding that the wolves were going through hard times. Though they had once been one of the biggest merchant groups, she continued explaining that their distribution networks and knowledge built over generations still existed. However, Logan McLean coldly asked what that had to do with anything. Rena Wolves then patted her chest and confidently assured him that they could sell the new weapons developed by McLean and promised a 30-fold return in costs. Before she could finish, Logan McLean sighed in exasperation, causing her to freeze. He then coldly stood up and declared that they could take care of that on their own and told her to leave. Rena Wolves quickly stood up and called out for him to wait. She then desperately promised that she would offer her hand in marriage, saying that their families would then be inextricably tied. This only made Logan McLean more impatient, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying that he was fine and thanking her, adding that he was going to get married soon. Rena Wolves suddenly moved toward him to stop him and cheerfully asked whether it was because she had called off their engagement in the past, claiming that she could not help it due to Douglas pressuring her. She tried to salvage the situation by stating that she had documents to prove it from back then. Logan McLean placed his hand on the doorknob, which caused Rena Wolves' inner resolve to collapse. She hurriedly dropped to her knees and called out for him to wait, addressing him as her lord. Bowing her head in apparent anguish, she questioned whether he had not loved her. Logan McLean reacted in complete confusion, asking what she meant. Rena Wolves continued crying and claimed that if it was about his new fiancée, she was willing to be only his concubine, pitifully begging and saying that she could do anything he asked of her. The more Logan McLean listened, the more amused he became. He pressed his lips together in an attempt to endure it, but eventually burst into laughter. His loud laughter caused Rena Wolves to freeze in place. Logan McLean continued laughing until tears formed in his eyes. She blankly called out to him, addressing him as her lord. At that point, he finally regained control and apologized. He then placed his hand on the doorknob again, saying that he was truly sorry, and turned slightly with a smile, firmly stating that he had no interest in her at all and told her to take care on her way back. Those words caused Rena Wolves' spirit to completely collapse. She left dejectedly with Rockfern. Suddenly, she bumped straight into Eileen Floyd and fell backward onto the ground. Eileen Floyd immediately wordly apologized and asked if she was all right. Blushing, Eileen Floyd scratched her head, reached out her hand, and admitted that she should have watched where she was going. Rena Wolves trembled with anger as Rockfern hurried over to help her up, calling out to her respectfully. Immediately afterward, Rena Wolves violently shoved Eileen Floyd's hand away. She stormed off in fury, leaving Eileen filled with confusion, unable to understand what had happened. At that moment, Logan McLean stepped out from the shadows and asked Eileen whether she had come for him. Eileen hurriedly responded by greeting him respectfully. Hearing this, Rena Wolves slowed her steps and glanced back over her shoulder. She saw Eileen Floyd smiling as she spoke with Logan McLean, explaining that her mother wanted the three of them to have tea together. Logan quickly responded that he understood and asked about meeting the next day. Eileen expressed her concern, telling him that there was no need for him to overexert himself while he was busy. In response to her affection, Logan McLean smiled warmly and happily remarked that being busy did not matter because they were family. Witnessing this scene made Rena Wolves furious, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she clenched her teeth tightly. She slammed the door and left. This caused Eileen Floyd to feel extremely bewildered as she remarked that Rena Wolves was a very strong-willed lady and wondered whether she might be interested in becoming a knight. Standing beside her, Logan McLean let out a troubled sigh and agreed that she certainly was. Eileen then casually turned her attention elsewhere and asked about the documents he was holding. Logan McLean responded frankly, asking if she meant those papers. He smiled as he raised the documents in his hand and honestly shared that he had been thinking about creating a merchant group within McLean. Logan McLean smiled and expressed that he had been thinking of creating a merchant guild in McLean as well. This caused Eileen Floyd to pause in surprise. She widened her eyes and exclaimed in astonishment that it would be the McLean Merchant Guild. Her gaze then lit up, and she eagerly clenched her hands as she asked whether that was the busy work he had mentioned before and if there was anything she could help with. Logan McLean smiled fondly and replied that it was fine, adding that he planned to entrust the management to someone else. A little later, inside the office, a startled cry rang out as Philip Claude stammered in disbelief that he was the one being entrusted with the guild, asking if Logan was truly entrusting it to him. Sitting opposite him, Logan McLean calmly confirmed that he was, stating that no matter how he thought about it, there was no one better. Trusting him completely, he added that, especially considering the Impo Rick incident, he believed Philip's true talent lay in business, and therefore he wanted him to become the head of the McLean Merchant Guild. Philip Claude felt flustered inside and questioned whether Logan was serious and what he was basing that judgment on. After a moment, he reminded himself that there had been a contract and recalled the day he had cut his palm and let his blood fall. He reasoned that a slave whose life was in his master's hands would be the most trustworthy. The room fell silent. Watching the steam rise from the coffee cup on the table, Logan McLean began to explain that they would start by selling surplus grain worth about 10 million gold. As he carefully read through the documents, he added that all the preliminary paperwork had been completed and that he would assign laborers, escort knights, and administrators to assist Philip. He further informed him that he had prepared about 10 million gold as reserve funds and that Philip could allocate as much of it as he wished. The amount left Philip astonished, and he stammered in disbelief at the figure of 10 million. However, Logan was not finished. He smiled and added that Philip would also receive 0.5% of the guild's profits as a bonus. Philip sprang to his feet in shock and asked what Logan wanted from him and why he was offering so much. Logan leisurely raised 2 fingers and stated that he wanted only 2 things. First, he explained, was profit generation, the fundamental principle of any guild. The second, he continued after a brief pause, was to establish connections and trade routes within the empire. Philip stared blankly and asked whether he truly meant the empire. Inwardly, however, he had already formed his own speculation, reasoning that all major guilds traded with the empire anyway because it was the most profitable market. But since Logan was emphasizing it, it must not be an ordinary trade route. He then voiced this conclusion aloud. Logan McLean smiled in satisfaction and remarked that Philip was as perceptive as ever. Philip continued probing, asking what level of connections Logan desired, whether merely enough to exchange information or the kind that would never betray him, before admitting that the latter would be preferable. Meanwhile, Logan McLean pondered inwardly that such a goal would be extremely difficult. In his previous life, the Golden Bug had been one of the Empire's 10 great merchants, but he knew he could not expect that level of influence from Philip at present. Logan McLean reflected that Philip was a McLean man, meaning that from the Empire's perspective, he was a foreigner. Lowering his gaze, he continued to think that, unlike the Golden Bug, who had renounced his nationality and naturalized in the Empire, Philip would face different limitations. He reasoned that before the Imperial War began, even gaining influence in certain regions of the Empire would be sufficient. While Logan was still lost in thought, Philip Claude suddenly spoke, startling him as he remarked that it would require people and time. Bowing his head and calculating carefully, Philip added that they would need merchants who already had trade channels in the Empire, and that at least 5 years would be necessary, though with that amount of time, it would be worth attempting. Logan stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Then he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed that, as it happened, the person he had called fit those conditions. Surprised, Philip asked for clarification, wondering whether Logan had called someone. Logan smoothly introduced the idea that it was a merchant who already had trade channels in the Empire. This caused Philip to think rapidly. He considered that a merchant with imperial connections was easy to speak of but rare within the kingdom. One had died during the recent civil war, and another's entire house had collapsed. That left only one remaining, and he realized the answer himself. The scene shifted to an earlier time when Byron Kairos had desperately begged Marion Kairos to save them, pleading earnestly on his knees and reminding her that it was still her birth family. Marion's face had turned pale, and she must have felt some reluctance in her heart. By dusk, Marion had gently told Logan that he could ignore them, sorrowfully explaining that she was only conveying this as their daughter and reminding him that they had abandoned them during the territorial war with Teslon. However, Logan had simply smiled and replied that no, mother, this was exactly what they needed. Marion had looked at him in utter confusion. Returning to the present, Logan extended his hand and requested introductions. He directly stated that the head of the Kairos Merchant Guild would assist Philip, revealing that this man was none other than Byron Kairos, heir of Kairos and current head of the Kairos Merchant Guild. His appearance caused Philip to exclaim in shock that it was the Grain Merchant Guild Kairos. Logan smiled in satisfaction and affirmed that their connections must be enormous. He then asked his uncle to introduce himself and added that Philip was the head of the McLean Merchant Guild. Byron Kairos, somewhat unwilling, shook Philip's hand and muttered that at least Philip had a surname. He then glanced at Philip and inquired whether he was a noble. Philip awkwardly scratched his head and admitted that he was not, explaining that he was a commoner with a surname, though he was unsure about his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Byron's face darkened immediately as he angrily protested that he was being told to serve under a commoner. Logan calmly asked whether he disliked it and bluntly warned that such an attitude would not do, remarking that it seemed Kairos was still living comfortably enough. Though furious, Byron could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. He then abruptly changed his attitude, turned to Philip, shook his hand, and declared that he would serve with all his effort. Philip responded sincerely, asking him to take care of him. A few days later, the atmosphere was bright and festive, filled with cheers. As Philip stepped out, people around him began whispering in amazement, wondering about the numerous carriages and speculating that it was some merchant guild, assuming that Philip must be the owner. Suddenly, a loud voice called out Philip's name from behind, startling him. Turning around, Philip greeted the young lord and remarked that he had not needed to come out personally, even mentioning Sir Dwayne. Logan smiled and replied that since he had ordered it, he should at least see him off. He then cheerfully added that he also had something to give Philip. Confused, Philip asked what else Logan was giving him. Logan smiled and took out a sheet of paper, reminding him that he had forgotten it. Philip widened his eyes and stammered that it was his contract, asking why Logan had it. Logan's expression showed satisfaction at Philip's reaction, and he smiled before suddenly tearing the contract apart in front of him. Philip stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before his eyes, and a flash of light appeared, proving that he had been freed. Logan McLean gently told him that although it was late, that was his reward, adding that he had only just remembered his contributions. Standing beside him, Dwayne Filsner winked at him smugly and smiled. Logan McLean then seriously reminded him that the bonus offer would remain the same and told him to do his best. Looking straight at him, he addressed him as Guildmaster Philip. Hearing that, Philip Claude was so moved that he broke down in tears. As his tears fell to the ground, he hurriedly replied that, yes, young lord, and that no matter what happened, he would absolutely do his best. From the opposite side, Logan McLean and Dwayne Filsner smiled at him happily. When the carriage set off, the townspeople stood on both sides cheering and shouting enthusiastically. Logan McLean remarked with satisfaction that now that the guild had been successfully launched, it was about time to look around the new territory. Dwayne Filsner curiously asked whether he was going to Kalia province himself. Logan McLean answered blankly that no, he was going to Terran instead. That left Dwayne Filsner extremely confused, and he asked in disbelief whether he had a hobby of sightseeing wastelands. Logan McLean calmly explained that the McLean Plain had originally been wasteland as well and asked if he had forgotten. Only then did Dwayne Filsner realize and ask whether he would build a dam in Terran too. Logan McLean turned to him and affirmed that more importantly, there was something else he needed to check. At that moment, Ronian McLean approached and called out that brother was there. Logan McLean turned in slight surprise and asked whether Ronian had come to see the inauguration as well, but the moment he looked at him closely, his expression stiffened. He asked anxiously whether Ronian was hurt somewhere. Seeing that Ronian was covered in mud, Logan widened his eyes as he noticed something different and said to wait. He then stated that Ronian's level had actually increased and that he had reached the upper level of a force user. Logan hurried forward and asked what kind of training he had undergone, adding that training while damaging one's body was. However, Ronian lowered his head and replied that it was not because of training. With a strained smile, he explained that he had simply changed his mindset, and a path had appeared. After hesitating, Ronian said that and then, having made up his mind, he lifted his head to look straight at Logan McLean and declared that he wanted to leave on a warrior's journey. Ronian McLean explained that what he meant by a warrior's journey was wandering the world, testing one's martial skills, gaining experience, and seeking growth in both character and martial ability. Logan McLean, feeling deeply worried, thought that it sounded noble, but many had died during such journeys, so it had become an obsolete and outdated custom. Looking at his younger brother's unwavering determination, he could not help but wonder in confusion why Ronian would choose such hardship. Ronian hesitated slightly and frowned before saying that he had thought about it for a long time and that there was nothing for him to do in the territory right now. His words only made Logan more bewildered, and he asked what Ronian was talking about. Full of concern, Logan reminded him that there was night training and that he was also doing well with the security force. Understanding that the brothers needed privacy, Dwayne Filsner quietly excused himself, saying that he would go on ahead first. However, Ronian remained resolute and replied that those were things Logan could handle on his own as the elder brother. Lowering his eyes sadly, he added that they were not what he was best at. At that moment, Logan finally recognized his younger brother's anxiety and asked if he wanted to leave the territory to train, pointing out that he could become an aura user just by staying. Confused and probing, Logan asked where he had heard such an idea and demanded to know who had put it into his head. Ronian simply stood there in silence for a while before answering bluntly that Logan himself had. His reply struck Logan like a bolt from the blue, and in disbelief, Logan hurriedly asked when he had ever done such a thing. Ronian gave a faint smile and explained that Logan always had. He said honestly that Logan was now the pillar of the family, but even before that, he had always been a reliable pillar to him. Growing slightly fearful, sweating as though water were pouring from him, Ronian hurried to clarify that, of course, there had been times when things were not so good. Bowing his head, he said softly that whenever the family faced danger, Logan had stepped forward. He added that he had always stood behind Logan and that no matter what happened, he had believed Logan would somehow handle it. With a gentle, almost happy smile, he confessed that on the battlefield, he had relied heavily on that belief. However, Ronian had now realized something was wrong. Glancing behind him, he felt as though his feet were bound and that he was sinking into a swamp. He admitted that now he felt trapped by that belief and that someday he might end up holding Logan back. Those words left Logan utterly stunned. Clenching his fist, he immediately denied it, saying no. Seeing that Ronian only stood there blankly, not understanding, Logan repeated firmly that no. Confused, Ronian softly called out to his brother. Logan then lowered his head and said that it was not Ronian's fault. In pain, he insisted that it was he himself who was holding Ronian back. Deep in his heart, Logan had always known that Ronian, the youngest Aura, must have achieved that through desperate efforts to restore their fallen family. Everything had changed because of his own return through rebirth. He realized that the current Ronian had awakened his force faster than in his previous life and had learned the divine sword's secrets, but might have lost the reason to grow stronger, and yet he had been thinking of confining someone who wished to find his own answer. Logan McLean was extremely sorrowful as he looked down below. He recalled every reaction Ronian McLean had shown since his return. While Logan McLean was still immersed in his memories and thoughts, Ronian McLean called out worriedly, asking his brother what was wrong. Logan McLean's lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something, and then he suddenly smiled when he realized that Ronian was no longer the Ronian from his previous life. As time quietly passed and the sky gradually darkened, Logan McLean asked once more whether Ronian was really leaving so lightly. Seeing Ronian McLean already packed and ready to depart, he suggested that they could at least hold a farewell party. However, Ronian McLean smiled and refused, explaining that he was only going out for a short while. At that moment, Marian Kairos angrily shouted, demanding to know what he meant by short, and sorrowfully reminded him that he had said it might take years. She strongly opposed Ronian McLean's decision and questioned why he insisted on taking on something so dangerous. In response, Ronian McLean merely smiled gently and called her mother. Marian Kairos gradually calmed down and tried to hold back her tears as she asked whether he knew how much she had cried every time he went to war. Standing beside her, Patrick McLean spoke in confusion, reminding her that she had told him to stay strong. Ronian McLean helplessly reassured his mother that he had already told her this was necessary for both himself and the family. Marian Kairos understood this in her heart and nodded. Trembling and sobbing, she asked whether he would refrain from doing anything dangerous. Her question shocked Ronian McLean. Logan McLean's expression darkened as he glanced at him, and Ronian McLean hastily and anxiously assured her that of course he would not. Only then did Marian Kairos finally accept it and let out a long breath. She stepped forward and tightly embraced her precious son. After the farewells, Ronian McLean cheerfully announced that he was off. Patrick McLean told him to travel safely, while Marian Kairos, still reluctant to part, called out for him to keep in touch. Ronian McLean hurried forward, and after a while, he arrived at the place where someone was waiting. As soon as Victor saw him, he grumbled impatiently, asking how many hours he was going to spend saying goodbye, and remarking that he had thought he had gotten the wrong date. Ronian McLean happily called out Victor's name. The two stood facing each other, staring intently. Victor smiled and reminded him not to slack off on training. Ronian McLean responded enthusiastically that when he returned he would beat Victor with one hand. Victor laughed and teased him by asking whether he would even survive and whether he knew how harsh the world was, mockingly calling him young master. Those words made Ronian McLean angry. He laughed in frustration and complained that everyone underestimated him too much. Victor merely smiled at him. The two bumped their fists together and wished each other a safe trip. A new day arrived, and warm sunlight bathed a building where the constant sound of hammering echoed inside. Hamar, extremely excited about what he was doing, exclaimed that he could finally see the end and declared it to be his 142nd Noir. From behind him, someone asked who Noir was. Startled, Hamar replied that it could only be his first love from 200 years ago. Hamar happily sighed that beautiful Noir was so stunning that even his skill could not capture her beauty. Logan McLean approached and asked whether she had truly been that pretty. Hamar frowned in annoyance and reminded him that he had already said she was, telling him to stop talking because the eyes were the most important part of the statue. However, after finishing his words, Hamar suddenly froze when he realized something was wrong. In shock, he gasped and stammered in disbelief that it was his master. Startled, he accidentally bumped into the statue beside him. Watching everything shatter, he cried out in anguish for Noir. Logan McLean awkwardly stated that he had not done anything. Hamar collapsed beside the broken statue and muttered sorrowfully, asking why he had come. Logan McLean did not allow him to remain despondent for long. He stepped forward. patted Hamar on the shoulder, and remarked that he had been rather free lately before pointing to himself and suggesting that Hamar come travel with him. With tears in his eyes, Hamar turned his head back toward him, and soon, the two of them truly set off together. Their destination was a stone cave in a desolate place. Hamar's face darkened, and he helplessly questioned whether this was what Logan called a trip. Hamar looked at Clayton and asked him why he, as a mage, had been dragged there. The old man helplessly replied that, well, he had spent all the new magic tower budget. This made Hamar cry out in shock, asking if it was already gone and reminding him that he had just received it from the council. Clayton responded irritably, asking whether Hamar thought he had wanted that outcome. He lamented in great distress over his magical experiments, wondering why they were reacting that way and why they kept exploding. He explained that each experiment cost $1 million at a time and that the success rate was extremely low, asking what else he could possibly have done. Hamar turned to look at Clayton, who was covering his face in sorrow. From the front, Logan McLean cheerfully teased him, asking why he was crying and reminding him that he had said he would provide more support. Then, looking toward the road ahead, he promised that if they succeeded in developing Terran Province, all those experimental costs would amount to nothing. When he noticed that both Hamar and Clayton had darkened expressions, Logan McLean asked in confusion why they were reacting like that, adding that Terran had once been the kingdom's greatest mining city. Hamar awkwardly replied that it had been so 200 years ago. He helplessly explained that now it was nothing but wasteland filled with abandoned mines and questioned what could possibly be developed there. However, Logan McLean chuckled excitedly and asked what else it could be. With great confidence, he declared that it was a mana stone mine. Hearing this, Clayton shouted in astonishment about mana stones and excitedly asked whether there was still a mana stone vein remaining, even in Grandia. Even Hamar, who had been dejected, eagerly urged him to tell them where they should dig. Logan McLean pointed forward with a smile and stated that it was today's mission. Upon hearing this, both Hamar and Clayton's faces darkened as they inwardly cursed him, calling him a bastard. Logan McLean lowered his gaze into the distance and reflected in a deep voice that magic stones, artifacts, scrolls, communication crystal balls, and even the act of casting magic itself were all consumables essential to anything related to magic. He reasoned that even by simple calculation, their value was sufficient to instantly improve a nation's economy. Therefore, he thought that if the existence of a magic stone vein became known, it could accelerate the Empire's invasion. However, after a moment of hesitation, he concluded that it was worth the risk. He recalled that after invading the kingdom, the Empire had discovered a magic stone vein in Terran, and he began calculating that if they were to discover it as well, and if Crown's research were completed too, then everything would change. Behind him, Clayton smiled as he pointed inside the shop and remarked that it looked like the last abandoned mine. Hamar studied the map thoughtfully and murmured in contemplation. At last, Logan McLean firmly declared that Terran would become the kingdom's finest, that it could become the greatest weapon production base on the continent. He then turned back to the two of them and told them to prepare for excavation. A powerful punch from a sand golem was thrown, repeatedly smashing against a massive rock to break it apart. From one side, Hamar observed the situation and praised that it was progressing steadily. A magic staff was raised high and the cave gradually began to open. The interior slowly revealed itself more clearly as dust and smoke rose, blanketing the space before the gate. Logan McLean stepped inside, looking around in astonishment as he exclaimed in admiration that it was remarkably clean and amazing, praising Clayton by name. He continued to commend him, explaining that when the golem cleared a blocked tunnel, it hardened the passage using ground-solidifying magic. Remembering Clayton's method, he added with a smile that with 40 golems working simultaneously, restoring the abandoned mine would only be a matter of time. Clayton agreed and estimated that at that pace, restoring 120 tunnels would take approximately 3 days. Afterward, the three of them shared the sandwiches that had been prepared. The delicious taste surprised both Clayton and Hamar. Clayton ate eagerly and praised Logan, remarking that for a noble, he was quite skilled at cooking and that it was unexpected. Logan McLean proudly explained that it was because he had once been a mercenary and had learned from someone who was. This made Clayton extremely curious, and he questioned in surprise whether he had learned cooking from a mercenary. As time passed, 4 days later, a torch was lit, illuminating the entire underground chamber. Logan McLean led the group in inspecting the surroundings. Walking behind him, Hamar checked the map and announced that it marked the 82nd tunnel. Though tired, Clayton encouraged everyone, saying that there were not many left and that they should keep going. Suddenly, he placed his hand against the wall and immediately sensed something unusual. He hurriedly pointed at the spot and told them to wait. Logan McLean quickly turned and asked Clayton whether he felt something. Clayton, visibly agitated, exclaimed that the energy he felt was extraordinary. Seeing this, Logan also began to feel anticipation. Then Clayton burst into laughter and excitedly clutched the large rock, shouting that they had found magic stones and that there was a vein inside. As the surroundings began to collapse, Logan McLean helplessly warned him not to shout so loudly because it was collapsing. Nevertheless, Clayton was unable to restrain his joy and jumped up and down, laughing and repeatedly shouting about the magic stones. Hamar reminded him once more to keep his voice down, while Logan McLean said nothing and merely smiled at their shared happiness. Meanwhile, in the McLean Empire, Dwayne Filsner was working when he was startled to see the communication orb glowing. Surprised, he wondered whether it was a communication from the young master. He promptly answered, addressing Logan respectfully and identifying himself. Logan McLean bluntly ordered him to buy all the workers he could in Haroon immediately. Dwayne was utterly confused and asked in shock whether he meant right away. Ignoring his reaction, Logan urgently instructed him that it was acceptable to pay extra for dwarves and to send every one of them to Terran. Still bewildered, Dwayne asked what was happening so suddenly, but Logan cut him off, saying that he would explain later and urging him to hurry. Though helpless, Dwayne agreed. Thus, following Logan McLean's command, caravans of wagons set out one after another. Logan McLean compiled the list and informed Felix Esperanza that about 5,000 workers and 152 dwarves, along with various materials and food, had just arrived. He then cheerfully asked how it was going. Felix Esperanza, somewhat astonished and wide-mouthed, replied that Logan truly planned to rebuild Terran and asked what kind of vein was left. Logan averted his gaze and hesitantly answered that it seemed to be iron or copper, while secretly thinking that it would be best to keep the magic stones a secret. Felix then asked how His Majesty had reacted. Meanwhile, as people were being directed on the other side and the dwarves were told to go that way and greet Lord Hamar, Felix speculated whether she was not answering Logan's contact again. Logan sat down on the ground and calmly replied that he was not contacting her on purpose and that he had decided to leave royal matters to his teacher, but he asked what Felix meant by again. His question caused Felix to stiffen. Clearing his throat evasively, Felix said that it was not something Logan needed to worry about and added that His Majesty was thinking positively. Logan found this somewhat puzzling. Felix continued by reporting that, due to royal circumstances, financial support was difficult. Logan lowered his eyes in confusion and wondered how the royal situation could be difficult when they had absorbed the wolves' wealth, questioning whether their wealth had been smaller than expected and thinking that this must be why Rena looked like a beggar. Rena Wolves angrily retorted that she did not look like a beggar, only modest. However, Logan did not pay much attention and simply sighed inwardly, telling himself to forget it, since he could not question his teacher anyway. At that moment, Felix announced instead that His Majesty had declared the Terran mines would be tax-exempt for the next 10 years. Suddenly, the crystal ball cracked, startling Logan. Felix noticed and asked whether Logan had heard something breaking. Logan quickly replied that it was nothing and asked more importantly whether that promise could be put into writing. Felix readily agreed and said he would arrange it. Hearing this, Logan was so delighted that he left the crystal ball behind and turned away, causing Felix to wonder where it had gone. Felix then instructed him to come to the capital when he had time, as there was an important matter to discuss. Logan turned back curiously and asked whether it was something that could not be said over communication. Felix firmly confirmed that it was. Logan responded that he understood and that he could go in a month or two. Felix bid him farewell, saying he would see him then, and the call was quickly cut off. Logan's entire body began to tremble, and he jumped up in joy, shouting in celebration of the tax exemption. Just then, Clayton approached from behind and remarked that something good must have happened. Logan turned and greeted him respectfully. Clayton clasped his hands and stood there before hesitantly saying that he had something to mention. He awkwardly asked that if the mine were developed and magic stones were produced in earnest, whether the magic tower might be able to use some of them. Without hesitation, Logan generously agreed. Clayton, extremely surprised, stammered in disbelief and asked whether it was truly that easy. Logan added that the magic stones would first be supplied to the magic tower and workshops, and only the remaining amount would be sold through secret routes. Clayton repeated in anticipation whether they would be supplied first. Logan stepped forward, patted his shoulder reassuringly, and said that the Golem Magic Tower and he would continue as partners from now on, would they not? Clayton was deeply moved, saying he had not expected to be regarded so highly. Logan then smilingly suggested that they move the magic tower there altogether, reasoning that it would be much better if they could use the magic stones immediately after producing them. Inwardly, he calculated and urged that Crown's research be finished quickly. Clayton readily agreed, saying he would consider it positively. However, Hamar fiercely objected, shouting in protest and clutching his head as he demanded to know why the magic tower had to come now of all times when he had already finished designing the surrounding city. Logan gently urged him to think about it and explained that Terran would soon become a huge mining city, with the workshop located at its center. and that inside it, the magic tower and the grand workshop would work together to mass-produce artifacts. He proudly declared that it would be called the Magic Workshop and added that Hamar would become the master of that place. These words appeared to persuade Hamar. As people continuously chanted his name, Hamar imagined himself being hailed as the Grand Workshop Master Hamar Nim, ruler of the artisan city Terran and legend of the dwarves. In his fantasy, the dwarves joyfully proclaimed that they lived in that amazing city thanks to him, wishing long life to Hamar and to the Grand Workshop Master, while he stood in the center, laughing happily. At that moment, Logan approached from behind and sweetly exclaimed that Lord Hamar was so cool, and Hamar completely fell for the tactic. He hastily agreed, saying he would do it and that revising the design would be quick. Logan cheerfully replied that he was counting on him, while inwardly remarking with satisfaction that it had been easy. Hamar stated seriously that he would begin the report for Week 2 of the Terran construction. He continued by explaining that the construction of key outer fortress points was mostly finished and that the houses for the workers had been completed. He then reported to Logan McLean that preparation for the mine development was also nearing completion. Upon hearing this, Logan McLean immediately praised him, exclaiming that, as expected of Hamar, his work was amazing. He then moved closer, putting Hamar in a headlock and, in a secretive tone, began to speak further. Hamar, visibly uncomfortable, hesitated and asked what he meant. Smiling, Logan McLean began to set up his idea by pointing out that behind the northern mountain range lay the Tenon River, while to the south flowed the Luder River. Hamar's expression darkened instantly as he realized what was coming and demanded to know why he was bringing that up, refusing to listen. However, Logan McLean did not give him a chance to refuse and instead laughed, urging him to just listen. He suggested that if a dam were built connecting those two rivers, Terran would become truly prosperous. Overwhelmed, Hamar covered his ears, crouched down, and shouted that he did not know. Remaining completely unfazed, Logan McLean continued, asking what was wrong with their Grand Magic Workshop Master, and pointing out that the place which would serve as his base would become prosperous. Hamar, in despair, slammed his face to the ground and shouted angrily that they were devils. Meanwhile, Logan McLean cheerfully envisioned the future, stating that with the Magic Stone Mine, the development of Terran, and Crown's research completed, the territorial development to oppose the Empire would be finished. He added that what remained was gathering information and improving the kingdom's military strength. He then approached the still-crying Hamar and patted his shoulder in consolation. Logan McLean reflected with pride that 4 years ago, everything had felt hopeless. He then covered his mouth to hide his smile and reminded himself that he needed to stay calm in times like this and must not repeat the same mistake as at Tomoto. Despite repeatedly trying to restrain himself, he could not suppress his smile and kept telling himself to stay calm. Seeing his expression, Hamar panicked and screamed that his master had gone crazy. Logan McLean's laughter echoed across the wide area as he burst into loud laughter. As night finally fell, at the royal palace, Rogers von Grandia was continuously drinking. He slammed his glass down on the table and called for Cleo. Cleo respectfully responded to His Majesty. Rogers remarked that the drink tasted good and asked what it was called. Cleo smiled and explained that it was called Flamma, one of the Empire's finest wines. Rogers repeated the name in surprise and Cleo nodded, adding that it meant flame in an ancient language before pouring him another glass. Suddenly, Rogers von Grandia flinched and gripped his glass tightly before unexpectedly asking what Cleo thought of Logan McLean. Cleo seemed caught off guard and paused for a moment before hesitantly replying that Logan McLean had ended the Civil War and was the top contributor who had placed His Majesty on the throne. Lowering his head, Rogers agreed, saying that was right. He acknowledged that Logan McLean was certainly someone to be grateful to and someone he ought to thank. However, his expression soon tightened with discomfort as he questioned why he felt the way he did. He then decided to step outside, with Louis Hyon following behind him. The two walked in silence as Rogers looked around and thought that getting some fresh air made him feel a bit better. Still troubled, he sighed inwardly, admitting that recently he had been too sensitive about Logan McLean's actions. Rogers von Grandia recalled how he had felt at the time, saying that even during meetings he had been unable to control his expression whenever that person was mentioned, and that the ministers had seemed to look at him strangely. Thinking of Felix Esperanza, he added that even the royal advisor had been involved, before lifting his head and admitting to himself that his father and that he still had a long way to go. At that moment, the rustling of leaves came from the bushes, and a group of black-clad figures emerged with swords in hand. Rogers von Grandia was shocked, while Louis Hyon, equally startled, exclaimed that they were assassins. The attackers, all with fierce expressions, rushed straight toward Rogers von Grandia with the sole intent of killing them. The soldiers quickly spread out and shouted that they must protect His Majesty. Rogers von Grandia narrowed his eyes and silently assessed that there were 3 high-level and 15 mid-level opponents. Meanwhile, Louis Hyon had already formed a plan in his mind, deciding that they should take out the mid-level enemies first, and he immediately cut down 3 of them. Suddenly, a scream rang out from behind, and wave after wave of assassins charged in, only to be eliminated. However, the leader aggressively ordered his men not to retreat and to kill the king. His expression froze in shock upon seeing something, as Louis Hyon had already sent a fast sword strike toward him while shouting fiercely. One of the assassins who was hit died instantly, while the others struggled to hold on, groaning in pain. The leader, having lost an arm, paused to observe the situation, his face darkening and his eyes filled with hesitation before he finally ordered everyone to retreat. In an instant, they all withdrew. Louis Hyon immediately chased after them, declaring that they would not escape so easily. One of the assassins turned back and threw a sword at him, shouting for him to take it. Louis Hyon was momentarily stunned and froze in place as a bolt of lightning slashed right in front of his eyes. Nearby, Rogers von Grandia cowered in fear, clutching his head, prompting Louis Hyon to rush toward him in panic and call out to His Majesty. He used his own body to shield Rogers von Grandia, who let out a tired breath before slowly opening his eyes to observe the surroundings. Still deeply alarmed, Louis Hyon urgently asked if His Majesty was all right, then suddenly noticed something and called attention to the enemy's bodies. He ordered the soldiers to check whether the assassins had left any belongings behind, and they quickly responded in agreement. One soldier moved farther away and complained that there had been an attack in the middle of the palace, then sat down and examined a piece of cloth, noting that it was all burned and wondering why, if they had possessed such a scroll, they had not used it from the beginning. Meanwhile, Rogers von Grandia lowered his head, while the voices of the surrounding soldiers continued to question where all the garden guards had gone and how so many people could have infiltrated unnoticed. His heart grew colder, and he clenched his hand slightly before calling out to Louis. Louis Hyon, startled, immediately responded that he was there. Trembling, Rogers von Grandia raised his head and, in a fearful tone, asked that in such a situation, if he were to die, who Louis thought would become king. This question left Louis Hyon shocked, and he hesitantly replied that he did not know how to answer. Rogers von Grandia's arm trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze darkened with anger. Elsewhere, at Logan McLean's reconstruction site, Hamar was walking around while examining a map. Inside, Logan McLean received a call and reacted in shock, asking what that meant and whether His Majesty was suspecting him. Felix Esperanza responded sadly that it was true, explaining that the assassins who had attacked the previous night were all mid-level or higher force users, and that there were traces indicating the palace guard shift schedule had been manipulated. He added wearily that only he or Logan McLean could have done such a thing. Hearing this, Logan McLean sighed in frustration and asked whether His Majesty had therefore pointed at him. Felix Esperanza clarified that His Majesty had not said it directly but had instructed him to speak with Logan. This left Logan McLean feeling conflicted, and he questioned why it was him, wondering how, after everything he had done to make him king, he could now be suspected of trying to kill him. Logan McLean then stated that he needed to see His Majesty to understand why he was being suspected. On the other end of the line, Felix Esperanza hesitated briefly but eventually agreed, saying that he would make preparations as well. Confused, Logan McLean asked what he meant by preparing. Felix Esperanza explained helplessly that His Majesty had said he would not allow Logan to meet him alone without Felix present, adding that, in case something happened, someone would be needed to restrain him. The more Logan McLean heard, the more uncomfortable he became, clenching his hand as he felt increasingly unsettled, concluding that the situation was beyond expectations and far more serious than they had thought. The sky above was overcast, mirroring the current situation as Logan McLean returned to the royal palace. He respectfully knelt and greeted that it had been a while since he had seen His Majesty. From the throne, Rogers von Grandia solemnly replied that indeed it had been a while, addressing him as Duke Logan, though his narrowed eyes revealed clear wariness. Logan McLean internally remarked that the king was not even trying to hide his discomfort. He then spoke first, saying that he had heard about the recent unpleasant incident and was glad the king seemed unharmed. At this, Rogers von Grandia's hand tightened slightly on the armrest, his expression darkening as he directly questioned whether that was truly Logan's sincerity. Both Felix Esperanza and Logan McLean were taken aback, raising their heads in surprise and asking for clarification. Rogers von Grandia responded with a faint, mocking smile that he had wondered whether Logan had instead felt disappointed. Felix Esperanza, flustered, called out to His Majesty in alarm. Logan McLean, however, ignored the tension and went straight to the point, asking if the king was implying that he was the mastermind behind the incident. Rogers von Grandia, burdened with unease, stated that he had heard the McLean family was still increasing its forces even though the Civil War had already ended. He then sternly questioned what reason someone who already stood at the top among the kingdom's subjects could have for doing so. These words startled Logan McLean, and he realized that it could indeed appear that way. He admitted that he had assumed the king would fully support him and therefore had not thought deeply about it. Yet inwardly, he questioned whether what he was doing was ultimately for the sake of the kingdom. Resolving himself, Logan McLean declared that he would speak more honestly. Placing a hand on his chest, he sincerely stated that he believed the Empire would invade their kingdom. Rogers von Grandia tilted his head in confusion and asked whether the Empire would truly invade and if there was any evidence. Logan McLean calmly replied that for now it was only suspicion, but based on past imperial succession wars, cases where the Empire invaded neighboring countries immediately afterward exceeded 70%. After hearing this, Rogers von Grandia repeated that figure thoughtfully, acknowledging that it was indeed a very high probability, his grip tightening further on the armrest. However, he then suddenly burst out in anger, exclaiming that, even so, a subject gathering troops to the point where the king could not object was unacceptable. His outburst left both men stunned. Felix Esperanza, shocked that such words had been spoken, protested that the McLean family, as those in charge of the southwest border, were merely fulfilling their duty. His face tightened with discomfort, while Rogers von Grandia pressed his lips together as if struggling internally. In the end, the king admitted that his words had been excessive, prompting Felix Esperanza to let out a sigh of relief. He then cautiously suggested that His Majesty might consider reducing his drinking. Logan McLean, confused, questioned what he meant by drinking. Rogers von Grandia, holding his head in fatigue, replied that he would handle that matter himself. Felix Esperanza then apologized, while Rogers von Grandia continued, reflecting that he might have been overly sensitive and that if he could not trust Duke Logan, he would have no one left to trust, especially considering who had made him king in the first place. Hearing this, Logan McLean felt increasingly uncertain, concluding inwardly that the king was still wary of him, and that if this continued, he would eventually fall completely out of favor with the king. After returning, Logan McLean went to seek advice from Damien Nathal, who exclaimed in confusion that an idea to catch the assassins was something he did not understand why he was being asked about. Damien Nathal admitted without confidence that he was merely an administrator chosen for his skill in writing poetry. Logan McLean calmly acknowledged that this was true, but added that there was truly no other way. Logan McLean then recalled his conversation with Felix Esperanza, noting that even the Esperanza Knights, the Royal Inspection Unit, and the Royal Magic Tower Master had been unable to find the culprits. Thus, Logan concluded that the only one left was Demian, more precisely, the strategist of the Independence Army in his past life, the man known as the Evil Brain. He gently reassured Damian not to feel pressured and told him to speak if anything came to mind after hearing the situation. Damian hesitated, saying that even if he was told that, he needed time to think. After a long pause, he began by stating that assassination attempts on rulers had always been desperate acts. Logan responded with excitement that this was correct, adding that everything changed depending on success or failure. However, Damian cautioned that this time felt different, explaining that despite deploying so many people, the attackers had retreated too easily, and the cleanup had been overly thorough. As everything had happened too quickly and unusually, Logan began to realize something and wondered whether, from the beginning, they had not intended to kill the king. Damian nodded and said that was probably the case. Logan then questioned why they would do such a thing. Damian calmly explained that when an incident with no clear reason occurred, the one who benefited the most was likely the culprit. However, if no one benefited, then the culprit's aim was likely the one who would suffer the most from the incident. Hearing this, Logan was shocked and widened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and realized that the target was himself. Damian, confused, asked what he meant. Logan muttered while rubbing his chin that he had been pointed out as the mastermind behind the incident. He gradually pieced things together, reasoning that a powerful noble attempting to assassinate the king would explain everything, as it was meant to create conflict between him and the king. Logan then leaned on the table and asked Damian where he would escape to if he were the culprit. After a moment of silence, Damian replied that if it were him, he would not run. Logan was stunned and questioned this answer. Damian explained that there was no specific appearance identified, magic tracking did not work, and if the culprits removed their masks, no one would recognize them. He reasoned carefully that if they could not leave the capital immediately after the incident, they would hide to avoid capture. Damien continued that even though it was darkest under the lamp, they could not hide in a busy area while missing an arm. Logan listened intently as Damien concluded that the most likely place would be somewhere relatively secluded, where missing a limb would not stand out, most likely the slums outside the outer wall. After hearing Damien's advice, Logan put on a black cloak and left to investigate. Holding a piece of paper, he considered that the only identifying trait of the culprit was a missing right arm. Looking at the beggars around him, he recalled that, according to the Information Guild, there were 7 people in the slums missing a right arm. He also noted that the search would proceed together with the Esperanza Knights. However, he felt helpless, thinking that if they still could not find them, they would have to assume the culprits had already escaped. Suddenly, Logan stopped walking. He spotted someone in a narrow alley, and his eyes flashed as he realized he had found them. Internally, he sensed that there were 3 force users. He approached them as the disguised beggars stretched out their hands and begged for a coin. Logan clicked his tongue in irritation and said that they should take something else instead. The man responded with gratitude, but in the next instant, Logan pulled out 3 gold coins imbued with power and launched a surprise attack on all 3. One of them coughed in pain, while another managed to escape by leaping upward. The fleeing man, feeling uneasy, cursed inwardly upon realizing that the attacker was Logan McLean himself. Logan quickly caught up and declared that he had caught them, calling them rats. He swung his sword and struck the assassin's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Logan approached and questioned whether he was the armless assassin. With eyes full of anger, he pointed his sword directly at the man whose body was bleeding as he gasped for breath. Suddenly, the assassin smiled in satisfaction and scoffed at being called an assassin. Logan watched helplessly, stunned, and muttered that the situation was insane. Then his gaze locked onto something, and his hands began to tremble. He dropped his sword and hurriedly covered his nose as he realized in shock that it was poison. Logan McLean's hand trembled so violently that the sword he was holding slipped from his grasp, and he tensely realized that it was something serious. Startled, he covered his mouth and exclaimed in shock that it was poison. After regaining his composure, he stomped hard on the ground and shot upward as the toxic gas gradually spread through the air. Gritting his teeth, he looked down below and thought that even in his past life, he had only encountered poison at the very end. Soon after, he landed on a rooftop and closed his eyes, slowly detoxifying himself as a brilliant light radiated from his body. The traces of poison on his face gradually receded down to his neck and eventually disappeared completely. Standing up, he let out a sigh of relief, saying that he had forced the poison out. However, his expression darkened with discomfort as he thought about the assassins who had already vanished within the poisonous mist they had created. Frowning deeply with his lips pressed together as if calculating something, he finally muttered that the situation was driving him crazy. Sometime later, Logan McLean returned to the royal palace, where Rogers von Grandia sat coldly on the throne and questioned whether all the assassins had killed themselves. Although he did not want it to be so, Logan answered honestly that it had happened in an instant, leaving them unable to identify any affiliation or mastermind, and he apologized to His Majesty. After hearing this, Rogers murmured that it was as expected. Logan had no choice but to bow his head even lower, clenching his fists in frustration as he thought that now the king would completely suspect him. At that moment, he heard Rogers call for him to raise his head. Logan's eyes widened in surprise as Rogers smiled gently and reassured him that it was not his fault, explaining that it only meant the enemy's preparations had been thorough. Rogers then praised him, saying he had worked hard. This unexpected response left Logan extremely confused, and he stammered his thanks. Rogers then rose from his throne, admitting that after going through a major incident earlier, he might have been somewhat harsh. Approaching Logan, he asked him to forgive him for being a lacking ruler, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder as if to comfort him. Finally, Rogers smiled candidly and declared that if not Logan, then who could he trust? Standing nearby, Felix Esperanza was moved and exclaimed to His Majesty. However, at that very moment, something caused Logan's eyes to widen in alarm. He caught a glimpse of a calculating, scheming expression on Rogers's face. Logan's own gaze darkened, his brows furrowing as he was left speechless. Yet in the next instant, Logan composed himself, scratched his head, and laughed lightly as he expressed his gratitude for the king's trust. Rogers laughed along with him, and soon the palace echoed with the bright laughter of the 3 men. After Logan left, Cleo poured wine and cautiously asked Rogers whether he had enjoyed the meeting with Count Logan. Rogers's expression darkened as he questioned what there was to enjoy. He tilted his head back and raised the cup to his lips, but did not drink, instead slamming it down on the table in anger. His face twisted as he repeatedly struck the table, insisting that of course he had not enjoyed it. He then ran a hand through his hair in frustration and hissed that the day had merely been about correcting his own mistake, the foolish error of revealing his true feelings like an idiot. Thinking of Logan's mocking face, he reflected that while a Grand Duke who had lived focused on only one thing his entire life might not have noticed, Duke Logan would certainly have sensed his intentions. Recalling his own actions and words at the time, he noted that he had expressed as much apology as a ruler possibly could. Yet, with a fake smile, he had ultimately concluded that it had not been an apology at all, but rather a sign of submission. After saying this, silence filled the space. A moment later, Rogers continued, wondering aloud what might have happened if his two older brothers had become king, questioning whether they would have had to endure such humiliation. Rogers von Grandia gradually collapsed, murmuring that all of it was because he had been the third prince who had been pushed aside by his two older brothers. He then withdrew into himself with a sense of inferiority, muttering that he had been a powerless coward locked in the basement. Cleo, standing beside him, lowered his head and listened carefully to every word Rogers shared, and as he poured him a drink, he gently addressed him as His Majesty. When the final drop of wine fell, Cleo slowly spoke, telling him to listen while he ate, and in a voice like a devil whispering into his ear, he added that he had one suggestion. As those words continued to be poured into his ears, time passed quickly, and 1 week later, the carriage came to a stop as the coachman announced that they had arrived. Damien Nathal stepped down with a bow, expressing his thanks, and as he anxiously glanced around, he noted that they had reached the capital of Grandia. The people nearby began to look at him, pointing and commenting as they wondered whether that was McLean's carriage. Inwardly, Damien Nathal thought that he had come because of the young master's summons, recalling how confused he had been upon receiving the message, questioning why he had been suddenly called to the capital and why someone like him, a low-ranking administrator, had been summoned. Returning to reality, his face twisted slightly as he thought that if it was about the previous assassination attempt, he did not want to get deeply involved. After a while, Damien Nathal arrived at the McLean family's villa and asked a gardener if that was indeed the McLean family's residence. The man quickly recognized him and asked if he was Damien Nathal, who had been expected that day. Damien confirmed cautiously that it was correct, after which the gardener awkwardly explained that the count was not there that day. This made Damien uneasy, prompting him to ask where he had gone, and the gardener replied that a distinguished guest had arrived at the royal palace, so he had been urgently called away. Hearing this, Damien repeated in confusion that it was a distinguished guest, while inwardly questioning whether there could really be someone important enough in the kingdom at that moment to summon the young master. At that same time, in the royal palace, a man entered with a smile as he was introduced as a special envoy from the Ares Empire, Count Christian Molang. He walked confidently into the palace, and those around him began whispering as they remarked on his skin, saying it was proof of imperial royal blood. After walking a short distance, Christian Molang stopped, lowered himself, and formally greeted Rogers von Grandia, stating that he, Christian Molang of the Empire, greeted His Majesty, the King of Grandia. Rogers lowered his gaze slightly, his brows furrowed as if struggling internally, before finally responding by questioning whether the Empire's envoy had come here. Christian Molang then extended his hand and said that although it was a bit late, he congratulated His Majesty on his coronation and had come to deliver the gifts sent by their emperor. At the side, Logan McLean appeared somewhat uneasy and quietly asked Felix Esperanza whether an imperial envoy usually visited so suddenly. Felix answered frankly that it was not the case and that His Majesty had apparently known in advance. This made Logan even more confused, leading him to question why it had been announced so late and remark that, because of that, the day's schedule had been delayed. Felix could only sigh in resignation and said that there had been a major incident and that His Majesty had claimed he had forgotten because of it. However, Logan could not accept that explanation and thought that there were things one should never forget, especially when it concerned an imperial envoy. Meanwhile, Rogers von Grandia accepted the gifts from Christian Molang and expressed his gratitude for the precious offerings. The items presented included rare elixirs, 5-class artifacts that supported health, and even gems that could no longer be mined, all of which were priceless treasures. This made Rogers feel somewhat embarrassed, and he said that since he had received such gifts, he ought to return the favor. As if he had been waiting for that, Christian Molang immediately raised his head and replied that His Majesty the Emperor did not seek a return gift. Then, casting a meaningful glance toward Logan McLean, he added that there was just one thing. Extending his hand toward Logan, he smiled faintly and announced that the young hero who had resolved the kingdom's troubles, Count Logan McLean, had been invited to the imperial capital. Upon hearing those words, all eyes in the hall turned toward Logan McLean, and he himself could not hide his shock, wondering in disbelief whether the emperor had truly invited him. It was explained that the emperor of the Ares Empire, Kaisus van Ares, was a conqueror who had initiated imperial wars and occupied kingdoms, and that he had been the main enemy targeted by the Cranial Liberation Front in Logan McLean's past life. Logan reflected that he had never seen the emperor's face until his death, and now that very man had invited him to the empire. Christian Molang gestured toward Logan McLean and announced that the Emperor had invited Count Logan McLean to the imperial capital. Logan was so stunned that he froze, unsure how to react, and inwardly questioned whether the Emperor had truly invited him. A brief silence fell over the surroundings as Logan McLean and Christian Molang exchanged glances until Rogers von Grandia broke it by suggesting that it might be better for Logan to go. Seeing Logan's confusion, Rogers gently added that it would be for the sake of friendship between the two nations. Sensing something strange, Logan wondered internally whether the king had orchestrated something, then looked back at Christian Molang. Observing the man's confident smile, Logan concluded that the Empire would not follow the king's tune unless it was the opposite. After a long moment of contemplation, Logan finally agreed, stating that he accepted. He then extended his hand and requested that, since he would be meeting His Majesty the Emperor, he be given time to prepare. Christian Molang calmly assured him that the Emperor had already granted ample time and specified that the meeting would take place next spring. He further proposed that since a spring festival would be held in the imperial capital, Assyrian, Logan should come then. Logan's expression darkened as he thought about the timing, realizing that winter was approaching and that the journey alone would take 3 months. Nevertheless, he resolved that there was no other choice and replied that he understood and would prepare accordingly. At that moment, Rogers von Grandia appeared satisfied and instructed that preparations be made to welcome Count Christian. Later, in the quiet glow of the sunset, Logan McLean left the luxurious palace alone. Felix Esperanza quickly noticed and followed him, calling out to ask whether he was leaving immediately without even attending the party. Logan stopped and replied that he had work to do in his territory. Felix was taken aback and wondered what kept him so busy. Logan, with a tense expression, apologized and asked that while he was away, Felix keep an eye on His Majesty. Startled, Felix questioned whether Logan had not reconciled with the king. Logan clarified that this was precisely why he was making the request. Felix scratched his head awkwardly, but agreed, remarking that they could not afford the same misunderstanding again. He then added in a lower voice that the imperial envoy that day had seemed friendly and asked whether Logan still believed the Empire would wage war. Despite the cheerful atmosphere earlier, Logan firmly affirmed that he was certain. When Felix asked why, Logan urged him to think about the gifts that had been sent. Felix, still confused, asked what he meant by gifts. Logan then explained that the Emperor had bestowed elixirs, health support artifacts, and gems that could not even be sold, and questioned which of those contributed to national power. Felix grew tense and asked if Logan truly interpreted it that way. Logan shrugged and asked whether he thought he wanted to be suspicious, then added in a more serious tone that nothing would be better than continued peace. However, he warned that if war were to break out, past carelessness would become a painful mistake. Logan's words awakened Felix, who lowered his head in thought before agreeing that Logan was right and that he too would not lower his guard. Logan expressed his gratitude. Felix then mentioned that when Logan went to the Empire, he would assign him an escort. Surprised, Logan asked who it would be, but Felix only smiled and said he would keep it a secret for later amusement. Logan grew even more curious, wondering who Felix planned to send. Finally, Felix awkwardly reminded him that even if he was busy, he should visit sometimes, noting that Stella had been looking for him often. Thinking of her innocent face, Logan smiled and replied that he would visit again once he finished his work. With no more to say, Felix told him to hurry along. Logan politely bade him farewell and asked him to take care before running off from the palace. Watching his departing figure, Felix sighed with a hint of sadness, remarking that Logan did not even look back. Felix Esperanza lowered his voice and advised Logan to travel safely. As time passed, a few days later in McLean Town, a stack of documents was slammed onto the table. Dwayne Filsner, puzzled, asked why Logan was in such a hurry despite having just arrived and explained that those were the accumulated reports. Logan McLean quickly sat down and replied that it was urgent, adding that he would be away again for half a year. Dwayne looked at him in surprise and questioned whether he meant half a year, but Logan, having no time to explain, told him that he would explain later and urged him to report first. Although still confused, Dwayne sighed and began by saying that he would first inform him of young Master Ronian's whereabouts. He calmly reported that Ronian McLean was currently in the Southern Empire working as a mercenary under the name Rowan. Upon hearing that, Logan remarked that if it was the Southern Empire, Ronian must be fighting monsters. Dwayne confirmed this and added that Madam had fainted upon hearing the news. At that time, Logan's parents had panicked, lamenting that their son had become a mercenary. This left Logan feeling helpless, and he muttered to himself that next time he should make some medicine to calm her nerves before it caused trouble for him. Dwayne then continued with the next report from Philip. After listening, Logan went to the training grounds, where soldiers in armor were practicing. Standing with his arms crossed, he asked whether they were the first batch of soldiers selected years ago. Kaisalon replied seriously that they were indeed the ones who had first undergone the sensory test. Seeing the scene before him, Logan expressed his admiration, noting that it was impressive. Internally, he realized with satisfaction that many of them likely possessed strong force, and at that level, many would become knight-class fighters. However, Kaisalon smiled mysteriously and said that it was too early to be surprised, revealing that 5 of them had already awakened. Logan's expression brightened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief that it had already happened. He quickly asked who they were and where they were, amazed that it had occurred in just 4 years. Kaisalon casually pointed to a group nearby and explained that those individuals had stood out in one field during the sensory test. He then laughed and remarked that he had not expected the test to be so effective and found it amazing. After hearing that, Logan lowered his head and thought quietly that this was actually the Empire's method. He recalled that in his past life, the Empire had already been using sensory tests to recruit soldiers across the nation, and he realized that their territory alone could not close that gap. Logan grew tense as he thought that they needed more talent and concluded that if necessary, they would implement that method across the entire kingdom. At that moment, a black crow flew down and landed on his hand. Logan immediately recognized it and noticed the message tube attached to its leg, realizing that it was a message from the Information Guild. Kaisalon, slightly surprised, asked whether Logan was raising it and commented that it followed him well. Logan smiled and denied it, saying that it was not his. He then quickly retrieved and read the letter, which stated that regarding the identity check request for the 5 individuals he had inquired about 4 years ago, 3 out of the 4 previously unidentified targets had now been confirmed. After reading it, Logan froze in place, realizing what it meant. He felt a deep sense of unease as he recognized that it concerned the unaffiliated superhumans he had searched for before, individuals who, even after reaching that level in his past life, had not belonged anywhere. He began recalling his memories, noting that one of them, Victor the Noble Slayer, had joined under him, while Crown, the Massacre Mage, had died. He realized that if things continued this way, within 5 years, they would become tools of the Empire and invade the kingdom. His expression darkened as he concluded that they had only 2 choices, and with killing intent in his eyes, he determined that they must either recruit them or eliminate them. Logan McLean was extremely tense as he calculated that unaffiliated superhumans would become mercenaries of the Empire within 5 years, and that therefore there were only 2 choices, to recruit them or to kill them. He had said exactly this to Patrick McLean while having tea with him. Patrick McLean, his face full of confusion upon hearing this, asked again in bewilderment whether Logan meant that they should offer recruitment first, and if those people refused, then kill them. He then leaned forward in shock and demanded to know whether Logan, a marquis of a nation, was really suggesting such a thing. Logan McLean hesitated slightly before replying that yes, that was indeed the case, adding that normally he himself should handle it, but he suddenly had to go to the Empire. Patrick McLean, still unable to recover, sighed and remarked that although he had received many requests from Logan so far, this was the most absurd one. He then directly asked for the reason behind it. Logan McLean calmly explained that it was because those people would stand on the Empire's side in the future. Patrick McLean, stunned, exclaimed in disbelief whether it was really for such a reason. But before he could finish, Logan continued by adding that they were all people who would become superhumans. The more he listened, the less Patrick McLean could believe what he was hearing. He hesitantly asked how Logan could possibly know such a thing. Understanding what he wanted to know, Logan replied directly that there was, of course, no way to prove it right now, but if they did not stop them, they would become a huge threat. In his mind, Logan especially thought of someone named Van Johnny. Patrick McLean fell silent and reached for his teacup, sighing tiredly. He remarked that Logan was his son, but truly had no talent for strategy or negotiation, adding that what Logan had just said could hardly be called persuasion. These remarks left Logan speechless. Suddenly, Patrick McLean looked at him and smiled, stating that he had always proven things through results. This surprised Logan somewhat. After a moment, Logan calmed down, smiled, and nodded, humbly replying that it was a result he could not have achieved without those who trusted him. At that time, everything became extremely urgent. Hamar continuously directed everyone, while Clayton and the team of mages worked at full capacity. Victoria hurried around carrying documents. Victor and Eileen Floyd practiced swordsmanship together, while Dwayne Filsner and Salomon happily discussed tactics. Damien Nathal searched for Louis Hayon to ask about the situation, and Philip Claude busied himself worrying about external finances. Meanwhile, Ronian McLean was in a distant place, sitting by a fire with his sword in his arms, and Patrick McLean had to comfort Marion Kiros, who was anxious about her son. As winter gradually came to an end and the snowfall grew heavier, Logan McLean stood beneath the icy sky with his head lowered, his face flushed as he reminded himself that there was no time to rest. He then shouted into the vast space, asking Rick whether he had packed all his belongings. At the same time, in another place, someone was walking steadily across thick snow with a small backpack. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind, drawing his attention. A monster appeared, drooling and breathing heavily. The young man's eyes widened in terror as he gasped, and when a large bear charged toward him, he cried out in panic that it was a bear. Frozen in fear, he shut his eyes tightly as tears welled up, seemingly accepting his fate. At that very moment, someone rushed in and kicked the large bear away. The young man, unable to believe what had happened, stood there speechless as the bear collapsed in front of him. The man who had intervened let out a relieved breath, remarking that it had been a close call. Still frightened, the young man turned to him and stammered his thanks. The man then asked whether he was all right, adding that he had wanted to ask for directions. However, to the young man, the man's appearance seemed terrifying, and he screamed in panic that it was a monster. The man froze in confusion and tried to deny it, but before he could finish explaining, the young man fainted from fear. The man then calmly pulled down his hood and muttered in annoyance about how troublesome it was. His familiar face was revealed to be none other than Marquis Luther Cale, who gritted his teeth and complained that he had only been trying to ask for directions to McLean. After some time, he finally made his way to the kingdom of McLean, where Logan McLean greeted him warmly with a smile. Logan remarked with a laugh and wondered whether the escort his master had mentioned could be Duke Luther. At that moment, Marquis Luther Cale was holding the young man securely in his arms. Seeing him, Logan asked in confusion who that person was and whether Luther had done something to him. Marquis Luther Cale helplessly replied by asking what he could possibly have done, explaining that the young man had simply seen him and fainted in shock, and then instructed them to take him away. A trembling soldier stepped forward to carry the young man away. Marquis Luther Cale's eyes lowered slightly, as if he wanted to say something, and after a brief pause, he said that he knew. Logan McLean looked up in confusion, waiting, and Marquis Luther Cale admitted that for a foreign envoy, someone smaller than him would have been more suitable. He then quickly explained that Wiccan had said he would stab Logan just by seeing his face, which was why he had come himself. Logan McLean realized the situation and remarked that it made sense, adding that it was because Wiccan had lost to him. He then enthusiastically reached out his hand and said that it seemed the Marquis bore no ill feelings toward him, addressing him as Duke Luther. However, Marquis Luther Cale turned away abruptly and replied that it was impossible for him not to, before softening his tone and adding that, however, the atmosphere seemed to freeze as everyone waited for his next words. After a moment, Marquis Luther Cale stepped forward and muttered with a huff that there was no point now and told them to forget it, saying that even a stable would be fine as long as he was given a place to sleep. Logan McLean refused with a gesture, saying that they could not treat a superhuman like that, and calmly added that if he needed anything, he should let them know. Marquis Luther Cale began to say that he did not need any, but the air grew colder than winter itself. The soldiers behind them could not hold back their laughter and burst out, while Logan McLean stood frozen, unable to respond. Marquis Luther Cale's face turned red as he realized what he had just caused. In the end, Logan McLean broke the awkward silence by suggesting that they should prepare a meal first. As night fell, Marquis Luther Cale walked through the courtyard, his presence frightening the servants. Inside, he felt extremely embarrassed and cursed to himself that he had completely humiliated himself. At that moment, something caught his attention. He saw Victor and Logan McLean sparring with swords, and silently wondered if they were sparring. Logan McLean, in a serious tone, criticized Victor, saying that his movements were slow and asking if he was tired. Victor immediately replied that he was not. This made Marquis Luther Cale puzzled, and he wondered whether Victor was not nervous about meeting the Emperor, while also beginning to reassess Logan McLean, thinking that the man was truly something. He recalled the day Felix Esperanza had asked him for a favor, saying that he wanted him to help that boy. Felix had added cautiously that he was not forcing him and only asked him to observe the boy and guide him as a senior if he deemed him worthy. On that day, Marquis Luther Cale had nodded in confusion. Returning to the present, he began to doubt himself, wondering whether he truly had the right to act as a senior. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Duke Luther," startling him. Logan McLean, having just defeated Victor, approached and asked whether the meal had suited his taste. Marquis Luther Cale replied cheerfully that it had been excellent and thanked him, saying he had eaten well. Logan McLean said that was good, sounding relieved. Then, suddenly, Logan McLean tossed aside the towel in his hand and suggested that, as some exercise after the meal, they should have a sparring match, raising his sword in challenge. This proposal left Marquis Luther Cale so surprised that he stood frozen, Logan McLean stood opposite Marquis Luther Cale and proposed that they could fight there without worrying about breaking anything. As he tightened his grip on his sword, he thought with great confidence that through fighting superhumans, he had gained a vague grasp of aura, but he had not had a chance to experience it directly for a while, and that this was good. Marquis Luther Cale then lifted his large hammer off the ground, pointed it toward Logan McLean, and replied with a smile that even if it was sparring, it would not be light. Logan became excited, took his stance, and remarked that it was exactly what he wanted. Logan then channeled some strength into his legs and stomped hard on the ground, dashing forward in an instant with powerful force and his sword drawn. Witnessing this, Marquis Luther Cale widened his eyes in slight surprise and thought that it was the same footwork as the Sword Saint. Acting almost instinctively, he swung his arm to attack first, but Logan lowered his body to evade. With a determined glint in his eyes, Logan thrust his sword straight forward, aiming directly at Marquis Luther Cale's face with no room to dodge. A loud explosion erupted immediately, and everything became obscured. Victor, who was watching from the side, was so shocked that his mouth fell open. As the dust slowly cleared, Logan McLean's firm stance was revealed. He smiled playfully and teased that it was cheating to cover one's whole body with aura. It turned out that Marquis Luther Cale had protected himself with a layer of aura against the sudden attack. Hearing Logan's accusation, he felt no shame and instead laughed, suggesting that if it was unfair, Logan should use it as well. After saying that, Marquis Luther Cale lowered his posture and smiled to himself, thinking that if things went wrong, he would be completely embarrassed. He then bluntly evaluated Logan McLean based on their exchange, thinking that Logan had dodged his attack and struck a vital point, moves worthy of the Sword Saint's disciple. As he began to spin his large hammer, he calculated that even so, it was not as if there was no way to deal with it. Confidently, he declared that throughout his life, he had fought someone insanely fast until he had grown sick of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Marquis Luther Cale rushed forward and appeared in front of Logan McLean. Logan's eyes froze momentarily at the suddenness, unable to react, but in the next instant he regained his composure and shifted his body to the side to evade the deadly blow. He then leaped high into the air, watching as the large hammer smashed heavily into the ground below. While airborne, Logan began to calculate his counterattack, thinking that even a superhuman would not be able to dodge this. He unleashed a sword aura strike downward from above. Marquis Luther Cale looked up tensely and noticed it, but then suddenly smirked. He spun his body and swung his hammer directly toward the point where Logan was descending. Because Logan had already committed to his movement, he could not stop, and he could only widen his eyes as he saw the hammer about to strike him, remarking in shock that it was fast. At that moment, everything dissipated, and Logan, still bewildered, asked whether Marquis Luther Cale was intentionally varying his attack speed. Marquis Luther Cale stopped, lowered his hammer, and explained that it was a slow person's own way of confusing the opponent. He then enthusiastically hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder and elaborated that the moment the opponent thought they had the speed advantage, one should move twice as fast and strike their blind spot. After hearing this, Logan could only scoff inwardly, thinking that Marquis made it sound easy and questioning what he meant by twice. Lowering his head slightly, he admitted with some embarrassment that it was interesting. Seeing this, Marquis Luther Cale responded that he was not sure it would be fun for Logan. At that moment, Logan suddenly began channeling energy into his sword and replied that it would indeed be fun. Seeing the light envelop the blade, Marquis Luther Cale was somewhat taken aback. Logan raised his sword high and declared that he also had a hidden move. This caused Marquis Luther Cale to be so astonished that he exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept it. His eyes widened in shock as he suddenly recalled Felix Esperanza's request that if he thought Logan was worthy after observing him, he should guide him as a senior. His thoughts began to waver as he reflected that at first he had thought Felix was mocking him, and he questioned how he could not have thought that, given the contrast between a talented young man and the stepping stone beneath him. Marquis Luther Cale's expression darkened with tension as he now saw Logan McLean differently, as a hero who had saved the nation. He questioned within himself who would teach whom, comparing such a hero with a pathetic surviving traitor. His hand gripping the hammer tightened to the point of trembling as he reflected that that was what he had thought. The light before him grew stronger, and as he watched Logan focusing on it, he remained stunned, thinking that there was no way he was witnessing aura. Letting out a faint chuckle, he muttered to himself, recalling the words about judging Logan's worth, and realized that Felix had known it would turn out like this. On the opposite side, Logan McLean had finished preparing. He confidently raised his sword and declared that he would now properly learn a move from Duke Luther. As soon as he finished speaking, Logan dashed forward, surrounded by a radiant aura. The quiet night trembled slightly, and high above, the stars shimmered brilliantly in the sky. Marquis Luther Cale slammed his hammer down and, after listening, remarked that it was honestly pathetic. Logan McLean, feeling deeply disappointed, collapsed onto the floor. After a moment, Marquis Luther Cale explained that he had thought Logan had fully awakened aura earlier, but from what he had just seen, it was only a half-baked aura. Crossing his arms and stepping closer, he added that if Logan had truly awakened as an aura user, he would not have been so surprised. Logan McLean, confused, stood up and asked whether he had done something wrong. Marquis Luther Cale laughed in response and questioned whether Logan was seriously asking, pointing out that Logan had just used aura with a Force user's body. These words only made Logan more bewildered, and he wondered why that was the case, asking if it was not natural in the process of learning aura. Hearing this, Marquis Luther Cale grew angry, pointed at Logan's chest, and declared that aura did not awaken like that. He explained that the moment a Force user surpassed human limits, it became a power wielded by instinct, and that was what aura truly was. He stressed tensely that it was not something one could understand and imitate with the mind. This made Logan McLean realize something, as he repeated to himself that it was not something understood with the mind. Gently tightening his grip on his sword, he reflected that although he did not fully understand aura either, converting Force into aura was something all aura users knew. He then began to think more deeply, noting that being able to control Force very precisely and sensitively was the minimum requirement, and that if one could learn the divine sword technique, it would not be difficult. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and wondered about those to whom he had taught the technique. While Logan McLean was lost in thought, Marquis Luther Cale stood nearby observing him. He then remarked that someday Logan might be able to explain the process of becoming an aura user, and that such an achievement would be even more incredible than becoming a superhuman at his age. Placing a firm hand on Logan's shoulder, he then told him seriously that from now on, he should hide his aura until he became a true aura user, emphasizing that at least within the Empire, he absolutely had to conceal it. Hearing this, Logan McLean fell silent before sincerely thanking him for his concern. This reaction slightly surprised Marquis Luther Cale, who quickly explained that it was simply something he ought to do. At that moment, Victor ran over carrying a towel and announced that he had brought water and a towel. Logan thanked him politely. Victor then seemed to hesitate as if he had something to say, and after a brief pause, he congratulated Logan on awakening aura. Upon hearing this, Logan McLean and Marquis Luther Cale turned to look at each other. Logan lightly patted Victor on the shoulder and explained that it was not like that. He then turned and walked away, remarking that young people certainly had vivid imaginations. This left Victor confused, unable to understand what was happening. As he was still standing there in a daze, Logan McLean turned back with a smile and told him to go to sleep quickly, adding that they would leave for the Empire the next morning. Patrick McLean stepped forward with visible concern and asked Logan whether he was really going so lightly. Hearing that, Logan McLean turned to look at him and calmly stated that 18 knights were enough, adding that Sir Luther was there as well. Patrick's expression darkened as he replied that he was not talking about the number of people. He then expressed his worry, saying that Logan was going to see the Emperor without attendance or even a carriage, and that he feared people would say it brought shame to the nation. Logan McLean smiled confidently and assured him that such a thing would not happen, explaining that regardless of appearances, the Empire would look down on the kingdom anyway. Patrick could not help but question that confidence. He recalled that the imperial people he had met during his time in the Independence Army had pride as high as the Empire's status. Logan, having witnessed many things, reflected on those experiences, remembering how they had once been forced to wait since dawn just to enter, only for a guard to respond irritably by asking whether they had thought entering the Empire would be easy and telling them to wait. From that, Logan concluded that they tended to think everything was beneath the Empire. Based on his own assessment, Logan thought that Count Christian had been the same, because even as a count, an imperial noble would not kneel before a foreign king. He reasoned internally that flashy appearances were meaningless and that as long as he remained an outsider, their attitude would not change. However, he admitted to himself that although that was what he had thought, reality seemed different. As the group set out, their banners fluttered high in the air. To Logan's surprise, someone greeted them enthusiastically, welcoming them, while the gate soldiers warmly invited them in and welcomed them to the Ares Empire. Logan was left speechless, wondering why they were being welcomed in such a manner. By the second week of their journey, they had arrived at Luspelheim in the Eastern Empire. Logan realized that, of course, they would not treat a national envoy coldly. A man stepped forward, pulled out a chair for him, and politely asked him to sit and wait for a moment. He then carefully offered Logan a large cup and asked if he would like something to drink. Despite this, Logan felt uneasy, wondering if this treatment was a bit excessive. As he drank, he recalled that the moment the soldiers had seen the Emperor's invitation, their attitudes had changed. That invitation, which he had received back in the McLean Kingdom, had been explained by Christian Molang as one with a bit of magical processing. Christian had smiled and told him that if he had it, it would be useful throughout the Empire. Logan had politely accepted it at the time, acknowledging and thanking him. Now, Logan realized internally that they would not even be checked at the border, and as he looked at the invitation in his hand, he thought with confusion that it did far more than simply allow him to avoid inspection. After a while, someone suddenly ran up in a fluster, apologizing for making them wait. The man, sweating nervously, introduced himself as Dimitri, the mayor of Luspelheim. Logan was even more shocked, thinking that even the mayor had personally come to greet them. Soon after, the group was escorted away by carriage. Along the way, a shop owner cheerfully offered dragon fruit, encouraging everyone to try it and explaining that it was a rare fruit from the far west of the continent. Another person excitedly advertised monster horns and hides from Calcutta, while others enthusiastically called out for them to take a look, even inviting the knights to browse swords. Marquise Luther Kyle observed in amazement that even 10 years ago it had not been like this. Meanwhile, Dimitri, walking behind them, explained that Luspelheim was the largest city in the Eastern Empire, adding that it would not be an exaggeration to call it the best city on the Eastern continent. At that moment, a person holding a ribbon approached Victor and suggested he take a look, saying it would make a perfect gift for a lover or family member. Dimitri continued explaining that the resident population alone was 500,000, and that the floating population was... Before he could finish, Logan cut in and stated that the floating population easily exceeded 1 million. Dimitri paused briefly at that, then laughed awkwardly and said it was an honor that Logan knew so much. Logan calmly explained that it was because this was a place one had to pass through when traveling from Grandia to the imperial capital. Internally, Dimitri began forming his own thoughts, noting that unlike the others, Logan did not seem impressed at all, though he intended to keep observing him closely. He then mentioned that, now that he thought about it, a merchant group from McLean had also visited there. He added that it had been impressive how quickly they had established a branch, and that at the time he himself had provided some small assistance. Hearing that, Logan suddenly grew serious and questioned whether the mayor really paid attention even to a mere merchant group. Dimitri hurriedly explained that since the city was close to Grandia, he always paid attention. Logan's expression darkened as he wondered whether that was truly the case. His gaze sharpened as he assessed the situation, thinking that Dimitri must have already been the mayor during the Imperial War. Looking at the man who continued to smile amiably in front of him, Logan questioned inwardly whether he might have been preparing for war ever since that time. Logan McLean gazed outside with a sense of nostalgia and remarked that, on the way there, the security forces had not seemed much different from those in his past life. Clasping his hands together, he resolved that he needed to look into the matter. After a while, the carriage came to a stop, and before them stood a luxurious and magnificent mansion. Dimitri enthusiastically introduced it as the official residence of Luspelheim. Victor, unable to contain his amazement, commented that it was his first time seeing such a tall building aside from a magic tower. Hearing that, Dimitri eagerly stepped forward and said that they would prepare a guest room, encouraging them to rest as much as they wished. Logan McLean politely expressed his gratitude, saying that he would not forget such generous consideration. Dimitri nodded meaningfully and laughed, replying that he would truly appreciate that. Noticing something unusual in Dimitri's behavior, Logan McLean asked if there was anything he could help with. Dimitri quickly waved his hand in denial and said that it was nothing, but added that when Logan rose to the Empire's high ranks, he hoped Logan would remember him. Those words caused Logan McLean to freeze on the spot, while murmurs began to spread around them as people wondered what it meant and what the young master would become. Shocked, Logan McLean questioned whether he would really become part of the Empire's high ranks. Dimitri firmly confirmed that it was so, explaining that Logan had received an invitation from His Majesty the Emperor. Logan pointed to himself in confusion and asked if there had been some misunderstanding, clarifying that he had come as a national envoy. Dimitri, now equally perplexed, replied that it seemed Logan was mistaken. For a moment, the atmosphere turned stiff. Dimitri then continued to explain that the invitation was not an ordinary one, but a personal invitation sent directly to Logan McLean by the Emperor himself, not to a national envoy, but to Logan McLean by name. Raising his head proudly, Dimitri added that most who received such invitations ended up by His Majesty's side, as the Emperor was someone who cherished talent and would undoubtedly grant Logan a position worthy of his abilities. Realizing he had been schemed against, Logan McLean gritted his teeth in anger and thought that this must have been the Emperor's true intention. Trying to remain calm, he pointed out that the situation was different, stating that although his family might not compare to the Empire, it was still strong. Dimitri maintained a gentle smile and replied that he was only mentioning it just in case, asking Logan to keep it in mind. Meanwhile, Marcus Luther Kyle grew furious, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed that the more he heard, the worse it sounded. He angrily shouted at Dimitri, demanding how he dared to look down on their kingdom. Seeing this, Logan McLean quickly reached out to stop him and urged him to calm down. However, the Marquis, still unable to contain his anger, retorted that he did not look calm at all and accused them of telling a foreign envoy to defect. Sensing the tension, Logan McLean leaned in and quietly reminded him that, to the Empire, it was not considered an insult. They genuinely believed he would be pleased. On the other side, Dimitri awkwardly laughed and wondered if he had made some mistake. Realizing the situation, Marcus Luther Kale lowered his voice and muttered about imperial supremacy. Logan McLean then felt a heavy weight on his mind as he wondered if Dimitri's words were true, questioning whether the Emperor truly intended to recruit him. He reflected on the Emperor as a ruler who gathered talent regardless of age or gender, who had annexed a powerful Western nation shortly after ascending the throne, and who had expanded his territory by 1/3, a true conqueror. Faced with such a figure, Logan questioned whether he could refuse and still return safely. His expression darkened as he considered that perhaps he should turn back immediately. At that moment, someone suddenly stepped forward and announced that he had heard the Emperor's guest had arrived. The aura emanating from the man caused both Logan McLean and Marcus Luther Kale to freeze in place. Dimitri turned toward him and warmly greeted him. Marquis Luther Kale lowered his voice and warned Logan that the presence before them was no ordinary one, but that of a superhuman. The man approached and asked if he was Count Logan McLean. Remaining cautious, Logan confirmed that it was indeed him. Upon hearing this, the man immediately bowed respectfully and stated that it was an honor to escort him. With great respect, he then introduced himself as Blake of Fierce Assault and declared that, from that moment on, he would safely escort Logan McLean to the Imperial capital. Blake of Fierce Assault lowered his head respectfully and stated that it was an honor to serve him, then bowed deeply and added that from that moment on, he, Blake the Fierce, would safely escort him to his Imperial Majesty. Logan McLean, who was standing beside him, was stunned and muttered in confusion, wondering if that man was truly Blake Evandor. Inwardly, he searched through his memories and recalled that in his past life, during the war with the Empire, Blake had been the very first superhuman to cross Grandia's borders, risking his life to eliminate its strongest superhumans, ultimately causing Grandia to collapse once its core forces were lost. He found it unbelievable that someone of such strength was now being assigned as a mere escort for a guest. After a moment, Logan apologized and said that he would prefer to decline such excessive concern. Blake gently nodded and replied that he merely intended to guide the Emperor's guest with the utmost guarantee of safety and politely asked him not to refuse. Logan widened his eyes in surprise and wondered to himself if Blake had even bowed his head. At that moment, Marquis Luther Kale stepped forward and told them to look at him, confidently declaring that he was already serving as an escort and asserting that Blake's presence would make no difference. Blake calmly responded that it seemed that in the kingdom, merely having a bulky frame granted one authority. This remark startled Marquis Luther Kale, who shouted in disbelief and bluntly told Blake to know his place and make himself scarce, calling him bulk. Blake's hand clenched in anger as his aura flared, and he cursed under his breath, calling him a crazy bastard. The two men stood facing each other, their overwhelming presence erupting as two of the leading powerhouses. Dimitri, unable to endure the tension, hurried forward and nervously called out to Lord Logan, pleading with him to stop his companion, warning that Sir Blake was a general of the Empire and not someone a superhuman from a small nation could handle. Logan gave a slight nod in response before turning calmly to Blake and addressing him. Logan confidently proposed that if Sir Luther won, he would accept Blake as his escort, thinking to himself that it would not be a bad opportunity to witness the skills of the Empire's superhuman firsthand. He further added that even if an accident were to occur, he promised it would not cause any problems between their nations. Blake stood still for a moment as he processed Logan's words, then, after a brief pause, smiled faintly. Touching his sword, he agreed and drew it, pointing forward as he declared that he would show them just how vast the world outside their backcountry truly was. Across from him, Marquis Luther Kyle prepared for battle and retorted that they would see who would be teaching whom. Dimitri, standing to the side, trembled in fear as he watched the situation unfold and anxiously cried out, wondering why this was happening at his estate. The two fighters clashed, their sword energies colliding violently as they moved at incredible speed, leaving only after images behind. Both seemed to be fighting with their full strength. Dimitri could do nothing but hide behind Logan, panicking and shouting in despair about his estate being destroyed. Meanwhile, Logan calmly observed the battle and noted that Luther Kale was being pushed back. Marcus Luther Kale, gritting his teeth, struggled to hold his ground and assessed that his opponent was similar to Wiccan, yet also different. He thought to himself that in terms of raw power, Wiccan was stronger, but suddenly lashed out angrily, calling Blake a little rat. When his attack missed, he became tense upon realizing that Blake had appeared behind him, concluding that Blake was faster than Wiccan. Forced to lean backward to evade a strike, Luther Cale recalled a memory of Felix Esperanza, who had once taught him that there were many ways to control distance, one of which was overwhelming speed, and had advised that being the fastest on the battlefield would grant an advantage in most fights. Returning to the present, Blake continued to dominate the battle with his speed. Logan widened his eyes and speculated whether Blake was a superhuman who specialized in speed. Behind him, Dimitri clutched his head and sobbed that his garden was being destroyed. Luther Cale, grinding his teeth, cursed angrily as he attempted to bring his heavy hammer down on Blake, but Blake calmly countered with his sword. Luther's eyes widened in disbelief as a massive explosion erupted between them, their energies surging outward and astonishing the surrounding soldiers while nearby buildings cracked under the pressure. Seeing the destruction escalate, Logan spoke up and declared that it would be enough, addressing Sir Blake, then rushed forward and stood in front of Luther Cale to block the attack. Blake's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed in disbelief how Logan had managed to do that, wondering internally if Logan had just protected that man from his attack despite not being a superhuman. Marquis Luther Cale scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, with embarrassment, that he felt ashamed. Logan McLean smiled as he reassured that it was all right and that the opponent simply had not been a good match for him. Meanwhile, Blake of Fierce Assault suddenly spoke up, praising that he truly was a man worthy of being called by His Majesty, and remarking that it was quite surprising. Logan turned in confusion, only to hear Blake propose that regardless, it appeared to be his victory, and he asked whether he might now escort Logan to the Imperial capital. Logan agreed that he would accept, though inwardly he thought that Blake was on the weaker side of the Empire's superhumans. He felt a slight tremor as he reflected that if this level was considered the weaker side, then he could not stand against them with force alone. He then stated that he had just one request for Sir Blake. Blake looked up in surprise as Logan, somewhat tense, asked whether he would be willing to hear him out. Inwardly, Logan admitted that he needed information. As time passed, 2 days later, Dimitri smiled and expressed that it was a shame Logan had to leave so soon and asked him to visit again. Logan forced a smile as he replied that he had had a great stay thanks to the mayor, while privately thinking that he should make sure to leave before being asked for compensation. Suddenly, Dimitri hesitated and addressed him as Lord Logan. Logan froze, inwardly fearing that Dimitri might actually go through with it, only for the man to reach out and grab his hand. With a darkened expression, Dimitri pleaded that Logan should remember him. Logan looked down at the hand gripping his own in confusion, wondering to himself why Dimitri was still fixated on that. At that moment, someone stepped forward and reported that Lord Logan should depart now, as the carriage was ready. Logan responded in surprise before quickly agreeing and bowing as he stepped onto the carriage. From behind, Blake of Fierce Assault called out, politely asking whether Logan knew the reason His Imperial Highness had summoned him. Logan, puzzled, replied that he wondered if it was simply because his efforts during the Civil War had been appreciated. Blake stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked that, from what he knew, His Highness was not the type to do such things. Logan questioned this in confusion. Blake quickly waved his hand and clarified that he had not meant to disparage Logan, but only meant that His Highness was interested solely in superhumans, even if the person in question were the kingdom's hero. Logan became deeply perplexed, wondering inwardly why a man who only held interest in superhumans would call for him. He questioned whether it was because of the crossbow or because the Emperor had seen the potential of a superhuman in him. His face filled with doubt as he wondered what kind of person the Emperor truly was. Elsewhere, a bull roared in fury before being swiftly torn apart by the surrounding dogs. A man stepped forward and reported to His Majesty that he brought good news, stating that the royal fighting dogs had achieved victory. The one receiving the report smiled faintly and remarked that those dogs were indeed strong. Christian Molang bowed respectfully and affirmed that they were a gathering of the strongest breeds on the continent. The man above crossed his legs and murmured about the strongest breeds, then questioned which among those dogs was the strongest. His words caused Christian to lift his head in confusion, struggling to answer. The man pointed at him and demanded to know whether he had no answer, then ordered that this time the dogs be pitted against each other. With great excitement, he declared that in the end, only the strongest among them would remain. Blake of Fierce Assault shouted for attention and ordered the troops to present arms. At once, the soldiers swiftly formed ranks and responded in unison with a loud acknowledgement of his command. He then pointed toward Logan McLean and introduced the men before him as the East Third Corps under his leadership. Blake remarked with mild admiration that when Logan had said he wished to ask something of him, he had not expected it to involve observing the troops, adding that young heroes truly were different after all. Logan McLean forced a smile and replied that he merely wished to learn how to improve his lacking territory. However, inwardly, he felt uneasy and thought the situation was bad. As he observed the overwhelming military force before him, he anxiously estimated that there were over 1,000 knights alone, and with the soldiers included, the Third Corps likely numbered at least 25,000 men. Clenching his fist tightly, he reflected that an army rivaling Valtermine in scale was merely one of the Empire's 8 corps. After a moment, Logan turned toward Blake and asked what kind of weapons the soldiers wielded, cautiously inquiring whether they perhaps used crossbows. Blake looked confused by the question and repeated the word crossbows in disbelief before laughing and asking why they would use such inefficient weapons, commenting that Logan said rather amusing things. Logan awkwardly explained that it had merely been an example. Internally, however, he felt relieved, thinking that at least they did not possess repeating crossbows. As Logan silently organized his thoughts, he reflected that after the month-long journey toward Assyrian, his earlier assumptions had proven close to the truth. He considered how he had compiled all the information he gathered and had Philip's cabinet verify its accuracy. Looking over the situation, Logan concluded that Philip was doing an excellent job expanding his connections within the Empire. Suddenly, a voice announced that they had arrived, startling Logan from his thoughts. Gazing at the scene before them, the soldiers exclaimed in amazement over the incredible wall. Above it shimmered a radiant band of rainbow-colored light. Logan stared at it in awe and thought that most people would simply regard it as a beautiful sight. From behind him, Blake remarked that it would be concerning if someone were impressed by merely that much, adding that there was far more to see within Assyrian. The road ahead appeared even more vibrant with color, while the people inside the city gathered together in a lively commotion, their endless chatter filling the streets. At the center stood a massive golden statue. Logan froze beneath the shadow cast by the monument and quietly recalled that beneath that very place had once been the base of the Grandia Liberation Front. As memories resurfaced, Logan reflected that the current situation was far better than in his previous life. The Civil War had ended successfully, and he himself had become leagues stronger than before. Yet despite all of that, his complexion turned pale as he questioned why he still felt so anxious. At that moment, someone approached from behind and asked what his lord was thinking about. Logan quickly turned around and recognized Victor. Hesitating slightly, he explained that he had simply been reflecting on everything he had seen and felt since arriving in the Empire. Logan then changed the subject and asked Victor how he felt about being there. Victor paused briefly before honestly admitting that he had been surprised. He marveled at the enormous buildings, the countless unfamiliar items being sold, and the massive armies. After a brief pause, he thought of Blake of Fierce Assault and added that there were even superhumans there. Victor confessed in amazement that he had heard the Empire overflowed with men that strong. Logan smiled awkwardly to himself, thinking that it was not quite as Victor imagined. However, Victor soon fell silent again before admitting that he did not know if he himself would ever become that strong. Logan was genuinely shocked to realize that this had been weighing on Victor's mind and admitted that Victor had been so quiet he had never noticed. After thinking for a while, Logan comforted him by explaining that in ancient times there had been far fewer people, so Force users had been just as rare then as Aura users were now. Victor listened carefully and responded in surprise, asking if that was truly the case. Logan pointed toward Victor's chest and explained that knights in ancient times had not even been able to put on their armor by themselves and therefore required attendants to assist them. He told Victor that the way those people would have felt upon seeing Force users was exactly how modern people felt upon seeing Aura users. Victor became deeply moved by Logan's words, his eyes filling with tears. Even so, he hesitantly pointed out that Logan himself had awakened Aura. Logan hurriedly denied it and insisted that he had not, quickly lowering his voice afterward. Clearing his throat to regain confidence, Logan continued by saying that what he truly wanted to convey was that nothing was impossible. He firmly guaranteed that Victor would one day become a superhuman as well. Those words seemed to awaken something deep within Victor. His eyes shone brightly as he listened to Logan's certainty. Memories of his own helplessness while trying to protect his younger sister Victoria surfaced in his mind. Thinking of Logan's smiling face, Victor quietly replied that he believed the same was true for his lord. He boldly declared that whether it was the revival of McLean or even war against the Empire, whatever Logan wished for would surely come true. Striking his chest passionately, Victor swore that he himself would make it happen. Victor's enthusiasm deeply moved Logan. Quietly, Logan murmured that he had never truly been fighting alone, neither in the past nor now. Realizing this, he patted Victor on the shoulder and admitted that confronting the Empire's overwhelming power had caused him to lose confidence for a moment. Filling his gaze with renewed determination, Logan told himself to get a hold of himself, reminding himself that this was not the time to dwell on the past. After all, this was the Emperor's home. The group soon advanced deeper into the city until they arrived before a massive door. Blake of Fierce Assault asked whether Logan was ready and informed him that his Imperial Majesty awaited just beyond the entrance. He carefully added that his escort duty would end there as well. Logan politely thanked him for his service. Blake bowed respectfully and explained that he had merely done his utmost to fulfill his duties as the Emperor's vassal, adding that he hoped they would meet again under friendlier circumstances. Logan laughed softly and replied that such a meeting would indeed be nice. As Logan firmly raised his head, the great doors slowly opened and a loud announcement echoed through the hall, declaring that the guests of Grandia were entering. Logan stared toward the chamber beyond and thought that the Emperor awaited past those doors. However, the moment he looked inside, he abruptly froze. An invisible pressure immediately weighed heavily upon him, causing fear and confusion to rise within his heart. Logan wondered in disbelief whether their eyes had truly met from such a distance. More importantly, he became overwhelmed by the terrifying presence before him. The man ahead smiled faintly and invited the young hero of Grandia to come closer. Merely hearing the Emperor's voice caused cold sweat to pour down Logan's body. His footsteps felt unbearably heavy as he slowly advanced. It seemed as though countless eyes were fixed upon him from every direction, with unseen observers silently evaluating him from the shadows. All around him, people whispered among themselves, questioning who the large man was and whether he truly was the one chosen by His Majesty. Others remarked that he seemed ordinary and even asked where Grandia was in the first place. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Logan forced himself to continue forward while questioning the strange sensation that kept drawing his gaze inward. The eyes of the man before him seemed to crush his emotions beneath their pressure. Slowly, Logan lifted his foot and placed his heel onto the ground. Suddenly, an unbearable discomfort assaulted him, causing him to gasp internally. Logan was horrified by the incredible spirit pressing down on him. Staring at the smiling man ahead, he first wondered if this was truly the Emperor's power, but then realized it felt even closer than that. Lowering his head in an effort to calm himself, Logan focused on the knights surrounding him. Gritting his teeth as he endured the suffocating pressure, he came to a shocking conclusion and wondered if every single one of them was a superhuman. Logan McLean walked forward with his head lowered in confusion, wondering whether the knights surrounding him were all superhumans. The overwhelming pressure wrapping around his body made it difficult for him to breathe. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure the immense burden as he observed that around 10 people were exerting intense pressure on him, and at least half of them seemed to be on par with his master. His expression darkened as he calculated that Assyrian alone possessed 7 magic towers, along with 7 West Corps and 8 East Corps, meaning that, counting only their leaders, there were 32 superhumans in total. Looking toward the Emperor, Logan McLean could not hide his shock at realizing just how vast the gap truly was. The Emperor silently gazed downward before slightly raising his hand. A dark wave of energy spread through the hall like an unspoken command, causing one of the officials beside him to nod in understanding. Immediately afterward, a crushing pressure descended upon Logan McLean's body, forcing him to collapse to one knee with a pained groan. The man before him remarked that he had heard much about him and questioned whether he had truly killed a superhuman, adding that he had now confirmed that Logan's reputation was no lie. Logan McLean narrowed his eyes and wondered whether the Emperor had merely been testing him before bowing his head and humbly replying that he had only been fortunate, Your Majesty. The Emperor casually responded that such a matter could simply be verified and called for Jerome. From behind came an immediate reply acknowledging the Emperor's command. Logan McLean quickly turned around in confusion and inwardly questioned whether this was truly Jerome Decade himself. The Emperor then pointed toward Jerome Decade and suggested that he contend against Logan. At once, the atmosphere in the hall turned cold. The Emperor explained that he wished to witness the Empire's rising star face Grandia's hero so he could personally determine which of them was more exceptional. Hearing this, Jerome Decade loudly declared that he would obey the Emperor's command. Logan McLean quietly clenched his fist in irritation, thinking bitterly that he was being dragged into a fight the moment he arrived, without even being consulted. Suspicion began to grow within him as he wondered whether this duel had been the Emperor's intention from the very beginning, merely for his own amusement. From behind him, Marquis Luther Cahill suddenly spoke up, respectfully reminding the Emperor that Lord Logan was present as a representative of their kingdom and that such a sudden demand disregarded proper diplomatic customs. However, the Emperor immediately cut him off by firmly stating that he had invited Logan McLean personally. Narrowing his eyes, the Emperor coldly questioned whether the kingdom's superhuman intended to oppose his decision. Marquis Luther Kyle's face darkened at once as he raised his head, while the atmosphere throughout the Imperial Hall became heavy and oppressive. Unable to allow the situation to worsen further, Logan McLean finally broke the tense silence by declaring that if it was His Majesty's wish, he would comply. Rising proudly to his feet, he added coldly that if any accidents were to occur, he trusted he would not be held responsible. Hearing those words, Jerome Decade immediately turned toward him in anger and began to snap at him for his insolence, but the Emperor merely burst into loud laughter. Arrogantly mocking Logan's warning, the Emperor laughed repeatedly and claimed that he had only intended for the two of them to test each other's abilities, questioning whether Logan had truly intended to fight seriously. Logan McLean firmly nodded and calmly replied that if they were going to clash, would it not be more entertaining for both sides to go all out? The Emperor laughed even louder before remarking that Logan truly seemed to believe he could win, then turned toward Jerome and asked for his thoughts. Jerome Decade immediately stood up and proudly declared that he would never be defeated by the talent of some backwater country. Meanwhile, Logan McLean silently reflected that he had never expected to end up fighting Jerome Decade. He recalled that in the future, Jerome would come to be known as the first Sword of the Continent, the strongest aura user on the continent, and an ambassador of the Grandia Liberation Front. Even so, Logan's gaze turned cold as he looked toward him. In the end, the two men stood facing one another with swords drawn in the training grounds. The surrounding nobles reacted in disbelief, wondering who could possibly oppose His Majesty in the middle of the imperial palace itself. The Emperor, however, simply observed the scene with a relaxed smile. One man disdainfully remarked that Logan was still merely an ordinary knight and that the battle would end quickly. Jerome Decade arrogantly mocked Logan as well, saying that while Logan might have gotten lucky once by killing a superhuman, he was gravely mistaken if he believed such luck would strike twice. Logan McLean calmly thanked him for the advice before asking whether they should begin. That response immediately darkened Jerome Decade's expression, causing him to sneer that Logan was courting death. Nearby, the referee asked whether both participants were prepared. Logan McLean gently nodded while glancing toward Tris Hansby beside them, recognizing him as the current First Sword of the continent. Inwardly, Logan realized that most of the overwhelming pressure he had felt earlier had actually been coming from that man. Logan McLean's eyes flashed with a trace of evaluation as he thought that, however, seeing Jerome Decade in person, the man seemed rather different from what he had expected. Jerome Decade confidently assured everyone that he was ready, while Logan McLean also firmly declared that he was prepared as well. Hearing their responses, Tris Hansby nodded in acknowledgement before stepping back and reminding them that His Majesty was watching, ordering them to display the utmost of their abilities. Jerome Decade excitedly raised his sword into a combat stance, while Logan McLean also became completely serious as he faced him from the opposite side. Tris Hansby then announced that the use of artifacts would not be permitted during the duel. Up in the stands, Marquis Luther Cale anxiously prayed that the boy would at least survive, while the surrounding nobles looked down on Logan McLean with contempt, claiming that the foreigner would soon taste defeat, and that even if he was considered strong in some insignificant nation, he would quickly learn his true place within the empire. The two fighters took their positions, and in the next instant, both of them moved so quickly that only after-images remained. Jerome Decade's sword aura erupted violently from his blade, while Logan McLean charged forward without hesitation. Even as he confronted Jerome Decade, Logan McLean inwardly admitted that the First Sword of the Continent was truly powerful and that, in his current state, he could not hope to compare. Nevertheless, he also believed that such logic did not apply when facing the so-called rising star of the Empire. The two swords collided fiercely, producing a deafening clang as sparks and light exploded outward. Everyone around them fell silent in shock at the sight before them, and even Tris Hansby could not hide his astonishment. The Emperor merely smiled faintly, while Jerome Decade froze in disbelief as he realized that Logan McLean had blocked aura itself. Logan McLean's expression darkened with focus, while Marquis Luther Cale clenched his fist in excitement, feeling that this was exactly what he had hoped for. Logan McLean smiled with satisfaction as he thought that he had known it all along. In his mind, Jerome Decade would eventually gain fame as the First Sword of the Continent 20 years into the future, but at present he was still inexperienced. Jerome Decade gnashed his teeth furiously as Logan McLean unleashed several consecutive sword strikes. Jerome Decade struggled desperately to evade them, cursing under his breath, but his sword was eventually knocked away. No matter how Jerome Decade attacked, Logan McLean seemed able to predict every move in advance, effortlessly dodging while counterattacking at the same time. Logan McLean's gaze brimmed with confidence in his swordsmanship. One powerful slash swept toward Jerome Decade's head, only for the trajectory to suddenly twist at the last moment. The strike grazed across Jerome Decade's head, causing blood to burst forth. Tris Hornsby immediately shouted Jerome's name in alarm, while blood dripped onto the ground beneath Jerome Decade's feet. Despite the wound, Jerome Decade stubbornly roared that it was not over yet and begged His Majesty for another chance. The Emperor found the entire situation amusing and granted permission for the duel to continue. Jerome Decade enthusiastically expressed his gratitude, while Marquis Luther Cale grew increasingly tense and cursed the Emperor's needless generosity. The surrounding nobles were thrown into confusion, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Some questioned whether the rising star had truly lost, while others insisted that he had merely been wounded, though still bleeding heavily. Jerome Decade himself could not accept reality and wondered how such a thing could have happened. He brushed his hair back upward as his presence began to change. Logan McLean stared in surprise and wondered if Jerome Decade was finally becoming serious, reminding himself that a superhuman was still a superhuman after all. At that moment, Jerome Decade suddenly apologized for underestimating Logan McLean. Logan McLean was still stunned when Jerome Decade continued by acknowledging that, despite not being an aura user, Logan had managed to deflect aura itself, and that the twisting sword attack he had displayed was unlike anything Jerome had ever seen before. Jerome Decade scratched his head and admitted that Logan McLean unquestionably deserved the title of young hero. However, Jerome Decade warned him to prepare himself for what was about to come next. Logan McLean immediately became tense as well. Taking another step forward into his stance, he silently resolved that this was his opportunity. Right there and then, he intended to utterly destroy the future first sword of the continent. Logan McLean's hand tightened firmly around the hilt of his sword. Jerome Decade rubbed his neck and remarked that Logan McLean most definitely deserved the title of young hero. However, his gaze suddenly turned cold as he stared directly at Logan McLean and warned him that he had best prepare himself for what was coming next. Logan McLean was momentarily stunned by those words, but he quickly stepped forward into a fighting stance and thought to himself that this was his chance, and that right there and then, he would utterly destroy the future first sword of the continent. As he drew his sword and prepared himself, he recalled that before Decade became the first sword of the continent during the War of Conquest on Grandia, he had once slammed a staff heavily into the ground before swinging his blade with overwhelming force. It had been said that he would achieve a decisive victory by cutting off Juan Douglas's head, and afterward he would become the primary assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, though not a single person dared attempt it. That was because of his superhuman trait known as absolute sight. Thanks to that ability, he could crush incoming attacks a step before they arrived and pierce defenses a step before they were raised. In short, he possessed overwhelming dynamic vision. As Logan McLean dashed forward, he thought that they had tried numerous methods to take Jerome Decade down in the past, but nothing had worked against a superhuman with such incredible amounts of energy. However, right now, Decade was still just a rookie. The two swords collided with a loud metallic clang, and Jerome Decade struggled to block the attack as a groan escaped him. The two fighters separated in an instant, and Logan McLean leaped high into the air to evade. Looking down at Jerome Decade grinding his teeth below, Logan recalled hearing in his previous life that whenever Decade used absolute sight, his eyes would turn slightly silver. Observing him now, Logan concluded that Decade's control over the ability still seemed incomplete. With that realization, Logan swung his sword and challenged Jerome Decade to see how well he could defend himself. Numerous sword waves shot directly toward Decade from behind, and Jerome immediately recognized the strange curving attacks. Thinking quickly, he told himself that he would not fall for the same trick twice. However, Logan suddenly altered the trajectory of his swordsmanship, causing the attacks to form sharp angles that surrounded Jerome from every direction. Jerome narrowly twisted his body to avoid a fatal strike. Meanwhile, Logan calmly calculated that while his sword itself would continue piercing straight ahead, his force blade could freely curve and change directions at will. The sword paths became increasingly difficult to predict as they spiraled through the air, and Logan confidently believed that he had perfectly removed all the imperfections of Franz's moonlight sword. For a moment, Jerome Decade found himself overwhelmed by attacks coming from every direction. He was forced to continuously evade, and as he turned around in alarm, Logan McLean attacked at the exact same instant. Jerome quickly planted one foot as a pivot and spun around to counterattack with his sword. Logan clicked his tongue in annoyance after missing his strike, while Jerome let out a smug huff as he attempted to retaliate with a sweeping kick. He spun in a circular motion in an attempt to knock Logan off balance, but Logan simply leaped backward and mockingly refused to be caught. Logan's expression darkened as he attacked downward from above, forcing Jerome Decade into a purely defensive position. Jerome gritted his teeth as he endured the crushing pressure, the two swords scraping loudly against one another. Logan attempted to pour all of his strength into a downward slash, but to his shock, he was suddenly pushed back. Realizing that Jerome had overpowered his blade, Logan cried out in disbelief. Jerome Decade immediately used the opportunity to retreat and regain his balance. Internally, he felt irritated that a Force user was managing to keep him on the defensive in front of His Majesty. Twisting the sword lightly in his hand, Jerome charged forward once more with renewed determination, believing that he had to redeem himself. Logan McLean was shaken by the sudden assault and immediately sensed danger. He noticed that the silver light in Jerome Decade's eyes was beginning to focus, and with a faint grin, Logan realized that Jerome was already starting to master absolute sight. That only convinced Logan further that he could not afford to be pushed back there. Without hesitation, Logan leaped away to evade. He moved so quickly that only afterimages remained behind him, while he resolved in his heart that he had to crush Jerome Decade right then and there before he could grow any stronger. Jerome Decade, unable to believe what he was seeing, stared in shock and wondered when Logan had moved. While moving, Logan McLean calculated that there were several ways to break absolute sight, namely by using an overwhelming number of forces such that absolute sight could not stop them all, overwhelming magical power, or overwhelming speed. He then utilized the full extent of his speed in an attempt to dazzle Jerome Decade, forcing Jerome to grit his teeth and endure the relentless assault. Logan McLean continued attacking while thinking that he needed to move as nimbly as a ghost and strike swiftly so that Jerome could do nothing but defend himself. One of Logan McLean's sword strikes landed on Jerome Decade, causing Jerome to cry out in pain. The surrounding spectators were utterly shocked and exclaimed that it was impossible and that their rising star was actually being pushed back. Marcus Luther Cale, meanwhile, became extremely excited and inwardly encouraged Logan McLean to keep going and not back down. However, Logan McLean himself was dissatisfied and cursed inwardly that Jerome was still blocking everything. Up until that moment, all he had managed to do was force Jerome Decade backward. Feeling tense, Logan McLean wondered if Jerome truly was a real monster. Soon afterward, Logan McLean threw his sword into the air while deciding to see if Jerome could block the next attack as well. After catching the sword again, Logan McLean pointed the blade downward and stabbed it directly through the stone floor beneath him. Upon witnessing this, Jerome Decade became suspicious and wondered why Logan had stabbed the ground. He continued staring at Logan McLean while questioning what exactly Logan was trying to do. The sword sank deeper and deeper into the floor until a burst of light suddenly flashed from the impact point. The ground shattered instantly, and debris obscured everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. Jerome Decade was unable to react in time and stood frozen in place. Logan McLean's sword aura shot directly toward Jerome's eyes. At that very moment, another massive explosion erupted, and blinding flashes of light spread everywhere. The people watching could only stare in astonishment. Marquis Luther Cale himself was left speechless. Jerome Decade's sword slipped from his hand, and a lock of his hair was severed. Soon afterward, Jerome collapsed to his knees as blood continuously dripped downward. One of the onlookers quickly noticed something was wrong and cried out in alarm, realizing that Sir Jerome's eye had been injured. One of Jerome Decade's eyes had already been stained with blood. Logan McLean also coughed up blood violently. Clutching his wounded abdomen in pain, he inwardly admitted that Jerome had launched a counterattack even while losing an eye, and that he truly deserved the title of the first sword of the continent. Nevertheless, Logan McLean smiled in satisfaction and thought that with this, he had accomplished his goal. However, at that exact moment, someone suddenly shouted furiously, demanding to know how Logan dared to harm a talent of the Empire. Tris Hansby roared in rage as he leaped from his position and launched a direct attack that Logan McLean was unable to defend against. Logan cried out in pain as he was violently kicked to the ground. Tris Hansby then drew the sword from his waist and declared that Logan would pay for this sin with his life before pressing the blade directly toward Logan McLean's face. The frenzied roar rang out by everyone's ears as the man furiously demanded to know how Logan had dared harm a talent of the Empire. Unable to hold himself back any longer, the opponent drew the sword at his waist and declared that Logan would pay for this sin with his life. At the same time, Tris Hansby radiated an overwhelming killing intent while tightly gripping his weapon, prepared to stab downward at any moment as he proclaimed that Logan's life would serve as payment. Meanwhile, from the distance, Marquis Luther Cale lost all restraint upon witnessing the scene. Charging forward with his weapon in hand, he furiously questioned how Tris could dare act in such a manner. Standing there with eyes filled with disgust, Tris merely extended a finger. In the next instant, a brilliant crimson flame materialized. Marquis Luther Cale was unable to stop himself in time, and the moment he touched the flames, he was violently blasted away. The destructive force was so immense that the large man immediately coughed up blood. His massive body crashed onto the ground with a thunderous impact. Lying on the ground, Logan McLean stared blankly in disbelief, wondering if that giant had truly been sent flying with nothing more than a flick of the wrist. For the first time, he genuinely felt the danger of death looming near. Cursing inwardly, he wondered if he had underestimated the Empire's pride far too much. His hands slowly tightened around his sword as he resolved that if he was going to die anyway, then he would at least take one of them down with him. However, to the old monster standing before him, such resistance was nothing more than desperate entertainment. The man coldly remarked that it was merely a final, futile struggle before swinging his sword down mercilessly and ordering Logan to die. Yet before the strike could land, a cold voice echoed through the space, asking what exactly everyone thought they were doing. Instantly, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze beneath the crushing killing intent released by the newcomer. From above, the first sword of the continent looked down with unprecedented majesty. Fear immediately surged within Triss Hornsby as he looked upward. The sword in his hand gradually lowered before he quickly dropped to his knees with utmost reverence. He explained that Logan had dared to harm a talent of the Empire in His Majesty's presence, and therefore deserved a miserable death to uphold both the Emperor's authority and the Empire's honor. However, the king above merely gazed down indifferently before calmly asking whether it had not been he himself who had given the order, and whether Triss now intended to call the outcome disgraceful and mock him in the process. Those few words alone caused the old man's expression to change dramatically. Overcome with fear, Triss immediately bowed his head repeatedly against the ground and desperately insisted that he would never dare do such a thing, claiming that he had only acted for the sake of the Empire. The man seated above lightly tapped his rough fingers together out of habit before coldly declaring that he himself was the Empire, and the Empire was him. The killing intent radiating from him was terrifying beyond measure as he questioned how Triss could disobey his orders and still claim it had been done for his sake. The man kneeling below trembled uncontrollably beneath the pressure. Filled with terror, he repeatedly slammed his head against the floor while apologizing to His Majesty for failing to follow his will and for daring to cross the line. The sight left Marcus Luther Cale utterly dumbfounded in the distance. Logan McLean himself also stared blankly in disbelief, wondering if the Emperor was truly forcing even the first sword of the continent to submit to such an extent. Meanwhile, the old ruler above continued to watch everything with complete indifference. He acknowledged that Triss had recognized his transgression before it was too late and stated that he would take Triss's lifelong service to the Empire into consideration. Logan inwardly realized that, after all, the man was still the first sword of the continent and likely would not receive severe punishment over something like this. Yet the next words from the Emperor sounded like a final judgment upon the kneeling old man. He ordered Triss to surrender his authority over the Imperial Knights and forfeit his peerage. To everyone's surprise, Triss respectfully thanked the Emperor for such generous punishment. At that moment, realization struck him and his expression drastically changed. Logan McLean could only stare in utter disbelief, wondering whether even a superhuman could truly be forced to yield so completely before the Emperor's absolute authority. The voice from above continued without pause as the Emperor declared that although Jerome's wounds were unfortunate, they were still an entirely plausible outcome of a duel between martial artists, and therefore he would assign no blame for the incident. In the end, the smile on his face even carried a trace of amusement as he admitted that he was genuinely impressed by how Logan's performance defied all common sense. Declaring Logan the victor, he announced that the young man would be rewarded accordingly. Those words immediately threw the crowd below into chaos, but the Emperor paid no attention to the commotion. Smiling faintly, he addressed Logan McLean as the young hero of Grandia. Extending a powerful hand outward, he stunned Logan by ordering him to pledge his loyalty. Even then, the Emperor remained perfectly calm as he promised Logan authority, wealth, and glory beyond anything he could possibly imagine if he chose to serve him. After a long while, Logan McLean still could not believe what he had heard, wondering whether it truly lay far beyond anything he could imagine, and realizing that, if he simply nodded his head at that very moment, he would no longer have to fight against an enemy as formidable as the Empire. He reflected that he could secure his highest priority, the safety of his family, and admitted to himself that it would be so much easier to simply accept. Standing there as though he had finally discovered the path to victory for himself, he confronted his own inner self as countless questions continuously surfaced in his mind, asking why he still refused. In the end, he concluded that there was only one answer. He wished to live as a true person. He then recalled Captain Luis and confessed inwardly that, back then, he had not fought for ideals like the others had, nor had he felt particularly attached to the kingdom. The other man's gaze shone as though illuminated by sunlight, while Logan admitted that the only reason he had fought was rage. Slowly rising to his feet, the young man addressed the Emperor respectfully and declared with unwavering seriousness that he could not serve a foreign sovereign. It seemed that, at last, he had arrived at his own answer, insisting that even if he were to die and return to life, he could never forget that rage. His response immediately stirred the surrounding crowd into an uproar. Marquis Luther Kyle stared at him in disbelief, muttering in shock at the boy's answer. Meanwhile, the king seated above showed the slightest flicker in his eyes before letting out a dry laugh. Even so, he continued staring down at the young man, who remained proud from beginning to end, and soon that restrained chuckle erupted into loud laughter as he declared that Logan had truly refused him, adding that it had been a very long time since anyone had done so. The Emperor then slowly descended the steps and remarked that such defiance only made him desire Logan even more. Wearing an arrogant smile, he turned away and announced that, since Logan had shown him something magnificent, he would leave matters there for the day. He instructed the young man to remain in the palace a little longer, experience the Empire firsthand, and see everything he stood to gain, confidently claiming that Logan's mind would surely change afterward. Even when faced with such a challenge, Logan showed no fear and merely tightened his grip around the sword in his hand. Yet the Emperor paid no mind to the turmoil in the youth's emotions and gradually disappeared from sight after Logan respectfully thanked him for his grace. That afternoon, sunlight blanketed the ancient architecture in a pale golden hue. A middle-aged woman smiled gently toward him and introduced herself as Plantace, a servant of Lord Acheron, the god of gold and commerce, adding that it was an honor to meet him. Sitting on the bed with a doubtful expression, Logan apologized for troubling a bishop over injuries that were not particularly severe. However, she quickly reassured him that His Imperial Majesty had more than compensated her for her time and urged him not to feel burdened. Even so, Logan still could not fully trust these people and inwardly found it unbelievable that the Emperor had summoned not merely a high-ranking disciple, but an actual bishop of the 9 great gods simply to treat his wounds. Plantace calmly informed him that she would begin examining his injuries. Feeling uneasy under such close attention, Logan tried to maintain a composed expression as he hesitantly asked about Sir Jerome's condition. At the mention of that name, the woman's movements suddenly halted. Letting out a helpless sigh, she explained that Sir Jerome's wounds were healing unusually poorly and admitted regretfully that they had been unable to treat his right eye. Those words shocked Logan immensely, though he soon muttered in relief despite the grim news. Seeing his reaction, Plantace forced an awkward smile and gently requested that they focus on his own treatment first, warning him that wounds inflicted by aura could have delayed effects and therefore had to be treated carefully. Her hands lightly touched the wound at his waist, and a brilliant radiance immediately emerged from where her fingers rested as she began praying humbly to the 9 gods who watched over the world. The injury that had previously been clearly visible disappeared completely before Logan's eyes. Watching the scene unfold, he was filled with astonishment as he observed her hands remaining over the healed wound and realized that divine power felt somewhat different from what he had witnessed during Stella's naming ceremony. Little by little, every remaining trace of redness faded into nothingness. The sight left the young man deeply amazed as he acknowledged inwardly that the effects were undeniable, having even healed his internal injuries. Plantace then smiled and explained that it was her first time seeing aura dispelled so cleanly, suggesting that his body was simply extraordinarily resilient. Logan thanked her for her kindness while privately realizing that the reason for such rapid recovery was because he had already forced out the remaining aura himself through Force Core. As Logan slowly began putting his clothes back on, Plantace suddenly recalled that he had mentioned being from Grandia and asked him about it. Logan answered cautiously, wondering why she was asking. After a brief moment of thought, she explained that she had merely heard a rather strange story from the Grandia parish. Hearing this, Logan appeared unable to hide his disbelief and admitted that he was not familiar with religious matters either. Carefully choosing her next words as though discussing something extremely important, Plantace confessed that, although she herself was not fully informed on the matter, she had heard rumors of children being born upon whom divine power had absolutely no effect. She then asked whether Logan perhaps knew if such stories were true. At those words, Logan immediately recalled the image of a certain small child and inwardly wondered if she could possibly be referring to Mishta. The young man, overwhelmed with shock, nearly leapt to his feet as the thought of Stella crossed his mind. Felix recalled that during the naming ceremony, Stella had been blessed by Bishop Crimson and that a dazzling light had radiated from the swaddled infant as she was lifted high into the air. However, he remembered that, contrary to everyone's expectations, Stella had somehow repelled the bishop's divine power. Sitting up unconsciously as he revisited the strange incident, Felix explained that they had received an invitation to indoctrinate Stella into the church. He noted that only Bishop Crimson and himself, as individuals capable of seeing divine power, should have been able to notice it, but he left the implication hanging. After emerging from the memory, Logan sat on the bed and seriously asked whether that was perhaps a serious problem. Mishta, who stood before him, immediately denied it, saying that it was not a serious problem and that it was not unprecedented either. After rubbing her chin and carefully considering her words for a while, she unexpectedly added that it was nevertheless strange because such a phenomenon had only occurred once or twice across the entire continent over the past century, yet now it seemed to be happening repeatedly throughout Grandia. Mishta then shifted into a reproachful tone and remarked that it seemed Logan truly had no idea. Feeling embarrassed, Logan scratched his head and apologized, saying that he was sorry he had not been of any help. Mishta responded generously that it was not a problem at all and that it could simply be a false rumor. Even though she reassured him, Logan privately thought that if that were really the case, she would never have asked him about it in the first place. At that moment, Stella suddenly rushed over and excitedly called out to Mishta. Logan immediately put away his relaxed demeanor and silently resolved that he would investigate the matter further once he returned. As time passed, 1 week went by after his meeting with the Emperor. Logan diligently practiced swordsmanship inside his room because he understood that, in order to avoid the Emperor's watchful eyes, he had refrained from leaving the palace. He noted that, just as expected, the Emperor had not come looking for him, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a voice from outside announcing that Sir Logan had a guest. The first visitor entered energetically, holding up a gift box and introducing himself before anyone had even asked. He declared that he was the eldest son of Hubert Barony and that he wished to greet Sir Logan, wondering whether Logan was inside. Yet he was not alone. Another man entered immediately afterward and introduced himself as Viscount Cuffs from the Assyrian tax office. Even among these distinguished guests, competition was openly displayed. Another visitor introduced himself as Viscount Pamangi from the treasury and began calling out to Sir Logan, only to be interrupted by others arguing over who had arrived first. Several voices insisted that Logan speak with them for just a moment, while others demanded that everyone get in line and questioned who the others thought they were. Victor hesitantly turned to Logan and asked what he should do. Instead of answering him directly, Logan raised his voice toward the doorway and demanded to know what all the noise was about. Luther, apparently intimidated by the spectacle before him, uncertainly asked whether all of it had come from those guests. Looking at the mountain of presents, Logan admitted that it had and explained that every single one of them had brought astonishing gifts, ranging from low-grade artifacts to elixirs. Although he said so calmly, inwardly he was bewildered, thinking that regardless of how wealthy the empire might be, such a situation should not have been commonplace, and that there had to be some deeper reason behind it. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted when Luther excitedly exclaimed that one of the items was a rare elixir. Logan's mind then became filled with the Emperor's earlier words, in which the Emperor had urged him to experience the Empire firsthand and assured him that once he saw what he stood to gain, his mind would surely change. Faced with the current situation, Logan found himself questioning everything and wondered whether he should simply leave. He reasoned that since he had been personally invited, the Emperor would not be able to take action against the kingdom itself. The chaotic thoughts assaulted him so relentlessly that he ended up clutching his head, prompting Luther to remark that such thinking was far too optimistic. After much uncertainty and deliberation, Logan finally settled on what he believed was a perfect plan. He reminded himself that his official entrance into Assyrian was scheduled for the day of the spring festival and decided that he would leave once the festival was over. Although the wait would be frustrating, he concluded that he simply had to endure it. Just as that thought ended, another voice called from outside asking whether Sir Logan was present. Luther casually shouted back, asking who it was. The person outside carefully explained that he was the palace steward and that another guest appeared to have arrived. Having become accustomed to such interruptions, Logan opened the door slightly and immediately asked what it was, assuming it was another guest. Before he could finish speaking, however, the steward presented an item and informed him that he had received an invitation. Staring at the thin piece of paper, Logan suspiciously repeated that it was an invitation and began to ask who had sent it. Before anyone could answer, he noticed the imperial seal and realized the truth himself. The steward then carefully clarified that the invitation had come directly from His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor. By the time the moon had risen high into the sky and darkness had settled outside, a spacious hall was filled with laughter and accompanied by continuous, elegant music. Standing somewhat awkwardly amid the noisy gathering, Logan was approached by a woman who observed that his red hair and red eyes matched the rumors and concluded that he must be the man everyone had been talking about. Concealing half her face behind a fan, she playfully asked what his name had been again. Logan immediately adopted a courteous and refined manner, introducing himself as Logan and addressing her respectfully as Madam. Upon hearing his answer, the lady giggled and remarked that he was even more manly than the rumors suggested. As the conversation continued, she became increasingly bold and asked whether all the men of Grandia were like him. Having received so much praise at once, Logan was unsure how to respond and could only laugh awkwardly while saying that he wondered about that himself. At that moment, however, an unpleasant voice reached Logan's ears. Someone asked whether that country bumpkin was the man in question. After confirming his identity, the group grew even more disrespectful, sarcastically commenting that His Majesty was truly too gracious and magnanimous to invite some rookie from a small nation. They then suggested that perhaps they should greet him as well, reasoning that there was no harm in making a favorable impression. Although Logan heard every word, he could only wonder to himself what all of this was about. However, all of those concerns were soon overshadowed by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the hall. The soldiers standing beside the doors immediately straightened their backs and placed their hands over their chests. A moment later, even Logan was startled when a loud voice announced the arrival of His Imperial Majesty. The doors were thrown open at once to welcome the first sword of the continent as he strode majestically into the chamber. Everyone present instinctively dropped to their knees and greeted His Imperial Majesty. Even the lady standing beside Logan followed suit and respectfully greeted His Imperial Majesty. After several seconds of confusion, Logan decided to follow local custom and knelt as well. Despite the enthusiastic reception, the first sword of the continent continued walking calmly. He passed through the crowd and advanced toward the center of the room. Although Logan kept his head lowered, he could still hear the approaching footsteps. Just as he thought the matter would end there, he suddenly noticed a change. Instinctively, he looked up at the figure standing before him as the man asked whether he was enjoying the party. Fearing that Logan might not understand that he was being addressed, the first sword of the continent specifically called him the Star of Grandia, Logan McLean. A cold sweat immediately formed on Logan's face, while his mind spun with questions as he wondered what the man was doing. The awkward situation was eventually eased by a sparkling glass of wine. The first sword of the continent pulled Logan up to sit beside him and began speaking as though they were close friends. He explained that he had received word that Logan had been confining himself to his quarters and that this was why he had personally summoned him. He added that one had to experience the vastness of the world in order to broaden one's perspective and asked whether Logan agreed. No matter how relaxed the main figure appeared, the people around them were shocked beyond belief. They silently wondered why Logan was sitting beside His Imperial Majesty and why a mere foreigner was receiving such treatment. After quickly glancing around, Logan cautiously thanked His Majesty for his excessive consideration. However, he remarked that a caged bird could experience very little and emphasized, while looking directly into the Emperor's eyes, that such a bird would merely suffocate. The first sword of the continent understood the metaphor but continued his persuasion. He acknowledged that the Empire's sudden interest must feel overwhelming, yet urged Logan to broaden his perspective. He then bluntly asked whether it was not the kingdom itself that was shackling him. The straightforward remark left Logan temporarily speechless. To give him time to think, the first sword of the continent suddenly instructed a servant that the current glass was rather small and ordered a larger one along with more wine. The attendant immediately bowed and replied that it would be done, Your Majesty. Soon afterward, 2 large bowls were placed on the table in place of the elegant champagne glasses. Watching the host pour wine into them without restraint, Logan could not help thinking that it seemed impossible that the man intended to drink from those bowls, especially considering how rare the wine was. Burdened by countless concerns, Logan decided to ask directly why such extraordinary efforts were being made for someone like him, and pointed out that the Empire surely possessed countless talents far greater than himself. The first sword of the continent calmly admitted that this was true for the moment. However, he revealed that even Triss had not displayed as much ability at such a young age as Logan had. He stated that Logan possessed the potential to surpass the first sword of the continent himself. As the final bottle of wine was emptied, the Emperor reached his conclusion. He explained that this was precisely why Logan's value to him alone far exceeded the value of the entire kingdom of Grandia. Everyone in the room heard those words, and the atmosphere immediately erupted with mixed emotions. Many were stunned by the implication that a single man could be worth more than an entire nation, and wondered how such praise could be possible, no matter how small that nation might be. The first sword of the continent paid little attention to the murmurs and continued speaking. He urged Logan to carefully consider whether allowing his talent to rot away in a small nation was truly the best path forward for him. Contrary to the calm appearance suggested by his silence, Logan's mind was in complete turmoil as he wondered whether the Emperor genuinely meant what he was saying, or whether he had somehow gone mad. The first sword of the continent then pointed out that the bowl was finally full. Gesturing toward the pile of empty bottles, he proudly explained that the wine purified one's force and acted like medicine for a night. He added that it was a premium delicacy produced by the Imperial Palace in quantities of only 100 bottles per year. After a brief pause, he delivered a decisive offer, saying that he would pour Logan as much as he desired and encouraging him to drink to his heart's content. The spectators could not help expressing their envy, lamenting the fate of such precious wine. Realizing the situation, Logan gratefully thanked the Emperor. He then lifted the bowl and began drinking. As Logan swallowed the strong wine, he simultaneously continued calculating in his mind. He noted that the situation felt heavy, yet because of that very weight, he had finally become certain of something. Duke Travis, despite having initiated the topic himself, became momentarily flustered by the information he had just heard and asked what Logan meant by a weapon and what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Logan McLean silently cursed to himself, thinking that he had not expected the weapon to be brought up there. He instinctively glanced toward the person seated beside him and inwardly prayed that the Emperor would not hear about the repeating crossbow and liberatio in that place. He then worried that the Empire might already have been developing a repeating crossbow of its own. Seeing the other party remain completely composed only deepened his despair, and he concluded that regardless of the circumstances, returning home would not be easy. At that moment, the first sword of the continent suddenly changed his posture. The man, who had been lounging lazily, straightened his back and clicked his tongue in obvious irritation. He complained that Duke Travis had soured his wine. To everyone's astonishment, the target of his displeasure was not Logan McLean, but Duke Travis himself. He demanded to know whether Duke Travis truly dared to speak of trade while his guest was seated there. Realizing his mistake immediately, Duke Travis abandoned his stubbornness and humbly apologized, admitting that he had misspoken after being blinded by his own convictions. The first sword of the continent appeared satisfied and acknowledged Duke Travis's patriotism. He stated that, because of that patriotism, he would forgive the man's insolence on that occasion. He then waved Duke Travis away and instructed him not to show his face again that day. Feeling as though he had been granted amnesty, Duke Travis hastily expressed his gratitude and thanked him repeatedly before scrambling away from the banquet under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Once the source of the disturbance had been removed, the first sword of the continent resumed the hospitality that had been interrupted. He remarked that the discussion had been pointless and said that all Logan needed to do was enjoy himself, experience the Empire, and later tell him what he thought of it. Though he sounded generous, he also reminded Logan not to forget what he had said earlier. Emphasizing that his offer still stood, he left a clear warning beneath his courteous words. With every word the first sword uttered, Logan McLean's expression grew stiffer. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the wine he had already finished. Nevertheless, the conversation remained at the banquet hall and went no further. Logan soon returned to his usual sword training. Even so, every strike retained both speed and weight, far from being half-hearted. The source of that intensity was the mass of thoughts filling his mind. He reflected that, in the end, the first sword had ignored his request to withdraw the offer. Although exhaustion weighed heavily on his body, Logan continued analyzing the first sword's intentions. He reasoned that the man's confidence suggested he would not pursue him if he attempted to leave after the festival concluded. At the very least, Logan found that reassuring. Lowering his center of gravity slightly while gripping his sword, Logan continued his analysis. He thought that the one thing he truly needed to suppress was his overwhelming desire to awaken as a superhuman immediately. His chest felt ready to burst from all the plans and ambitions still left unfinished. After examining his hand carefully, he concluded that his force core was trembling more violently than ever before. He suspected that exposure to other superhumans' auras had pushed it to a critical threshold. Despite his burning determination, Logan firmly rejected the idea of awakening at that moment. He reminded himself that the Emperor was still watching him. Imagining what would happen if he awakened there, he could almost hear the first sword proudly declaring that Logan had finally awakened and that the Empire must suit him after all, before insisting that he remain there forever. In that imagined scenario, Logan could only respond with stunned disbelief. He was convinced that he would become a bird trapped inside a golden cage and would never be able to return home. The mere thought made him grimace in pain. After indulging in that pessimistic train of thought long enough, Logan unconsciously placed a hand on his chest and forced himself to consider a brighter possibility. He admitted that the situation might actually be beneficial. Having secured a possible way out, he finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. However, a memory from the past suddenly resurfaced. He recalled Sir Luther's words and remembered Marquis Luther Cale explaining that such a thing was not something that could be imitated merely through intellectual understanding. That memory reminded Logan that there was likely not a single superhuman who had awakened so easily. He concluded that if he planned carefully, he would be able to prepare himself for an even greater evolution in the future. The realization filled him with excitement. Trembling slightly, he raised his sword once more and convinced himself that he was not falling behind at all. Yet, before he could complete many more swings, a hesitant voice called out from outside. Victor timidly addressed him as his lord. Logan immediately halted his movements and looked toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the visitor, he asked Victor what was wrong. Victor approached cautiously and hesitantly informed him that he had a guest. Logan reacted irritably, questioning what Victor meant by a guest and reminding him that he had been instructed to ignore visitors. Victor became so flustered that he struggled to finish a sentence. After hesitating several times, he finally admitted that he could not do that. The unexpected answer startled Logan. In the end, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to leave the training room together with Victor. His hurried footsteps reflected the instability of his emotions at that moment. However, when the door finally opened, the familiar mask of indifference was once again resting upon Logan McLean's face. Logan McLean said nothing and merely fixed his gaze on the figure inside. It turned out that the uninvited guest whom Victor had been unable to stop was Tris Hansby. The old man immediately noticed Logan's presence and swept a hawk-like glance toward the doorway. Logan pressed his lips together tightly to stop himself from uttering Tris Hansby's name aloud. When he saw the old man rise to his feet, Logan immediately asked whether he had come seeking revenge. However, Tris Hansby merely repeated the word revenge in an indifferent manner. Sensing the murderous atmosphere, the surrounding soldiers quickly assumed defensive positions. Logan's eyes also hardened with caution. His right hand twitched unconsciously, but he restrained himself from drawing his sword without cause. Seeing the tense situation, Tris Hansby could not help sneering. For the first time, he offered a lengthy explanation, asking whether Logan truly believed he would harbor such a grudge when His Majesty had already forgiven him. The unusually conciliatory attitude caused Logan's momentum to falter. Once the soldiers relaxed their guard, Logan asked why he had come there. Tris Hansby wasted no time and explained that His Majesty was concerned about him, noting that Logan had not left the estate even once since the party. After a brief pause to emphasize his words, he added that His Majesty had therefore ordered him personally to show Logan the wider world. Logan found himself nearly unable to move a finger as a blinding radiance rushed toward him. At the center of it stood Tris Hansby. Only when he felt intense heat seeping into every pore did Logan vaguely realize that it was fire. As though understanding the doubt in Logan's eyes, Tris Hansby kindly explained that it was merely the materialization of spirit. Yet those words only shocked Logan further, causing him to wonder whether that was truly spirit, and whether spirit alone could take on such a distinct form. At that moment, Tris Hansby suddenly warned him to focus his mind sharply, saying that if his concentration slipped, his soul itself could be destroyed. Sure enough, Logan found himself struggling desperately against the magic that seemed intent on devouring him alive. A painful groan escaped him. Every cell in his body seemed to cry out in protest as he felt unbearable heat, as though he were genuinely engulfed in flames. For the first time in his life, Logan felt such imminent danger and thought that he would burn to death if things continued at that rate. Yet, in the midst of that desperate situation, the seed within him finally awakened to protect his physical body. The development gave Logan enough time to catch his breath. While he struggled desperately to endure, Tris Hansby remained completely calm. The old man casually watched as layer after layer of Logan's defenses were eroded by the flames. Nevertheless, the fire never managed to touch even a single strand of Logan's hair. In fact, Logan gradually began turning the tables and shifting from defense to offense. However, at the decisive moment, he suddenly cried out in pain. Due to his miscalculation of their respective strengths, he realized that his force core might not be enough. Yet even as sweat poured from him like a river, a mad thought flashed through his mind. Logan shifted one foot slightly and firmly questioned how he was still holding out. His thoughts revolved entirely around the mystery of why he could continue standing within such a sea of flames. He reasoned that anyone should have burned to death under that much heat. Once that line of thought opened, more observations flooded into his mind. He noticed that his clothes were not burning at all. Looking down at his hand in a daze, he finally realized that perhaps only his soul was taking damage. That realization prompted Logan to lift his head sharply. Locking his gaze onto Tris Hansby, he quietly formed a plan. He concluded that there was only one thing he could do against such an overwhelming ability. Fragments of the past suddenly flooded his mind. He recalled a power capable of deflecting aura, one that even divine power could not cure, and a secret capable of cutting through all abilities. Those memories became like a lighthouse guiding him out of his deadlock. Logan immediately dismissed all hesitation and rose to act. The flames that had previously filled him with fear could no longer stop his determined advance. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed Divine Sword Fourth Form, scorching slash directly at Tris Hansby. The sudden reversal terrified Tris Hansby, causing him to exclaim in shock. Seeing Logan completely unharmed while his own flames vanished only deepened his panic, and he demanded to know what had happened. Logan merely responded with a contemptuous smile. Tris Hansby appeared momentarily speechless and could only weakly raise a finger toward him. Logan noticed the movement and wondered about the significance of that finger. However, before he could determine the old man's intentions, the space before him suddenly split apart. In utter bewilderment, Logan wondered what was happening. Even as the left side of his body separated from the right, he still had enough awareness to question whether he had just been sliced apart and whether that was how he would die. Looking at Tris Hansby's unconcerned expression, Logan felt overwhelming hatred surge within him. He thought the situation was utterly absurd. Refusing to surrender, he struggled fiercely against his fate, startling Tris Hansby. Clenching his teeth, Logan silently swore that he could not allow things to end like that. Through sheer determination, his shattered body suddenly began restoring itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every fragment of his soul seemed guided back into its proper place. Within moments, a whole and uninjured Logan McLean stood once more in the room. The soldiers, seeing him stumble as he landed, hurried over and anxiously called out to him, addressing him as their lord and young master. They repeatedly asked what was wrong, yet Logan himself became confused by the question and unconsciously repeated it in his own mind. Glancing toward Tris Hansby, he formed a bold suspicion and wondered whether none of them had seen what had just happened. Perhaps sensing that doubt, Tris Hansby calmly explained that the attack had been soul blade. He continued walking while arrogantly describing it as a sword strike capable of cutting through the soul, adding that it was a secret technique learned by aura users when approaching the pinnacle of their power. When he reached the doorway, however, he slightly turned his head and clearly delivered an offer. He stated that if Logan wished to learn it, he should remain within the Empire. The blatant threat forced Logan to grit his teeth to stop himself from cursing. Yet what irritated him even more was that Tris Hansby did not leave immediately. Instead, the old man continued observing him with the eyes of a hawk. What Logan failed to realize was that Tris Hansby harbored his own concerns. Internally, the old man admitted that Logan had blocked every technique he had revealed and could not be regarded as a mere talent. Hidden from everyone's sight, Tris Hansby no longer concealed his killing intent and concluded that if Logan could not be controlled, then he had to die. Tris Hansby was absent-mindedly holding his teacup when the man sitting across from him suddenly asked whether the matter from a few days earlier had been properly resolved and remarked that he did not look very happy, addressing him as master. Tris Hansby looked directly at him and hesitantly uttered Jerome's name. However, he said nothing more and instead observed him in silence for a long while. After finally organizing his thoughts, he revealed that Logan McLean had withstood the materialization of spirit despite not even being an aura user. The information left Jerome Decade stunned for a moment. Once he had processed it, however, he unexpectedly burst into laughter and remarked that if that was true, then Logan had to be at least at that level to be a worthy opponent. Jerome Decade's dismissive attitude caused Tris Hansby's aged face to stiffen. Though he could not bring himself to voice his thoughts, inwardly he reflected that Jerome possessed such a fearless spirit that it overshadowed any concerns. Even so, compared to that, he could not remove the image of Logan McLean from his mind. He thought that if Logan could not be controlled, then he would be better off dead. Yet despite all his apprehensions, another part of him wished to witness the future that such an extraordinary talent would shape. Tris Hansby suddenly lowered his head and sighed. Before he could finish speaking, all of his words dissolved into a long exhalation as he wondered what he was supposed to do. The scene then shifted back to the luxurious imperial palace not far from the place where Logan McLean was being kept under house arrest. This time, Logan himself had come to pay a visit. He respectfully greeted His Imperial Majesty. The First Sword of the Continent casually twirled a dagger in his hand and asked whether Logan had received the gift he had sent, noting that 3 weeks had passed since the party. Internally, Logan McLean wanted nothing more than to tear the man to pieces and sarcastically question whether that could truly be called a gift. Outwardly, however, he politely replied that he had received it and that it had been a great help. The First Sword of the Continent continued probing him, stating that Tris had said Logan had been surprisingly impressive. He then asked what Logan thought about everything and whether he had changed his mind. This time, Logan McLean did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a moment to gather his thoughts before finally summoning all his courage and firmly reaffirming his original position. He apologized and explained that the reason he had come that day was to convey his intention to return home. The revelation caused the First Sword of the Continent's hand to pause. He merely let out a questioning hum, yet even that small sound made the surrounding soldiers immediately straighten their backs. Carefully sheathing his dagger, he asked whether Logan was aware that not once in his entire life had he ever given up on something he desired. Realizing that further negotiation would be meaningless, Logan McLean rose to his feet. Looking directly into the other man's eyes, he declared that if that was truly the case, then the only way His Majesty could take him would be in death. Although the First Sword of the Continent felt that his authority had been challenged, he burst into laughter and asked whether Logan was truly willing to lay down his life. Suddenly pointing the tip of his blade at Logan, he further questioned whether that young king really meant so much to him, adding that, in his eyes, the king did not seem worthy of such loyalty. As bitter as the truth was, Logan McLean could not deny in his heart that the man was not wrong. After taking a deep breath, he patiently explained that he simply desired his freedom, addressing him respectfully as Your Majesty. Even after hearing such a sincere answer, The first sword of the continent remained as suspicious as ever. He questioned whether freedom was truly the reason. Despite being doubted to such an extent, Logan McLean unexpectedly smiled. He then shrugged indifferently and replied with all due respect that his king could not force him to do anything. Logan McLean watched in bewilderment as the first sword of the continent launched into a heartfelt speech, explaining that, however, that was not the case for His Majesty, and that, as such, he could not remain in the empire. Flattered to the point of exhilaration, the man could not even suppress the smug smile spreading across his face as he let out a satisfied chuckle. The first sword of the continent then unconsciously voiced his own interpretation, bursting into loud laughter before remarking that Logan could ignore his own king as he pleased and would therefore rather return to his own kingdom. Although inwardly furious, Logan reluctantly admitted that it was indeed so. While the surrounding soldiers were completely confused by how the situation had unfolded, the first sword of the continent continued talking endlessly. He asked whether Logan had lost his mind and remarked that he was quite a man. Laughing so hard that his body trembled, he nevertheless persisted in expressing his opinion, stating that Logan was far more interesting than he had initially thought. Carefully observing him, Logan silently noted that the man was laughing incredibly hard. At that moment, the first sword of the continent suddenly declared that he would send Logan off. The unexpected generosity caught Logan off guard, and he wondered whether it was really true, admitting to himself that he had not expected things to be resolved so simply. Naturally, nothing in life could proceed that smoothly. The first sword of the continent abruptly stabbed a knife into the table and changed his tone to one of warning. He firmly stated that it would not happen without conditions, fixing Logan with a sharp gaze and speaking in an uncompromising manner. Several days later, two soldiers rode side by side along a broad road. Partway through their journey, one of them turned around and questioned what exactly the emperor was thinking. Their eyes were fixed on the long procession of wagons and horses stretching endlessly behind them as they voiced their doubts, wondering whether all of it was truly a gift for the young master alone. Not far from that immense fortune rode Logan McLean himself. Despite becoming wealthy overnight, he found little reason to be pleased and inwardly remarked that it was far too much even for His Majesty. Yet even after Logan directly expressed his concerns, the first sword of the continent had calmly continued forcing gifts upon him, telling him to simply accept them because he could not allow others to claim that he had been ungenerous toward his guest. He also revealed that his true intentions lay elsewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant brought a massive box before Logan. With only a brief glance, Logan immediately recognized its contents, realizing that it was the divine pauldron. Fearing that Logan might not understand its worth, the first sword of the continent kindly elaborated that it was an artifact he was bestowing upon someone who would surely become a superhuman in the near future. However, the gift came with the familiar implication that Logan should think carefully about what it meant for the Emperor himself to grant him arms. Staring intently at the item in his hands, Logan's thoughts spun rapidly. He quickly realized that everyone would now assume that he and the Emperor were on friendly terms. His unease gradually deepened, especially when thoughts of the young Emperor surfaced in his mind. Logan chose not to continue that line of thinking, but the image of the youthful ruler had already replaced the unfinished thought in his head. Since he was merely on the journey home, Logan eventually dismissed those pointless speculations with a sigh. Deciding to focus on the artifact instead, he resolved to try it on. As soon as he examined it more closely, he felt a strange sense of familiarity emanating from it. After putting it on, Logan became even more convinced. He felt that it was almost like the wind god's boots and the Herculean gauntlets. That train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the tremendous power surging through his body. Unable to conceal his astonishment, Logan silently cried out inwardly that he had known it all along. The more closely he examined the artifact, the more certain he became of his conclusion. It absorbed force and possessed a hidden ability that it could unleash. After his confusion faded, Logan McLean was left overflowing with excitement. He wondered whether the shield magic he had just witnessed had been Class 4 magic. Gazing through the vast forest, he let his thoughts wander and reflected that, setting Bifrost and Crownet aside, he had never expected even the Emperor to be unaware of this matter. He questioned why he alone was experiencing it and admitted that although he was curious, that was not what mattered most at the moment. What was truly important, he thought, was something else entirely. Deciding not to keep his thoughts to himself any longer, Logan went looking for an ally. He called out to Sir Luther. Hearing his name, Marcus Luther Cale turned around and asked the boy what he wanted. Logan did not waste words, but deliberately spoke in a vague manner, remarking that they had already left the imperial capital and suggesting that he might be able to show the Marquis something rather interesting. To his surprise, Marquis Luther Cale immediately understood the implication and exclaimed in shock, asking whether Logan was about to tell him what he thought he was. Logan simply nodded, confirming the Marquis's suspicion. Then, with a bright smile, he solemnly declared that the time had come for him to awaken. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the first sword of the continent was leisurely strolling through a garden at night. Closely trailing him were twisting strands of dark demonic energy. Once they drew near enough, the presence questioned whether there had been any reason for him to go that far. The first sword of the continent did not answer immediately. Instead, he fixed the speaker with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Only after staring long enough to make the other party afraid to breathe did he ask whether they truly believed he had been excessive. From within the black mist came a dissatisfied reply that even if the item had been nothing more than a useless artifact, he had still shown a foreign knight an excessive amount of goodwill. The first sword of the continent burst into laughter and firmly denied the accusation, insisting that it had not been excessive at all. Recalling the sight of Logan McLean draining a bowl of liquor, he explained that Logan was a man bold enough to provoke him in the very heart of the Imperial Palace. He finally revealed his true reasoning, stating that if he wished to bend the will of someone so strong, he would have to invest at least that much. The figure hidden within the mist stubbornly continued, warning that Logan had ultimately rejected his majesty and might one day stand against the Empire as an enemy. However, confidence had long since turned into arrogance for the first sword of the continent. He replied that if such a day ever came, he could simply crush Logan himself. Stamping heavily on the ground, he presented that brutal solution as though it were the most natural thing in the world. At that point, any further advice seemed meaningless. Barros, concealed within the fog, tactfully changed the subject and reported that His Highness, the Second Imperial Prince, appeared to be preparing to take action in Grandia. The first sword of the continent immediately showed interest and asked Barros whether that was truly the case. Barros answered with certainty that, given the prince's disposition, there was a strong possibility that he would eventually become their enemy. Hearing this, the first sword of the continent fell into thought for a moment. After a brief silence, he casually waved a hand and ordered that, for now, they would simply wait and observe. In truth, he was looking forward to what would happen next. He remarked that when young talents fought one another, they naturally grew stronger through the experience. Hoping to emerge as the ultimate beneficiary amid the coming chaos, he concluded that watching such developments unfold would be quite entertaining as well. As Logan McLean drifted through his thoughts, he found himself unconsciously recalling the past. He remembered that 2 months earlier, just after they had left the McLean territory, Sir Luther had asked him whether he had heard about what a superhuman trait was. Without any hesitation, Logan had replied that he had, adding that it was the power one gained upon awakening. Marquis Luther Cale had nodded in satisfaction and said that Logan was essentially correct. Since they already understood each other well, Luther had gone straight to the point. He had explained that he was only telling Logan this because he believed Logan would be able to control his awakening. He had advised him that, if possible, he should try to obtain a superhuman trait. Slightly bewildered, Logan had asked what he meant by choose. Luther had spread out his hand and elaborated that traits were extremely rare. Normally, even after awakening, a person's force, physical body, and senses were merely enhanced. Logan had admitted that such growth already sounded quite good to him. Luther had acknowledged that it was indeed balanced development and added that while one's natural abilities were important, they could always be improved through training. A superhuman trait, however, was a special power that could only be obtained at the moment of awakening. Logan had nodded, saying that he understood the advantages of possessing a superhuman trait. However, he had pointed out that no one could know in advance what kind of trait they would receive. Luther had admitted that this was true, though he insisted it was not entirely unrelated. To explain, he had decided to share his own experience. Luther had recalled that he had always desired overwhelming power. He had dreamed of possessing the strength to overturn the world like the giants from the Age of Myths. That ambition had not remained a mere fantasy, as he had trained relentlessly with that goal in mind, hoping to grow in exactly that direction. Consequently, when the awakening he had long awaited finally arrived, his body had rapidly expanded, and he had gained the giant-like strength he had always sought. With obvious pride, he had added that he had even grown about 50 centimeters taller. Although Logan had remained silent, he had secretly estimated that Luther must have already been at least 250 centimeters tall back then, considering that he now stood 3 meters tall. Having finished his story, Luther had concluded that his point was simple. A person's desires and the life they had lived up until that moment shaped their superhuman trait. He had then shifted the focus to Logan, asking about Logan's own desires, goals, and life before finally asking what form Logan thought they would ultimately take. At the time, Logan had been unable to give a definite answer. Nevertheless, after that conversation, he had continued pondering the question. The first possibility that had come to mind was the natural magic contained within his treasured sword, Lux. Since its power was time acceleration, he had wondered whether his own trait might be related to speed. However, he had immediately rejected that idea. He had thought that speed alone would never be enough to overcome the enemies he would eventually face. Instead, he had realized that he needed the strength to overcome absolutely everything. At that moment, his thoughts had suddenly become clear. He had concluded that what he truly needed was a way to surpass his own limits, and he had resolved that overcoming those limits itself would become his superhuman trait. The instant that determination had taken shape, Logan's entire body had erupted in a blinding radiance. The surrounding soldiers had been thrown into confusion. Some had cried out that the light was far too bright and had wondered whether it was really safe for them to simply stand there and watch. Luther, maintaining his composure, had silenced everyone with a sharp command to keep quiet. After observing Logan's condition, he had calmly declared that Logan was awakening. At that very moment, Logan had heard a mysterious voice echoing within his mind, urging him to take the power of his 4 force cores and spread it throughout his body. Following that guidance, he had descended into the depths of his own consciousness, where he realized that everything would evolve according to his will and give birth to an entirely new power. After reaching the center of that sea of power, Logan had slowly stretched out his hand. The golden substance before him had seemed almost alive as it cautiously drifted toward his fingertips. It had gently divided itself into a golden bead so that it could approach him more closely. The instant it had hovered before him, Logan had rejoiced inwardly, realizing that he had successfully created a 5th force core. Even so, he had known that the process was not yet complete. He had realized that the power produced by this new force core would transform him down to his very essence. Because of that, both the light and the power radiating from Logan had intensified even further. The people surrounding him had gradually grown accustomed to the brilliant light and had stopped panicking as they had before. The only problem was that they had waited for an exceptionally long time, yet the dazzling glow had shown no signs of fading. Eventually, one soldier had cautiously asked Luther whether awakenings normally took that long. Luther had honestly replied that they normally ended almost instantly. The soldier had immediately turned pale and had stammered that, if that were the case, then something must surely have gone wrong. Luther had sighed before reassuring everyone that his own awakening had also taken a long time. Looking toward Logan, he had calmly explained that all they could do was wait, as it most likely meant Logan was undergoing an equally extraordinary transformation. At long last, the endless night had given way to a clear morning sky. The exhausted soldiers, who had remained tense throughout the entire night, had finally fallen into brief, uneasy sleep. Suddenly, however, a frantic shout had awakened them all as someone called out to their lord. Luther had immediately risen to his feet and looked toward the approaching figure. He had asked Logan whether he had succeeded. Logan, however, had remained silent as he steadily closed the distance between them. Rather than answering with words, he had decided to let his actions speak for themselves. He had declared that he would show Luther immediately what he had just gained. Focusing on the tremendous power gathering within his hand, Logan had then assumed a combat stance and invited Luther to attack him. Marquis Luther Cale's mind suddenly became crowded with thoughts as he remarked that it did not seem like Logan had changed much. Observing the calm expression on the man before him, he could not help wondering whether Logan might have simply undergone a normal awakening. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Logan's awakening had succeeded or failed, Marcus Luther Cale resolved that he would confirm it for himself through direct action. Without another moment's hesitation, Marcus Luther Cale burst from his position with blinding speed and charged straight toward Logan McLean. Yet despite both the Marquis and his weapon closing in on him, Logan remained perfectly motionless, like a wooden statue. He even wore a smug smile across his face. Their weapons collided an instant later, sending violent tremors throughout the surroundings. Watching from outside the sparring area, one of the soldiers steadied his shaking helmet before blurting out in surprise, asking whether their lord had just been struck. Standing nearby, Mishta immediately denied the possibility inwardly, his gaze locked onto the cracked section of the Marquise's armor, before he arrived at a conclusion that even he found difficult to believe, realizing that it was Sir Luther who had been hit instead. While the spectators were left speechless, Marquis Luther Cale's own thoughts became even more turbulent. He realized that everything had happened in an instant. As he replayed the exchange in his mind, he concluded that the very moment their weapons had met, Logan had effortlessly redirected his attack with nothing more than a slight twist of his sword. Even now, every movement of Logan's wrist remained vividly engraved in his memory. The recollection continued as he realized that Logan had not stopped after deflecting the attack. Instead, Logan had immediately launched another strike. The sequence had unfolded with such terrifying speed that the Marquis's pupils had contracted as he realized Logan had continued his movements frighteningly quickly. As a result, Marquis Luther Cale had been completely unable to mount any form of defense before Logan's counterattack landed. When Logan finally halted his movements, the Marquis felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that, Had it been a real battle, that attack would have taken his head. Even so, he did not hide his curiosity and asked whether Logan had gained a speed-type trait. Logan McLean immediately denied it. He then calmly declared that he had not even shown his trait yet. Hearing that answer, Marquis Luther Kale secretly swallowed and was inwardly horrified as he realized that everything he had witnessed had merely been the result of Logan's awakening reinforcing his body. Feeling that the conversation had gone on long enough, Logan McLean raised his sword and instructed Sir Luther to prepare himself. The instant those words left his mouth, the surrounding air suddenly began to tremble violently, as though a massive shockwave generator had been roaring to life. The spectacle left Marquis Luther Kale so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his weapon in vigilance. Nevertheless, relying on both his vast experience and immense pride, he assumed a ready stance and loudly urged Logan to show him what he had. Flames seemed to burn within Logan McLean's eyes as a realization surfaced in his mind. He realized that he could see it, his opponent's weak points. His vision had become no different from a laser scanner. For the first time, he clearly experienced the superiority of his transformed body as he realized that both his strength and senses had increased by more than twofold, and that even the way he perceived the world itself had changed. Every cell in his body seemed to burn with an overwhelming desire to overwhelm his opponent. He concluded that this was no ordinary growth but an exaltation of the soul, one that would allow him, if only for a brief moment, to perfectly reach a higher level. With that realization, Logan McLean unexpectedly thanked Sir Luther. Before Marquis Luther Kale could even grasp the meaning behind those words, an overwhelming shockwave surged toward him. Although he had already been standing in a prepared stance, Logan's attack arrived far too quickly. Logan's sword descended as though it intended to split space itself in two. At that moment, unease welled up inside Marquis Luther Kale as he realized that his aura had been cut through by a young man who had only just awakened. For the first time in his life, he found himself unable to suppress the trembling at the corner of his mouth. As Logan's blade swept across his chest, Marquis Luther Kale finally admitted that Logan truly possessed an unbelievable trait. Staring directly at the man who had struck him, he shouted Logan's name. His voice, however, was instantly swallowed by the deafening roar of their collision as the earth was violently torn apart and countless rocks and chunks of soil exploded into the air. The sky quickly returned to its former calm after the violent clash. Both Logan McLean and Marquis Luther Kyle lay sprawled within the deep crater left by the impact. Logan, being the more conscious of the two, took the opportunity to catch his breath. A moment later, however, he tightened his grip on his sword as realization dawned upon him. He thought that his instincts had been correct and excitedly reflected that he had been able to experience reaching a higher level for 5 minutes, realizing that this was the nature of his trait. He compared himself to a mountain climber conquering one peak after another, reasoning that as one became more skilled, the rate at which one grew stronger naturally slowed, that every wall overcome was followed by an even higher one, but that if he could cross such a wall, even briefly, then the possibilities ahead were limitless. While Logan remained immersed in his excitement, the crowd gathered around the battlefield erupted into noisy chatter. They wondered whether they could finally approach and asked if the battle had ended. Paying them no attention, Logan rose to his feet and marveled that it felt as though he had gained an impossible trait. Unable to contain himself, Mishta hesitantly asked whether his lord had truly become something extraordinary. Before he could even finish the question, Logan smiled with satisfaction, and Mishta completed it by asking whether he had become a superhuman. After enduring countless hardships, Logan finally declared with an unmistakably proud grin that Mishta was correct, and that he was now an aura user as well. The soldiers standing beside Mishta immediately erupted into jubilant celebration. The atmosphere became filled with cheers as they proclaimed that the young master had become a superhuman and that he was the first superhuman their territory had ever produced. Logan quickly calmed them down by thanking everyone before asking them to keep the matter secret for the time being, at least until they returned home. Although they were still overwhelmed with excitement, they all answered in unison that they understood and would remember his request. Logan let out a relieved sigh, though inwardly he wondered why none of them were even asking for an explanation anymore, questioning whether he had accidentally forced a rather bad habit upon them. After remaining silent beneath the rubble for some time, Marquis Luther Kale suddenly spoke, saying that thanks to Logan, he had witnessed something truly incredible. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped his massive hammer onto the ground before abruptly asking Logan to allow him to follow him. The unexpected proposal left Logan completely stunned, and he awkwardly asked what kind of joke this was. Without the slightest hesitation, Luther replied that it was no joke and revealed that he had already discussed the matter with Logan's master. The answer only confused Logan further, prompting him to ask who Luther meant by master. Luther confirmed that he meant exactly what he had said, explaining that he had promised Logan's master that if he discovered genuine potential in Logan, he would lend his strength for the future of the kingdom. Still bewildered, Logan questioned how someone who claimed to care about the kingdom's future could also have started a civil war. Embarrassed at having his past exposed so directly, Luther flushed red before loudly defending himself, arguing that Logan would have acted the same way if an old man stronger than himself had pressured him. After saying that, Luther seemed to assume he had already been rejected. He sighed in resignation and admitted that perhaps Logan would have handled everything differently. Lowering his voice, Luther gloomily remarked that the same situation had existed even within the Empire. Recalling Logan's unwavering composure, he observed that despite the Emperor's unprecedented offer and the immense pressure exerted by numerous superhumans, Logan had remained steadfast. Luther then mentioned that he had heard Logan was on bad terms with the new king, yet despite that, Logan's decision had demonstrated what an extraordinary young man he truly was. He added that this impression held true even without considering Logan's combat ability. After patiently listening to everything, Logan quietly addressed him as Sir Luther. Before he could continue, however, his thoughts spiraled into confusion as he inwardly lamented that he had merely wanted revenge against the Empire, only for everyone to interpret his actions as some astonishing act of virtue. He wondered what was wrong with all of them. Even so, Logan quickly recognized the bright side of the situation, realizing that having Sir Luther join his forces would unquestionably be beneficial. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out, shook Luther's hand, and warmly welcomed him into the McLean family. Some days later, the weather remained unchanged, but people were once again occupied with official affairs. Upon receiving Logan's letter, the mayor of Luspelheim, Dmitri, greeted him with an enthusiastic smile, remarking that he had been waiting for him and expressing what a tremendous honor it was to welcome him to Luspelheim once again. Dmitri's excessive enthusiasm caused Logan's expression to stiffen. The mayor cheerfully remarked that he had already heard the news from Assyrian, saying that His Majesty seemed to have taken a great liking to Logan, and claiming that he himself had recognized Logan's greatness from the very first moment they met. Inside, Logan silently complained that the man was exactly the same as always and had somehow become even worse. He also acknowledged that Dmitri certainly would not be the only one behaving this way. Nevertheless, Logan politely thanked him. He was already quite familiar with such reactions. Ever since becoming the young hero who had received the Emperor's backing, every city he visited had been filled with nobles eager to obtain even the smallest connection to him. They constantly invited him to stay at their estates and eagerly introduced their daughters in hopes that he might spend some time getting to know them. Remembering those countless encounters, Logan reflected that he had ended up spending 3 or 4 days in every city he passed through, which was why it had taken him a month and a half just to reach Luspelheim. As the two men walked down the corridor together, Logan curiously asked whether someone had wanted to see him. Dmitri openly explained that the second prince had happened to be passing through the eastern region and wished to meet him. The revelation immediately startled Logan. He clenched his fist while suppressing the turbulent emotions inside him, thinking that it had always been a regret that he had failed to meet the princes during his previous stay there, especially the second prince. Quickly regaining his composure, Logan calmly asked when they would be able to meet. This time, however, Dmitri responded rather hesitantly. After awkwardly drawing Logan's attention toward the nearby door, he admitted that the prince was already inside that very room. Fearing that Logan might lose his temper, Dmitri clasped his hands together and smoothly explained that people always said to strike while the iron was hot and that it was better to meet sooner rather than later. Although Logan understood Dmitri's slippery personality better than anyone, he could not help inwardly sighing at the man's antics. Feeling that he had explained everything necessary, Dmitri excused himself, politely telling Logan to enjoy himself while dining with the prince before taking his leave. As soon as the mayor departed, the door opened, leaving Logan standing alone before it. Maintaining a calm expression, Logan listened as the man inside observed that Logan's red hair and red eyes matched everything he had heard about him. The stranger immediately stood up to greet him courteously, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. Without waiting to be asked, he introduced himself as Baros von Ares. Baros von Ares finished speaking with a cheerful smile and a friendly nod. Logan McLean, however, responded with an intensely guarded look. Realizing that he was standing beneath another man's roof, Logan quickly composed himself into a more appropriate demeanor and respectfully remarked that it was an honor to meet His Highness, though he wondered why the prince was addressing him so formally. Baros von Ares explained with complete ease that Logan was not a subject of the Empire and had been acknowledged by His Majesty as an honored guest, so it would have been improper to treat him carelessly. He then asked whether that was not the proper way to behave. As he spoke, he glanced toward the nearby soldiers as though seeking confirmation. The soldiers answered with absolute obedience, one of them affirming that they would act exactly as His Highness wished. Logan discreetly observed the soldiers and inwardly recoiled in shock. He realized that they were 3 highest-class knights and silently wondered whether the Empire truly possessed such an abundance of elite warriors, or whether it simply meant that the second prince himself was someone exceptionally special. Moving to sit opposite Barros, Logan politely asked why His Highness had sought him out. Barros burst into laughter before replying ambiguously that everyone in the Empire had taken an interest in Sir Logan. After taking his seat, however, he admitted that his own interest was somewhat different. Deliberately drawing out his words, he revealed that he had simply wished to meet the hero of Grandia's civil war. Beneath the table, Logan silently clenched his fist. Inwardly, he answered that he had wanted to meet Barros as well. Hidden from the prince's sight, murderous intent flickered across his eyes. Memories rapidly flooded Logan's mind. He inwardly cursed Barros as a deranged murderer and recalled that, in his previous life, Barros von Ares had won the imperial succession and ascended the throne as the next emperor. The man before him was therefore no stranger, but someone he had already known in another lifetime. Logan remembered that Barros had used countless people as test subjects in mysterious magical experiments. Most of the victims had been ordinary, ability-less citizens from conquered territories such as Grandia. Although the true purpose of those experiments had remained unknown until Logan's death, he knew it as an undeniable fact that Barros had slaughtered more than 10,000 people in pursuit of them. Even after living through 2 lifetimes, Logan still felt a chill whenever he thought about Barros. In his mind, he compared the imperial family, concluding that if the current emperor was a brutal conqueror, then Barros was a demon capable of turning every conquered land into hell. Yet despite those atrocities, Barros had still been regarded throughout the Empire as a benevolent ruler. While Logan remained immersed in those bitter memories, Barros calmly thanked the servant who poured him a glass of fine wine. He then encouraged Logan to enjoy the meal, remarking that the food served at Dimitri's estate was excellent. Following local etiquette, Logan agreed that he would gladly partake. An extravagant feast filled the table before him. Before the banquet reached its height, Barros casually steered the conversation by saying that he had heard a great deal about Sir Logan's military accomplishments, praising him for overturning an utterly hopeless situation and securing victory. Logan replied awkwardly that Barros was flattering him. Barros nevertheless continued, saying that Logan truly did not seem like someone who would have clashed with the king. The remark caused Logan to freeze with a piece of meat halfway to his mouth. Setting his meal aside, he asked in confusion what Barros meant. Feigning innocence, Barros explained that such stories had been common rumors throughout the kingdom, and wondered whether they had not actually been true. Internally, Logan mocked the prince, questioning why someone of royal status would concern himself with such rumors. Outwardly, however, he calmly answered that he had no reason to come into conflict with the king. Barros scratched his head with an embarrassed smile and remarked that rumors were merely rumors after all. He apologized for his discourtesy and asked Logan's forgiveness. It soon became apparent that the entire conversation had only been leading toward his true purpose. Barros announced that he had prepared a gift and wished to offer it as an apology. Unsure of the prince's intentions, Logan immediately declined, insisting that there was no need for such a gift. Since the servants had already brought it forward, Barros gently urged him not to worry and simply accept it. Opening the box, he revealed that it contained a communication crystal capable of establishing direct contact with him exactly once. Should Logan ever require his assistance, he was invited to use it. Holding the extraordinary item in his hands, Logan was so astonished that he could scarcely close his mouth. At the same time, his brows unconsciously drew together. Carefully studying Barros, he silently questioned why the prince was secretly extending such assistance to him. Even so, Logan decided not to refuse such an advantageous offer. He gratefully accepted the crystal, reasoning that although he had no idea what Barros was planning, he would make absolutely certain that he would never have to use it. As the night grew darker, Logan suddenly spoke in obvious disbelief. Staring directly into Barros's eyes, he asked whether a terrorist incident had occurred in the kingdom. The silence that followed seemed to confirm his suspicion, and Logan found it impossible to hide the shock written across his face. At the dead of night, with the moon hanging high overhead, Barros von Ares finally allowed his honored guest to leave. Standing in the corridor, he told Logan McLean that it had been a pleasure meeting him and reminded him to remember the gift he had been given. Even after turning away, Barros added that he looked forward to the day they would meet again. Only after Barros had disappeared from sight did Logan lower his gaze to the gift in his hand. As he examined the perfectly transparent sphere, through which he could even make out the lines on his own fingers, he reflected that the whole situation was undeniably strange. Although he believed he might have earned the emperor's favor, he could not understand why the emperor would show him such extraordinary consideration. While the sphere seemed to sharpen his mind, Logan inwardly admitted that he had no idea what the emperor's true motives were and concluded that he would have to be much more cautious. Lost in thought, Logan became so absorbed that he completely forgot to leave the vast building. Just then, his sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar figure passing by. Calling out, he asked Victor what he was doing there. Startled, Victor instinctively addressed him as "my lord" before hurrying over and reporting that, during Logan's absence, an urgent transmission had arrived from the estate. Picking up on the important detail, Logan immediately asked whether it was truly an urgent transmission. Since there was far too much information to discuss in the hallway, the two returned to a room where Victor could explain everything properly. However, after listening to the entire report, Logan could no longer maintain the composure he had displayed moments earlier. In disbelief, he asked whether terrorist attacks were really taking place throughout the kingdom. Growing increasingly anxious, he demanded to know why everything had happened so suddenly and ordered Victor to explain every detail. Instead of answering personally, Victor activated the communication sphere, allowing Dwayne Filsner to deliver the report himself. Dwayne admitted that the story sounded utterly absurd, but explained that it appeared the first prince had fathered an illegitimate child. The revelation struck Logan like a bolt from the blue. Stunned, he could only ask whether the first prince truly had an illegitimate child. Meanwhile, in the areas where the rumors were spreading, rooftops were engulfed in flames. The rebel forces were not only setting buildings ablaze, but also taking advantage of the chaos to wave their swords while proclaiming that the rightful king was His Highness Clavis and demanding that the tyrant step down. Amid every assault, a dignified figure surrounded by numerous guards could always be seen. Anyone paying close attention would have immediately recognized that the man was Clavis himself. Back at Logan's temporary residence, the room fell silent after the report ended. Logan let out a long, weary sigh before burying his head in his hands. His mind was overwhelmed by the outrageous information he had just received, and he inwardly questioned what kind of ridiculous nonsense this was, wondering whether an illegitimate child was really attempting to seize the throne. Tapping his fingers against the table out of habit, Logan carefully voiced another suspicion. He wondered whether a man named Clavis even existed. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he looked up and fixed his gaze on the communication sphere. By then, Damien Nathal had appeared on the other end, having replaced the previous speaker. Seeing Logan's troubled expression, Damien asked what was wrong with the young lord. After offering a brief greeting, Logan wasted no time getting to the matter that concerned him most. He asked Damien how the establishment of the intelligence organization was progressing. Hearing that phrase for the first time, Victor was visibly startled. Although he kept silent, he could not help wondering what an intelligence organization was. To understand the origin of that conversation, the story shifted back a few months earlier. At that time, Damien Nathal had been about to take a sip of tea when Logan suddenly mentioned an intelligence organization. Damien paused midway, repeated the phrase in surprise, and leaned forward, asking what Logan was talking about all of a sudden. Unlike Damien, Logan remained completely calm. He replied that there was no reason to be so surprised since most prominent families already maintained such organizations. Since Damien would be responsible for overseeing the project, Logan explained his reasoning without holding anything back. He recalled the recent attempted assassination of the king and said that the incident had made him realize there was a limit to the information that could be obtained through ordinary channels. Damien quickly agreed, acknowledging that if they relied solely on information that naturally reached their ears, they would inevitably miss everything happening beneath the surface. However, after expressing his agreement, Damien's mood visibly darkened. He remarked that, even so, the situation remained difficult. As he spoke, he forcefully set his teacup down on the table, producing a sharp sound that nearly made it seem as though the cup would shatter. After letting his emotions build to the breaking point, Damien Nathal thumped his chest in frustration and demanded to know why he was the one being placed in charge of it all. Logan McLean had expected exactly that reaction. Pointing at Damien with an enthusiastic grin, he explained that it was because Damien had been a tremendous help during the pursuit of the assassin. Although they had ultimately failed to capture the culprit, Logan believed that Damien had already demonstrated more than enough talent for the position. Deep down, Damien wanted to roar that just that much could hardly be considered enough. Instead, he voiced the thought aloud by asking whether that was the real reason Logan had summoned him to the capital. Without even letting him finish, Logan interrupted, saying that no matter how talented someone was, it would still be difficult for a newcomer to build an organization entirely from scratch. The next revelation he delivered was even more shocking. Logan announced that both the Esperanza Archduchy and Count Floyd's family would be supporting the organization. Damien could only stare blankly, inwardly repeating the word Archduchy in disbelief. Seeing that Damien's mind had practically drifted away, Logan teased him by asking whether he had become speechless from sheer happiness. Even so, as Logan reflected on the situation himself, he could not deny the lingering tension in his own thoughts. He reminded himself that the organization had originally been established only as a minimal safeguard to keep the king in check, and he had never expected that they would have to rely on it so soon. At that moment, Damien's voice brought him back to reality as he reported that, with the assistance of the two noble families, the organization was developing steadily. Leaning forward immediately, Logan asked whether they had gathered any information regarding the recent terrorist attacks. As he stared intently at Damien's face, he silently urged the so-called evil brain before him to show its true abilities. Unfortunately, Damien scratched his cheek awkwardly and apologized, admitting that the organization was still in its infancy. As Damien explained, Logan could almost feel himself being blown away by disappointment. Damien confessed that at present, they were practically just wasting food before apologizing once again. Logan finally realized that he had expected far too much from an organization that had not even existed for a full year. However, Damien quickly captured his attention again by revealing that there was one rumor circulating. Logan instantly raised his head and asked what the rumor was. Recalling what he had heard, Damien's tone became noticeably more serious. He said that, during the terrorist attacks, Clavis had supposedly been present. The information was so astonishing that Logan's mind immediately began analyzing every possibility. He wondered whether there were eyewitness accounts and whether that meant Clavis truly existed. Yet almost as soon as the thought appeared, Logan dismissed it himself. He reasoned that the real focal point was not Clavis's existence, but rather a royal descendant who had neither a father nor any political power. Viewing the situation from his enemy's perspective, Logan concluded that someone had to be using Clavis as nothing more than a figurehead. He became convinced that those people were the true masterminds behind the coup. Having reached his conclusion, Logan stood up without another moment's hesitation and ordered Victor to finish all preparations for their departure by the following morning. He continued by announcing that they would be returning earlier than originally planned. Although Victor was briefly taken aback by the sudden order, he quickly regained his composure and acknowledged the command without hesitation. When the next morning arrived, the convoy of carriages entered McLean town. Judging from the reactions of the townspeople lining both sides of the road, it was easy to imagine that everyone was wondering in amazement what had happened, and whether the young lord had accomplished something extraordinary once again. Logan's group had no intention of lingering in town, however. They headed straight for the estate. Inside the mansion, someone was still diligently working through stacks of documents while waiting for Logan's return. That person was none other than Eileen Floyd. Naturally, Logan had not forgotten about her. From the moment he stepped down from the carriage, his pace became noticeably quicker. Even the way he pushed open the office door revealed an impatience that was unlike his usual composure. The instant his eyes found the young woman seated inside, they seemed to brighten. Even so, he cautiously called out her name as though confirming that she was really there. Hearing the sound, Eileen looked up in confusion. The moment she recognized Logan standing before her, her eyes widened in disbelief and her mouth fell open. She hurriedly tried to ask when he had arrived, but her own flustered state interrupted her sentence, causing her to cry out before telling him to wait. Faced with her whirlwind of expressions, Logan could only stand there in complete bewilderment, his mind filled with question marks. After taking a moment to compose herself, Eileen regained her usual bright smile. Clearing her throat, she apologized and explained that she had been so overwhelmed with work that she had completely forgotten the young lord was due to return. Halfway through her greeting, she grew self-conscious and shyly asked whether she looked a little messy before laughing awkwardly. Logan, however, answered with complete honesty, telling her that she was still as beautiful as ever. To keep the embarrassing atmosphere from lingering, he promptly changed the subject by asking why she was in his office and what all the documents scattered across the room were. Eileen glanced around before honestly explaining that Logan's father had entrusted her with the authority to approve the documents. The answer made Logan instinctively blurt out a question, asking for pardon before immediately wondering where his father had gone. Eileen Floyd looked at him with an innocent expression and simply replied that he had gone on a business trip. She then added that he had said he needed to carry out the task the young lord had entrusted to him. With that explanation, Logan McLean immediately realized what it was about and exclaimed that it was about finding unaffiliated superhumans. He then silently reproached himself, recalling that he had indeed asked the man to do that before leaving for the Empire, and admitted that he had been so busy that he had completely forgotten about it. Sensing the slightly awkward silence, Eileen Floyd asked whether anything special had happened in the Empire. Logan was briefly caught off guard by the question, but after thinking for a moment, he said that there actually was. Instead of explaining it with words, however, he simply raised his hand and demonstrated. The abundant aura he released left Eileen completely astonished. She let out an amazed gasp before excitedly asking whether it was truly an aura. Startled by her sudden enthusiasm, Logan repeatedly urged her to wait and calm down. Nevertheless, despite his protests, Eileen quickly pushed him down into a seated position on the floor. Completely oblivious to how compromising their posture looked, she focused entirely on her questions. She excitedly remarked that it was truly amazing, explaining that she had always known the young lord would awaken sooner or later, but that for a night there was no greater glory than witnessing such a moment. She spoke so rapidly and passionately that her entire face turned bright red with excitement. Watching her become completely overwhelmed by her emotions, Logan thought to himself that she seemed even happier than he was. Instead of voicing that thought, however, he simply asked whether she would like to see a little more. Eileen, who had never expected such an unexpected privilege, eagerly asked whether that was really all right, adding that she would absolutely love to. Logan smiled and said that, in that case, they should begin right away. Before he could do anything, however, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted them, followed by Dwayne Filsner calling out, asking whether the young lord was there. The moment Dwayne opened the door and saw the two of them alone together in such a compromising position, he froze and gasped. Flustered beyond words, he stammered that he was sorry for intruding before hastily slamming the door shut. Although Logan was completely innocent, the situation looked terribly suspicious. He hurriedly shouted after Dwayne that it was not what he thought, but his explanation was cut off by the already closed door. Logan immediately got to his feet, stepped outside the room, and awkwardly asked what had happened. Still too embarrassed to think straight, Dwayne instinctively bowed and said that he would excuse himself. A moment later, however, realizing that the matter was far too urgent to delay, he quickly corrected himself. He apologized for bringing up official business immediately after Logan's return, but urgently reported that another terror attack had occurred and that he believed the young lord needed to head to the capital at once. Eileen, who had followed Logan outside, turned pale the instant she heard the report, while Logan himself stood frozen in shock. The scene shifted to a magnificent mansion whose gilded exterior shimmered beneath the blazing sunlight. Outside, a long line of horse-drawn carriages stood packed tightly together, while inside, hurried footsteps echoed noisily through the corridors. As soon as Logan McLean spotted the man standing before him, he called out to his master. Felix Esperanza turned instinctively toward the voice, greeted Logan by saying that he had arrived, and received a slight nod in return. Logan then asked whether the meeting had already begun. Felix replied that it had not, explaining that everyone had only just arrived. After saying that, Felix leaned closer and remarked that something about Logan seemed different. Wearing a thoughtful expression, he quietly wondered whether Logan had already awakened. Confused by his master's secretive behavior, Logan asked why he was whispering. Felix glanced around deliberately before explaining that Logan should never underestimate an old man's intuition. Since no rumors had spread yet, he had assumed Logan was intentionally keeping it a secret. Not wishing to make things difficult for his teacher, Logan explained that Sir Luther and the journey to the Empire had certainly been of great help. Upon hearing that, Felix immediately remembered the matter of the Empire. He said that he had heard about everything Logan had done there, including the fact that Logan had rejected the Emperor's offer. Before Logan could respond, Felix suddenly placed both hands on his shoulders and sincerely thanked him for choosing their country. Somewhat speechless, Logan replied that he had simply chosen his homeland and that there was no need to thank him. Felix firmly insisted that this was precisely why he deserved thanks, calling him a punk in a familiar tone. Nevertheless, Felix remembered that it was neither the proper place nor the proper time for a lengthy conversation. He suggested that they discuss the matter later and urged Logan to head inside first. The teacher and his student quickly entered through the newly opened doors to attend the serious council meeting. Before everyone had even settled into their seats, the first issue was brought forward for discussion. Palace Minister Palmonterihi solemnly announced that the recent terrorist incident had occurred in Jahid County, located in the northeastern region of the kingdom. He continued by explaining that Count Tehran Jahid had been executed for assisting the first prince during the civil war, yet the rebels had unlawfully occupied his castle. Reading directly from the report, he added that the rebels' military strength was estimated to rival that of an entire margravate. As Palman continued, the atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly heavy. He warned that the true problem was that the remnants of the first prince's faction continued to gather under the rebels' banner and that their numbers were increasing even as they spoke. Unable to contain his frustration, one noble angrily demanded to know whether those bastards had completely lost their minds. Acting as the spokesman for many others, he argued that such people had lost the Civil War and therefore had nothing left to lose, adding that this was exactly why remnants should never have been left alive. His words were met with silent approval from the rest of the assembly. With someone having already taken the lead, others became increasingly outspoken. One of them remarked that if the rebel army truly possessed military strength comparable to a Margravete's, then Archduke Esperanza and House Marquis MacLean would have to intervene personally. He argued that if the two forces joined together, suppressing the rebellion would be an easy task, adding that the other noble houses would naturally contribute their own private soldiers as well. Although Logan showed no expression on his face, he sighed inwardly, wondering whether they could truly laugh and speak so lightly at a time like this. At that moment, Rogers von Grandia stepped in to ease the discussion. He stated that such an arrangement might actually be difficult for Esperanza because Esperanza was already responsible for defending both the capital and the borders, and taking charge of suppressing the rebellion as well would place too much burden on him. Rogers then turned toward Logan and expressed his belief that House MacLean alone would be sufficient for the mission. After observing Logan for a brief moment, he respectfully asked whether Sir Logan would accept the responsibility. Rather than answering immediately, Logan considered the proposal in silence. He admitted to himself that Rogers was not entirely wrong. Upon further reflection, he realized that if House MacLean's elite forces were reinforced by the private soldiers of the other noble houses, they would likely be able to minimize casualties. Even so, he could not shake the uneasy feeling that something about the entire situation felt wrong. Despite his doubts, Logan accepted the request without hesitation, declaring that he would take full responsibility and completely wipe out the rebels. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted throughout the chamber. Seeing that someone had willingly accepted the burden, the surrounding nobles enthusiastically praised him, laughing as they remarked that his attitude was truly refreshing. They commented that such reliability was exactly what they had come to expect from House MacLean, and concluded by declaring that they would place their full faith in Count Logan. Rogers von Grandia looked at the united nobles before him and could not suppress a satisfied smile. However, hidden beneath his expression, in a place where no one could notice, his eyes concealed countless deep calculations. Time steadily passed until 2 weeks later, when the flag of rebellion was finally raised and fluttered proudly in the wind. MacLean Knight Commander Henderson presented a roster with a solemn expression and reported that 70% of their forces had already assembled and were standing by before handing over the list. Logan MacLean accepted the document and commended Henderson for his hard work. However, after taking the roster, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked when the Knight Order had grown to such an extent. Henderson honestly explained that many of their soldiers had awakened one after another recently. Upon hearing that, Logan immediately realized that the sensory tests were finally beginning to bear fruit. Henderson continued by adding that they had also recruited numerous knights who had lost their positions after the Civil War, noting that their numbers were too significant to overlook. While listening, Logan silently calculated that, once the support from the other noble houses was taken into account, their overall military strength had nearly doubled. After organizing his thoughts, Logan instructed Henderson to leave only the essential personnel behind while mobilizing the remainder of their forces. Startled by the order, Henderson questioned whether such an extreme measure was truly necessary, pointing out that they already had support from other noble houses. He further wondered whether they were taking on too much of the burden themselves. Without lifting his eyes from the roster, Logan explained that they needed to eradicate the enemy completely in a single decisive strike. Although he said nothing further, his eyes betrayed the turbulent thoughts within him. More than the rebels themselves, he was deeply concerned about His Majesty. He recalled the unfavorable events that were destined to unfold during this turbulent period, remembering that the king would face multiple assassination attempts, as well as a rebellion during the very first year of his reign. Logan admitted to himself that it would be dishonest to claim he was not anxious. If the situation continued to deteriorate, it could even damage his relationship with the king. Because of that, he strengthened his resolve, silently vowing that there must never be any misunderstandings like those that had occurred before. While he was still lost in thought, Eileen Floyd suddenly appeared and politely addressed him, saying that she believed he needed to come to the communications room immediately. As soon as they reached a place where they could speak privately, Logan lost control of his emotions and exclaimed in shock that His Majesty had been injured. Still unable to believe it, he immediately demanded to know whether the royal castle's security had been breached again. Palman Terihi turned pale and reluctantly admitted that it seemed to be the case. The answer caused Logan to clutch his head in overwhelming exhaustion. Not giving him much time to recover, Palmon continued by explaining that His Majesty had a request. At those words, Logan quickly regained his composure and returned to his usual serious demeanor. Merely hearing Palmon's tone allowed him to picture Rogers von Grandia's current predicament. Even so, he found the king's proposal difficult to believe and asked for confirmation, wondering whether His Majesty truly wished for their knight order to be dispatched to Grand. Palmon answered firmly that it was indeed His Majesty's wish. Since the rebels were targeting the throne itself, the king intended to reinforce the capital's defenses with elite troops. Eileen Floyd, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke up and protested that the request was absurd, especially with a war against the rebels about to begin. Logan naturally understood her concerns. Nevertheless, he realized that the circumstances left him with no alternative and acknowledged that he understood the king's wishes before declaring that they would dispatch the knight order immediately. Unable to contain her frustration, Eileen shouted at him. Avoiding her gaze, Logan instead turned to Palmon and remarked that they still had the crossbow cavalry, did they not, implying that they would still retain sufficient strength. However, Palmon began sweating profusely and, after apologetically admitting that he was ashamed to say so, revealed another piece of information. He explained that His Majesty could no longer trust the royal garrison and therefore also wished for the crossbow cavalry to be sent to reinforce the capital's security. Both Logan and Eileen immediately changed expressions upon hearing the news. Internally, Logan could only curse the situation in disbelief. Eileen, meanwhile, abandoned all restraint and exploded in anger. She demanded to know whether they were truly being asked to send not only the knight order, but also the crossbow cavalry, questioning whether they were expected to wage war using nothing more than apprentice knights and ordinary soldiers. Knowing that he was in a weak position, Palmon awkwardly explained that, even so, they and the other noble houses would also be contributing troops. Eileen immediately cut him off, arguing that even if that were true, those forces could never compare to soldiers who had trained and fought together for years. Cornered by her reasoning, Palmon found himself completely speechless and could only trail off, unable to offer any further justification. Logan McLean unexpectedly agreed and told Palmon Tarihi to inform His Majesty that they would comply. Delighted but still doubtful, Palmon Tarihi asked whether Logan was truly serious. Eileen Floyd, however, cried out in frustration, calling out to the young lord as though lamenting that her efforts had been wasted. Despite everyone's reaction, Logan McLean had already made up his mind. He told himself that he had to endure it, that suppressing the rebellion had to come first. Unbeknownst to everyone else, he was struggling just as hard to restrain himself. He silently reminded himself that there would be time to protest after everything was over, especially since they still had troops from the other noble houses fighting alongside them. At that moment, an argument suddenly erupted from the other end of the communication line, with someone angrily demanding what they were supposed to do with such information and insisting that, even if it was explained that way, it changed nothing. Remaining remarkably composed, Logan interrupted and politely asked Sir Palmon to convey whatever message he had. Palmon Tarihi once again became visibly embarrassed and hesitated before admitting that the matter was not his own decision, but an order from the royal family. The information he finally revealed struck Logan McLean's newly formed hope like a bucket of ice water. He explained that while the McLean army was ordered to attack the rebels' main base, the other noble houses were instructed to scatter and eliminate the remaining rebel forces instead. Eileen Floyd immediately challenged him, demanding to know whether he realized that the private soldiers from the other noble houses made up more than half of their army for this campaign. The more she spoke, the more indignant she became on behalf of her lord, adding that they were heading directly toward the rebels' main stronghold. Cornered by her accusations, Palmon Tarihi could only explain that he had merely been conveying the order and insisted that, since it had come from His Majesty, the king surely had some kind of plan. After silently listening to the argument, Logan McLean finally raised his head. Apparently too weary to continue the discussion, he simply said that they could do as they wished and that his forces would deal with the rebels' main army themselves. Feeling as though he had been granted a pardon, Palmon Tarihi hurriedly thanked him. He attempted to add that His Majesty would remember the McLean family's devotion, but before he could finish, Logan impatiently terminated the communication. Seeing Logan's exhausted expression, Eileen Floyd lowered her voice and urged him to reconsider. Although she knew he did not want to hear it, she forced herself to point out the bitter truth, saying that it was obvious the king was trying to get them killed. Without even lifting his head, Logan calmly admitted that he already knew. Even so, he said that they should accept the request. Startled, Eileen demanded to know why they would ever do such a thing. Arguing that anyone could see the order was completely unreasonable, Logan solemnly agreed, saying that exactly anyone could see that. He then revealed something that shocked Eileen even more, explaining that even the king himself was fully aware of it. Logan paused there for a moment, though inwardly he was overwhelmed by waves of suppressed resentment. He explained that it was obvious the king had ulterior motives, but that they currently lacked the information necessary to expose them. Quickly gathering his thoughts, Logan apologized and asked Eileen to endure it as well. To reassure her, he added that this would be the last time. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and declared that it would be the final occasion on which they tolerated the king's childish outbursts, speaking as much to himself as to Eileen Floyd. Before dawn had even broken, a doubtful voice echoed through the palace, asking whether McLean had really said that he would follow the order. The person on the other end of the communication orb promptly confirmed that they had verified the night order and the crossbow cavalry had already departed for the capital. Realizing that events were not unfolding according to his expectations, Rogers von Grandia expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that he had intended to use McLean's resistance as an excuse, yet McLean had simply accepted the order. As he slowly raised his wineglass, he wondered what Logan McLean was thinking and questioned whether he truly believed he could win with only the forces he had left. The messenger speculated that McLean might be relying on the Earth Magic Tower. He then revealed even more valuable intelligence, saying that although it had not yet been confirmed, there were rumors that Marcus Luther Cale was accompanying McLean. Startled by the report, Rogers von Grandia questioned whether Marquis Luther Cale had not been serving under the Sword Duke's command. Before anyone could answer, he realized the explanation himself. Recalling that the Sword Duke and Luther Cale were master and disciple, he concluded that it therefore made perfect sense why Luther Cale had willingly given up his troops. Sensing his master's displeasure, the messenger quickly reassured him by saying that even if that were true, victory would not come easily for McLean. Rogers von Grandia, however, coldly replied that not easy was far from enough, declaring that he wanted Logan McLean to die on that battlefield. Whether his ruthless wish would come true remained to be seen, but Logan McLean had already led his army out of the fortress and toward the coming battle. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and pointed it toward the sky before ordering all forces to march out. His soldiers immediately followed behind him in perfect unison. Time swiftly passed until 2 weeks later, when the scene shifted to Jahid Castle. Inside the castle, a hesitant soldier reported to the commander that the McLean army had arrived outside the castle walls. Richard casually asked how many troops they had brought. The soldier estimated that there were roughly 50 knights and 7,000 soldiers. After hearing the report, Richard burst into laughter and mocked the enemy, pointing out that their numbers were not even half of his own. Glancing toward the secret weapon beside him, he confidently declared that they now possessed the repeating crossbows the McLean army had once been so proud of, and that they also had countermeasures prepared against their bombs. He contemptuously referred to Logan McLean's army as fools before declaring through gritted teeth that they would soon get a taste of their own weapons. Meanwhile, Logan McLean's forces had already arrived outside the fortress. Taking a deep breath, Logan shouted toward the castle that everyone serving the descendant of the tyrant of the old era would be executed. Several faint-hearted soldiers immediately began to waver. Seizing the opportunity, Logan raised his voice even further, warning them that if they wished to live, they should throw down their weapons and surrender immediately. At that very moment, Richard suddenly appeared atop the castle walls and interrupted him, scoffing that Logan's words were laughable. Standing fearlessly upon the battlements, the advanced knight Richard accused Logan McLean of being the so-called noble slayer who had massacred the entire royal bloodline, insisting that Logan himself was the true tyrant. With only a few carefully chosen words, Richard successfully reinforced the morale of his own troops, proclaiming that they would never stop fighting for His Highness Clavis. Rather than continuing the argument, Logan turned to gather information, remarking that Richard was an advanced knight he had never seen before, and asking Marquis Luther Cale whether he happened to know the man. After observing Richard for a few moments, Marquis Luther Cale hesitantly admitted that it was his first time seeing him as well. He added that he did not believe Richard had even appeared during the Civil War. The answer only deepened Logan's suspicion. He questioned how someone at the level of an advanced knight could have remained hidden until now before concluding that the mysterious warrior might be connected to the mastermind behind everything. Without another moment of hesitation, Logan drew his sword and pointed it directly at his enemy, declaring that he would smash Richard to pieces. At his command, the stone golems charged forward and hurled a massive barrage of bombs toward the castle walls. Each explosive blazed with a crimson glow like meteors crashing into the earth. However, every single explosion was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier. Marquis Luther Cale was the first to realize what had happened, instinctively exclaiming in shock that it was a barrier. Indeed, the entire castle had already been enveloped by a sturdy, transparent protective barrier. Logan McLean locked his gaze onto the phenomenon before him and became increasingly bewildered, wondering whether the rebels had a mage powerful enough to block explosions with fourth circle magic. Unable to hide his anxiety, Clayton immediately asked the young lord what they should do, repeatedly calling out to him. However, the unusual silence made Clayton realize with shock that Logan McLean had already dismounted and rushed toward the enemy without saying a word, weapon in hand. The soldiers holding their defensive positions beneath the fortress walls seized the opportunity and raised their crossbows, shouting for everyone to fire. Before the volley could reach its target, Marquise Luther Kyle stepped forward, deployed his shield, and roared for the brats to get out of the way. As expected, every arrow was deflected and not a single one managed to touch Logan McLean. Seeing their secret weapon prove completely ineffective, the soldiers fell into confusion, cursing that the arrows had failed before someone suddenly spotted Logan McLean and shouted that he was right there. While Marquise Luther Kyle had been covering him, Logan McLean had used the opportunity to leap high into the air. His face radiated overwhelming killing intent as he prepared to strike down anyone who dared stand in his way. Taking advantage of his height, he swung his sword straight at the fortress barrier without hesitation. The soldiers below could only stare in stunned silence. And when the first crack tore through the barrier, one of them exclaimed that the barrier was breaking. His words caught in his throat, however, as Logan McLean landed effortlessly right in front of them. Forced into direct combat, the soldiers stationed on the walls abandoned the safety of their positions and charged forward. Richard was naturally among those who led the assault. Looking at the formation before him, Logan McLean wondered whether all three of his opponents were advanced knights. Richard gave him no time to think, however, as he loudly ordered everyone to charge. Setting his doubts aside, Logan McLean raised his sword into a ready stance. He swept his icy gaze across the three men and asked coldly whether they all wanted to die. Without waiting for an answer, he decided their fate himself. Leaping into the air once more, he merely passed through the opening they had left, and a razor-sharp streak of light flashed across each of their bodies. Richard and his companions coughed up blood before realizing what they were facing. Struggling to breathe, Richard muttered in disbelief that it was aura before panic overtook him, leading him to conclude that Logan McLean was a superhuman. The moment those words left his mouth, he and the others collapsed behind Logan McLean. The nearby soldiers watched the horrifying scene in disbelief, whispering among themselves that all three advanced knights had been defeated in a single strike and wondering whether Logan McLean had really used aura. Before they could confirm the terrifying truth, the fortress wall behind them suddenly exploded. Heat and flying debris spread in every direction, throwing the defenders into complete panic as they shouted that bombs were incoming. The mastermind behind the dazzling barrage was none other than Clayton. Tightening his grip on his staff, he announced that the barrier was down and ordered his men to throw the Liberatio. The moment his command was given, the entire fortress wall was engulfed in a blazing sea of flames. Cries of agony and desperate pleas for help echoed everywhere as the battlefield descended into utter chaos. One crossbowman who had narrowly avoided the flames happened to run into Logan McLean while searching for an escape route. Although he was trembling uncontrollably, he convinced himself that he would at least take that one man down with him. Before he could act, however, he suddenly gasped in terror and cried out, asking what those things were. As enormous stone figures blocked out half the sky, he finally recognized them as golems. Nor was he the only victim, as countless other soldiers were overwhelmed by the giant stone constructs, screaming for the monsters to stay away from them. Grick also joined the battle, ordering everyone to throw the Liberatio freely while Rhea held off the enemy soldiers. The nearby troops immediately acknowledged his command. Watching the scene, Logan McLean heard Victoria remark in admiration that she had never expected Rhea to be capable of controlling so many golems already, adding that Rhea had recently reached the fourth circle. Mishta promptly joined the conversation, explaining that Rhea's mana control and practical application were said to surpass even that level, and that Sir Clayton never stopped boasting that she was a genius who would be remembered throughout history. Suppressing his growing irritation, Logan McLean could only reply awkwardly that he already knew. However, their brief argument quickly came to an end when Logan McLean's attention shifted elsewhere. Suddenly, an unidentified voice rang out, warning that the castle walls were collapsing. Without hesitating for another second, Logan McLean shouted that he had waited long enough before ordering everyone to finish off the rebels. 1 week later, in the capital of Grand, subdued voices could be heard exchanging rumors. Someone asked whether the others had heard the news, specifically about McLean and the rebels. Another person replied that they had, adding that Logan McLean had reportedly crushed the rebels despite being outnumbered by more than 2 to 1. Even the group of women abandoned their everyday conversations to join in, remarking that the other nobles had not even finished wiping out the remaining rebels yet, and wondering in amazement how he had managed such a feat. The group spreading the news became noticeably hesitant while explaining the matter, admitting that what they were about to say sounded ridiculous. After a long pause, one of them finally gathered the courage to reveal that the rumor claimed Logan McLean had awakened as a superhuman. At that very moment, the great doors slowly opened, and a loud announcement declared that His Excellency, Count Logan McLean, had arrived. Carrying a large sack over his shoulder, Logan McLean silently entered the chamber. The people who had been whispering among themselves immediately fell silent and watched him cautiously. Even so, some of them could not resist quietly commenting that his aura was incredible, wondering how someone so young could have become a superhuman, while also asking what he was carrying. Ignoring every whisper around him, Logan McLean walked straight ahead and stopped only when he stood before Rogers von Grandia. Rogers von Grandia had never expected Logan McLean to return alive, leaving his face completely frozen in shock. Without saying a word, Logan McLean dropped the sack from his shoulder and threw it directly in front of Rogers von Grandia. As Clavis's severed head rolled out of the sack, the entire room fell into deathly silence. Rogers von Grandia reacted the most violently, letting out a gagging sound as though he were about to vomit. The noblewomen below turned pale, with some of them crying out in horror as they asked what that was. Paying them no attention, Logan McLean calmly kicked Clavis's head before formally kneeling according to protocol. He declared that he, Logan McLean, was his servant. After deliberately pausing for a moment, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed that he had crushed the rebellion and brought them the head of Clavis. Stunned by those words, Rogers von Grandia remained overwhelmed with confusion and was unable to say anything in response. Johann Eitz calmly knelt, paying no attention to the severed head that rolled to a stop before him. The gathered nobles, however, were far from composed. Every one of them wore expressions of fear and tension, and their hushed whispers seemed to carry straight into Rogers von Grandia's ears as they wondered whether those were all the heads in the pile and whether one of them belonged to Clavis. Many of those anxious glances soon shifted toward Johann himself, as the nobles silently questioned what on earth the Count could possibly have been thinking. Ignoring the hostile murmurs and the resentment plainly written across Rogers von Grandia's face, Johann finally spoke. He explained that, with their elite forces absent, the battle had been extremely difficult. Nevertheless, he solemnly assured His Majesty that, as long as he remained alive, nothing like that would ever happen again, and respectfully urged the king to set his mind at ease. After making that declaration, Johann boldly locked eyes with the man seated upon the throne. Yet Rogers von Grandia found himself unable to utter a single word, his thoughts trapped in utter turmoil. Fortunately, someone else in the chamber was clear-headed enough to shatter the awkward silence with a round of applause. Cleo deftly provided Rogers von Grandia with an opportunity to regain his composure by stepping forward and politely offering to have the unsightly heads removed immediately. He remarked that they could hardly allow something like that to spoil the atmosphere. Feeling as though he had just been granted a lifeline, Rogers von Grandia let out a relieved sigh before agreeing that the Lord Chamberlain was absolutely right. Although Johann remained silent, inwardly he could not hide his dissatisfaction. He recalled that the man's name was Cleo, and thought it remarkably audacious for him to step forward so confidently in a gathering attended by both the king and the kingdom's highest-ranking nobles. Having finally recovered his composure, Rogers von Grandia began speaking again in a courteous tone. He remarked that he had also heard Lord Logan had become the 4th superhuman and stated that, if the report were true, then that achievement alone deserved a grand celebration. Johann had to bite down on his lips to keep himself from speaking words that would have bordered on treason. Only after steadying his breathing did he humbly reply that he had merely been fortunate, Your Majesty. His modest response immediately lifted the mood among the nobles. They exclaimed that it was exactly as they had expected, while praising Johann's extraordinary accomplishments at such a young age. They wondered aloud whether the kingdom had ever produced such a genius before, and ultimately declared that he truly was the Star of Grandia. From his seat, high upon the throne, no one could see the expression on Rogers von Grandia's face. Even so, the trembling of his clenched fists betrayed the fury boiling within him. That bottled-up rage found its first victim in the flower vase before him. Sweeping it violently from the table, he vented a portion of his anger before bracing both hands against the desk and breathing heavily. Cleo stood silently before him, unable to find any comforting words. After several moments, however, he calmly turned to the servants and observed that the flowers were no longer suitable. He instructed them to clear everything away and replace the arrangement immediately. Only then did the maids recover from their shock, stammering that they understood before hurriedly carrying out his orders. Once the room had been emptied and only the two of them remained, Rogers von Grandia suddenly burst into loud laughter. He asked Cleo whether he had seen what had just happened. Leaning his full weight onto the desk, he poured out all the frustration he had been suppressing ever since meeting Johann Eitz. He bitterly complained that the nobles had praised that bastard as the kingdom's shining star while cowering before him, and carefully watching his every move. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he slammed his fist violently onto the table and, through clenched teeth, shouted that they had done so right in front of him. Only after allowing the king to exhaust his anger did Cleo calmly advise his majesty to think carefully. He then asked whether the situation did not strike him as rather strange. Rogers instinctively lifted his head and asked what exactly Cleo meant. Cleo openly laid out his suspicions. He questioned whether, even if Johann had truly become a superhuman, it was really possible for him to have subdued the rebel army so quickly. He concluded that Johann had to be hiding something. Those words immediately guided Rogers von Grandia toward a far darker line of thinking, and his eyes lit up with renewed interest. Seeing that his suggestion had taken root, Cleo respectfully placed a hand upon his chest and declared that His Majesty needed only to give the order. After a deliberate pause, he fixed Rogers von Grandia with an unwavering gaze and promised that, if commanded, he would investigate the matter immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Stella was supposed to be resting, yet she kept her ears perked up, listening carefully for familiar footsteps. The instant she recognized the sound she had been waiting for, her face lit up with delight as she happily rushed forward, joyfully calling out to Mr. Johann Eitz was every bit as excited. He hurried toward her while enthusiastically calling Stella's name in return. Watching the touching reunion, Felix's wife smiled awkwardly and explained that, after hearing Johann would be coming, Stella had refused to sleep and had insisted on staying awake to wait for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Johann immediately admitted that the oversight was entirely his own. Warmly apologizing, he said that he had no idea she had done that, promised that he ought to visit her more often, and sincerely apologized for having been so busy lately. Felix Esperanza and his wife quietly watched the warm interaction between Johann Eitz and Stella, whose cheerful laughter echoed throughout the room as she squealed excitedly. Before long, however, Johann's joyful moment was interrupted when Felix apologized, explaining that while he had been stationed at the border, he had had no idea that His Majesty would do something like that. Still carrying Stella in his arms, Johann calmly reassured his master that everything was all right, adding that Felix himself had only just returned to the capital. Understanding the situation, Felix's wife stepped forward to take Stella from Johann and gently told her that it was time for bed. Unaware of the tense atmosphere, Stella looked back at Johann with reluctance, and innocently asked whether he was leaving. Even after she had reached the doorway, she stubbornly leaned her head back inside to wave goodbye to him. Once the room was left with only the two men, Felix lowered his head and let out a weary sigh before admitting that he was relieved His Majesty had come through the day unharmed. His remark caught Johann completely off guard. Hurt by the implication, Johann asked whether Felix had truly believed he would harm His Majesty. Felix answered without hesitation that Johann had had every reason to be angry. With visible exhaustion, Johann patiently explained his position once more. He reminded Felix that, if he had truly intended to harm His Majesty, he would never have placed him on the throne in the first place. Felix remained unconvinced, pointing out that the circumstances had changed since then. Johann firmly denied that anything had changed. He insisted that the Empire still remained their greatest threat, and questioned why he would continue such a troublesome internal conflict under those circumstances. Only then did Felix suddenly realize something and quietly remarked that the conversation had once again returned to the Empire. The word "again" immediately caught Johann's attention, though he concealed his curiosity. Instead, he continued explaining that after meeting the Emperor in person, he had become even more convinced that the Emperor was not the kind of man who would ever abandon his ambitions. Johann's unwavering conviction left Felix deep in thought. After a brief silence, Felix decided to share what he himself had witnessed along the western border, which also served as the Empire's eastern frontier. He explained that a great number of imperial troops had been withdrawn and that the taxes imposed on merchants had been significantly reduced. Continuing his report, Felix suggested that, perhaps because of Johann's influence, the Empire had shifted toward a pro-kingdom policy before asking whether Johann still believed the Empire remained a threat. Johann answered immediately that he did, insisting the apparent change was nothing more than a deceptive tactic. He urged Felix not to judge solely by the present situation, but to remember how often the Empire had launched wars following each imperial succession. Johann reminded him that Felix himself had once agreed with that assessment. Felix stiffened, before quietly admitting that Johann was right, and that he had indeed agreed in the past. His brief response left Johann with an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. His thoughts involuntarily wandered toward the worst possible scenario as he wondered what Felix would actually have done if he had truly attempted to attack His Majesty. Realizing he was allowing himself to think too negatively, Johann clenched his fists and forced those thoughts aside. Deciding to end the conversation, Johann remarked that it was already late and that he should take his leave. Felix saw no reason to stop him and simply wished him a safe journey. Johann walked straight toward the door, but only a few steps away he suddenly stopped. Without turning around, he quietly told Felix that it was understandable if he could not trust him immediately. After a brief pause, Johann slightly turned his head so Felix could clearly see the seriousness in his expression before making one final request. He asked Felix to at least stop His Majesty from constantly keeping him under suspicion. The unexpected request left Felix speechless for a moment. In the end, however, he silently nodded, offering his promise without another word. Only after Johann had completely disappeared from sight did Felix lower his head to stare at the floor and quietly murmur that he wished he could do exactly that. A few days later, Roberts Floyd, the Chancellor of Grandia and Eileen's father, sat alone in his drawing room, lost in thought. The silence was eventually broken when a servant respectfully announced his arrival and apologized for the interruption. Roberts immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, asking whether his long-requested audience had finally been approved and complaining that, despite requesting it well in advance, he had been kept waiting for far too long. The messenger politely apologized and explained that Roberts would have to wait a little longer because His Majesty was currently meeting with the Grand Duke and Count MacLean. Hearing Logan MacLean's name, Roberts unconsciously repeated it under his breath. His mind immediately filled with questions as he recalled hearing that his son-in-law had been scheduled to return to his territory that very morning. He began wondering whether the meeting had something to do with the mysterious bundle from before. Meanwhile, inside another heavily guarded chamber, Johann Eitz could not hide his astonishment as he asked what Rogers had meant and requested that he repeat himself. Rogers von Grandia merely laughed and casually remarked that Johann must have been exhausted from his duties. He then calmly repeated himself while looking Johann directly in the eyes, revealing that he had heard the majority of the rebel army was still alive and, furthermore, was currently under MacLean's protection. Smiling with unmistakable satisfaction after finally gaining the upper hand, Rogers declared that such a revelation surely required an explanation. Hearing those words, Johann found himself on the verge of losing control. Nevertheless, he pressed his lips tightly together, forcing himself to remain composed and refusing to allow his emotions to show. Rogers von Grandia reached out his hand and lowered his voice as he repeated that he had heard that the majority of the rebel army was still alive and, moreover, under Logan MacLean's protection. Upon hearing those words, Logan froze, his face turning pale. Wearing a meaningful smile, he remarked that he believed such a matter required an explanation. Lowering his head, Logan anxiously admitted to himself that His Majesty was speaking the truth. He recalled that the moment the city walls had fallen, he had found Clavis and beheaded him, making the war extremely brief. As a result, the enemy had suffered very few casualties, and approximately 7,000 surviving soldiers had surrendered. A memory surfaced in his mind in which Marquis Luther had expressed his confusion by pointing out that it was still astonishing for so many soldiers to surrender at once. Victor had replied with a smile that they must have been terrified by his lord's overwhelming strength. Marquis Luther had laughed in agreement, saying that such a reaction was understandable since the enormous barrier had been destroyed with a single strike. Victor had then asked what his lord intended to do with the prisoners, observing that although they were ordinary soldiers, they were still rebels, and rebels were normally sentenced to death. Marcus Luther had hesitantly added whether all 7,000 of them would truly face such a fate. Back in the present, Logan's expression became grave, leaving him speechless. He anxiously reflected that he was being forced to choose between violating the law and committing a massacre. He realized that whichever option he chose, the king would use it to pressure him. He also reminded himself that the kingdom's forces had already suffered tremendous losses during the Civil War and had yet to recover, making him question whether it was truly right to throw away a force of 7,000 soldiers. Looking at Rogers von Grandia, Logan silently concluded that if both choices would inevitably become problems, he should choose the one that minimized the kingdom's losses. Having reached his decision, Logan respectfully explained that the soldiers had realized the error of their ways and had immediately changed sides. Rogers let out a cold scoff. mockingly questioning whether all 7,000 men had truly switched allegiance at the same time. He added that Logan surely could provide an explanation convincing enough to satisfy even the royal advisor. Hearing that, Logan's eyes widened as he inwardly realized that the king intended to pressure him through his stubborn teacher. Standing nearby, Felix Esperanza was equally astonished before finally understanding that this had been the real reason the royal advisor had been summoned. Rogers slowly raised his head and addressed Logan, asking whether Count Logan was attempting to shield the rebels. Frowning in frustration, Logan reflected that a ruler should preserve a force of 7,000 soldiers by whatever means necessary. Clenching the hand resting at his side, he silently wondered whether His Majesty truly intended to pursue the matter to the very end. Behind him, Felix's face darkened as he fell into deep thought. He then unexpectedly declared that His Majesty was correct. Logan was startled, while Rogers smiled as though his objective had been achieved. However, Felix immediately continued by stepping forward to stand beside Logan and stating that if His Majesty truly wished to demonstrate the virtue of a great ruler, then this was the proper moment to show mercy. Felix's words filled Logan with both surprise and gratitude. Rogers, however, flew into a rage. Slamming his hand onto the table as he rose to his feet, he demanded to know what the royal advisor had meant. Without the slightest hesitation, Felix explained that the rebellion had only just been suppressed and that he feared a harsh application of the law would only create further unrest. Rogers rejected the argument outright, shouting that the idea that punishing rebels would cause unrest was utterly absurd. Felix remained firm, insisting that although the law was absolute, its true value lay in applying it wisely. He then earnestly pleaded for His Majesty to show mercy. For a brief moment, the entire room fell into complete silence. Logan stood in stunned disbelief, silently admitting that he had never imagined his teacher would stand on his side. Rogers's shoulders suddenly began trembling violently before he burst into wild laughter. Bending over the table, he repeatedly muttered in bitter anger about mercy, questioning whether mercy was truly what they sought. His face twisted with fury as he lifted his head to glare at the two men, his hatred so intense that even Felix was momentarily shaken. In the end, Rogers reluctantly gave in, bitterly remarking that a powerless king like himself had no choice but to accept their wishes. Felix awkwardly tried to reassure him, asking him not to speak that way. Rogers, however, coldly cut him off, ordering both of them to leave before adding that he wished to be alone. The scene then shifted to a memory inside a room filled with countless sheets of paper and painting supplies. Rogers von Grandia happily held a colored pencil as he scribbled strange drawings across the pages. Nearby, Samuel von Grandia sat opposite Felix Esperanza and observed that Felix understood Rogers' condition better than anyone else. Felix hesitantly acknowledged that this was true. Deeply worried, Samuel frowned and explained that although Rogers was safe for the moment under his protection, it would not be long before keeping him confined to that room would no longer be enough, and they might eventually have to hide him completely underground. Filled with sadness, Felix responded by questioning what Samuel meant and gently insisted that His Majesty was still in good health. Samuel von Grandia, however, cut Felix off and told him not to be like that. Gazing into the distance, he remarked that he was already old and that compared to him, Rogers was still far too young. Both men turned to look at Rogers von Grandia, who was innocently absorbed in his drawing. Samuel then returned to the main point and earnestly asked Felix to protect that child. Felix Esperanza immediately became serious and attempted to respond by addressing him respectfully, but before he could continue, Rogers came running over while excitedly calling for the Duke and handing him the drawing. Felix's expression softened as he gently asked what His Highness had brought. Rogers eagerly replied that he had drawn it before happily explaining that the picture was of himself and the Duke. The childish drawing depicted Felix lifting Rogers high into the air. The sight of it moved Felix so deeply that his eyes filled with tears. Returning to the present, Stella innocently clung to his leg while calling for her father. Felix embraced her warmly and affectionately acknowledged her presence. Noticing the drawing in his hands, Stella curiously asked whether it was a picture of Daddy and Stella. Gently stroking the small figure in the drawing, Felix quietly replied that it was not, adding that the person in the picture was... Before he could finish, however, the words caught in his throat. Seeing him fall silent, Stella hesitantly called out to her father. When she noticed his trembling shoulders, she anxiously asked what was wrong. At that moment, Samuel von Grandia's final request echoed once more in Felix's mind, reminding him to protect that child. The image of Rogers von Grandia, consumed by hatred, filled Felix with helpless despair as he wondered how he was supposed to protect His Majesty after he had become like that. A few days later, Logan McLean let out a long sigh of relief while riding on horseback. Although he reflected that his teacher had removed one of the burdens weighing on his mind, he admitted to himself that he still could not feel at ease. Noticing his troubled expression, Aileen Floyd asked whether he was still feeling uneasy. Logan admitted that he was before awkwardly trailing off. He then quickly changed the subject, apologizing for making her accompany him to Tarrant, especially so soon after her mission in the capital had ended. Aileen assured him that it was no trouble at all, explaining that she had been the one who wanted to come. Smiling, she told him that Tarrant had changed tremendously while he had been away in the Empire, and advised him not to be too surprised by what he was about to see. Logan replied that, even so, less than a year had passed, making such changes seem difficult to believe. Suddenly, Aileen excitedly exclaimed that she could already see it. A beautiful road stretched out before them. Logan stared in astonishment, realizing that people were already farming. Laughing cheerfully, Aileen explained that it was all thanks to the unusual farming tools created by the dwarves, which allowed the land to be plowed in almost no time. She then pointed ahead excitedly, saying that there it was. Below them, farmers were using horses to pull the new plowing equipment across the fields. Surprised, Logan asked whether they had actually managed to create something like that and wondered if the workshop had already begun operating. Aileen happily confirmed that it had and explained that it had already become famous among craftsmen. She added that the treatment there was excellent, attracting craftsmen from all over, while Hamar's reputation was spreading far and wide as well. Nearby, Logan overheard villagers talking among themselves. One remarked that anyone who went to Terran could learn directly from Hamar, while another enthusiastically agreed, saying that everyone was heading there. A third commented that it was certainly good, but, hearing those conversations, Logan silently concluded that they would have to assign more personnel to protect Hamar. Just then, the gates were opened, and a guard loudly announced that the young master had arrived and ordered the gates to be opened. After entering the city, Logan found himself overwhelmed once again. Staring at the surroundings in disbelief, he struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. Looking around at the buildings, he marveled that many of them were already at least 3 stories tall. His gaze then fell upon the neatly paved roads, prompting another quiet expression of admiration. Unable to hide his astonishment, Logan wondered how they could possibly have built all of this in only 7 or 8 months. His eyes shone with admiration as he reflected that Hamar must have worked himself to the bone. Imagining Hamar's face, he concluded that the dwarf probably had not even slept properly. Filled with pride and gratitude to the point of tears, Logan worried that it would be terrible if Hamar had damaged his health through overwork. He resolved that, when they met again, he would reward him properly. At that very moment, Hamar appeared before him and warmly greeted his master, saying that he had finally arrived. Recognizing the familiar long beard neatly tied together, Logan immediately realized that it was Hamar. However, instead of the exhausted figure he had imagined, Hamar looked completely healthy. His fingers were adorned with numerous gold, silver, diamond, and gemstone rings, and he was riding a magnificent white horse. Smiling warmly, Hamar greeted Logan again, remarking that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other.